Chapter 405. The Secret Art of Wishes. How strange. He was clearly not here a moment ago. How did he manage that? The surrounding crowd began to speculate about Xiao Ding's sudden appearance. Meanwhile, Xiao Ding felt immense satisfaction upon realizing that the position transformation took merely 0.1 seconds. However, as numerous eyes were upon him in the bustling street, he refrained from using the shadow clone technique to swap places with the lingering silhouette left in the jar shop. Instead, he strolled leisurely towards the front entrance of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, entering at a measured pace. Inside the jar shop, the dazzling radiance on the counter gradually faded under the gaze of the onlookers, revealing the items within. Upon the counter lay a mysterious green rune. What is this? Such a rich aura of life. Xiao Suner, sensing the energy emanating from the green rune, exclaimed in awe. This aura is remarkably similar to the life-enhancing pill we encountered previously. Could it also possess longevity effects? Xiao Yan remarked, his face alight with excitement. If that is indeed the case, I shall consider it a gift from my uncle. Brother Xiao Yan, you are truly wonderful. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's mention of such a treasure, Xiao Suner immediately thought of her father, her heart swelling with gratitude. Yet, she quickly added with maturity, Brother Xiao Yan, if this item indeed possesses longevity properties, it would be best to present it to Uncle Xiao. Suner, do you truly feel that way? Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yan's joy deepened. Meanwhile, Xiao Yixian, intrigued by the green rune radiating a potent life force, utilized the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze towards the rune. Soon, a stream of information appeared before her eyes. Wishing. By merging with this rune, one can master the secret art of wishes. The wish can select 4 individuals. The life signs of these selected 4 can be monitored at any time. When the wish is invoked, regardless of their location, the life force of these 4 individuals will restore half of their total vitality. And no matter how severe the injuries, they can be healed instantly, with each use consuming 20% of the caster's life force. This is truly an astonishing blessing skill. Upon reviewing the information of the green rune, an expression of surprise illuminated Xiao Yixian's face. Miss Xiao Yixian, I believe you have discerned the nature of this green rune, have you not? Noticing her reaction, Xiao Yan said with a smile. Yes, I have figured it out. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the little medicine saint nodded and remarked, this green rune is called wishing. By integrating this rune, one can master the secret art of wishing. It allows you to select 4 individuals, and you will always be aware of the vital signs of these chosen 4. That when you invoke wishing, regardless of their location, the life force of the selected individual can be restored to half of its total, enabling even the most grievous injuries to heal instantaneously. So, it is not an item for extending life, but rather a miraculous healing technique. Xiao Yan exclaimed in astonishment at the little medicine saint's explanation. Such a healing technique, which trades 20% of one's own life force for 50% of another's, could only be executed by those who were extremely close to one. Another would be unreasonable to expect others to assist in such a manner. Miss Little Medicine Saint, do you know how to use this green rune? Xiao Yan inquired with curiosity. It is quite simple, just grasp it and press it into your body. The little medicine saint replied with a relaxed demeanor. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan extended his hand, grasped the green rune, and pressed it firmly against his forehead. The green rune seamlessly integrated into Xiao Yan's being, and at that moment, a wondrous phenomenon materialized within his mind. Before him appeared a visage with 4 darkened slots, accompanied by the inscription, Unbound Teammates. Unbound Teammates. Suddenly, realization dawned upon Xiao Yan. In the next instant, he focused his thoughts and added Xiao Suner, Xiao Ding, and Xiao Li into the 3 vacant slots. Within these slots, he could distinctly perceive the vital signs of the 3 individuals. Excellent. With this, even if we are separated by distance, I can always look after Suner. Xiao Yan silently rejoiced. Since invoking wishing would cause Xiao Yan to lose 20% of his life, forcing an affliction more severe than a mere injury, refrained from experimenting with it. He hoped never to have to try it, for doing so would imply that the 3 were endangered. As Xiao Yan integrated the wishing rune and bound Xiao Suner, Xiao Ding, and Xiao Li as teammates, Xiao Li also thoroughly examined the contents of the black scroll, but chose not to experiment with it. Suner, come here. Xiao Yan stepped back and extended his hand towards Xiao Suner. All right. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Suner smiled and nodded, quickly approaching the counter. She turned to the little medicine saint and said, Miss Little Medicine Saint, could you please fetch me another orange jar? Of course, Miss Xiao Suner. Please wait a moment. Upon hearing Xiao Suner's words, the little healer smiled and nodded. She swiftly turned and retrieved an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Xiao Sin'er. Today, the quality of what we have procured is significantly better than that of the previous days. It appears that after replenishing the inventory, Boss Yi has acquired an abundance of exceptional items. I sincerely hope this time will not disappoint me. Gazing at the orange jar on the counter, Xiao Sin'er silently offered a prayer. She then extended her delicate, fair arm and gently tapped the jar. Crack. With the crisp sound of shattering glass, the orange jar fragmented into countless pieces. Immediately, the shards of the broken jar transformed into a dazzling array of radiance, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering the scene within invisible. As the brilliant light enveloped the counter, all eyes were drawn toward it. Soon, under the collective gaze of the onlookers, the resplendent glow began to slowly dissipate, revealing the spectacle within. There, resting upon the counter, was a snowman standing at half a meter in height. Adorned with a scarf, its eyes closed, the snowman emanated an intense aura of frigid cold. Chapter 406, Soulblade. Compassionate soul descends. Before long, under the gaze of the onlookers, the dazzling radiance atop the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the scene within. There, resting quietly on the counter, stood a snowman approximately half a meter tall. Adorned with a scarf, its eyes were closed, emanating an intensely frigid aura. A snowman? The appearance of this entity on the counter left everyone momentarily stunned. Based on experience, such manifestations typically contained a particular skill. Xiao Yan recalled the earlier appearances of the stone statue and the scarecrow, speculating. It is quite possible. Hearing Xiao Yan's conjecture, Xiao Sin'er nodded in agreement. My dear medical sage, do you think my guess holds any merit? Xiao Yan inquired of her. Mr. Xiao Yan, do not rush. Let me examine it more closely. The medical sage swiftly responded. Then, utilizing the power bestowed by Yi Yun, her gaze swept toward the snowman on the counter. Instantly, a stream of information materialized before her eyes. Snowman. After refining, it can summon a snowman to fight for you, allowing you to transform into a snowman knight. It turns out it is not a skill type, but rather a summoning type. Upon reading the description, the medical sage inwardly nodded. My dear medical sage, have you discerned its nature? Xiao Yan continued to inquire. Indeed. Hearing his words, the medical sage nodded emphatically and then spoke. Mr. Xiao Yan. This entity does not possess a skill. Instead, it is capable of summoning a snowman to battle on your behalf. Summoning a snowman. Upon hearing this revelation, a spark of interest ignited in Xiao Yan's eyes. Sin'er, quickly attempt to refine it. Xiao Yan urged. All right. Nodding swiftly in response. Xiao Sin'er then made a small incision with her delicate fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the snowman resting on the counter. As her blood touched the snowman, it rapidly absorbed the drop, and simultaneously, Xiao Sin'er discovered a unique connection forming between herself and the snowman. Sin'er, how is it? Xiao Yan inquired curiously. Nunu, come forth. Xiao Sin'er commanded, pointing at the snowman on the counter. In an instant, the snowman transformed into a brilliant white light, soon taking the form of a towering 2-meter-tall snowman. This snowman, unlike the one previously on the counter, was animated, its eyes reflecting a glimmer of human emotion. Brother Xiao Yan, this snowman is likely capable of growing larger. It is merely constrained by the rules of the shop, which is why it appears only 2 meters tall. Xiao Sin'er elucidated. Observing the aura emanating from the snowman, it seems to have reached the level of a 7th-tier magical beast. Xiao Yan remarked further. A 7th-tier level is indeed impressive. Xiao Sin'er nodded in satisfaction. Although she was the young lady of an ancient clan and could easily acquire powerful guardians with the cultivation of A, she preferred not to be constantly monitored by bodyguards. The presence of the 7th-tier snowman provided her with a companion of sorts. Brother Xiao Yan, the sky is growing dim. You should hurry and open the jar. It may be another half-month before I can return. Xiao Sin'er expressed candidly. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yan nodded and replied, Sin'er, let us schedule our 2 teleportation opportunities at the beginning and middle of the month. Beginning and middle of the month sounds good. I shall follow Brother Xiao Yan's lead. Xiao Sin'er affirmed. Xiao Yan approached the counter and addressed the little healer. Miss Healer, could you please fetch me another orange jar? Certainly, Mr. Xiao Yan. Please hold on a moment. The little healer smiled and nodded, then turned to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Xiao Yan. Noticing the time, Xiao Yan hoped to achieve a few more significant breakthroughs before closing time arrived. Glancing at the orange jar on the counter, he silently wished for success. In the next moment, he extended his arm and forcefully struck down upon the jar. With a crisp sound of shattering, the orange jar fragmented into countless pieces. Immediately, the shards transformed into a dazzling glow, obscuring the vision of everyone present, leaving them unable to discern the spectacle within. As the radiant light enveloped the area, all eyes were drawn to the counter. Xiao Sin'er, having summoned back the snowman, also turned her gaze toward the scene. Soon, as the brilliant light diminished, the object within the counter was revealed. There lay a peculiar-looking blade, strikingly different from the weapons typically found in the Dou Qi continent. A blade, Xiao exclaimed, curiosity evident on his face. They had been opening jars for quite some time, and it was rare to encounter a weapon among the spoils. This blade must possess formidable power, Xiao mused internally, but he did not waste time and promptly inquired, Miss Healer, could you please provide an introduction to this blade? Of course, Mr. Xiao, please wait a moment. The little healer nodded slowly, then immediately utilized the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze toward the blade on the counter. Instantly, a stream of information appeared before her eyes. Soul Blade. After refining this blade, one can comprehend the profound skill, Mercy's Descent, which allows binding to 4 individuals. When casting this skill, one can teleport to any teammate, bestowing upon them an energy shield that lasts for 3 minutes, with a cooldown period of 3 days. It turns out this is not a treasure of offensive prowess. Upon reading the description of the Soul Blade, Xiao Yixin silently mused. Miss Xiao Yixin, have you already discerned its significance? Noticing her expression, Xiao Yan inquired further. Mr. Xiao Yan, this item is called the Soul Blade. After refining it, one can master the profound skill, Mercy's Descent, which binds 4 individuals. When the skill is activated, one can teleport to any teammate, providing them with an energy shield. The cooldown period is 3 days, Xiao Yixin explained earnestly. What? Upon hearing Xiao Yixin's explanation, both Xiao Suner and Xiao Yan reacted with great surprise. The skill attached to this soul blade appears similar to that of the previous stone sculpture. However, this soul blade disregards distance, rendering its effects significantly superior. Chapter 407. The Silver Headscarf. What? Upon hearing Xiao Yixin's description, both Xiao Suner and Xiao Yan expressed considerable astonishment. The skill affixed to this soul blade seems akin to that of the earlier stone sculpture. Yet this soul blade completely disregards distance, yielding far better results. Brother Xiao Yan, if this soul blade truly allows for distance-less teleportation, then I could visit you from the ancient realm at any time. Xiao Suner exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, and moreover, this item can bind 4 individuals. Once you emerge, if you wish to return, activating Mercy's Descent again to return to the ancient realm will be a trivial matter. Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. Miss Xiao Yixin, does this soul blade require blood to acknowledge its master? Xiao Suner inquired curiously. Yes, Miss Xiao Suner. Upon hearing her question, Xiao Yixin quickly nodded in affirmation. Upon this, Xiao Suner drew her finger across her skin, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the soul blade. Soon, the droplet was absorbed by the blade, and simultaneously, Xiao Suner sensed a special connection forming between herself and the soul blade. Much like when Xiao Yan absorbed the green rune, for blank panels appeared in her mind. Realizing this, Xiao Suner promptly entered Xiao Yan's name into the first blank slot. Brother Xiao Yan, I have now bound you, Xiao Suner said gleefully, not wishing to test the skill's effects due to its cooldown time. Suner, when you arrive, it would be wise to inform your father, otherwise, your sudden disappearance from the ancient realm might alarm him. Xiao Yan chuckled. I understand. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Suner obediently nodded, then swiftly turned to the little physician and said, Dear little physician, could you please fetch me another orange jar? Certainly, Miss Xiao Suner, please hold on a moment. The little physician replied with a smile, promptly turning around to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before Xiao Suner. Miss Xiao Suner, this jar will be the last one sold in our establishment today. Once it is sold, we shall close for the day. The little physician reminded her with a cheerful demeanor. Is it time to close already? Upon hearing this, Xiao Suner appeared somewhat discontent and tentatively inquired, Dear little physician, might it be possible to sell one more jar today? Very well, Miss Xiao Suner, as you are our most valued customer with the highest recharge, I shall grant your request. The little physician agreed without much hesitation, recognizing that Xiao Suner had significantly contributed to her sales. A slight extension of closing time would not pose any issue, and more importantly, granting this request would not encourage other customers to follow suit. Thank you so much, dear little physician. With the little physician's agreement, Xiao Suner became quite elated. Brother Xiao Yan, I have secured a jar for you as well, she proudly proclaimed to Xiao Yan. Afterward, her gaze shifted to the orange jar on the counter, her excitement tinged with a hint of nervousness about this final jar of the day. Soon, she slowly raised her hand and struck the jar. Crack! With the sound of shattering glass, the orange jar on the counter splintered into countless pieces. Immediately, the fragments transformed into a dazzling array of light, obscuring everyone's view and leaving them unable to discern the spectacle within. As the radiant light enveloped the scene, all eyes were drawn to the counter, curious about the treasures that might emerge. Xiao Suner felt a surge of anticipation in her heart. Before long, the brilliant light began to dissipate under the watchful gazes of the crowd, revealing its contents. There, resting quietly on the counter, lay a deep blue scroll. Seeing the scroll, Xiao Suner eagerly turned to the little physician, asking, "Dear little physician, could you please tell me the origins of this scroll?" "Certainly, Miss Xiao Suner. Please hold on a moment." Upon hearing Xiao Suner's inquiry, the little physician swiftly harnessed the abilities granted by Yi Yun and directed her gaze at the deep blue scroll, quickly acquiring the desired information. "Miss Xiao Suner, this is a scroll of water-based martial arts, classified as a primary earth-level technique," the little medical sage introduced. Upon hearing this, Xiao Suner promptly lost interest in the scroll. After all, she was the daughter of an ancient clan and would never find such a low-level technique appealing, especially one that did not even align with her attributes. "Brother Xiaoyan, there is one last jar. Hurry and open it," Xiao Suner said, swiftly stowing away the scroll and urging Xiaoyan. Realizing her intent to let him open the final jar, the little medical sage turned and retrieved an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Xiaoyan. "Brother Xiaoyan, my luck has been rather dismal so far. You must turn it around for me," Xiao Suner encouraged from the side. "Rest assured, this time, I shall achieve a grand success," Xiao Yin replied with a grin, signaling his determination to Xiao Suner. In the next moment, his gaze fixed upon the orange jar, and he slowly raised his Kirin arm, striking the jar with a palm. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered, scattering its fragments into a dazzling display of radiant light that obscured everyone's view, leaving them unable to discern what lay within. As the brilliant light enveloped the counter, all eyes were drawn to it, filled with anticipation for the treasures that might emerge. Before long, the radiant light began to dissipate, revealing the contents within. There, on the counter, lay a silver headscarf, quietly resting. A headscarf? The onlookers expressed their confusion upon witnessing that the final jar had yielded only a mere piece of cloth. "Brother Xiaoyan, this headscarf is rather attractive. Why not try it on?" Xiao Suner suggested after appraising the silver headscarf. "It is indeed quite appealing, but first, let us ascertain whether it possesses any additional effects." Xiaoyan replied with a smile. "Agreed." Xiao Suner nodded, then turned her gaze toward the little medical sage. Understanding her intent, the little medical sage promptly employed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, focusing her attention on the silver headscarf on the counter. Suddenly, a line of information appeared before Xiao Yishan. The Mercury Band, originating from the realm of League of Legends, possesses an active effect that dispels all forms of abnormal control upon wearing. So, it is indeed an item for removing control. After reading the introduction of this silver headband, Xiao Yishan pondered thoughtfully. In the next moment, she swiftly addressed Xiao Yin and the others, saying, "Esteemed guests, this silver headband is called the Mercury Band, derived from the League of Legends universe, and when worn, it grants the active effect of dispelling all forms of abnormal control. The active cooldown is 1 hour. It nullifies all control." Upon hearing Xiao Yishan's description of the silver headband, Xiao Yin and his companions were filled with delight. They had not anticipated that such a seemingly simple headband would possess such remarkable effects. The most evident application is the removal of various seals. This implies that once donned, methods such as seals would essentially hold no power over the wearer. "Brother Xiaoyan, since it is an item from the League of Legends, it likely does not require blood to recognize its master," Xiao Suner speculated. "Indeed." Xiaoyan nodded in agreement, then reached out to gently touch the silver headband on the counter. The headband felt exquisite to the touch, neither cold like metal nor coarse, but rather smooth. The moment Xiaoyan grasped it, he silently uttered the command to use. As his words fell, the silver headband transformed into a beam of silver light, soaring onto his head. However, as Xiaoyan's next thought emerged, the headband swiftly vanished from sight. It was evident that items from the League of Legends world possess such traits, capable of altering size at will and even remaining concealed. Having grasped the usage of this item, Xiaoyan expressed his satisfaction, saying, "Everyone, the hour is late. In 2 minutes, this establishment will close." Xiao Yishan reminded them of the closing time. Upon hearing her words, Xiaoyan promptly advised Xiao Suner, "Suner, we will soon be teleported back. When you return, if you plan to visit me, be sure to inform your father first, and also." "Understood. I will remember." Xiao Suner nodded earnestly at Xiaoyan's admonition. "Elder brother, second brother, perhaps I will come to Stone Desert City to see you soon." Subsequently, Xiaoyan bid farewell once more to Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. "Take care, third brother." Xiao Ding and Xiao Li also said their goodbyes to Xiao Yan before departing with the Mo Tai mercenary group from the tavern. After the departure of Xiao Ding and others, within the jar shop, 2 beams of white light descended, enveloping both Xiao Yan and Xiao Suner. As the white light dissipated, the 2 simultaneously vanished from the jar shop. In the ancient realm, upon Xiao Suner's return, she discovered that Gu Yuan had been waiting for quite some time. "Suner, what transpired today?" Gu Yuan inquired, his expression filled with confusion. "Father, Today I visited the jar shop with the intention of having cousin Xiao Ding shatter the spatial jade tube outside the shop. However, unexpectedly, just as cousin Xiao Ding stepped outside, the jade tube in his hand vanished. I suspect it was teleported back. Xiao Suner swiftly explained to Gu Yuan. Is that so? Upon hearing Xiao Suner's explanation, Gu Yuan's demeanor softened considerably. Father, today I acquired some treasures from the jar shop, which I wish to present to you. As she spoke, Xiao Suner revealed the creation longevity pill and a stone sculpture. What are these? Gu Yuan, upon seeing the items in Xiao Suner's hands, appeared perplexed. Father, this is the creation longevity pill. As long as one has not reached the Dou Emperor level, anyone who consumes it will directly extend their lifespan by 1,000 years. And this stone sculpture possesses remarkable properties, Xiao Suner hurriedly elucidated, noticing Gu Yuan's puzzled expression. Indeed, it can truly extend one's life by 1,000 years? Hearing Xiao Suner's description of the creation longevity pill, Gu Yuan felt a surge of excitement. For a powerhouse of his caliber, a mere decade or several decades seemed insignificant. However, a millennium of lifespan was exceedingly valuable. Perhaps in this lifetime, he would witness the emergence of another pinnacle 9-star Dou saint from the Gu clan, at which point they would undoubtedly become the most formidable force on the continent, relegating the Soul clan to the sidelines. The stone sculpture's teleportation ability, though limited in range, still bore its own merits, and Gu Yuan gladly accepted it. Excellent. This harvest is remarkable. Gu Yuan praised loudly, having already sensed the changes in Xiao Suner's cultivation. He speculated that she must have consumed some treasure capable of enhancing her prowess, as long as such treasures bore no adverse effects and did not hinder future development. Gu Yuan felt no need to worry excessively. Father, after returning from the jar shop, I wish to take a stroll, Xiao Suner suddenly declared, deliberately omitting her intention to seek out Xiao Yan. She made this statement merely to lay the groundwork for using the compassionate soul departure when leaving the ancient realm, so that Gu Yuan would not worry about her absence. Upon hearing Xiao Suner's words, Gu Yuan responded without hesitation, going out for a walk is fine. The ancient realm is vast, and I have not compelled you to remain confined here in seclusion. Father, what I meant was, I want to venture outside the ancient realm. Xiao Suner reiterated. You wish to leave the ancient realm? What purpose do you have in venturing beyond the ancient realm? The energy of heaven and earth here is far more potent than that of the outside world. Moreover, as the esteemed young lady of the ancient clan, your departure will undoubtedly attract much attention, questioned Gu Yuan. Upon hearing this, you have an abundance of justifications to offer, yet my resolve remains steadfast. I shall go forth. Xiao Suner retorted with a dismissive pout. Absolutely not. My father forbids it. Gu Yuan once again denied Xiao Suner, turning his back as he departed from her secluded retreat. If you disallow me, I shall still take my leave. Once I gather my belongings, I shall depart by dawn. Observing Gu Yuan's retreating figure, Xiao Suner brandished her soul blade, exultantly shaking her fist at him. In the quiet of the night at Yi Yun's estate, after finishing her duties, the little medical sage prepared dinner for him, as usual. Following the meal, Yi Yun began to reward her for the recent sales of jars. After a thorough inventory, over 20 jars appeared on the stone table before the little medical sage, including 10 ordinary jars, while the rest comprised orange and red jars. Bossy, could you lend me your luck hammer to assist me in opening these jars? The little medical sage playfully pleaded with Yi Yun. Very well, I acquiesce. Yi Yun, reluctant to squander his critical return opportunities, promptly agreed to her request. However, he still chose to assist her solely with the orange and red jars, leaving the ordinary ones for her to open at her leisure. In the next moment, Yi Yun produced the Thunder God Hammer and struck the first orange jar on the stone table with great force. Crack! With a resounding shatter, the first orange jar splintered into countless pieces. Immediately, the shards of the broken jar transformed into a dazzling display of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present. Even the little medical sage and Yi Yun could not discern the spectacle within. After a brief moment, as the brilliant light gradually dissipated under their gaze, the contents were revealed. There, atop the stone table, stood a half-human-high snowman adorned with a blue scarf. A snowman. Upon sighting this figure, the little medical sage was instantly reminded of the snowman that Xiao Suner had unveiled earlier that day. She quickly employed her abilities to inspect the snowman's information, ultimately discovering that it was identical to the one revealed by Xiao Suner. However, recalling Yi Yun's previous mention that jars opened with the lucky hammer may undergo a transformation, Xiao Yixian harbored a glimmer of anticipation. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Yi Yun's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a snowman from the League of Legends universe, granting you 10,000 times critical hits. The options for the 10,000 times critical hit are as follows. Option 1. Obtain 10,000 of such snowmen. Option 2. Acquire an enhanced snowman. I choose option 2. Without hesitation, Yi made his choice upon hearing the system notification. As his voice fell, the snowman on the stone table was enveloped once more in a dazzling halo of light. Hooray! It has transformed. It has transformed. Witnessing this change, Xiao Yixian became quite exhilarated. Her excitement only tempered when the new snowman revealed itself. Boss Yi, this snowman is clearly different from the previous one. Xiao Yixian remarked with satisfaction after glancing at the newly appeared snowman. We shall find out by trying. Yi replied casually. All right, nodding in agreement. Xiao Yixian then drew a drop of blood from her fingertip and let it fall upon the snowman. Once the snowman absorbed her blood, she discovered a peculiar connection forming between them. In the next moment, as Xiao Yixian focused her thoughts, the snowman's eyes suddenly opened, and it grew into a colossal snowman, towering 5 or 6 zhang in height in the estate's open space. Wow, this snowman is enormous. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yixian felt even more satisfied. Furthermore, this snowman's cultivation was not only significantly larger than Xiao Sun's, but also exponentially stronger, based on Yi Yun's estimation. This snowman could rival a Dou Sheng from the Dou Qi continent. Don't let it wander too far. The watermelon tree over there cannot withstand any chaos. Yi Yun reminded with a smile. Understood. In response to Yi Yun's warning, Xiao Yixian immediately designated a specific area where the snowman could move. Next, Yi Yun raised the thunder goddess hammer and struck the second orange jar on the counter. Crack! With the crisp sound of the jar shattering. The second orange jar on the stone table also fragmented into pieces. Immediately, the shards of the broken orange jar transformed into a dazzling halo, obscuring everyone's vision. Even Xiao Yixian and Yi Yun could not discern the scene within. What marvelous treasures might emerge this time? Xiao Yixian pondered with eager anticipation. Moments later, under the watchful gaze of Yi Yun and Xiao Yixian, the brilliant light gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. On the stone table, there appeared another jar. Oh, what is this? After witnessing the dissipating twilight glow, the anticipated treasure did not materialize. Instead, an ordinary jar appeared, astonishing the little medicine fairy. However, in the next moment, as she employed her abilities to scrutinize the jar, understanding dawned upon her. A jar of 100 beasts' milk, derived from the perfect world. It is concocted from the milk of 100 ferocious beasts simmered by the young emperor of the wild heavens during his childhood. Consuming it bestows great strength and refines the physique. At this juncture, Yi Yun had already glimpsed the introduction of the jar. He did not anticipate that the little medicine fairy would acquire such a treasure. So it is beast milk. The little medicine fairy let out a cheerful laugh. Although she was unaware of who the emperor of the wild heavens was, the description of the beast milk was indeed impressive. Once more, the little medicine fairy refrained from touching the jar of beast milk, instead continuing to hope that it would undergo a transformation akin to the snowman from before. Meanwhile, within Yi Yun's mind, the system's notification tone suddenly resonated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a jar of 100 beasts milk, triggering a 10,000-fold critical strike. 10,000-fold critical strike options available. Option 1, 10,000 jars of 100 beasts milk. Option 2, 1 jar of Beast King milk. As the system's notification echoed, 2 choices gradually unfolded before Yi Yun. Without hesitation, he opted for the second choice, 1 jar of Beast King milk. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring 1 jar of Beast King milk. With Yi Yun's decision made, the system's notification followed suit. At that moment, the black jar atop the stone table was once again enveloped in a radiant glow. Haha! Transformation begins anew. The little medicine fairy, exuberant, danced with joy upon witnessing the black jar being shrouded by the luminous glow reminiscent of the snowman. Before long, as the radiance faded, a jar was revealed upon the stone table. Indeed, it was still that same jar, identical in every aspect. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Yun was unfazed. He had long since encountered such occurrences. How can it still resemble the previous jar? Could it be that the transformation has failed? A flicker of disappointment crossed the little medicine fairy's eyes as she observed the scene post-dissipation of the glow. It has already transformed. Just take a look at its information, and you shall see. Yi Yun reminded, noting the little medicine fairy's expression. Really? Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, the little medicine fairy quickly shifted from despair to delight. Her gaze now fixed upon the black jar, and instantly, a line of information materialized before her eyes. Beast King milk, derived from perfect world. This exquisite concoction of Beast King milk was secretly brewed by the young emperor of the wasteland. Extracted from a pure-blood ancient species, it possesses immense medicinal properties that can refine the physical body and enhance one's constitution, yielding a multitude of beneficial effects. Oh, it has transformed from beast milk into Beast King milk, exclaimed the little medicine immortal with palpable excitement. I must see what this beast milk, brewed by the so-called emperor of the wasteland, truly resembles. As she spoke, she swiftly opened the black jar. To her astonishment, the milk inside shimmered with a pale golden hue, bubbling vigorously. In that instant, the surrounding air became suffused with a misty vapor, vibrant clouds swirling, creating a scene both resplendent and beautiful, while a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, invigorating the senses and evoking a feeling akin to transcendence. Gazing at this astonishing spectacle, the little medicine immortal widened her eyes in awe. The air was thick with an incredibly rich and creamy scent. How delightful! At that moment, both she and Yi Yun swallowed hard in unison. "Yi boss, do you wish to partake in this milk as well?" The little medicine immortal chuckled, having heard Yi Yun's audible gulp. After uttering this, she placed 2 small bowls upon the stone table, then poured 2 servings of beast milk from the jar. "Yi boss, let us each have a bowl." After pouring, she turned to Yi Yun and said, "Little medicine immortal, if you drink a whole bowl of this beast king milk, you might not be able to return to work for 10 days or half a month." Yi Yun remarked with a smile upon seeing her poised to lift a bowl of the milk. "Ah, is it that potent?" the little medicine immortal exclaimed, hastily setting the bowl down. "How much should I consume then?" she inquired. Yi Yun, without a word, quietly retrieved a small cup and poured a modest amount of beast milk from her bowl into it, roughly 1/20th of the original quantity. "This should suffice," he said, handing the cup to the little medicine immortal, before swiftly downing the 2 bowls of beast milk in rapid succession. Given his current strength, the 2 bowls of beast king milk elicited little response, as the overwhelming energy was promptly subdued within him. Meanwhile, the little medicine immortal took delicate sips from the minuscule amount of beast milk in her cup. Soon, she felt a surge of warmth ignite within her, illuminating her entire being, followed by a torrent of perspiration. In an instant, it was as if she had emerged from water, her body enveloped in swirling mist, radiant light emanating from her skin, with her bones crackling in response. The potency of this milk was indeed staggering. The little medicine immortal marveled inwardly, finally comprehending Yi Yun's earlier caution. In the next moment, she settled into a meditative posture, channeling her internal energy to dissipate the overwhelming force coursing through her. Strands of divine radiance emanated from her, transforming into luminous wisps that enveloped her entirely, forming a colossal orb of light, dazzling and mesmerizing. By the dawn of the following day, the young healer had fully absorbed the energy from the beast's milk. Although her fighting spirit had not significantly increased, her bones, flesh, and even skin had undergone remarkable transformations. Her complexion, a delicate white tinged with a hint of blush, appeared as flawless and tender as a petal. "Oh, morning already." Upon opening her eyes, the young healer noticed that daylight had arrived, prompting her to rise swiftly. At that moment, the orange and red jars, along with the beast king's milk, remained on the stone table, yet Yi Yun was absent from the manor. Boss Yi. After calling out a couple of times, the young healer confirmed that Yi Yun had indeed left the estate, perhaps heading to another location. With Yi Yun gone, she naturally refrained from opening the jars on the stone table herself. She was awaiting Yi Yun to utilize his lucky hammer to unveil treasures and trigger her transformation. Subsequently, after quickly preparing a bowl of noodles, the young healer departed the manor, carrying her meal. Upon arriving at the jar shop, the first task she undertook was to unlock the door. As she opened it, she discovered that the brothers Xiao Ding and Xiao Li had been waiting patiently at the entrance. "Good morning, Miss Healer." They greeted her with smiles. "Good morning, Mr. Xiao Ding, Mr. Xiao Li. You are quite early," she replied with a cheerful smile, delighted to see customers arriving just as she opened her shop. "Miss Healer, we are here to purchase jars. Please hand us 1 orange jar first," Xiao Ding expressed with eager anticipation. "Unfortunately, Mr. Xiao Ding, you are currently at level 1, so you may only purchase ordinary jars and red jars. To acquire an orange jar, you would need to spend 250,000 gold coins." The young healer gently shook her head in response to Xiao Ding's request. "I see. Well then, Miss Healer, let us start with 4 red jars for each of us." Xiao Ding quickly adjusted his request upon hearing her reminder. "That makes a total of 8 red jars. The payment will be processed separately, correct?" the young healer inquired. "Indeed." Xiao Ding nodded affirmatively. "Very well, please hold on a moment." With a smile, the young healer nodded and promptly utilized her abilities to teleport behind the counter. She first placed the bowl of noodles on the counter, then turned to retrieve 8 red jars from the shelves behind her, arranging them in a neat row upon the counter. Throughout the entirety of last night, the 2 brothers, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, were unable to find rest, their excitement stemming from the anticipation of opening numerous jars today. At this moment, after the little medical fairy had arranged the jars, the brothers approached the counter. "Brother, you may go first," Xiao Li suggested. "Indeed," Xiao Ding responded with a nod, not one to decline the offer. In the next instant, he extended his hand and forcefully struck the first crimson jar upon the counter. Crack! With the sound of shattering glass, the first crimson jar was reduced to fragments. Immediately, the shards transformed into a dazzling array of light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. Upon witnessing this brilliant light, and recalling the treasures unveiled by Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner the previous day, the brothers felt a surge of exhilaration. Soon, as the radiant glow dissipated, the contents of the counter were revealed. There, resting quietly, was a blue bracelet adorned with intricate, enigmatic engravings, exuding an air of distinction. A bracelet? The sight of this blue adornment filled Xiao Ding and Xiao Li with curiosity. They were far from believing it to be an ordinary trinket, especially considering that the scarf unveiled by Xiao Yin the day prior was of remarkable value. Little medical fairy, do you know what sort of bracelet this is? Xiao Ding inquired, not wishing to speculate due to his limited knowledge. Upon hearing his question, the little medical fairy, who had been enjoying her noodles, set down her chopsticks. Mr. Xiao Ding, please hold on, she replied, and immediately employed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze towards the blue bracelet. At that moment, she experienced a sense of deja vu. Could this possibly be a beginner beast taming ring? As this thought crossed her mind, a line of information appeared before her eyes, confirming her suspicions. Beginner beast taming ring, originating from the world of a mortal's journey to immortality. A magical artifact of the spirit beast sect, capable of controlling low-tier spirit beasts. Indeed, it is this, the little medical fairy mused, recalling how the little girl had unveiled it on her very first day at work in the monster beast mountain range, leaving a lasting impression. Mr. Xiao Ding, congratulations. The treasure you have unveiled is named the Beginner Beast Taming Ring. It hails from the world of a mortal's journey to immortality, a magical artifact of the spirit beast sect, capable of commanding low-tier spirit beasts, she stated with a smile. The Beginner Beast Taming Ring? Hearing the little medical fairy's explanation, Xiao Ding's heart swelled with joy at the thought of its ability to tame beasts. Little medical fairy, how does one utilize this beast taming ring? Xiao Ding pressed for further information. Upon hearing Xiao Ding's inquiry, the little medical sage elucidated, Mr. Xiao Ding, by infusing it with fighting spirit. This silver bracelet will instantly enlarge, fitting snugly around the neck of the magical beast. Subsequently, the creature will obediently submit to your command. This beast control ring is of a rudimentary level, capable of commanding beasts up to the 5th tier. How remarkable! How effortless! At the mention of the usage method, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li widened their eyes in astonishment. As mercenaries, they were acutely aware of the arduous nature of capturing magical beasts. Given the strength of their MO-Tai mercenary corps, they could only hunt 1st and 2nd tier beasts, with even 2nd tier creatures necessitating one of them to lead the expedition. Now, with the advent of this elementary beast control ring, wouldn't it allow any individual to hunt 2nd tier beasts, or even directly capture 3rd, 4th, or 5th tier creatures? The mere thought was terrifying. Brother, who would have thought your fortune would be so splendid, unveiling such a treasure from the first crimson jar? Xiao Li exclaimed with delight. Second brother, your luck has never been inferior to mine. You should open the second crimson jar, Xiao Ding replied, subsequently stowing away the elementary beast control ring. Indeed, Xiao Li nodded in agreement. In the next moment, he approached the counter, extending his hand to strike the second crimson jar with force. With a crisp crack, the jar shattered into countless pieces, and the fragments transformed into a dazzling display of brilliance, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering the interior scene invisible. I wonder what kind of treasure I shall uncover this time, Xiao Li mused, brimming with anticipation for his first crimson jar's outcome. As the Xiao brothers remained fixated on the radiant light emanating from the counter, the little medical sage, engrossed in her breakfast, paid little heed to the crimson jars, as they held no allure for her. Moments later, under the watchful gaze of the Xiao brothers, the resplendent light gradually dissipated, revealing the object within. There, atop the counter, lay a round item the size of an ostrich egg. Is this a magic core? Both Xiao Li and Xiao Ding exclaimed in unison. Being seasoned mercenaries who had hunted numerous magical beasts, they were well acquainted with magic cores, yet they had never encountered one emanating such immense power. Brother, I surmise this is likely a 4th-tier earth magic core, Xiao Li speculated. Not merely 4th tier, a 4th-tier magic core could not possess such energy fluctuations. I believe it is likely a 5th-tier magic core, Xiao Ding countered, shaking his head. Let us inquire with the young healer, proposed Xiao Li. In agreement, Xiao Ding nodded. Young healer, could you inform us of the rank of this magic core? Xiao Ding asked. At that moment, having just finished her meal, the young healer glanced at the magic core and quickly replied, 6th rank. After uttering this, she raised her bowl and took a hearty sip of the broth, a look of satisfaction gracing her face. A 6th rank magic core. The Xiao brothers were taken aback by the young healer's nonchalant declaration. A 6th rank magic core is worth several million gold coins. Chapter 412. Continuous Treasures. The astonishment in their hearts was palpable as they processed her words. In the entire Jiama Empire, it would be rare to find even 5 6th-rank magic cores, which are often more valuable than the market can accommodate. This single magic core could likely purchase multiple mercenary core of the Mo Tai. Brother, your luck is quite remarkable, Xiao Ding remarked with a smile. Xiao Li chuckled, touched his nose, and collected the 6th-rank magic core from the counter, then said to Xiao Ding, eldest brother, please go ahead and draw again. Very well. Upon hearing Xiao Li's words, Xiao Ding raised his hand and struck the 3rd crimson jar on the counter. With a crisp crack, the jar shattered into countless fragments. Immediately, the splintered pieces transformed into a dazzling radiance that enveloped everyone's sight, obscuring the scene within. What treasures might emerge this time? As he gazed at the brilliant light from the counter, Xiao Ding felt a surge of anticipation. Moments later, under the watchful eyes of the Xiao brothers, the radiant glow began to dissipate, revealing the contents within. On the counter lay a silver scroll, with flickering lightning coursing over its surface. Could this be a scroll of lightning techniques or combat skills? The instant they beheld the scroll, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li shared the same thought. Given that Xiao Li possessed lightning attributes, acquiring a high-level combat skill scroll suited to his affinity would greatly enhance his training speed and combat capabilities. Young healer, could you please assist me in examining this scroll? Xiao Ding inquired directly. Certainly, Mr. Xiao Ding, please hold on. Upon hearing Xiao Ding's words, the little medical sage smiled and nodded, immediately employing her abilities to cast her gaze upon the silver scroll on the counter. In the next moment, a piece of information materialized before her. Thunder Technique, a primary Earth-level thunder attribute combat skill. Mr. Xiao Ding, the scroll you have presented is a combat skill known as Thunder Technique, classified as a primary Earth-level skill. Without any hesitation after perusing the information, the little medical sage promptly began to introduce it to Xiao Ding. Thunder Technique, an Earth-level combat skill of the Thunder system. Haha, second brother. How should I express my gratitude this time? Xiao Ding exclaimed as he snatched the silver scroll and thrust it into Xiao Li's hands, laughing heartily. Haha, elder brother. I shall cover all the drinks this month. Xiao Li joyfully replied after accepting the Thunder Technique scroll. Excellent. Now let's proceed to open the jar. Xiao Ding chuckled. Indeed. Upon hearing Xiao Ding's words, Xiao Li nodded and approached the counter, aiming his palm at the 4th crimson jar. Crack. With a crisp sound of shattering pottery, the 4th crimson jar on the counter was immediately reduced to fragments. Following this, the shattered pieces of the crimson jar transformed into a dazzling array of radiant light, obscuring the vision of everyone present, rendering them unable to discern the scene within. Please do not let it be another magic core. I desire something practical. As he gazed at the dazzling light emanating from the counter, Xiao Li silently prayed. Moments later, the radiant light on the counter, under the watchful eyes of the 2 brothers, finally dissipated, revealing the item inside. Before them lay a magic core the size of a soccer ball, exuding immense energy fluctuations. Yet another magic core has emerged. Upon seeing the enormous magic core on the counter, Xiao Li felt a wave of frustration. Little medical sage, what level is this magic core? Xiao Li inquired of her. Mr. Xiao Li, please hold on. Hearing his question, the little medical sage quickly responded, then immediately harnessed the ability bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze toward the colossal magic core. Instantly, a line of information appeared within her field of vision. Congratulations, Mr. Xiao Li, this is a 6th-level magic core. After reviewing the information, the little medical sage conveyed the details truthfully. Another 6th-level magic core. Xiao Li grumbled, his tone revealing his dissatisfaction. What of the magic core? It is a valuable item. Just look at the energy fluctuations of this core. It could fetch a handsome sum in gold. Xiao Ding consoled Xiao Li from the side. The 2 brothers intended to sell such items, which could not enhance their strength, in exchange for more gold coins, so they could return to the jar shop for further treasures. Very well. I shall entertain that thought for now. Xiao Li resignedly stored the magic core from the counter and stepped aside. After Xiao Li relinquished his position, Xiao Ding approached the counter directly, his palm aimed at the 5th crimson jar atop it. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered into countless pieces, and the fragments transformed into a dazzling radiance that obscured the vision of all present, rendering the contents invisible. Xiao Ding silently wondered if he would be fortunate enough to uncover a magic core like his second brother had. Before long, under the watchful gaze of the 2 brothers, the brilliant light gradually dissipated, revealing the item within. To his relief, a jade vial appeared on the counter. Observing this, Xiao Ding exhaled in relief and cast a triumphant glance at Xiao Li, as if to say, see, I did not uncover a magic core. Xiao Li, upon seeing the jade vial, felt a twinge of envy. Elder brother, this jade vial likely contains medicinal pills, he speculated. Xiao Ding nodded in agreement. Also believing it contained pills, but out of caution, he decided to inquire with the young healer first. Miss Young Healer, this vial must contain something, correct? Xiao Ding asked. Let me check, Mr. Xiao Ding, please hold on. She replied swiftly. She then utilized the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze toward the white jade vial. Instantly, information appeared before her. 3-pattern Qingling pill, 4th grade medicinal pill. The ordinary 3-pattern Qingling pill can aid Dou masters in breaking through to the realm of great Dou masters. If consumed by a great Dou master, there is a slight chance it may elevate the user by 1 star in rank, without any risk of adverse effects. The 3-pattern Qingling pill exists in 3 tiers, with each tier forming a ring of patterns on the pill itself. If 3 rings are formed, it signifies the highest tier of the 3-pattern Qingling pill. This pill should be used cautiously by those below the Great Dou Master level. For Great Dou Masters consuming this pill, there is a chance to temporarily enhance their power by 3 stars, but there is also a risk of adverse effects, potentially reducing one's strength by 1 to 2 stars, though it does not pose a threat to life. To elevate the 3-pattern Qing Spirit pill to its utmost rank, one must procure 3 distinct flames. Moreover, the transitions between these flames must reach the pinnacle of mastery, otherwise, the likelihood of failure is exceedingly high. Those unprepared should proceed with caution. Among the formidable Great Dou Masters, there exists but a singular opportunity to consume the 3-pattern Qing Spirit pill at this level, should one attempt to partake once more. The inherent resistance of the body to the elixir may render the efforts futile, resulting in a complete waste. However, should one ascend to the rank of Dou Ling in the future, the pill may be consumed once again. Yet, even if successful, the enhancement would be limited to a mere 2-star increase, with the failure rate significantly amplified. Upon perusing the detailed account of the 3-pattern Qing Spirit pill, Xiao Yixian was taken aback. Although categorized as a 4th-tier elixir, its 3 circle patterns are sufficient to rival that of 5th-tier pills. After her astonishment, she promptly divulged the pill's properties to Xiao Ding and his brother Xiao Li. Indeed, it contains a pill known as the 3-pattern Qing Spirit pill, the highest tier of 3 circle patterns. When consumed by a Great Dou Master, it can facilitate an immediate breakthrough to 3 stars without any adverse effects, Xiao Yixian proclaimed. What? A single pill can enable a Great Dou Master to consecutively surpass 3 stars? Upon hearing Xiao Yixian's description, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li gaped in disbelief, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and incredulity. Their immediate reaction was one of skepticism, deeming it impossible and too extraordinary. However, recalling that just yesterday, Xiao Sun Air had consumed a pill that propelled her to the 9-star Dou Ling, they quickly reconsidered, finding the notion of a pill aiding in a 3-star breakthrough somewhat plausible. Haha, little brother, what are you so surprised about? It merely assists in consecutive breakthroughs to 3 stars. Nothing to make a fuss over. Xiao Ding chuckled, playfully patting Xiao Li on the shoulder. Brother, I am not surprised at all. Xiao Li was reluctant to concede. Xiao Ding took the white jade vial from the counter and turned to Xiao Li, saying, If you're not surprised, then let us proceed to open the jar. All right, heeding Xiao Ding's words, Xiao Li wasted no time in raising his hand to strike the 6th crimson jar on the counter, with a crisp sound of shattering. The 3rd crimson jar on the counter splintered into fragments. Immediately, the shards transformed into a brilliant display of radiance, enveloping the vision of all present, obscuring any view of the contents within. What treasures might emerge this time? Observing the dazzling light emanating from the counter, Xiao Li felt a surge of anticipation. Xiao Ding's gaze was similarly fixated on the resplendent glow. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the 2 brothers, the brilliant light began to dissipate, revealing the treasures contained within. Before them, a magical core appeared once more at the counter, notably smaller than the previous 2. Goodness, another magical core? This is truly unfortunate, exclaimed Xiao Li, his dissatisfaction evident at the sight of the items on the counter. Xiao Ding cast a sympathetic glance in his direction. Miss Xiao Yixian, what tier does this magical core belong to? Xiao Li inquired, lifting the core from the counter. Please hold on for a moment, Mr. Xiao Li. Xiao Yixian responded promptly, activating the ability granted to her by Yi Yun. Her gaze swept over the magical core in Xiao Li's hand, and soon, a piece of information materialized before her. Mr. Xiao Li, this is a 5th-tier magical core, she announced after reviewing the details. A 5th-tier magical core, just as I suspected, Xiao Li replied dejectedly. Having opened 3 crimson jars in succession, each yielding a magical core of decreasing quality, his frustration was palpable. In no time, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li opened the last 2 crimson jars. Xiao Ding acquired a commendable 5th-tier magical core weapon, while Xiao Li, once again, received a 5th-tier magical core. In total, Xiao Li had obtained 2 6th-tier magical cores and 2 5th-tier magical cores. Congratulations, Mr. Xiao Ding and Mr. Xiao Li. You have both spent 5 million gold coins in our establishment and have upgraded to level 2. Here is your level 2 VIP card. Please take good care of it, Xiao Yixin said, presenting the VIP cards promptly and courteously after Xiao Li finished opening the final crimson jar. Thank you, Miss Xiao Yixin. Both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li responded gratefully as they accepted the VIP cards. Brother, this level 2 VIP card seems a bit heavier than the level 1 card, and it feels of better quality, exclaimed Xiao Li, excitedly examining the card, which bore their names, the remaining gold balance, and the month's remaining teleportation attempts, just like the level 1 card. Of course, the most significant aspect of this level 2 VIP card was that it granted them access to purchase the orange jars priced at 1 million gold coins each. Brother, we can finally buy orange jars, Xiao Ding said, ecstatic. Indeed, brother. I refuse to believe that purchasing an orange jar for 1 million gold coins will continually yield magical cores, Xiao Li declared loudly, a hint of bitterness in his tone. Certainly not. Even if magical cores do appear, I believe they must be at least 7th tier. Xiao Ding concurred with a nod. Chapter 414, The Breakthrough Crossbow. Brother, we can finally buy orange jars, Xiao Ding exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Indeed, my brother. I find it hard to believe that a treasure chest worth 1 million gold coins would consistently yield magic cores, Xiao Li exclaimed, a hint of melancholy lacing his tone. It is certainly improbable. Even if a magic core were to appear, I would expect it to be at least a 7th tier one. Upon hearing Xiao Li's words, Xiao Ding nodded in agreement. I no longer desire magic cores, not even 7th tier ones. I wish to uncover other treasures, Xiao Li muttered. Very well, dear brother. You shall be the first to open the orange chest this time. Xiao Ding laughed heartily. Let us give it a try. Nodding in assent to Xiao Ding's suggestion, Xiao Li approached the counter and said to the young healer, Miss Healer, could you kindly fetch me an orange chest? Certainly, Mr. Xiao Li, please hold on a moment. The young healer smiled and nodded, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange chest from the shelf behind her, placing it before Xiao Li. As he beheld the orange chest before him, Xiao Li felt a surge of nervousness. This was his first time opening such a valuable chest worth 1 million gold coins. Recalling the scene from the previous day when Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner had opened their chests, he felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Brother, why are you dawdling? Hurry and open the chest. Seeing Xiao Li's dazed expression, Xiao Ding urged from the side. All right, I shall open it now. Under Xiao Ding's encouragement, Xiao Li swiftly raised his hand and struck the orange chest with great force. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering, the orange chest exploded into a myriad of fragments. Immediately, the shattered pieces transformed into a dazzling array of radiant light, obscuring everyone's vision. No one could discern the spectacle within. What treasures might this first orange chest reveal to me? As he gazed at the brilliant light emanating from the counter, Xiao Li's heart raced with trepidation. After a brief moment, under the watchful eyes of Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, the magnificent glow gradually dissipated, unveiling the contents within. Before them appeared a palm-sized miniature crossbow. This crossbow is astonishingly small. It scarcely qualifies as a toy. Xiao Li stood dumbfounded at the sight on the counter. Brother, logically speaking, this crossbow must be constrained by the shop's rules, which is why it appears so diminutive. If taken outside, it would surely grow in size. Xiao Ding remarked with a serious expression. Is that truly the case? Xiao Li inquired with a hint of skepticism. If you doubt it, simply ask the young healer, and you shall find out. Xiao Ding gestured towards the healer. Very well. Upon hearing Xiao Ding's words, Xiao Li nodded in agreement. In the next moment, he turned to the little medical sage and inquired, Miss Little Medical Sage, is this crossbow card originally this size? Mr. Xiao Li, please hold on for a moment. The little medical sage responded with a smile. She then immediately utilized the ability bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, her gaze sweeping over the mini crossbow card on the counter. Instantly, a stream of information emerged before her eyes. Breaking army crossbow, when carried. It is no larger than a palm. Once deployed, it can expand to a size of 10 zhang. It can continuously launch enormous crossbow bolts, 1/2 meter wide and several meters long, with enough power to slay a Dozong expert. Even a Dozuan master would not dare to withstand it with their body. Drawing the bow requires immense strength. However, the individual who refines this crossbow cart does not need much physical power to fire it. Realizing the formidable power of this device, the little medical sage marveled internally. After reviewing the introduction of the mini crossbow cart, she turned to Xiao Li and stated, Mr. Xiao Li, under normal circumstances, this crossbow cart is indeed this size. Upon hearing the little medical sage's response, Xiao Li appeared quite disappointed. Mr. Xiao Li, once I finish introducing this crossbow cart, your expression should change. The little medical sage ventured, observing Xiao Li's reaction. Is that so? Xiao Li's interest was rekindled by her words. Mr. Xiao Ding, This device is called the Breaking Army Crossbow. When carried, it is merely the size of a palm. Once deployed, it can grow to 10 zhang in size. Capable of continuously launching enormous crossbow bolts, half a meter wide and several meters long, with the power to slay Dozong experts. Even a Dozuan master would not dare to take it head-on. Drawing the bow requires immense strength. Yet the individual who refines this crossbow cart does not need much power to fire it. The little medical sage explained in detail. 10 zhang in size after enlarging. Capable of slaying Dozong experts. Upon hearing this description, both Xiao Li and Xiao Ding became exceptionally excited. A crossbow cart of such magnitude could fill this courtyard with just one or two. And the fact that such massive bolts can be easily launched by the one who refines the crossbow cart is astonishing. Miss Little Medical Sage, how does one refine this crossbow cart? Xiao Li inquired eagerly. Without hesitation, the little medical sage replied, simply drop a drop of blood to acknowledge your master. Upon hearing her response, Xiao Li wasted no time. He swiftly made a small incision on his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the mini crossbow cart. The moment the blood touched the cart, it was quickly absorbed, and soon, Xiao Li discovered a peculiar connection forming between himself and the mini crossbow cart. Second brother, let us see how this crossbow cart expands. Xiao Ding said, filled with curiosity. Brother, perhaps we should refrain. This courtyard is rather limited in size. The crossbow cart, once expanded, would occupy an area of 10 zhang, measuring over 30 meters in length. Xiao Li resolutely declined. Very well. We shall utilize it next time we venture to slay magical beasts. Xiao Ding responded. In the next moment, Xiao Li extended his hand to collect the miniature crossbow cart from the counter, subsequently clearing the space. With Xiao Li stepping aside, Xiao Ding promptly approached the counter. Young miss, could you kindly fetch me an orange jar? Xiao Ding addressed the young healer directly. Certainly, Mr. Xiao Ding. Please hold on for a moment. The young healer smiled and nodded in acknowledgement of Xiao Ding's request, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before him. Chapter 415, The Marching Fortress. Gazing at the orange jar presented on the counter, Xiao Ding's emotions mirrored those of Xiao Li moments ago. Both were experiencing this exhilarating moment for the first time, as they prepared to open a jar valued at 1 million gold coins. Their excitement was palpable, especially after witnessing the plethora of treasures unearthed by Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner the previous day, which heightened their anticipation for the jar before them. However, unlike Xiao Li, who appeared momentarily dazed, Xiao Ding, without any prompts from others, gradually raised his palm and then struck the orange jar with force. Crack! With a sharp sound of shattering glass, the orange jar on the counter disintegrated under Xiao Ding's blow, transforming into a dazzling array of radiant light that obscured the vision of all present, leaving no one able to discern the spectacle within. What treasures might this orange jar unveil? As he observed the brilliant light emanating from the counter, a sense of anticipation welled up within Xiao Ding. Before long, under the watchful gaze of both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, the brilliant light gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. Before them lay a miniature castle, its design reminiscent of ancient fortresses from the Blue Star civilization. What is this? It appears to be a house shrunken down countless times. Xiao Ding exclaimed in astonishment at the sight on the counter. At that moment, had Xiao Yin been present, he would have instantly recognized this uniquely shaped structure. Brother, do you suppose this little contraption can also be enlarged, much like the crossbow cart? Xiao Li speculated from the side. Quite possibly. Upon hearing Xiao Li's words, Xiao Ding nodded in agreement with his analysis. However, after uttering this remark, Xiao Ding immediately turned to the young healer and said, Miss Xiao Yixian, could you please take a look at this little trinket and see if it possesses any special qualities? Certainly, Mr. Xiao Ding. Please hold on for a moment, responded Xiao Yixian with a smile. She then promptly utilized the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze toward the miniature castle resting on the counter. In the next instant, information materialized before her eyes. Military fortress, normally only the size of a palm, upon refinement and arrangement, it can transform into a medium-sized castle measuring 200 meters in height and 500 meters in both length and width. The material of this castle can withstand attacks from experts below the level of Doshang, and it is equipped with fixed large defensive mechanisms. This item, much like the crossbow cart from earlier, possesses the ability to enlarge, and it seems as though both are designed for the purpose of warfare. Xiao Yixian mused inwardly after reviewing the description of the item on the counter. Miss Xiao Yixian, have you discerned its nature? Observing her reaction, Xiao Ding continued to inquire. Indeed, Xiao Yixian nodded in response to Xiao Ding's question and elaborated. The item you have presented is called the military fortress. Normally, it is only the size of a palm, but when refined and set up, it can transform into a medium-sized castle that stands 200 meters tall and spans 500 meters in length and width. Its material is capable of resisting assaults from those beneath the Dosheng rank, and it is also outfitted with fixed large defensive devices. It truly can change in size. Xiao Ding reflected. Yet, both this fortress and the previous crossbow cart seem undeniably tailored for war. He pondered, feeling that while he engaged in mercenary work, he had never contemplated instigating any warfare. Why overthink it? Even if they were designed for war, it would only be in the context of battling magical beasts. Xiao Li interjected with a wave of his hand. Indeed, Xiao Ding acknowledged, nodding at Xiao Li. Miss Xiao Yixian, do you know how to utilize this item? Xiao Ding inquired once more. One simply needs to drop a drop of blood to acknowledge ownership. Xiao Yixian replied without hesitation. Thank you very much, Miss Xiao Yixian. Upon hearing her instructions, Xiao Ding wasted no time. He swiftly pricked his fingertip and let a drop of crimson blood fall upon the miniature castle. In no time, the drop of blood was absorbed by the castle, establishing a unique bond between Xiao Ding and the miniature fortress. However, neither Xiao Ding nor Xiao Li suggested testing the military fortress, as its enlarged form would measure 500 meters in length and width, surpassing the entire base of the Mo Tai mercenary corps, which would undoubtedly lead to catastrophic consequences if deployed here. Xiao Ding quietly reached out and discreetly collected the miniature castle from the counter, subsequently clearing the space. Second brother, it's your turn, Xiao Ding reminded. All right. Xiao Li responded with palpable excitement. In the next moment, he stepped up to the counter and addressed the young healer. Miss Healer, could you kindly fetch me another orange jar? Certainly, Mr. Xiao Li, please hold on a moment. The young healer replied with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. She promptly turned and retrieved an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Xiao Li. This is my second orange jar. May it continue to bring me good fortune, Xiao Li thought, his heart brimming with anticipation as he gazed at the jar on the counter. He rubbed his hands together, took a deep breath, and then slowly extended his palm, swiftly slapping it against the orange jar. With a crisp sound of shattering, the jar splintered into countless pieces, and the fragments transformed into a dazzling array of radiant light, obscuring the view of all present, leaving them unable to discern the spectacle within. I wonder what treasure my second brother will unveil this time, Xiao Ding mused, filled with curiosity as he observed the brilliant light emanating from the counter. Before long, under the gaze of the two brothers, the resplendent light gradually dissipated, revealing the object within. There, on the counter, lay a technologically advanced helmet, adorned with an array of vibrant lights. What is this? A helmet? Both brothers displayed a strong sense of curiosity as they beheld the item before them. The helmet, brimming with a futuristic aura, emitted no energy fluctuations, leaving Xiao Ding and Xiao Li unable to discern any extraordinary qualities about it. In the next instant, Xiao Li turned to the young healer and inquired, Miss Healer, could you enlighten me about the nature of this helmet? Of course, Mr. Xiao Li, please wait a moment. The young healer responded with a smile, nodding in agreement. Utilizing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, she directed her gaze toward the helmet on the counter, and in an instant, a piece of information materialized before her. The future competitive helmet. Upon donning this helmet, one can enter a virtual game where the time ratio between this expansive digital realm and the external world is 10-1. This implies that spending 10 days in the game equates to merely a day passing outside. Within this realm, numerous functionalities abound, allowing exceptional abilities to be enhanced. Ultimately, the powers acquired in the game will translate into a growth of soul strength in reality. The prospect of entering a virtual world where time flows at a 10-1 ratio, while simultaneously augmenting one's soul strength, piqued the curiosity of the young healer. Xiao Yixian, have you discerned something? Upon observing her reaction, Xiao Li inquired further. Indeed, Mr. Xiao Li. Nodding in response to his question, Xiao Yixian eagerly elaborated. The helmet you have unveiled is called the Future Competitive Helmet. Wearing it allows entry into a virtual game with a time ratio of 10-1, meaning that while 10 days are spent in the game, only 1 day elapses in the real world. The game encompasses a multitude of functions that enable the enhancement of one's abilities, ultimately leading to an increase in soul strength in reality. Virtual game? Augmenting soul power. After hearing Xiao Yixian's introduction, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were initially perplexed. However, upon deeper contemplation, expressions of sheer joy illuminated their faces. Such a helmet holds immense significance. Despite being a game, the tenfold time differential ensures that no moment is squandered. It serves as a means for them to swiftly cultivate their soul strength, akin to a gateway for spiritual enhancement. Haha, brother. I never anticipated your fortune would be so splendid this time. Xiao Ding joyfully exclaimed to Xiao Li. Indeed, with this helmet, we shall not only experience a plethora of exhilarating adventures, but also elevate our soul strength. A dual benefit. Xiao Li nodded in agreement. Having uttered this, Xiao Li swiftly secured the helmet from the counter, opting to refrain from testing its capabilities until they had opened all the jars. Meanwhile, Xiao Ding, taking advantage of the space left by Xiao Li, promptly approached the counter and addressed Xiao Yixian, saying, "Young healer, could you kindly fetch me another orange jar?" "Certainly, mister." Xiao Ding, please hold on. Smiling at his request, Xiao Yixian nodded and quickly turned to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Xiao Ding. What treasures might this jar contain? As the orange jar appeared on the counter, anticipation swelled within Xiao Ding. In the next moment, he gently raised his hand and struck the jar on the counter. Crack! As the crisp sound of a jar shattering echoed, the orange vessel atop the counter was instantly reduced to fragments. Following this, the broken orange jar transformed into a dazzling burst of radiance, concealing the vision of all present, rendering the scene within obscured. What kind of treasure would the elder brother unveil this time? Observing the brilliant luminescence emanating from the counter, a profound curiosity glimmered in Xiao Li's eyes. Soon, under the watchful gaze of the two brothers, the resplendent light gradually dissipated, revealing the object contained within. Before them lay a spindle-shaped artifact, entirely silver-gray, elongated with pointed ends and a slightly thicker middle section. Measuring 81 centimeters in length, its ends were exceedingly sharp. While the central width was 27 centimeters, the entire structure was quite slender, adorned with intricate, dense patterns. "Elder brother, what treasure has been revealed this time?" Xiao Li inquired, stepping closer with keen interest. "Unknown," Xiao Ding replied, shaking his head, equally perplexed by this artifact. "This must belong to some other world," Xiao Li deduced. Based on his experience with such jars, he concluded that anything unrecognizable was likely a treasure from another realm. Another world? Upon hearing Xiao Li's words, Xiao Ding nodded, well aware that the proprietor of the jar shop hailed from another dimension, and that the young healer was merely an assistant summoned by Yi Yun in this world. "Young healer, could you enlighten me on the nature of this treasure?" Xiao Ding directly inquired of the healer. "Certainly, Mr. Xiao Ding, please hold on." The young healer smiled and nodded, then immediately invoked the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze towards the treasure on the counter. In that moment, she experienced a sense of DJVU Sky Shuttle, originating from the Swallowing the Starry Sky world, a flying treasure with an exceptionally rapid flight speed. This was a flying artifact, akin to the ones they had previously uncovered. Upon absorbing this information, the young healer's understanding became clear. The next moment, her gaze fell upon the inquisitive Xiao Ding, and she stated directly, "This object is called the Sky Shuttle. It is a flying treasure that allows one to soar at incredible speeds when stood upon." "A flying treasure? One can soar at incredible speeds while standing upon it," Xiao Ding exclaimed in astonishment. Noticing that the two brothers still bore expressions of confusion, the young healer patiently began to elucidate further. Under the enlightening discourse of the little medical fairy, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li have finally grasped the remarkable utility of this extraordinary artifact, the escaped celestial shuttle. The principle behind it is that once activated, it generates a protective shield composed of intricate patterns, which, while soaring at high speeds, creates formidable gusts of wind that follow the contours of this shield. Forming waves of energy, countless patterns coalesce into a unified force, enveloping the user's body in a visibly streamlined aura, a protective barrier entirely fashioned from these energy waves. As one accelerates during flight, air resistance invariably increases. However, by stepping onto the escaped celestial shuttle, the resultant energy waves ingeniously sculpt a flawless aerodynamically shaped shield, reducing resistance to an astonishing degree. This explains the shuttle's capacity for rapid flight. "How wondrous!" Xiao Ding exclaimed. In the realm of Dou Qi, only aerial combat techniques can facilitate flight for those unable to soar, yet he had never encountered an artifact as extraordinary as the escaped celestial shuttle. "Dear little medical fairy, how might one activate this shuttle?" Xiao Ding inquired, his curiosity piqued as he examined the artifact in hand. In response, the little medical fairy replied, "Simply infuse it with energy." "Infuse it with energy?" Xiao Ding pondered, scrutinizing the shuttle closely, and soon discovered a recess on its surface. With a thought, he retrieved a magic core from his spatial ring and placed it into the recess. In an instant, a flash of light erupted as the energy from the magic core was completely absorbed, leaving only a pile of dust on the ground. "Is that all it takes?" he wondered, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes as he observed the shuttle devouring the magic core's essence. He was eager to test its power, but hesitated, for they were in the heart of the city, surrounded by throngs of people. To take flight would surely draw unwanted attention. Thus, Xiao Ding decided to temporarily stow the shuttle away. "Brother, please continue with the jar opening," Xiao Ding urged, making space for Xiao Li. "All right." Xiao Li nodded in response and swiftly approached the counter, addressing the little medical fairy. "Could you kindly fetch me another orange jar?" "Certainly, Mr. Xiao Li, just a moment," she replied with a smile, turning promptly to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before Xiao Li. What treasures might this one hold? A sense of anticipation welled within Xiao Li as he gazed at the orange jar atop the counter. In the next moment, he slowly lifted his hand and brought it down upon the jar. With a crisp crack, the orange jar shattered into countless fragments. Immediately, the shattered orange jar transformed into a dazzling array of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. What treasures might the second brother unveil this time? As he beheld the brilliant glow emanating from the counter, a profound curiosity gleamed in Xiao Ding's eyes. Soon, under the attentive gaze of the two brothers, the resplendent light slowly dissipated, revealing the object concealed within. Upon the counter lay a singular, robust black glove, measuring approximately 20 centimeters in length. A glove? And only one. The seemingly ordinary black glove sparked a flicker of disappointment in the eyes of Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. To have procured such a trinket for 1,000,000 gold coins left both men feeling quite disheartened. On the other hand, Xiao Yixian, upon seeing the glove, experienced a fleeting sense of déjà vu. However, she was not entirely certain. Utilizing the ability bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, she directed her gaze towards the black glove on the counter. Black God set, originating from the world of swallowing the starry sky, once dawned. It automatically permeates the wearer's skin, absorbing blood. After absorbing a portion of blood, the black God set undergoes a transformation, becoming highly compatible with the human body, akin to the skin itself, capable of adapting to the wearer's will and providing formidable defense once enveloping the body. Indeed, it is the black God set. Xiao Yixian mused inwardly. In the next moment, she promptly began to explain to the Xiao brothers. This glove is known as the black God set. Hailing from the world of swallowing the starry sky, its forms vary. It may appear as gloves, hats, vests, and more. Once worn, it will. How extraordinary. It seems I misjudged it. After hearing Xiao Yixian's explanation, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li clasped their hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Miss Xiao Yixian, for enlightening us on the usage of this artifact." "You're welcome," Xiao Yixian replied with a sweet smile. "Second brother, why don't you give it a try?" suggested Xiao Ding, noting that testing the item did not necessitate venturing outside. "Very well, I shall try it first." Xiao Li nodded in agreement, and then picked up the substantial black glove from the counter, donning it upon his left hand. However, upon wearing the glove, no discernible changes occurred. Could this glove be a counterfeit? As strange thoughts began to surface in Xiao Li's mind, he suddenly felt a prickling sensation in his left thumb. Hiss! Although it was not particularly painful, his heart skipped a beat. In the next moment, the black glove trembled like boiling water, with droplets of black liquid quaking as Xiao Li's 5 fingers, palms, and backs of his hands experienced a slight stinging sensation akin to before. Visibly, strands of crimson began to flow into each droplet of black, as countless black droplets entwined around his left hand. Once the red merged into the black droplets, they appeared to undergo a transformation. "What's wrong, little brother?" Noticing Xiao Li's strange expression and the oddity of the black glove, Xiao Ding asked with concern. "Brother, I am fine. This sensation is quite marvelous," Xiao Li replied, distinctly aware that his left hand seemed to perceive the breeze surrounding him, as if the black glove had become a part of his very skin. Chapter 418, Golden Sword. "What's wrong, little brother?" Xiao Ding observed Xiao Li's peculiar demeanor and the anomaly of the black glove with a hint of worry. "Brother, I am fine. This sensation is quite marvelous," Xiao Li reiterated, feeling as if the black glove had melded seamlessly with his body. "From now on, this black glove can transform at your will." The little healer, observing Xiao Li's unusual expression, offered a reminder. "Is that so? Black God's suit, transform for me." Upon hearing the little healer's prompt, Xiao Li focused intently on the black glove and, with a mental command, the black luminescence rapidly spread, instantly enveloping his entire left arm. Portions of the black light detached, leaping to cover his right arm, as well as cascading over his legs, thighs, neck, and face. At that moment, in Xiao Ding's gaze, it appeared as though Xiao Li's clothing was cloaked in a layer of black skin, with only his eyes, nose, and mouth visible. The material of this glove is remarkably fluid. I wonder how much defensive power such a thin layer can possess, Xiao Ding murmured, observing the transformation of the now ebony-hued Xiao Li. It should possess formidable defensive capabilities, Xiao Li declared with confidence. In the next moment, Xiao Li retrieved a sharp knife from his spatial ring and lightly grazed it against the layer of black material, yet it elicited no reaction. When he applied a bit more force in a slicing motion, the outcome remained the same. This black god suit exhibits exceptional defensive prowess, Xiao Li concluded. After observing for a while, Xiao Ding approached the counter and addressed the little healer. "Miss Little Healer, could you please fetch me another orange jar?" "Of course, mister." "Xiao Ding, please wait a moment." The little healer smiled and nodded, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Xiao Ding. The orange jar, each one capable of bestowing immense surprises upon its beholder, stirred within Xiao Ding a sense of anticipation regarding the treasures that might be revealed this time. As he gazed at the orange jar presented by the little healer, his heart brimmed with expectation. In the next moment, Xiao Ding extended his hand, swiftly striking the orange jar resting upon the counter. With a crisp sound of shattering glass, the jar fragmented into countless pieces. Subsequently, the shards of the broken orange jar transformed into a dazzling display of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering it impossible for anyone to discern the spectacle within. What kind of treasure will my brother unveil this time? Xiao Li inquired with great curiosity. Having concealed the black god set, his skin no longer as dark as before. Before long, under the watchful gaze of the Xiao brothers, the brilliant light emanating from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the item contained within. There, atop the counter, lay a magnificent broad sword of golden hue, adorned with resplendent gemstones. A golden sword? The brothers exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting profound curiosity at the sight of this extraordinary weapon, a style they had never encountered before. Brother, this sword must be a treasure that can slice through iron like mud. Xiao Li speculated, his gaze fixed on the golden blade. I too believe this sword is exceptional. Xiao Ding concurred, nodding in agreement. Little healer, could you assist us in examining this golden sword? Xiao Ding inquired, tilting his head towards the little healer. Certainly, mister. Shouting, please hold on for a moment. She replied with a smile, promptly utilizing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun. Her gaze swept over the golden sword, and instantly, a series of information materialized before her eyes. Golden sword, a low-grade flying sword from an inferior cultivation world. Once refined, it can be wielded for combat and to soar through the skies. This sword is exceedingly sharp, capable of slicing through iron effortlessly. Oh, so it is a flying sword from the realm of cultivation. No wonder it appears so extraordinary. The little healer's face displayed astonishment as she absorbed the information regarding the sword's lethal capabilities. She felt a burgeoning desire to witness the power of this artifact from the realm of cultivation. Little healer, have you discerned its nature? Xiao Ding continued to probe, observing the expression on her face. Yes, she affirmed. Upon hearing Xiao Ding's words, the little healer gently nodded and proceeded to introduce Mr. Xiao Ding. This golden sword is a low-grade flying sword from the inferior realm of cultivation. Once refined, it can be wielded for combat and flight. Its sharpness is unparalleled, cutting through iron like mud. To slay with a flying sword, to soar through the skies. As the little healer elaborated on the capabilities of the golden sword, the faces of the Xiao brothers instantly lit up with excitement. Setting aside the lethal potential of the sword, the mere ability to fly was already extraordinary. It is known that in the Dou Qi continent, ordinary individuals must reach the Douwang realm to achieve flight. Those below this level must learn specific flying combat techniques to ascend into the air. This sword not only serves as a weapon but also grants the ability to fly, showcasing its immense power. Little healer, how does one utilize this flying sword? Xiao Ding inquired suddenly. Mr. Xiao Ding, simply perform a blood oath. The little healer explained in response to his question. Excellent. Without hesitation, Xiao Ding drew a small cut on his fingertip and let a drop of blood fall onto the golden sword on the counter. In an instant, the sword emanated a dazzling golden light, absorbing the drop of blood, and Xiao Ding felt a profound connection with the sword. The next moment, Xiao Ding extended 2 fingers, directing them towards the golden sword, and commanded, "Rise." As his words echoed, the golden sword soared into the air, swiftly darting out of the shop under Xiao Ding's control. It pierced through a large tree in the courtyard of the Mo Tai mercenary group's residence, then promptly reversed direction to strike through the tree once more. Such an attacking method is truly formidable. Many would be caught off guard. Xiao Li marveled at the sword's ability to return for a second strike. In the Dou Qi continent, attacks from those lacking sufficient strength are typically one-time uses. The capacity for such free-spirited control is unheard of. The sword's capabilities greatly exceeded the expectations of the Xiao brothers. Brother, let us try flying with the sword, Xiao Li suggested suddenly. Certainly. Acknowledging his brother's words, Xiao Ding nodded, and with a thought, the golden sword expanded several times its size before appearing beneath his feet. In the next moment, it lifted him into the air, and with a swift motion, Xiao Ding stood upon the sword, soaring out of the shop. Witnessing the capabilities of the flying sword, Xiao Li was filled with envy. At that moment, he yearned to possess a similar flying sword of his own. In the next moment, upon returning to the jar shop, Xiao Li strode directly towards the counter and addressed the little healer. Could you kindly fetch me another orange jar? Certainly, Mr. Xiao Li. Please hold on for a moment. Hearing his request, the little healer nodded with a smile, then swiftly turned around to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it in front of Xiao Li. Upon seeing the orange jar before him, Xiao Li swallowed hard, demonstrating palpable excitement. In the next instant, he exhaled warm breath into his hands, rubbing them together before extending a palm to strike the top of the jar. Crack! With the sound of the jar shattering, the orange vessel was instantly reduced to a multitude of fragments. Immediately, the shards transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring everyone's view, leaving no one able to discern the spectacle within. Could this time also yield a treasure akin to a flying sword? Xiao mused, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazed at the mesmerizing light on the counter. At that moment, Xiao Ding had already tested some functionalities of the flying sword and approached the counter, his gaze fixated on the brilliant glow. Before long, under the watchful eyes of the two Xiao brothers, the radiant light gradually dissipated, revealing the items contained within. On the counter lay a golden paper talisman, inscribed with intricate runes etched in an unknown blood. The brothers, having never encountered such symbols, were filled with perplexity. A yellow paper adorned with unfamiliar designs? Xiao expressed his confusion. These must be a form of ancient script, though we do not recognize it, Xiao Ding conjectured, feigning a semblance of understanding. Little healer, could you assist us in deciphering this? Xiao inquired directly. Of course. The little healer replied with a smile, promptly employing the ability granted to her by Yi Yun, her gaze sweeping over the paper talisman on the counter. Chapter 420, The Map of Mountains and Rivers. Little healer, could you assist us in deciphering this? Xiao inquired directly once more. Of course. The little healer responded cheerfully, immediately utilizing the power bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, her gaze scanning the paper talisman. Speed Talisman, a talisman from the realm of cultivation, usable by practitioners below the Golden Core stage. It enhances mobility by 2 to 3 times. For those above the Golden Core level, the effects are significantly diminished. This talisman is a one-time consumable item, lasting 4 hours upon activation. It will become ineffective once the duration expires. It turns out to be a talisman from the world of cultivation. After perusing the introduction of the Golden Talisman, the young healer was astonished and remarked that the ability to significantly enhance one's speed is indeed a terrifying prospect. She pondered which cultivation level in the Dou Qi continent corresponds to the Golden Core stage. Could it be Dou Huang, Dou Zong, or Dou Zun? Miss Xiao, have you discerned the truth? Seeing the expression on her face, Xiao continued to inquire. Indeed. Upon hearing Xiao words, the young healer nodded and directly stated, Mr. Xiao, the item you have unveiled is called the Speed Enhancement Talisman. It hails from the realm of cultivation and can be utilized by cultivators below the Golden Core stage to amplify their movement speed by 2 to 3 times. However, its effectiveness diminishes for those above the Golden Core level. This talisman is a one-time consumable, sustaining its effects for 4 hours before becoming ineffective. An increase of 2 to 3 times in movement speed. Upon hearing the young healer's explanation, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li's mouths fell agape. Even without achieving threefold speed, the prospect of doubling one's speed is indeed formidable. Consider if Xiao Li, at the Dou Qi stage, could cover 15 meters in 1 second, while an ordinary great Dou Qi could traverse 20 meters in the same time frame. With this talisman, Xiao Li would instantly surpass the mobility of a great Dou Qi, providing a significant advantage in combat, pursuit, or escape. However, due to the talisman's nature as a single-use item, Xiao Li had no intention of testing it. Brother, this item you have brought forth is quite impressive. Xiao Ding congratulated. Not at all. Your flying sword is even more formidable. With the speed of that sword, even if I were to increase my speed 5-fold, I would likely be unable to evade its assault. Xiao Li waved his hand dismissively. Haha, indeed. The flying sword's ability to maneuver and counterattack is remarkable. Xiao Ding laughed heartily in response. Moments later, observing Xiao Li retrieve the speed enhancement talisman from the counter and depart, Xiao Ding approached the young healer and requested, Miss Xiao, could you please fetch me another orange jar? Certainly, Mr. Xiao Ding, please hold on. The young healer smiled and nodded, quickly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before Xiao Ding. Having previously unveiled a treasure such as the flying sword from a jar, Xiao Ding's anticipation soared. He mimicked Xiao Li's earlier actions, huffing into his hands before vigorously rubbing them together. After this, he extended his palm and gently struck the orange jar. With a crisp crack, the jar shattered into countless pieces before the counter. Immediately, the shattered fragments of the orange jar transformed into a dazzling aura, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. I wonder if this time I might unearth a treasure akin to a flying sword. Observing the radiant light emanating from the counter, Xiao Ding silently uttered a prayer. Meanwhile, Xiao Li appeared to be even more anxious than Xiao Ding, fully aware that his luck paled in comparison to his brother's. Yet, he felt no envy, only pure anticipation. The better the treasure Xiao Ding unveiled, the more exhilarated he became. At that moment, Xiao Li's gaze was filled with hope. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the Xiao brothers, the resplendent light from the counter began to gradually dissipate, revealing the object within. Before them lay an ancient scroll, its artwork encompassing mountains, rivers, and vast landscapes. Is this a painting? The brothers' faces displayed a deep curiosity as they beheld the scroll. What can a mere painting accomplish? Xiao scoffed at the sight of the item. Brother, that small talisman you had earlier possessed immense power. Perhaps this painting is also a treasure. Do not underestimate it. Xiao Ding remarked with an air of understanding. Indeed. Xiao Li, finding merit in Xiao Ding's words, nodded in agreement. In the next moment, Xiao Ding, no longer speculating, turned to the little medical fairy and inquired. Dear Miss Medical Fairy, could you assist me in examining this painting? Certainly, Mr. Xiao Ding, please hold on. The little medical fairy responded with a smile, nodding her head. She then immediately employed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, casting her gaze upon the majestic landscape scroll. Instantly, a line of information materialized before her eyes. Imitation landscape scroll. This artifact is a low-quality imitation created by a cultivation family in the immortal realm. It can imprison individuals whose cultivation level is either lower or only slightly higher than its own. While this scroll serves as a prison, it contains a genuine world within, ensnaring those trapped in it without their awareness. Oh, how astonishing! Upon reading the introduction of the landscape scroll, the little medical fairy felt a surge of amazement. Though she lamented that it was merely a replica, the true original would undoubtedly possess immense power. Miss Medical Fairy, have you discerned the function of this item? Xiao Ding observed her reaction and suddenly spoke. Yes, indeed. Hearing Xiao Ding's words, Xiao Yixian smiled and nodded, then spoke. Mr. Xiao Ding. This item is a counterfeit inferior map of mountains and rivers, a replica created by a cultivation family in the realm of immortality. It possesses the ability to confine individuals whose cultivation is either lower than or not significantly higher than its own within the map. Although this map serves as a prison, it concurrently embodies a true world, ensnaring individuals within it, rendering them oblivious to their surroundings. Chapter 421, The Familiar Soul Banner. Upon listening to Xiao Yixian's introduction, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li widened their eyes, filled with curiosity. Brother, this item is so remarkable, why not test its power first? Xiao Li suggested eagerly. Very well. Responding to Xiao Li's proposal, Xiao Ding nodded gently and then addressed Xiao Yixian. My dear Miss Xiao Yixian, does this treasure require a drop of blood to recognize its master? Indeed. Xiao Yixian confirmed with a smile. With her affirmation, Xiao Ding hesitated no longer. He extended his hand, sliced the tip of his finger, and let a drop of blood fall onto the map of mountains and rivers on the counter. As the drop of blood landed on the map, it immediately radiated a dazzling glow. In a short while, Xiao Ding's blood was completely absorbed, and at that moment, he felt a newfound and profound connection to the map. Brother, why not let me be drawn into it for a trial? Xiao Li suddenly suggested. All right. Xiao Ding replied with a smile, knowing that once he drew someone in, he could release them at any time. In the next instant, Xiao Ding formed intricate seals with his hands. Upon casting these seals, the map of mountains and rivers on the counter rose into the air, targeting Xiao Li. Suddenly, the scroll twisted, and the images appeared to leap from the canvas, engulfing Xiao Li entirely. After a brief moment of dizziness, Xiao Li found himself in an entirely unfamiliar place. This realm resembled a true world, and most astonishingly, it contained elements of human life. Even though Xiao Li had been aware that this world might be an illusion, the moment he entered, he cast aside all previous thoughts. Not long after entering, Xiao Li had entirely forgotten certain matters, perceiving the world he inhabited as a genuine realm. Within the jar shop, Xiao Ding was acutely aware of everything Xiao Li had experienced and could manipulate certain events therein, understanding that prolonged exposure to the landscape scroll could lead to disorientation. Xiao Ding grew concerned for Xiao Li and soon released him from the confines of the scroll. Brother, the world inside was astonishingly real, exclaimed Xiao Li, brimming with excitement as he emerged. The current power of this painting could likely ensnare even a spirit fighter. Xiao Ding replied with satisfaction. Is that truly the case? What an extraordinary treasure. Xiao Li responded, his enthusiasm palpable. I knew your fortune would surpass mine, brother. Second brother, do not lose heart. Perhaps your next attempt will yield a great fortune. Xiao Ding encouraged, patting Xiao Li on the shoulder, urging him to swiftly open a jar. Very well. I shall take your auspicious words to heart. Xiao Li nodded in agreement and hastened to the counter. Miss Little Medicine Fairy, may I trouble you for another orange jar? He inquired with a smile. Of course, Mr. Xiao Li, please hold on. The Little Medicine Fairy smiled and nodded, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Xiao Li. I truly hope I, Xiao Li, can also experience a great fortune. The sight of the orange jar stirred a whirlwind of emotions within him. In the next moment, he extended his hand, swiftly striking the surface of the orange jar. Crack! With a sharp sound of shattering glass, the orange jar on the counter splintered into myriad pieces. Subsequently, the fragments transformed into a dazzling display of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. What wonders might second brother unveil this time? Xiao Ding mused internally as he observed the brilliant light emanating from the counter. The treasures he had previously discovered from the jars had far surpassed those of Xiao Li, and he hoped for a moment of great fortune for his brother, wishing for something of substantial value. Before long, under the watchful gaze of the Xiao brothers, the radiant light began to dissipate, revealing the contents within. There, upon the counter, lay a black flag exuding a dense aura of darkness, instilling an eerie and chilling sensation in all who beheld it. What is this? Xiao Ding's expression shifted, revealing a grave concern as he gazed upon the ominous flag. His instincts warned him that this object was likely not benign, but rather a sinister artifact of the demonic realm. At this moment, the sentiments shared are not confined to Xiao Ding. Xiao Li feels similarly. On the side of the little medical fairy, upon seeing the items on the counter, a sense of familiarity washed over her. Suddenly, she recalled that prior to becoming Yi Yun's assistant, she had witnessed Xiao Yan produce similar items. In the next instant, she swiftly utilized the abilities granted to her by Yi Yun, her gaze sweeping toward the black banner on the counter. Instantly, a line of information materialized before her. The 10,000 Souls banner, originating from the world of immortal reversal, this artifact of the demonic path possesses the capacity to refine myriad souls into a single banner. When wielded, the 10,000 Souls banner unleashes an overwhelming tide of spirits, transforming any domain it traverses into a forbidden zone of life. Indeed, it is the 10,000 Souls banner. After perusing the details of the black banner, the little medical fairy silently nodded in agreement. In the realm of cultivation, this is undoubtedly a treasure of the demonic path. However, the cost of crafting such a treasure is considerable, necessitating the confinement of countless souls to enhance its power. The 10,000 Souls banner is capable of binding souls. Little medical fairy, have you discerned the origins of this item? Despite perceiving it as a sinister artifact, Xiao Ding nonetheless inquired of the little medical fairy. Upon hearing his question, she candidly revealed the purpose of the 10,000 Souls banner. When the myriad souls emerge, it is akin to a tide of phantoms sweeping through, transforming into a realm of death. How terrifying is that? Xiao Ding exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the confinement of nearly 10,000 souls is a chilling thought, Xiao Li remarked, his gaze gravely fixed upon the 10,000 Souls banner on the counter. In the realm of the demonic path, such soul banners are among the most commonplace artifacts, categorized into 10 Souls banners, 100 Souls banners, 1,000 Souls banners, and so forth, with varying degrees of power. The more formidable the souls contained within, the greater the strength of the banner. Furthermore, the souls absorbed can continuously grow within the banner, and some powerful souls may ascend to become the principal souls among the collection. The souls within the banner can even devour one another, coalescing into one of the dominant spirits. When faced with formidable foes, the 10,000 Souls banner can temporarily merge several principal souls into the mightiest of them all. The little medical fairy continued to elaborate on the functions of the 10,000 Souls banner. The confinement of countless souls is indeed formidable. Irrespective of its classification as a demonic artifact, as long as the wielder's intentions are noble, it suffices. At most, one should refrain from indiscriminately slaying the innocent with the 10,000 Souls banner, adhering to a code of conduct as a principled antagonist. With this thought in mind, Xiao Ding appeared less concerned about whether this treasure was indeed a demonic artifact. In the next moment, Xiao Ding promptly retrieved the soul banner from the counter and shared his insights with Xiao Li. It is still a thoughtful consideration from the elder brother. The value of such a treasure hinges upon the hands that wield it. Xiao Li wholeheartedly endorsed Xiao Ding's perspective. As for the little physician, her perception of the soul banner had improved since their initial encounter. She had since cultivated formidable toxic skills. At that time, her sentiments mirrored those of Xiao Ding. So upon seeing this artifact again, she did not regard it as a malevolent object. Mr. Xiao Ding, your reasoning is commendable. Even a sword, when grasped by a deranged killer, becomes a wicked weapon, the little physician candidly stated. Indeed, Xiao Ding nodded at her words and then addressed his second brother, quickly. Put away the soul banner. Upon hearing Xiao Ding's request, Xiao Li nodded and swiftly took action, securing the soul banner from the counter. Subsequently, Xiao Li stepped aside, allowing Xiao Ding to approach the counter. Little physician, could you please fetch me another orange jar? Certainly, Mr. Xiao Ding. Please hold on a moment. The little physician responded with a smile, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before Xiao Ding. I hope this time Xiao Ding, can unearth a top-tier treasure. Xiao Ding rubbed his hands in anticipation as he gazed at the orange jar on the counter. He then extended his palm and swiftly struck the jar. With a crisp crack, the orange jar shattered into countless fragments. Immediately, the shards transformed into a dazzling array of radiant light, obscuring the view of all present. No one could discern the spectacle within. What kind of treasure will my elder brother unveil this time? Xiao Li's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he beheld the resplendent light emanating from the counter. Before long, under the watchful gaze of the Xiao brothers, the brilliant light gradually dissipated, revealing the item within. There, resting on the counter, lay an egg the size of a soccer ball, exuding a potent aura of life. Is this a magical beast egg? Xiao Ding and Xiao Li exclaimed in surprise, for this was their first encounter with such an item emerging from a jar. Elder brother, judging by the life energy and energy fluctuations emanating from this magical beast egg, it is likely a 6th-tier magical beast egg. Xiao Li analyzed, gazing at the egg on the counter. If it truly is a 6th-tier magical beast egg, that would be splendid. Once raised to maturity, it would undoubtedly become a loyal guardian beast for our clan. Upon hearing Xiao Li's words, Xiao Ding expressed his joy, for it is known that within the empire of Jiama, the royal family only reveres a mere 6th-tier magical beast. Although both brothers were elated, Xiao Ding turned to the little medical fairy with uncertainty, inquiring, "My dear little medical fairy, could you assist me in examining this magical beast egg?" "Certainly." The little medical fairy replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. In the next moment, she swiftly invoked the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze towards the magical beast egg on the counter. Instantly, a line of information manifested before her eyes. This is the egg of the fiery flame crocodile, a pinnacle 7th-tier magical beast. Once hatched, it will immediately possess the strength of a peak 5th-tier beast and will inevitably reach 7th tier upon maturity. Wow, so it is the egg of a 7th-tier magical beast. The little medical fairy exclaimed, a hint of envy creeping into her voice after reviewing the details of the egg. "Have you discerned something, little medical fairy?" Xiao Ding inquired, noticing the expression on her face. "Indeed," she affirmed with a smile, then elaborated, "Mr. Xiao Ding, congratulations. This is the egg of the fiery flame crocodile, a pinnacle 7th-tier magical beast. Once hatched, it will possess the strength of a peak 5th-tier beast and will undoubtedly reach 7th tier in adulthood." The revelation of the 7th-tier magical beast egg elicited an immense reaction from the Xiao brothers. The surprise was simply overwhelming. Once this magical beast egg hatches, we will have a fiery flame crocodile cub at our disposal, equivalent to a peak Dou Wang in human strength. Brother, you have truly stumbled upon a treasure. With this magical beast egg, the strength of the Xiao family will experience a tremendous enhancement. Xiao Li exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, a magical beast with the strength of a peak Dou Wang, even as a cub, will instill fear in many. At that point, the other families in Wutan City will lose any qualification to contend with our Xiao family. Xiao Ding nodded in agreement. Brother, do you have any knowledge of the hatching conditions for this magical beast egg? How long until it hatches? Xiao Li suddenly inquired. Yes, when will it be able to hatch? Xiao Ding also curiously posed the question to the little medical fairy. This magical beast egg will hatch in 3 days and requires no special conditions. The little medical fairy responded without hesitation. 3 days until it hatches automatically. Without any conditions, this is truly splendid. Xiao Ding exclaimed, filled with happiness upon hearing the little medical fairy's words. Within the confines of the storage ring, living creatures are strictly prohibited. In the next moment, Xiao Ding swiftly cradled the magical beast egg, gingerly wrapping it in a cloth bag. Second brother, please open the jar. Xiao Ding urged. Xiao Li understood. Upon hearing Xiao Ding's words, Xiao Li nodded eagerly and approached the counter, addressing the young healer. Miss Xiao Yixian, could you kindly fetch me another orange jar? Certainly, Mr. Xiao Li, please hold on a moment. With a smile, Xiao Yixian nodded in acknowledgement and promptly turned, retrieving an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before Xiao Li. May fortune favor me this time and bestow upon me a grand treasure. Gazing at the orange jar on the counter, Xiao Li rubbed his hands together, exhaling into his palms before gradually extending his hand to strike the jar. With a crisp crack, the orange jar shattered, splintering into myriad pieces. Immediately, the fragments transformed into a dazzling display of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present, leaving them unable to discern the spectacle within. What kind of treasure will my second brother unveil this time? Observing the brilliant light emanating from the counter, Xiao Ding's eyes brimmed with curiosity. Before long, under the watchful gaze of the Xiao brothers, the mesmerizing light began to dissipate, revealing the object within. Thereupon, a towering ice crystal shield, half a zhang in height, emerged, emanating waves of frigid air. Is this a shield? The sight of the imposing shield sparked intrigue in the eyes of both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. Elder brother, this shield seems extraordinary. Xiao Li exclaimed with excitement as he beheld the ice crystal shield. I too find this shield remarkable. However, I wonder about the hardness of such a material. Xiao Ding remarked, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Let us inquire with Miss Xiao Yixian, Xiao Li suggested. Indeed. In response to Xiao Li's proposal, Xiao Ding nodded and turned to ask the young healer, Miss Xiao Yixian, could you assist us in examining this shield? Of course. Upon hearing Xiao Ding's inquiry, Xiao Yixian smiled and promptly activated the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, her gaze sweeping over the ice crystal shield. As a stream of information materialized before her eyes, the shield of brawn. The shield is exceptionally hard and requires a person of formidable strength to wield it. Only those with sufficient power can lift this shield. Upon activation, it can instantaneously generate a protective barrier of ice crystals, spanning an impressive 10 zhang. To defend against attacks from one direction, the defensive capability of this ice crystal shield is contingent upon the user's strength, typically capable of withstanding assaults ranging from 10 to 20 times the user's own power. The shield itself is indestructible. However, should the force of an attack greatly exceed the user's strength, the ice crystal barrier may shatter, yet the shield will remain intact. How astonishing that it possesses such formidable defensive capabilities. Upon witnessing the effects of Bronze Shield, the young healer was indeed taken aback. Have you discerned its nature, young healer? Observing her reaction, Xiao Ding inquired once more. Indeed. The young healer responded with a smile, nodding her head before elaborating. Mr. Xiao Ding, this shield is Bronze Shield, renowned for its impenetrable hardness, yet it requires a person of great strength to wield it. When activated, the shield can swiftly conjure an ice crystal barrier of 10 zhang to defend against attacks from a single direction. The strength of this barrier is determined by the user's own prowess, generally capable of resisting impacts amounting to 10 to 20 times their own power. The essence of this shield is unbreakable. Even if the force of an attack significantly surpasses the user's might, the ice crystal barrier may fracture, but the shield itself will never be destroyed. Is it truly capable of such formidable protection? Xiao Li exclaimed in delight upon hearing her description. Second brother, since it requires considerable physical strength to lift, why not give it a try? Xiao Ding suggested. Very well, Xiao Li replied, nodding in agreement, and then reached out to grasp the shield. With a surge of effort, Xiao Li managed to lift the shield with steadiness. Haha, it seems your strength is impressive. Second brother, Xiao Ding rejoiced at the sight of Xiao Li successfully wielding Bronze Shield. Gentlemen, this shield can also be bound to its master through a drop of blood, enhancing one's control over it. The young healer added. Is that so? Without hesitation, Xiao Li drew a small cut on his fingertip and let a drop of blood fall upon the ice crystal shield. In response, the shield emitted a dazzling white light, absorbing his blood entirely. Simultaneously, a remarkable bond formed between Xiao Li and Bronze Shield. How do you feel, second brother? Xiao Ding asked curiously. Brother, I sense that when this skill is unleashed, its power will be exceptionally formidable. Xiao Li exclaimed with excitement. Is that true? Then let us hasten to test it. Xiao Ding replied, equally thrilled. Very well, but it seems we cannot demonstrate our skills within the confines of the shop. Let us step outside. Upon hearing Xiao Ding's words, Xiao Li nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two brothers made their way out of the jar shop. Once in the courtyard, Xiao Li infused his fighting spirit into the shield, and immediately, a massive ice blue energy shield, towering 5 zhang high, materialized before them. At first glance, this energy shield appeared immensely substantial, seemingly impervious to the assaults of countless adversaries. With another surge of power from Xiao Li, the energy shield gradually expanded to a height of 10 zhang. Chapter 424, The Golden Bull Transformation Card. The energy shield, upon initial inspection, exuded an aura of formidable density, even amidst the attacks of tens of thousands. It remained steadfast and unyielding. Under Xiao Li's renewed effort, the energy shield grew even larger, reaching an impressive height of 10 zhang. This elevation was remarkable, allowing the apex of the energy shield to be visible from several hundred, even 1,000 meters away. Look over there, what is that? Soon, members of the Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps noticed the colossal ice crystal energy shield rising in the courtyard. However, due to Xiao Ding's prior warning, although they were astonished and curious, none dared to intrude into the courtyard. Meanwhile, numerous residents from the city also caught sight of the towering ice crystal energy shield at the Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps base. What is that? It resembles a gigantic block of ice, exclaimed one. In the desert, where could such a massive ice block possibly come from? Indeed, it was perplexing to witness such a vast chunk of ice in a desert environment. Many were left bewildered upon witnessing the shield conjured by Xiao Li. Soon, a throng of onlookers surged towards the entrance of the Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps, eager to gain entry and witness the spectacle. However, the mercenaries, having received prior instructions, firmly denied them access. ensuring that Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were not disturbed. Within the courtyard, Xiao Ding aimed to test the shield's strength, relentlessly launching various combat techniques against it. Boom, boom. As Xiao Ding continued to bombard the shield, resounding impacts echoed through the air. Yet, regardless of the ferocity of the assault, Xiao Li remained unyielding, his stance unwavering, as the formidable force was effortlessly absorbed by the magnificent energy shield. Haha, little brother. Not even a spirit fighter could breach your shield. After a series of trials, Xiao Ding expressed his delight to Xiao Li. Indeed, the defensive enhancement of this shield is astonishing. Xiao Li replied, nodding in agreement. Brother, the energy expenditure to maintain this shield is negligible. I could hold it up for an entire day. Brother, the commotion we've caused is likely visible to those outside. We should conceal it. Upon noticing the towering energy shield made of ice crystals, Xiao Li continued to elaborate. Indeed, let us put it away. In agreement with Xiao Li's sentiment, Xiao Ding nodded approvingly. Subsequently, Xiao Li swiftly stored the shield within his spatial ring. Once the shield was secured, the two brothers of the Xiao family re-entered the shop. Brother, it is your turn to open the jar, Xiao Li said with a smile directed at Xiao Ding. Very well. Xiao Ding responded with a slow nod. In the next moment, he hurried to the counter and addressed the little medical sage. Miss Medical Sage, could you please fetch me an orange jar? Certainly, Mr. Xiao Ding. Please hold on. The little medical sage replied with a smile and promptly turned to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Xiao Ding. Gazing at the orange jar that had appeared on the counter, Xiao Ding felt a surge of excitement. Each time, the treasures they unearthed had grown increasingly exquisite. At that moment, he took a deep breath, rubbed his hands together, and slowly extended his palm toward the jar to strike it. Crack! With the sound of the jar shattering, the orange container instantly splintered into fragments. Immediately, the shards transformed into a dazzling display of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present, making it impossible to discern what lay within. What kind of treasure will my brother reveal this time? As he beheld the brilliant light emanating from the counter, Xiao Li's gaze was filled with curiosity. Before long, under the watchful eyes of the Xiao brothers, the resplendent light began to dissipate, revealing the contents within. To their astonishment, a small golden card appeared on the counter, adorned with the image of a golden bull, from which flames danced and flickered. What is this? It appears to be about the same size as our VIP card, Xiao Li remarked, his curiosity piqued by the golden card's appearance. This is something we have never encountered before. I wonder what treasure it holds. Xiao Ding mused, pondering the card. He then quickly turned to the little medical sage. Miss Medical Sage, could you assist us in examining this card that resembles our VIP card? Of course, Mr. Xiao Ding. Please wait a moment. The little medical sage responded with a smile, swiftly employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, her gaze sweeping over the golden card on the counter. The Golden Bull Transformation Card. Upon its utilization, one can transform into a magnificent golden bull, achieving a size of up to 10,000 zhong. Once employed, the strength of one's carnivorous prowess increases 20-fold. This card is not a one-time use. It is reusable, with a cooldown period of 1 day, and its effects last indefinitely. So it is a transformation card. However, becoming a bull seems somewhat peculiar. After perusing the information regarding the treasures displayed at the counter, the young healer initially marveled, but soon her intrigue dissipated. Miss Healer, have you come to a realization? Upon noticing the change in her expression, Xiao Ding inquired further. Indeed, the young healer affirmed with a smile, then elaborated, Mr. Xiao Ding. This is the Golden Bull Transformation Card. Upon activation, it allows one to transform into a golden bull, increasing in size and enhancing physical strength 20-fold. Upon hearing her description, both Xiao Ding and his brother Xiao Li were taken aback. To transform into a golden bull and gain such immense strength through sheer physical prowess is astounding. Xiao Li exclaimed. Indeed, the enhancement of 20-fold in physical strength is quite terrifying. Xiao Ding concurred. Brother, why not give it a try now? Xiao Li proposed. Very well. In response to Xiao Li's suggestion, Xiao Ding nodded in agreement. In the next moment, he grasped the golden card in his hand. Transform. As he silently intoned the command, a radiant golden light emanated from the card. Instantly, Xiao Ding transformed into a 2-meter-long golden bull. Chapter 425, a familiar skill book. Transform. With the same incantation in his heart, the golden card once more emitted a resplendent glow. In an instant, Xiao Ding morphed into a 2-meter-long golden bull, enveloped in a layer of searing flames that made Xiao Li, standing nearby, feel the heat. Brother, the beast fire surrounding you appears extraordinarily powerful, Xiao Li exclaimed in astonishment. However, the size after transformation seems to differ from what Miss Healer described. Indeed, it is different. I suspect it may be influenced by some factors within this store. Xiao Ding pondered aloud. Without hesitation, he strode towards the entrance of the shop. The 2-meter-long golden bull easily exited the store. Once outside, Xiao Ding discovered he could freely control his size, albeit within certain limits. With a mere thought, the transformed golden bull expanded dramatically, quickly growing to a size of 5 zhong, surpassing the dimensions of the shop itself. Its entire form appeared to be forged entirely from metal, emanating an unspoken sense of oppression. Moreover, the intense flames enveloping it were so searing that they ignited several trees in the courtyard, even causing the wooden boards on the other side of the wall to begin to buckle under the heat. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Ding promptly retracted the flames surrounding him, transforming back into his human form. Hurry and extinguish the fire. Why are you just standing there? He urged Xiao Li, who seemed momentarily stunned. In the next instant, the two brothers sprang into action, dousing the flames consuming the trees. Brother, your transformation card is truly remarkable. On the battlefield, it would be virtually unstoppable, Xiao Li exclaimed with envy. Indeed, this transformation card is formidable. Not only does it grant a massive physique, but my brute strength is largely impervious to ordinary attacks. Only those significantly stronger than me could inflict harm. Furthermore, the flames emanating from my exterior are immensely powerful, deterring any adversaries from approaching. Xiao Ding acknowledged with a nod. Second brother, it's getting late. You should proceed to open the jar, Xiao Ding added. Understood, Xiao Li replied, then made his way directly into the jar shop. Upon entering, Xiao Li cheerfully addressed the young healer, Miss Xiao Yixian. Could you kindly fetch me another orange jar? Certainly, Mr. Xiao Li, please hold on a moment. She responded with a smile, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before him. This jar shop represents the greatest fortune of our Xiao family. The treasures we have opened could restore us to our former glory. Xiao Li mused as he gazed at the orange jar. In the next moment, he exhaled into his palm and rubbed his hands together, silently hoping, may this time bring me a more powerful treasure. After warming his hands, Xiao Li slowly extended his palm and struck the jar. Crack! At the sound of the jar shattering, the orange fragments exploded into a dazzling display of radiant light, obscuring the view of everyone present and leaving them unable to discern the contents within. What kind of treasure will my second brother unveil this time? Xiao Ding wondered, his gaze filled with curiosity as he watched the mesmerizing glow emanating from the counter. Moments later, under the watchful eyes of the two brothers, the resplendent light gradually dissipated, revealing the item within. There, resting quietly on the counter, lay a pink book, emanating a faint, enchanting aura that suggested it was anything but ordinary. Is this a book? Upon observing the peculiar object on the counter, a look of bewilderment filled Xiao Li's eyes. Elder brother, do you know what this is? He inquired curiously, turning to Xiao Ding. I have no idea, Xiao Ding replied, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the pink book on the counter, subsequently shaking his head slightly. Miss Little Medical Fairy, could you assist me in examining the pink book on the counter? Xiao Li turned to the Little Medical Fairy with a question. Certainly, Mr. Xiao Li, please hold on for a moment. The Little Medical Fairy smiled and nodded in response to Xiao Li's request, then immediately employed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, her gaze sweeping over the treasures on the counter, revealing a flicker of recognition in her eyes. In the next moment, as her gaze scanned, a piece of information materialized before her. Transform Sheep Skill Book, originating from the world of League of Legends. This skill allows one to transform another into a sheep for 3 seconds. After perusing the information, a look of realization flashed in the Little Medical Fairy's eyes. So, it is this, she mused inwardly. Miss Little Medical Fairy, have you discerned what it is? Noticing her reaction, Xiao Li pressed further. Indeed, the Little Medical Fairy smiled and explained, Mr. Xiao Li, this is a skill book. By fusing with it, one can acquire a certain ability. The ability inscribed in this book is called Transform Sheep, which, when executed, can temporarily turn another being into a sheep. A skill book? Both brothers were taken aback by the revelation. In the Dou Qi continent, various fighting techniques and methods were typically inscribed on scrolls using spiritual power, requiring the same force to comprehend. Yet this Transform Sheep skill was written directly on paper, piquing their curiosity. Transforming someone into a sheep is indeed an extraordinary skill. Second brother, Xiao Ding exclaimed with enthusiasm. Indeed, such a powerful skill, turning an enemy into a sheep for 3 seconds, opens up numerous possibilities. Xiao Li nodded in agreement. Miss Little Medical Fairy, is there a method for rapid learning of this skill book? Xiao Ding tentatively inquired, recalling some treasures that Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner had unveiled the previous day. For this, simply hold it and silently chant fusion in your heart. The Little Medical Fairy replied. Without hesitation, Xiao Li grasped the pink book from the counter, his mind focused as he silently intoned fusion. In the next moment, the skill book in his hand transformed into a beam of pink light, seamlessly entering Xiao Li's body. Chapter 426, The Water Storage Bowl. Continuing on. A new stream of information surged into Xiao Li's mind, and in that fleeting moment, he grasped the art of transformation into a sheep. Second brother, how do you feel? Unable to contain his curiosity upon witnessing Xiao Li's condition, Xiao Ding inquired. Elder brother, I have already mastered this transformation technique, Xiao Li exclaimed, his heart brimming with excitement at his brother's words. So soon? Then do give it a try. Xiao Ding responded joyfully. Who should I test it on? Xiao Li replied, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Try it on me. It's only for 3 seconds, and there is nothing to worry about. Xiao Chen interjected. Very well. Upon hearing Xiao Ding's suggestion, Xiao Li nodded in agreement. Transformation into a sheep. The next instant, with a swift incantation from Xiao Li, a radiant pink light emanated from his palm. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Ding's form was enveloped in a violet glow, and he truly transformed into a plump little sheep. It's astonishing that one can genuinely become a sheep. Xiao Li marveled at the sight of Xiao Ding as a chubby lamb. After 3 seconds, with another flash of pink light, the little sheep reverted back to Xiao Ding's original form. Second brother, this skill is truly remarkable. Once cast upon someone, they possess no means of resistance. Furthermore, employing any fighting spirit seems exceedingly challenging during that time. The transformed individual can only rely on their physical strength to evade the impending crisis for those 3 seconds. After experiencing it firsthand, Xiao Ding offered his assessment. Elder brother, with this ability, it will be exceedingly difficult to find an opponent of equal rank, Xiao Li declared, imbued with newfound confidence. Should one engage in battle and suddenly transform their adversary into a sheep, even if it is merely for 3 seconds? Seizing that opportunity could be enough to bring about their demise. Xiao Ding nodded in agreement. Elder brother, we still have a bit of time. Why not open another jar? Xiao Li suggested. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding nodded once more and proceeded towards the counter. Upon reaching the counter, Xiao Ding addressed the little physician, young lady. Could you please fetch me another orange jar? Certainly, Mr. Xiao Ding. Please hold on a moment. The little physician replied with a smile, turning swiftly to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before Xiao Ding. The treasures emerging from these jars are growing increasingly powerful. I hope this time it reveals something even more formidable, Xiao Ding thought, his heart filled with anticipation as he gazed at the orange jar before him. The next moment, he took a deep breath into his palm, rubbed his hands together, and slowly reached out towards the jar. Crack! With the crisp sound of the jar shattering resonating through the air, the orange jar on the counter shattered into countless pieces. Immediately following, the shattered pieces of the orange jar transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring the vision of all present, leaving none able to discern the spectacle within. What treasure might my elder brother unveil this time? One wondered. Observing the brilliant light emanating from the counter, Xiao Li's gaze brimmed with curiosity. Moments later, under the attentive stares of the Xiao brothers, the resplendent glow gradually dissipated, revealing the objects concealed within. On the counter lay a metallic bowl, remarkably thick. Yet its interior space appeared rather modest. Is this a bowl? Both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li exchanged astonished glances at the sight of the metallic vessel. What purpose does this bowl serve? Xiao Li inquired, perplexed. I am equally baffled. Xiao Ding shrugged his shoulders in resignation, equally astonished by the emergence of this treasure. Little medical fairy, could you assist me in examining this bowl? Xiao Ding turned directly to the little medical fairy for her insight. Certainly. Upon hearing Xiao Ding's request, the little medical fairy smiled and nodded, promptly employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yun, her gaze sweeping over the metallic bowl on the counter. As her eyes scanned the object, a stream of information materialized before her. Water storage bowl. This bowl is remarkably durable, impervious to any force that might seek to damage it. It possesses the capacity to absorb water without limit, and within, its weight diminishes by a factor of 1,000. In essence, a person wielding this bowl, if endowed with a strength of 1 pound, could command a bowl containing 1,000 pounds of water. However, should the weight of the water within exceed the holder's strength capacity, they would be unable to fully control the bowl. Oh, this seemingly ordinary bowl can hold an unlimited amount of water. How extraordinary. The little medical fairy's face illuminated with surprise upon reviewing this information. Have you discerned its nature, little medical fairy? Noticing her reaction, Xiao Ding pressed on. Indeed. The little medical fairy responded with a smile, elaborating. Mr. Xiao Ding, this bowl, known as the water storage bowl, is exceptionally resilient, impervious to any damage, and can absorb water indefinitely, with its internal weight reduced by a factor of 1,000. Thus, a holder with a strength of 1 pound can command a bowl containing 1,000 pounds of water. Yet, if the weight of the water surpasses the holder's strength limit, complete control over the bowl becomes unattainable. Such marvel. Upon hearing her description, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were taken aback, their mouths agape at the wonder of a treasure capable of infinite water storage. My dear brother, You have truly unearthed a treasure this time. This bowl, I dare say, could contain an entire lake. Once the water within is released, it would indeed be quite remarkable, Xiao exclaimed. However, I wonder about the speed at which this bowl can fill and empty. Xiao pondered, nodding thoughtfully. Why not simply test it? Xiao suggested. Test. In this city, it seems the only abundant source of water is from the deep wells. Xiao stated frankly, noting that Stone Desert City, while not as desolate as the depths of the Serpent People's Desert, still does not boast an abundance of water resources. It's merely well water. We would only be filling it, not wasting it. Xiao continued. Very well, but venturing to the well now would waste too much time. It would be wiser to wait until the jar shop closes before we go, Xiao declared, making a decision. Chapter 427, The Path of Time. It's merely well water. We would only be filling it, not wasting it. Xiao reiterated. Very well, but venturing to the well now would waste too much time. It would be wiser to wait until the jar shop closes before we go. Xiao reiterated his decision. Indeed, your consideration is commendable, brother. Upon hearing Xiao words, Xiao nodded in agreement. Second brother, stop dawdling. Let us proceed to open the jar, Xiao said as he stowed away the water bowl. Understood. Xiao nodded and swiftly made his way to the counter, addressing the young medical fairy. Miss Medical Fairy, could you please fetch me another orange jar? Certainly, Mr. Xiao, please hold on for a moment. The young medical fairy smiled and nodded, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her. Placing it before Xiao. This jar is likely the last one I shall open today. As he gazed at the orange jar on the counter, Xiao mused to himself. The absence of any closing announcement from the young medical fairy indicated that after Xiao opened this jar, Xiao would still have an opportunity to open another. May this last jar of the day bring me good fortune. Xiao took a deep breath, rubbed his hands together, and then raised his palm to strike the jar. Crack! With the sharp sound of shattering glass. The orange jar on the counter splintered into countless pieces. Immediately, the fragments transformed into a dazzling array of light, obscuring the view of all present, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. What kind of treasure will my second brother uncover this time? As he gazed at the dazzling light shimmering on the counter, Xiao couldn't help but think to himself that this was likely the last jar Xiao would open today. The fact that the young healer had yet to announce the closing of the shop suggested that Xiao could still open one more jar. Before long, under the watchful eyes of the brothers Xiao and Xiao, the radiant glow from the counter gradually dispersed, revealing the contents within. To their astonishment, a round crystal orb appeared atop the counter, its surface intricately covered with countless diamond facets. What could this be? Both brothers were filled with curiosity, as they had never encountered such an object before. Elder brother, this orb looks remarkably exquisite. It is clearly no ordinary item, Xiao exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. Indeed, I share your sentiments, Xiao replied, nodding in agreement. Miss Young Healer, could you please examine this treasure for me? Xiao eagerly inquired. Of course. The young healer smiled and nodded, immediately employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, her gaze sweeping over the crystal orb. As her eyes fell upon it, a stream of information materialized before her. Time sphere. By mastering this sphere, one can learn the path of time and trace back events from the river of time, capturing images of past occurrences to be stored within the time sphere. As one's mastery of the path of time increases, the span of time that can be retraced expands as well. Alas, it can actually trace time, allowing one to witness events of the past. Upon reading the description of the treasure, the young healer felt a surge of curiosity. The capabilities of this time sphere left her envious. Miss Young Healer, have you discerned anything? Noticing her reaction, Xiao pressed further. Indeed. The young healer nodded, then elaborated, Mr. Xiao. This item is called the time sphere. By mastering it, one can learn the path of time, tracing past events in the river of time and capturing images of those occurrences to be stored within the sphere. The more one masters this path, the greater the span of time that can be retraced. What? Retracing past events? Upon hearing the young healer's words, the eyes of the Xiao brothers widened in disbelief. The ability to control time was something they had never heard of. Even in the legends of the Dou Qi continent, no one was known to possess such a power. Elder brother, is it truly possible to master time? Xiao stammered, trembling with excitement. Rest assured, treasures from the jar shop have never been false. Having encountered a multitude of treasures, at this moment, Xiao was almost utterly convinced of the authenticity of the artifacts within this jar, nodding affirmatively. Indeed. Witnessing Xiao certainty, Xiao also felt significantly reassured. Young medical fairy, how should we utilize this treasure? Xiao turned to inquire of the young medical fairy. Oh, simply drop a drop of blood to recognize its master. The young medical fairy replied candidly. I see. Without hesitation, Xiao extended his hand, drew a small cut on his fingertip, and let a drop of blood fall upon the time sphere. Instantly, a beam of white light illuminated the sphere, completely absorbing Xiao Li's blood. Concurrently, a profound connection formed between Xiao Li and the time sphere, along with an immense reservoir of information flooding into his mind. The overwhelming influx of information caused Xiao Li's head to throb painfully. Second brother, are you all right? Noticing Xiao Li's distress, Xiao Ding inquired with concern. However, Xiao Li was too preoccupied with the pain to respond. Rest assured, Mr. Xiao Ding, Mr. Xiao Li is currently receiving information about the path of time. It is exceedingly difficult to comprehend, and this initial absorption will prove immensely beneficial. The young medical fairy reassured Xiao Ding upon observing his anxious demeanor. Is that so? Relieved by her words, Xiao Ding let out a quiet sigh. Before long, Xiao Li managed to regain his composure, his eyes now reflecting an extraordinary depth. The path of time is indeed profoundly enigmatic. Despite my efforts, I have only grasped a mere fragment of its essence. Xiao Li lamented. Second brother, if this is so challenging, doesn't he that render it nearly useless? Xiao Ding remarked. Not entirely. With the minuscule understanding I have of the path of time, I can probably trace events from 10 days ago. Xiao Li replied, shaking his head. Thus, with your current mastery, you can wield the path of time to witness events from the past 10 days in the river of time? Xiao Ding's eyes widened with incredulity upon hearing Xiao Li's assertion. Indeed, Xiao Li nodded with confidence. Second brother, you have truly unearthed an extraordinary treasure. Xiao Ding exclaimed joyously at Xiao Li's affirmation. Quickly, give it a try. Xiao Ding urged eagerly. All right. Upon hearing Xiao Ding's words, Xiao Li nodded in agreement. However, considering that the rules within the jar shop might profoundly influence the manifestation of the time avenue, Xiao Li and Xiao Ding proceeded to the exterior of the jar shop. In the spacious courtyard, Xiao Li swiftly altered his hand seals, leaving a series of shimmering afterimages. As he silently recited the incantation, his voice as faint as a gnat's buzz, Xiao Ding suddenly felt an overwhelming sensation of distance, as if separated from Xiao Li by the vastness of time rather than space. Xiao Li's form gradually faded, ultimately vanishing entirely from the secondary dimension of time and space. At that moment, Xiao Li stood by the banks of the river of time, where the air was thick with vapor condensed from the essence of time itself. He ventured upstream, the river flowing majestically, with each droplet representing a segment of time from a distinct region. Locating a specific moment within the river proved to be exceedingly challenging. However, in that space, it became significantly easier. The geographical enhancement diminished the difficulty of finding the droplets. Before long, Xiao Li successfully identified a droplet from a day prior. Within his vision, a scene unfolded, the jar shop materializing in the courtyard, accompanied by the moment when Shui Lan discovered the shop, and the subsequent arrival of the two brothers, all vividly captured within the droplet. Pressing further, Xiao Li discerned images from 10 days ago, yet at this juncture, he found himself lacking the strength to proceed any further. He retreated, and the river of time began to dissipate, with the images he had just observed recorded within the time sphere. How does it feel, second brother? Upon seeing Xiao Li reappear in the courtyard, Xiao Ding hastily inquired. Brother, just take a look at these, and you will understand. In response to Xiao Ding's question, Xiao Li gently swept his palm across the time sphere, which revealed several scenes manifesting in the space beyond. These are indeed the images of the third brother's visit yesterday. Witnessing these scenes, Xiao Ding felt an overwhelming shock. Such an ability was likely beyond even the mightiest of Dou emperors. Brother, the time avenue does not merely allow for the tracing of time. When cultivated to an advanced level, it can also enable the reversal of time within specific areas. For those who have recently passed, it can even rewind time to bring them back to life. Xiao Li proclaimed with great pride upon hearing Xiao Ding's remarks. Such incredible power is truly astonishing. I presume it must be exceedingly difficult to cultivate. Xiao Ding exclaimed. It is indeed challenging. Yet I firmly believe that one day I shall reach such heights. Xiao Li declared, clenching his fist with determination. Oh, it is wonderful that you possess such a mindset and ambition, second brother. Xiao Ding praised in response to Xiao Li's words. Now, brother, I suspect time is of the essence. You should hurry and open a jar, Xiao Li said with a smile. Very well. I shall go and open a jar at once. Upon hearing Xiao Li's words, Xiao Ding nodded and promptly made his way towards the jar shop. Arriving at the counter, Xiao Ding smiled and addressed the little healer. Dear young healer, could you kindly fetch me another orange jar? Certainly, Mr. Xiao Ding. Please hold on for a moment, replied the little healer with a smile. She nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly turned, retrieving an orange jar from the counter behind her, placing it before Xiao Ding. Mr. Xiao Ding, this is the last jar of the day. It is getting late, and once this jar is opened, the shop will close. She reminded him as she set the jar on the counter. Indeed, hearing her words, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li silently acknowledged, just as I suspected. This is the last jar for today. I wonder if Xiao Ding can achieve another grand explosion. If fortune smiles upon him again, today would be an extraordinary harvest. Bestow upon me luck. Xiao Ding took a deep breath into his palm, rubbed his hands together, and then extended his hand to strike the jar. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering glass, the orange jar on the counter fragmented into countless pieces. Immediately, the shards transformed into a dazzling radiance that obscured everyone's vision, rendering the interior scene invisible. What treasures will my elder brother unveil this time? Watching the mesmerizing glow emanating from the counter, Xiao pondered. Fully aware that this was indeed the final jar of the day, hoping that Xiao Ding would strike it big once more. Before long, under the watchful eyes of the brothers, the radiant glow gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. There, atop the counter, lay a golden armor. Is this a suit of armor? The brothers exchanged astonished glances at the remarkable treasure displayed before them. Elder brother, this treasure appears to be extraordinary, Xiao exclaimed. Indeed, it is remarkable. Xiao Ding concurred with a nod. In the next moment, Xiao Ding turned to the little healer and asked, "Could you assist me in examining this treasure?" "Of course," she replied with a smile, immediately utilizing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yun, her gaze sweeping over the golden armor. As her eyes scanned the armor, a stream of information materialized before her. Golden armor. Its material is incredibly resilient, impervious even to the strikes of a Dou saint. When donned, it grants a protective energy shield that amplifies one's own Dou Qi by tenfold. Ah, what an exceptional set of armor. The information regarding the armor astonished the little healer as well. Young Miss Xiao Yixian, have you discerned the function of this treasure? Observing the expression on Xiao Yixian's face, Xiao Ding continued to inquire. Chapter 429, Tenfold Defense. Experiment. Ah, to think it is such an exquisite suit of armor. Upon gathering some information about the armor, Xiao Yixian was immensely astonished. Young Miss Xiao Yixian, have you discerned the function of this treasure? Observing her expression, Xiao Ding pressed on. Indeed. Upon hearing Xiao Ding's query, Xiao Yixian slowly nodded and, with a smile, elaborated, Mr. Xiao Ding, the item you have unveiled is known as the Gongjin armor. It possesses an exceptionally hard material, impenetrable even by the mightiest of Dosheng warriors. Once worn, it grants an energy shield that amplifies one's Dou Qi by tenfold. What? Upon hearing Xiao Yixian's description of the golden armor, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li widened their eyes in disbelief. Elder brother, you have truly unearthed a treasure this time. The material of this armor is such that even Dosheng warriors cannot shatter it. It is indeed remarkable, Xiao Li exclaimed in astonishment. In the Dou Qi continent, Dou emperors had become extinct, and Dosheng warriors represented the pinnacle of cultivation. Therefore, if this armor could withstand the might of Dosheng, it implied that no one in the Dou Qi continent could break it. Indeed, today's final jar has yielded an extraordinary treasure. Xiao Ding concurred with a nod in response to Xiao Li's words. Furthermore, the armor's hardness is not its only remarkable attribute. The defensive shield it manifests can enhance the strength of one's Dou Qi by tenfold. This means that the power of our Dou Qi energy shield would be magnified tenfold. At that level, not only would there be no one of the same rank capable of breaching my defenses, but even those a rank or two higher would find their attacks utterly ineffectual against me. Xiao Ding elaborated. Indeed, Xiao Li nodded in agreement, fully acknowledging Xiao Ding's analysis. Second brother, I intend to gift you this equipment. As Xiao Li nodded, Xiao Ding suddenly declared. What? You wish to gift it to me? Why? Xiao Li was perplexed by Xiao Ding's decision, pondering why the armor would not suit anyone else just as well. Second brother, have you forgotten that my heart has transformed into heart steel? By striking my foes, I can absorb their physical attributes. If you don this armor and allow me to strike you a few times daily, my heart steel will accumulate rapidly. Xiao Ding explained with a smile. That is indeed a thoughtful consideration, elder brother. Xiao Li was thoroughly convinced by Xiao Ding's reasoning. Since you have made this decision, I shall gladly accept this armor. Xiao Li replied. After stating this, Xiao Li turned to Xiao Yixian and inquired, Young Miss Xiao Yixian, how does one utilize this golden armor? Well, simply pledge your blood. Without a moment's hesitation, the little healer responded to Xiao Li's inquiry. Upon hearing her reply, Xiao Li promptly extended his hand, then sliced the tip of his finger to allow a droplet of blood to fall upon the golden armor. As his blood touched the armor, it immediately radiated a dazzling golden light, and the droplet was wholly absorbed. Concurrently, Xiao Li sensed a unique connection forming between himself and the golden armor. In the next instant, with a mere gesture, the golden armor transformed into a beam of light, enveloping Xiao Li. Adorned in the golden armor, Xiao Li appeared remarkably invigorated, exuding an aura of formidable prowess. Little brother, wearing that armor certainly enhances your vitality, Xiao Ding remarked with a smile. Haha, really? Xiao Li chuckled at Xiao Ding's words and began to appraise himself. In the following moment, he addressed Xiao Ding. Elder brother, Why not give it a try? Attack me and unleash your steel of the heart. After uttering this, Xiao infused his fighting spirit into the golden armor. Instantly, a silver defensive barrier emerged around him, adorned with flickering lightning. All right, here I come. Seeing Xiao prepared, Xiao Ding condensed a powerful fighting spirit into his fist and struck fiercely against the silver energy shield surrounding Xiao Li. Boom. Although Xiao Ding's cultivation was significantly higher than Xiao Li's, his punch, delivered with 7 or 8/10 of his strength, elicited no response from the silver energy shield, and he felt a sting in his fist. However, immediately after the attack, a green light, visible only to Xiao Ding, surged forth from Xiao Li and entered his body. Upon its entry, Xiao Ding distinctly felt his physique strengthen considerably, and his life force surged, suggesting that if this continued, his lifespan would surpass even that of the long-lived magical beasts. This sensation was exhilarating. Reveling in the transformation, Xiao Ding felt a surge of joy within. Nevertheless, he refrained from attacking Xiao Li again, as the steel of the heart required a cooldown period when targeting the same individual, necessitating a wait of half an hour to reap the benefits of enhanced vitality. Mr. Xiao Ding, Mr. Xiao Li, our establishment has reached closing time for the day. If you wish to purchase jars, please return tomorrow. The little healer politely informed them as they paused. Very well, we shall return tomorrow. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li replied in unison as they took their leave. Upon uttering these words, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li stepped outside the jar shop. Meanwhile, after the Xiao brothers departed, the small medical sage promptly closed the shop's door and made her way towards Yi Yun's estate. Bossy, are you there? Upon arriving at the manor and finding no sign of Yi Yun, she called out several times, but regrettably received no response. Noticing Yi Yun's absence, the small medical sage refrained from opening the remaining jars left unopened from the previous night and silently began preparing dinner. Even though Yi Yun was not present in the manor, she still prepared a portion of the meal for him, hoping he would return before dinner was served. Subsequently, she swiftly completed the dinner preparations. However, Yi Yun still had not returned. Faced with this situation, she reluctantly dined alone and retired to bed early. Meanwhile, the Xiao brothers arrived at one of the 2 wells situated near their magic iron mercenary core base. Elder brother, let us test the power of this water-gathering bowl, Xiao Li exclaimed with anticipation. Chapter 430, The Mercenary Core of Sand Annihilation. At that moment, Xiao Ding nodded in response to Xiao Li's eagerness. He gently brushed his palm over the spatial ring, and instantly, a metallic bowl appeared in his hand. Holding the water-gathering bowl, he gazed into the well, which plunged several dozen meters deep. The amount of water stored within this well was sufficient to supply the hundreds of members of the Magic Iron Mercenary Corps with drinking water for an entire month, illustrating the vastness of its capacity. If one were to attempt to use the spatial ring to contain it, the limited space would likely not accommodate even 1% of the well's water. Soon, Xiao Ding began to chant some peculiar incantations, directing the bowl's opening towards the well's depths. At that moment, a powerful suction force emanated from the bowl, and a column of water rapidly ascended from the well into the bowl. Under Xiao Li's watchful gaze, the water level visibly dropped at an astonishing rate, revealing the bottom sediment within just 3 seconds. At this juncture, Xiao Ding immediately ceased the extraction. Elder brother, this bowl is incredible. It has drained such a vast amount of water in such a short time. Xiao Li exclaimed in astonishment. This isn't even its maximum speed. If possible, the rate of extraction could increase tenfold. Xiao Ding replied with a smile. Is it truly that formidable? Xiao Li was even more astonished upon hearing Xiao Ding's words. Moreover, after absorbing the water from this well, the weight of the bowl has barely changed. I suspect it could easily hold the water from a lake. Xiao Ding continued. Is it so? In that case, we could transport copious amounts of water from other regions of the empire to this desert. Creating a vast oasis within it is not beyond the realm of possibility, proposed Xiao Li. There is no need for such endeavors, with the treasures we brothers have acquired. It would be a waste of time to linger here in the desert. We can venture to more prosperous lands for our development. Xiao Ding responded, shaking his head at Xiao Li's suggestion. Indeed, I was narrow-minded. Xiao Li replied with a sheepish smile upon hearing Xiao Ding's words. Subsequently, the 2 brothers ventured into the desert outside the city to experiment with some of the other treasures they had obtained that day. Before long, the night slipped away, and as dawn broke, they returned to the small courtyard where the Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps was stationed, home to the jar shop. Brother, our card balance is only sufficient to open 2 orange jars, observed Xiao Li, glancing at the number displayed on the VIP card with a wry smile. Had I known, I would not have wasted time testing those treasures last night. We could have raided the assets of other mercenary groups. Today, we might have had the capital to open more jars. Second brother, that idea is splendid. It is not too late for us to go now. Xiao Ding exclaimed with delight upon hearing Xiao Li's words. Shall we go now? Xiao Li asked, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Indeed. Let us go now and see if we can unearth a few million in assets from the Sand Mercenary Corps, enabling us to open several more jars. Xiao Ding declared resolutely. Very well, since brother has made up his mind, we shall proceed directly. With an abundance of treasures at their disposal, Xiao Li felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. The two brothers, either one of whom could easily overpower the entire Sand Mercenary Corps, were emboldened. Second brother, I shall go ahead. You take Xuelan and the others and make your way over slowly, preparing to transport the goods, instructed Xiao Ding, his speed amplified by the use of the escape shuttle. After uttering this, he swiftly headed towards the Sand Mercenary Corps base within the city. Meanwhile, Xiao Li hastily gathered around 70 to 80 mercenaries from the Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps and set off at a brisk pace toward the Sand Mercenary Corps stronghold. Within a matter of minutes, upon arriving at the entrance of the Sand Mercenary Corps estate, Xiao Li discovered that the massive gates had been shattered, and 4 mercenaries lay unconscious on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Li and his men surged into the grand estate without hesitation. As they entered the expansive courtyard, they beheld dozens of members of the Sand Mercenary Corps sprawled across the ground. Though they were incapacitated, they had not perished. It was evident that Xiao Ding had refrained from killing, intent only on acquiring wealth. Before long, Xiao Li led his men to the rear courtyard of the Sand Mercenary Corps. In the backyard, over 100 mercenaries from the Sand Mercenary Corps had gathered, yet half stood while the other half lay sprawled on the ground. Among those standing was a middle-aged man clad in a yellow robe, known as Ran, the leader of the Sand Mercenary Corps. His cultivation was at the level of a 1-star great fighter, adept in earth-based techniques, characterized by their enduring and substantial nature, well suited for prolonged battles and possessing slightly enhanced defensive capabilities. However, in the presence of Xiao Ding, his strength was utterly negligible. At this moment, the leader of the Sand Mercenary Corps bore the imprint of a foot upon his chest, and from the indented marks, it was evident that many of his ribs were fractured. Xiao Ding, if you spare me, take whatever you desire. Ran exclaimed in sheer terror as Xiao Li and the others entered. The mercenaries behind him gazed at Xiao Ding with a mixture of fear and trepidation. Consider yourself fortunate. Henceforth, the Sand Mercenary Corps shall disband. Surrender all your valuables, and you may leave, Xiao Ding declared with a smirk and turned to his younger brother. Xiao Li, saying, second brother, quickly arrange for the men to move the goods. Understood, elder brother. Xiao Li responded promptly, swiftly directing the members of the Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps to search the Sand Mercenary Corps quarters for valuables. Ran complied, willingly offering his storage ring and, despite his injuries, led Xiao Li and the others to the treasure vault of the Sand Mercenary Corps. After approximately an hour, Xiao Li's team returned with various valuable items from the quarters of the Sand Mercenary Corps. Begone, Ran. Do not show your face in Stone Desert City again, Xiao Li exclaimed, delivering a kick to Ran. Thank you for your mercy, Master Xiao. Despite the harsh kick, Ran expressed his gratitude, kneeling before Xiao Li. Subsequently, with the assistance of 2 mercenaries, he hastily departed the grand estate. After Ran's departure, Xiao Ding pointed at the remaining members of the Sand Mercenary Corps and commanded, you all, assist in transporting the items to the residence of my Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps. Yes, Master Xiao. Upon hearing his words, those who had previously contemplated fleeing immediately halted, respectfully nodding in acknowledgement of Xiao Ding's command. With the assistance of the remaining members of the Sand Mercenary Group, the entirety of their assets could be seamlessly transferred to the outpost of the Mo-Tai Mercenary Group. Xiao Ding merely instructed these individuals to place the items outside the small courtyard where the jar shop was located. Subsequently, they allowed some trusted mercenaries, who had previously visited the jar shop, to transport the items into the courtyard in batches. Hello, Miss Little Healer. My brother and I have returned. Xiao Ding was the first to step into the jar shop, extending a greeting to the little healer within. Upon seeing the Xiao brothers arrive, a smile spread across the face of the little healer, who had been idly leaning on the counter. It had been nearly an hour since she opened the shop without a single customer, and she had initially thought that the Xiao brothers might not visit today. Therefore, their arrival brought her a sense of joy. Welcome, esteemed guests, the little healer said with a beaming smile. Miss Little Healer, we may need to trouble you a bit today, Xiao Ding continued. What kind of trouble? The little healer's expression reflected her confusion upon hearing Xiao Ding's words. In the next moment, Xiao Li gestured towards the outside, and soon after, individuals began to enter the jar shop, carrying various items, including gold coins and an array of mundane jewels. Miss Little Healer, could you please appraise these items? The final price should be divided equally between my brother and me, Xiao Ding said with an awkward smile, aware that evaluating such a large quantity of items was no small task. Mr. Xiao Ding, it's no trouble at all. This is part of my responsibilities, the little healer replied, smiling and waving her hand dismissively at Xiao Ding's expression. Without delay, the little healer began to employ the abilities granted to her by Yiyun, her gaze sweeping over the items being brought into the shop by the mercenaries. This time, she did not wait until all the items were accounted for before informing the Xiao brothers of the total price. Instead, she calculated a portion and communicated it to them. Once they agreed, she would proceed to take possession of the items, as they occupied too much space, and without their removal, the subsequent items could not be brought in. As she continued her calculations, the little healer's expression grew peculiar. She was taken aback to discover that the Xiao brothers had instructed some individuals to also bring in chairs, tables, and other furniture. Of course, these tables and chairs were crafted from premium wood, and a complete set could fetch dozens or even hundreds of gold coins. After approximately half an hour, the members of the Mo Time mercenary group finally ceased bringing in items. At this sight, the little healer let out a sigh of relief and quickly resumed her calculations. After a minute had passed, the petite healer turned to Mr. Xiaoding and stated, "Mr. Xiaoding, the price for this final batch of items is 20,000 gold coins, coupled with the previous 380,000. The total amounts to 382,000 gold coins." Upon hearing her words, the faces of the Xiao brothers brightened with smiles. Previously, their balance had only allowed for the purchase of ordinary jars. Now, with nearly 400,000 gold coins to divide, they could each open 2 additional jars today, meaning each brother would be able to unveil 4 orange jars. "Thank you, Miss Healer. Please fetch me another orange jar," exclaimed Xiaoding, brimming with excitement. "Of course, Mr. Xiaoding, please hold on," replied the petite healer with a smile, before instantly teleporting behind the counter. She retrieved an orange jar from the shelf and placed it before Xiaoding. "Today, we can unveil 4 jars in total. May the fortune of the first jar be favorable," Xiaoding thought to himself as he approached the counter, gazing at the orange jar before him. In the next moment, he exhaled into his palm, rubbed his hands together, and slowly extended his hand to strike the jar. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering glass, the orange jar splintered into fragments. Immediately, the shards transformed into a dazzling radiance that obscured everyone's vision, leaving them unable to discern the spectacle within. "What treasure will my brother unveil this time?" thought Xiao Li, observing the resplendent light emanating from the counter. He understood that this was Xiaoding's first jar of the day, a harbinger of good fortune. If the first jar yielded an exceptional prize, the subsequent luck should follow suit. Moments later, as the gazes of the Xiao brothers remained fixated, the brilliant light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. To their astonishment, there appeared a silver sphere, roughly the size of an egg. "What is this?" Both brothers exchanged puzzled glances at the mysterious object. However, Xiao Li soon experienced a flicker of realization as he detected a faint aura of lightning emanating from the silver orb. This orb carries a subtle electric essence. Had I not possessed lightning attributes, I might not have recognized it, Xiao Li quickly remarked. An electric essence? Upon hearing his brother's words, curiosity ignited in Xiaoding's eyes. He then turned to the petite healer and asked, "Miss Healer, could you assist us in examining this silver sphere?" "Certainly," she replied. Upon hearing Xiaoding's words, the little medical fairy smiled and nodded, immediately utilizing the power bestowed upon her by Yiyun, her gaze sweeping over the silver sphere. The thunderstorm bomb, a consumable item, upon refinement, allows one to detonate it at will using soul power. The destructive capability of this bomb is formidable, posing a threat even to those of the Dou Zone cultivation level, with an effective radius extending up to 1,000 zhang. Chapter 432, A Familiar Treasure. Indeed, the realization of the bomb's immense lethality and its extensive coverage astonished the little medical fairy. Such a weapon would be exceedingly difficult for Dou Zone experts to evade. Observing this information, a hint of surprise graced her features. "Little medical fairy, have you discerned something?" Xiaoding inquired with curiosity, noticing her expression. "Yes, I have," she replied with a smile, nodding. "Mr. Xiaoding, this item is called the thunderstorm bomb. It is a consumable item, and once refined, it can be detonated at will using soul power. Its lethality is exceedingly potent, capable of threatening Dou Zone level experts, with a coverage radius reaching 1,000 zhang. A threat to Dou Zone, with lethal reach spanning 1,000 zhang? Xiaoding was rendered speechless by the little medical fairy's description. Such a weapon is indeed astonishing. 1,000 zhang effectively covers an area of approximately 3 kilometers. If deployed within an army, a single bomb could decimate tens of thousands of troops. "Brother, I never imagined your first jar today would yield such an extraordinary treasure. Truly impressive." Xiao Li could not help but give Xiaoding a thumbs up. "Indeed, I too did not expect such fortuity today." Xiaoding nodded in agreement. However, the destructive power and range of this item are excessively vast. How shall we ensure its deployment without endangering ourselves? Furrowing his brow, Xiao Li expressed concern. "If we are within the lethal range, we too would suffer harm. Perhaps the little medical fairy can provide an answer, Xiao Ding suggested, turning his gaze toward her. Little medical fairy, how should this item be utilized? Simply drop blood to recognize its master, and it will be refined. Subsequently, you can control its detonation with your soul power, the little medical fairy explained. Ah, I see. Without hesitation, Xiao Ding extended his hand, pricked his fingertip, and let a drop of blood fall onto the silver sphere. Suddenly, a dazzling silver radiance emanated from the silver sphere, and as the brilliance dissipated, the drop of blood from Xiao Ding was completely absorbed by the orb. Concurrently, a unique connection formed between Xiao Ding and the silver sphere. Brother, how is it? Xiao Li inquired with curiosity. Second brother, this treasure may prove perilous to use given my current strength. It remains rather unstable, Xiao Ding sighed. Why? Xiao Li asked, perplexed by Xiao Ding's words. At present, I can only establish contact within a mile. If I exceed that distance, it will detonate uncontrollably. If detonated within a mile, we would not escape its lethal range. I believe we must wait until my spiritual power can reach 3 miles before we can safely utilize this treasure, Xiao Ding elucidated. Now I understand. We must wait until you can detonate the sphere from a secure distance before it can be used, for otherwise, it would be far too dangerous. Xiao Li nodded in agreement. Indeed, second brother, you should proceed to open the jar and see what fortune awaits you today, Xiao Ding suggested, promptly placing the silver sphere into his spatial ring. All right, brother, watch closely, Xiao Li affirmed, then turned to the little healer at the counter. Miss Healer, could you please fetch me an orange jar? Of course, Mr. Xiao Li, please hold on. The little healer smiled and nodded, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Xiao Li. For the first jar of the day, I hope that I, Xiao Li, will also experience a grand explosion. An explosion would signify a good omen for today. With anticipation gleaming in his eyes, Xiao Li exhaled into his palm, rubbed his hands together, and gradually extended his hand to strike the jar. With a crisp sound, the orange jar shattered into countless pieces. Instantly, the fragments transformed into a radiant display of light, obscuring everyone's view, rendering the scene within indecipherable. What treasure will my second brother unveil this time? As the dazzling light enveloped the counter, Xiao Ding mused to himself, aware that this was Xiao Li's first jar of the day, a harbinger of auspicious beginnings. Should the first jar yield a grand explosion, it would bode well for the fortune of the day ahead. Before long, under the watchful gaze of the brothers, the resplendent light began to fade, revealing the contents within. There, atop the counter, lay a gun exuding an aura of advanced technology. What is this? The expressions of curiosity on the faces of Xiao Li and Xiao Ding were palpable as they encountered this peculiar object for the first time. Young Miss Medic, could you assist us in examining this item? Inquired Xiao Li. Certainly, please hold on. In response to Xiao Li's request, the young medic nodded with a smile. Upon her initial glance at the firearm, she felt an uncanny familiarity. However, to exercise caution, she employed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun to scrutinize the technologically advanced gun before her. Runic technological gun, a product from the future world, imbued with extraordinary runic powers, capable of absorbing energy bodies of corresponding levels to unleash attacks of equal caliber. Indeed, it was a runic technological gun. After perusing the information about this treasure displayed on the counter, the young medic felt a sense of realization dawning upon her. Young Miss Medic, have you discerned something? Xiao Li queried, noticing her expression. Yes, I have, she replied with a smile, then continued, Mr. Xiao Li, the item you have unveiled is known as the runic technological gun, a marvel from the future world, possessing remarkable runic powers that can absorb energy bodies of equivalent levels to unleash attacks of the same magnitude. Runic technological gun? Upon hearing the young medic's description, both brothers from the Xiao family displayed expressions of deep confusion. The principle behind this runic technological gun bore some resemblance to the magic core weapons of the Dou Qi continent. However, upon closer examination, it became evident that the power of the runic technological gun surpassed that of its counterparts. After all, this gun could unleash varied levels of attacks by absorbing energy. Thus, upon learning of the capabilities of the runic technological gun, the expressions of astonishment adorned the faces of the Xiao brothers. Young Miss Medic, what types of energy can this runic technological gun absorb? Can it also consume the energy from magic cores? At this moment, Xiao Li seemed to have an epiphany and posed this question. In response, the young medic nodded affirmatively and replied, Indeed, it can absorb any form of energy. The stronger the energy level attracted, the more potent the resulting attack will be. Magic cores are certainly viable. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li was elated. At that moment, while the Xiao brothers possessed magic cores, they lacked lower-tier variants. However, they did have a considerable number of 6th-tier magic cores. Previously, when Xiao Li opened the crimson canister, most of the items revealed were magic cores. and now it seemed they would finally serve a purpose. In the next moment, Xiao Li took out a 6th grade Earth attribute magic core and placed it into a recess atop the rune technology gun. Immediately, the runes on the gun illuminated with a dazzling brilliance, creating a striking spectacle. "Brother, shall we test the power of this rune technology gun?" Xiao Li inquired, his excitement palpable. "Certainly," Xiao Ding replied, nodding in agreement. "Mr. Xiao Li, the magic core you've inserted into the technology gun is a high-grade 6th-level core. If unleashed, its power could rival that of a high-ranking Dou Huang." Xiao Yixian interjected, cautioning the Xiao brothers, rivaling the attack of a high-ranking Dou Huang. Both Xiao Li and Xiao Ding were momentarily taken aback by her words. The magnitude of such an attack could potentially obliterate the stronghold of the Mo Tai mercenary group. They were fortunate not to conduct the test here. "Second brother, given the immense power of this device, let us wait until we are in a more open location to test it," Xiao Ding suggested to Xiao Li. At this moment, they held no doubt regarding Xiao Yixian's description. If she asserted that the technology gun, enhanced with a 6th grade magic core, could unleash an attack comparable to that of a high-ranking Dou Huang, then it must be true. Their eagerness to test it evaporated, as firing it would consume a 6th grade magic core, an exorbitant cost. Such a weapon would be reserved for critical moments, serving as a trump card for the brothers. "All right, let us store it away for now and bring it out when the time is right." Understanding his brother's intent, Xiao Li swiftly stowed the rune technology gun. With this weapon and the 6th grade magic cores, the Xiao brothers had acquired the strength to challenge Dou Huang-level adversaries. "Brother, go ahead and open another jar. Today, our luck seems to be quite favorable. I hope we can continue this streak of good fortune," Xiao Li exclaimed, stepping back a couple of paces. Seeing this, Xiao Ding moved to the spot where Xiao Li had been standing and cheerfully addressed Xiao Yixian. "Miss Xiao Yixian, could you please fetch me another orange jar?" "Of course, Mr. Xiao Ding. Please hold on." Xiao Yixian responded with a smile, promptly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the counter behind her, placing it before Xiao Ding. This was the second jar. Given the exceptional luck with the first, he hoped that this one would not disappoint either. As he gazed at the orange jar, Xiao Ding took a deep breath into his palm, rubbed his hands together, and then brought his hand down upon the jar. With a crisp crack, the orange jar shattered, splintering into numerous pieces on the counter. Immediately, the shattered fragments of the orange jar transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring the vision of all present. No one could discern the spectacle within. What treasures might my elder brother unveil this time? Observing the resplendent light emanating from the counter, Xiao Li silently mused. He was acutely aware that this was the second jar presented by Xiao Ding that day. The first had already bestowed upon the two brothers a promising omen. Whether this streak of fortune would continue depended on the revelations of the second jar. Before long, under the watchful eyes of the brothers, the brilliant light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the items within. To their astonishment, a chair of icy blue hue appeared atop the counter. Its material resembled both jade and stone, and the icy blue color lent it an air of mystery. A chair? The sight of the levitating seat elicited expressions of surprise from the brothers of the Xiao family. "Elder brother, how is it that you have conjured a chair this time? Could it be that the items we are here to exchange include furniture such as tables and chairs?" Xiao Li speculated. "Surely not. This chair is clearly no ordinary piece. It cannot possibly compare to mere wooden tables and chairs." Xiao Ding shook his head in response. Moments later, Xiao Ding directed his inquiry to the young medical sage. "Miss Medical Sage, could you examine this icy blue chair for me?" "Certainly, Mr. Xiao Ding. Please hold on." The young medical sage nodded with a smile, promptly activating the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun. Her gaze swept over the levitating icy blue chair, and instantly, information materialized before her eyes. "Godspeed chair. This chair is crafted from energy crystal stones of another realm, inscribed with runes by powerful beings. It possesses the ability to fly, channel energy, and accelerate. Moreover, this chair can generate an energy shield to protect its occupant, with a strength approximately tenfold that of the energy exerted by the holder's martial energy." To her astonishment, the chair was capable of flight. After perusing the information about the chair, the young medical sage expressed her surprise. "Miss Medical Sage, have you discerned the capabilities of this treasure?" Seeing the expression on her face, Xiao Ding inquired further. "Indeed, Mr. Xiao Ding," she replied slowly. "This item is known as the Godspeed chair. It is constructed from energy crystal stones of another world, inscribed with runes by powerful beings. It can fly, channel energy, and accelerate, while also generating an energy shield to protect its occupant, with a strength approximately tenfold that of the energy exerted by the holder's martial energy." "What? Is this a flying chair?" Upon hearing the words of the young healer, Xiao Ding expressed his astonishment. "Brother, you have truly stumbled upon a treasure this time. Not only does it possess the ability to soar, but it can also activate an energy shield. It will certainly be quite impressive when we venture outside. Xiao Li remarked with a hint of envy. Indeed, it is remarkable. Xiao Ding nodded in agreement, then suggested, second brother, why not let this chair be yours? Why should it be for me? Xiao Li's immediate reaction was to decline, as Xiao Ding had already gifted him several items. I already possessed the Escape Sky Shuttle. A flying treasure. Xiao Ding clarified. Ah, I see. Understanding his brother's intent, Xiao Li realized that if he acquired this chair, both of them would be able to fly, significantly enhancing their mobility. Thank you, elder brother. Xiao Li expressed his gratitude. In the next moment, Xiao Li turned directly to the young healer and inquired, Miss Young Healer, how does one use this treasure? Without hesitation, she replied, Mr. Xiao Li, simply drip your blood to acknowledge ownership. Drip blood to claim ownership, you say? Without a moment's delay, Xiao Li extended his hand, pricked his fingertip, and let a drop of blood fall onto the hovering chair. In an instant, the chair radiated a brilliant light as Xiao Li's blood was swiftly absorbed. At that moment, he sensed a unique connection forming between himself and the chair. Descend. The moment Xiao Li uttered the command, the chair glided down from the counter and settled at his feet, prompting him to sit upon it. As he took his seat, the chair elevated him into the air. One could not deny the chair's impressive design. Perched upon it, Xiao Li exuded an air of authority. Haha, second brother. It appears this item suits you splendidly. Xiao Ding laughed heartily at the sight of Xiao Li soaring above. Indeed, I concur. Xiao Li nodded with a smile in response to his brother's words. He then directed the chair toward the counter and said to the young healer, Miss Young Healer, may I trouble you for another orange jar? Certainly, Mr. Xiao Li, please hold on for a moment. The young healer smiled and nodded, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Xiao Li. Today, both of us have had good fortune with our jars. May this time yield a bountiful reward. If so, the rise of the Xiao family will be expedited. Xiao Li mused silently as he gazed upon the orange jar presented before him. In the next moment, his hands lifted from the armrests of the chair. He exhaled into his palms, rubbed them together, and slowly extended his hand, striking the jar above. Crack! With the crisp sound of shattering glass. The orange jar on the counter was instantly reduced to fragments. Following this, the shards of the broken jar transformed into a dazzling radiance that obscured everyone's vision, rendering the scene within utterly invisible. One could not help but wonder what kind of treasure his younger brother would unveil this time. Observing the brilliant light emanating from the counter, Xiao Ding silently mused, fully aware that this was the second jar Xiao Li was opening today. The first jar had yielded a splendid item, and he hoped this second jar would continue the streak of good fortune. Before long, under the gaze of the Xiao brothers, the resplendent light from the counter began to gradually dissipate, revealing the contents within. There, atop the counter, appeared a golden gourd. Is this a gourd? The brothers exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting curiosity at the sight of this treasure. Younger brother, we have never encountered a treasure of this gourd type before, and it certainly seems extraordinary at first glance. Xiao Ding analyzed, scrutinizing the item on the counter. Indeed, I too find this object remarkable. I wonder what it contains. Xiao Li nodded in agreement. Well, we can simply ask the young healer. Xiao Ding replied. That is true. Xiao Li nodded, then turned his gaze toward the young healer and said, Young healer, could you please take a look at this golden gourd for me? Certainly, Mr. Xiao Li. Please hold on for a moment. The young healer smiled and nodded at Xiao Li's request, then focused her attention on the golden gourd on the counter. In an instant, a piece of information appeared before her eyes. The golden treasure gourd is a storage item crafted by powerful beings, containing a vast space of 100,000 cubic units. It is capable of holding some sentient animals and plants that have not yet awakened their intelligence. Oh, I had expected it to hold something else. It turns out to be a storage space that can even accommodate living beings without intelligence. What a remarkable treasure. The young healer felt immense surprise upon reading the information. Such an item was one she desired to possess herself, as it would be far more convenient than any storage ring, which could not compare in volume or capacity to house living creatures. Young healer, have you discerned something? Noticing the astonished expression on her face, Xiao Li could not help but inquire. Yes, Mr. Xiao Li, I have indeed uncovered the effects of this treasure. Upon hearing Xiao Li's words, the young healer smiled and nodded gently, then slowly articulated, the golden gourd is a storage treasure crafted by formidable beings, containing a vast expanse of 100,000 cubic units. This immense space can accommodate various creatures and plants that have yet to awaken their intelligence. Indeed, Mr. Xiao Li, I have discerned the remarkable capabilities of this treasure. She continued. What? 100,000 cubic units, and it can also house living beings. Upon hearing the young healer's description of the golden gourd, the Xiao brothers widened their eyes in astonishment. Brother, this treasure is truly extraordinary. With such a vast space, which storage ring could possibly compare? Xiao Li expressed his surprise. Though the previous water bowl boasted a larger, even infinite capacity, it had many restrictions, being limited to storing only water. In contrast, the golden gourd could accommodate a multitude of items, including living creatures devoid of intelligence. Indeed, little brother, the treasure you have unearthed is indeed formidable. Xiao also offered high praise for the item. Young healer, how does one utilize this treasure? Xiao inquired eagerly, turning to her. Simply perform a blood recognition. The young healer replied, as she had on previous occasions. Thank you for your guidance. Xiao expressed his gratitude with a smile, then without hesitation, extended his hand, pricked his fingertip, and let a drop of blood fall onto the golden gourd. Instantly, the gourd emitted a dazzling golden light, and once the radiance faded, Xiao blood was completely absorbed. At that moment, a unique bond formed between Xiao and the golden gourd. How do you feel, little brother? Xiao asked curiously upon witnessing this scene. The space within is exceedingly vast. I can sense every inch of it and retrieve items at will. Xiao replied excitedly after taking in the sensations. Is that true? Then do try it. Xiao urged eagerly. Nodding in agreement, Xiao swiftly retrieved items from his storage ring and transferred them into the golden gourd. Brother, look. With a mere thought, Xiao extracted all the contents from the golden gourd, and the speed surpassed that of retrieving items from his storage ring by a considerable margin. Little brother, with this treasure, we can store a vast amount of resources, making transport exceedingly convenient. Xiao remarked with utmost seriousness. Indeed, Xiao was exceptionally pleased. Unlike the equipment in the realm of League of Legends, the golden gourd could not be concealed, which meant he had to wear it visibly at his waist, an insignificant flaw. Perhaps, however, it was fortunate that the gourd had recognized its master through blood. As long as Xiao remained alive, no one could access its inner space. Even if the gourd were to be taken from him, he could still command it to fly. Brother, please go ahead and open the jar. With that, Xiao swiftly stowed away the items on the ground into the gourd, securing it at his waist. Understood. Upon hearing Xiao's words, Xiao hurried to the counter and addressed the little physician. Miss Physician, could you please fetch me another orange jar? Of course, Mr. Xiao, please hold on. The little physician nodded with a smile, then quickly turned to retrieve an orange jar from the shelves behind her, placing it before Xiao. This marked the third jar of the day. The previous two had yielded remarkable treasures, and he wondered if this third jar would continue the streak of good fortune. Gazing at the orange jar before him, Xiao silently hoped for luck. He exhaled into his palm, rubbed his hands together, and then slowly extended his hand to strike the jar. With a crisp crack, the orange jar shattered into countless pieces, and the fragments transformed into a dazzling array of colors, obscuring the view for all present, leaving them unable to discern the contents within. What kind of treasure would my brother unveil this time? As he observed the radiant brilliance emanating from the counter, Xiao mused. Aware that this was Xiao's third jar, the treasures from the first two had been quite exceptional, and he earnestly hoped that the third would uphold their fortune. Before long, under the watchful eyes of the Xiao brothers, the mesmerizing light gradually dissipated, revealing the item within. There, on the counter, lay a lump of black metallic orb. What could this be? The brothers' eyes widened in curiosity as they beheld the object. What purpose could this black metal serve? Xiao exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the metallic orb. Second brother, look, there's a button on that metal orb. Xiao, scrutinizing the treasure on the counter, deduced. Indeed, you have sharp eyes, brother. Xiao exclaimed, noticing the button as well. In the next moment, he reached out to press it. Second brother, do not act recklessly. Upon witnessing Xiao's actions, Xiao promptly shouted. Hearing Xiao's words, Xiao quickly withdrew his hand. In the next moment, Xiao turned directly to inquire of the Little Medicine Fairy. Miss Little Medicine Fairy, might you assist me in examining this item? Certainly, responded the Little Medicine Fairy with a smile, as she immediately harnessed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze toward the treasures upon the counter. As her eyes scanned the items, a piece of information regarding the treasure was unveiled. Light sword. This item is extraordinarily hard, capable of manifesting a light sword extending 3 meters in length. The power of this sword is immense, able to cleave through numerous materials while emanating intense heat. Oh, it is indeed a light sword. The Little Medicine Fairy became quite animated upon reading this information. The description of the item clearly indicated its exceptional nature. Miss Little Medicine Fairy, have you discerned its significance? Observed Xiao, noting her expression. Indeed, Mr. Xiao. She replied with a smile, elaborating. This item is named the Light Sword. It is immensely durable and can project a weapon of 3 meters in length, possessing formidable power to cut through various substances while generating high temperatures. The Light Sword? Both Xiao and Xiao appeared somewhat perplexed by her explanation. Brother, does this imply that pressing that button would transform it into a 3-meter-long weapon? Xiao speculated. I believe that to be the case. Xiao nodded in agreement. Let us first consult the little medicine fairy. We should not act recklessly. Mr. Xiao Ding, the spherical end of the light sword is safe, while the flat end is where the sword is emitted. Before Xiao Ding could pose his question, the little medicine fairy preemptively provided the information. Ah, I see. Xiao Ding expressed his gratitude as he turned his gaze toward the light sword. Upon inspection, he realized that the flat end was directed toward the two brothers. If the light sword were to activate, it could potentially pierce one of them completely. Contemplating this scenario, Xiao Li's face displayed a hint of relief. He had been curious to press the button, and fortunately, Xiao Ding had intervened. Otherwise, a mishap could have occurred. Brother, you truly are the more prudent one. Xiao Li humbly acknowledged. Brother, from now on, exercise caution in your endeavors. Your safety is of utmost importance. Xiao Ding admonished. Understood, elder brother. I will remember. Xiao Li nodded in agreement. In the next moment, Xiao Ding reached out and grasped the radiant sword, positioning his thumb near the circular surface and his little finger near the spherical end. He then aimed the circular surface towards the entrance of the store and pressed the button with his thumb. Whoosh! As Xiao Ding activated the button, a brilliant blue beam of light erupted from the circular surface, though it extended only 3 meters, failing to breach the threshold. From within the beam, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li sensed a tremendous surge of energy. The destructive potential of this beam was formidable. Xiao Ding estimated that any practitioner below the Do Wang level would find their physical form and energy shield severed as easily as tofu. How does it feel, brother? Xiao Li inquired, curiosity brimming in his heart as he observed the energy beam emitted by the radiant sword. Little brother, this beam possesses immense power. Do not dare to touch it. Moreover, its strength will augment in tandem with our own abilities, akin to a sophisticated combat technique that demands little effort to wield. Xiao Ding responded, providing his assessment upon hearing Xiao Li's question. Is that so? This radiant sword is truly remarkable. Xiao Li exclaimed, astonished by Xiao Ding's description. Indeed, it is astonishing. The underlying principles elude comprehension. Xiao Ding sighed, before pressing the button once more to deactivate the sword and retract it into his spatial ring. Little brother, hasten to open the jar and discover what treasures your third jar may contain. Xiao Ding urged. Yes, elder brother, I understand. Xiao Li quickly nodded in response. Then approached the counter, addressing the little medical fairy. Miss Medical Fairy, could you please retrieve another orange jar for me? Certainly, Mr. Xiao Li, please hold on a moment. The little medical fairy smiled and nodded, then swiftly turned to the shelf behind her, retrieving an orange jar and placing it before Xiao Li. This is my third jar of the day. The treasures from the previous 2 jars were rather satisfactory. I wonder if I can continue my streak of good fortune. Xiao Li mused as he gazed at the orange jar on the counter. He first exhaled gently into his palm, then rubbed his hands together before gradually extending his palm to strike the surface of the orange jar. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering glass, the orange jar on the counter instantly splintered into numerous pieces. Following that, the fragments of the shattered orange jar transformed into a dazzling array of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering it impossible for anyone to discern the unfolding spectacle. What kind of treasure will my second brother unveil this time? Observing the dazzling radiance emanating from the counter, Xiao Ding silently mused, fully aware that this marked the third jar opened by Xiao Li today. The contents of the first 2 jars had proven quite remarkable, and he hoped that this third jar would continue the streak of good fortune. Before long, under the watchful gaze of the brothers, the resplendent light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the item within. There, atop the counter, lay an oval-shaped fruit, approximately the size of a duck egg, entirely cloaked in emerald green. What could this be? It appeared to resemble some form of fruit. The brothers, both filled with curiosity, noted that this was their first encounter with a treasure of this nature. Second brother, I never anticipated you would unveil a fruit-based treasure, Xiao Ding exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Brother, this fruit gives me an ordinary impression. Could it be that my previous good fortune has vanished? Xiao Li replied ambiguously upon hearing Xiao Ding's words. One must not judge by appearances. Perhaps this seemingly ordinary item is, in fact, extraordinary, Xiao Ding responded. Let us consult the little medical fairy and see what she has to say. Indeed, Xiao Li nodded in agreement, and then turned his gaze toward the little medical fairy, inquiring, Little medical fairy, could you assist me in examining this fruit on the counter? Certainly, Mr. Xiao Li, please hold on. The little medical fairy smiled and nodded, promptly utilizing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun as her eyes fell upon the verdant fruit on the counter. As her gaze swept over it, a piece of information materialized before her. Enlargement fruit. This fruit possesses a peculiar power. Upon consumption, it enables the individual to increase their size tenfold, and furthermore, once enlarged, one can control and adjust their body size at will. In other words, A person originally standing at 2 meters tall could subsequently alter their stature anywhere between 2 and 20 meters, and even adjust specific parts of their body independently, such as extending their arms by 20 times. It appears this green fruit allows one to enlarge their body. The little medical fairy exclaimed excitedly after reading the description of the treasure on the counter, as its capabilities were truly extraordinary. Little medical fairy, have you discerned the effects of this treasure? Xiao Li asked, noticing her astonished expression. Indeed. Upon hearing Xiao Li's words, the little medical sage smiled and nodded, swiftly responding. Mr. Xiao Ding, this is called the enlargement fruit. It possesses a peculiar power. Once ingested, it allows one's body to increase in size tenfold. Furthermore, after enlarging, one can control and adjust their physical dimensions at will. For instance, an individual originally standing 2 meters tall could later fluctuate their stature anywhere between 2 to 20 meters, and even modify specific body parts, such as extending an arm 20 times its usual length. What? A fruit that enlarges the body. At the little medical sage's introduction of this green fruit, the Xiao brothers couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. Brother, this item can truly enlarge the body. How incredible is that? Xiao Ding exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, I sensed its extraordinary nature from the very beginning. Xiao Li concurred, nodding in agreement. Since the little medical sage states that this fruit is to be consumed directly, brother, why not give it a try? Xiao Ding suggested. All right, I understand. Xiao Li replied to Xiao Ding, then turned his gaze towards the vibrant green fruit on the counter, slowly extending his hand. He picked up the fruit and brought it to his mouth, chewing it thoughtfully. As the fruit was completely consumed, Xiao Li's body began to undergo some remarkable transformations. Brother, how do you feel? Xiao Ding inquired, his curiosity piqued. Brother, look. Xiao Li laughed, and then stretched his hand outward towards the entrance of the store. In the next moment, his arm began to elongate, astonishingly extending beyond the threshold of the shop. After returning his hand to its original form, Xiao Li's body suddenly increased in size by twofold. However, he could not grow any larger due to the constraints imposed by the shop's regulations within its confines. He was limited to this size. Is it truly this wondrous? Observing Xiao Li's display of abilities, Xiao Ding appeared exceedingly pleased. Haha, brother, if I step outside, I could transform into a giant. Moreover, my physical strength and power would dramatically increase upon becoming a giant. Xiao Li exclaimed with excitement. Brother, your luck today is remarkable. Xiao Ding continued to express his admiration. Enough with the flattery. Let us see what treasure we can uncover from the last jar today. Xiao Li urged, responding to Xiao Ding's praise. Very well, I shall proceed. Xiao Ding smiled and nodded, quickly turning to approach the counter. Little medical sage, could you please fetch me another orange jar? Xiao Ding requested as he neared the counter. Certainly, Mr. Xiao Ding. Please hold on a moment. Upon hearing Xiao Ding's words, the young healer smiled and nodded in agreement, swiftly turning around to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Xiao Ding. This marked the final orange jar of the day. The previous 3 had yielded some remarkable treasures. One could only wonder if this last jar would continue the streak of good fortune. Gazing at the orange jar before him, Xiao Ding silently pondered. In the next moment, he exhaled into his palm, rubbed his hands together, and gently placed his palm upon the jar. With a crisp shattering sound, the orange jar on the counter fragmented into countless pieces. Instantly, the shards transformed into a dazzling array of light, obscuring the view of all present, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. What treasure would his elder brother unveil this time? As he beheld the radiant light emanating from the counter, Xiao Li also contemplated silently, aware that this was the final jar for Xiao Ding. The first, second, and third jars had all yielded excellent items. He hoped this last jar would mirror the fortune of its predecessors. Before long, under the watchful eyes of the 2 brothers, the brilliant light gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. There, atop the counter, lay a palm-sized glass vial containing a somewhat viscous black liquid, reminiscent of a certain cough syrup from Blue Star. What could this be? Both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li displayed expressions of astonishment at the sight of the treasure. Elder brother, the contents of this vial should be for consumption, correct? Xiao Li speculated, peering at the treasure on the counter. It appears too thick. I feel it resembles a medicinal substance intended for external application, Xiao Ding countered, expressing his own perspective. Since our opinions diverge, let us ask the young healer to examine the efficacy of this treasure, Xiao Ding suggested. Indeed, Xiao Li agreed with a smile. In the next moment, Xiao Ding turned to the young healer and inquired, Young healer, could you please assist us in assessing this viscous black liquid? Certainly, Mr. Xiao Ding. Please hold on a moment. She replied with a smile, immediately employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, her gaze sweeping over the treasure on the counter. Chapter 438, The Shrinking Pill. In the next moment, Xiao Ding turned to the direction of the little healer and inquired, My dear healer, Could you kindly examine this somewhat viscous black liquid for me? Certainly, Mr. Xiao Ding. Please hold on a moment. With a smile and a nod in response to Xiao Ding's request, the little healer immediately harnessed the ability bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, her gaze sweeping over the treasures on the counter. As her eyes traversed across the items displayed, one particular treasure revealed its information. Black dragon saliva. A remnant from the powerful beast, the black dragon. This substance is for external use only. When applied to wounds, it can regenerate flesh and bone, restoring injuries to their original state almost instantaneously. It is effective even for Dou Emperor level practitioners, though its efficacy diminishes for those beyond that realm. Oh, so it is a miraculous remedy for external application. Such potent effects. I wonder how much one would need to use at a time. Upon reading the description, curiosity stirred within the little healer. Have you discerned the effects of this substance? Xiao Ding continued his inquiry, noticing the expression on her face. Indeed, Mr. Xiao Ding. The little healer smiled and nodded, then elaborated. This substance is called black dragon saliva, a remnant from the formidable beast, the black dragon. It is solely for external use. When applied to wounds, it can regenerate flesh and bone, restoring injuries instantaneously. It retains effectiveness even for Dou Emperor level practitioners, though its potency gradually decreases for those above that realm. It cannot mend the soul, only the corporeal form. Upon hearing the little healer's description of the viscous liquid, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li gasped in astonishment. Brother, the contents of this vial are astonishingly potent, and it is effective even for Dou Emperor level practitioners. It is indeed deserving of the title miraculous remedy. Xiao Li exclaimed. Indeed, this substance is nothing short of miraculous. Just consider the prowess of the powerful black dragon. To possess such efficacy in a single droplet is remarkable. Xiao Ding nodded in agreement, expressing his admiration. Brother, you have truly stumbled upon a treasure this time. I wonder, though, how much of this substance is required for use? Xiao Li continued, sharing the same curiosity as the little healer. However, at that moment, with no one injured, they were uncertain how to proceed with testing it. Let us save it for the next time we encounter someone in need of healing, Xiao Ding suggested, swiftly stowing away the vial from the counter and clearing the space. Very well. Xiao Li nodded in agreement to Xiao Ding's words. In the next moment, observing that Xiao Ding had cleared the area, Xiao Li quickly approached the spot where his brother had just stood and addressed the little healer. My dear healer, could you please fetch me another orange jar? Of course, Mr. Xiao Li, please hold on a moment. The little healer responded with a smile and a nod, then swiftly turned around to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Xiao Li. Today, my brother and I have both had commendable success with our jars. We hope that this time, we can achieve a spectacular breakthrough, thus accelerating the rise of the Xiao family. Gazing at the orange jar before him, Xiao Li silently contemplated. In the next moment, he exhaled gently into his palm, rubbed his hands together, and slowly extended his hand to strike the jar. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered, scattering into pieces across the counter. Immediately, the fragments transformed into a dazzling array of radiant light, obscuring the view of all present, rendering the spectacle within invisible. What treasures might my younger brother unveil this time? Watching the brilliant light emanating from the counter, Xiao Ding mused inwardly, aware that this was the last jar for Xiao Li today. The contents of the first, second, and third jars had been remarkably promising. He hoped this final jar would continue the streak of good fortune. Before long, under the watchful eyes of the two brothers, the resplendent light gradually dissipated, revealing the items within. There, atop the counter, lay a palm-sized box, uncovered, allowing a clear view of 8 neatly arranged white pills, each resembling quail eggs. Are these elixirs? The sight of the 8 white pills filled the brothers with curiosity. They did not seem like traditional elixirs, lacking any discernible aura. Xiao Ding remarked in astonishment. I too wonder if these are not pills, but rather special beads crafted from a unique material? Xiao Li nodded, recalling the earlier silver sphere, which was a thunder-exploding pearl, capable of vanquishing formidable opponents with a vast range. Uncertain, perhaps you should inquire with Miss Xiao Yixin. Dear brother, suggested Xiao Ding in response to Xiao Li's thoughts. Indeed. Nodding quickly, Xiao Li turned his gaze to Xiao Yixin and asked, Miss Xiao Yixin, could you kindly assist me in discerning the effects of this white object? Certainly, Mr. Xiao Li, please hold on a moment. She replied with a smile, and promptly employed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her attention toward the white items in the box. As her gaze fell upon them, a stream of information materialized before her eyes. The shrinking pill. The essence of this pill lies in its remarkable ability to diminish the physical stature of the individual who consumes it, with a reduction factor ranging from 1 to 10,000. The user can adjust this magnitude at will. Remarkably, the strength and power of the individual remain unchanged. Instead, their body is compressed by an enigmatic force, encompassing both their energy and spirit, lasting for a duration of 10 days. Oh, how astonishing it is to encounter such a wondrous item. Upon reading the introduction of this pill, the little medical sage felt a wave of curiosity. She had previously encountered treasures that could enlarge the body, yet this was her first encounter with an item that could shrink it. Little medical sage, have you discerned the effects of this item? Seeing the expression on her face, Xiao inquired further. Indeed, Mr. Xiao, the little medical sage replied with a smile. Momentarily interrupted by his question. This item is called the shrinking pill. Its purpose is to reduce the physical form of the one who consumes it, with a potential decrease of up to 10,000 times. Chapter 439, Reopening the Crimson Jar. Yes, indeed, Mr. Xiao, the little medical sage continued. The user may freely adjust within this range. After consuming the pill, the individual's bodily strength and power remain unaffected. It is merely their form that is compressed by this peculiar force, including their energy and soul, for a period of 10 days. Shrinking pill? Upon hearing the little medical sage's description of the white pill, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li widened their eyes in astonishment, filled with curiosity. Much like the little medical sage, the Xiao brothers had only encountered treasures that enlarged the body. This was their first encounter with one that could shrink it. Elder brother, after consuming this, one can reduce their body to a size as small as 10,000 times smaller. How minuscule would that be? Xiao exclaimed. Indeed. To shrink to 1/10,000th of one's size is terrifying. Just imagine, second brother, your height is about 2 meters, if reduced by 10,000 times. Wouldn't that render you a mere 0.2 millimeters tall, smaller than an ant? Xiao Ding pondered with a nod. The most crucial point is, according to the little medical sage, that despite the diminishment, one's strength will not wane. Even the resilience and power of the body will remain unchanged. If one were to shrink to 10,000 times smaller, elder brother, have you ever seen an ant capable of lifting a house? Xiao chuckled at the thought. Haha, second brother, if such a scenario were to occur, it would be difficult to ascertain whether the enemy could even see you. Xiao Ding responded. Consuming just one can yield effects that last for 10 days, and it can be adjusted at will. In other words, within this 10-day span, I can choose to diminish its effects or revert to the original state. It must be said that this treasure is remarkably convenient. Xiao Li expressed his delight. Indeed, indeed. Regarding the last orange canister opened by Xiao Li, Xiao Ding was full of praise. Brother, please go again. After a moment of laughter, Xiao Li intended to suggest that Xiao Ding open another canister. However, upon reflecting on the balance in his VIP card, he abruptly halted. Brother, the balance is insufficient to purchase an orange canister. Shall we proceed with a red canister? Xiao Li inquired. Let us use it. Upon hearing Xiao Li's words, Xiao Ding pondered for a moment before responding. All right, I'll follow your lead. Xiao Li nodded. In the next moment, he addressed the young healer. Could you please bring me a red canister? Certainly, Mr. Xiao Li, please hold on. The young healer smiled and swiftly turned, retrieving a red canister from the shelf behind her and placing it before Xiao Li. Based on the previous experience with the red canisters, he mused that spending 500,000 gold coins would surely not be a loss. With a deep breath and rubbing his hands together, Xiao Li slowly extended his hand towards the canister. Crack! With the sound of the canister shattering, the red canister on the counter instantaneously splintered into pieces. Immediately, the fragments transformed into a dazzling array of light, obscuring everyone's view, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. What kind of treasure will my younger brother unveil this time? Observing the brilliant light emanating from the counter, Xiao Ding silently contemplated. He understood that this red canister, priced at 500,000 gold coins, could not compare to the 1 million gold coin orange canisters. However, he also knew that the 4 red canisters previously opened by them had yielded treasures rarely valued below 500,000 gold coins, with some even worth millions. Thus, opening red canisters generally resulted in profit. I hope it's not a magic core this time. As he gazed at the radiant light, Xiao Li began to silently pray. He distinctly recalled that during the previous morning, he had opened 4 red canisters in succession, all of which contained magic cores. Although those cores held significant value and could serve as energy sources for technological weapons, Xiao Li still hoped that this canister would not yield another magic core. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the Xiao brothers, the brilliant light on the counter gradually dissipated, revealing its contents. Before them lay a magic core, perfectly spherical and the size of a soccer ball. To his astonishment, another magic core had emerged. Did it imply that every crimson jar opened by Xiao Li must be a magic core? Observing the treasure that appeared on the counter, Xiao Li silently exclaimed within. Brother, the aura emanating from this magic core suggests it is of considerable quality. Your luck this time is indeed remarkable. In contrast to Xiao Li's excitement, Xiao Ding felt a sense of pragmatism upon discovering the magic core. With the addition of technological firearms, the higher the grade of the magic core, the more beneficial it would be for both of them. Very well, as long as you are pleased, brother. Xiao nodded helplessly in response to Xiao Ding's words. In the next moment, he carefully placed the magic core into the golden treasure gourd, clearing the space on the counter. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Ding approached the counter, addressing the young healer. Dear young healer, could you kindly fetch me a crimson jar? Certainly, Mr. Xiao Ding. The young healer smiled and nodded, swiftly turning around to retrieve a crimson jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Xiao Ding. It's curious that I've opened more orange jars than crimson ones, Xiao Ding mused. Taking a deep breath and rubbing his hands together, Xiao Ding slowly extended his palm and struck the jar. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered into fragments, bursting forth into a dazzling display of light, obscuring everyone's view and leaving them unable to discern the contents within. What treasure will my brother unveil this time? Xiao Li pondered, fully aware that this crimson jar, priced at 500,000 gold coins, was far less valuable than the 1 million gold coin orange jars. In no time, under the watchful eyes of the brothers, the radiant light gradually dissipated, revealing the contents. Upon the counter lay a folding fan adorned with mountain and water patterns. Is this a fan? Both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li felt a surge of curiosity at the sight of the treasure before them. Brother, you've unveiled a fan. Could it possibly share the same nature as the landscape painting I previously opened? Xiao Li inquired with keen interest. A landscape painting? Indeed. This folding fan does bear a resemblance to treasures of that kind, Xiao Ding acknowledged with a nod. In the next moment, Xiao Ding turned to the little medical fairy and asked, My dear little medical fairy, could you assist me in assessing the effects of this item? Certainly, Mr. Xiao Ding. Please hold on. Upon hearing his request, the little medical fairy smiled and nodded, swiftly employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, her gaze sweeping over the folding fan on the counter. The fan of the Sea of Clouds. This fan is a replica of the folding fan belonging to the great being of the Sea of Clouds. Once unfurled, it can create illusions that can envelop a radius of up to 100 miles. The smaller the area of effect, the stronger the hallucinatory impact. And activation requires the consumption of energy. So this is a treasure capable of inducing illusions. After perusing the description of the item, the little medical fairy's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Have you discerned its nature? Xiao Ding inquired, noting the look on her face. Indeed, Mr. Xiao Ding. The little medical fairy, realizing the implications, smiled and nodded, elaborating. This item is the fan of the Sea of Clouds. It is a replica of the folding fan of the great being of the Sea of Clouds. Once unfurled, it can create illusions that cover a radius of up to 100 miles. The smaller the area of effect, the more potent the illusion. And it requires the consumption of energy to activate. 100-mile radius of illusion. Upon hearing her words, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li stared in awe, their eyes wide with disbelief. If it merely created illusions, it would not be considered an extraordinary treasure. However, the implication of a 100-mile radius is truly terrifying. Should one become lost within such an expansive illusion, they might find themselves ensnared for a lifetime. Elder brother, the power of this treasure is astonishingly formidable. Xiao Li remarked enviously. Every crimson jar I open must yield a magical core, yet your luck with the crimson jar surpasses mine by an immeasurable degree. Indeed. Xiao Ding replied, nodding slowly. He then directly inquired of the little medical fairy, My dear little medical fairy, how should I proceed to use this item? Mr. Xiao Ding. This treasure requires a drop of blood to acknowledge its master. She replied without hesitation. Very well. Thank you, dear little medical fairy. Without a moment's doubt, Xiao Ding extended his hand, pricking his fingertip to let a drop of blood fall upon the folding fan. In an instant, a dazzling white light erupted from the fan, obscuring everyone's vision. As the light dissipated, the drop of blood he had shed was completely absorbed by the fan, establishing a peculiar connection between Xiao Ding and the artifact. Elder brother, how do you feel? Xiao Li asked curiously as the white light faded. I feel as though I can now wield the power within this fan at will. Xiao Ding responded with great excitement. Now, let us test the power of this fan, Xiao Li tentatively suggested. All right. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Ding nodded and promptly grasped the fan, swiftly unfurling it. As the fan opened, a peculiar transformation enveloped the space around them. Xiao Ding found himself able to effortlessly manipulate the phenomena of nearby living beings within 100 miles, specifically those possessing souls. The fan's extraordinary power, indeed, exerted its influence upon the soul. However, Xiao Li felt none of this, for within the confines of the shop, the power of the fan was rendered ineffective. How astonishing! With the realization of the fan's capabilities, Xiao Ding felt an immense joy swelling within him. Brother, after opening the crimson jar, my balance has dwindled to merely a few 100,000. Xiao Li suddenly interjected. Younger brother, I too possess only 300,000 gold coins. Xiao Ding replied. At this moment, The combined balance of the Xiao brothers amounted to a mere 500,000, which meant they could each only afford a common jar priced at 100,000 gold coins if separated. Younger brother, there is no need to open a common jar. Perhaps I should transfer my balance to you, so you may open another crimson jar. Xiao Ding proposed further. I should be the one to open the crimson jar. No. Let it be you, brother. If I open it, it will likely yield only a magic core. Xiao Li hurriedly declined. Very well then, I shall proceed. Seeing Xiao Li's insistence, Xiao Ding resignedly acquiesced. Xiao Li swiftly executed the transfer, augmenting Xiao Ding's balance to exceed 500,000 gold coins, signifying that Xiao Ding could indeed procure another crimson jar. Observing the change in his balance, Xiao Ding wasted no time and approached the counter, addressing the young healer. Miss Young Healer, could you kindly fetch me another crimson jar? Certainly, Mr. Xiao Ding, please hold on. The young healer responded with a smile, promptly turning to retrieve a crimson jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before Xiao Ding. What treasures might this crimson jar unveil? Contemplating the jar on the counter, Xiao Ding mused that his fortune today seemed even more favorable than that of yesterday. The treasures he had previously unearthed from crimson jars appeared superior to those obtained by Xiao Li, though not without exception. Many of the treasures Xiao Ding had acquired would reveal their true potential only as his own strength grew. Chapter 441, Mech Motorcycle. What treasures might this crimson jar unveil? Gazing at the crimson jar upon the counter, Xiao Ding silently mused that his fortune today surpassed even that of the previous day. The treasures he had unearthed from the earlier crimson jars appeared to be of superior quality compared to those discovered by Xiao Li, though this was not an absolute certainty. Many of the treasures Xiao Ding had obtained required the enhancement of his strength to unlock their full potential. With that thought, he exhaled into his palms, rubbed his hands together, and then gradually extended his hand to strike the jar. Crack! The sound of the jar shattering echoed crisply, and instantly, the crimson jar splintered into countless fragments. Following this, the broken pieces transformed into a dazzling array of light, obscuring the vision of all present. What splendid treasure might my elder brother unveil from this crimson jar? Xiao Li contemplated, recognizing that Xiao Ding had consistently enjoyed better luck in opening these jars. In contrast, Xiao Li found himself repeatedly yielding only magic cores. Thus, he was resolute in allowing Xiao Ding this final opportunity to open a jar, fearing that he might once again extract a mere magic core. At this moment, he earnestly wished for Xiao Ding to experience a stroke of good fortune and reveal a more remarkable treasure. Soon, under the watchful eyes of Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, the radiant light emanating from the counter began to dissipate, unveiling the contents within. To their astonishment, a miniature mech motorcycle materialized atop the counter, strikingly reminiscent of the sci-fi vehicles depicted in films from Blue Star. What on earth is this? Both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were filled with bewilderment at the sight of the treasure. As they hailed from a different realm, they had never encountered anything resembling this. If Xiao Yan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize it at a glance. Elder brother, this object has a peculiar design. It is so diminutive and yet equipped with 2 wheels. Could it possibly be a cart? Xiao Li inquired, his curiosity piqued. I am uncertain, Xiao Ding replied, shaking his head. If it were a cart, there should be something to pull it, and furthermore, it ought to have 4 wheels instead of just 2. Oh. In that case, let us consult Miss Xiao Yixian. She is sure to know, Xiao Li suggested. Agreed. Xiao Ding nodded in affirmation and then turned his gaze towards Xiao Yixian, asking, Miss Xiao Yixian, could you assist me in examining the treasure upon the counter? Certainly. Xiao Yixian smiled and nodded, directing her attention to the folding fan on the counter, and in that moment, a stream of information appeared before her eyes. Mecha Motorcycle, a pivotal product of the technological era, it boasts the remarkable ability to traverse land, sea, and air with unparalleled speed, powered by magical cores. Each distinct core supplies varying energy to the motorcycle, resulting in significant differences in speed. Ah, such a wondrous treasure exists. Observing the information before her, the young healer was thoroughly astonished. Young healer, have you discerned something? Seeing the expression on her face, Xiao Ding pressed further. Indeed, I have. Smiling, the young healer nodded in affirmation before elucidating. This object is known as the Mecha Motorcycle, a crucial innovation of our time, capable of swift travel across land, sea, and air, driven by magical cores that differ in energy output, thereby affecting speed considerably. The Mecha Motorcycle? Upon hearing her words, the eyes of Xiao Ding and his brother Xiao Li widened in disbelief. Elder brother, I knew your fortune would be remarkable. This Mecha Motorcycle sounds like an extraordinary artifact, enabling seamless travel across all terrains. How incredibly convenient. Xiao Li exclaimed, astonished by the young healer's description. Indeed, Xiao Ding nodded in agreement. This device is indeed impressive. I wonder how its speed compares to that of the Sky Shuttle? Well, I'm not entirely certain. Xiao Li suggested, Why not test the capabilities of the mecha motorcycle now? That is precisely my intention, Xiao Ding replied, nodding once more before turning to the young healer, inquiring, Dear healer, could you guide us on how to operate this mecha motorcycle? That is quite simple. Once it returns to its original size, the display will provide a tutorial, and a basic artificial intelligence system will assist you. The young healer explained with a smile. Ah, I see. Understanding her explanation, Xiao Ding felt enlightened. In the next moment, he grasped the mecha motorcycle and stepped outside the jar shop. As the motorcycle emerged from the store, its form expanded dramatically in the wind, quickly reaching nearly 2 meters in length. Its substantial body appeared neither bulky nor unwieldy, exuding an aura of striking elegance. Upon witnessing the enlarged form of the mecha motorcycle, Xiao Li's eyes sparkled with desire. Its design was far more captivating than the chair he had previously acquired. In recent days, the Xiao brothers had unveiled 3 flying artifacts, the Sky Shuttle, the Spirit Chair, and this mecha motorcycle. However, all 3 were products of Xiao Ding's endeavors, with the Spirit Chair being a gift from him to Xiao Li. Second brother, why don't you give it a try? Sensing the yearning in Xiao Li's heart, Xiao Ding spoke with a smile. Thank you, elder brother. Xiao Li responded courteously, approaching the sleek mech motorcycle parked nearby. With great flair, he placed a 6th-tier advanced magic core into the designated slot atop the motorcycle. With a crisp sound, as the magic core was inserted, the mech motorcycle erupted with a series of mesmerizing mechanical sounds. On the front of the vehicle, a dazzling display screen suddenly illuminated with an interface. Seeing this unfold, Xiao Li was not particularly astonished, for he had previously witnessed the wondrous spectacle of the time sphere storing images. Chapter 442, The Power of the Mech Motorcycle. With a resounding click, as the 6th-tier magic core was embedded into the mech motorcycle, it emitted a captivating symphony of mechanical noises. The display screen showcased an interface, and within it, a figure resembling the motorcycle waved at Xiao Li. Hello, as a first-time user of this mech motorcycle, would you like to provide your pupil data, fingerprint data, and other personal information? Inquired the mech figure with utmost politeness. Upon hearing the intelligent inquiry from the figure on the screen, Xiao Li was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure. After all, he was merely testing the vehicle, and it belonged to Xiao Ding. He felt it inappropriate to be the first to submit his identification. No, let's proceed with my elder brother's information first, Xiao Li politely declined, waving to Xiao Ding. Elder brother, could you come over here? All right, Xiao Ding replied, moving closer. Once Xiao Ding was near, Xiao Li swiftly dismounted from the mech and stated, Elder brother, as the owner of this mech motorcycle, you should be the first to register your information and bind this treasure. Greetings. Once this mech is bound to the first owner, it can also be linked to a second owner. The privileges of the second owner will be conferred by the first. The mech on the display continued. Is that so? Upon hearing this, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li's faces lit up with excitement. This configuration would allow both brothers to utilize the mech. How do we register the identification? Xiao Ding inquired. Quite simply, just look at the screen and place your palm into this slot, and your identification information will be automatically collected. Upon hearing Xiao Ding's words, the mech within the display screen promptly responded in a mechanical tone. Thank you. Acknowledging the surprisingly human-like voice, Xiao Ding nodded and slowly placed his palm into the recently revealed groove, all the while keeping his gaze fixed on the display. As Xiao Ding's eyes were riveted on the screen, a blue beam suddenly scanned his retina, while simultaneously, he felt an almost imperceptible prick on his hand that was pressed into the groove, extracting a minuscule droplet of blood, invisible to the naked eye. Ding. Identity information has been successfully collected. From this moment onward, you are my primary master. The mech exclaimed. Master, would you like to designate a secondary master? The intelligent system inquired once more. Yes. Xiao Ding responded quickly, nodding his head. Second brother, please come over and allow this mech to collect some identity information from you as well. All right. With a smile on his face, Xiao Li approached the mech motorcycle. After understanding the identity collection process from Xiao Ding, he placed his hand onto the same groove where Xiao Ding had previously rested his. Instantly, Xiao Li experienced a similar situation as Xiao Ding, with his pupils being scanned and his fingerprints and data collected. How do you feel, second brother? Seeing Xiao Li's expression, Xiao Ding quickly inquired. Elder brother, have you shared all permissions with me? I glanced at the interface in my mind, and this mech can execute any command I give. Xiao Li replied excitedly. Now we can give it a try, Xiao Ding said with a smile. Sure. Hearing Xiao Ding's words, Xiao Li swiftly mounted the mech motorcycle, gripping the handlebars with a striking demeanor. With a gentle twist of his right hand, the motorcycle surged forward several meters, heading straight for the courtyard wall. However, just before impact, a streamlined defensive shield suddenly illuminated around the mech motorcycle, crashing against the sturdy wall and shattering it. At that moment, the motorcycle came to a halt. That was incredibly fast. After stopping, Xiao Li gazed at the shattered wall in astonishment. With the installation of a 6th-tier magic core, this mech motorcycle's speed and the strength of its defensive shield could rival that of a Dou Huang-level expert, if not surpass it. Moreover, Xiao Li discovered that the artificial intelligence within the motorcycle could timely make judgments to activate the defensive shield or apply the brakes. Although it would not choose to stop the motorcycle if the master had no intention of doing so. What is this? Beyond the courtyard walls, a dozen mercenaries from the Mo Tai mercenary corps gazed curiously at Xiao Li, who was perched atop a mechanized motorcycle. Xiao Li, unfazed by their scrutiny, executed a swift 180 turn, re-entering the courtyard. The motorcycle emitted a resounding roar, momentarily startling the mercenaries. This time, Xiao Li's control over the speed was noticeably improved, and he had mastered the brakes. For now, as they were within the city, Xiao Li refrained from activating the flight mode to avoid causing too much commotion. "Brother, your maneuvering appears to have improved significantly since earlier," remarked Xiao Ding with a smile upon witnessing Xiao Li's actions. "Elder brother, just a gentle twist of the right handlebar here will markedly increase its speed. If you keep twisting it, the acceleration will become quite astonishing," Xiao Li exclaimed with excitement. "Why not give it a try yourself?" he urged. No, Xiao Ding chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "You should first master riding the motorcycle before offering me guidance." "All right," Xiao Li responded with a grin, then shifted his gaze downward. Despite the motorcycle's imposing size, his golden gourd could effortlessly accommodate it. Whoosh! With a mere thought, the motorcycle vanished, drawn into the golden gourd. "Brother, we truly lack the gold coins necessary to purchase any jars now," Xiao Li lamented, raising his hands in resignation. "Indeed," Xiao Ding nodded in agreement. "Today's plunder from the Sand Mercenary Corps has yielded some treasures, yet here in Shimo City, only the forces stationed from the Jiamada Empire possess considerable wealth ripe for the taking. The military? Brother, what if we targeted those forces as well?" Xiao Li's eyes sparkled with intrigue at Xiao Ding's words. "Not a chance. For now, we must keep a low profile. Directly challenging the Jiamada Empire at this juncture would be unwise." Xiao Ding shook his head. "Then, what do you propose we do?" Xiao Li inquired, perplexed, as he believed their current strength was more than sufficient to contend with the imperial family. "Dear brother, it is imperative that we prepare thoroughly for all eventualities. Furthermore, we need not oppose the royal family of the increased stakes. After all, this is a nation we have called home for quite some time. If we seek to plunder, we might consider the Izumo Empire or the Mulan Empire instead," Xiao Ding analyzed with a serious expression. "Very well, I shall heed your counsel." Xiao Li nodded in agreement after hearing Xiao Ding's explanation. In the next moment, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li instructed their men to repair the shattered courtyard wall. And then the two re-entered the shop to engage in casual conversation with the young physician. It was clear to both of them that with their second-tier VIP cards, they were entitled to 2 opportunities within the month to teleport to the jar shop from any location. Thus, in the ensuing days, once they accumulated a reasonable amount of gold coins, they would be able to teleport to the jar shop to make their purchases. "It is indeed regrettable that both of your VIP quotas have been exhausted." The young physician sighed upon learning of Xiao Li and Xiao Ding's financial situation. "Fear not, dear physician, it will not be long before we return to the jar shop," Xiao Ding and Xiao Li assured her. "Yes." The young physician nodded rapidly in response to their words. As time passed, nightfall quickly approached. The young physician closed the shop and returned to the manor, yet still, she did not see any sign of Yi Yun. "Where has the owner gone?" she pondered, missing him after 2 days of his absence. That evening, the young physician found it difficult to sleep. She approached the stone table adorned with numerous jars and extended her hand, intending to open all the ordinary jars. She understood that even if Yi Yun were to assist her, he would not bother with these mundane containers. With a crisp sound, the first ordinary jar shattered, revealing its contents. Immediately, the fragments of the broken jar transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring everyone's vision. Ordinary jars seemed to yield peculiar everyday items, such as the previously discovered inflatable lighter and portable audio player. Would she uncover similar trinkets this time? The young physician's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at the brilliant light emanating from the counter. Soon, under her watchful gaze, the dazzling radiance gradually dissipated, revealing the items within. To her astonishment, a delicate box appeared on the counter. "What is this?" Curiosity danced across her face as she beheld the object before her. In the next moment, the young physician utilized the ability granted to her by Yi Yun and focused her gaze upon the box on the counter. As her gaze swept across the counter, a piece of information materialized before her. A set of wireless surveillance equipment. It comprised a pinhole camera and a display device. The camera's lens could capture images from a designated area, while the display could record and save the footage obtained by the camera, providing alerts when a human figure appeared in the frame to the individual monitoring the display. Ah, what an astonishing device capable of recording images. Upon reading the description of the treasures on the stone table, the little healer felt a surge of excitement. She had encountered similar items before. Previously, Princess Xiao of the royal family had unveiled an enhanced version of the Alert Eye Stone. The guards deployed by that stone, whether visible or invisible, far surpassed the capabilities of this surveillance device. Nevertheless, the little healer was equally delighted to acquire this monitoring apparatus. Unlike the invisible guards of the Alert Eye Stone, which could conduct comprehensive surveillance, she appreciated the simplicity of this pinhole camera. The overwhelming amount of information provided by the invisible guards often became convoluted, as they could even bypass obstacles to capture images. In contrast, the pinhole camera functioned like the human eye, straightforward and uncomplicated, precisely the type the little healer favored. However, where should she place this pinhole camera? The little healer began to ponder. Her curiosity piqued about where Yi Yun had departed from the jar shop and to where he had ventured. Perhaps placing the camera somewhere within Yi Boss's robe would allow her to ascertain his whereabouts. A plan suddenly formed in her mind, yet she hesitated, uncertain if Yi Yun would be angered by such an action. Better not to proceed, she thought, for fear of displeasing Yi Boss. In the next moment, the little healer swiftly tucked away the box from the stone table and placed her palm upon the second ordinary jar. With a crisp crack, the first ordinary jar shattered, revealing the treasures within. Immediately, the fragments of the broken jar transformed into a dazzling glow, obscuring everyone's vision. The intriguing outcome from the first ordinary jar left her wondering what marvelous treasure the second ordinary jar would yield. She hoped it would be as captivating as the surveillance device. Watching the splendid radiance emanating from the stone table, the little healer mused to herself. Before long, under the little healer's watchful gaze, the dazzling glow from the counter gradually dissipated, unveiling the items inside. Chapter 444. The Desert, the Serpent People. The first ordinary jar yielded such intriguing treasures, leaving one to wonder what marvels the second ordinary jar might unveil. It is hoped that it will be as captivating as this surveillance device. As the dazzling radiance materialized upon the stone table, the little healer could not help but marvel. Moments later, under her attentive gaze, the resplendent light began to gradually dissipate, revealing the contents within. Upon the counter appeared an object reminiscent of a smartphone. What could this be? As she beheld the palm-sized device, curiosity filled the little healer's eyes. She had encountered similar technological wonders before, when the smartphone screen was dormant. The reflection of a figure was still discernible, albeit dimly lit. However, in the next instant, she swiftly employed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun to inspect the smartphone's information. Smartphone, an intelligent device emerging from the blue star. Its primary functions include making calls, sending messages, listening to music, reading, calculating, tracking dates, setting alarms, and playing games. Oh, so this diminutive gadget possesses such an array of remarkable capabilities. The little healer was astounded by the revelations. She had not anticipated that this smartphone would encompass so many functions. Even among the most formidable of warriors, it is rare to find one who can accurately state the date. Yet this device displayed time to the second, could automatically calculate, set alarms, and capture photographs. Much like the previous surveillance apparatus. Although many of these features might seem somewhat superfluous to the little healer, they did not diminish her sense of wonder. In the time that followed, she swiftly familiarized herself with the smartphone's operating instructions. That evening, the ordinary jars she opened predominantly contained technological products from the Blue Star. In the vast expanse of the desert, the golden sands were the sole theme, as the raging winds swept through the realm, carrying grains of sand in a relentless symphony. This was the heart of the Tagore Desert, where the yellow sand, scorched beneath the blazing sun, felt akin to searing iron particles. And even the air bore an intense heat that rendered each breath a trial, leaving one's throat parched and burning. The multiverse shop had lingered with the Iron Sand Mercenary Corps for 3 days. The previous night, as the little healer fell into a deep slumber, the jar shop quietly transported itself, randomly arriving in the Tagore Desert. At this moment, the jar shop materialized in the midst of a pathway that resembled a grand road, with a sprawling city visible on the horizon, standing proud at the edge of the desert. In this magnificent city, amidst the monotonous yellow sands, numerous colossal stones have emerged, leading to the temple city inhabited by Queen Medusa. Upon the city walls, fully armed serpent guards patrol tirelessly, while dark birds of prey circle above, their keen eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of disturbance, ready to sound the alarm at the slightest hint of trouble. Creak. As the sun ascends higher in the sky, the grand city gates finally swing open. A battalion of serpent warriors emerges, dispatched to procure water from other oases in the desert. Though the temple possesses a source of water, its quantity is meager. As the most sacred city of the serpent folk, It is imperative to replenish its supply. Hurry, increase your pace. We must return before nightfall. A prominent serpent warrior calls out from the front. At the sound of his command, the multitude of serpents quickens their pace, racing forth as soon as they pass through the gates. What is that? The captain of the water-fetching team, a serpent of formidable spirit power, suddenly spots a dark silhouette a mile from the gates. As they draw closer, the outline becomes increasingly distinct. What on earth? A building in such a desolate region? Confusion fills the captain's eyes as he realizes the distant figure is indeed a structure. Noticing their leader has halted, the other serpents also come to a stop. What is that? Following the captain's gaze, they too notice the anomaly on the desert road. What is this? There was nothing here yesterday. How could such a building appear overnight? The architectural style resembles that of the humans. This is outrageous. This is the sacred domain of our temple, and humans have infiltrated our territory to construct a building. Upon discovering that the newly appeared structure belongs to the human race, the water-fetching serpent warriors are engulfed in a wave of fury. The thought of humans erecting dwellings around the temple incites profound indignation within every serpent. In a fervent haste, the serpents advance towards the emerging structure. As they approach, the captain, endowed with spirit power, notices a sign hanging from the building. Universal Marketplace. How detestable. A shop. How dare such a structure desecrate the vicinity of our temple? The serpent captain roars in anger, swiftly accelerating towards the site, his body brimming with murderous intent. As the serpent captain approached the jar shop, a woman clad in white suddenly emerged from within. A human? A female? The appearance of this woman caught the serpent captain off guard for a brief moment. Who are you? And why do you operate a shop here? He barked at the young healer. Greetings, this is the shop of all realms, and we eagerly await your patronage. She replied with a smile. While she spoke, the serpent captain scrutinized her closely. This shop had not existed the previous evening. Its sudden emergence within a single night suggested a considerable amount of talent was required to bring it to fruition. Yet, it appeared devoid of any other presence. Had they hidden themselves away, or was it possible that this establishment was entirely the creation of this young girl? After a moment of contemplation, the serpent captain refrained from employing force against the healer, opting instead to enter the jar shop. His fellow serpents, following his gesture, encircled the establishment. Chapter 445. The Serpent Clan strongman enters the shop. Upon entering the shop, the serpent captain carefully examined the interior, which was adorned with a simplistic arrangement featuring only 3 types of jars on the shelves behind the counter. What sort of shop is this? With merely these earthen jars on display? He mused inwardly. In the next moment, the serpents who had been surveying the vicinity also stepped inside. Captain, there are no hidden doors around the shop, reported one of the serpent soldiers. With this information, the serpent captain became increasingly convinced that the jar shop was indeed operated solely by the young healer. Human, what do you sell in this shop? He inquired. Oh, just these jars. The ordinary jars are priced at 100,000 gold coins each, the red jars at 500,000 gold coins each, and the orange jars at 1 million gold coins each. The healer swiftly detailed. What? 100,000 gold coins, a million for a single jar? The serpent captain and his soldiers widened their eyes in astonishment at her announcement. This situation was far too peculiar. It would be prudent to refrain from making any unilateral decisions and to swiftly report this matter to the esteemed individuals within the temple. The captain of the serpent men contemplated briefly, then decisively exited the jar shop, instructing the other serpent men to refrain from rash actions. In the next moment, the captain, possessing the strength of a combat spirit, made his way towards the temple. After his departure, the serpent soldiers inside and outside the jar shop remained silent, waiting in stillness. The atmosphere was thick with ennui, and the little healer found herself at a loss for words. Despite the presence of so many, not a single customer had arrived, leaving them all as mute as statues. As this tedious waiting dragged on for an hour, suddenly 3 swift sounds sliced through the air above the jar shop, and 3 figures descended onto the sandy ground outside. The foremost among them was a serpent woman clad in resplendent red armor. She was Xiao, the captain of the Medusa guards, wielding the power of a combat king. Accompanying her were 2 others. 1. A robust male serpent adorned in a thin garment that hung loosely upon his form, his arms covered in intricate black tattoos that culminated in 2 fearsome black serpent heads, poised as if ready to spring forth, emanating a sense of ferocity. He was one of the 8 great leaders of the serpent clan, known as Mobus. The third figure was an elderly man, hunched and leaning on a cane. Though he appeared unremarkable, his ancient eyes radiated wisdom. He was Inshur, another of the 8 leaders, serving as the strategist for the serpent clan. Is this the peculiar shop? Xiao mused to herself as she gazed at the jar shop, before resolutely leading the way inside. Welcome. Are you here to purchase jars? The little healer greeted with a smile as the trio entered. Your jars cost 1 million gold coins each. Washayer inquired. Having assessed the little healer's aura and finding it imperceptible, her brow furrowing slightly as she spoke with a tone of skepticism. Indeed, the orange jars are priced at 1 million gold coins, while we also offer more affordable ordinary jars for just 100,000 gold coins. The little healer explained cheerfully. Then please, show me an orange jar, Washayer requested directly. I'm afraid the orange jars are only available to customers who have reached level 2. At present, you may only purchase the ordinary jars for 100,000 gold coins, the little healer replied with a smile. Are you implying that we lack the qualifications to purchase your jars? Washayer retorted, her face showing displeasure. Being on the Serpent Clan's territory, she instinctively perceived the little healer's words as an insult. Not at all. It is simply the shop's policy. Spending 250,000 gold coins grants you level 1 status, allowing for the purchase of red jars at 500,000 gold coins each. Spending 500,000 gold coins elevates you to level 2, permitting the acquisition of orange jars at 1 million gold coins each. Upon observing the expression of the flower serpent, the game master maintained a smile and explained, allow me to clarify, our establishment does not exclusively accept gold coins. Any valuable item can be exchanged here for the corresponding amount of gold coins. Let us begin by purchasing a simple jar. Hearing the explanation from the little healer, the flower serpent seemed poised to speak further when the figure leaning on a cane, Inshur, interjected. Very well. Upon hearing Inshur's words, the other two nodded in agreement. In their minds, even if they were to offer the little healer 100,000 gold coins, they had no fear of being at a disadvantage. After all, they were in the heart of the serpent people's territory, and with the three of them being formidable fighters, the little healer would be unable to walk away with the coins. Before long, Inshur produced 100,000 gold coins and placed them on the counter. Addressing the little healer, please bring forth a simple jar. Certainly, please hold on. The little healer replied with a smile, promptly turning around to retrieve a plain jar from the shelf behind her and placing it in front of Inshur. Once this jar is shattered, its hidden treasures will be revealed, the little healer cautioned. I am eager to see what secrets lie within this jar. Inshur thought to himself as he gazed at the ordinary jar on the counter. The next moment, he gently lifted his hand and struck the jar, careful not to damage its contents. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered into numerous pieces and the fragments erupted into a dazzling array of light, obscuring the view of all present, leaving them unable to discern the spectacle within. Witnessing such a phenomenon for the first time, Inshur and the other serpent folk instinctively adopted a defensive stance, their fighting spirit surging. Chapter 446. The Sniper. The Queen descends. The fragments of the shattered jar transformed into a brilliant light, concealing the sight of everyone present. As they remained vigilant, the radiant light from the counter did not unleash any form of attack. Gradually, under their watchful gaze, the dazzling light began to dissipate, revealing the items within. Before them lay a metallic object over 2 meters long, somewhat cumbersome, adorned with a hollow cylindrical rod and an unusual mirror. What is this? The trio, Flower Serpent, Inshur, and Mobas, felt an overwhelming curiosity, their eyes filled with astonishment. For 100,000 gold coins, is this mere scrap metal all I receive? The gaze from the shadowy realm cast a dim light upon the little medicine immortal. Hee, esteemed customer, our establishment never deals in scrap metal, rest assured. Upon hearing these words, the little medicine immortal replied with a smile, then proceeded to utilize the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, her eyes sweeping across the items displayed on the counter. Ordinary sniper rifle, equipped with a scope and 10 rounds. Effective range between 1,000 to 1,500 meters. The farther the distance, the weaker the power. A hit within 800 meters delivers an attack equivalent to that of a 1-star Douluo. Ah, so it is this type of firearm. No wonder it seemed somewhat familiar, she mused inwardly, then turned to explain to the shadowy figures, esteemed customer. The item you have presented is known as the ordinary sniper rifle, equipped with a scope and 10 rounds, effective range between 1,000 to 1,500 meters. The farther the distance, the weaker the power. A hit within 800 meters delivers an attack equivalent to that of a 1-star Douluo. Are you implying that this weapon can unleash 10 strikes comparable to that of a Douluo? With eyes filled with wisdom, the shadowy figure questioned. Is it truly possible for a mere piece of scrap to unleash such formidable power? How absurd, scoffed the flower serpent, nearly branding the little medicine immortal of fraud. Humph. Should we find that this item does not possess the power you claim, do you know the consequences that will follow? Mobas spoke with a chilling tone. As the distinct voices of these three echoed, sunlight poured down from the sky outside the jar shop, illuminating a distorted space. In the next moment, a graceful figure began to emerge under the watchful gaze of the serpentine onlookers. The unexpectedly appearing beauty wore an opulent purple brocade robe. Beneath it, Her voluptuous form resembled a ripe peach, exuding a subtle charm. Her long, flowing hair cascaded from her delicate shoulders, falling gracefully to her slender waist. Beneath the brocade, a purple serpentine tail was revealed, gently swaying, emanating a wild, seductive allure that inexplicably ignited a warmth within those who beheld her. Chapter 447. Testing the true power of the sniper rifle. Though the serpentine woman was possessed of breathtaking beauty and figure, the numerous male serpent onlookers dared not raise their eyes, fixated instead on the ground, fearful of revealing any disrespectful gaze. All hail the queen! All hail the queen! All hail the queen! Upon the appearance of the woman, the serpentine members of the water-fetching team, who had been stationed there, respectfully bowed and greeted her. Hearing the chorus of reverence surrounding her, the enchanting lady nodded slightly, her gaze drifting towards the sign of the jar shop. At that moment, the likes of Mebas within the store sensed the aura of the newcomer and hurried to the entrance. Long live Her Majesty the Queen! Long live Her Majesty the Queen! Long live Her Majesty the Queen! Mebas and his companions humbly saluted Queen Medusa. As they beheld the majestic figure of Queen Medusa outside the jar shop, Mebas, who previously bore a cold countenance, was momentarily captivated, his eyes revealing a flicker of infatuation and concealed admiration. Is this the peculiar establishment? Medusa mused inwardly, then swayed her alluring serpentine tail as she entered the jar shop. Mebas, what have you discovered? Queen Medusa inquired. Your Majesty, it is as follows, Mebas replied, recounting the recent events truthfully to the queen. This bizarre object can unleash an attack comparable to that of a formidable fighter? Medusa's heart brimmed with skepticism upon hearing Mebas's account. Let us test it, if it lacks such power. We shall dismantle this establishment and imprison the young girl until we uncover her mastermind. Queen Medusa spoke softly. As you command. Upon hearing the queen's words, Mebas approached the counter and grasped the sniper rifle. Aim at me, the flower serpent called out, urging Mebas to take aim. Very well. Mebas nodded in response, then directed the barrel of the rifle toward the flower serpent and pulled the trigger. Boom. As Mebas squeezed the trigger, a deafening roar erupted from the sniper rifle, causing the weapon to shudder violently. However, for Mebas, who possessed the strength of a formidable fighter and a robust physique, such recoil was hardly a concern. Simultaneously, a sharp bullet, mere centimeters long, hurtled toward the flower serpent at an astonishing speed. The flower serpent, already prepared, summoned a red energy shield that materialized around her in an instant. Crack! Yet, in the next moment, this seemingly formidable barrier was pierced through by the bullet with alarming ease. Witnessing this, the flower serpent gasped in shock. She had not anticipated that such a weapon, devoid of any visible energy fluctuations, could deliver such a devastating blow. At that moment, she realized that evading the bullet was no longer an option. In the next moment, a violet figure suddenly appeared before her, two pristine white fingers effortlessly capturing the swiftly moving bullet between them. The power of this projectile indeed matched that of a formidable warrior. Queen Medusa gazed at the bullet ensnared between her fingers, acknowledging the sniper rifle's extraordinary capability. Both Mebas and Inshur were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that this seemingly innocuous sniper rifle could wield such immense power. 100,000 gold coins for 10 strikes equivalent to that of a warrior. What a bargain. Mebas, did you mention that there are jars priced at 500,000 gold coins each, and even 1 million gold coins each? Queen Medusa inquired further. Indeed. Upon hearing the queen's words, Mebas respectfully nodded, then turned his gaze towards the shelf, slowly articulating, Your Majesty. The crimson jars on that shelf are priced at 500,000 gold coins each, while the orange jars are 1 million gold coins each. Oh, let us procure one of those orange jars for 1 million gold coins. Queen Medusa expressed her keen interest upon hearing Mebas's words. As you command. Mebas replied with utmost respect, then approached the young healer, stating, Young lady, this is our queen. Please present an orange jar. With that, Mebas placed 1 million gold coins upon the counter. I apologize, sir. The young healer, still smiling, shook her head gently, explaining. Our store's policy requires one to spend 500,000 gold coins to attain level 1 before purchasing the 500,000 gold coin crimson jars, and 2,500,000 gold coins to achieve level 2 before acquiring the 1 million gold coin orange jars. How audacious, to disregard even the queen's dignity. Mebas exclaimed in anger upon hearing the young healer's response. Mebas, just as he contemplated taking action against the young healer, Queen Medusa intervened. Mebas, since she has stated her rules, let us abide by them for now. Her icy voice resonated in Mebas's ears. As you wish. Mebas immediately stepped aside in compliance. Young lady, I would like to have 5 ordinary jars, please. Queen Medusa said with a light laugh. Certainly. Upon hearing the queen's request, the young healer nodded with a smile, swiftly collecting all the gold coins from the counter. then promptly turned around to retrieve 5 ordinary jars from the shelves behind her, placing them before Queen Medusa. "Your Majesty, here are your 5 ordinary jars. As for the remaining 500,000 gold coins, whose account shall it be held under?" The young healer inquired with a smile. "Is there any need to inquire? Of course, it resides under Her Majesty the Queen's name." After the little healer uttered these words, before Queen Medusa could respond, Medusa swiftly interjected. Chapter 448. The Astonishment of Queen Medusa. "Is there any need to inquire? Of course, it resides under Her Majesty the Queen's name." After the little healer spoke, Queen Medusa had yet to commence her reply when Medusa hastily continued. Following Medusa's statement, the others naturally acquiesced, and Queen Medusa remained silent. "Very well, then the sum of 500,000 gold coins shall be allocated to your name, Queen Medusa." Upon receiving a response, the little healer spoke slowly, having gleaned some information from Medusa's words. Queen Medusa gradually extended her delicate hand and gently shattered the first jar on the counter. With a crisp sound of shattering, the ordinary jar on the counter instantly crumbled into fragments. Subsequently, the shards of the broken jar transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring the vision of all present, leaving no one able to discern the spectacle within. Strange. The emergence of this radiant light piqued Queen Medusa's curiosity, even with her formidable strength. She was unable to perceive what lay within the brilliance. Observing this phenomenon, Queen Medusa could not help but reach out, eager to delve into the resplendent glow. "Queen Medusa, the radiance signifies the process of a treasure coalescing. Should you make contact with it now, the treasure within will vanish." The little healer promptly cautioned upon witnessing Queen Medusa's action. Upon hearing the little healer's words, Queen Medusa withdrew her outstretched hand. Before long, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and the formidable serpent warriors, the enchanting radiance on the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the items within. Thereupon, a thumb-sized round elixir emerged upon the counter, emanating a fragrant aroma that wafted into the air. An elixir? Gazing at the item that had appeared on the counter, Queen Medusa felt a surge of curiosity. The serpent people, being magical beasts with generally weak soul powers and lacking any heritage, had not produced any alchemists. Thus, they were unable to offer any evaluation or judgment regarding the elixir on the counter. "What sort of elixir is this? It appears to possess quite a potent energy." Observing the elixir on the counter, Washir mused silently. "Little girl, do enlighten me about this elixir, its grade, and its effects." Queen Medusa inquired directly of the little healer, foregoing any speculation. "Certainly, Queen Medusa, please hold on." Upon hearing the words of Queen Medusa, the petite healer smiled and nodded, then immediately summoned the powers bestowed upon her by Yiyun, directing her gaze toward the elixirs displayed on the counter. As her eyes swept over the counter, information was instantly revealed. The Star Ascension Pill for Dou Wang, a 5th-grade elixir. Its efficacy allows individuals at the Dou Wang cultivation stage to elevate their rank by 1 star. With a stroke of fortune, one may even transcend 2 stars in succession. For those at the pinnacle of Dou Wang, although it does not facilitate a direct leap to Dou Huang, it brings them ever closer to that esteemed rank. Within half a year, barring unforeseen circumstances, one is likely to attain the Dou Huang realm. Ah, so it is an elixir for enhancing cultivation. Upon reading this information, the petite healer's eyes illuminated with understanding. In the next moment, she addressed Queen Medusa directly. "Your Majesty, this elixir is known as the Star Ascension Pill for Dou Wang, a 5th-grade potion that enables those at the Dou Wang level to rise by 1 to 2 stars. The revelation left the serpent people within the shop astounded. Even Queen Medusa herself was taken aback. She had been curious about the dazzling radiance that had just manifested. Indeed, at the instant the vial shattered, she had distinctly seen it empty, devoid of any substance. Yet now this extraordinary occurrence unfolded before her. A 5th-grade elixir of such caliber, one that enhances cultivation, holds a value far exceeding 100,000 gold coins. If this Star Ascension Pill were to be placed in an auction, it could command a price exceeding 1 million gold coins. Moreover, such items are often more valuable than the market can accommodate. Not knowing the authenticity of this elixir, Medusa mused, "Macabas, as you are the one who provided the gold, you shall be the one to test its effects." "At your command." Macabas responded with evident delight. Without hesitation, he approached the counter, disregarding any potential risks associated with the elixir. The very next moment, he unreservedly seized the potion and consumed it. After ingesting the elixir, Macabas distinctly felt a vast and gentle energy blossoming within him. However, he was unable to absorb this overwhelming force into his dantian. "Mr. Macabas, due to the shop's regulations, you are unable to break through here. You may step outside to attempt it," the petite healer cautioned, observing his condition. Upon hearing the words of the little physician, Mebus skeptically made his way towards the door of the jar shop. As soon as he completely crossed the threshold, a sudden surge of power enveloped him. Originally a 7-star Dou Wang, he astonishingly broke through to the rank of 8-star Dou Wang in an instant. After achieving this new level, his rising momentum showed no signs of abating. Soon, he reached the pinnacle of 8-star Dou Wang, and without any hindrance, he ascended to 9-star Dou Wang. Witnessing Medusa's consecutive breakthroughs, a flicker of astonishment crossed Queen Medusa's eyes, while the reactions of the Flower Serpent and the Shadow Realm were even more pronounced. This elixir truly possesses the ability to enhance the cultivation of Dou Wang experts, exclaimed the Shadow Realm in wonder. If a mere ordinary jar priced at 100,000 gold coins could yield such a treasure, what kind of marvel might the 1 million gold coin jar contain? Queen Medusa turned to gaze at the orange jar on the shelf behind the little physician, her eyes ablaze with fervor. In the next moment, Queen Medusa approached the counter, extending her delicate, lotus-like hand to gently tap the jar. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered, splintering into countless pieces. Instantly, the fragments transformed into a dazzling array of light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering the spectacle within invisible. The previous jar had produced a 5th-tier elixir capable of enhancing Dou Wang cultivation. One could only wonder what lay within this jar. As the radiant light gradually dissipated under the watchful eyes of Queen Medusa and Medusa, the contents were finally revealed. There, on the counter, lay a crimson magic core the size of a soccer ball, emanating remarkable energy fluctuations. A 5th-tier magic core? Queen Medusa's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight. Curiously, the volume of this magic core was larger than that of the previous jar. How had it come into existence, and what had become of the shattered jar fragments? Where did that dazzling radiance originate? A myriad of questions swirled in Queen Medusa's mind. Your Majesty, this 5th-tier magic core is worth several times the value of the 10,000 gold coins. It seems we have made a wise purchase. Medusa remarked with a smile. Indeed, it is certainly a worthwhile investment. Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa's thoughts were momentarily disrupted, and she nodded slightly. Her current intention was to swiftly open these ordinary jars, ascend to the next level, and procure the crimson jar priced at 500,000 gold coins. In the next moment, Queen Medusa raised her hand once more, striking the 3rd ordinary jar on the counter. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered into fragments, scattering across the surface. Immediately, the shards transformed into a dazzling array of light, obscuring the view of all present, rendering them unable to discern the contents within. Before long, under the watchful gazes of Queen Medusa and her companions, the radiant light began to dissipate, revealing the item inside. This time, the 3rd ordinary jar yielded a piece of yellow armor embedded with a 4th-tier earth magic core, an object of far greater value than the core itself. Easily worth over 100,000 gold coins, a profitable acquisition for the Serpent People. Although the treasures extracted from these ordinary jars exceeded the value of 100,000 gold coins, they failed to capture Queen Medusa's interest. Without hesitation, after shattering the 3rd ordinary jar, she proceeded to break the 4th and 5th jars in quick succession. The items from these last 2 jars were not significantly different from those preceding them, although they too surpassed the value of 100,000 gold coins. They were still beneath Queen Medusa's notice. Congratulations, Queen Medusa, for spending 500,000 gold coins at our establishment, elevating you to the 1st tier of our clientele. Here is your 1st-tier VIP card, which grants you the opportunity to be teleported to the jar shop once a month. Upon the completion of Queen Medusa's 5th ordinary jar, the little healer enthusiastically presented her with a 1st-tier VIP card and kindly elucidated its benefits. A 1st-tier VIP card allowing a monthly teleportation to the shop? Queen Medusa received the card, her mind still clouded with questions. Indeed, Queen Medusa, in Mr. Ye's shop, the establishment only remains in one location for 3 days. After that, it randomly relocates. However, possessing a 1st-tier VIP card grants you the ability to teleport to the jar shop once a month, regardless of your distance from it. Noticing the perplexed expression on Queen Medusa's face, the little healer continued her explanation. Is that so? Upon hearing the little healer's clarification, Queen Medusa's astonishment deepened. What kind of method could allow one to teleport to the shop, regardless of the distance? Queen Medusa, filled with astonishment, quietly exerted her strength as she grasped the VIP card. However, to her surprise, regardless of the force she applied, the card remained utterly unscathed and retained its original shape. Moreover, Queen Medusa had previously conducted a discreet investigation of the counter and discovered that no tricks had been employed. Thus, she remained utterly baffled as to how objects, significantly larger than the jars, had materialized out of thin air once the radiant glow had faded. The myriad of mysterious phenomena compelled Queen Medusa to regard the jar shop with newfound respect. Young lady, may I now purchase the crimson jar? Queen Medusa inquired tentatively. Certainly. The young healer nodded. Then please fetch me a crimson jar. Upon hearing the healer's affirmation, Queen Medusa promptly requested. Very well, Queen Medusa, please hold on a moment. The healer smiled and nodded, swiftly turning to retrieve a crimson jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. Previously, the ordinary jars had yielded items of the 4th and 5th tiers. It was uncertain what treasures the crimson jar, priced 5-fold, might unveil. Gazing at the crimson jar on the counter, Queen Medusa felt a surge of anticipation. In the next moment, she extended her fair, delicate hand and swiftly struck the crimson jar. Drawing from her prior experiences, Queen Medusa understood that the treasures were not directly contained within the jar. Thus, whether she struck with force or gently, it would make no difference. With a crisp crack, the crimson jar shattered into countless pieces. Immediately, the fragments transformed into a dazzling radiance that obscured the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. Chapter 450. The Serpent People Cannot Wear Shoes. With a resounding crack, the crimson jar shattered into fragments. The ensuing brilliance concealed all sights, leaving no one capable of perceiving the unfolding scene. Before long, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and her serpent kin, the resplendent light gradually dissipated, revealing its contents. There, upon the counter, lay a pair of silver boots. A pair of boots? Queen Medusa blinked in surprise, her expression shifting to one of curiosity. The silver boots were adorned with numerous arcane runes and embellished with several azure gemstones on either side, exuding an extraordinary allure. However, these silver boots are merely the size of a palm. What purpose do they serve? Little girl, is this diminutive footwear truly the result of a crimson jar worth 500,000 gold coins? Queen Medusa tilted her head towards the little healer, her words clearly insinuating that the healer might be deceiving her. Do not rush. Let me take a look. The little healer replied with a smile. Immediately, she summoned the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, casting a calm gaze over the somewhat familiar silver boots, and instantly acquired all pertinent information. Lightfoot boots, a wondrous artifact from the world of Valoran, capable of adapting to the wearer's physique, automatically adjusting in size. It also allows for a virtual form, rendering its appearance invisible while still providing the benefits of the equipment. Equipment effect automatically cleans the surface of the feet, granting a speed enhancement of 10. Indeed, these are the Lightfoot boots. The little healer mused to herself after absorbing the information displayed by the boots. In the next moment, she promptly relayed to Queen Medusa. Queen Medusa, the Lightfoot boots are a miraculous equipment from the world of Valoran, adaptable to the wearer's physique, automatically resizing, and capable of virtual manifestation, remaining unseen while granting equipment bonuses. The effect, it automatically cleanses the feet and enhances speed by 10. You mean to say that their size is not as small as it appears? They can freely change in size and form, and also provide a 10% speed boost? Queen Medusa exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the little healer affirmed with a nod. Regardless of the cultivation level of the wearer, a 10% speed increase is conferred. She added, on the surface, the Lightfoot boots merely enhance speed by 10, which may seem modest. However, one must not forget that this treasure offers such amplification to anyone. Perhaps for a fighter at the fighter master level, a 10 speed increase may not seem particularly useful, as even yellow tier martial techniques offer similar benefits. Yet, what about for those at the fighter sovereign or fighter saint level? Even a slight boost in strength can be monumental for such powerful beings. The Lightfoot boots disregard level constraints. Even a fighter saint would equally benefit from the 10 speed enhancement. Under equivalent conditions, possessing a speed increase of 10 could very well be the pivotal factor in determining victory in battle. If this artifact truly possesses such capabilities, it would indeed be a treasure. Queen Medusa felt a stir of excitement upon hearing the little healer's words. Queen Medusa, this equipment merely requires you to hold it and silently invoke its use to don it automatically. You can choose to keep its form hidden, solely benefiting from its effects. The little healer cheerfully reminded. Is that so? Upon hearing the words of the little healer, Queen Medusa, with a hint of skepticism, extended her delicate hand to grasp the palm-sized silver boots resting on the counter. Subsequently, she silently invoked their use within her mind. As her internal incantation echoed, a notification suddenly reverberated in her consciousness. Apologies, serpent-kind cannot don this equipment. Please shed your serpentine tail and evolve into a human form before attempting again. Upon receiving this message, Queen Medusa's brow furrowed slightly. Such a precious artifact, rendered unusable solely due to her serpentine nature, filled her with profound indignation. Though magical beasts possess robust physiques and extended lifespans, their cultivation talents pale in comparison to those of humans. Often, a magical beast requires decades, even centuries, to reach maturity. while human practitioners can achieve significant progress within mere years or decades. Thus, Queen Medusa had long yearned for the day she could transform into a human. At this moment, the allure of these ethereal boots intensified her contemplations. However, despite her frustration, she dared not unleash her ire upon the little healer. The more one knows, the greater the fear. The serpent people were no exception. Initially, their tone was quite harsh, but with the opening of several jars, their gazes towards the little healer had begun to carry a hint of respect. Once she comprehended her inability to wear the ethereal boots, Queen Medusa swiftly regained her composure. In the next instant, she retrieved an ancient yellow scroll from her spatial ring and placed it upon the counter. "Little girl, how many gold coins could this scroll fetch me?" Queen Medusa inquired slowly. As a queen, she possessed immense wealth. Yet she did not carry such mundane items on her person. "Certainly, Queen Medusa, please hold on a moment." The little healer responded with a smile, nodding her head, before directing her gaze towards the yellow scroll on the counter. Before long, the little healer discerned the value of the scroll and smiled at Queen Medusa, stating, "Queen Medusa, I offer you 4 million gold coins for this scroll. Will you accept?" "Accepted." Queen Medusa nodded in affirmation and continued, "Please deposit all those coins into my account. And also fetch me a crimson jar." "Of course, Queen Medusa, please wait a moment," the little healer replied, her smile unwavering as she swiftly collected the yellow scroll from the counter. She then turned promptly to retrieve a crimson jar from the shelves behind her and placed it before Queen Medusa. The contents of this crimson jar were evidently of a superior quality compared to ordinary jars. One could only hope that this time, the outcome would not be hindered by her serpentine identity. Gazing at the crimson jar upon the counter, Queen Medusa whispered a silent prayer within her heart. Chapter 451, Transformation Pill. Yi Yun, emerge. Swiftly turning around, the little medical fairy retrieved a crimson jar from the shelf behind her and placed it before Queen Medusa. The contents of this crimson jar were evidently of superior quality compared to ordinary jars. She hoped that this time, the items obtained would not be restricted by her serpentine identity. With a determined heart, Queen Medusa extended her slender, alabaster hand toward the jar, gently striking its surface. Crack! With a crisp sound, the jar shattered into countless pieces, transforming into a dazzling display of radiant light that obscured the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. The previous boots were likely unusable for Her Majesty. One could only hope that this time, the treasures revealed would indeed be of use. As the brilliant light from the counter began to dissipate under the watchful eyes of Queen Medusa and the formidable serpent warriors, the object within was finally unveiled. Before them lay a pure white jade vial. A jade vial? Curiosity piqued within Queen Medusa's heart as she reached out to grasp the vial. Gently uncorking it, a delightful aroma of medicinal essence wafted forth from within. Indeed, it was a pill. Based on the energy fluctuations it emanated, it likely reached the 6th rank, possibly even the 7th. Sensing the potent energy of the pill, Queen Medusa mused inwardly. She then poured the pill into her palm, cradling it delicately. "Little girl, what sort of pill have I procured this time?" she inquired, extending her hand toward the little medical fairy. "Please wait a moment, Your Majesty." The little medical fairy replied with a smile, immediately invoking the power granted to her by Yi Yun. Her gaze swept over the white pill held in Queen Medusa's hand. As her eyes focused, a stream of information materialized before her. Transformation Pill, a 7th rank pill that, upon consumption, enables a magical beast to transform. The duration of the transformation process varies depending on the beast's strength and individual circumstances. Ah, so it is the transformation pill. No wonder it feels so familiar. Upon reading the information about the pill, a look of realization dawned upon the little medical fairy's face. In the next moment, the little medical fairy directly addressed Queen Medusa, saying, "Queen Medusa, the pill in your hand is a 7th grade pill, the transformation pill." "What? The transformation pill?" Upon hearing the little medical fairy's words, the usually composed Queen Medusa widened her eyes in astonishment, disbelief evident in her gaze. Just moments ago, she had been troubled by her inability to transform, and unexpectedly, after a brief interval, the 2nd crimson vial had yielded the transformation pill, a 7th grade elixir of immense value, far surpassing the 50,000 gold coins spent to procure it. In the eyes of magical beasts, the status of the transformation pill could be equated with that of 9th grade pills. At this moment, not only was Queen Medusa deeply shocked, but the nearby serpent warriors were equally astonished. If this pill truly was the transformation pill, it would be a remarkable boon. The queen had been preparing for transformation for years. If she could successfully transform with this pill, it would spare her the perilous ordeal of thunder tribulations. The thought crossed the mind of the serpent. "Hua Shi'er, are you certain this is indeed the transformation pill?" Queen Medusa inquired once more. "Absolutely." The little medical fairy nodded vigorously in response. Once consumed, for someone of your peak Dou Huang cultivation, you should be able to transform successfully within 2 to 3 hours. Hearing this, Queen Medusa felt a surge of excitement, for she had already suspected that the origin of these vials was extraordinary, and the emergence of the transformation pill left no room for doubt. In that moment, Queen Medusa ceased to question further. She seized the pill and swallowed it whole. As the pill dissolved within her, an immense and peculiar power surged through Queen Medusa's body, as though it sought to permeate her flesh and bones, yet was hindered by some unseen force. Previously, when Mo Ba had consumed a pill, the girl had mentioned that it was constrained by the rules of the vial shop. It appeared that to achieve transformation, she must exit the confines of the shop. Contemplating this, Queen Medusa swayed her serpent tail and moved toward the exit. The moment she stepped outside the vial shop, a dazzling red light enveloped her, obscuring her form entirely. Witnessing this scene, Mo Bas, Huaxier, and the other serpents looked on with growing concern. As moments turned into hours, their anxiety intensified. Approximately 2 hours later, a white figure suddenly materialized within the vial shop. Bossy, you have emerged. Upon catching sight of the ethereal white figure, the little medical fairy immediately exclaimed with delight. In that moment, as Yi Yun made his entrance, the flower serpent, standing at the doorway of the jar shop, couldn't help but glance back. Upon seeing Yi Yun's silhouette, her heart was filled with profound astonishment. Who is this person, and why has he appeared out of nowhere in the shop? She pondered with bewilderment. Simultaneously, Mo Ba Si and the others also noticed Yi Yun, their hearts equally astonished. Having emerged from the manor, Yi Yun, upon hearing the enthusiastic greeting from the little medical fairy, nodded with a smile. Subsequently, his gaze shifted towards the entrance of the jar shop, where he spotted the flower serpent and Mo Ba Si along with a multitude of serpent people, as well as the dazzling red glow that appeared outside. Are these serpent people? Observing the robust serpent tails beneath the flower serpent and her companions, Yi Yun rapidly contemplated. Could it be that the jar shop has refreshed onto the territory of the serpent tribe? Yet, he wondered whether this was part of the serpent tribe of the Jimagia Empire or that of the beast domain. Chapter 452, The Queen's Astonishment. Indeed, these are serpent people? As Yi Yun beheld the imposing serpent tails of the flower serpent and her companions, his mind raced with thoughts. Could it be that the jar shop has refreshed onto the territory of the serpent tribe? He was uncertain whether this was the tribe of the Jimagia Empire or the one from the beast domain. Bossy, we have now reached the depths of the Tagore Desert at the border of the Jimagia Empire, the territory of the serpent tribe. Just as Yi Yun was engulfed in confusion, the report from the little medical fairy unraveled the mystery in his heart. So, it is indeed in the Tagore Desert. Upon hearing her report, Yi Yun gently nodded. Yes, all those outside belong to the serpent tribe. Within that red glow is the Queen Medusa. Undergoing transformation after consuming the transformation pill, the little medical fairy continued. The Queen Medusa has successfully used the transformation pill. That is quite fortunate. Yi Yun murmured softly upon hearing her words. In the next instant, his gaze pierced through the dazzling red glow, revealing the scene within. Before him appeared a bare, enchanting figure, complemented by a wild serpent tail adorned with exquisite purple scales. When the sight of her smooth, rounded, and fair contours graced Yi Yun's eyes, it stirred a surge of blood within him. Fortunately, this sensation did not linger long, for in the second after Yi Yun activated his keen sight, the naked form of Queen Medusa began to undergo yet another transformation. Her purple scales were rapidly shedding, and the flesh upon her body began to morph swiftly. Around her, a slender serpent, measuring no more than 2 centimeters in length, emerged. Its body was adorned with delicate, multicolored scales, and its pale violet eyes exuded an enigmatic charm. A refreshing fragrance wafted about it, and despite its diminutive form, it radiated an aura of elegance and nobility. Although the little snake did not possess a fearsome appearance, its beauty was almost excessive, likely causing many women to forget their aversion and dread of serpents. The multicolored serpent lacked any pronounced sharp features for attack. Yet Yi Yun could vaguely sense that within this small body lay a terrifying power that even a Dou Huang expert would not dare to underestimate. The pale violet pupils of the snake held no trace of malice. Instead, they appeared remarkably pure and pristine. It was indeed fortunate for the Medusa Queen to have evolved into a multicolored sky devouring python through the consumption of transformation elixirs. Observing the vibrant serpent, Yi Yun felt a twinge of astonishment. The Medusa Queen's previous companion spirit was a 6th-tier magical beast, the purple phantom flame serpent, rumored to possess a trace of ancient beast bloodline flowing within it. If fortune favored it sufficiently, this purple phantom flame serpent could awaken that faint bloodline, ultimately evolving into its ancestral form. However, the probability of such an occurrence was exceedingly slim, almost negligible. This ancient beast, capable of contending with a Dou Qi expert, was known as the multicolored sky-devouring python, identifiable by its vibrant hues, slightly purple eyes, fragrant body, and immense power. The little snake, with its multicolored body, slightly purple eyes, and aromatic essence, was unmistakably the sky-devouring python. In the next moment, this seemingly innocent-eyed sky-devouring python suddenly burrowed into the body of the Medusa queen, which was undergoing a continuous cycle of destruction and rebirth. This process of fleshly regeneration persisted for over 10 minutes before it finally subsided. Only then did the Medusa queen's body cease its violent transformation. At that moment, her once massive purple serpent tail had vanished, transformed into a pair of exquisitely alluring, fair feet. Ascending from these feet were features resembling those of a human female. The breathtaking visage, combined with a body that could incite temptation in any man, rendered Yi Yun momentarily speechless. As the dazzling radiance began to fade, the Medusa queen's expression gradually shifted from agony to clarity. Upon gazing at her naked form, a fleeting glimpse of girlish shyness crossed her eyes, and she swiftly draped herself in a purple robe. Just as the Medusa queen finished adjusting her appearance, the brilliant red light finally dissipated, and she reappeared before the throng of serpent people. Her delicately concealed fair feet lightly touched the ground, leaving the assembled serpent folk in a state of astonished reverie. Congratulations to Her Majesty the Queen on her successful transformation. In the next moment, Mebus and the other serpent people all bowed in unison to extend their congratulations to Queen Medusa. Yi Yun's gaze remained fixed upon Queen Medusa, who, although clad in a dress that softened her wildness, still could not conceal her alluringly fair and voluptuous figure. Such a woman could only be described as enchanting. Yet beneath that allure lay an undeniable air of regal nobility. As the sounds of reverence from the serpent folk filled the air, Queen Medusa inclined her head slightly. In the following moment, her authoritative gaze slowly shifted towards Yi Yun. For some inexplicable reason, she felt as though Yi Yun's eyes were stripping her bare. Had it not been for the absence of lewdness in his gaze, she might have been provoked to anger. "Who are you? And why do you appear in the domain of my serpent tribe?" Queen Medusa inquired, her voice cold and probing. "Your Majesty, this is my employer." Before Yi Yun could speak, the little physician immediately introduced him. "Employer?" Upon hearing her words, Queen Medusa's tone softened slightly. "Your Majesty, he just appeared out of thin air in the jar shop," the flower serpent whispered to Queen Medusa. Surprised by this revelation, Queen Medusa pondered the implications. To materialize in the jar shop, could he be a powerful wielder of spatial forces? She mused, realizing she could not discern Yi Yun's aura, making it impossible to assess his true strength. Yet, she sensed that the figure standing before her was undeniably formidable. Yi Yun's gaze was unwavering as he locked eyes with Queen Medusa, and he spoke slowly. "Queen Medusa, it appears today is fortunate for you, as you have successfully refined the transformation elixir." Queen Medusa realized that she could not penetrate Yi Yun's aura, making it impossible to determine his true cultivation level. However, she sensed that the individual before her possessed immense power. Yi Yun's steady gaze met Queen Medusa's beautiful eyes, and he continued, "It is fortunate that the jar shop houses such treasures. Otherwise, how could I have had the opportunity to refine the transformation elixir?" Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Queen Medusa dropped her facade of aloofness and replied with a softened demeanor. "I heard that young lady mention you are the proprietor of this jar shop?" Queen Medusa added, "Indeed, I am the proprietor of this establishment, Yi Yun. She is my assistant, the little medical fairy, whom I summoned from the Dou Qi continent." Upon hearing the words of Queen Medusa, Yi Yun nodded in acknowledgement. The Dou Qi continent? A flicker of confusion danced in Queen Medusa's eyes at Yi Yun's statement. "Yi Yun, esteemed owner, what do you mean by this?" Unable to contain her curiosity, Queen Medusa voiced her thoughts immediately. "It is as follows. Yi Yun hails from the upper realm." The little medical fairy interjected to clarify. "From the upper realm?" Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa, Mobas, Huashir, and Inshur widened their eyes in disbelief. The legend spoke of mighty Dou emperors from ancient times who, upon achieving the Dou emperor realm, could ascend to a higher world. Could it be that this individual is one of the Dou emperors that has not appeared for tens of thousands of years? Queen Medusa mused silently, recalling ancient texts. "No wonder I perceive no energy fluctuations emanating from him. He truly is a legendary powerhouse." With this realization, a newfound respect gleamed in Queen Medusa's gaze as she regarded Yi Yun. "Do not heed his claims of being from the upper realm. In this world, there exists no distinction of heights or depths," Yi Yun remarked nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. This only deepened the intrigue surrounding Yi Yun, prompting Queen Medusa and her companions to exclaim, "Indeed, Yi Senior embodies the demeanor of a true master." Receiving the flattery from Queen Medusa and her serpentine kin, Yi Yun smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. After a brief silence, Queen Medusa broke the tranquility, approaching the counter and addressing the little medical fairy. Dear little medical fairy, could you please fetch me another crimson jar? Certainly. Queen Medusa, please hold on for a moment. With a smile and a nod, the little medical fairy swiftly turned and retrieved a crimson jar from the shelves behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. The treasures unearthed from the previous crimson jar had already reached remarkable levels, yielding items such as the agile boots and transformation pills. What wondrous treasures might this third crimson jar bestow upon me? Anticipation filled Queen Medusa's heart as she gazed at the jar before her. In the next moment, employing the unique prayer ritual of her serpentine kin, Queen Medusa formed a gesture towards the jar. Once prepared, she delicately extended her alabaster hand, resembling a lotus root, and struck the jar. With a crisp crack, the crimson jar shattered, scattering into fragments upon the counter. Immediately following, the shattered fragments of the crimson jar transformed into a dazzling aurora, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the scene within. Truly, Her Majesty the Queen possesses remarkable fortune. Having successfully transformed, our serpent folk shall undoubtedly flourish. Observing the brilliant aurora emerging from the counter, Medusa could not help but exclaim, May Her Majesty's next jar yield treasures once more. Before long, under the watchful gazes of Queen Medusa and the three formidable serpent kings, the resplendent aurora gradually dissipated, revealing the items contained within. There, upon the counter, lay a violet sword, its blade adorned with a trident tip and radiating a serene purple glow. This sword is perfectly suited for me. The moment Queen Medusa laid eyes upon the sword, she was irresistibly drawn to it. Its design and color resonated with her aesthetic sensibilities. In the next instant, she reached forth and grasped the sword in her hand. Upon contact, the sword emanated a gentle aura, its material exceedingly resilient, and its edge remarkably sharp, clearly not an ordinary artifact. Yiyun, observing the violet sword unveiled by Queen Medusa, felt a surge of curiosity and decided to utilize his privileges to investigate further. Soon, a message materialized before Yiyun, Violet Cloud Sword, originating from the world of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit. 7 heroes. This sword is exceptionally sturdy and extraordinarily sharp. Mastery of this sword grants the wielder the inheritance of 5 sword techniques. Violet Cloud 1 style, purple energy rising from the east, blooming purple trees, dissipating clouds and mist, and purple aurora filling the sky. These 5 techniques correspond to the levels of this world as follows: Primary Xian Stage, Advanced Xian Stage, Primary Earth Stage, Advanced Earth Stage, and Primary Heaven Stage. To his astonishment, this sword is indeed the Violet Cloud Sword from Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit. 7 heroes. After absorbing the information before him, Yiyun murmured to himself, intrigued as this was his first encounter with an artifact from this world. Little Medicine Fairy, could you enlighten me on the origin of this sword? Queen Medusa inquired curiously after wielding the Violet Cloud Sword a few times. Upon hearing Her Majesty's question, the Little Medicine Fairy, who had also perused the information on the Violet Cloud Sword, began to explain, Your Majesty, this sword is known as the Violet Cloud Sword. Hailing from the world of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit, 7 heroes, it is remarkably durable and exceedingly sharp. Mastering this sword allows one to inherit 5 sword techniques: Violet Cloud 1 style, purple energy rising from the east, blooming purple trees, dissipating clouds and mist, and purple aurora filling the sky, which correspond to the levels of this world as follows: Primary Xian Stage, Advanced Xian Stage, Primary Earth Stage, Advanced Earth Stage, and Primary Heaven Stage. The Violet Cloud Sword embodies the inheritance of Heaven Stage combat techniques. Queen Medusa was astounded by the Little Medicine Fairy's introduction. Chapter 454, Familiar Chains. The Ziyun Sword originates from the world of Hongmao and Lantu's 7 heroes. It embodies 5 sword techniques that correspond to the ranks of this realm: Primary Profound Level, Advanced Profound Level, Primary Earth Level, Advanced Earth Level, and Primary Heaven Level. The Ziyun Sword holds the legacy of heaven-level combat skills. Upon hearing the introduction from the Little Medical Sage, Queen Medusa felt a profound astonishment. Little Medical Sage, could you enlighten me on how to wield this sword? Queen Medusa inquired directly. Simply acknowledge it with your blood, the Little Medical Sage replied with a smile. Without hesitation, Queen Medusa grazed the tip of her finger against the Ziyun sword. Its blade was exceedingly sharp. Even the lightest touch resulted in a cut on her delicate finger, and blood immediately stained the sword's edge. In the next moment, a dazzling purple light erupted from the Ziyun sword. Once the brilliant luminescence faded, the blood that had adorned the blade vanished completely. After this, Queen Medusa discovered an intricate connection burgeoning between herself and the Ziyun sword. A violet orb materialized in her mind, harboring the 5 combat techniques encapsulated within the sword. However, having just received this knowledge. Queen Medusa had only absorbed the memory of the first technique. This is truly remarkable, as she sensed the presence of the violet orb in her mind. Queen Medusa's conviction deepened that Yi Yun was indeed a being from a higher realm. A warrior of such caliber had transcended the pinnacle of the Dou Qi continent. Little medical sage, might I trouble you for another red jar? Queen Medusa, having tasted the sweetness of success, recognized the significance of the jars. She contemplated that upon opening the fourth red jar, her expenditure would reach 2.5 million gold coins, allowing her to ascend to the second rank, and thus enabling her to procure the most exquisite orange jar, priced at 1 million gold coins. Of course, Queen Medusa, please hold on, the little medical sage responded, smiling as she quickly turned and retrieved a red jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. The treasures yielded by the red jars had already reached such remarkable heights, producing items such as the agile boots, transformation pill, and Ziyun's sword. What wondrous treasure might the fourth red jar bestow upon me? Queen Medusa's heart brimmed with anticipation as she gazed at the fourth red jar before her. In the next moment, Queen Medusa performed a unique prayer ritual characteristic of her serpent folk, forming a gesture towards the jar. Once completed, she slowly extended her porcelain-like hand, poised to strike the jar. Crack! As the crisp sound of a jar shattering echoed, the fourth crimson vessel on the counter instantly splintered into countless fragments. Following this, the shattered pieces of the crimson jar transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the unfolding scene. Truly, the queen is blessed with great fortune. Having successfully manifested, our serpent folk shall surely thrive. Just moments ago, the purple cloud sword possessing the legacy of heavenly combat techniques was unveiled, significantly enhancing our strength. Observing the resplendent light emanating from the counter, Medusa could not help but exclaim, I fervently hope that this next jar will similarly reveal treasures of great worth. Before long, under the watchful gazes of Queen Medusa and the three formidable serpent folk warriors, the radiant light gradually dissipated, unveiling the items within. Suspended above the counter was a chain of indeterminate metallic composition, glimmering with a faint blue hue. Is this a chain? The appearance of this object left Queen Medusa filled with perplexity. Medusa, Washir, and Inshur mirrored her reaction. In the next moment, without wasting any time, Queen Medusa directly inquired of the young healer, saying, Young healer, can you enlighten us about the origins of this blue chain? Please hold on a moment, Queen Medusa. Upon hearing the Queen's request, the young healer smiled and nodded, swiftly employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, her gaze sweeping over the familiar blue chain suspended in midair. Instantly, a line of information materialized before her eyes. Chain of hatred, once refined. It allows the wielder to actively select a foe, establishing an invisible connection with the chosen adversary. Any damage inflicted by the selected enemy will be reduced by 20%. And when the foe is within a 100-mile radius, their strength will be diminished by 1 to 2%. This reduction will increase as the distance narrows, potentially approaching 2%. Indeed, it is this item. After reviewing the blue chain's capabilities, the young healer felt a wave of recognition wash over her. This was the second time she had encountered this equipment. The first time had sparked her curiosity, yet now, it evoked little more than indifference. Young healer, have you discerned its nature? Upon noticing the expression on the young healer's face, Queen Medusa inquired once more. Yes, I have come to understand it. Upon hearing the words of Queen Medusa, the young healer nodded with a smile and spoke. Queen Medusa, this chain is known as the Chain of Hatred. Once refined, it allows you to designate a foe who will be invisibly bound to this chain. Any damage inflicted upon you by the chosen enemy will be automatically reduced by 20%. Furthermore, should the enemy be within 100 miles of you, their strength will diminish by 1 to 2%, with the reduction increasing as the distance narrows. My goodness, such a miraculous item exists. Queen Medusa exclaimed in astonishment at the healer's description. This artifact is truly a divine tool for confronting one's adversaries. Imagine, when your enemy approaches, their inherent strength is diminished by 20%, and even the force of their attacks against you is similarly mitigated by that same percentage. A simple calculation reveals that the enemy selected by the chain will be capable of wielding less than 70% of their power when facing you, as if they were already gravely injured before the battle even commenced. Chapter 455. The ingenious use of the Chain of Hatred. This item, when used against one's enemies, is nothing short of a miraculous treasure. Queen Medusa understood perfectly that the chain's weakening effect operates on a percentage basis. Thus, the more formidable the chosen foe, the more pronounced the effect. What a splendid treasure! Queen Medusa mused inwardly. Dear young healer, could you enlighten me on how to utilize this chain? She inquired with a smile. It's quite simple. You merely need to silently invoke its use in your mind. The young healer responded with a smile. Use. Upon hearing the healer's words, Queen Medusa caressed the chain of hatred and silently invoked its power. Immediately, the chain emitted a dazzling radiance that surged into Queen Medusa's being. This equipment, originating from the realm of League of Legends, can manifest visibly or remain concealed when worn. Upon utilizing it, Queen Medusa suddenly discovered a new interface appearing within her mind, which she swiftly comprehended as a means to select her enemy. Queen Medusa, you have successfully spent 2,500,000 gold coins at our establishment and have been upgraded to level 2. Here is your level 2 VIP card. Please keep it safe. In the next moment, the young healer promptly presented Queen Medusa with her level 2 VIP card. Thank you, young healer. Upon receiving the secondary VIP card presented by the young healer, Queen Medusa uttered a polite remark, her gaze swiftly shifting to the card itself. The secondary VIP card appeared even more exquisite than the primary one, adorned with the name Queen Medusa alongside a series of numbers. A cursory glance revealed to Queen Medusa that these figures represented her total expenditure as well as the unused balance. What captivated her most, however, was the indication that she was entitled to 2 monthly transfers to the jar shop. Young healer, please procure an orange jar for me. After contemplating for a moment, Queen Medusa gleefully accepted the VIP card and continued. Of course, Queen Medusa, please hold on. Acknowledging the Queen's request with a smile and a nod, the young healer swiftly turned, retrieving an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before Queen Medusa. Previously, the treasures procured from the red jars had already reached a remarkable level, yielding items such as the Agile Boots, Transformation Elixir, Purple Cloud Sword, and the Chain of Hatred. Now, she pondered what treasures might emerge from this orange jar, priced at 1 million gold coins, double that of the red jar. A sense of anticipation filled Queen Medusa's heart as she gazed at the orange jar before her. In the next moment, employing a unique prayer ritual characteristic of her serpentine race, Queen Medusa formed a gesture directed at the jar. Once prepared, she slowly extended her delicate hand, akin to a lotus root, to strike the surface of the jar. Crack! With a crisp sound signaling the jar shattering. The orange jar on the counter instantly splintered into fragments. Following this, the shards transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring the view of all present, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. Her Majesty truly embodies the essence of fortune, mused Medusa inwardly. The previous 4 red jars had yielded treasures of immeasurable worth. Now, with the acquisition of this orange jar, priced at a staggering 1 million gold coins, it was certain that even more precious treasures awaited. The jar shop is indeed extraordinary, and considering this powerful being said to hail from the upper realms, if our serpentine kin could continuously open jars, it wouldn't be long before we ascend to become a premier power on the continent. In the shadows, Inshur felt a flicker of hope, secretly wishing to open a jar or two himself, yet hesitated to voice this desire in the presence of Queen Medusa. Before long, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and the multitude of serpents, the resplendent radiance emanating from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the items within. Before their eyes lay a metallic bowl, remarkably thick, though its inner space appeared rather limited. Is this a bowl? As the metallic round bowl appeared on the counter, Queen Medusa's eyes reflected a hint of astonishment. What purpose could a mere bowl serve? Medusa pondered silently. Curiously, could this bowl also be a treasure? The flower serpent inquired, her intrigue piqued by the artifact emerging from the container. Little medical fairy, could you examine this bowl for me? Without wasting time on speculation, Queen Medusa directly sought the expertise of the little medical fairy. Certainly. The little medical fairy smiled and nodded in response to Queen Medusa's request. She then employed the abilities granted to her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze toward the somewhat familiar metallic round bowl on the counter. As her sight fell upon it, a stream of information immediately materialized before her. Water storage bowl. This bowl is exceptionally durable, impervious to any force that might seek to damage it. It possesses the capacity to absorb water indefinitely, with its internal weight diminishing by a factor of 1,000. Thus, a bearer with a strength of 1 pound could command a bowl filled with 1,000 pounds of water. However, should the weight of the water exceed the bearer's limit, they would be unable to fully control the bowl. Indeed, it is a water storage bowl. Upon absorbing this information, a look of realization spread across the little medical fairy's face. She had encountered such a bowl before, previously unveiled by the Xiao brothers. Have you discerned its nature? Noticing the little medical fairy's reaction, Queen Medusa inquired further. Indeed, the little medical fairy affirmed with a smile, proceeding to elucidate. Queen Medusa, this bowl is known as the water storage bowl. How extraordinary! Upon hearing the little medical fairy's description, Queen Medusa's lips parted slightly in astonishment. An artifact capable of storing an infinite amount of water. What an incredible treasure! This bowl can hold an endless supply of water. Could we not transport several years' worth of water from other regions into the desert in one go? This would alleviate our concerns regarding water resources. The flower serpent exclaimed with great excitement. Indeed, if this bowl is as miraculous as described, we could establish numerous oases deep within this desert, significantly enhancing the living conditions for our people. Medusa nodded in agreement, echoing the sentiment expressed by the flower serpent. It is indeed quite challenging to comprehend the thoughts of the two of you. Her Majesty the Queen has successfully transformed, now possessing the purple cloud sword, the agile boots, and the chain of hatred, 3 treasures that significantly enhance her combat prowess. Undoubtedly, she will lead us out of the desert. Why should those humans reside in the fertile lands while we, the serpent folk, are forced to dwell in the desolate sands? Inshur coldly rejected the notions of Huashir and Mo-Ba-Si. Upon hearing Inshur's words, both Huashir and Mo-Ba-Si were momentarily taken aback, their expressions quickly shifting, clearly indicating that Inshur's remarks resonated deeply within them. Throughout this exchange among the 3, Queen Medusa paid little attention. Instead, after picking up a metallic bowl, she turned to the little physician and inquired, "My dear little physician, might I ask how this bowl is to be utilized?" "Simply drop a drop of blood to acknowledge its master." The little physician replied without hesitation. "Thank you," Queen Medusa responded, and without a moment's delay, she drew a delicate line across her finger, allowing a single drop of blood to fall onto the metallic bowl. Instantly, a dazzling metallic radiance enveloped the bowl, and once the brilliance faded, her blood had been completely absorbed. Concurrently, an extraordinary connection was established between Queen Medusa and the bowl. This bowl, even if filled with a lake or an ocean, would likely weigh but a trifling amount. After acknowledging the bowl as her own, Queen Medusa valued it even more. However, at that moment, she refrained from seeking a body of water to test it, as the priority was to continue opening jars. "My dear little physician, could you kindly fetch me another orange jar?" Queen Medusa instructed, tucking the metallic bowl away. "Of course, Your Majesty. Please hold on a moment." The little physician smiled, nodded, and swiftly turned to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. "Though the metallic bowl from the orange jar did not enhance my strength, its potential utility is indeed substantial. Truly, it is worthy of its price, which is double that of the red jar." Queen Medusa thought to herself as she gazed at the orange jar on the counter. In the next moment, employing a unique prayer ritual of the serpent folk, she made a gesture towards the jar. Having completed this, she slowly extended her jade-like arm, akin to a lotus stem, and struck the jar. With a crisp sound of shattering, the orange jar on the counter splintered into countless pieces. Subsequently, the fragments transformed into a dazzling display of light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering the inner spectacle indistinguishable. What kind of treasure will Her Majesty unveil this time? As the dazzling aurora shimmered upon the counter, curiosity sparkled in the eyes of Medusa. Although the orange jar commanded a steep price, the treasures it unveiled were undeniably exquisite. Upon her first encounter with the orange jar, Queen Medusa had drawn forth a bowl capable of an infinite water supply. May fortune favor Her Majesty once more. The flower serpent closed her eyes, offering a silent prayer. Before long, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the radiant light emanating from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. On the counter appeared a black jade vial. A vial? Could it possibly contain a precious elixir? Queen Medusa's curiosity was piqued. Previously, during her unveiling of the transformation elixir, a jade vial had also graced the counter. If this vial indeed held an elixir, it should be no less than a 7th-grade concoction. Surely, the elixirs from the orange jar would surpass those from the earlier red jar. As she gazed upon the black jade vial, Medusa silently mused. This time, however, Queen Medusa refrained from hastily opening the vial as before. The more one learns, the greater the reverence one holds. Exercising caution, she inquired of the little healer. "My dear healer, could you discern what lies within this jade vial on the counter?" "Of course, Your Majesty. Please hold on." The little healer smiled and nodded in response, immediately employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yun, directing her gaze toward the black jade vial. As her eyes swept over it, a stream of information materialized within her vision. Douzong Ascension Pill, a 7th-grade elixir. Consuming this elixir enables a Douzong-level expert to achieve a stable breakthrough of 1 star. If one is at the pinnacle of Douhuang, ingesting this elixir will allow for a swift ascension to Douzong status. Should one be at the peak of Douzong, this elixir will solidify one's foundation, significantly enhancing the likelihood of becoming a Douzhuan expert in the future. Ah, so it is an elixir for enhancing strength. Upon absorbing this information, a look of realization dawned upon the little healer's face. "My dear healer, have you discerned something?" Queen Medusa inquired once more. noting the expression on the little healer's countenance. "Indeed, Your Majesty, I have come to understand." The little healer responded with a smile, then spoke slowly. "This vial contains a 7th-grade elixir known as the Douzong Ascension Pill, which can enable an individual at the Douzong stage to achieve a stable enhancement of 1 star. "Indeed," Queen Medusa exclaimed, her composure momentarily shaken by the revelation. Chapter 457, Breakthrough. "Yes, Your Majesty, I have discerned it." Upon hearing the words of Queen Medusa, the little healer smiled and nodded, then slowly spoke. "Within this vial lies a 7th-grade elixir known as the Ascension Pill, capable of enabling individuals at the Douzong stage to stabilize and elevate their power by 1 star. Hiss. At the revelation of this potion's properties, even the steadfast Queen Medusa was taken aback. Although she had transformed, her current cultivation level remained at the pinnacle of the 9-star Douluo, without any breakthroughs resulting from her metamorphosis. If the elixir truly possessed the effects described by the little healer, Queen Medusa could immediately ascend to the ranks of Douzong. An exhilarating prospect indeed. In that moment, not only was Queen Medusa filled with excitement, but also her companions, Makabas, Washir, and Inshur, displayed expressions of sheer joy. Just moments ago, Inshur had been contemplating how Queen Medusa's strength, enhanced by various treasures, could lead the serpent people out of the desert. Now, with the acquisition of this elixir, it signified that Queen Medusa was on the verge of a breakthrough. With her advancement to Douzong, alongside those treasures, she would undoubtedly become a formidable force among Douzong warriors. Who among the surrounding human empires could stand against her? Having made her decision, Queen Medusa promptly opened the vial and poured the elixir into her palm, consuming it without hesitation. As the elixir coursed through her body, a surge of immense energy erupted within her, swirling vigorously. She could sense that, following the ingestion of the elixir, a terrifying force had manifested within her being. This energy was vast and overwhelming. However, Queen Medusa found solace in its gentle nature. Logically, such a colossal energy accumulation could shatter her if left unrefined. Yet, at this moment, she felt no chaotic destruction from within. Relieved by this sensation, Queen Medusa began to refine the energy. Soon, however, she furrowed her brow in concern, realizing that she seemed unable to absorb this formidable power. It felt as if some force was suppressing her internal energy, preventing her from breaking through. What could be the reason behind this? Why could she sense this overwhelming power, yet fail to assimilate it? Confusion filled her heart, but in the next moment, she suddenly comprehended that the constraints of the shop were impeding her breakthrough. Much like her previous experience with the transformation elixir, she would need to step outside the shop to unleash its true potential. With this realization, Queen Medusa strode purposefully toward the exit of the shop. As soon as Queen Medusa stepped out of the jar shop, she felt the oppressive sensation that had enveloped her dissipate entirely. Moreover, she could distinctly sense the once unabsorbed energy within her now actively surging toward her limbs and vital organs. Could it be absorbed? After a moment of astonishment, Queen Medusa quickly regained her composure and seated herself on the ground outside the jar shop, wholly focused on assimilating the immense energy coursing through her. As this energy was continuously absorbed by Queen Medusa's body, her aura began to swell rapidly. The abundant energy within this realm was converging furiously toward her, and the speed of this accumulation was accelerating. Ultimately, a colossal energy vortex, measuring over a dozen feet in diameter, formed above her head, with Queen Medusa situated directly beneath its center. With the convergence of this celestial energy, coupled with the immense potency inherent in the elixir, her aura surged to unprecedented heights. In a mere span of seconds, Queen Medusa astonishingly broke through the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Emperor, successfully entering the realm of the Douzong. Furthermore, due to her long-standing accumulation of power, this breakthrough was notably solid, propelling her directly to the peak of 1-star Douzong. It is believed that her next breakthrough to 2-star Douzong would not be far off. As Queen Medusa celebrated her successful advancement, the vast energy vortex above came to a halt, rapidly dissipating. However, such a grand celestial phenomenon had already been witnessed by the serpent folk of the Medusa Temple, who gazed in astonishment at the sky above the jar shop, with several hastening toward the scene. At last, she had reached the Douzong. Feeling the transformation of her aura, Queen Medusa exhaled a sigh of relief. Congratulations to Her Majesty the Queen on her breakthrough to Douzong. Congratulations to Her Majesty the Queen on her breakthrough to Douzong. The air around the jar shop resonated with respectful accolades. Hearing these voices, Queen Medusa slightly nodded, exuding an air of regal authority. Yet, upon entering the jar shop and facing Yi Yuan and the little medicine sage, her commanding presence dissipated instantly. Little medicine sage, could you please fetch me another orange jar? Queen Medusa hastily approached the counter and addressed the little medicine sage. In response to Queen Medusa's request, The little medicine sage smiled and shook her head, saying, "Your Majesty, you have a remaining balance of 500,000 gold coins, and you cannot purchase an orange jar at this time. Please also assist me in depositing these items into my card." Upon hearing the words of the little medicine immortal, Queen Medusa momentarily paused, then swiftly retrieved several items from her spatial ring and placed them upon the counter. Excellent. Upon hearing Queen Medusa's statement, the little medicine immortal immediately employed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, calculating the worth of the treasures laid before her. In no time, she directly addressed Queen Medusa, stating, "Your treasures are valued at 4,500,000 gold coins. Adding the previous 500,000, the total amounts to 5 million gold coins. I wonder if you find this valuation satisfactory?" "Yes, this valuation aligns closely with my own estimation. Now, please present me with an orange jar." Queen Medusa nodded and continued, "Very well, Queen Medusa, please hold on." The little medicine immortal smiled and nodded in response, swiftly turning and retrieving an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. Chapter 458, The Crystal Ball. "Yes, this valuation aligns closely with my own estimation. Now, please present me with an orange jar." Queen Medusa reiterated with a nod. "Very well, Queen Medusa, please hold on." The little medicine immortal smiled and nodded, quickly turning to fetch an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. Having previously opened 2 orange jars that yielded remarkable treasures, Queen Medusa silently hoped that this third jar would also reveal something extraordinary. Gazing at the orange jar before her, she mused inwardly. The next moment, Queen Medusa performed a unique prayer ritual of the serpent folk, gesturing toward the jar. Once prepared, she gently extended her delicate hand, akin to a lotus root, and struck the jar. With a crisp sound of shattering, the orange jar on the counter immediately splintered into fragments. Subsequently, the shattered pieces transformed into a dazzling array of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. What marvels would Her Majesty unveil this time? Observing the mesmerizing glow emanating from the counter, Mo-Ba-Si's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Though the orange jars were costly, the treasures they contained were indeed remarkable. Queen Medusa had previously opened an orange jar to reveal a water bowl that could store an endless supply of water, and on another occasion, a star-ascending elixir that could elevate a Dou Zone powerhouse S rank. May fortune smile upon Her Majesty once more. The flower serpent closed her eyes, offering a silent prayer. Before long, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the dazzling light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the treasures within. Before them, atop the counter, appeared a transparent crystal sphere, roughly the size of a football. What could this be? Gazing at the treasure that had materialized, Queen Medusa's eyes glimmered with curiosity. Though perfectly round, she was certain it was not a magical core. Could it truly be a transparent orb? It was not only Queen Medusa who was perplexed. Those behind her, including Mobas, were equally astonished. At that moment, without wasting any time, Queen Medusa turned to the little medical fairy and inquired, "Dear little medical fairy, could you discern the nature of this transparent sphere?" "Certainly, Queen Medusa, please hold on," replied the little medical fairy, smiling as she nodded. She swiftly invoked the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, directing her gaze towards the crystal orb on the counter. As her eyes fell upon the sphere, a piece of information was revealed. Real-time monitoring sphere. By refining this object and silently invoking the name of the person one wishes to monitor, the sphere will display that individual, along with real-time images from within a kilometer radius. Furthermore, these images can be permanently stored within the transparent orb. Ah, so it is such a treasure. The little medical fairy's expression mirrored her surprise, as she initially thought it resembled a time sphere previously encountered, but it was evidently not the case. "Little medical fairy, have you discerned its purpose?" Queen Medusa asked, noticing the look on her face. "Indeed, Queen Medusa," the little medical fairy replied with a smile, then elaborated. "This object is known as the real-time monitoring sphere. By refining it and silently invoking the name of the desired person, the sphere will reveal that individual, along with real-time images from within a kilometer radius, which can also be permanently stored within the transparent orb." "What? Such a wondrous effect exists?" Queen Medusa exclaimed, astonished by the little medical fairy's explanation, while Mobas and the others behind her widened their eyes in disbelief. The ability to monitor someone's surroundings in real time could prove immensely advantageous if utilized properly. "Little medical fairy, does this object require blood to establish a bond?" Queen Medusa inquired, regaining her composure. "Yes, it does require blood to recognize its master," the little medical fairy affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa hesitated no longer. She swiftly pricked her fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the crystal sphere. In the next moment, a transparent white light illuminated the orb, and as the light faded, Queen Medusa's blood was completely absorbed by the crystal. Meanwhile, Queen Medusa discovered a myriad of peculiar connections between herself and the crystal sphere. She pondered whether this object truly possessed such extraordinary powers. "Let us refine the crystal sphere," she murmured softly. "Your Majesty, if it is of any use, why not simply test it?" suggested the flower serpent. "Very well, allow me to give it a try." In the next moment, Queen Medusa silently invoked a name within her heart. "You may." As her gentle command resonated, vibrant colors suddenly blossomed upon the transparent surface of the crystal sphere. Yi Yun's gaze was drawn to the images emerging from the sphere. In the clear waters of a lake, the silhouette of a voluptuous woman materialized before his eyes. The woman in the lake tossed her long hair, which clung to her snowy shoulders, droplets of water cascading down her flawless skin, gliding along her enticing waist before finally plunging into the lake, creating ripples. "Is Yume bathing?" Upon witnessing this scene, Queen Medusa hastily instructed Mobas and Inshur to avert their gaze. However, she overlooked the fact that Yi Yun was also observing this sight, where he could clearly discern the supple curvature of the woman's waist, imagining the breathtaking arcs it could create. The woman casually gathered her long tresses and then slowly turned around. As she did so, her naked, flawless form was unveiled to the eyes of Queen Medusa, Yi Yun, and the little physician. Her body, sculpted like white jade, was akin to a divine masterpiece, with her full and perky bosom proudly exposed to the slightly cool air. Her visage was enchanting and alluring, with her diamond-shaped eyes shimmering with an intoxicating glimmer of spring-like allure. Chapter 459, The Beast Taming Palace. The woman's delicate hands casually swept through her long hair before she gradually turned to face them. As she revealed her naked, perfect body, it was laid bare before the gazes of Queen Medusa, Yi Yun, and the little physician. Her exquisite form, crafted like white jade, was a celestial creation, with her ample bosom proudly bared to the mildly cool atmosphere. Her beauty was captivating and enchanting, the diamond-shaped allure of her eyes reflecting a glimmer reminiscent of spring's gentle embrace. Yi Yun's gaze swept across the lake beside the woman, where beneath the crystalline surface, a cerulean snake tail gently swayed, exuding an air of primal temptation. Such a beguiling figure could ignite the flames of desire in many a man's heart. And Queen Medusa's test this time also bestowed some unexpected benefits upon Yi Yun. However, the Queen Medusa did not notice Yi Yun, for in her mind, a person of Yi Yun's caliber would not be interested in someone like Yume. In the next moment, the Queen Medusa altered her hand gesture, and the image displayed on the crystal ball instantly vanished, with the previously recorded footage automatically stored within the orb. After testing the wondrous capabilities of the crystal ball, Queen Medusa put it away and directly addressed the little medical fairy, saying, "Dear little medical fairy, please bring me another orange jar." "Certainly, Queen Medusa, please hold on." Upon hearing her words, the little medical fairy smiled and nodded, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. "I wonder what treasures this time will befall me," mused Queen Medusa as she gazed at the orange jar on the counter. In the next moment, with a unique prayer ritual of the serpent folk, Queen Medusa formed a hand gesture towards the jar. Once prepared, she slowly extended her delicate, lotus-like hand to strike the jar. Crack! With the crisp sound of the jar shattering, the orange jar on the counter instantly splintered into countless pieces. Following this, the fragments transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring the vision of all present, preventing anyone from discerning the spectacle within. What sort of treasures will Her Majesty unveil this time? The curious glint in M.O. Boss's eyes reflected his intrigue. Although the orange jar was costly, the items it contained were truly remarkable. The first time Queen Medusa opened an orange jar, she revealed a bowl capable of infinite water storage. The second time, she discovered a star-ascending pill for Dou Qi experts. And the third time, a marvelous crystal ball. May Her Majesty's fortune be even greater this time. The flower serpent closed her eyes, silently offering a prayer. Before long, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the dazzling radiance on the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. There, on the counter, appeared a palm-sized model of a palace, exuding an air of mysterious allure despite its diminutive size. "What is this? A model of a palace?" Queen Medusa's eyes brimmed with confusion as she regarded the item on the counter. What use could such a small model have? Could it be like the water bowl, possessing an infinite interior? If that were the case, it would indeed be a treasure. Observing the item on the counter, Mobas speculated, "This palace looks rather imposing. If only it could be enlarged thousands of times to match the scale of a divine temple, it would be truly magnificent." In the heart of the flower serpent, a flicker of anticipation emerged. In the next moment, Queen Medusa wasted no time and directly inquired of the little medical fairy, "Dear little medical fairy, could you please examine what treasure this palace model represents?" Of course, Queen Medusa, please hold on for a moment. Upon hearing the words of Queen Medusa, the little medical fairy smiled and nodded. Instantly, she harnessed the power bestowed upon her by Yiyun, directing her gaze towards the palace model on the counter. As her eyes swept across it, a stream of information was revealed about the treasure. Beast Taming Palace. This palace spans a staggering 100,000 zhong and can alter its size at will. Its main structure is indestructible even by the mightiest of Dou emperors. Inside lie 10,000 beast-taming chambers of varying strengths. If magical beasts can be confined within these appropriately leveled chambers, they can be tamed to recognize you as their master. Ah, such a remarkable treasure. The little medical fairy's face illuminated with astonishment after perusing the information displayed. Dear little medical fairy, have you discerned the details? Observing the expression on the little medical fairy's face, Queen Medusa inquired once more. Indeed, I have. The little medical fairy nodded with a smile, then gradually elaborated. Queen Medusa. This palace is named the Beast Taming Palace. It spans 100,000 zhong and can change its size at will. Its main structure remains unbreakable even to Dou emperors. It contains 10,000 beast-taming chambers of varying strengths. If magical beasts are confined within these chambers of corresponding levels, they can be tamed to acknowledge you as their master. What? This palace is 100,000 zhong in size, and it can tame magical beasts. The introduction from the little medical fairy left Queen Medusa astounded, and those behind her, such as MOBS and others, were equally taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. Dear little medical fairy, are these 10,000 beast-taming chambers categorized into different levels? Some can only tame 5th-tier beasts, while others can tame 6th-tier ones. The thoughtful Queen Medusa inquired again. That's about right, Queen Medusa. Those capable of taming 6th-tier magical beasts can naturally tame any beast below that tier. Moreover, there are chambers capable of taming 9th-tier magical beasts. The little medical fairy explained with a smile in response to Queen Medusa's question. What? A chamber for taming 9th-tier magical beasts, which can tame 9th-tier beasts. Does that not equate to a dosain among humans? Queen Medusa was utterly astonished by the little medical fairy's words. This item is simply unfathomable. MOBAS and other serpent warriors were already in a state of disarray, overwhelmed by the immense amount of information that was too much for them to process at once. Chapter 460. The Blood-Soaked Giant Blade. What? The 9-tier beast taming chamber can tame 9-tier beasts? Does that not equate to the prowess of a human dosaint? Upon hearing the words of the little medical fairy, Queen Medusa felt an overwhelming shock within her heart. This phenomenon is simply beyond comprehension. At that moment, the likes of Mebas and other serpent warriors were utterly bewildered. The magnitude of this revelation was too vast for them to assimilate. Queen Medusa, if you harbor any doubts, I suggest you first acknowledge it with your blood, thereby refining it to experience its essence, the little medical fairy advised. Observing the expressions of Queen Medusa and the other serpent beings. Is that so? Without hesitation, Queen Medusa extended her delicate, alabaster hand, drew a small incision with her fingertip, and allowed a drop of blood to fall upon the palace model. Instantly, the model radiated a dazzling brilliance. Once the luminous aura dissipated entirely, Queen Medusa's drop of blood vanished, and simultaneously, an extraordinary connection formed between her and the divine temple. Ah, I see. After refining the beast-taming palace, Queen Medusa comprehended its structure. The palace possessed but a single entrance, fortified by a formidable seal, making entry impossible for outsiders without the owner's consent. Exiting, however, was a simple matter. Within, there were 10,000 beast-taming chambers, with the first-tier chambers being the most numerous, while the 9-tier chambers were the rarest, numbering only 10. Despite the scarcity of the 9-tier chambers, Queen Medusa felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Even if a 9-tier beast were to inadvertently trespass, the unique energies within would gradually tame it. If it remained for an extended period, it would inevitably become a loyal servant of Queen Medusa. With so many individuals present, Queen Medusa decided against testing the palace's capabilities for the moment and resolved to proceed with opening another jar. Approaching the counter, Queen Medusa addressed the little medical fairy. My dear little medical fairy, could you please retrieve another orange jar for me? Certainly, Queen Medusa. Please hold on. The little medical fairy smiled and nodded in response. Swiftly turning to fetch an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. What treasures might this one unveil? Queen Medusa mused silently as she gazed at the orange jar. In the next moment, she performed a unique prayer gesture typical of the serpent clan towards the jar. Having completed this, she gently extended her arm, resembling a graceful lotus, and struck the jar. With a crisp crack, the orange jar shattered into countless fragments upon the counter. Immediately, the shattered fragments of the orange jar transformed into a dazzling aurora, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them incapable of discerning the spectacle within. What marvels might Her Majesty the Queen unveil this time? As the radiant light emanated from the counter, Medusa's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Although the price of the orange jar was steep, the treasures it contained were indeed remarkable. On her first opening of an orange jar, Queen Medusa revealed a bowl capable of infinite water storage. The second yielded a star-ascending elixir for those of the combat realm. The third produced an extraordinary crystal orb. And the fourth, a mysterious palace. One could only hope that Her Majesty's fortune would be even more splendid this time. Washier closed her eyes and offered a silent prayer. Before long, under the gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the resplendent light from the counter gradually dissipated, unveiling the hidden contents. Upon the counter lay a blood-red blade. This sanguine weapon bore several grooves, its edge extraordinarily sharp, exuding a chilling luminescence. A faint mist of blood seemed to envelop the blade, emanating an aura of untold ferocity. A mere glance induced a sense of foreboding, suggesting that this was a weapon of lethal precision. Queen Medusa examined the blood-red blade closely. The moment she grasped it, an icy chill enveloped her. Frowning, she discerned that this coldness did not stem from its material, but rather from the blade itself, which radiated a palpable intent to kill. The murderous aura was so potent that it sent shivers down one's spine. Undoubtedly, this menacing blood blade was a true instrument of slaughter, having claimed countless lives. After a prolonged scrutiny, Queen Medusa was unable to ascertain the origin of the blood-red blade, prompting her to turn to the young healer, inquiring with curiosity, "Miss Healer, what is the provenance of this blade? What purpose does it serve? Please wait." Upon hearing Queen Medusa's question, the young healer smiled and nodded, swiftly utilizing the powers bestowed upon her by Yi Yun. Her gaze fell upon the somewhat familiar blood-red blade, and instantly, a stream of information appeared before her eyes. Draxar's Dusk Blade, a legendary artifact from the realm of League of Legends, with the following ability, Night Stalker. When attacking an enemy hero, it inflicts additional damage. If the wielder is a melee hero, the attack will also slow the target by 99 for 0.25 seconds. Should an enemy you have harmed perish, this cooldown resets and grants you a 3-second period of invisibility. Indeed, it is this. After reviewing the details of the blood-red blade, a glimmer of realization flickered in the healer's eyes. "Lady Xiao, have you already discerned the truth?" Medusa Queen inquired, observing the expression on Xiao's face. "Indeed, Medusa Queen," Xiao replied with a smile, nodding her head before elaborating. "The Dusk Blade of Draxar, a mythical artifact from the realm of League of Legends, possesses the ability known as Night Stalker. When attacking an enemy champion, it inflicts additional damage. If the wielder is a melee champion, this strike will also slow the target by 99 for a duration of 0.25 seconds. Moreover, if an enemy you have harmed perishes, the cooldown is reset, granting a brief invisibility lasting 3 seconds. Armor penetration, enhanced attack power, and a transient ability to vanish after a kill." Upon hearing Xiao's description, Medusa Queen's pupils contracted, her delicate face displaying astonishment as she gazed incredulously at the crimson blade in her hand. Chapter 461, Dragon Soul Fruit. Conjoined Spirit, Armor Penetration, Enhanced Attack Power, and a transient ability to vanish after a kill. After absorbing Xiao's explanation, Medusa Queen felt her heart race with excitement, as those standing behind her, including Mobus, jubilantly congratulated her on acquiring yet another treasure. Such a weapon requires bloodshed to validate its prowess, and Medusa Queen, understanding this, refrained from testing it. Instead, she promptly stowed the blood blade away and addressed Xiao. "Might I trouble you for another orange jar?" "Certainly, Medusa Queen, please hold on." Xiao responded with a smile, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before the Medusa Queen. "What marvelous treasures await me in this orange jar?" Medusa Queen mused internally, filled with anticipation. At that moment, she performed a unique serpent-like prayer gesture towards the jar. And once prepared, she gently extended her arm, reminiscent of a lotus stem, and struck the jar's surface. With a crisp shatter, the orange jar on the counter fragmented into countless pieces. Immediately, the shattered fragments of the orange jar transformed into a dazzling glow, obscuring the vision of all present. None could discern the spectacle within. What sort of jar would Her Majesty, the Queen, unveil this time? As the radiant light emanated from the counter, curiosity filled the eyes of Mobars. Although the price of the orange jar was steep, the treasures it yielded were undeniably remarkable. On her first opening of an orange jar, Queen Medusa had revealed a bowl capable of boundless water accumulation. On her second, a potion that allowed a Dou Qi expert to ascend in rank. On her third, a wondrous crystal ball. On her fourth, a mysterious palace. And on her fifth, a blood-red blade steeped in murderous intent. May Her Majesty's fortune be even more favorable this time. The flower serpent closed her eyes, whispering a silent prayer. Before long, under the attentive gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the radiant glow from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the object within. Lo and behold, there lay a palm-sized golden fruit. Is this a fruit? Upon witnessing the appearance of this golden treasure, Queen Medusa felt an overwhelming sense of curiosity. Judging by the outcomes of previous jar openings, this golden fruit was certainly no ordinary item. A faint aura of dragon might emanated from it. A pressure so potent that even the seven-colored sky-devouring python within her soul felt it difficult to withstand. If even Queen Medusa experienced such sensations, the individuals behind her, including Mobars, appeared even more distressed, their faces pale as they struggled to resist. What manner of fruit is this, and why does it evoke such a tremor within me? Mobars pondered in astonishment. What is this object, and why does it carry a soul's oppressive force? The flower serpent mirrored his astonishment. Little medical fairy, can you discern what this golden fruit is? Without wasting time on conjecture, Queen Medusa directly inquired of the little medical fairy. Of course, Your Majesty, please hold on. The little medical fairy replied with a smile, nodding before swiftly employing the powers bestowed upon her by Yiyun, her gaze sweeping over the golden fruit on the counter. As her gaze fell upon it, a surge of information materialized. Dragon Soul Fruit contains an ancient dragon soul. Upon consumption, it allows the bearer to manifest an accompanying dragon soul within their essence. So it grants the effect of an accompanying dragon soul. Upon reading this information, a hint of surprise flickered in the little medical fairy's eyes. Little medical fairy, have you discerned its nature? Queen Medusa inquired once more, observing the expression on the little medical fairy's face. Indeed, Your Majesty. Upon hearing the words of Queen Medusa, the little healer smiled and nodded, saying, Your Majesty. This is known as the Dragon Soul Fruit, which harbors an ancient dragon soul. Upon consumption, it enables the birth of a companion dragon soul within one's very essence. The notion of a companion dragon soul sparked a flicker of intrigue in Queen Medusa's eyes. The serpent people, in their past, could bond with a beast's soul. But after her transformation, her companion's soul evolved into the seven-colored devouring python, merging seamlessly with her own spirit. Should she consume this dragon soul fruit, she would once again possess a companion soul, one of a dragon. Mebus felt a profound tremor within. The concept of a companion soul was not foreign to him, as nearly every formidable serpent person bore one. The strength of this companion soul significantly influenced their prowess. In their clan, once a companion soul was chosen, it could not be altered, for the demise of one would inevitably lead to the other's end, binding their fates together. I wonder if the dragon soul fruit will conflict with Her Majesty's prior companion soul, mused Washier, harboring concerns, unaware that Queen Medusa's companion soul had already fused with her essence after her transformation. As the crowd's thoughts swirled with complexity, Queen Medusa hesitated not a moment, seizing the golden fruit from the counter and bringing it to her lips. Instantly, the fruit morphed into a golden liquid, flowing into her being. As this liquid coursed through her, her soul experienced an extraordinary transformation. A golden dragon began to coalesce beside the seven-colored devouring python. Though still diminutive, it already possessed a strength that evoked trepidation in the python. Chapter 462, The Familiar Fruit. The golden fruit swiftly transformed into a golden liquid, entering Queen Medusa's body. With this infusion, her soul underwent peculiar changes, as a golden dragon gradually formed beside the seven-colored devouring python. Though it appeared small, it already exhibited power that the python found daunting. It has succeeded. A wave of joy surged within Queen Medusa as she sensed the resurgence of her companion soul. Now, with her principal soul as the seven-colored devouring python, and her companion soul as the ancient dragon, her strength would escalate significantly beyond its previous limits. The dragon soul's oppressive aura emanating from Queen Medusa did not go unnoticed by Mebus and Washier, who recognized that this power surpassed her original might. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring the ancient dragon soul. Congratulations to Her Majesty the Queen on acquiring the ancient dragon soul. Upon learning that Queen Medusa had suffered no ill effects from consuming the dragon soul fruit, Mebus and others bowed in unison to extend their felicitations. Although they were unaware of the true nature of Queen Medusa's soul, they understood that whether it was the coexistence of three souls or the triumph of the dragon soul over her original companion soul, or even a fusion of the two, the outcome was undoubtedly favorable. The ancient dragon soul was certainly a far superior entity compared to the companion soul she possessed prior to her evolution into the seven-colored swallowing python. As the sounds of congratulations echoed around her, Queen Medusa nodded slightly. The potency of the ancient dragon soul surpassed her wildest imaginings. Although she could not precisely gauge the extent of her newfound power, she comprehended that she was now several times stronger than before. With her current prowess, She could contend against ordinary 5-star Dou Zone warriors or even 6-star Dou Zone adversaries. Please rise. Queen Medusa gently raised her hand and commanded. In the next moment, she gracefully approached the counter and addressed the little medicine sage. My dear little medicine sage, could you kindly fetch me another orange jar? Certainly, Your Majesty. Please hold on a moment. The little medicine sage smiled and nodded in acknowledgement of the queen's request. She swiftly turned and retrieved an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. What treasures shall this bring me? As she gazed at the orange jar that had appeared on the counter, Queen Medusa mused inwardly, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. In the next instant, she performed a unique prayer gesture, characteristic of the serpent people, directed toward the jar. Having completed the ritual, Queen Medusa slowly extended her delicate hand, akin to a lotus stem, and struck the jar. With a crisp sound echoing as the jar shattered, it splintered into countless pieces, transforming into a dazzling radiance that obscured the sight of all present, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. What wonders will Her Majesty unveil from this jar this time? As the dazzling aurora shimmered on the counter, a sense of curiosity filled the eyes of Medusa. The orange jar, though priced extravagantly, contained treasures of remarkable quality. On her inaugural opening of an orange jar, Queen Medusa unveiled a bowl capable of infinite water storage. On her second attempt, she procured the star-raising pill, which enabled combat masters to ascend in rank. The third opening revealed a wondrous crystal orb, the fourth, a mysterious palace. The fifth, a blood-red blade suffused with a murderous intent, and the sixth, a dragon soul fruit capable of enhancing the ancient dragon soul into a companion spirit. May Her Majesty's fortune be even more favorable this time. The flower serpent closed her eyes, silently offering a prayer. Before long, under the scrutiny of Queen Medusa and the others, the radiant light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing its contents. There, atop the counter, lay an oddly shaped, orange-red fruit. What could this be? Queen Medusa's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she held the fruit, examining it closely. The spherical orange-red fruit bore a spiral pattern on its surface. Its stem was green, one end swirling, the other resembling flames, while its skin was adorned with numerous small, flame-like spirals. Could this possibly be some form of elixir? The flower serpent, equally intrigued, leaned in to observe the fruit in Queen Medusa's hand. At that moment, Yiyun, who had been somewhat disengaged, caught a glimpse of the object held by Queen Medusa, and his eyes flickered with intrigue. Could it be? Though he had his suspicions, he hesitated to confirm them and quickly scanned the orange-red fruit for information. Soon enough, Yiyun acquired the details of the fruit. The burning fruit, originating from the world of One Piece, it belongs to the natural class of devil fruits. Upon consumption, one's body transforms into flames, allowing the user to generate fire, rendering ordinary physical attacks ineffective. Indeed, it is the burning fruit. After absorbing the information, Yiyun mused to himself that Queen Medusa's luck was rather splendid. Little medical fairy, could you please assist me in examining this item? Queen Medusa inquired once she regained her composure. Of course, Your Majesty, replied the little medical fairy with a smile, promptly employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun. Her gaze fixed on the fruit. After reviewing the information, she turned to Queen Medusa and stated, Your Majesty, the item you hold is known as the burning fruit. It originates from the world of One Piece and belongs to the natural class of devil fruits. Upon consumption, one's body becomes flames, enabling the user to create fire, while ordinary physical attacks become ineffective against them. What? The burning fruit? Upon hearing the peculiar name mentioned by the little healer, Queen Medusa felt a profound astonishment within her heart. What precisely is the function of this item, dear healer? Could you elucidate upon it in greater detail? Queen Medusa inquired once more. The consumption of the flame fruit allows one to transform any part of their body into fire. Even when physically assaulted, one can instantaneously reconstitute themselves using flames, the little healer patiently explained in response to the Queen's inquiry. The quantity of flames produced and their range of expansion correlate directly with the strength of the user. Additionally, one can create explosions and detonations both elementally and physically. Furthermore, the consumer of the flame fruit can generate flames from any part of their body. The flames can be freely manipulated into any shape according to the user's will, such as forming a flaming net or fire fists for attacks. One can also envelop weapons in flames, bestowing them with the dual power of blunt force and fire. In the midst of an explosion or a sea of flames, one can carve a path of fire to ensure those within remain unharmed. The little healer continued with her detailed explanation. Is it truly that wondrous? Upon hearing the little healer's introduction to the flame fruit, Queen Medusa's eyes widened in disbelief. The ability to command fire. Could it possibly be an extraordinary power? As the realization struck her, she gazed astonished at the flame fruit in her hand. After a moment's hesitation, Queen Medusa glanced at the little healer and prepared to consume the flame fruit from the counter. Wait, Queen Medusa. Perhaps you should step outside to eat it, the little healer advised. Surprised by the suggestion, Queen Medusa nodded in agreement and, holding the flame fruit, slowly made her way towards the entrance of the shop. The serpent warriors, including Medusa, followed closely behind her. Outside the shop, Queen Medusa examined the flame fruit in her hand and, without further deliberation, placed it into her mouth, consuming the entire fruit in one swift motion. As the flame fruit was devoured, an intense wave of searing power surged through Queen Medusa, causing her expression to change drastically. Pain etched across her features as she felt as though she were engulfed in a furnace. Unable to contain herself, Queen Medusa let out a cry of anguish. Your Majesty. Witnessing this scene, the serpentine beings, including Mobas, Washier, and Inshur, felt a surge of panic. They were on the verge of approaching Queen Medusa when, suddenly, flames erupted from her form, transforming her instantly into a being of fire. The queen continued to emit anguished sounds, as if she were being consumed by the flames, causing immense anxiety among the serpents. However, in the next moment, the sounds of her suffering abruptly ceased. Your Majesty, Washier exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she noticed that Queen Medusa's corporeal form had vanished entirely. Do not be alarmed. I am unharmed. At that moment, a voice of undeniable authority resonated within the confines of the shop. Upon hearing this voice from behind them, Washier and the others joyously turned around. Your Majesty, how have you transformed in such a manner? As the serpentine beings turned, their eyes locked onto a swirling mass of flames before them, their faces painted with incredulity. What a remarkable ability. Queen Medusa's voice echoed once more, but this time, it was not one of pain. Rather, it was imbued with a sense of rapture that sent shivers of delight through all who heard it. Then, the floating flames coalesced into a humanoid form. Even in her new shape, Queen Medusa remained enveloped in flames, yet these flames posed no threat to her. Her exquisite purple garments remained entirely intact. Astonishingly, during this transformation, her cultivation level had surreptitiously ascended to the rank of 2-star Douluo. Reveling in the formidable energy coursing through her, Queen Medusa could not suppress her joy, letting out a melodic laugh. There exist such wondrous fruits in this world. The serpents gazed at her in disbelief, for what they had just witnessed had utterly shattered their understanding of reality. Your Majesty, will you remain in this form henceforth? Washier inquired. Her curiosity peaked after the initial shock had subsided. Not at all. I can manipulate the flames at will, as if I were one with the fire itself. Queen Medusa replied, shaking her head. In the next instant, a blazing fireball materialized in the palm of her hand. This flame morphed continuously, taking the shapes of beasts, birds, and dragons. Subsequently, Queen Medusa nonchalantly tossed the fireball onto the sandy ground. With a thunderous roar, a vast cloud of sand erupted, and the searing heat radiated outward, revealing a massive pit, 10 zhang deep, carved into the earth. As the flames spread, threatening to engulf the nearby jar shop, Queen Medusa inhaled deeply, commanding the flames to obediently flow into her mouth. What a wondrous power! What a remarkable mastery of fire control! Congratulations, Your Majesty! Witnessing Queen Medusa's extraordinary ability, the serpentine beings stood in awe, bowing in reverence. On the other side, Inshur, the sage of the serpent clan, contemplated with insight, realizing that such a power made Queen Medusa akin to a living flame. If she were to encounter a unique fire, how formidable she would become. Your Majesty, I perceive that the flames surrounding you are merely an aggregation of ordinary fire elements. If you could consume a rare fire and integrate it within yourself, your strength would undoubtedly escalate to terrifying heights. Hesitating momentarily, Inshur voiced his thoughts to Queen Medusa. Upon hearing his words, the eyes of the other serpents sparkled with intrigue. Nodding in acknowledgement, Queen Medusa replied, Inshur, you speak wisely. The ability to wield a unique fire would indeed amplify my power significantly. In truth, Queen Medusa had already gathered some intelligence regarding unique fires. With her current abilities, once she located such a fire, subduing it would become remarkably straightforward. However, the immediate priority was to continue opening jars. Young apothecary, could you please fetch me another orange jar? Queen Medusa gracefully entered the jar shop and addressed the young apothecary. Certainly, Queen Medusa. Please hold on. The young apothecary smiled and nodded in response. She swiftly turned and retrieved an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. What treasures might this one unveil? As she gazed at the orange jar on the counter, anticipation filled Queen Medusa's heart. In the next moment, she performed a unique serpentine prayer gesture towards the jar. With that, she delicately extended her alabaster hand, akin to a lotus stem, and struck the jar. Crack! With a crisp sound, the orange jar shattered, splintering into countless pieces. Immediately after, the shattered fragments of the orange jar transformed into a dazzling aura, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering the scene within invisible. What sort of treasure will Her Majesty the Queen unveil this time? Observing the radiant light emanating from the counter, Medusa was filled with curiosity. This orange jar was the first that Queen Medusa had opened, revealing a bowl capable of infinite water storage. The second time, it produced the Star Ascension pill, which allowed a Dou Zone master to ascend in rank. The third unveiling yielded a peculiar crystal ball. The fourth revealed a mysterious beast-taming palace. The fifth presented a blood-red giant blade steeped in murderous intent. The sixth unveiled the Dragon Soul fruit, capable of enhancing ancient dragon souls as companion spirits, and the seventh brought forth the enigmatic burning fruit. One could only hope that Her Majesty's fortune would be even more favorable this time. On the other hand, Washier closed her eyes, silently praying for Queen Medusa. Before long, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the brilliant light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the objects within. There lay a palm-sized model of a white jade bed, emanating an unsettling chill. Is this a bed? Upon seeing the model, a look of curiosity appeared on Queen Medusa's face. Based on her experience, the bed could not possibly be this small. It was merely constrained by the rules of the jar shop. What kind of treasure could this model bed represent? Medusa felt a surge of immense curiosity as he gazed at the item on the counter. Given the heavy chill emanating from the bed, would sleeping upon it not conflict with Her Majesty's energy? Washier speculated. However, Queen Medusa wasted no time in conjecture and directly addressed the little physician. Young physician, could you discern what kind of treasure this bed is? Of course, Your Majesty. Please hold on. Upon hearing the Queen's request, the little physician smiled and nodded, immediately utilizing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yun, directing her gaze toward the bed on the counter. Instantly, a stream of information appeared before her eyes. Cold jade bed. Crafted from numerous exquisite materials, it accelerates the gathering of celestial energy and possesses the ability to nourish the complexion and prolong life. Ah, such a treasure. After perusing the information, surprise adorned the little physician's face. Young physician, have you discerned its nature? Queen Medusa inquired, observing the expression on her face. Indeed, Your Majesty. I have. Upon hearing the words of Queen Medusa, the little healer nodded with a smile and explained, this object is known as the cold jade bed. It is crafted from numerous exquisite materials. It possesses the ability to accelerate the gathering of celestial energy and has the effect of nourishing one's appearance while prolonging lifespan. The prospect of hastening the absorption of celestial energy, along with enhancing beauty and extending life, elicited a look of delight on Queen Medusa's face. These three benefits were precisely what she cherished. Not only would it expedite her cultivation, but it would also allow her to maintain her youthful beauty indefinitely, which was truly remarkable. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this treasured artifact. The exclamations of congratulations from MOBAS and others filled the air, celebrating Queen Medusa's good fortune. The cold jade bed can be refined simply by a drop of blood, after which it will serve not only as a bed, but also as a tool for cultivation. The celestial energy will converge towards the cold jade bed at an extraordinary rate, ultimately transforming into pure energy that flows into your body. The little healer reminded her. Without hesitation, Queen Medusa extended her hand, pricked her fingertip, and let a drop of blood fall onto the cold jade bed. The instant her blood touched the surface, the bed radiated a dazzling white light. Once the brilliance faded, her blood was completely absorbed, and a peculiar connection was established between Queen Medusa and the cold jade bed. Indeed, it is a treasure, she marveled, having discerned some of its effects after the refinement. In the next moment, Queen Medusa placed several more treasures on the counter. Little healer, could you please assess the value of these items as well? She requested directly. Certainly. The little healer responded with a smile, activating the ability bestowed upon her by Yun as her gaze swept over the treasures on the counter. Your Majesty, these treasures are approximately valued at 575 gold coins. I hope this meets your satisfaction? She reported back after her calculations. Quite satisfactory. This aligns with my estimations. Queen Medusa replied, nodding. Little healer, please fetch me an orange jar as well. Chapter 465, The Claw of the Dragon. Your Majesty, these treasures are valued at approximately 575 million gold coins. I hope this meets your satisfaction? The little healer stated after her assessment. Quite satisfactory. This aligns with my estimations. Upon hearing the response from the little physician, Queen Medusa nodded and said, my dear little physician, could you kindly fetch me another orange jar? Certainly, Queen Medusa. Please hold on a moment. With a smile and a nod, the little physician swiftly turned and retrieved an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. This jar is indeed a treasure from the store, a grand opportunity for me. I hope this time it will yield some formidable artifacts. Queen Medusa mused silently as she gazed at the orange jar before her. In the next moment, she performed a unique prayer gesture characteristic of the serpent people towards the jar. Having completed her preparations, Queen Medusa delicately extended her lotus-like hand and struck the jar. With a crisp crack, the orange jar shattered into countless pieces. Instantly, the fragments transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring the vision of all present, leaving them unable to discern the spectacle within. What marvels shall Her Majesty unveil this time? Observing the resplendent light emanating from the counter, Mubasa's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This was Queen Medusa's first attempt with an orange jar, which had previously yielded the infinite water-holding bowl, the star-ascending elixir for combatants, the curious crystal ball, the enigmatic beast-taming palace, the blood-red giant blade imbued with murderous intent, the dragon soul fruit that enhances the ancient dragon soul as a companion spirit, the extremely mysterious burning fruit, and the wondrous ice jade bed. May Her Majesty's fortune be even more favorable this time. The flower serpent silently prayed for Queen Medusa, closing her eyes. Moments later, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the dazzling radiance from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. Lo and behold, a crimson claw emerged atop the counter, emanating an overwhelming aura of power that sent tremors through the hearts of the serpent people, excluding Queen Medusa. The aura radiating from the crimson claw felt remarkably familiar to her. In an instant, Queen Medusa turned to the little physician and inquired, "Little physician, is this claw perhaps a dragon's?" "Let me take a look," replied the little physician with a smile, nodding in affirmation before swiftly utilizing the ability bestowed upon her by Yiyun, directing her gaze toward the crimson claw on the counter. The Claw of the Dragon, an extraordinary piece of equipment from the realm of League of Legends. Once donned, it significantly enhances energy-based attacks, rendering physical assaults utterly ineffective. This effect is passive, perpetually in operation. The Claw of the Dragon, a wondrous artifact from the game world of League of Legends. Upon absorbing this information, a look of astonishment graced the face of the young healer. "Young healer, have you already discerned its significance?" Medusa, the queen, inquired, observing the expression on the healer's visage. "Indeed," the young healer replied with a smile, nodding affirmatively. She then elaborated, "Your Majesty, this is the Claw of the Dragon, an item from the realm of League of Legends that greatly amplifies energy attacks while making physical strikes ineffective. This effect is passive and always in effect." "What? The Claw of the Dragon?" Medusa's face was painted with profound astonishment upon hearing the healer's account of its capabilities. To think it was the Claw of a dragon, imbued with such remarkable powers. The healer's explanation left Mobas equally astounded. The Claw of the Dragon, along with the accompanying dragon soul, exudes an overwhelming aura of draconic power. Truly, the queen is favored by fortune. With the energy-repelling capabilities of this claw, Her Majesty's strength will soar to new heights. The flower serpent rejoiced inwardly. "Young healer, how is this equipment to be utilized?" Medusa, regaining her composure, directly inquired of the healer. "Simply hold the equipment and silently invoke its use." The healer responded without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Medusa swiftly understood. She extended her hand to grasp the Claw of the Dragon and, with a silent incantation, activated it. Instantly, an extraordinary bond formed between the Claw of the Dragon and Medusa. This equipment from the League of Legends truly is marvelous. After equipping the claw, Medusa comprehended its powers. In addition to what the healer had just described, this equipment could manifest or remain concealed, automatically corresponding to the 6 available slots within her body. This is indeed a remarkable treasure. Medusa mused, and with a mere thought, the Claw of the Dragon vanished from sight, completely concealed. In the next moment, she approached the counter once more and addressed the healer. "Young healer, could you kindly fetch me another orange vial?" "Certainly, Your Majesty, please hold on a moment." Upon hearing the words of Queen Medusa, the little healer smiled and nodded, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before the queen. In previous instances, each treasure unveiled had been extraordinarily powerful. Surely, this orange jar surpassed the red one by leaps and bounds. It was her hope that this time, it would bestow upon her yet another remarkable treasure. Gazing at the orange jar before her, Queen Medusa mused silently. In the next moment, she performed a unique serpent ritual, forming a gesture towards the jar. Once prepared, she delicately extended her jade-like arm and struck the jar. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering glass. The orange jar on the counter was instantly reduced to fragments. Chapter 466, The Soul-Slaying Sword. Immediately following, with the remnants of the broken jar transforming into a dazzling array of light, all eyes were obscured, leaving no one able to discern the spectacle within. What kind of treasure would Her Majesty unveil this time? Observing the radiant light emanating from the counter, Mo Boss's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This was the first time Queen Medusa had opened an orange jar. The first yielded a bowl capable of infinite water storage. The second produced a potion that could elevate a Dou Zong expert's star level. The third revealed a peculiar crystal ball. The fourth, an enigmatic beast-taming palace. The fifth, a blood-red blade suffused with murderous intent. The sixth, a fruit that could enhance the ancient dragon soul as a companion spirit. The seventh, a mysteriously fiery fruit. The eighth, a wondrous cold jade bed. And the ninth, a powerful dragon claw with formidable defensive capabilities. One could only hope that Her Majesty's luck would shine even brighter this time. Over on the side, the flower serpent closed her eyes, offering a silent prayer for Queen Medusa. Moments later, under the watchful gaze of the queen and the others, the dazzling light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the item within. There lay an ancient, pitch-black scroll. A scroll indeed? Observing the item now displayed on the counter, the eyes of Queen Medusa and the other serpents held far less uncertainty than before. Scrolls were quite common in the Dou Qi continent. Yet, the nature of the scroll remained a mystery. Would it be a technique or a recipe? Gazing at the treasures displayed upon the counter, the astute Insher could not help but murmur to himself. If this item were a combat technique scroll, it might very well contain advanced Earth tier or even Celestial tier techniques. Should it be a cultivation method, it ought to be at least an Earth tier 1. And if it were a pill formula, it should minimally be a 6th grade or perhaps a 7th grade recipe. As Mebas reflected on the caliber of treasures unveiled by Queen Medusa in recent times, particularly in comparison to the previous purple cloud sword, his anticipation grew immensely. Meanwhile, Queen Medusa, without indulging in speculation, reached forth and slowly unfurled the black scroll upon the counter. As the scroll unfolded, a pitch-black vortex seemed to emerge from within, drawing her gaze and instilling an unsettling sensation as though her very soul might be ensnared. This scroll was truly terrifying. Upon sensing the peculiarities of the black scroll, Queen Medusa quickly rolled it back up. The serpentine beings behind her, having merely cast a glance, experienced a profound sense of spiritual disarray. Why was this scroll so bizarre? Just a single look induced such a feeling of losing one's soul. How could one possibly learn from such a scroll? Mebas, coming to his senses, was left utterly astonished. If merely gazing upon this dreadful scroll elicited such a response, how could one ever hope to study its contents? The flower serpent furrowed her brow and remarked. In the next moment, Queen Medusa turned her attention to the petite physician, inquiring, "Lady physician, what manner of scroll is this, and why does it evoke such terror?" "Please hold on, Your Majesty." Upon hearing Queen Medusa's words, the petite physician smiled and nodded, then promptly employed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, directing her gaze toward the black scroll on the counter. As her eyes swept over it, a stream of information materialized before her. Blade of Annihilation, a beginner-level celestial tier soul attack technique, immensely powerful, yet the cultivation requirements are exceedingly stringent. One must possess a celestial-level soul to barely attempt its practice. Oh, it is indeed a soul attack technique. After perusing this information, the petite physician felt a surge of astonishment. Such a method of soul assault was something she greatly envied. "Lady physician, have you discerned its nature?" Observing the expression on the petite physician's face, Queen Medusa inquired once more. "Indeed, I have discerned it." In response to Queen Medusa's question, the petite physician smiled and nodded, then explained, "Your Majesty, this scroll is a beginner-level celestial tier soul attack technique scroll, named Blade of Annihilation. It possesses formidable power. However, the conditions for cultivation are exceptionally harsh, requiring at least a celestial-level soul for even the most tenuous practice." "What? A celestial tier technique? And a soul attack technique at that?" Upon hearing the petite physician's explanation, Queen Medusa's heart was struck with disbelief. Previously, within the purple cloud sword bestowed by Queen Medusa, there existed techniques of a similar caliber. However, the knowledge regarding celestial-grade combat skills contained within that violet orb had yet to be acquired by Queen Medusa. Furthermore, this soul attack technique was beyond her current grasp, as she did not meet the requisite cultivation standards. The realm of celestial souls is an indispensable journey for one to become a 9th-tier alchemist. It seems that this scroll will only be attainable for my study once I elevate my soul realm. With a sigh of contemplation, Queen Medusa swiftly tucked the black scroll away. Having secured the black scroll, Queen Medusa turned once more to the little healer and requested, "Dear healer, could you kindly fetch me another orange jar?" "Of course, Queen Medusa. Please hold on for a moment." The little healer responded with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. She quickly turned and retrieved an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. "The treasures within this establishment continue to astonish me. At times, it feels as if I am ensnared in a dream." Gazing at the orange jar before her, Queen Medusa marveled inwardly. Yet she was unequivocally certain that this was no dream, but a tangible reality. In the next moment, employing a unique prayer ritual of her serpentine kin, Queen Medusa gestured towards the jar. Once prepared, she slowly extended her delicate hand, reminiscent of a lotus stem, and struck the jar. Crack! With the resounding shatter of the jar, the orange vessel was instantly reduced to fragments. Chapter 467, Genetic Transformation. Immediately after, the shards of the broken orange jar transformed into a dazzling spectacle of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the unfolding scene. What marvels might Her Majesty unveil from this jar? As the dazzling rays of light emanated from the counter, a sense of curiosity filled Medusa's eyes. This orange jar, the first opened by Queen Medusa, yielded the infinitely replenishing water bowl. The second revealed the Star Ascension pill, capable of elevating the rank of a Dou Qi expert. The third produced a peculiar crystal ball. The fourth unveiled a mysterious beast-taming palace. The fifth, a blood-red giant blade, suffused with murderous intent. The sixth, a dragon soul fruit that could augment ancient dragon souls into companion spirits. The seventh, the enigmatic burning fruit. The eighth, a wondrous cold jade bed. The ninth, a formidable dragon claw offering substantial defensive capabilities. And the 10th, the legendary celestial soul attack martial technique. May Her Majesty's fortune be even greater this time. Meanwhile, Wash closed her eyes, silently offering a prayer for Queen Medusa. Before long, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the mesmerizing light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. There, upon the counter, appeared a white crystal, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball. What could this be? Upon seeing this crystal, curiosity sparkled in Queen Medusa's eyes. What is this? Why does it exude neither energy nor life fluctuations? Observing the treasure on the counter, Medusa was engulfed in wonder, his mind racing with speculation. Although devoid of life energy, there was an unmistakable aura reminiscent of a magical beast, albeit with subtle distinctions from their own. Insher's eyes mirrored the surprise. Little medical fairy, could you assist me in discerning the nature of this treasure from the counter? Without wasting time on conjecture, Queen Medusa approached the counter to inquire of the little medical fairy. Certainly. Please hold on a moment, Queen Medusa. The little medical fairy nodded with a smile. Swiftly employing the powers bestowed upon her by Yiyun, her gaze sweeping over the treasure on the counter. As her eyes scanned, information materialized before her. Ant-Man gene egg. Upon consumption, this egg alters one's genetic makeup to that of an Ant-Man, significantly enhancing bodily strength, resulting in elongated, razor-sharp mandibles, additional digits on the hands, and a pair of ant-like wings on the back. Ah, it's rather repulsive, this Ant-Man gene, with its slimy exterior, truly terrifying, feeding on carrion. Upon reading this information, the little medical fairy's expression shifted from shock to one of disgust, as the transformation into an Ant-Man would entail grotesque consequences, including a penchant for consuming decaying flesh and skin that would decay, becoming riddled with slime. Little medical fairy, have you discerned its nature already? Upon observing the expression on the face of the little medical immortal, Queen Medusa inquired once more. Indeed, Queen Medusa, I have discerned it. The little medical immortal responded, quickly addressing the queen. This item is an Ant-Man gene egg. Once consumed, it can alter one's genetic makeup to that of the Ant-Man, greatly enhancing physical strength. One would develop an elongated, sharply pointed proboscis, an increase in the number of fingers, and a pair of ant-like wings sprouting from the back. How revolting! Exclaimed the little medical immortal. To have a slender, sharp proboscis and skin that rots and oozes with slime is utterly disgusting. After hearing this explanation, both Queen Medusa and the flower serpent shared similar sentiments as the little medical immortal. This object could further augment physical prowess and fuse a bloodline, undoubtedly leading to a significant enhancement in strength. However, Medusa and Insher remained unimpressed. To them, only the increase in power mattered, while appearances were of little consequence. Medusa, Insher, you two deliberate on who shall merge with this. Queen Medusa decisively offered the item to the two male serpent men present after learning of its side effects. Her Majesty likely harbors a strong aversion to transforming into the Ant-Man bloodline. I shall opt for a different opportunity for enhancement instead. I shall leave this to Insher. Medusa mused, recalling the queen's disdain for the treasure, before turning to Insher and stating, Insher, you are the elder. I shall not contest this with you. Haha. Then I shall not be polite. Insher replied, accepting the offer without hesitation. Thank you, Your Majesty, for this generous gift. Insher once again bowed to Queen Medusa before slowly extending his hand to grasp the white crystal from the counter and subsequently placing it into his mouth. As the white crystal was swallowed, a peculiar energy swiftly coursed through his blood and cells, as if seeking integration. However, it seemed as though something impeded its access. preventing that extraordinary energy from entering his blood or cells. Ensure, you should step outside. There is a restriction of energy laws here. Queen Medusa advised upon realizing the situation. At your command, Ensure responded, promptly making his way out of the jar shop. Upon his exit, a dazzling white light emanated from him, obscuring the vision of all present. At this moment, some exceedingly strange transformations were occurring within Ensure, as his blood and cellular genes began to be remodeled under the influence of the crystal's energy. Subsequently, his entire skin began to decay, covered in a viscous substance, while 6 additional limbs sprouted from his waist, and a pair of white wings emerged from his back. Chapter 468, The Greedy Hydra. As Ensure stepped out of the jar shop, a dazzling white light emanated from his body, obscuring the vision of all around him. At this moment, extraordinary transformations were occurring within Ensure. His blood and the genes within his cells began to undergo a metamorphosis under the energy of the crystal. His skin started to rot, drenched in mucus, and 6 limbs extended from his waist, accompanied by the growth of a pair of white wings on his back. Once these changes took place, the blinding white light that had concealed him from view finally dissipated, revealing his new form to the onlookers. Indeed, Ensure's new appearance was remarkably peculiar. It exuded a sense of majesty. The elder's transformation appeared incredibly imposing, deemed not terrifying, but rather commanding in the eyes of the male serpent folk. However, Medusa and the flower serpent found his new form somewhat repulsive. This old fellow has turned into this ghastly figure. Thankfully, I relinquished this to them. Observing Ensure's bizarre transformation, Mobas felt a wave of relief wash over him. In the next moment, Medusa turned her attention away from the outside and approached the counter, addressing the little healer. My dear little healer, could you please fetch me another orange jar? Certainly. Your Majesty Medusa, just a moment. The little healer nodded with a smile, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelves behind her and placing it before the queen. The treasures within this jar shop never ceased to amaze. At times, Medusa felt as though she were in a dream. Gazing at the orange jar before her, she sighed in awe, yet she was unwaveringly certain that this was no dream, but rather an event that had indeed transpired. In the next moment, Medusa performed a unique serpent folk prayer ritual, making a gesture towards the jar. Once prepared, she slowly extended her delicate hand, resembling a lotus stem, to tap upon the jar's surface. With a crisp crack, the orange jar shattered, instantly scattering into fragments upon the counter. Following this, the shattered pieces transformed into a radiant glow, enveloping the vision of all present, rendering the inner scene invisible. What marvel might Her Majesty unveil from this jar? As the dazzling aurora shimmered upon the counter, curiosity illuminated Medusa's eyes. The orange vial, which Queen Medusa first opened, had yielded the remarkable infinite water reservoir on her 9th attempt, followed by the formidable dragoness claw on the 10th. A legendary soul attack technique of celestial rank on her 11th. The final item, while potent in enhancing strength, possessed an unsettling quality. One could only hope that Her Majesty's fortune would shine favorably this time. Meanwhile, Washier closed her eyes, offering a silent prayer for Queen Medusa. Shortly thereafter, under the watchful gaze of the queen and the others, the radiant light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing its contents. A long, crimson battle axe emerged, adorned with 9 serpent heads, exuding an air of undeniable authority. What a formidable weapon! The moment Medusa beheld the 9-headed axe, she bestowed upon it her highest acclaim. In her heart, she was convinced that its power surpassed that of the previous purple cloud sword. Truly, the 9-headed battle axe was magnificent. Congratulations to Her Majesty on acquiring such a treasure. Washier led the others in congratulating the queen, exclaiming, Congratulations, Your Majesty, on obtaining this exquisite artifact. Mebas and Ensure also extended their congratulations, clearly enamored by the serpent-headed axe. Little medical fairy, could you examine this serpent-headed axe for me? Without wasting time in speculation, Queen Medusa directly inquired of the little medical fairy. Certainly, Your Majesty. Please hold on. Upon hearing the queen's request, the little medical fairy smiled and nodded, immediately utilizing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, directing her gaze towards the serpent-headed axe on the counter. As her eyes scanned the weapon, information began to manifest. Greed's 9-headed serpent, an artifact from the realm of the game League of Legends. Once equipped, all damage will unleash splinter attacks. Additionally, each strike will siphon the life force of enemies to restore the wielder's vitality. With each enemy slain, the wielder can absorb their soul, enhancing the weapon's power, stacking up to a maximum of 100 layers. Should the layers exceed 100, upon subsequent kills, the weakest slain enemy's soul will be automatically selected to maintain the total at 100. If the wielder is defeated, the layers will diminish by 30 until reduced to 0. What a remarkable piece of top-tier equipment from the world of League of Legends. Upon absorbing this information, a look of astonishment graced the countenance of the young healer, for the power of this equipment was indeed formidable, akin to the effects of the previously acquired Soul Thief Scroll, enhancing one's strength through the act of slaying. Young healer, have you discerned its nature? The Queen Medusa inquired once more, observing the expression on the healer's face. Indeed, Queen Medusa, the young healer replied with a smile, nodding in affirmation. She then elucidated. This item is known as the Hydra of Greed, originating from the realm of the game League of Legends. Once equipped, all damage inflicted will unleash a subsequent splash attack. Furthermore, each assault siphons the vitality from foes to restore one's own state. Each time an enemy is vanquished, their soul is absorbed, thereby augmenting the equipment's power, capable of accumulating up to 100 layers. Should the count exceed 100, subsequent slayings will automatically filter out the weakest foe's soul, maintaining the total at 100. Upon the bearer's demise, 30 layers will diminish, continuing until depletion. The Hydra of Greed possesses such astonishing effects. Chapter 469, A Pill. Indeed, Queen Medusa, the young healer reiterated, her smile unwavering as she expounded further. This item, the Hydra of Greed, from the League of Legends universe, allows for damage to unleash a subsequent splash attack, maintaining a total of 100 layers. Upon the bearer's death, 30 layers will be lost until they reach 0. The revelation of the young healer captivated Queen Medusa, her eyes alight with astonishment. This item can absorb souls and amplify power. How extraordinary! On the other hand, Medusa's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with awe at the sheer might of the Hydra of Greed. The prospect of accumulating 100 layers of power was indeed remarkable, and the automatic retention of the most potent 100 souls after surpassing that threshold was truly incredible. Inshur expressed a similar sentiment. Strange, pondered Washir. According to the young healer, the layers accumulated by this equipment diminish upon death, yet if one is deceased, what significance does the loss of layers hold? If Washir were aware of an item known as the Resurrection Armor, she might comprehend why this equipment was described in such a manner. Young healer, does this equipment simply require a silent invocation for activation, given its origins in the League of Legends universe? Queen Medusa ventured to inquire. Indeed, Queen Medusa, you are astute. The young healer affirmed with a smile, acknowledging the queen's insight. Upon seeing the little healer nod, Queen Medusa did not hesitate in the slightest. She extended her delicate, alabaster hand towards the greedy Hydra resting on the counter, while silently intoning, "Activate," with the queen's command resonating in her mind. A wondrous connection was instantly forged between her and the greedy Hydra. This equipment was truly extraordinary. After binding the greedy Hydra, Queen Medusa found herself even more astonished than before. The previously acquired ethereal boots and the chain of hatred, like this equipment, could manifest or remain concealed, yet their power would still be bestowed upon her. With the greedy Hydra equipped, all of Queen Medusa's attacks would now carry a splash effect. And for every creature she vanquished, be it beast or human, their souls would be absorbed, augmenting the greedy Hydra with additional soul layers, significantly enhancing its power. The splash effect conferred by this equipment applied not only to ordinary attacks, but also to formidable combat techniques. In this place, due to the emergence of the jar shop, apart from Yi Yun, the little healer, and the serpent folk, no other beings existed. Hence, Queen Medusa refrained from testing the greedy Hydra and quietly stowed it away. Next, Queen Medusa approached the counter once more and addressed the little healer, saying, "Dear healer, could you kindly fetch me another orange jar?" "Of course, Your Majesty Medusa." "Please hold on," replied the little healer with a smile, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before Queen Medusa. The treasures within this jar shop continued to astonish. At times, Queen Medusa felt as though she were ensnared in a dream. Gazing at the orange jar before her, she reflected with a sigh, yet she was utterly convinced that this was no dream, but a tangible reality. In the next moment, employing a unique prayer ritual of her serpent folk, Queen Medusa formed a gesture directed at the jar. Having completed her preparations, she gently extended her lotus-like ivory hand and struck the jar. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering glass, the orange jar on the counter splintered into countless pieces. Immediately, the fragments transformed into a dazzling array of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present. None could discern the spectacle within. What marvel would Her Majesty unveil from this jar? As the dazzling radiance emerged from the counter, curiosity sparkled in Makaba's eyes. This orange jar, the first opened by Queen Medusa, had previously yielded the infinitely water-retaining bowl on its 10th opening, and astonishingly, on its 10th instance. It revealed the legendary Celestial Soul Attack combat skill. On the 11th occasion, although the item obtained could enhance strength, it was rather repulsive. Ultimately, The last opening produced the formidable, ever-augmenting, and deadly greedy Hydra, a stroke of extraordinary fortune. May Her Majesty's luck be even more favorable this time. On the other side, Washier closed her eyes and silently prayed for Queen Medusa. Moments later, under the watchful gaze of the queen and the rest, the brilliant light from the counter gradually dissipated, unveiling the items within. There, atop the counter, lay a green elixir the size of a dragon's eye. This green pill not only exuded an astonishing fragrance, but also radiated an intense vitality. Is this an elixir? Observing the treasure presented before her, Queen Medusa's eyes gleamed with recognition. This was something she was familiar with. Judging by the energy emanating from the elixir, it was highly likely to be a 7th or even an 8th grade pill, and she speculated its effects to be related to healing. This elixir clearly did not belong to the lower tiers, infused with such a powerful life force. Macabas thought to himself. This pill appeared to be remarkably potent. Indeed, Queen Medusa's fortune was commendable. Washier felt equally astonished. In the next moment, without wasting any time, Queen Medusa approached the little medical fairy and inquired, "Dear little medical fairy, could you assist me in discerning what kind of elixir this is and its effects?" "Certainly. Please hold on a moment, Your Majesty." The little medical fairy responded with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement before swiftly utilizing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze towards the green elixir on the counter. As the little medical fairy's sight fell upon it, information immediately materialized above the counter. 8th grade healing pill. This elixir contains a powerful life force. Any being that still possesses a breath will be revived, ineffective against those saints and beings of higher strength. Oh, indeed, it is a healing elixir. Upon absorbing this information, a look of astonishment instantly filled the eyes of the young healer. "Young healer, have you already discerned the truth?" Queen Medusa inquired once more, noting the expression on the healer's face. "Indeed, Queen Medusa, I have realized it." Responding to the queen's words, the young healer smiled and nodded, stating, "This item is known as the 8th grade healing pill. Within this elixir lies a potent essence of life. As long as one draws breath, it can facilitate revival, though it proves ineffective against those of the Dou Saint rank and above." What? An 8th grade pill? This is utterly astonishing. Upon hearing the healer's description, Queen Medusa's heart surged with excitement. The potential for revival as long as there is a breath left makes this pill nothing short of miraculous. Mebas marveled, almost disregarding the limitation regarding its ineffectiveness against the higher echelons of power, for such levels were far beyond the reach of their might. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this divine elixir. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this divine elixir. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this divine elixir. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this divine elixir." Following this, the gathered serpent folk began to extend their congratulations to Queen Medusa. Acknowledging their cheers with a slight nod, the queen felt a sense of satisfaction swelling within her. In the next moment, Queen Medusa reached out to retrieve the precious pill from the counter. After securing the elixir, she continued to address the young healer, saying, "Young healer, would you kindly fetch me an orange jar?" "Certainly, Queen Medusa, please hold on for a moment." The young healer smiled and nodded in response, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before Queen Medusa. The treasures within this establishment grow increasingly astonishing. At times, I feel as though I am ensnared in a dream. Gazing at the orange jar, Queen Medusa reflected, yet she was firmly convinced that this was no dream, but an event that had transpired in reality. In the next instant, employing a unique serpent folk prayer gesture, Queen Medusa directed her focus towards the jar. Once prepared, she extended her delicate hand, akin to a lotus stem, and gently struck the jar. With a crisp crack, the orange jar shattered into countless pieces upon the counter. Subsequently, the fragments of the broken jar transformed into a dazzling brilliance, enveloping the vision of all present, obscuring any glimpse of the spectacle within. What marvel will Her Majesty unveil from this jar? As the dazzling rays of light emerged from the counter, Mebas's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This orange canister, the first opened by Queen Medusa, had yielded the remarkable well of infinite water on its 10th opening. Astonishingly, on the 11th attempt, it revealed the legendary Celestial Soul attack technique. Though the 12th unveiling provided an item that could enhance strength, it was somewhat repulsive. The 13th revealed the formidable and ever-augmenting Greedy Hydra. Truly, fortune favored them, as the final opening also proved auspicious, producing a healing elixir. One could only hope that Her Majesty's luck would be even greater this time. On the other side, Washier closed her eyes, silently praying for Queen Medusa. Before long, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the radiant light from the counter began to gradually dissipate, revealing the contents within. There, atop the counter, lay a sealed red metal canister, reminiscent of a certain pull tab can from Blue Star. What could this be? It appeared to be a container. Observing the item on the counter, Queen Medusa was filled with intrigue. Was it merely a metal can? It seemed to possess a pull tab. Could it possibly contain something? Indeed. It must hold something inside. At this moment, not only was Queen Medusa perplexed, but Mebas, Washour, and Inshur also shared in the astonishment. Little medical fairy, could you assist me in discerning what treasure lies upon this counter? Without wasting time, Queen Medusa directly inquired of the little medical fairy. Of course, Queen Medusa. Please hold on. The little medical fairy smiled and nodded in response to Queen Medusa's request, swiftly employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, her gaze sweeping over the red metal canister on the counter. As her eyes passed over it, a surge of information materialized. Spirit beverage canister. This canister is a product created by an esteemed individual who ventured out from Blue Star and returned to produce this spirit-infused can. It contains nearly 100 types of spiritual herbs, offering numerous benefits upon consumption, including healing, enhancing cultivation, beautifying the skin, and prolonging life. Wow. It is indeed a treasure crafted by a distinguished figure who returned from Blue Star. Queen Medusa is truly fortunate. Upon reviewing the information, the little medical fairy's eyes sparkled with astonishment. She was even tempted to open it and take a sip herself. Little medical fairy, have you discerned its nature? Noticing the expression on the little medical fairy's face, Queen Medusa inquired once more, as the previous expression had already hinted at something significant. Yes, Queen Medusa. I have indeed figured it out. Upon hearing Queen Medusa's inquiry, the young healer explained, this item is known as the spirit beverage can, which possesses the remarkable ability to enhance beauty and prolong life. Chapter 471. The Golden Dragon Bloodline Fruit. Peak of Dozone. Observing the expression on the young healer's face, Queen Medusa inquired once more, for the previous countenance of the healer had already hinted at something significant. Indeed, Queen Medusa. I have discerned it. The young healer articulated. This item is called the Spirit Beverage Can, renowned for its beauty-enhancing and life-extending properties. What? Upon hearing the young healer's description of the can, Queen Medusa felt a surge of astonishment within her. To think that a mere can could possess such extraordinary effects. The master behind the return of Blue Star must be truly formidable. Indeed, this can not only aids in healing wounds, but also elevates cultivation, enhances beauty, and extends lifespan. It is truly remarkable. At this moment, the leaders of the serpent people, including Mobas, Flower Serpent, and Inshur, began to jubilantly discuss amongst themselves. Young healer, does this mean that pulling the tab will open it? Amidst the cheers of the serpent people, Queen Medusa pointed to the tab on the can and inquired of the young healer. Yes, once the tab is pulled, one can drink the beverage inside directly. The young healer nodded in affirmation. In the next instant, Queen Medusa swiftly collected the can from the counter and retrieved several treasures from her spatial ring. Placing them upon the counter, she addressed the young healer. Young healer, could you kindly assess how many gold coins these items can be exchanged for? Certainly, Queen Medusa. Please hold on. The young healer promptly responded, swiftly utilizing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, her gaze sweeping over the treasures presented by Queen Medusa. Before long, the young healer calculated the value of the treasures and spoke to Queen Medusa. Queen Medusa, I estimate these items to be worth 630,000 gold coins. And considering your previous credit of 70,000, your total remaining credit amounts to 700,000 gold coins. I hope this meets your satisfaction. Indeed, that aligns closely with the price I had in mind. Upon hearing the young healer's assessment, Queen Medusa nodded gently. She then continued, Young healer, could you please fetch me another orange can? Of course, Queen Medusa, please hold on. The young healer smiled and nodded, swiftly gathering all the treasures from the counter. Once done, she turned and retrieved an orange can from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. The treasures within this shop are truly becoming increasingly astonishing. At times, I feel as though I am ensnared in a dream. Before the orange jar, Queen Medusa felt a profound sense of realization. Yet she was unmistakably certain that this was not an illusion but an event that had transpired in the most tangible manner, for the sensation was overwhelmingly genuine. In the next moment, Queen Medusa performed a unique prayer gesture characteristic of the serpent folk towards the jar. Having completed this ritual, she slowly extended her delicate hand, reminiscent of a lotus root, and gently struck the jar. With a crisp crack, the orange vessel shattered into countless pieces upon the counter. Instantly, the fragments transformed into a dazzling aurora, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the unfolding spectacle. One could only wonder what kind of treasure the queen would unveil this time. Observing the radiant light emanating from the counter, Mobas was filled with curiosity. This was the first time Queen Medusa had opened an orange jar, the first time yielded an infinite water-holding bowl, The 10th revealed the legendary Celestial Soul Attack technique. And the 11th, while enhancing strength, was somewhat repugnant. The 12th produced the formidable and ever-augmenting 9-headed Hydra, a stroke of exceptional fortune. While the 13th resulted in a healing elixir. The final attempt yielded a versatile beverage can, inciting envy among many. They all hoped for the queen's luck to be even more fortuitous this time. On her part, the flower serpent closed her eyes and silently prayed for Queen Medusa. Before long, under the watchful gazes of Queen Medusa and the others, the resplendent aurora above the counter began to dissipate, revealing the object within. Before them lay a golden fruit, radiating a dragon's might akin to 2 previously unveiled treasures. What could this be, and why did it exude such draconic power? Queen Medusa was astonished. Could this fruit be of the same ilk as the previously encountered dragon soul fruit? The sight of this golden fruit left Mobus, the flower serpent, and the others utterly astounded. In the next instant, Queen Medusa wasted no time and approached the counter, inquiring of the young physician, "Dear physician, could you assist me in examining this treasure on the counter?" "Certainly, Your Majesty," the young physician replied with a smile, nodding in agreement, and swiftly invoked the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, directing her gaze toward the treasure on the counter. As her eyes swept over it, an array of information was unveiled before them. Golden Dragon Blood Fruit. This fruit can only manifest in the aftermath of a powerful golden dragon's demise, with an approximate probability of 1 in 10,000. Upon consumption, it holds the potential to alter one's bloodline, transforming it into the formidable Golden Dragon bloodline, while also providing a chance to enhance one's strength. What? The Golden Dragon bloodline, enhancing bloodline capabilities, augmenting power. Upon hearing the young medic's description, Queen Medusa was profoundly astonished. The potency attributed to this fruit was indeed remarkable. To become a golden dragon bloodline would bestow unimaginable power. Could it truly possess the effects described by the young medic? If a serpent human's bloodline were to metamorphose into that of a golden dragon, to what terrifying extent would such an evolution reach? The thoughts of the flower serpent were filled with awe. Young medic, does the golden dragon blood fruit yield its effects immediately upon consumption? Queen Medusa inquired once more, seeking confirmation. Indeed, Your Majesty. The young medic smiled and nodded in response. Having received the young medic's affirmation a second time, Queen Medusa hesitated no longer. She extended her hand and grasped the golden fruit from the counter, swallowing it without a moment's pause. As the golden fruit descended into her stomach, it transformed into a stream of golden liquid, swiftly approaching Queen Medusa's blood, yet it did not immediately merge. Sensing the changes within her body, Queen Medusa made her way outside the potion shop. The moment she stepped outside, the golden liquid rapidly integrated with her blood, gradually asserting dominance until all of her blood turned golden. During this transformation, the shift in Queen Medusa's aura was nothing short of terrifying. In a mere instant, her power escalated to the pinnacle of 7-star Dou Zone, and astonishingly, she reached the apex of 9-star Dou Zone, just a step away from ascending to Dou Zone. This fruit possesses such formidable effects. My cultivation has surged to the pinnacle of 9-star Dou Zone, effectively allowing me to leap across a significant realm in just one day. This is utterly astounding. The realization of her newfound strength left Queen Medusa in profound shock. My goodness, Her Majesty's aura has reached such a terrifying level. The power of the golden dragon blood fruit is truly extraordinary. Observing the shifting aura of Queen Medusa, although Mobus was unaware of the precise realm she had attained, he could sense that she had reached an extraordinarily formidable state. Congratulations to Her Majesty the Queen on her significant enhancement of power. Congratulations to Her Majesty the Queen on her profound cultivation. At this moment, a multitude of serpent folk bowed in unison, extending their felicitations to Queen Medusa. "Rise," she commanded gently, raising her hand to acknowledge the bowing serpents. Without further ado, Queen Medusa re-entered the jar shop and addressed the young healer. "Dear young healer, could you please fetch me another orange jar?" "Certainly, Your Majesty. Please wait a moment." The young healer smiled and nodded, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. The treasures within this jar shop continued to astonish, leading Queen Medusa to reflect, at times, that it felt like a dream. Yet, deep down, she was utterly convinced that this was no illusion, but a vivid reality. For the sensations were strikingly genuine. In the next moment, Queen Medusa performed a unique prayer gesture characteristic of the serpent folk towards the jar. Having completed the ritual, she delicately extended her alabaster hand, akin to a lotus stem, and struck the jar. Crack, accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering glass. The orange jar was instantly reduced to fragments. Subsequently, the shattered pieces transformed into a dazzling luminescence, obscuring everyone's vision, rendering them incapable of discerning the spectacle within. What marvels would the queen unveil this time? As Mobus gazed upon the radiant light emanating from the counter, Curiosity filled his eyes. This marked the first occasion Queen Medusa had opened an orange jar. On her initial attempt, she had unveiled the remarkable infinite water-storing bowl. On her 10th, a legendary celestial-grade soul attack technique. On her 11th, though it also enhanced power, it was somewhat distasteful. On her 12th, she revealed the formidable, ever-multiplying Hydra of Greed. Her luck continued with the 13th, unveiling a healing treasure pill. The 14th brought forth a multifunctional beverage can, much to the envy of others. And only on the last occasion did she uncover the most valuable treasure of all, elevating her cultivation to the rank of 9-star Douluo. May fortune favor her majesty once more. The flower serpent closed her eyes, offering a silent prayer for Queen Medusa's success. Before long, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the dazzling radiance on the counter slowly dissipated, revealing the objects within. There, atop the counter, appeared a remarkable yellow orb that exuded an air of formidable power. Upon its emergence, the energy within the store settled into tranquility, with not even a whisper of wind stirring. This subtle shift did not go unnoticed by Queen Medusa and the young healer. Young healer, could you assist me in examining this yellow orb? Queen Medusa inquired directly. Certainly, your majesty. Please hold on for a moment, replied the young healer with a smile. Immediately utilizing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yun, her gaze fixed upon the yellow orb on the counter. As her eyes swept over it, a stream of information materialized before her. Wind stabilizing orb. This orb possesses a remarkably extraordinary effect, capable of calming the energy within its vicinity, rendering even the most tumultuous winds powerless within its domain. It proves effective in suppressing those who may harbor intentions of self-detonation. The wind stabilizing orb. It possesses such formidable properties. The young healer's eyes widened in astonishment upon reading the information. Have you discerned its nature, young healer? Queen Medusa inquired once more, observing the expression on the healer's face. Indeed, your majesty, this orb is known as the wind stabilizing orb. It has an extraordinary capability to calm the energy within its range, and even the fiercest winds have no effect on its domain. This orb is effective in restraining those who may attempt self-destruction, the young healer explained after a moment's realization. What? The wind stabilizing orb can suppress the violent energy within its range. How terrifying. Queen Medusa felt a surge of curiosity at the revelation. The mere presence of this small orb wielded such immense power, capable of quelling even the most violent energies associated with self-detonation. It was truly astounding. The astonishment mirrored in the eyes of Mobas, Flower Snake, and the others as they absorbed the young healer's account. In the next moment, Queen Medusa wasted no time and inquired of the young healer, my dear young healer, aside from the equipment from the realm of the League of Legends, do the majority of treasures require blood to recognize their master for refinement? Indeed, your majesty Medusa, the young healer replied with a smile, it is much the same. Apart from the items from the League of Legends world, most treasures necessitate blood for recognition, and this one is no exception. A single drop of blood suffices to establish mastery. Upon hearing the queen's words, the young healer nodded affirmatively. Without hesitation, Queen Medusa extended her delicate, ivory hand, sliced her fingertip, and let a droplet of blood fall onto the wind-stabilizing pearl. In an instant, the pearl emitted a dazzling white light that obscured the vision of most onlookers. As the brilliant radiance faded, the blood upon the pearl was completely absorbed. Simultaneously, an extraordinary connection formed between Queen Medusa and the wind-stabilizing pearl. This pearl is truly remarkable. It may indeed prove to be beneficial in the future. After refining the wind-stabilizing pearl, Queen Medusa felt an increasing sense of its peculiarity. The sky had darkened, and she pondered whether the young healer would retire for the night when dusk fell. It seems I must hasten to open several more jars. After a moment of contemplation, Queen Medusa swiftly approached the counter and addressed the young healer. My dear young healer, could you please fetch me another orange jar? Of course, your majesty Medusa. Please hold on. The young healer smiled and nodded, promptly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. The treasures within this shop are becoming increasingly astonishing. At times, I feel as though this must be a dream. Gazing at the orange jar before her, Queen Medusa felt a surge of emotion, yet she was undeniably certain that this was not a dream, but an authentic occurrence, for the sensation was undeniably real. In the next moment, Queen Medusa performed a unique prayer ritual characteristic of her serpent kin, forming a gesture towards the jar. Having completed her preparations, she slowly extended her arm, as slender as a lotus stem, and brought her hand down upon the jar. Crack! With the sharp sound of shattering glass, the orange jar on the counter instantly splintered into countless pieces. In the wake of this, the fragments transformed into a brilliant display of light, concealing the vision of all present. None could discern the spectacle within. What kind of treasure will Her Majesty unveil this time? As the dazzling radiance emerged from the counter, curiosity sparkled in Medusa's eyes. This orange jar, the first opened by Queen Medusa, had yielded an infinitely replenishing water bowl on her initial attempt. On the 12th occasion, it remarkably produced the legendary soul attack skill of the celestial rank. The 14th opening revealed a powerful creature, the greedy Hydra, capable of continual enhancement through its vanquishing of foes, an extraordinary stroke of luck. The 15th treasure, which was the most valuable at this stage, elevated Queen Medusa's prowess to the realm of 9-star Dou Zone. The final unveiling presented a peculiar wind-stabilizing pearl, a rare treasure indeed. May Her Majesty's fortune shine even brighter this time. On the side, Washier closed her eyes, silently praying for Queen Medusa. Before long, under the watchful gazes of Queen Medusa and the others, the resplendent light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing its contents. A round, transparent box appeared atop the counter, seemingly containing a green substance reminiscent of mud. What could this be? Was it some form of external medicinal herb? Queen Medusa pondered, her heart filled with uncertainty. As the box was sealed and emitted no discernible aura. What is this peculiar item? Mebas, Washier, and the assembled serpent folk shared the same astonishment as Queen Medusa. Given that the item was sealed within, Queen Medusa prudently refrained from recklessly opening the lid. Instead, she turned to the little medical fairy and inquired, "Dear little medical fairy, could you assist me in examining this treasure on the counter?" "Of course, Your Majesty Medusa. Please hold on." The little medical fairy replied with a smile. Immediately employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, her gaze fixed on the orange jar. As she focused, new information regarding the treasure appeared before her. Crystal mud essence. This is an extraordinarily unique material. Upon ingestion, it swiftly transforms one's physique into a substance akin to crystal mud. While this transformation significantly diminishes physical offensive capabilities, it conversely enhances defensive strength immensely. Even if one were to lose limbs or have their heart shattered, life would persist. Oh, what a strange item indeed. The little medical fairy mused. Her curiosity piqued after reviewing the description of the treasure. "Little medical fairy, have you discerned its nature?" Queen Medusa inquired, observing the expression on the little medical fairy's face. Chapter 474. The Rubber Man, Mebas. Ah, what a strange item indeed. After perusing the introduction of the treasures displayed on the counter, the young healer felt a surge of curiosity. "My dear young healer, have you already discerned something?" Queen Medusa inquired, observing the expression on the young healer's face. "Indeed, Queen Medusa." The young healer replied with a smile, then elaborated, "This item is known as crystal mud. It is a remarkably peculiar substance that, when ingested, can swiftly alter one's physical constitution into something akin to crystal mud. Possessing such a constitution would significantly diminish physical offensive capabilities, yet paradoxically, it would greatly enhance defensive strength. Even if one were to have their limbs severed or their head removed, or even suffer a shattered heart, life would persist unscathed. What? Such a miraculous constitution exists in this world, capable of elevating defensive prowess to such an extent, where severing one's head and limbs would pose no threat. How terrifying. Queen Medusa was taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief upon hearing the young healer's description of this extraordinary item. Does it truly possess such astounding effects, where one could remain unharmed even after losing their head and limbs? This seems utterly extraordinary. Upon learning about the effects of the treasure on the counter, Mebas was equally astonished. "My dear young healer, does this item truly function merely by ingestion?" Queen Medusa asked, her uncertainty evident. "Yes, simply swallow it." The young healer replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa wasted no time. She extended her delicate, porcelain-white hand to open the transparent jade box on the counter. Addressing Mebas, "Mebas, take this." In Queen Medusa's mind, this treasure bore similarities to the previous one that altered genes, thus she held little affection for it. "Your Majesty, is this truly so? Are you bestowing such a treasure upon me?" Mebas inquired, taken aback by the queen's words. "Indeed," Queen Medusa affirmed with a slow nod. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Upon receiving her confirmation, Mebas's face lit up with uncontainable joy. In the next moment, he eagerly opened the transparent jade box and unhesitatingly consumed the crystal mud contained within. As the crystal mud was swallowed, an extraordinary reaction unfolded within Mebas's body. Strange energies seemed to envelop his entire bloodstream, attempting to integrate with it. However, it appeared that these peculiar energies were hindered from merging with Mebas's blood due to an enigmatic force at play. Upon realizing the situation, Mebas immediately recalled the numerous circumstances surrounding Queen Medusa. Once he grasped the implications, he swiftly exited the jar shop. As Mebas stepped outside, an extraordinary transformation overtook him. Those peculiar energies that had previously eluded fusion with his own essence now surged violently into his bloodstream. Subsequently, a brilliant green light erupted from Medusa, and as this luminescence dissipated entirely, his bodily structure underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. "Huh, what a splendid sensation," Medusa exclaimed, reveling in his newfound state with unabashed laughter. In the next instant, his arms elongated unexpectedly, becoming languid, and even his head could be effortlessly detached. Such an act would have surely spelled doom for an ordinary person. However, Medusa, after removing his head, returned it to its rightful place unscathed, leaving the snake people in utter astonishment. The shadowy figure that had assimilated the Ant-Man's genes gazed upon him with profound envy. Queen Medusa, observing Medusa's transformations, remained largely indifferent. She held little regard for such pliability, regardless of its defensive capabilities. The moment that followed saw Queen Medusa approach the counter and address the little doctor. "Dear little doctor, could you kindly fetch me another orange jar?" "Certainly, Your Majesty. Please hold on," replied the little doctor with a smile, turning promptly to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it delicately on the counter. The treasures within this jar shop continued to astonish. At times, it felt as if she were ensnared in a dream. Gazing at the orange jar before her, Queen Medusa sighed with a sense of wonder. Yet she was resolutely aware that this was no mere dream, but a tangible reality, as the sensation was palpably authentic. In the next moment, Queen Medusa performed a unique prayer ritual characteristic of her serpent kin, forming a hand gesture towards the jar. Once prepared, she slowly extended her delicate, lotus-like hand and struck the jar. With a sharp crack, the orange jar shattered into myriad pieces upon the counter. Instantly, the fragments transformed into a dazzling array of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. What marvel might Her Majesty unveil from this jar? As the dazzling radiance emanated from the counter, Medusa's eyes sparkled with curiosity. The orange jar, the first opened by Queen Medusa, had produced the endlessly replenishable water bowl on her 10th attempt. Astonishingly, on the 12th try, she unveiled the legendary celestial soul attack technique. On the 14th occasion, she revealed the formidable and ever-increasing power of the greedy nine-headed serpent, a stroke of remarkable fortune indeed. By the 16th attempt, she unearthed a multifaceted beverage can, a sight of enviable allure. The final revelation was a rare treasure capable of altering one's constitution, which Queen Medusa graciously bestowed upon Medusa. May Her Majesty's fortune be even more favorable this time. Meanwhile, Washier closed her eyes, silently offering a prayer for Queen Medusa's luck. Moments later, under the watchful gazes of the Queen and her companions, the resplendent glow from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. Chapter 475, The Grand Gift. With anticipation, Washier hoped for the Queen's continued good fortune. In due time, as the mesmerizing light faded, the counter unveiled a cylindrical iron box, roughly the size of a human head, adorned with a lid that sealed it entirely. "Is this a box?" Queen Medusa felt an overwhelming curiosity stirred within her as she beheld the red iron container. With her current prowess, she found it impossible to peer inside the box to discern its contents. Such a large vessel must surely contain a multitude of items. Medusa pondered with eager anticipation about what might lie within. What could be inside this box? Washier's curiosity intensified as she gazed at the counter. Queen Medusa reached out, gently shaking the box, quickly deducing that it did not contain liquid or pills, but rather a collection of densely packed irregular objects. "Young medical fairy, could you assist me in discerning the contents of this box?" Exercising caution, Queen Medusa refrained from opening it directly and instead sought the expertise of the young healer. "Of course, Your Majesty. Please hold on." The young medical fairy smiled and nodded at the Queen's request, then immediately harnessed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze toward the box held by Queen Medusa. As her eyes swept over it, a stream of information materialized before her. The treasure gift pack of Douluo. Within this box lie 10 delightful treasures from the realm of Douluo, including the bamboo copter, memory bread, and the duplication mirror. Oh, the sheer abundance of treasures is astounding. What extraordinary luck the Queen Medusa possesses. Upon perusing the descriptions of these items, a tinge of envy flickered in the heart of the young healer. "Dear healer, have you discerned the truth?" Queen Medusa inquired, observing the myriad expressions upon the young healer's visage. "Indeed, Your Majesty." The young healer responded with a smile and nodded affirmatively before elaborating. "Your recent discovery is the Douluo treasure gift pack. This box contains 10 delightful treasures from Douluo, including the bamboo copter, memory bread, and the duplication mirror." "What is this? A treasure gift pack containing 10 items?" Curiosity swelled within Queen Medusa upon hearing the healer's introduction of the box. 10 treasures appearing all at once. Surely, These items must lack significant utility. The thoughts of Mebus echoed in his mind as he absorbed the healer's words. Who is this doorman? And how has he amassed such a plethora of treasures? The young serpent, upon hearing the healer's account, was both astonished and intrigued. Her gaze fixated on the crimson box held by Queen Medusa. Under the watchful eyes of her companions, Queen Medusa slowly lifted the lid of the red box. As her hand delved within, she retrieved a bamboo copter. What is this curious object? A sense of wonder enveloped Queen Medusa as she examined the little contraption. My queen. Each treasure here is accompanied by a comic strip as a hint. A mere glance will unveil its purpose. The young healer, noticing the queen's astonishment, offered a gentle reminder. Is that so? Prompted by the healer's guidance, Queen Medusa swiftly located the comic beneath and began to read. Upon finishing the first illustration, the queen understood the bamboo copter's remarkable utility. As it turns out, this small device enables those whose strength has yet to reach the level of a combat king to soar through the skies. Though this item is indeed peculiar, it holds no value for me. Without a flicker of hesitation, Queen Medusa stored the bamboo copter away and swiftly retrieved the second treasure from the box. Before the gazes of her audience, a loaf of bread appeared in Queen Medusa's hand. Having swiftly perused the comic regarding the second treasure, Queen Medusa had already discerned that the loaf of bread was the fabled memory bread. It is said that consuming this bread allows one to achieve an unparalleled level of recall for a limited duration. However, for a formidable being such as Queen Medusa, this ability seemed rather superfluous, as her prowess had long enabled her to retain information effortlessly. Before long, Queen Medusa unveiled the pièce d'or from the treasure trove, a duplication mirror. This artifact was reputed to possess the ability to replicate objects. And should that claim hold true, it would indeed be nothing short of miraculous. Yet, the notion of such unrestrained capability appeared implausible. If it truly could duplicate anything, it would not be long before her serpent kin ascended to the pinnacle of power across the continent, and even the store could conjure duplicates of itself. Nevertheless, such an outcome seemed far-fetched. As Queen Medusa contemplated this, she soon discovered a multitude of restrictions upon examining the comic. Realizing these limitations, a flicker of enlightenment washed over her, prompting her to swiftly review the remaining treasures. Once she had completed her assessment, she contentedly stowed the box within her spatial ring. In the next moment, Queen Medusa approached the young healer, stating, "Dear healer, could you kindly fetch me another orange jar?" "Certainly, Your Majesty. Please hold on," replied the young healer with a smile, as she promptly turned and retrieved an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it upon the counter before Medusa. The treasures within this store were increasingly astonishing. At times, it felt as though she were ensnared in a dream. Gazing at the orange jar before her, Queen Medusa marveled at the reality of her situation, for the sensation was undeniably genuine. With a unique ritual characteristic of her serpent kin, she formed a gesture towards the jar. Having completed the necessary preparations, she slowly extended her alabaster hand, akin to a lotus stem, and gently tapped the jar. Crack! The sound of shattering glass resonated through the air, as the orange jar on the counter splintered into countless fragments. In an instant, the shards transformed into a dazzling cascade of light, obscuring the vision of all present, leaving no one able to discern the spectacle unfolding within. Uncertain of what marvels Her Majesty the Queen would unveil this time, Mebus gazed with curiosity at the dazzling radiance emanating from the counter. The orange jar, the first ever opened by Queen Medusa, had previously yielded wonders such as the infinitely replenishing water bowl on her 10th attempt, the legendary soul attack technique on her 14th, and a multifunctional beverage can on her 16th, which inspired profound envy. On her 17th attempt, she unveiled a rare treasure, a peculiar wind-controlling orb, which she generously bestowed upon Mebus. Ultimately, her final attempt brought forth a bountiful treasure trove containing 10 precious items. One could only hope that Her Majesty's fortune would be even more favorable this time. Meanwhile, the flower serpent closed her eyes, offering a silent prayer for Queen Medusa's success. Moments later, under the watchful gaze of the queen and the others, the brilliant light from the counter slowly dissipated, revealing the contents within. Before them appeared a miniature archway, resplendent in golden hues, which, if it stood several meters tall, would undoubtedly exude magnificence. A door? Queen Medusa pondered with intrigue. What could be so special about this portal? Mebus, too, was captivated by the golden archway's allure. What secrets might this door hold? The flower serpent felt a strong curiosity brewing within her. I sense an irresistible attraction to this door. I can hardly contain my desire to step through it, exclaimed a voice from the netherworld, brimming with excitement. Without delay, Queen Medusa turned to the little physician and inquired, "Dear little physician, could you discern the purpose of this miniature door for me?" "Indeed, Your Majesty. Please hold on." The little physician replied with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. She then invoked the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze towards the golden archway on the counter. As her vision fell upon the arch, a piece of information materialized before her. Transformation Gate. This portal possesses astonishing power. Each day, when the first rays of sunlight touch the Transformation Gate, any beast that crosses it will be spared from the transformation lightning tribulations, instantly becoming human. Alas, such treasures still exist in this world. Upon absorbing this information, Xiao Yixian's pupils constricted sharply. The revelations concerning the Transformation Gate were indeed astonishing. Should its purported effects prove true, the locations housing this gate would likely become sanctuaries for magical beasts. Powerful beast races might even engage in fierce conflicts over this portal. Once the existence of this gate is disclosed, it would undoubtedly plunge the northwestern continent into chaos. Dear Xiao Yixian, have you discerned the implications? Medusa Queen inquired, observing the astonishment reflected in Xiao Yixian's eyes. Indeed, Medusa Queen, I have realized its significance. Xiao Yixian responded with a smile, nodding affirmatively. She continued, Medusa Queen, the artifact that has emerged is exceedingly unique. I recommend that you consider it privately before deciding whether to inform others. Is that so? Then let us heed your counsel. Dear Xiao Yixian, Medusa Queen replied, her heart racing at Xiao Yixian's words, and she acquiesced to her suggestion. Medusa Queen, this item is known as the Transformation Gate. It possesses extraordinary power. Each day, when the first rays of sunlight touch this gate, any beast crossing it will be exempt from the transformation thunder tribulation, instantly transforming into a human. Xiao Yixian conveyed telepathically to Medusa Queen. What? The Transformation Gate. Medusa Queen's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Xiao Yixian's revelation. As a magical beast herself, the news elicited a far more profound reaction from her than it did from Xiao Yixian, a human. This was particularly true given that Medusa Queen had already undergone her transformation. Had she not, her reaction to the gate's effects would have been even more pronounced. Considering the time, which was now afternoon, and the implications of the matter, Medusa Queen ultimately decided against disclosing the existence of the gate for the time being. She promptly concealed the portal. In the next moment, she stored the miniature gate away and addressed Xiao Yixian. Dear Xiao Yixian, please fetch me an orange jar. Certainly. Medusa Queen, please hold on a moment. Xiao Yixian replied with a smile, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it on the counter before Medusa Queen. The treasures within this establishment continue to astonish me. At times, I feel as though this might be a dream. Medusa Queen mused as she gazed at the orange jar before her. Yet she was unwaveringly certain that this was no mere dream, but a vividly tangible reality, for the sensation was undeniably authentic. In the next moment, Queen Medusa extended her hand, performing a prayer unique to the serpent people, casting a gesture towards the jar. Once prepared, she slowly reached forward with her jade-like hand, resembling a lotus stem, and struck the jar. With a crisp crack, the orange jar on the counter shattered into countless pieces. Chapter 477, The Familiar Miniature Crossbow. In the subsequent moment, Queen Medusa again extended her hand, executing the same serpentine prayer, and after preparing, she gently reached forth, her delicate hand poised to strike the jar. The audible shatter resonated as the orange jar fragmented into myriad shards. Immediately, the fragments of the broken jar transformed, causing Jiao Ming, who had just swallowed a morsel, to choke violently. Meanwhile, Chun Yu erupted in laughter, as though reveling in a successful prank. Before Jiao Ming could regain his composure to speak, Chun Yu raised her palm, squinting her eyes and tilting her head slightly, as if she had heard something. As they turned around, Wang Yu swiftly struck the head of a rather tall figure. Before long, the household began to bustle, as Li Chengji and Xiao Zhishuan arrived with Zhou Qiqi, and Yu Jingshan also made an appearance. Often, when warriors collected ammunition, it was done quite casually, as most would take more than necessary when preparing for battle. In truth, the medication could directly cure viral patients. However, for the sake of promoting sales, it was advertised as a preventive measure against viral infections, suggesting it possessed certain therapeutic qualities. Upon hearing this, James Morgan and Wang Minghua exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting joy. Before the release of this film, she had firmly believed in the existence of ageless, immortal androids. Yet, she was suddenly confronted with the realization that even the replicants in this world age. A cataclysm of cosmic proportions may loom ahead, necessitating the activation of the contingency plan left by the primordial emperor through the summer sacred body. Yi Shi's words sent ripples of shock through Yi Fan and the others. However, at a critical juncture, their efforts were thwarted by an errant emperor of chaos. The temporal continuum of the ancient emperor had long been fractured, and achieving greatness necessitated personal completeness. Very well, let us dine here. I find it quite agreeable. Tang Jia weighed his options and stepped into a moderately sized Chinese restaurant. Upon witnessing Zhou Jun's audacity to refuse an audience, Zhuobaitian's face darkened with anger, and he was poised to force his way in. Of course there are no mosquitoes. Yu Zhan giggled, for this is fresh water, specially treated, but suddenly she fell silent. After Rina assumed power, she prepared to return to the capital to ascend the throne. Although the recent Battle of Landibirth had drained immense resources and significantly diminished the royal treasury, it indeed projected the might of the nation. The war stimulated the economy, leading to a 2% increase in growth within the empire. Even before her coronation, Rina's popularity among the populace had already surpassed that of her father. He's quite robust. It's merely that our water supply has been a bit scarce, causing him to be slightly dehydrated. Remember, we must not let him perish. While Wei Chong spoke gravely, his demeanor bore no semblance of seriousness. Rather, it seemed as though he wished for this steward, Bai Zhou, to meet his end directly. Such a greedy and ruthless figure as Zhang Zhaojia could maintain a stable position as the governor of Longdong, which could be considered a peculiar phenomenon of the Republic. Regrettably, there were many warlords in the Republic who were as, if not more, formidable than Zhang Zhaojia. Master Moore. Scarlet licked her lips, her eyes sparkling as she spoke. After hanging up the phone, Fan Binbin sprang from her bed, the previous fatigue seemingly vanishing. She kicked off her high heels and hurried towards the bathroom, clearly anticipating Ace's arrival with eagerness. Did he fit the character's image? And Shan Yu felt a wave of frustration wash over him, wishing to spit blood. The external media had portrayed him as a bright, handsome young man, yet now, hearing from Ha Ziyuan that he conformed to the image of a fool, could he interpret it as her implying he was quite foolish and naive? Chapter 478. Enhanced Explosive Flame Tower. Threat to the Combat Sovereign. Gazing at the orange jar before her, Queen Medusa felt a profound sense of realization. However, she was utterly convinced that this was not a dream, but a tangible event, as the sensation was undeniably real. In the next moment, Queen Medusa extended her hand, performing a unique gesture befitting her serpentine kin in a prayer-like ritual directed at the jar. Once prepared, she slowly reached forward with her delicate, lotus-like arm to strike the jar. Crack! With the sharp sound of the jar shattering, the orange vessel splintered into countless pieces. Immediately, the fragments transformed into a dazzling display of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present, leaving no one able to discern the spectacle within. What sort of jar would Her Majesty unveil this time? Observing the mesmerizing light emanating from the counter, Moba's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This was the first time Queen Medusa had opened an orange jar, and the last time she had opened one, it had yielded a water bowl capable of infinite storage. The contents revealed now would undoubtedly cause great upheaval among the beast clans of the Central Plains. However, Queen Medusa had no intention of making her findings public just yet. The last item revealed, the Breaking Army crossbow, had proven to be quite formidable, capable of threatening even the combat sovereigns. Yet it held little significance for Queen Medusa in her current state. May Her Majesty the Queen be blessed with greater fortune this time. If so, our serpent people shall truly rise to prominence. The flower serpent closed her eyes, offering a silent prayer to Queen Medusa. Before long, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the dazzling radiance from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the items within. Upon the counter appeared a striking red tower, half a meter tall, widening as it ascended. Its design was quite unique, crowned with a fiery orb no larger than a quail's egg. A wave of searing warmth emanated from the tower, prompting Queen Medusa to ponder its significance. Based on her experience with unsealing containers, her initial thought was that this small tower might very well be a piece of equipment. She turned to the little healer and inquired tentatively, "Dear healer, might this item I have unveiled resemble the equipment from the realm of League of Legends, where one simply needs to grasp it and silently will it into use?" "Do not rush. Let me examine it first," replied the little healer with a gentle wave of her hand. Following her words, she began to harness the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, directing her gaze toward the somewhat familiar red tower upon the counter. Instantly, a stream of information materialized before her. Level 4 Explosive Flame Tower, originating from the alternate universe of all lords. It possesses the ability to launch fireballs that deliver precise explosive strikes to enemies within a radius of 3,000 meters. The explosive center's power poses a threat even to a peak 5-star Dou zone. Current durability of the Explosive Flame Tower, 1,000,000. Energy remaining, 100. Each attack consumes 1% of energy, yet every 10 minutes, the tower automatically replenishes 1% of its energy. This indeed is a level 4 explosive flame tower, far surpassing the treasures previously unveiled by Mr. Haibuodong. Each strike can cover a staggering 3,000 meters, and the explosive centers can challenge a peak 5-star Dou zone. After perusing the details of the explosive flame tower, the little healer was thoroughly astonished. Dear healer, have you discerned the nature of this red tower? Queen Medusa inquired once more, observing the healer's reaction. Indeed, the little healer nodded, her voice rising in clarity. Queen Medusa, this red tower is not merely a piece of equipment. It is a formidable defensive structure. A defensive structure? Queen Medusa's heart filled with confusion upon hearing the little healer's words. But dear healer, are not defensive structures grand city walls or watchtowers? Can such a diminutive object truly be classified as a defensive fortification? Queen Medusa expressed her doubts. Indeed, the defensive structures created by humans are impressively tall and grand. Mobas nodded in agreement. Your Majesty Medusa, this is not quite as diminutive as it appears. Upon hearing their remarks, the little healer hastened to clarify. I understand now. The red tower's size is merely a consequence of the constraints imposed by the rules within the jar shop. Queen Medusa suddenly recalled something, her heart enlightened. This device is known as the Level 4 Explosive Flame Tower, originating from the alternate world of Universal Lord. It possesses the capability to launch fireballs. The tower's durability is 1,000,000, with a remaining charge of 100. Each attack consumes 1% of its charge, yet every 10 minutes, the tower automatically regenerates 1% of its charge. The little healer continued to elucidate the tower's capabilities to Queen Medusa. What? The explosion's epicenter can threaten even the pinnacle of 5-star Dou Zone. After hearing this introduction, Queen Medusa's pupils dilated, utterly astonished by the tower's formidable power. The most crucial aspect is that this explosive flame tower inflicts area damage, with each attack covering a radius of 1 kilometer, and its charge regenerates automatically. However, after the explanation, Queen Medusa still harbored some concerns and promptly inquired, Little healer, what does durability mean? Upon hearing Queen Medusa's question, the little healer pondered and replied slowly, durability, in simple terms, refers to the fact that when this explosive flame tower is attacked, its durability decreases. Once it reaches 0, it is rendered completely inoperative. I see. After listening to the little healer, Queen Medusa felt a twinge of worry about the tower potentially failing one day. Rest assured, given the material of this explosive flame tower, ordinary attacks will not diminish its durability, the little healer said with a gentle smile. How should I utilize it? Queen Medusa inquired. This is quite simple. You merely need to acknowledge it with a drop of your blood. The little healer casually responded. Without hesitation, Queen Medusa pricked her fingertip to draw a small amount of blood, which she then let fall onto the tip of the tower. Soon, the drop of blood that Queen Medusa released was absorbed by the crimson orb atop the explosive flame tower. At this moment, Queen Medusa suddenly realized a remarkable connection between herself and the small tower. To truly experience the functionality of this blazing tower, you must venture outside, kindly advised the little healer. Thank you for the reminder, dear little healer. However, I do not intend to test the blazing tower just yet. Upon hearing the little healer's suggestion, Queen Medusa felt no urgency to experiment immediately. Very well, if I do not wish to try it now, I can always do so later, she remarked, and the little healer smiled and nodded in agreement. In the next moment, Queen Medusa retrieved several treasures for the little healer to evaluate, resulting in an additional 8 million gold coins credited to her VIP card. Little healer, could you please fetch me another orange jar? After exchanging her gold, Queen Medusa wasted no time and quickly addressed the little healer. Certainly, Queen Medusa, please hold on. The little healer nodded with a smile, swiftly turning to grab an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before Queen Medusa. As Queen Medusa gazed at the orange jar before her, she felt a profound sense of realization. This was not a dream, but a tangible reality. As the sensation was incredibly vivid, in the following moment, she extended her hand, performing a unique prayer gesture characteristic of her serpent kin, before gently reaching out with her delicate, lotus-like hand to strike the jar. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered, scattering its fragments across the countertop. Instantly, the broken pieces transformed into a dazzling array of radiant light, obscuring the view of all present, leaving no one able to discern the spectacle within. What kind of treasure would Her Majesty unveil this time? Observing the brilliant light emanating from the countertop, Medusa's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This was Queen Medusa's first attempt at opening an orange jar. Previously, she had uncovered a water bowl capable of infinite storage on the 20th try, and the power of the broken military crossbow she had revealed was formidable enough to threaten even the strongest combatants. Yet, for the current Queen Medusa, such treasures held little extraordinary value. In her last endeavor, she had unearthed a tower that, while untested, was already remarkable by description alone. With so many treasures unearthed, the rise of the serpent kin seemed imminent. May Her Majesty's fortune be even greater this time. With this thought, Washier closed her eyes and offered a silent prayer for Queen Medusa. Before long, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, The dazzling light emanating from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the items within. Upon the counter appeared a golden miniature altar. Is this an altar? Queen Medusa felt an overwhelming curiosity upon seeing the treasure displayed. A miniature altar, if my assumptions are correct, should possess the ability to be enlarged, alongside certain extraordinary functions. Observing the treasure on the counter, Medusa exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Medusa, I concur with your insight. Such artifacts are typically diminished in size due to the regulations of the jar shop. Upon hearing Medusa's remarks, Flower Snake nodded in agreement. Dear Miss Medical Fairy, could you assist me in discerning the purpose of this altar on the counter? Unlike Medusa and Flower Snake, Queen Medusa did not waste time in speculation. She directly inquired of the medical fairy. Of course, Queen Medusa, please hold on. The medical fairy smiled and nodded at Queen Medusa's request, then immediately utilized the powers granted to her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze towards the treasure on the counter. As her eyes swept over the altar, a message appeared before her. Faith Altar. Refining this altar allows for a continuous siphoning of incense power from your devotees. Henceforth, whenever someone worships any statue related to you, it will enhance your strength. The incense power provided by the devotees correlates with their level of faith and cultivation. The higher the faith, the greater the incense power. And the more advanced the cultivation, the more incense power the devotees will yield. To possess such formidable power within this altar is truly remarkable. After reading the information, the medical fairy was taken aback with astonishment. Dear medical fairy, have you discerned its significance? Noticing the expression on the medical fairy's face, Queen Medusa inquired once more. Yes, Queen Medusa, I have indeed grasped its meaning. The medical fairy smiled and nodded in response, then elaborated. Queen Medusa, this object is the faith altar. Refining this altar allows for an endless draw of incense power from your followers. Henceforth, any worship directed towards your statues will bolster your strength. The incense power derived from the devotees is contingent upon their level of faith and cultivation. The greater the faith, the more substantial the incense power, and the higher the cultivation, the more incense power will be generated by the devotees. What? A faith altar and incense power? Upon hearing these unfamiliar terms, Queen Medusa's face was filled with confusion. Dear medical fairy, what exactly is incense power? Queen Medusa pressed for clarification once more. The power of incense is a most extraordinary force, derived from the devotion of your followers, as the little medicine immortal explained. So, how does one refine this altar? Inquired Queen Medusa once more. Simply acknowledge it with a drop of blood, replied the little medicine immortal. Thank you, dear little medicine immortal. Upon hearing her response, Queen Medusa did not hesitate and immediately began the process of blood acknowledgement. Soon, Queen Medusa completed the ritual of blood acknowledgement. After refining the altar of faith, she gradually gained profound insights within her heart. In the next moment, waves of ethereal incense power flowed into Queen Medusa's body, enhancing her cultivation and elevating her combat prowess. She was acutely aware that this source of incense power emanated from the serpent guards in the Medusa temple, who worshipped the statue, thus generating this potent force. This incense power is truly wondrous. One day, should I gather the incense power of millions, I fear my strength will see a terrifying ascent. Queen Medusa mused inwardly. Without wasting a moment, she addressed the little medicine immortal, saying, Dear little medicine immortal, could you please fetch me another orange jar? Of course, Queen Medusa, please hold on. The little medicine immortal nodded with a smile, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before Queen Medusa. Gazing at the orange jar, Queen Medusa felt a surge of emotion, yet she was utterly convinced that this was no dream but a tangible reality. For the sensation was exquisitely vivid. In the next instant, Queen Medusa extended her hand and performed a unique prayer gesture characteristic of her serpent kin towards the jar. Once prepared, she gently reached forward with her delicate, lotus-like hand and struck the jar. With a crisp crack, the sound of the jar shattering echoed, and the orange jar on the counter instantly splintered into myriad pieces. Subsequently, the fragments transformed into a dazzling spectacle of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering the inner scene indiscernible. What marvels might Her Majesty unveil from this jar? As the dazzling radiance emerged from the counter, Medusa's eyes brimmed with curiosity. This orange jar, the one that Queen Medusa first opened, had yielded the extraordinary water bowl capable of infinite storage for the 21st time. Although the tower produced by the Queen had not been experimentally verified, its description alone was remarkable. With such a plethora of treasures revealed, the rise of the serpent people was imminent. The last item unveiled, the altar of faith, possessed a terrifying power. Yet its true efficacy remained known only to Queen Medusa herself. May her fortune be even more favorable this time. If so, the serpent people would genuinely have a promising future. Washier closed her eyes and offered a silent prayer for Queen Medusa. Before long, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the brilliant radiance from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. Upon inspection, a pair of boots, no larger than half a palm and emanating a blue light, appeared atop the counter. A pair of boots? Upon seeing them, Queen Medusa was filled with perplexity, for their size seemed suitable only for newborns, rendering them unwearable for an adult's foot. At that moment, she recalled that earlier that morning, she had encountered a similar pair of boots. However, the previous pair had been as exquisite as crystal, while the current ones resembled mere metallic lumps. Save for their faint blue glow. Little medical fairy, could these boots also be of the kind that can freely change size? Queen Medusa inquired directly, bypassing speculation. The notion of freely altering size left Mebus, Washier, and the other serpent people momentarily astonished. How could boots procured from the jar shop be deemed unwearable based on size? The serpent people couldn't help but admire Queen Medusa's sagacity. Upon Queen Medusa's question, Little Medical Fairy activated the ability bestowed by Yi Yun to examine the information pertaining to the familiar boots. Amplification boots, derived from the game world of League of Legends, could freely change in size and appearance, and could even be concealed in the equipment slot without displaying their form, providing a 20% increase in attack strength. Indeed, they were the amplification boots. After reviewing the boots' information, Little Medical Fairy felt a wave of clarity wash over her. Little Medical Fairy, have you discerned the function of this item? Queen Medusa continued to inquire, observing her expression. Yes, I have. Under the urging of Queen Medusa, the young healer smiled and nodded in response. Queen Medusa, this item is known as the Boots of Amplification, derived from the world of League of Legends. It possesses the remarkable ability to alter its size and appearance at will, and can even remain concealed within the equipment inventory. The effect is a 20% increase in attack strength, a 20% amplification in attack power. Upon hearing the healer's introduction, Queen Medusa was momentarily taken aback. The serpentine beings standing behind her wore expressions of astonishment. Young healer, are you suggesting that these boots, much like the boots of swiftness, have no restrictions based on realm? That anyone, regardless of their level of mastery, would benefit from a 20% increase in attack power? Queen Medusa inquired with a serious tone. Indeed, whether one is at the fighter's rank, the champion's rank, or even the saint's rank, these boots will augment your attack strength by 20%. The young healer replied with unwavering confidence, fully aware that Lady Yafei had indeed struck fortunate when she unveiled the boots of amplification, which had originated from a crimson canister. Young healer, do these boots operate similarly to other items from the League of Legends world, requiring only a silent incantation to activate? Queen Medusa asked, regaining her composure. Yes, Queen Medusa, you are astute. The healer praised, raising her thumb in admiration. With the healer's affirmation, Queen Medusa felt no hesitation. Without further ado, she extended her hand to grasp the palm-sized boots of amplification, silently commanding, activate. As the queen's inner voice resonated, the diminutive boots transformed into a stream of blue light, darting towards her feet, emanating a radiant blue glow beneath their metallic exterior. Once adorned with the boots of amplification, Queen Medusa established an extraordinary connection with them. Upon a mere thought, the boots became invisible. These boots are truly wondrous. The revelation of their extraordinary utility filled Queen Medusa with immense joy. After donning the boots of amplification, she recalled the previous boots of swiftness. At that time, she had yet to fully transform, and thus could not wear footwear. It had been set aside. Now, having fully transformed, Queen Medusa realized she could wear the boots of amplification, which meant she would surely be able to don the boots of swiftness as well. Upon contemplating these thoughts, Queen Medusa directly retrieved the ethereal boots from the ring. She silently recited a command in her mind, activating the boots. It is worth noting that only one piece of footwear can be equipped at a time. May I inquire which one you choose? After Queen Medusa mentally activated the boots, a notification resonated in her mind, switching to ethereal boots. As her words faded, the pair of ethereal boots in her hands transformed into a radiant blue light, swiftly adorning her feet. These boots appeared crystalline and exquisitely beautiful the moment she donned them. Queen Medusa felt her entire being lighten considerably. The effect of this equipment was truly remarkable. A wave of joy surged within her heart, and she expressed her satisfaction with the boots. Once she regained her composure, she turned to the young healer and said, "Dear healer, could you please fetch me another orange jar?" "Certainly, Queen Medusa, please hold on a moment." The young healer smiled and nodded, then quickly turned, retrieving an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before Queen Medusa. "Queen Medusa, just a reminder, it is quite late today. Our shop can only sell one more jar before we prepare to rest," the young healer remarked as she set the jar on the counter. "Oh, I see. Will you still be here tomorrow?" Queen Medusa inquired, her heart racing with anticipation as she contained her excitement. We will indeed be here tomorrow. Our shop remains in each location for a maximum of 3 days. We shall open as soon as breakfast is prepared, the young healer explained. Breakfast will be ready for opening? If you don't mind. Dear healer, you and Boss Yi are most welcome to sample our serpent tribe's breakfast tomorrow. We will ensure you are well entertained. Queen Medusa replied swiftly, motivated both by the desire to save the young healer time and to extend a warm invitation as a gesture of goodwill. Very well, I shall mention it. But if Boss Yi does not come, I will have to forego the offer, the young healer responded. All right then, I shall open the jar now. Queen Medusa nodded. What treasures will this bring me? Gazing at the orange jar before her, Queen Medusa mused, yet she felt an unwavering certainty that this was not a dream, but a vividly real occurrence, for the sensation was profoundly authentic. In the next moment, Queen Medusa extended her hand, performing a unique prayer ritual characteristic of the serpent folk. After preparing, she gracefully reached out with her delicate, lotus-like hand towards the jar and struck it gently. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered into countless pieces. Immediately, the fragments transformed into a dazzling radiance that obscured the vision of all present, leaving them unable to discern the spectacle within. What marvel would Her Majesty unveil this time? Observing the brilliant light emanating from the counter, Medusa was filled with curiosity. This was the first time Queen Medusa had opened an orange jar, and it had previously yielded the remarkable water storage bowl for the 21st time. The tower she had revealed, though untested, was already extraordinary based on its description. With such treasures emerging, the rise of the serpent folk seemed imminent. For the 22nd time, she had unveiled a faith altar of terrifying power. Its true efficacy was known only to Queen Medusa herself. Lastly, the amplification boots she had revealed were equally formidable, with effects beneficial to individuals of any realm, suggesting their significance would only magnify in later stages. May the Queen's luck be even more favorable this time. Such fortune could truly herald the ascent of our serpent folk. On the other hand, the flower serpent closed her eyes, offering a silent prayer for Queen Medusa. Moments later, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the radiant light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the items within. There, atop the counter, appeared a white elixir the size of a longan, emanating a rich fragrance. Is this an elixir? Observing the item before her, Queen Medusa's confusion vanished. This was a rather common item in the Dou Qi continent. The peculiar aroma suggested it was indeed no ordinary creation. Anticipation welled within her. In the next instant, she turned to the little physician and inquired, "Little physician, could you assist me in examining this treasure?" "Certainly, Your Majesty. Please hold on," replied the little physician with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. She then employed the ability bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze towards the treasure on the counter. Chapter 482, The Green Runes. As the gaze of the little medicine fairy swept across the counter, a surge of information materialized before her. After perusing the details, she promptly addressed Queen Medusa, "Your Majesty. The elixir produced this time is a high-grade 7th-tier pill, which possesses the remarkable ability to assist individuals in consuming and alleviating the residual effects thereof." Upon hearing the little medicine fairy's description, a look of astonishment graced Queen Medusa's countenance. This establishment consistently produces exquisite items, she mused inwardly. In a moment of excitement, Queen Medusa swiftly extended her hand, grasping the pill from the counter and storing it within her spatial ring. Without wasting any time, she directly requested, "Little medicine fairy, please present me with the final jar of the day." "Of course, Your Majesty, please hold on for a moment." The little medicine fairy smiled and nodded, then quickly turned to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. What treasures might this final orange jar bestow upon me? Queen Medusa pondered, her heart brimming with certainty that this was no mere dream, but a tangible occurrence, for the sensation was incredibly real. In the next moment, she extended her hand, performing a unique gesture reminiscent of the serpent folk's sacred ritual towards the jar. Having completed the gesture, she slowly reached forward with her delicate, lotus-like hand to strike the jar. With a crisp crack, the orange jar shattered, splintering into countless fragments. Instantly, the shards transformed into a dazzling array of radiant light, obscuring the view of all present, rendering the contents within indiscernible. What marvels might Her Majesty unveil this time? As the brilliant light emanated from the counter, curiosity filled the eyes of Mobas. This was Queen Medusa's inaugural opening of an orange jar, and previously, she had unveiled the wondrous water bowl capable of infinite accumulation. Although the tower she had revealed in the past had not been tested, its description was already remarkable. With such a plethora of treasures unveiled, the rise of the serpent folk seemed imminent. On the 22nd occasion, she had uncovered the formidable faith altar, whose power was nothing short of terrifying. Only Queen Medusa truly understood its potential. The 23rd opening yielded the amplifying boots, whose strength was substantial, particularly due to their enhancement effects, which were applicable to individuals of any realm, thus increasing their significance as one progressed. Finally, the 7th tier pill revealed during the last occasion was also commendable. May Her Majesty the Queen be blessed with greater fortune this time. If that is the case, our serpentine kin shall truly rise to prominence. The flower serpent, with eyes closed, silently offered a prayer for Queen Medusa. Shortly thereafter, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the dazzling radiance from the counter began to gradually dissipate, revealing the items within. Before them lay an enigmatic green rune. What is this? Such a rich aura of life, Queen Medusa remarked, sensing the energy emanating from the green rune. This aura is so mysterious. The serpentine beings, including MOBAs, marveled in unison. Young healer, could you assist me in examining the treasure upon this counter? Queen Medusa inquired without delay, turning towards the young healer. Certainly, Your Majesty. Please hold on. The young healer smiled and nodded at Queen Medusa's request, immediately utilizing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, her gaze fixed on the green rune. Before long, a line of information appeared before her eyes. Wish. By merging with this rune, one can master the secret art of wishing. This wish allows the selection of 4 individuals, whose vital signs can be monitored at any time. When the wish is cast, regardless of their location, the life force of the selected 4 can be restored to half of its entirety, healing even the gravest of wounds instantaneously. Each use of this skill consumes 20% of the caster's life force. Indeed, it is as I suspected. The young healer's face illuminated with realization after reading the information about the green rune. You must have discerned what this green rune is, dear healer. Queen Medusa observed the young healer's expression and smiled. Yes, I have. The young healer nodded in affirmation. This green rune is known as Wish. By merging with it, one can master the secret art of wishing, allowing the selection of 4 individuals. Their vital signs can be known at any moment, and when the wish is invoked, regardless of their location, the life force of the selected individuals can be restored to half, healing even the most severe injuries instantly. Such a miraculous healing art exists in this world, transcending distance. It is truly terrifying. Upon hearing the young healer's description, Queen Medusa was filled with astonishment. However, to exchange 20% of one's own life force for 50% of another's is a daunting proposition. Only those with whom one shares a deep bond would be willing to assist in such a manner. Young healer, do you know how to utilize this green rune? Queen Medusa asked curiously. It is quite simple. Just grasp it firmly and press it into your body. The little healer spoke in a rather relaxed manner. Upon hearing her words, Queen Medusa did not hesitate. She extended her hand and grasped the green rune, subsequently pressing it against her fair forehead. The green rune thus entered Queen Medusa's body completely, and at that moment, a wondrous sensation manifested in her mind. Chapter 483. The Surprise of the Elder of the Serpent People. It was remarkably simple. One merely needed to grasp it and embed it within their being. The little healer spoke with ease. Upon hearing her, Queen Medusa acted without delay, taking the green rune in hand and firmly placing it against her smooth brow. The rune seamlessly integrated into her essence, and concurrently, an extraordinary phenomenon emerged in her consciousness. It was, astonishingly, a virtual panel displaying 4 darkened slots, inscribed with the phrase, Unbound Teammate. Suddenly, Queen Medusa seemed to grasp something, and in the next moment, with a flicker of thought, she inscribed the name Huashir into one of the slots. Within the space, she could distinctly perceive Huashir's vital signs. This was truly miraculous. No matter where Huashir might be in the future, I shall always be able to ascertain her condition from any distance. Queen Medusa mused inwardly. On Huashir's end, once bound, she too felt a shift, for such binding required consent. At that moment, Huashir understood that every time Queen Medusa invoked this wish technique, she would lose 20% of her life force, a toll more severe than a mere injury. Your Majesty, I implore you, regardless of the circumstances, please refrain from employing this wish technique on me in the future. Huashir respectfully bowed before Queen Medusa. Huashir, despite the disparity in our ranks, should you truly face peril, I shall heed your words. Queen Medusa felt a stir of emotion in response to Huashir's loyal declaration. Your Majesty, I beseech you, do not use this technique lightly. Huashir reiterated her plea. Indeed, in light of Huashir's insistence, Queen Medusa gently nodded her chin. Your Majesty, we are closing for the day. If you wish to purchase jars, please return tomorrow. The little healer smiled. Very well. But at what time shall I summon you for breakfast tomorrow, Miss Little Healer? Queen Medusa inquired. At 8 o'clock. The little healer replied. Understood, 8 o'clock. Upon hearing the time mentioned by the little healer, Queen Medusa departed the jar shop with a joyful demeanor, accompanied by Mebas and others. After Queen Medusa departed, the little healer leisurely closed the shop door and returned to Yi Yun's estate. Upon entering the estate, she discovered that Yi Yun, who had been wandering in the jar shop earlier during the day, had mysteriously vanished. Alas, the shopkeeper is absent again. It seems we shall not be opening jars today, she sighed, surveying the surroundings of the estate. Nevertheless, she proceeded to prepare dinner for both herself and Yi Yun. Outside the jar shop, Queen Medusa, having left, retained an air of reluctance. This extraordinary jar shop, if only the opportunity could be seized, would undoubtedly pave a bright future for the serpent people. Medusa mused inwardly as she gradually departed with Mobas and others, making her way toward the grand temple nearby. Upon entering the temple grounds, she ventured deep into a tranquil bamboo grove, where several small bamboo houses stood. Your Majesty, you have arrived. As Queen Medusa approached the bamboo houses, several aged voices echoed from within. Moments later, 4 elderly serpent women emerged from the houses. We pay our respects to the 4 esteemed elders. Upon seeing the 4 elders, Queen Medusa did not adopt a regal demeanor, but instead slightly inclined her hands in greeting. Oh, shortly after their appearance, the elders gasped in astonishment at the sight of Medusa's vanished serpent tail. Your Majesty, you have successfully transformed, one of the elders exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Indeed, not only have I transformed, but I have also elevated my cultivation to the 9-star Dou Zone realm, Queen Medusa stated candidly, inadvertently revealing a hint of her formidable aura. Hiss, hiss. Upon hearing the Queen's confirmation, the elders collectively inhaled sharply. Your Majesty, how did you achieve this? Elders, this tale must begin from this morning. Initially, I was skeptical about the ethereal boots, but subsequently, the various treasures showcased their wondrous effects, compelling my belief. Medusa briefly explained in response to the elders' inquiries. What? Such an extraordinary establishment exists. The elders, incredulous at the Queen's account, exchanged glances of disbelief. If you doubt, come tomorrow morning and personally open a few jars to witness for yourselves, Medusa remarked with a light chuckle, observing the elders' reactions. This, I still cannot accept. Her Majesty the Queen is a person favored by the heavens. The treasures she uncovers must be extraordinary. How could we, mere old fellows, possess such luck? Upon hearing Queen Medusa's words, the 4 elderly serpent folk collectively waved their hands in refusal. Indeed, this jar shop can only linger in each location for a maximum of 3 days. After that, those with a VIP card can teleport back to the jar shop from anywhere once a month. What I mean to say is, I hope the 4 esteemed elders can each obtain a VIP card, so that my serpent clan will have more than just myself able to return to the jar shop. Queen Medusa continued to elucidate. Very well, Your Majesty, your foresight is commendable. We shall comply. Upon hearing Queen Medusa's explanation, the 4 elder serpents finally acquiesced. Esteemed elders, I possess an extraordinary treasure that is bound to cause a sensation throughout the entire beast realm. As Queen Medusa spoke, she produced the previously mentioned transformative archway. What is this? Observing Queen Medusa retrieve such a diminutive model door, the elders of the serpent clan were somewhat perplexed. They could not fathom why Queen Medusa claimed that this small trinket could incite such upheaval in the beast realm. Esteemed elders, this object, when placed, can expand to several dozen feet in size. Furthermore, when beasts pass through the archway at sunrise each day, they will be able to transform directly, Queen Medusa explained. What? As these words fell from Queen Medusa's lips, the eyes of the 4 elder serpents widened in disbelief. How could this possibly be? They voiced their skepticism in unison. If I had obtained such a treasure from the start, I too would not have believed it. However, the countless treasures I acquired prior have proven their efficacy without a hint of deception. Therefore, even if I have not personally tested this treasure, I trust it must possess such power. Queen Medusa stated each word with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing her declaration, the 4 elders of the serpent clan fell silent. Your Majesty, if this archway truly possesses such capabilities, please ensure it remains undisclosed. Otherwise, it could bring catastrophic ruin upon our serpent clan. One elder expressed her deep concern. Indeed, such a secret treasure must remain concealed. Another elder echoed in agreement. Esteemed elders, I am fully aware of the significance of this treasure. The Queen of Medusa nodded. In the next moment, she placed the archway upon the ground, which immediately began to expand immensely. In the blink of an eye, it became extraordinarily large, towering even above typical palaces. Fortunately, in the enveloping darkness, the colossal archway did not emit any light, and given the secluded nature of this location, it remained undiscovered by anyone other than the Queen of Medusa and the 4 esteemed elders of the serpent race. Esteemed elders, I shall only confide in you regarding the archway for now. When dawn breaks tomorrow, and sunlight graces us, you shall seize the opportunity to traverse through the archway and transform. The Queen of Medusa instructed, intending for only the 4 elders to undergo their transformation, planning to conceal the archway again at the break of dawn. Thank you, Your Majesty, we shall remember your words. The 4 elders of the serpent race replied with utmost respect, acknowledging the queen, who had ascended to the rank of 9-star Dou Qi, a stature worthy of reverence. That night, the Queen of Medusa did not rest. She experimented with various treasures while arranging for some to prepare breakfast for the little medical fairy and Yi Yun. As dawn broke and sunlight filtered through the bamboo grove, the 4 elders, who had been waiting patiently, moved in unison and crossed the immense archway. Upon their passage, their elongated serpent tails vanished in an instant, and they successfully transformed into human forms. Congratulations to the 4 elders. Witnessing this transformation, a smile graced the face of the Queen of Medusa. In the next moment, she acted swiftly, retracting the archway and placing it back into her spatial ring just as distant onlookers began to notice its presence. Esteemed elders, now that you have transformed, I must attend to other matters. With that, the Queen of Medusa departed the bamboo grove hastily. Before long, she arrived at the entrance of the jar shop outside the Medusa temple, accompanied by a contingent of serpent folk. Simultaneously, the little medical fairy happened to open the door of the jar shop. Good morning, Queen Medusa. The little medical fairy greeted with a smile upon seeing her waiting outside. Not too early, I just arrived myself. The Queen of Medusa responded with a cheerful smile. Bring it forth. At a gesture from the queen, a dozen serpent folk appeared behind her, each carrying a tray as they entered the jar shop one after another. Makba and a group of serpent warriors followed suit into the shop. Soon, the countertop of the jar shop was adorned with a variety of dishes and 2 sets of chopsticks. The little medical fairy did not decline the queen's hospitality and began to eat heartily. Regrettably, such a sumptuous breakfast went untasted by Boss Yi. The little medical sage silently lamented, for since yesterday afternoon, she had not caught a glimpse of Yi Yun, her hands-off management truly exemplified. By the time the little medical sage had nearly finished her meal, Queen Medusa finally spoke up. Dear little sage, could you kindly fetch me another orange jar? Certainly. Your Majesty Medusa, please hold on for a moment. Upon hearing the queen's request, the little medical sage smiled and nodded, wiping her mouth before swiftly turning around to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. This was the first jar of the day. May it herald auspicious tidings. As she gazed upon the orange jar, Queen Medusa offered a silent prayer in her heart. In the next moment, Queen Medusa extended her hand, performing a unique prayer gesture characteristic of the serpent folk, and once her ritual was complete, she gracefully reached out with her delicate, lotus-like arm to strike the jar. With a crisp crack, the orange jar shattered, scattering into a myriad of fragments across the counter. Instantly, the broken shards transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. What marvel would the queen unveil this time? Observing the resplendent light emanating from the counter, Medusa's eyes glimmered with curiosity. This was indeed the first orange jar opened by Queen Medusa today. May her fortune be even more fortuitous this time. Such thoughts crossed the mind of the flower serpent as she closed her eyes, silently praying for Queen Medusa's success. Truly, the queen is favored by the heavens. May the treasures unveiled today surpass those of yesterday. The shadowy figure also joined in prayer, hands clasped together. Before long, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the radiant light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. Chapter 485, The Earth Element Fruit. Indeed, the queen is favored by the heavens. May the treasures unveiled today surpass those of yesterday. Echoed the shadowy figure in prayer. Moments later, as the brilliance faded, a delicate white gauzy dress appeared atop the counter. A dress? Upon seeing the item on the counter, astonishment flickered in Medusa's eyes. Surely, this garment must possess some extraordinary properties. Gazing at the treasure that had emerged, Medusa speculated. In my view, donning this exquisite garment may bestow an extraordinary defensive power. The flower serpent concurred with Medusa. Meanwhile, Queen Medusa did not squander time speculating. Instead, she directly inquired of the little physician, My dear little physician, could you kindly examine this treasure on the counter for me? Of course, Queen Medusa. Please hold on a moment. Upon hearing the queen's request, the little physician smiled and nodded, swiftly employing the abilities granted to her by Yi Yun. Her gaze swept over the delicate white gauze dress displayed on the counter. As her eyes traversed the fabric, information materialized before her. Heavenly Rotation Battle Garment. This attire is crafted from exceedingly rare extraterrestrial materials, remarkably lightweight, yet indestructible. Even a Dou Emperor cannot shatter it. Furthermore, once donned, this garment automatically gathers the ambient energy of the cosmos, enabling the wearer to perpetually engage in cultivation. It also offers numerous advantages during the execution of combat techniques and offensive maneuvers. Ah, it is indeed a battle garment. The little physician felt a surge of curiosity upon absorbing this information. My dear little physician, have you discerned its nature? Queen Medusa inquired, observing the expression on the little physician's face. Indeed, Queen Medusa. The little physician replied with a smile, promptly elucidating. This item is named the Heavenly Rotation Battle Garment. It is crafted from exceedingly rare extraterrestrial materials, remarkably lightweight, yet indestructible. Even a Dou Emperor cannot shatter it. Moreover, once donned, this garment automatically gathers the ambient energy of the cosmos, allowing the wearer to remain in a state of perpetual cultivation, while also conferring numerous advantages during the execution of combat techniques and offensive maneuvers. A battle garment? The queen felt a delightful surprise at the little physician's words. In the next moment, she reached out to grasp the garment and stowed it within her spatial ring. Possessing a battle garment is certainly a boon. Queen Medusa mused to herself. In the ensuing moments, Queen Medusa did not waste any time, aware that the little physician required rest later that evening. Thus, she was particularly eager to open a few more jars before closing time. My dear little physician, could you please fetch me another orange jar? Queen Medusa requested once more. Certainly, Queen Medusa, please hold on. The little physician responded with a smile, turning swiftly to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. This marks the second jar of the day. May it prove even better than the previous one. Queen Medusa silently hoped as she gazed at the orange jar before her. In the next moment, Queen Medusa extended her hand, performing a gesture characteristic of the serpent folk's unique prayer ritual, directing it towards the jar. Having completed this, she slowly reached out with her jade-like arm, poised to strike the jar. With a crisp crack, the orange jar shattered into countless pieces upon the counter. Immediately, the fragments transformed into a dazzling display of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering the interior scene indecipherable. What marvels would Her Majesty unveil from the jar this time? Observing the brilliant light emanating from the counter, Medusa's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This was the second orange jar opened by Queen Medusa today, the first having yielded the commendable heavenly battle garb. May Her Majesty's fortune be even greater this time. If so, our serpent folk might truly rise to prominence. Over on the side, Washier closed her eyes, silently praying for Queen Medusa. Truly, the queen is favored by the heavens. Today, may the treasures revealed surpass those of yesterday. Ainshur also clasped his hands in prayer. Before long, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the dazzling light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the object within. There appeared an object resembling a yellow fruit akin to a longan. What could this be? Queen Medusa felt a wave of intrigue at the sight of this novel item. It looks somewhat like a fruit. Meba speculated, his gaze fixed on the newly emerged object. Fruit? It does indeed bear a resemblance. Washier concurred with Meba's observation. Little physician, could you examine this treasure for me? Queen Medusa inquired without delay. Of course, Your Majesty. Please hold on. The little physician smiled and nodded at Queen Medusa's request, immediately employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun to scrutinize the longan-like object on the counter. As her gaze fell upon it, information began to manifest. Earth element fruit. This fruit possesses a remarkable power. Upon consumption, it can alter one's constitution, granting an additional attribute, earth element, which is compatible with all pre-existing attributes of the body. Oh, so this fruit can bestow an additional attribute upon the body, the little physician remarked, somewhat astonished after reading the information. Little physician, have you discerned its nature? Queen Medusa inquired once more, noticing the expression on her face. Indeed, Your Majesty. Upon hearing the words of Queen Medusa, the young healer smiled and nodded, subsequently explaining, the earth element fruit possesses a remarkable power. Upon consumption, it can alter certain physical attributes, endowing the body with an additional element, earth. This element is compatible with all previously possessed attributes. Chapter 486, The Imperial Quality Beast Egg. Indeed, Queen Medusa, the young healer affirmed, her smile unwavering as she elaborated on the earth element fruit, which could bestow an additional attribute upon one's physical form. The notion of acquiring an extra attribute astonished Queen Medusa, for attributes are typically predetermined at birth. Logically, such traits are immutable. In the continent of Dou Qi, aspiring alchemists are generally required to possess a combination of fire infused with wood, fire representing the essence of refinement, and wood embodying flexibility. Lacking either of these essential elements from birth renders one nearly incapable of becoming an alchemist. Yet, here was the young healer asserting that a mere fruit could grant an individual an additional attribute, which was truly wondrous. The prospect of acquiring an extra earth attribute had never crossed Queen Medusa's mind before. Why not give it a try? The products from the jar shop are known for their absolute compatibility. With this resolve, Queen Medusa, no longer hesitating, seized the fruit from the counter and promptly consumed it. As the fruit entered her body, it swiftly transformed into a peculiar energy that permeated throughout her being, yet it struggled to integrate with her physical form. Queen Medusa, well aware of this phenomenon, made her way outside the jar shop. Once outside, the extraordinary energy within her began to merge seamlessly, with a flash of earthy golden light. Queen Medusa's body now possessed an additional earth attribute. This is truly astonishing. It genuinely allows one to acquire an extra attribute. She felt a surge of excitement as she assessed her condition. The most apparent effect of this newfound earth attribute was the significant increase in her reservoir of earth attribute Dou Qi, which notably enhanced her combat capabilities. The earth attribute Dou Qi provided sustained power and unparalleled defense. In the next moment, as realization dawned upon her, Queen Medusa re-entered the jar shop. Young healer, may I trouble you for another orange jar, please? Upon entering the jar shop, Queen Medusa directly addressed the little physician. Very well, replied the little physician, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement of the queen's words. Earlier, while Queen Medusa consumed the earth attribute fruit, the little physician continued to prepare delectable dishes, and now, at last, she was satiated. After wiping her mouth clean, she swiftly turned around and retrieved an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. This marked the third jar of the day, and she hoped the treasures contained within would surpass those of the previous 2 jars. As she gazed upon the orange jar, Queen Medusa silently prayed. In the next moment, she extended her hand, performing a unique prayer gesture characteristic of the serpent people towards the jar. Having completed this, Queen Medusa slowly reached out her delicate hand, resembling a lotus stem, and struck the jar. With a crisp crack, the orange jar shattered, immediately fragmenting into numerous pieces. Subsequently, the shards transformed into a dazzling array of light, obscuring everyone's view and making it impossible to discern the spectacle within. What treasures might Her Majesty unveil this time? Observing the radiant light emerging from the counter, Medusa was filled with curiosity. This was the third orange jar opened by Queen Medusa today, and the treasures from the previous 2 jars had been quite impressive. One could only hope that Her Majesty's fortune would shine even brighter this time. With such luck, the serpent people would find themselves on the path to resurgence. The flower serpent closed her eyes, offering a silent prayer for Queen Medusa. Truly, the queen is favored by the heavens. May the treasures revealed today surpass those of yesterday. Inshur also clasped his hands in prayer. Before long, under the attentive gazes of Queen Medusa and the others, the dazzling light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. There, on the counter, lay an egg the size of a grinding stone, its shell exhibiting a deep purple hue and an extraordinary sheen. Moreover, this violet egg radiated an intense life force. What kind of magical beast's egg is this, and why does it emanate such a powerful vitality? Queen Medusa's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the magical beast egg. What an incredible life force. What creature does this egg belong to? It is truly terrifying. Medusa exclaimed in utter shock. What kind of magical beast could this egg possibly belong to? The flower serpent and Inshur racked their brains, unable to fathom the answer. Dear young healer, could you assist me in discerning what kind of beast this egg belongs to? Without wasting a moment, Queen Medusa directed her inquiry towards the young healer. Certainly, Queen Medusa, please hold on. Upon hearing the queen's request, the young healer promptly nodded in agreement. She then employed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, casting her gaze upon the purple beast egg resting on the counter. As her eyes swept over it, a stream of information materialized before her. Void beast egg. The void beast, an imperial-grade creature, upon reaching maturity, typically attains the pinnacle of a 9-star battle sage, with a high probability of breaking into the imperial realm. The void beast tribe inherently masters the path of space, exhibiting formidable control over spatial power. At birth, the young possess peak-level strength equivalent to the 7th stage, capable of immediate transformation and wielding spatial techniques comparable to those of a battle sage. Oh, it is indeed a void beast. Born as such a formidable entity, it is truly fortunate. Achieving peak 7th stage is a goal that many beasts and humans alike strive for. After perusing the information about the treasure on the counter, the young healer felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Chapter 487, Spiritual Water, Terrifying Recovery Effect. Ah, it is indeed a void beast. Born as such a formidable entity, it is truly fortunate. Achieving peak 7th stage is a goal that many beasts and humans alike strive for. After reviewing the details on the counter, the young healer was genuinely taken aback. Such a beast was something even she envied greatly. Young healer, have you discerned something? Noticing the expression on the young healer's face, Queen Medusa inquired once more. Indeed, Queen Medusa. Upon hearing the queen's question, the young healer smiled and nodded, then proceeded to explain. This egg is that of a void beast, an imperial-grade creature, which, upon maturation, can typically attain the pinnacle of a 9-star battle sage. With a high likelihood of advancing to the imperial realm, the void beast tribe possesses an innate mastery over the path of space, demonstrating exceptional control over spatial power. At birth, the young are already at peak 7th stage, capable of immediate transformation and equipped with spatial abilities akin to those of a battle sage. What? An imperial-grade beast? As the young healer's words resonated, the snake people within the shop widened their eyes in disbelief. An imperial-grade beast was far beyond their comprehension. A creature with such vast potential, if nurtured properly without premature demise, would undoubtedly lead the serpent tribe to possess an unparalleled powerhouse in the future. Although Queen Medusa was initially skeptical, the mystique and power of the shop had already taken root in her mind, leading her to ultimately choose to believe. Young healer, approximately when will this beast egg hatch, and what conditions are necessary for its hatching? After regaining her composure, Queen Medusa turned to the young healer with her inquiry. The egg of the void beast possesses an extraordinary vitality, requiring no specific conditions for incubation. However, the exact moment of hatching remains elusive. Perhaps it shall emerge when the time is right, little medicinal fairy mused. Upon hearing that even the little medicinal fairy could not ascertain the hatching time of the magical beast's egg, Queen Medusa felt a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, she composed herself and promptly tucked the egg away, addressing the little medicinal fairy. "Dear Miss Medicinal Fairy, could you please fetch me another orange jar?" "Of course, Queen Medusa. Please hold on a moment," replied the little medicinal fairy, a smile gracing her lips as she nodded. She swiftly turned and retrieved an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. This marked the 4th jar of the day, and she silently hoped that the treasure contained within would surpass those of the previous 3. Gazing at the orange jar before her, Queen Medusa offered a silent prayer. In the next moment, she extended her hand, performing a unique gesture of supplication characteristic of her serpentine kin, before gently placing her delicate hand, reminiscent of a lotus root, atop the jar. With a crisp crack, the jar shattered, its fragments scattering across the counter. Immediately, the shards transformed into a dazzling array of brilliance, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the contents within. What marvels would the queen unearth this time? Observing the radiant spectacle, Medusa was filled with curiosity. This was the 4th orange jar opened by Queen Medusa today, and the treasures from the previous 3 had been quite impressive. May fortune favor her once more, for if so, the serpent folk would surely rise to prominence. The flower serpent closed her eyes, offering a silent prayer for Queen Medusa's success. Truly, the queen was favored by the heavens. It was her fervent hope that the treasure unveiled today would surpass that of yesterday. Inshur also clasped his hands in prayer. Before long, under the attentive gazes of Queen Medusa and the others, the resplendent light gradually dissipated, revealing the object within. There, atop the counter, appeared a white ceramic vase. What is this? Curiosity filled Queen Medusa's eyes as she beheld the object. It did not seem to contain medicinal pills. Could it possibly hold wine? Medusa felt a surge of intrigue at the sight of the newly revealed treasure. The vase appeared rather unremarkable, unlike the exquisite items from before. It bore a resemblance to those commonly used by humans for holding beverages, thought the flower serpent discreetly. Young medical fairy, could you assist me in examining the contents of this bottle? Without wasting a moment in speculation, Queen Medusa turned directly to the young medical fairy for her inquiry. Of course, Queen Medusa, please hold on. Upon hearing the queen's request, the young medical fairy smiled and nodded, swiftly employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun. Her gaze fixed upon the bottle on the counter. As her eyes swept over it, a stream of information was revealed. Spiritual water. This bottle contains 3,000 drops of spiritual water, each capable of instantly replenishing one's internal energy, though it cannot heal injuries. Even a Dou Emperor can be fully revitalized with just a single drop. Ah, such a miraculous restorative treasure. The young medical fairy's eyes sparkled with astonishment as she absorbed this information. Such a treasure, which disregards the level of cultivation, is truly extraordinary. The higher one's cultivation, the more effective the replenishment. One can only imagine the vast difference in energy between a Dou master and a Dou saint. Young medical fairy, have you discerned its nature? Observing the expression on the young medical fairy's face, Queen Medusa inquired once more. Indeed, Queen Medusa, the young medical fairy replied with a smile. This item is spiritual water. This bottle contains 3,000 drops, each capable of restoring one's internal energy instantly, though it cannot heal injuries. Even a Dou Emperor can be fully revitalized with just one drop. What? The reaction from the serpent folk within the jar shop was one of intense astonishment. For the restorative effect described by the young medical fairy was undeniably powerful. Young medical fairy, Does this restorative effect genuinely enable individuals of every cultivation level to be instantly revitalized? Queen Medusa asked, curiosity evident in her tone. Absolutely. Noticing a hint of uncertainty on Queen Medusa's face, the young medical fairy smiled and nodded affirmatively. With the young medical fairy's confirmation, Queen Medusa felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The spiritual water within the bottle was poised to exert a tremendous influence. As Queen Medusa's cultivation advanced further, its efficacy would only amplify. In the next moment, Queen Medusa swiftly retrieved the bottle from the counter and addressed the young medical fairy once more. Young medical fairy, could you please fetch me another orange jar? Certainly. Queen Medusa, please hold on. Upon hearing the words of Queen Medusa, the young healer smiled and nodded before swiftly turning around. She retrieved an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placed it before Queen Medusa. This marked the 5th jar of the day, and she hoped that the treasure unveiled would surpass the merits of the previous 4. Gazing at the orange jar before her, Queen Medusa silently offered a prayer. In the next moment, she extended her hand, performing a gesture characteristic of the serpent folk, and after completing the ritual, she gradually reached out with her delicate, lotus-like arm to strike the jar. With a crisp crack, the jar shattered, scattering its pieces across the countertop. In an instant, the fragments transformed into a dazzling array of radiant light, obscuring the view of all present, leaving them unable to discern the spectacle within. What treasure would the queen uncover this time? As the brilliant light illuminated the countertop, Medusa's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This was the 5th orange jar opened by Queen Medusa that day, and the treasures from the previous 4 had been quite remarkable, capturing the attention of all. May the queen's fortune shine even brighter this time. On the other hand, Washi closed her eyes, silently praying for Queen Medusa's success. Truly, the queen was favored by the heavens. May the treasures revealed today surpass those of yesterday. Inshur also clasped her hands in prayer. Shortly thereafter, under the watchful eyes of Queen Medusa and the others, the radiant light from the countertop began to dissipate, revealing the object within. There lay an object resembling a compass, an unfamiliar and peculiar shape that left Queen Medusa perplexed. At this moment, the serpent folk in the shop instinctively directed their gazes toward the young healer. A compass? The sight of this compass reminded her of the she had previously acquired, as well as the once revealed by Xiao Yan. This compass bore a resemblance to the harmonious fate compass. With this thought, the young healer activated the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, her eyes scanning the compass-like object on the countertop. Instantly, a surge of information materialized before her. The harmonizing fate compass, originating from the realm of League of Legends, empowers its wielder to summon the ethereal light of destiny at will. This light descends silently from the heavens, enveloping a radius of 3 paces, wherein all living beings become immobilized, impervious to harm, unselectable, and incapable of any action for a duration of 3 seconds. It can be charged 10 times, with 1 charge replenished automatically each day. Indeed, it is the harmonizing fate compass. Upon concluding the description of this compass, the young healer felt a wave of realization. Young healer, have you discerned the nature of this artifact? Queen Medusa inquired, noticing the expression on the healer's face. Yes, Queen Medusa, the healer replied with a smile, nodding affirmatively. This item is known as the harmonizing fate compass, hailing from the League of Legends universe. It grants its wielder the ability to render foes unselectable and immobilized for 3 seconds. It possesses 10 charges, replenished daily. What? Upon hearing the healer's account, Queen Medusa and the assembly of serpent folk widened their eyes in disbelief. The power of the harmonizing fate compass is astonishing, capable of freezing adversaries for 3 seconds. And with the potential for 10 consecutive uses, it could immobilize foes for a total of 30 seconds, ample time to strike at their throats. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this treasure. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this treasure. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this treasure. Upon regaining their composure, Medusa and the others united in their accolades for Queen Medusa. Acknowledging their commendations with a subtle nod, Queen Medusa, under the gaze of her subjects, extended her hand to grasp the harmonizing fate compass. In the next moment, she silently invoked its use. For she was well versed in the mechanics of equipment from the League of Legends world. Merely a thought sufficed to equip it. Instantaneously, the compass transformed into a radiant light, merging with her essence. Soon, her mind expanded with newfound abilities. It seemed that with a mere thought, she could immobilize all entities within a designated area, a feat that few could evade. With this skill, Queen Medusa's power would become extraordinarily formidable. Yet, she pondered, what if her adversaries possessed such a formidable skill as well? How would she counter such a threat? Queen Medusa found herself lost in thought, contemplating the significance of the treasure that had emerged from the jar shop. The mere fact that she had been able to obtain it implied that others too had the potential to do so. Indeed, previously, Xiao had also acquired such a destiny-harmonizing compass. With this newfound ability, Queen Medusa's power would become exceedingly formidable. The skill was undeniably extraordinary. Yet, if her adversaries were to possess similarly remarkable abilities, how would she contend with them? Your fortune is truly remarkable, Queen Medusa. This destiny-harmonizing compass is indeed a treasure, remarked Xiao, congratulating her upon witnessing Queen Medusa's mastery over the compass. All thanks to you, Miss Xiao, and Boss Yi for granting me this opportunity. Queen Medusa responded with a gracious smile. Without wasting a moment, she turned to Xiao once more and requested, Miss Xiao, could you kindly fetch me another orange jar? Of course, Queen Medusa. Please hold on. Xiao replied with a smile. Swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it upon the counter before them. This marked the 6th jar of the day, and Queen Medusa silently hoped that the treasure contained within would surpass those of the previous 5 jars. As she gazed at the orange jar before her, she offered a silent prayer. In the next moment, she extended her hand, performing a unique gesture of supplication characteristic of the serpent people, and then gradually reached forward with her delicate, lotus-like hand to tap the jar. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered, scattering its fragments across the counter. In an instant, the shards transformed into a dazzling array of light, obscuring the view of all present. What would Her Majesty unveil this time? As the radiant glow enveloped the counter, M.O. Bass's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This was the 6th orange jar Queen Medusa had opened today, and the treasures from the previous 5 had been quite impressive, leaving everyone in awe. May Her Majesty's fortune shine even brighter this time. If so, our serpent clan's rise would be truly within reach, thought Washi, closing her eyes to offer a prayer for Queen Medusa. Indeed, Her Majesty is favored by the heavens. Today, let us hope for treasures that surpass those of yesterday. Inshur added, also joining in the prayer with hands clasped together. After a brief moment, under the gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the dazzling light emanating from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the items within. There, atop the counter, appeared a leather seat resembling a sofa, albeit miniature, no larger than the palm of one's hand. What could this be? Queen Medusa was taken aback by the sight of the tiny sofa. A shrunken chair? The others, Mebus, the flower snake, Inshur, and the rest, were equally astonished by the emergence of such an unusual object, although they had previously encountered treasures of peculiar shapes. This was the first time they had laid eyes on something like this. They were immensely curious about the potential effects of such a treasure. Little Medicine Fairy, could you assist me in discerning the function of this miniature seat on the counter? Queen Medusa inquired without hesitation. Of course, Queen Medusa. Please hold on. The Little Medicine Fairy smiled and nodded in response, swiftly employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun as her gaze swept over the item on the counter. As her eyes scanned the miniature treasure, a piece of information instantly materialized before her. Fantasy Version Massage Chair. This massage chair possesses the ability to massage all acupoints of the body. This form of massage not only provides a delightful sensation throughout the body but, with prolonged use, also yields some extraordinary effects, such as healing internal injuries and accelerating cultivation, among others. To think this massage chair offers so many benefits beyond mere relaxation. The Little Medicine Fairy expressed her surprise after reading the effects of the miniature massage chair. Have you discerned anything? Queen Medusa inquired again, observing the expression on the Little Medicine Fairy's face. Indeed, I have. The Little Medicine Fairy replied with a smile, then elaborated. Queen Medusa, the item you have uncovered is named the Fantasy Version Massage Chair. It possesses the ability to massage all acupoints of the body, providing not only comfort but also remarkable effects such as healing internal injuries and accelerating cultivation. The notion that a massage chair could not only provide relaxation but also expedite cultivation and heal injuries was indeed extraordinary. Queen Medusa felt a surge of astonishment at the Little Medicine Fairy's explanation. The idea that such a device could possess such miraculous qualities was bewildering to Mebus as well. What, indeed, was the true nature of this massage chair? Within the heart of the flower snake, an insatiable curiosity burgeoned. Dear Miss Medical Fairy, this massage chair boasts such an array of functions. It is truly remarkable. Could you enlighten me on its usage? Medusa, upon regaining her composure, promptly inquired of the medical fairy. It merely requires a drop of blood to establish a bond. The medical fairy replied with a light-hearted tone. Without hesitation, Medusa extended her hand, pricked her fingertip, and let a droplet of her blood fall upon the massage chair. As the crimson drop made contact, the chair erupted in a dazzling radiance. In an instant, Medusa's blood was wholly absorbed, and she sensed an extraordinary connection forming between herself and the chair. Remarkably, it possesses 7 or 8 functionalities. This massage chair is simply splendid. Medusa mused inwardly, having successfully refined the chair. Chapter 490. The Enigmatic Mirror. With a mere thought, Medusa commanded, "Expand." Suddenly, the miniature massage chair on the counter levitated and gracefully descended, its form enlarging exponentially. In the blink of an eye, it reached a length of 2 meters. This size was well within the permissible limits of the jar shop's regulations, allowing Medusa to recline comfortably upon it. The moment she settled down, she felt the chair enveloping her legs, waist, hips, and back. The pressure was perfectly calibrated, applying just the right amount of force before ceasing. Subsequently, the areas in contact with the chair began to move in a unique rhythm, applying pressure to various acupoints on Medusa's body. Medusa refrained from placing her hands inside, as she intended to relish the chair's comforts while simultaneously continuing her task of opening jars. "Dear Miss Medical Fairy, this massage chair is truly delightful," she expressed with great satisfaction. "I'm glad you find it enjoyable, Medusa." The medical fairy replied with a smile. In the next moment, Medusa addressed the medical fairy once more. "Dear Miss Medical Fairy, could you kindly fetch me another orange jar?" "Certainly, Medusa. Please hold on a moment." The medical fairy responded with a smile and promptly turned to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Medusa. This marked the 7th jar of the day. May this treasure surpass the wonders contained within the previous 6. As she gazed upon the orange jar before her, Queen Medusa offered a silent prayer within her heart. In the next moment, she extended her hand, performing a unique gesture synonymous with her serpent folk heritage to invoke the jar. Having completed the ritual, Queen Medusa slowly reached forth with her delicate, lotus-like hand and struck the jar. With a crisp crack, the orange jar shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the counter. Instantly, the broken pieces transformed into a dazzling display of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering the spectacle within invisible. What marvels would Her Majesty unveil this time? Observing the brilliant light emanating from the counter, Medusa's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This marked the 7th orange jar that Queen Medusa had opened today. The treasures from the previous 6 jars had been exceptional, leaving all in awe. May fortune favor Her Majesty once more. If so, the serpent folk would truly have a chance to rise. Huashi closed her eyes, silently beseeching the heavens for Queen Medusa's success. Truly, the queen was favored by divine providence. Today, may the treasures exceed those of yesterday. Inshur also clasped her hands in prayer. Before long, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the brilliant light began to dissipate, revealing the contents within. To their astonishment, a mirror appeared upon the counter. A mirror? Queen Medusa felt a surge of curiosity at the sight of this treasure. What extraordinary powers could lie within a mere mirror? Medusa pondered, unable to simply accept it as an ordinary object. Knowing that treasures emerging from the orange jars were typically remarkable, Huashi shared Medusa's sentiments, convinced that this mirror was no ordinary item. "Little physician, if you please, could you fetch me another orange jar?" Queen Medusa wasted no time in her inquiry, her curiosity piqued. "A mirror?" Little physician expressed surprise upon hearing the queen's question. "A mirror, indeed. What troubles you, little physician?" Queen Medusa replied, intrigued by the hesitation in her voice. "This is not merely a mirror," little physician clarified. "Not a mirror?" Queen Medusa's astonishment was palpable. "Please, wait a moment." Little physician turned the mirror over, and the once reflective surface transformed into a transparent glass. How could this be? Upon gazing into the reversed mirror, Queen Medusa was filled with profound curiosity. It was truly a marvel. "Young physician, could you enlighten me on this peculiar situation?" she inquired, unable to restrain her intrigue. "Certainly, Queen Medusa, please hold on for a moment," responded the young physician with a smile, nodding affirmatively. She then invoked the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, directing her gaze towards the mirror upon the counter. As her eyes swept over it, a message materialized before her. "Mystical mirror, one side reflects, while the other appears transparent. Only the transparent side reveals the opposite view. The mirrored side forever conceals the sights beyond it." Indeed, it was just as described. After perusing the treasure's introduction, the young physician felt a sudden clarity within her mind. "Have you discerned its nature, young physician?" Queen Medusa inquired once more, observing the expression on her face. "Indeed, my queen," replied the young physician, her smile widening as she articulated. "This object is known as the mystical mirror. One side reflects while the other appears transparent. Only the transparent side reveals the opposite view, and the mirrored side eternally obscures what lies beyond." The mystical mirror? Such an intriguing artifact. Queen Medusa's heart brimmed with delight upon hearing the young physician's explanation. This mirror indeed possessed a peculiar charm. Its application in certain unique contexts could yield extraordinary effects. Hail to Her Majesty for acquiring the mystical mirror. Hail to Her Majesty for acquiring the mystical mirror. Hail to Her Majesty for acquiring the mystical mirror. Hail to Her Majesty for acquiring the mystical mirror. At that moment, the serpent warriors within the shop offered their respectful congratulations to Queen Medusa, acknowledging the reverent praises of her subjects with a slight nod. Queen Medusa swiftly stored the mystical mirror away. Chapter 491. The Wood Attribute Spiritual Fruit. Hail to Her Majesty for acquiring the mystical mirror. Again, the serpent warriors within the shop expressed their respect and admiration. After hearing their accolades, Queen Medusa nodded once more and promptly secured the mystical mirror. In the next moment, Queen Medusa addressed the young physician once again. Young physician, would you kindly fetch me another orange jar? Of course, Queen Medusa, please hold on. The young physician replied with a smile, then quickly turned around to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. This is the 8th jar of the day. I hope that the treasure revealed this time surpasses the previous 7. Gazing at the orange jar before her, Queen Medusa silently offered a prayer. In the next moment, she extended her hand, performing a unique gesture of supplication characteristic of the serpent folk, before gently reaching forth with her delicate hand, akin to a lotus stem, to tap upon the jar. Crack! With a crisp sound, the jar shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the counter. Immediately, the shards transformed into a dazzling array of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering the scene within invisible. What treasure might Her Majesty unveil this time? As the brilliant light emanated from the counter, Medusa's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This marked the 8th orange jar opened by Queen Medusa today. The treasures from the previous 7 jars had all been quite remarkable, leaving a lasting impression. One could only hope that the Queen's fortune would shine even brighter this time. If so, the serpent folk would truly have a promising future. Dou Qi closed her eyes and offered a silent prayer for Queen Medusa. Truly, the Queen is favored by the heavens. May the treasures revealed today exceed those of yesterday. Inshur also clasped her hands in prayer. Before long, under the attentive gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the radiant light from the counter gradually dissipated, unveiling the object within. There, atop the counter, lay a blue-green fruit, roughly the size of a date, exuding a powerful aura of life. What kind of fruit is this, radiating such vitality? Queen Medusa's curiosity was piqued as she observed the fruit. The intensity of its life force was astonishing. Medusa, Dou Qi, and the others shared in her astonishment. In the next moment, Queen Medusa wasted no time and inquired directly of the little healing fairy. Can you examine the effects of this blue-green fruit for me? Of course. Your Majesty, please hold on, replied the little healing fairy with a smile, nodding in agreement. She then harnessed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun and directed her gaze toward the blue-green fruit on the counter. As her gaze swept over it, an inscription materialized before her. Wood Attribute Spiritual Fruit. This fruit possesses an exceptionally strong life force. Upon consumption, it grants the eater an enhancement of 1 attribute. Wood. Oh, so it is a wood attribute fruit. The little healing fairy felt a sense of surprise upon reading this information. Have you discerned its nature, little healing fairy? Observing the expression on the face of the little healer, Queen Medusa inquired once more. Indeed, upon hearing the words of Queen Medusa, the little healer smiled and nodded. Subsequently speaking, Your Majesty, this item is known as the Wood Attribute Spirit Fruit. This fruit possesses an exceptionally potent life force. Upon consumption, it can bestow the consumer with an additional attribute, specifically, the wood attribute. The prospect of acquiring an additional attribute, particularly one associated with wood, left Queen Medusa profoundly astonished. Previously, she had consumed a fruit of the earth attribute, which augmented one's earth-related capabilities, and now, she had the opportunity to enhance her abilities with the gentle and life-restoring qualities of the wood attribute. Indeed, Your Majesty is truly blessed to have found such a treasure. Congratulations on acquiring this precious gem. 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 After the little healer's explanation, Medusa, Dou Qi, and the others chorused their congratulations. Hearing the accolades from the serpent folk, Queen Medusa, reclining in her massage chair, nodded slightly. With a flick of her hand, a surge of energy lifted the verdant fruit from the counter, and then, Queen Medusa opened her mouth and consumed the green fruit. Once the fruit entered her body, it transformed into a peculiar energy that permeated every part of her being. Queen Medusa was acutely aware of the restrictions imposed by the shop's regulations, which prevented any alterations. In the next moment, she pressed a button on the massage chair, which then elevated, transporting her outside the shop. Upon stepping outside, the strange energy within her rapidly fused with her physical form, radiating a dazzling green light. As the brilliance subsided, she felt an additional wood attribute manifest within her, complementing the previously acquired earth attribute. With these newfound attributes, Queen Medusa not only gained remarkable endurance, but also enhanced resilience and recovery capabilities, significantly amplifying her combat prowess among her peers. Furthermore, these additional attributes would accelerate her cultivation speed and provide the necessary conditions to become an alchemist. These past few days have marked a pivotal turning point in my life. I must seize this opportunity. Queen Medusa silently resolved, then returned to the shop. Little healer, could you please fetch me another orange jar? Approached the counter and addressed the little healer. Little healer, could you please fetch me another orange jar? Certainly, your majesty. Please hold on. Upon hearing the words of Queen Medusa, the young healer smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. She swiftly turned and retrieved an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. Chapter 492. The Statue of the Xuanwu. Very well. Queen Medusa, please hold on a moment. With a gentle smile, the young healer nodded in response to Queen Medusa's request and hastily turned to fetch an orange jar, placing it before the queen. This marked the 9th jar of the day, and she hoped that the treasures within would surpass the previous 8. Gazing at the orange jar, Queen Medusa silently offered a prayer in her heart. In the next moment, she extended her hand, performing a unique gesture akin to a prayer ritual of the serpent folk, before gently reaching forward with her delicate, lotus-like arm to tap the jar. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering, the orange jar on the counter splintered into countless pieces. Immediately, the fragments transformed into a dazzling array of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. What treasure would Her Majesty unveil this time? Observing the brilliant light emanating from the counter, Medusa's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This was the 9th orange jar opened by Queen Medusa today, and the treasures from the previous 8 had been quite remarkable, leaving a lasting impression. May Her Majesty's fortune be even greater this time. If so, our serpent folk may truly have a chance to rise. The flower serpent closed her eyes, offering a silent prayer for Queen Medusa. Indeed, the queen is favored by the heavens. Today, may the treasures be even more splendid than yesterday. Inshur clasped his hands in prayer as well. After a brief moment, under the gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the dazzling light from the counter began to gradually dissipate, revealing the object within. There, atop the counter, stood an oddly shaped metallic statue. This statue resembled a magical beast. Yet none of the serpent folk, including Queen Medusa, had ever encountered such a creature. Had Yi Yun been present, he might have instantly recognized it as the Xuanwu from ancient myths of the Blue Star. Although the statue was merely palm-sized, it exuded a weighty presence, as if it bore the heft of 1,000 pounds. What manner of magical beast is this? Why does it possess such a peculiar form? Queen Medusa pondered, her curiosity piqued by the statue that had appeared on the counter. What kind of magical beast could it be, and why have we never seen it before? At this moment, Medusa, Flower Snake, and the other serpent beings were equally astonished. Little medical fairy, could you assist me in examining the treasures on this counter? Queen Medusa inquired without wasting a moment. Certainly, Queen Medusa, please hold on. The little medical fairy responded with a smile and immediately employed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, casting her gaze upon the metallic statue on the counter. As her eyes passed over it, an array of information was revealed. Xuanwu statue. Originating from the ancient myths of Blue Star, the Xuanwu statue weighs millions of pounds. Its size adjustable, capable of both stabilizing mountains and seas, and can be utilized to crush foes. Its material is extraordinarily hard, its weight overwhelming. Furthermore, this Xuanwu statue can summon the spirit of Xuanwu, with the strength of the summoned spirit varying according to the user's realm. The spirit typically lasts for half an hour, with a cooldown period of 4 hours. Wow, the Xuanwu statue from Blue Star possesses such immense power. The little medical fairy's face reflected her astonishment as she absorbed the information. Have you discerned its significance? Queen Medusa asked, observing the expression on the little medical fairy's face. Indeed, Queen Medusa. The little medical fairy affirmed with a nod, proceeding to elaborate. This is the Xuanwu statue, with its extraordinary weight and capabilities. It can summon the Xuanwu spirit, whose strength depends on the user's realm, lasting for half an hour with a cooldown of 4 hours. The Xuanwu statue? Its power is truly remarkable. Queen Medusa's heart swelled with joy upon hearing the little medical fairy's explanation. Weighing millions of pounds. This is a weight that perhaps even several mountains combined could not match. It is terrifying. Medusa, Flower Snake, and the others displayed their astonishment in response to the little medical fairy's revelations. Little medical fairy, I wonder, what is the strength of the summoned Xuanwu spirit? And how can one control this statue? Queen Medusa articulated her inquiries. Queen Medusa, once you refine it with your blood, all will be revealed. The little medical fairy replied with a gentle smile. Upon receiving the little medical fairy's response, Queen Medusa did not hesitate. She extended her fair arm, pricked her fingertip, and let a drop of blood fall upon the metallic statue. As the drop of blood fell upon the metallic statue, it instantly transformed the statue's original dark hue into a dazzling golden radiance. Once the golden light completely dissipated, the drop of blood was entirely absorbed. Simultaneously, Queen Medusa discovered a peculiar connection between herself and the statue. The statue's power was indeed formidable, if magnified to a certain extent. A single strike could obliterate my entire temple, thought Queen Medusa, having refined the statue. Furthermore, the summoned spirit of the black tortoise possessed a combat prowess 5 times greater than its original form, though this was contingent upon the statue's strength. Should my power someday approach that of the black tortoise spirit's maximum might, such effects would diminish significantly. Queen Medusa continued to analyze the statue's capabilities. After her contemplation, a sense of satisfaction welled within her, and she strode purposefully toward the counter, ready to open another orange jar. Chapter 493. What constitutes the heart's demon? Moreover, the summoned spirit of the black tortoise wielded combat strength 5-fold that of its original. However, this was within the statue's power limits. Should my strength eventually align closely with that of the black tortoise spirit's utmost force, the effects would no longer be as pronounced. Queen Medusa persisted in her evaluation of the statue's function. Upon concluding her analysis, a wave of contentment surged through her, and she made her way directly to the counter, poised to unveil yet another orange jar. Little medical fairy, could you kindly fetch me another orange jar? Queen Medusa inquired once more. Of course, Your Majesty Medusa. Please hold on, responded the little medical fairy with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement before swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her. Placing it before Queen Medusa, this marked the 10th jar of the day. She silently hoped that the treasure contained within would surpass the previous 9. Gazing at the orange jar before her, Queen Medusa offered a silent prayer. In the next moment, she extended her hand, performing a unique ritual characteristic of the serpent folk. Forming a gesture towards the jar. Having completed her preparations, Queen Medusa slowly reached forward with her delicate, lotus-like hand and struck the jar. With a crisp crack, the orange jar shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the counter. Immediately, the shards transformed into a radiant burst of light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. What kind of treasure might Her Majesty unveil this time? As the dazzling light appeared on the counter, a sense of curiosity filled Medusa's eyes. This was the 10th orange can opened by Queen Medusa today, and the treasures from the previous 9 cans had been quite remarkable, leaving one in awe. May Her Majesty's fortune be even greater this time. If so, our serpent clan would indeed have a promising future. Over at Washi, she closed her eyes and silently prayed for Queen Medusa. Truly, the queen is favored by the heavens. Today, we hope the treasure exceeds that of yesterday. Inshur also clasped his hands in prayer. Before long, under the gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the radiant light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. There, atop the counter, lay a rectangular iron box, no larger than a baby's palm. Inscribed upon the box were intricate characters, which, if Yi Yun were present, he would undoubtedly recognize as Yi Fan chewing gum. An iron box? What might it contain? Queen Medusa, gazing at the box, felt an overwhelming curiosity about the unfamiliar script. What is this? Why does its appearance evoke such a refreshing sensation within me? Mebus, entranced by the treasure on the counter, mused. Little medical fairy, could you assist me in examining this treasure? Queen Medusa inquired without hesitation. Of course, Your Majesty. Please hold on. The little medical fairy replied with a smile. Promptly activating the abilities granted to her by Yi Yun, her gaze sweeping over the iron box on the counter. As her eyes scanned the box, information materialized before her. Yi Fan chewing gum. This gum was crafted by the Blue Star Traveler, Emperor Yi, intended to commemorate life on Blue Star. However, a creation from the Emperor could not be a mundane object. This gum not only possesses a sweet aroma, but also has calming effects, aiding in the dispelling of inner demons. Ah, so it is chewing gum made by Emperor Yi. The little medical fairy felt a wave of surprise after reading the information about the treasure. Have you discerned its nature? Queen Medusa inquired again, noticing the expression on the little medical fairy's face. Indeed, Your Majesty. The little medical fairy responded, regaining her composure. This item is called Yi Fan chewing gum, crafted by the Blue Star Traveler, Emperor Yi, intended to reminisce about life on Blue Star. Yet, a creation from the Emperor cannot be ordinary. This gum not only has a delightful flavor, but also provides tranquility and aids in overcoming inner turmoil. How to rid oneself of the affliction of inner demons. Upon hearing the words of the young healer, Queen Medusa felt a profound sense of perplexity. What exactly are these inner demons? In the realm of Dou Qi, the concept of inner demons does not exist, yet in other vast worlds, their impact on practitioners is tremendously significant. What are these inner demons? Queen Medusa inquired, her curiosity piqued. To be honest, I am not entirely certain either. The young healer replied, shaking her head. Even the young healer is unaware of the nature of these inner demons? This revelation left Queen Medusa somewhat astonished. Could it be that the emergence of inner demons is akin to an ailment? Mo speculated aloud. An ailment? Is it truly capable of affecting the powerful? Huaxier asked. How would I know? Mo shrugged. Upon realizing that the young healer was also ignorant of the inner demons, Queen Medusa had no choice but to relent. She silently retrieved the gum from the counter and then turned once more to the young healer, saying, Might I trouble you for another orange jar? Certainly, Queen Medusa, please hold on. The young healer smiled and nodded, quickly turning around to fetch an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. This marked the 11th jar of the day. She hoped that the treasures contained within would surpass those of the previous 10 jars. As she gazed at the orange jar before her, Queen Medusa whispered a silent prayer. In the next moment, she extended her hand, performing a ritual unique to the serpent people, forming a gesture towards the jar. Having completed her preparations, Queen Medusa slowly reached forth with her delicate, lotus-like hand to strike the jar. With a crisp crack, the jar shattered, scattering its remnants across the counter. Chapter 494, Chu Feng Brand Coconut Juice. In an instant, the fragments of the broken orange jar transformed into a dazzling spectacle of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present, leaving them unable to discern the unfolding scene. What wonders will Her Majesty unveil from this jar? As the dazzling rays of light emerged from the counter, Medusa's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This was the 11th orange jar opened today by Queen Medusa. The treasures from the previous 10 jars had been quite remarkable, leaving everyone astounded. May the Queen's fortune shine even brighter this time. If so, our serpent clan may truly rise to prominence. On the other side, the flower serpent closed her eyes, silently praying for Queen Medusa. Truly, the Queen is favored by the heavens. Today, we hope the treasures revealed surpass those of yesterday. Inshur also joined in prayer, hands clasped together. Before long, under the gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the dazzling light slowly dissipated, revealing the contents within the jar. On the counter appeared what seemed to be a paper-wrapped item. What could this be? Queen Medusa's heart brimmed with curiosity as she gazed at the treasure on the counter. This object resembled the previous chewing gum, adorned with similar inscriptions. Medusa and the flower serpent exchanged intrigued glances at the sight of the newfound treasure. Without wasting a moment, Queen Medusa turned to the little medical fairy and inquired, Dear little medical fairy, could you assist me in examining this treasure on the counter? Of course, Your Majesty. Please wait a moment. The little medical fairy smiled and nodded in response to Queen Medusa's request. She swiftly harnessed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yun and directed her gaze towards the item on the counter. As her eyes swept over it, information immediately manifested. Chu Feng Coconut Juice. This beverage was crafted by a powerful being from the Blue Star, nostalgic for their homeland, in a foreign realm. It not only possesses the rich flavor characteristic of coconut juice, but also contains potent spiritual energy. A single bottle of this coconut juice holds enough energy to elevate a person from nothing to the status of a Douluo expert, making it exceptionally suitable for replenishing energy and practicing in energy-scarce environments. Another product from the great beings of the Blue Star. What a formidable place Blue Star is. The little medical fairy mused, her curiosity piqued by the revealed information. Have you discerned its nature? Queen Medusa inquired, observing the expression on the little medical fairy's face. Indeed, Your Majesty. The little medical fairy smiled and nodded, then elaborated. This item is known as Chu Feng Coconut Juice, created by a powerful being from the Blue Star in a nostalgic endeavor. It not only possesses the rich flavor of coconut juice, but also harbors significant spiritual energy. A full bottle contains enough energy to elevate an individual from nothing to a Douluo expert, making it remarkably suitable for replenishing energy and training in energy-deprived locales. What? This small vial of coconut juice possesses the astonishing energy capable of elevating one from the very beginning to the revered realm of Douluo. Upon hearing the introduction from the little medical fairy, Queen Medusa's eyes widened with sheer astonishment. The serpent warriors, including Medusa and Huaxi, shared her amazement. According to the little medical fairy, the energy contained within this vial was indeed remarkable. The products from the jar shop are truly formidable. At this moment, Queen Medusa was filled with immense joy. With this coconut juice in her possession, she would no longer have to worry about lacking the energy of heaven and earth in times of adversity. Moreover, its potency could be directly utilized as a remedy for restoring combat energy, significantly enhancing endurance in battle. Truly, these past 2 days have been splendid. Queen Medusa silently expressed her gratitude, and without wasting a moment, she turned once more to the little medical fairy and said, Dear little medical fairy, could you please bring me another orange jar? Of course, Queen Medusa, please hold on. The little medical fairy smiled and nodded, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. This marked the 12th jar of the day, and she hoped that the treasures within would surpass those of the previous 11. Gazing at the orange jar before her, Queen Medusa whispered a silent prayer. In the next moment, she extended her hand, performing a unique gesture of supplication characteristic of the serpent folk, and with that, she gently reached forward with her delicate, lotus-like hand to strike the jar. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering, the orange jar on the counter was instantly reduced to fragments. Immediately, the shards transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. What treasure would Her Majesty unveil this time? Observing the brilliant light emanating from the counter, Mebus was filled with curiosity. This was the 12th orange jar opened by Queen Medusa today, and the treasures from the previous 11 had been quite impressive, leaving everyone in awe. May Her Majesty's fortune shine even brighter this time. If that were the case, our serpent clan would indeed have a promising future. Washi closed her eyes and offered a silent prayer for Queen Medusa. Truly, she is favored by the heavens. Today, may the treasure revealed surpass that of yesterday. Inshur clasped his hands together in prayer as well. Before long, under the gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the dazzling light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. Before the counter, a miniature transparent cabinet materialized, revealing a picturesque scene of ice and snow within its crystalline shell. Chapter 495, The Frigid Cabinet. Moments later, under the gaze of Queen Medusa and her companions, the dazzling radiance emanating from the counter gradually faded, unveiling the treasures contained within. The sight of the cabinet sparked a profound curiosity in Queen Medusa's eyes. It appeared to be a veritable winter wonderland, reminiscent of an ice cellar when magnified. Observing the items displayed, Mebus, the flower serpent, and others were equally intrigued, their minds racing with speculation. Little physician, could you assist me in examining the treasures upon the counter? Queen Medusa inquired, foregoing any further conjecture. Certainly, Queen Medusa. Please hold for a moment, replied the little physician with a smile, as she promptly harnessed the abilities granted to her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze towards the treasures. As her eyes swept over the cabinet, a stream of information became manifest. Extreme cold ice cabinet. This cabinet is not a physical object. Its outer walls are entirely permeable, and the cabinet itself can expand, potentially enveloping a radius of 1,000 miles. Within this vast domain, the chilling forces can be meticulously adjusted. Oh, it is indeed a treasure that harmonizes with the elements and alters the climate. The little physician's face radiated astonishment after absorbing the information. Have you discerned its nature? Queen Medusa pressed, observing the little physician's expression. Indeed, Queen Medusa. The little physician nodded with a smile, proceeding to elucidate. The extreme cold ice cabinet is not a tangible entity. Its exterior is fully traversable, and it can expand to encompass a 1,000-mile radius, allowing for the regulation of icy energies within that expanse. What? Queen Medusa's eyes widened in disbelief at the little physician's explanation. Thus, this object serves as a prison intertwined with the elements, where the climate is exceedingly frigid, capable of concentrating the chill from all locales into a singular point. She rapidly analyzed in her mind. In the next moment, Queen Medusa turned directly to the little physician and inquired, "Might you enlighten me on how to utilize this artifact?" "Ah, it merely requires a drop of blood to acknowledge its master." The little physician responded without hesitation. "Is that so?" Upon hearing the response from the little physician, Queen Medusa showed no hesitation. She extended her delicate arm, drew a fine cut upon her fingertip, and let a single drop of her blood fall upon the white icebox on the counter. In the next moment, a dazzling white light emanated from the icebox, and as this radiant glow faded, the white container absorbed every drop of the queen's blood. Simultaneously, Queen Medusa discovered a multitude of peculiar connections forming between herself and the icebox. So this is how it works. Under her mental command, the white icebox on the counter suddenly vanished from sight. Stepping outside the jar shop, an invisible barrier swiftly expanded in the space around her, enveloping a radius of 1 mile in an instant. Once this was achieved, Queen Medusa exerted her control to halt its expansion. Within this 1-mile space, shrouded by the invisible barrier, the temperature plummeted drastically. Were it not for the fact that most of the serpent people within this area possessed cultivation levels above that of a battle master, they would have struggled against such frigid conditions. This was merely a fraction of her power, yet the cold was already so intense. One could only wonder what degree of chill would arise should she unleash her full strength and concentrate it in a particular area. After conducting this experiment, Queen Medusa felt a profound sense of satisfaction. In the next moment, she withdrew the icy force and returned to the jar shop. Although the frigid space enveloped a 1-mile radius, the little physician and others within the shop remained oblivious to any changes. Due to certain laws and constraints, the icy power could not affect the temperature within the confines of the jar shop. Little physician, could you please fetch me another orange jar? Upon entering the jar shop, Queen Medusa wasted no time and addressed the little physician once more. Of course, Queen Medusa, please hold on. Hearing the queen's request, the little physician smiled and nodded, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelves behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. This was the 13th jar of the day. She silently hoped that the treasure contained within would surpass the merits of the previous 12 jars. Gazing at the orange jar before her, Queen Medusa offered a silent prayer. In the next moment, she extended her hand, performing a gesture characteristic of the serpent people's sacred ritual, preparing herself. With this, Queen Medusa slowly reached forward with her delicate hand, poised to strike the jar. Crack! As the crisp sound of the jar shattering resonated, the orange jar on the counter instantly splintered into countless pieces. Immediately thereafter, the fragments of the broken jar transformed into a brilliant display of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them incapable of discerning the spectacle within. Uncertain of what the queen might unveil this time, Medusa gazed at the dazzling radiance emanating from the counter, his eyes alight with curiosity. This marked the 13th orange jar opened by Queen Medusa today, and the treasures revealed from the previous 12 had been quite remarkable, leaving one in awe. May the queen's fortune be even more favorable this time. If so, our serpent clan shall truly rise. Over on the side, the flower serpent closed her eyes, offering a silent prayer for Queen Medusa. Truly, the queen is favored by the heavens. Today, may the treasures exceed those of yesterday. The underworld, too, clasped its hands in prayer. Before long, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the brilliant light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the items within. There appeared a long spear, its tip fashioned from a hollow metal tube, and at the grip, a peculiar twisted handle reminiscent of a throttle on a motorcycle. Chapter 496, The Flamethrower. Once again, the radiant light from the counter faded, unveiling the item inside. The long spear intrigued Queen Medusa, stirring her curiosity. It resembled a weapon. Yet why was its tip a hollow circular tube? Medusa, the flower serpent, and others shared the same astonishment at the spear's design. In the next moment, Queen Medusa wasted no time and directly inquired of the little medicine fairy. Dear little medicine fairy, could you examine the treasure on the counter for me? Of course. Queen Medusa, please hold on. The little medicine fairy responded with a smile, nodding before immediately employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yun, her gaze sweeping over the treasure on the counter. As her eyes scanned the item, information materialized before her. Flamethrower. This weapon utilizes a fire-type magic core as its energy source. When activated, the muzzle can expel a column of flame with 5 levels of intensity. Level 1 produces ordinary flames, posing a threat to those below the rank of fighter. Level 2 is effective against great fighters, Level 3 against spirit fighters, Level 4 against kings, and Level 5 can threaten emperors. Ah, so this is a convenient weapon. The little medicine fairy exclaimed in surprise after absorbing the information. Have you discerned its nature? Queen Medusa inquired once more, observing the expression on the little medicine fairy's face. Indeed, Queen Medusa. Upon hearing her words, the little healer smiled and nodded, promptly elaborating. Your Majesty, this object is known as the flame gun. It harnesses the power of a fire-type magic core as its energy source. When activated, it can emit a column of flames from its muzzle, featuring 5 distinct settings. The first setting produces ordinary flames, posing a threat to those beneath the rank of a Dou Master. The second setting can contend with Grand Dou Masters, the third with Dou Spirits, the fourth with Dou Kings, and the fifth can indeed threaten Dou Emperors. The mention of a flame gun, with its 5 settings capable of directly menacing a Dou Emperor, astonished Queen Medusa. After all, a Dou Emperor is an exceedingly formidable being, capable of condensing a powerful Dou Qi energy shield. Ordinary flames are utterly incapable of inflicting harm upon them. Even the fire from 5th or 6th tier magical beasts can be easily resisted by a Dou Emperor. Is it truly possible for this gun to possess such power? Huashir, upon hearing the little healer's explanation, felt an even deeper sense of astonishment. The described power seemed overwhelmingly potent. Even an ordinary individual, lacking any fighting prowess, could pose a direct threat to a Dou Emperor when wielding this weapon. While it is true that a Dou Emperor's attack could instantly slay an unarmed person, in the hands of a capable Dou King, this weapon would fully unleash its potential. Indeed, it is a remarkable treasure. Mobas nodded in agreement, expressing his admiration for this extraordinary item. Huashir, this gift is bestowed upon you. Just as the serpent people were reeling from their astonishment, Queen Medusa spoke up. Given her own strength, this weapon would hold little utility for her. However, for Hua Shi, a Dou King and the captain of her guards, wielding the flame gun would significantly enhance her capabilities. Is it truly for me? Thank you, Your Majesty, Hua Shi exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude as she processed the Queen's words. Yes, take it, said Queen Medusa, gesturing as she transferred the treasure into Hua Shi's hands. Thank you for your generous gift, Your Majesty, Hua Shi exclaimed, her grip on the flame gun tightening with excitement. Go, give it a try, Queen Medusa encouraged softly. Yes. With renewed enthusiasm, Hua Shi rushed outside the shop, clutching the flame gun. After a slight twist, a flame column, several meters long, erupted from the hollow tube, instantly raising the ambient temperature. With another gentle twist, the intensity of the flames surged, and she could adjust the length of the flame column as well. Haha, this second setting truly poses a threat to Grand Dou Masters, Hua Shi proclaimed with exhilaration. Immediately afterward, the Serpent Maiden made a series of attempts, testing the might of the flame gun at its third, fourth, and fifth settings. By the fifth setting, the sheer warmth radiating from the flames made her feel intensely hot. The power of the flame at this level was indeed formidable. It was no wonder it was designed in such a long-barreled fashion. Being too close could easily injure the wielder. As she felt the potency of the flame gun, the Serpent Maiden mused to herself. Meanwhile, Queen Medusa, having observed the Serpent Maiden's manipulation of the flame gun, turned on her heel and made her way back to the counter. Drawing from the experience of the previous day, she understood the urgency of purchasing several jars before the sun fully set. Otherwise, she would have to wait until the following day when the apothecary closed for the night. Little apothecary, could you please fetch me another orange jar? Queen Medusa approached the counter, wasting no time in addressing the young healer directly. Of course, Your Majesty. Just a moment. The young healer smiled and nodded, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before the queen. This marked the 14th jar of the day. She hoped that the treasure contained within would surpass the previous 13. Gazing at the orange jar before her, Queen Medusa silently prayed. In the next moment, she extended her hand, performing a unique gesture in a prayer ritual characteristic of her serpent kin. Once prepared, she gently reached forward, her delicate hand resembling a lotus stem, and struck the jar. Crack! With a crisp shattering sound, the orange jar splintered into countless pieces, transforming into a dazzling array of radiant light that obscured everyone's view, rendering the contents within invisible. Chapter 497, Longevity Elixir. As the shards of the broken orange jar erupted in resplendent radiance, curiosity filled the eyes of Mobus. What treasure would Her Majesty unveil this time? This was the 14th orange jar opened by Queen Medusa today, and the previous 13 had yielded remarkable treasures that captivated all. May Her Majesty's fortune shine even brighter this time. If so, our serpent clan may truly rise to prominence. The Serpent Maiden closed her eyes, offering a silent prayer for Queen Medusa. Indeed, the heavens have favored Her Majesty. Today, may the treasure be even more extraordinary than yesterday's. Inshur joined in with hands clasped in prayer. Before long, under the gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the radiant light on the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the items within. Upon closer inspection, a pill of green tinged with purple emerged upon the counter, exuding a formidable energy. What manner of pill could possess such power? The sight of this treasure left Queen Medusa astounded. This pill must surely be of the 7th tier, emanating energy comparable to that of the earlier transformation pill. On the other side, as gazed at the green pill on the counter, he too was struck with astonishment and began to ponder its significance. Indeed, this pill appeared to be extraordinary. Hearing's conjecture, the flower serpent girl nodded in agreement. Little medical fairy, could you examine the treasure on the counter for me? Queen Medusa wasted no time in making her inquiry to the little medical fairy. Of course, Queen Medusa, please hold on. The little medical fairy smiled and nodded in response to Queen Medusa's request, promptly invoking the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, her gaze sweeping over the treasures on the counter. As her eyes passed over the items, information immediately revealed itself. Longevity pill. This pill, known as the longevity pill, when consumed, grants the individual an additional 499 years of life, while also possessing the ability to heal injuries. Its effects are remarkable. A longevity pill. How precious indeed. After perusing the information on the counter, the little medical fairy felt a wave of curiosity. An increase of over 400 years of life grants even the most inept individuals a substantial opportunity to cultivate to a commendable level. Little medical fairy, have you discerned its nature? Observing the expression on the little medical fairy's face, Queen Medusa inquired once more. Indeed, Queen Medusa, the little medical fairy, having regained her composure, smiled and nodded, then proceeded to elucidate. This pill is called the longevity pill. When ingested, it allows one to extend their lifespan by 499 years. while also possessing healing properties. Its efficacy is exceptional. What? An extension of over 400 years of life? How terrifying. Upon hearing the little medical fairy's words, Queen Medusa was instantly filled with exhilaration. It is known that a Dou warrior's lifespan is merely a century, while a Dou warrior may reach 200 years. Some Dou warriors, perhaps due to latent injuries, may not even survive to see 200. Yet this pill, even if consumed by an ordinary person, could extend their life by more than 400 years. This is truly astonishing. With an additional 400 years of life, should Her Majesty the Queen consume it, in due time, she would undoubtedly ascend to an extraordinarily formidable level. At that point, our serpent clan shall thrive perpetually. Listening to the introduction from the little healer, Huashir felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Is this pill devoid of any grade? Queen Medusa inquired, her expression one of astonishment. Indeed, it bears no rank. It is not a concoction from the Dou Qi continent, but rather hails from the realm of cultivation. The little healer replied without hesitation. Ah, I see. Upon hearing the little healer's explanation, Queen Medusa ceased her hesitation and promptly seized the pill from the counter, consuming it in one swift motion. She understood that such a pill would require her to venture outside the jar shop to truly transform her constitution. Before long, Queen Medusa found herself outside the jar shop, and as she stepped into the open air, the potent medicinal energy coursing through her body began to intertwine with her very being. She could distinctly perceive the elongation of her lifespan. Truly a treasure. The satisfaction of her newfound longevity filled Queen Medusa's heart. Without delay, she returned to the jar shop and addressed the little healer. My dear healer, might I trouble you for another orange jar? Certainly, Queen Medusa, please hold on a moment. The little healer responded with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement, before swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before the queen. This marks the 15th jar of the day. May this treasure surpass those of the previous 14. Queen Medusa silently prayed as she gazed at the orange jar before her. In the next instant, she extended her hand, performing a unique prayer gesture characteristic of her serpentine kin, and once prepared, she delicately tapped the jar with her graceful hand. Reminiscent of a lotus stem, with a crisp crack, the orange jar shattered into countless pieces, and in an instant, the fragments transformed into a dazzling array of radiant light that obscured the vision of all present. No one could discern the spectacle within. What marvel will Her Majesty unveil this time? As the resplendent light emanated from the counter, Medusa's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This would be the 15th orange jar opened by Queen Medusa, and the treasures from the previous 14 had indeed been remarkable, leaving everyone in awe. May Her Majesty's fortune shine even brighter this time. If so, our serpent clan shall truly rise. Huashir closed her eyes, offering a silent prayer for Queen Medusa. Indeed, the queen is favored by the heavens. May the treasures revealed today surpass those of yesterday. Inshur clasped his hands in prayer as well. Before long, under the watchful gazes of Queen Medusa and the others, the radiant light from the counter began to slowly dissipate, unveiling the contents within. Chapter 498. The Re-emergence of the Inner World. Truly, Her Majesty the Queen is favored by the heavens. Today, we hope that the treasures revealed will surpass even those of yesterday. The shadowy realm also joins in silent prayer. Before long, under the gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the dazzling radiance emanating from the counter gradually dissipated, unveiling the items within. There, resting upon the counter, lay a diamond-shaped crystal, approximately the size of an egg. Its appearance was rather unremarkable, devoid of any detectable energy fluctuations. Is this merely a stone? Observing this seemingly ordinary rock, Queen Medusa was filled with perplexity. Unlike the previous array of treasures, which were predominantly spherical and exuded an extraordinary aura, this diamond-shaped white stone seemed far from impressive, leaving the queen somewhat disheartened. On the other side, Medusa was equally bewildered upon seeing the diamond stone, as he had never encountered such a treasure before and thus refrained from offering any speculation. An irregular stone? Meanwhile, Xiao felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the diamond stone that had appeared on the counter, as it bore a faint resemblance to one of the treasures previously revealed by Xiao Suner. In the next moment, Xiao summoned the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, directing her gaze towards the white stone on the counter. As her eyes swept over it, a stream of information materialized before her. Miniature inner world, originating from the realm of indestructible martial sovereign. It is an inner world crafted by a powerful being, encompassing a spatial domain of 3,000 miles. This inner world contains mountains, rivers, lakes, and forests, forming a complete ecosystem. Once refined, it grants the wielder dominion over the laws governing this realm. Indeed, it is the miniature inner world. It appears my memory serves me well. Upon reading the description of the diamond stone, Xiao Yishian's heart surged with excitement. She had not anticipated that Queen Medusa's fortune would be so splendid, bringing forth such a wondrous treasure. In that moment, she found herself eagerly awaiting Yi Yun's return that evening, hoping he might utilize his lucky hammer to unveil even more potent and transformative treasures. Just as Xiao Yixian finished contemplating the stone's properties, Queen Medusa inquired, "My dear Xiao Yixian, can you discern what this little stone is?" Responding to the queen's question, Xiao Yixian regained her composure and, with a tinge of envy, elaborated. "Your Majesty, the diamond stone you have unveiled is known as the miniature inner world. It originates from the fantasy realm of indestructible martial sovereign, created by a formidable being within their own body. This inner world contains mountains, rivers, lakes, and more. Once refined, it shall become your own inner world, and you may even enter this realm yourself." Ah, the inner world. Upon hearing such an introduction from the young healer, Queen Medusa grasped the essence of the inner realm. Her worldview once again transformed. In the Dou Qi continent, there exists a peculiar stone imbued with spatial properties, known as the Na's stone. This stone serves as the fundamental material for crafting Na's rings. However, its internal space is exceedingly limited. Even the most advanced Na's rings possess a mere span of several dozen feet. Furthermore, once an individual's cultivation surpasses the rank of Dou Qi, they acquire the ability to create a space externally. Yet, it is utterly impossible to establish an inner realm based on one's own body. Such a system surpasses Queen Medusa's comprehension. At this moment, the individuals standing behind Queen Medusa, including Mebus and Washir, were equally astonished, as this inner world transcended their understanding. "Young healer, might you enlighten me on the usage of this peculiar object?" Queen Medusa managed to suppress her inner excitement and inquired of the young healer. Without hesitation, the healer replied, "To use it, one must simply grasp it firmly and silently recite the words refine. Additionally, upon the initial refinement, you must designate a location within your body for it, such as the arm, palm, or the center of your brow. Is that so?" Queen Medusa reflected on the healer's explanation, gaining clarity. In the next moment, she extended her hand and grasped the diamond-shaped stone resting on the counter. With a silent thought of refine, the stone transformed into a beam of white light that surged into her palm. Clearly, her intention was to situate the inner realm within her palm. Almost instantaneously, a subtle connection was forged between her mind and the diamond stone nestled in her hand. As her thoughts stirred, a vivid image of a world unfolded within her mind, a realm filled with mountains and rivers, flowers and grass, strikingly similar to the real world. Moreover, Queen Medusa discovered that she could command the transition between day and night in this realm at will, if she desired. The world could bask in eternal daylight or succumb to perpetual night. What do you think, Queen Medusa? Is your inner realm not wondrous? After Queen Medusa successfully refined the inner realm into her body, the young healer inquired with a smile. As Queen Medusa withdrew her focus from the inner realm, she nodded in delight and replied, "Indeed, it is remarkably extraordinary. Furthermore, I believe I have grasped the meaning of mastering the laws of this world. Little medical fairy, would you care to step into my inner realm?" Queen Medusa invited with a smile. "No need. I am already well acquainted with such realms," Little medical fairy replied, waving her hand at the queen's invitation. Indeed, as an assistant at the Little Medical Fairy's jar shop, she had encountered countless treasures. Queen Medusa mused inwardly upon hearing her response. In the next moment, Queen Medusa momentarily set aside her joy from acquiring the inner realm and addressed Little Medical Fairy once more. "My dear, could you fetch me another orange jar?" "Certainly. Your Majesty, please hold on." Little Medical Fairy responded with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Swiftly, she turned and retrieved an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. "This marks the 16th jar of the day. May the treasure within surpass the previous 15. Queen Medusa silently prayed as she gazed at the orange jar before her. With that, she extended her hand, performing a gesture unique to her serpent clan as part of a prayer ritual. Having completed her preparations, Queen Medusa gradually reached forward with her delicate, lotus-like hand to strike the jar. Crack! With the sharp sound of the jar shattering, the orange fragments scattered across the counter. The shards transformed into a dazzling display of auroral light, obscuring everyone's view of the unfolding spectacle. One could only wonder what treasure would emerge from this jar. Watching the radiant light, Mebus's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This was the 16th orange jar that Queen Medusa had opened today, and the previous 15 had yielded impressive treasures. May the queen's fortune be even greater this time. If so, our serpent clan shall surely rise, prayed the flower serpent, closing her eyes in fervent hope for Queen Medusa. Truly, the queen is favored by the heavens. Today, may the treasure be even more splendid than yesterday. The Een clan member joined in, hands clasped in prayer. Before long, under the watchful eyes of Queen Medusa and the others, the dazzling light from the counter began to dissipate, revealing the treasures contained within. Upon the counter lay a solitary flying dagger, or rather, 9 of them, their slender blades pressed closely together. The material of these daggers exuded an extraordinary quality at first glance. What could this be? Queen Medusa's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed at the daggers on the counter. The only other individual present who could recognize them, aside from the little healer, was the elder of the serpent clan, Inshur. In the realm of combat practitioners, flying daggers were not employed as weapons. They were utilized only by ordinary folk for hunting and similar endeavors, for once one became a fighter, such daggers became obsolete. Elder Inshur, do you recognize this? Upon hearing Inshur's words, Queen Medusa turned to inquire. Your Majesty, I have indeed encountered such items before. They are remote weapons used by ordinary humans lacking cultivation. Capable of inflicting harm when thrown, Inshur replied respectfully to Queen Medusa. Ordinary folk use this for hunting? Medusa found it difficult to believe Inshur's explanation. How could something sold at the potions shop be so trivial, especially when it was an orange potion valued at 1 million gold coins? Following Inshur's words, both Mobas and Huashir cast skeptical glances at him. Your Majesty, this item merely resembles a flying dagger in shape, considering its materials. It is implausible that ordinary humans could craft a dagger of such fine quality, Inshur remarked with a light chuckle, feeling the weight of their scrutiny. Without further ado, Queen Medusa turned to the little healer and asked, My dear healer, could you assist me in examining this treasure? Certainly, Your Majesty. Please hold on. The little healer smiled and nodded, immediately employing the ability bestowed upon her by Yiyun to scrutinize the treasures on the counter. As her gaze swept over the daggers, a wealth of information was revealed. 9-fold flying daggers. These daggers were forged by a master of the cultivation world, crafted from exquisite materials, impervious to destruction by ordinary strong individuals. Their sharpness allows them to easily slice through armor and energy shields, and within each dagger lies a hidden secret technique, divided into 9 levels, with each level's power compounding. So they are indeed flying daggers, and they possess a secret technique. The little healer marveled at the information she had gleaned. My dear healer, have you discerned their nature? Queen Medusa inquired once more, observing the expression on the little healer's face. Indeed, I have. Upon hearing the inquiry from Queen Medusa, the young healer smiled and nodded, then spoke. Queen Medusa, this item is known as the 9-fold flying dagger. This dagger was forged by a prominent figure in the realm of cultivation, crafted from exquisite materials that ordinary strong beings cannot hope to shatter. Its sharpness is unparalleled, capable of effortlessly slicing through armor and energy shields. Furthermore, within this dagger lies a secret technique, which consists of 9 tiers. Each tier's power accumulates upon the previous one. The revelation of the 9-fold flying dagger and its secret technique left Queen Medusa astounded. The fact that it was crafted by a master of the cultivation world, concealing such a technique, was remarkable. On the other hand, Mebas was equally astonished and recalled the purple cloud sword previously wielded by Queen Medusa, which also harbored a formidable sword technique. Dear young healer, do you know how to utilize this dagger? Queen Medusa inquired curiously as she regained her composure. Simply by dripping blood to recognize its master. The young healer replied without hesitation. Dripping blood to recognize its master. With no hesitation, Queen Medusa extended her hand, sliced her fingertip, and allowed a drop of blood to fall onto the interconnected flying daggers on the counter. In the next moment, a dazzling radiance erupted from the dagger. As the brilliance dissipated, the drop of blood was completely absorbed by the dagger. Simultaneously, a peculiar bond formed between Queen Medusa and the dagger. Within her mind, a vast amount of information surged forth, though she could only access a portion of it at that moment. The first technique of the dagger unleashed a standard attack with 100% of her power. The second technique could unleash 150% of her innate strength, while the third could manifest 200%, and so forth. Ultimately, the 9th technique would unleash 5 times her inherent power, a level of prowess achievable only through heavenly tier combat skills. Moreover, the dagger's inherent sharpness would exponentially amplify the devastating impact of the attack. In this present age, Queen Medusa has mastered the 3 foundational techniques of the flying knife, enabling her to unleash a force twice that of her true self. Most crucially, this flying knife technique requires virtually no energy expenditure and is executed with astonishing swiftness, nearly instantaneous in its delivery. Thus, this technique proves to be immensely threatening, rendering it nearly insurmountable for the average individual. Congratulations to Her Majesty the Queen on acquiring this treasure. Within the confines of the shop, the serpent folk, having comprehended the potency of the treasure unveiled by Queen Medusa, began to extend their heartfelt congratulations. Upon hearing the praises from these formidable serpent beings, Queen Medusa offered a slight nod, her gaze shifting to the shelves behind the little healer. In the next moment, she approached the counter and addressed the little healer once more, saying, "Kindly fetch me another orange jar, if you please." "Certainly, Your Majesty, please hold on," replied the little healer with a smile, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelves behind her and placing it before Queen Medusa. This marked the 17th jar of the day, and Queen Medusa silently hoped that this treasure would surpass the 15 that had preceded it. Gazing at the orange jar before her, a prayer formed in her heart. The next moment, Queen Medusa extended her hand, performing a gesture unique to the serpent folk as part of a prayer ritual toward the jar. Having completed this, she slowly advanced her delicate, lotus-like hand to strike the jar. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered, scattering its fragments across the counter. Immediately, the shards of the broken orange jar transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring the view of all present, leaving them unable to discern the spectacle within. What treasure will Her Majesty unveil this time? Observing the radiant spectacle at the counter, Medusa's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This was the 17th orange jar opened by Queen Medusa today. The previous 16 had yielded delightful treasures. May Her Majesty's fortune shine even brighter this time. With such hopes, the serpent folk felt the prospect of their ascendancy grow ever more promising. The flower serpent closed her eyes, offering a silent prayer for Queen Medusa. Truly, she is favored by the heavens. May this treasure surpass all that came before. The beings of the underworld also joined their hands in prayer. Before long, under the watchful eyes of Queen Medusa and the others, the dazzling radiance from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. Before them, atop the counter, appeared a slender, cylindrical green glass cup. Indeed, its shape unmistakably resembled that of a cup. A cup? Gazing upon this enigmatic object, Queen Medusa's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She wondered what purpose such a vessel could serve. What treasure could this cup possibly hold? Surely, it could not possess effects akin to the previously encountered water-gathering bowl. Similarly intrigued, Mobas also contemplated the implications of this green cylinder, recalling the earlier bowl. This cup is rather aesthetically pleasing. It would make a splendid choice for enjoying wine, mused Dou Qi. Meanwhile, Queen Medusa wasted no time in speculation and directly inquired of the young healer. "My dear healer, could you assist me in discerning its properties?" "Of course. Queen Medusa, please hold for a moment." The young healer smiled and nodded in response to the queen's request. She promptly summoned the powers bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze toward the treasures upon the counter. As her sight scanned the items, information about the glass cup was revealed. Spirit Energy Glass Cup. The material of this cup is beyond trace. Water contained within this vessel will swiftly transform into spirit water. This spirit water accelerates cultivation and replenishes energy, capable of infinite usage without any diminution in effect. Remarkable. It can produce spirit water without limitation. How extraordinary. Upon reviewing the details of the treasure, the young healer felt a surge of intrigue. "Have you discerned its nature?" Queen Medusa inquired, noting the expression on the healer's face. "Indeed, I have," the healer affirmed, her smile unwavering. "Queen Medusa, this item is known as the Spirit Energy Glass Cup. Its material is untraceable. Water placed within will rapidly convert into spirit water, which enhances cultivation and restores energy, usable infinitely, without loss of efficacy. What? It produces spirit water without restriction, and its effects remain undiminished." Queen Medusa was taken aback by the healer's explanation. How wondrous. The continuous production of spirit water, if one were to amass it. The potential benefits would be monumental. The astonishment was palpable among Mobas, Dou Qi, and the other serpent warriors, their eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 501. A Familiar Identity in Combat. How extraordinary. Indeed, the continuous generation of spiritual essence holds immense potential when one considers the prospect of producing it relentlessly and storing it. Upon hearing the words of the young medical sage, the formidable serpent beings, Mokba, Dou Qi, and Inshi, gazed in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. "Young medical sage, based on your description, this cup should be usable by anyone, correct?" inquired Queen Medusa once more. "Indeed, this object requires no master. It is accessible to all." The young medical sage nodded affirmatively without hesitation. According to her, even an ordinary person could utilize it. Queen Medusa contemplated how to organize 7 individuals into teams, with each working 1 day and resting for 6, ensuring a constant production of spiritual essence. Suppressing her excitement, Queen Medusa carefully stored the cup from the counter and addressed the young medical sage again. "Young medical sage, could you kindly retrieve an orange jar for me?" "Certainly. Queen Medusa, please hold on a moment." The young medical sage smiled and nodded, swiftly turning to the counter to fetch an orange jar, placing it before Queen Medusa. This marked the 18th jar of the day, and she silently hoped that the treasure within would surpass those from the previous 17 jars. As she gazed at the orange jar, Queen Medusa offered a silent prayer. With a graceful motion, she performed a unique serpentine ritual, crafting a gesture towards the jar. Once prepared, she extended her delicate hand, akin to a lotus stem, and gently struck the jar. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed as the orange jar splintered into countless pieces. Immediately, the fragments transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering the scene within a mystery. What treasure might the queen unveil this time? Mokba's eyes glimmered with curiosity as he beheld the brilliant light emanating from the counter. This was the 18th orange jar opened by Queen Medusa today, and the previous 17 had yielded remarkable treasures that left them in awe. May the queen's fortune shine once more. If so, our serpent race shall surely rise. Huashir closed her eyes, offering a silent prayer for Queen Medusa's success. Truly, the queen is favored by the heavens. May the treasure revealed surpass all that has come before. Inshur joined in, hands clasped in fervent supplication. After a short while, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the dazzling radiance emanating from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the items within. On the counter lay a black scroll, its surface entirely dark yet exuding an aura of antiquity. This black scroll appeared shrouded in mystery, remarked the flower serpent with a glint of intrigue in her eyes. Indeed, it is rather enigmatic, nodded Meba's in agreement. Little medical fairy, could you examine this scroll for me? Queen Medusa inquired without delay, directing her attention toward the little medical fairy. Certainly, Queen Medusa, please hold on, replied the little medical fairy with a smile. Quickly harnessing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, her gaze sweeping over the black scroll on the counter. Instantly, a line of information materialized before her. Ninefold Shadow Clone, a primary Earth-grade body technique, divided into 9 tiers. With each successful cultivation of a tier, one can manifest an additional shadow. The practitioner can freely swap positions with the shadow, and the release of the shadow can occur almost at will unless subjected to extremely peculiar constraints. Moreover, provided one is not restrained by spatial forces significantly stronger than their own, the release of shadows remains unaffected, with the first tier allowing for a distance of 1,000 meters, and the second tier extending to 10,000 meters. The initial tier is notably easy to cultivate, while the difficulty escalates considerably with each subsequent tier. Yet another one. The little medical fairy expressed her astonishment upon reading the description of the black scroll, hinting that she had anticipated this revelation. What is it, little medical fairy? Queen Medusa inquired, observing the expression on her face. Queen Medusa, this scroll is named Ninefold Shadow Clone. It is a primary Earth-grade body technique. The technique is divided into 9 tiers, with each successful cultivation allowing for the manifestation of an additional shadow. The practitioner can interchangeably swap places with the shadow, and the release can be initiated at will unless hindered by extraordinary restrictions. The first tier allows for a distance of 1,000 meters, while the second tier extends to 10,000 meters. The initial tier is particularly easy to cultivate, with the difficulty significantly increasing for each subsequent tier, clarified the little medical fairy. An Earth-grade body technique that enables instantaneous position swapping with shadows. Upon hearing the little medical fairy's explanation of the black scroll, Queen Medusa immediately grasped the formidable nature of this technique. This technique sounds incredibly powerful just from the description. Meba's expressed his amazement inwardly. At that moment, the others in the jar shop were left agape, their eyes brimming with astonishment. The little medical fairy mentioned that the first tier of this body technique is particularly easy to cultivate. Shall we give it a try now? Queen Medusa pondered momentarily before reaching out to retrieve the black scroll from the counter, unfurling it before her. As the soul power of Queen Medusa surged into the black scroll, a flicker of enlightenment emerged in her gaze. Is it truly this simple? She remarked confidently as she closed the scroll. Then, with a mere thought, a phantom of her appeared at the entrance of the jar shop. And in the blink of an eye, her physical form exchanged places with the apparition, a process that took less than 1/100th of a second. Remarkably swift, exclaimed Medusa. Huashir, Inshur, and the other serpent folk in the jar shop, their astonishment palpable. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring such a powerful movement technique. The air was soon filled with their accolades. In the midst of their admiration, Queen Medusa swapped positions with her phantom once more, reappearing at the original counter. This technique is indeed formidable. Not only is it rapid, but it also consumes very little energy. At my current strength, I can execute it continuously within a certain range for numerous times, she expressed, thoroughly satisfied with the technique's efficacy. This skill not only boasts speed, but also has the capability to overcome most spatial restrictions, although a significant disparity in power would still prevent one from transcending. She then addressed Huashir. This technique's initial levels are quite simple, You all should memorize them, as they will greatly enhance your strength. With that, she tossed the scroll to Washer, her tone gentle. As the queen of the serpent folk, she felt it was her duty to elevate the overall strength of her kin. And thus, she generously imparted such profound movement techniques to her subjects. Once these high-ranking serpent warriors mastered the initial levels of this advanced technique, they would possess extraordinary speed, granting them a significant advantage in battle. Thank you for your gracious gift, Your Majesty. Washer, Mebus, and the others exclaimed, their excitement evident. Subsequently, Washer promptly extended her soul power to examine the scroll of the shadow duplication technique. Meanwhile, Queen Medusa chose not to waste any time. After handing the scroll to Washer and the others for their review, she turned to the little healer and said, My dear healer, could you please fetch me another orange jar? Certainly, Your Majesty, please hold on. The little healer replied with a smile, nodding before swiftly turning around to retrieve an orange jar from the counter behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. This is the 19th jar of the day. I hope that the treasure revealed this time surpasses the previous 18. Gazing at the orange jar before her, Queen Medusa silently offered a prayer. In the next moment, she extended her hand and performed a unique gesture, characteristic of the serpent folk, towards the jar. Once this was accomplished, Queen Medusa slowly reached out with her delicate hand, resembling a lotus stem, and gently tapped the jar. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered, scattering into fragments upon the counter. Immediately, the broken pieces transformed into a dazzling array of light, obscuring the view of all present, preventing anyone from discerning the spectacle within. What kind of treasure would Her Majesty unveil this time? As the radiant light emerged from the counter, Mebus's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This marked the 19th orange jar opened by Queen Medusa today, and the previous 18 had yielded remarkable treasures that captivated the beholders. Truly, the queen is favored by the heavens. May this treasure be even more splendid than those before. On the other side, hands were clasped in prayer. Washier, however, was absorbed in a black scroll and remained oblivious to the events surrounding the opening of the jar. After a brief moment, under the watchful eyes of Queen Medusa and the others, the brilliant light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. There, atop the counter, appeared a transparent glass jar containing green, bean-sized objects. What could this be? Queen Medusa's gaze filled with intrigue as she examined the newly revealed treasure. Is this jar filled with something resembling beans? Mebus pondered, speculating on the potential effects of these objects. Surely, they must be edible. Oddly, why do I find these beans to appear so ordinary? A look of bewilderment crossed Inshur's murky eyes as confusion enveloped him. In the next moment, Queen Medusa wasted no time in inquiry, turning to the little herbalist for assistance. Little herbalist, could you please examine the treasure on the counter for me? Of course. Your Majesty, please hold on. The little herbalist replied with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. She swiftly activated the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze towards the jar on the counter. The celestial beans possess extraordinarily unique effects, capable of transforming into soldiers upon being cast. Each bean, when thrown, generates a mirror image that wields 80% of its original strength, lingering for a duration of 1 day. With a total of 300 beans, all can be deployed simultaneously. The concept of summoning soldiers from beans, each embodying 80% of their true power, is indeed formidable. After absorbing this revelation, the little healer was astounded. She had not anticipated that such a small jar of beans could yield such immense power. Little healer, have you discerned the essence? Observing the expression on the healer's face, Queen Medusa inquired once more. Indeed, Your Majesty Medusa, I have grasped it. The little healer replied with a smile, nodding affirmatively before elaborating. This remarkable item is called the Celestial Bean. It possesses an extraordinarily unique effect, capable of summoning soldiers. Each bean, when cast, generates a mirror image wielding 80% of its original strength, lasting for a day, with a total of 300 beans that can all be thrown at once. What? Summoning soldiers from beans? This is utterly astonishing. The snake people surrounding the jar widened their eyes in disbelief upon hearing the little healer's introduction. Little healer, is it truly so wondrous? How is it utilized? Queen Medusa, regaining her composure, asked again. Items from the jar shop are never counterfeit. As for the method of use, it is rather simple. Whoever touches a bean will have that bean transform into their mirror image, ready to fight or perform other tasks. The little healer responded earnestly to Queen Medusa's inquiry. Is it that straightforward? A hint of joy flickered in Queen Medusa's eyes upon hearing the little healer's words. In the next moment, she seized the jar from the counter, opened the lid, and delicately pinched a celestial bean between her slender fingers. Instantly, she cast the bean, which transformed into a warrior clad in black armor, possessing the strength of an 8-star dozong, equivalent to 80% of Queen Medusa's own power. Oh, so it does not create a replica of my body, but merely embodies my strength. Observing the black-armored warrior, Queen Medusa felt even more exhilarated. She certainly did not wish for the summoned being to bear an exact resemblance to herself. The beings transformed from the celestial beings possessed strength far surpassing that of Mobas and the flower serpent, among others. Furthermore, the Queen Medusa can summon many such beings without any expenditure of her own energy. Congratulations to Her Majesty the Queen for acquiring this extraordinary treasure. Upon witnessing the Queen Medusa's newfound artifact, the serpent warriors in the shop immediately offered their heartfelt congratulations. This treasure is truly remarkable, bringing me immense delight. Hearing the praises from those around her, Medusa felt a surge of joy within and discreetly collected the entire jar. At that moment, the flower serpent had also finished observing the shadow clone technique and handed the shadow scroll to Inshur. Inshur, take a look at this scroll, the flower serpent said, smiling as she placed the scroll in his hands. You've mastered it, haven't you? Inshur inquired. Indeed. The flower serpent nodded affirmatively. On Inshur's end, upon receiving the scroll from the flower serpent, he immediately began to examine it with utmost seriousness. Meanwhile, Queen Medusa wasted no time. After securing the jar containing the celestial beings, she approached the counter once more and addressed Little Medicine Fairy. Dear Little Medicine Fairy, could you please fetch me another orange jar? Of course, Queen Medusa, please hold on for a moment. Little Medicine Fairy replied with a smile. Quickly turning around to retrieve an orange jar from the counter behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. This marked the 20th jar of the day. She hoped that the treasure contained within would surpass the previous 19. Gazing at the orange jar before her, Queen Medusa silently prayed. The next moment, she extended her hand, performing a unique prayer gesture characteristic of the serpent tribe, and with that completed, she slowly reached out her delicate hand, resembling a lotus stem, to strike the jar. With a crisp sound of shattering, the orange jar on the counter fragmented into numerous pieces. Subsequently, the shards of the broken jar transformed into a dazzling display of radiant light, obscuring the view of all present, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. What kind of treasure would Her Majesty unveil this time? Observing the brilliant light emanating from the counter, Boss's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This was the second orange jar Queen Medusa had opened today. The treasures from the previous 19 had all been impressive, leaving everyone in awe. Truly, Her Majesty is favored by the heavens. Let us hope that the treasure revealed this time surpasses the last. The flower serpent, too, clasped her hands in prayer. Meanwhile, Inshur remained absorbed in the black scroll, oblivious to the unfolding events surrounding Queen Medusa's jar opening. After a brief moment, under the gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the dazzling radiance from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the items within. Upon the counter appeared a sapling, slender in stature and clearly a juvenile plant, adorned with just 4 tender green leaves. Is this a sapling? Observing the object that had emerged, curiosity filled Queen Medusa's eyes. It was the first time she had witnessed such an item being unveiled from a jar. How peculiar it is that a sapling has emerged. Does it possess some extraordinary effect? Or perhaps, once it matures, it will yield some miraculous fruit? Gazing at the sapling on the counter, Medusa began to speculate. The sapling seems unremarkable at first glance. Flower Serpent also expressed her astonishment at the appearance of the sapling. Queen Medusa, unwilling to squander time in conjecture, understood that inquiring with Little Medical Fairy would yield the quickest answer. In the next moment, she pointed to the treasure on the counter and asked Little Medical Fairy, "Can you help me examine this treasure?" "Certainly, Queen Medusa, please hold on." Little Medical Fairy replied with a smile, promptly employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, directing her gaze toward the tender green sapling. As Little Medical Fairy's gaze swept across it, an additional piece of information materialized on the counter. Ancient Soul Tree Seedling. The ancient soul tree, once rooted in the earth, can continuously release pure soul energy, altering the surrounding area. When the soul energy within this region accumulates to a certain extent, the flow of time will be affected. Naturally, the ancient tree will grow stronger over time, with the current release of soul energy being relatively weak. Ah, what a wondrous sapling this is. Upon reading the information from the counter, astonishment spread across Little Medical Fairy's face. Have you discerned its nature? Queen Medusa inquired, noticing the expression on Little Medical Fairy's face. Indeed, Queen Medusa, I have. Little Medical Fairy replied with a smile and a nod. This sapling is the seedling of the ancient soul tree. Once it takes root, it will continually release pure soul energy, transforming the area around it as the energy accumulates. Chapter 504, Dark Fluid. Yes, indeed, Queen Medusa, I have discerned it. Upon hearing the inquiry of Queen Medusa, the young healer smiled and nodded, saying, Queen Medusa, this sapling is an infant form of the ancient soul tree. Once the ancient soul tree takes root in the earth, It can continuously release pure soul energy, transforming the surrounding area. When the accumulation of soul energy in this locality reaches a certain threshold, it can alter the flow of time within the region. Upon hearing the healer's explanation, Queen Medusa was instantly taken aback. Is there truly such a wondrous tree in existence? Medusa was profoundly shaken. The concept of altering the flow of time was far beyond his comprehension. How extraordinary! If the flow of time were to be modified, how much additional time would be available for cultivation? How miraculous! The flower serpent thought excitedly. Even Queen Medusa, usually so composed, could not suppress her rising exhilaration at this moment. According to the healer, this sapling is merely in its juvenile stage. It will only exhibit its effects once it matures. Moreover, it requires a sealed environment to concentrate the soul energy it releases. Otherwise, the energy would be too diluted across the vast expanse of the Dou Qi continent to have any significant impact. Young healer, if this tree is not planted at this stage, will there be any repercussions? Queen Medusa inquired. No, this tree possesses an exceptionally vigorous life force. Even if you were to plant it after 100 years, there would be no cause for concern. The young healer replied with a smile, nodding. Moments later, Queen Medusa, feeling reassured, carefully stored the sapling. Afterward, glancing at the sky, she decided not to waste any more time and addressed the healer once more. Young healer, could you please fetch me another orange jar? Of course, Queen Medusa. Please hold on. The young healer smiled and nodded in response, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the counter behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. This was the 21st jar of the day. She silently hoped that the treasure contained within would surpass those of the previous 20 jars. As she gazed at the orange jar before her, Queen Medusa whispered a silent prayer. The next moment, she extended her hand and performed a unique gesture characteristic of her serpent folk in a prayer ritual, and, having completed her preparations, she gently reached forward with her delicate, lotus-like hand to strike the jar. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering, the orange jar on the counter splintered into countless pieces. Immediately, the shards transformed into a dazzling glow, enveloping the vision of everyone present, obscuring any view of the spectacle within. Uncertain of what exquisite treasure Her Majesty the Queen might unveil this time, Medusa gazed at the dazzling radiance emanating from the counter, his eyes brimming with curiosity. This marked the 21st orange jar opened by Queen Medusa today, and the previous 20 had yielded remarkable treasures that were truly eye-catching. Indeed, Her Majesty is a favored child of destiny. May this unveiling surpass all that has come before. Meanwhile, Flower Serpent clasped her hands in fervent prayer. In the realm of shadows, immersed in the depths of a dark scroll, one remained oblivious to Queen Medusa's jar-opening ceremony. Moments later, under the watchful gaze of the Queen and her companions, the resplendent light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. Before them lay a mass of black substance that exuded an eerie aura. It appeared solid, yet possessed an unusual fluidity. What could this be? As the black, flowing substance emerged, curiosity ignited in Queen Medusa's eyes. It was indeed peculiar, resembling a rare metallic material, yet exhibiting the softness of liquid, a true enigma. Medusa, too, was struck by astonishment at the sight of this treasure. How strange it is. Flower Serpent mirrored Medusa's intrigue, her eyes reflecting similar wonder. Little physician, could you discern the nature of this treasure on the counter? Without wasting a moment in speculation, Queen Medusa inquired directly of the little physician, knowing this was the swiftest route to uncovering the treasure's secrets. Of course, Your Majesty. Please hold on. The little physician replied with a smile, nodding affirmatively before swiftly channeling the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, her gaze sweeping over the black, fluid substance on the counter. As her eyes brushed over it, information began to materialize. Dark fluid. This substance is extraordinarily unique. When solidified, it is indomitable, yet when softened, it flows like water. This material can substitute for the human body, endowing it with similar properties. In essence, when an individual utilizes this dark fluid, they will acquire its hardness and can transform into a liquid state, effortlessly slipping into crevices and burrowing deep into the earth. Dark fluid? The revelation deepened Queen Medusa's curiosity. However, the notion of her body becoming a soft, amorphous mass did not sit well with her. Medusa, Flower Serpent, which of you desires this? Queen Medusa inquired, tilting her head. The prospect of receiving such a treasure filled both Medusa and Flower Serpent with exhilaration. I have little fondness for this object. You may keep it. After a moment's contemplation, Huashir relinquished the dark fluid. How could one feel at ease with this? Had previously received a reward, and now to accept again felt somewhat inappropriate, leading his gaze towards the Shadow Realm. At that precise moment, the elders of the Shadow Realm had just finished perusing the contents of the Shadow Clone Scroll. Elder of the Shadow Realm, do you desire this treasure? Inquired directly. What is this? The elder, still befuddled from reviewing the dark scroll, was uncertain of the treasure's effects. Chapter 505. The Energy Watermelon. Coincidentally, the Elder had just completed his examination of the Shadow Clone Scroll. Elder of the Shadow Realm, do you desire this treasure? Asked once more. What is this? The Elder, having just concluded his review of the Black Scroll, felt somewhat perplexed, unaware of the treasure's true capabilities. This substance is known as dark fluid. It has the ability to transform an individual's constitution, elaborated in detail. Is it truly so miraculous? The Elder of the Shadow Realm expressed astonishment upon hearing's explanation. When he learned that Huashir intended to bestow such a wondrous treasure upon him, he felt a wave of gratitude swell within him. Thank you very much. The Elder expressed his heartfelt appreciation. After uttering this, he turned to the Little Healer and asked, Miss Little Healer, how is this to be used? Well, it requires making 2 incisions on the body, one incision to draw blood, and the other to introduce the dark fluid. Once the dark fluid has entirely entered the body, the process will be complete, the Little Healer replied with a smile, nodding in understanding. Must there really be bloodletting? Without hesitation, the Elder of the Shadow Realm made a cut on his serpentine tail to release blood, then made another incision on his palm. Immediately after, he grasped the dark fluid resting on the counter. Instantly, the dark fluid began to flow along the incision in his palm and into his veins. The blood that flowed from his serpentine tail was caught by a mysterious force before it could touch the ground, ensuring the cleanliness of the apothecary's environment. Before long, the entirety of the dark fluid had entered the Elder's body, coinciding with his serpentine tail expelling an equal volume of blood. The soft, ethereal dark fluid replaced this portion of blood and continued to transform the Elder's body. Haha, what a marvelous sensation. After undergoing the transformation, the Elder could not contain his laughter. In the next moment, his entire form suddenly darkened, resembling a solid mass of metallic substance, gleaming with a lustrous sheen. As he engaged in physical movement, the joints of his body became pliable, allowing for effortless adjustments. Transform. In the next moment, with a low command resonating from the depths of his being, his form abruptly softened, and subsequently, his limbs and head coalesced into a swirling mass of dark substance. This phenomenon was indeed remarkable. Observing the series of transformations, Medusa remarked on the spectacle. Thank you, Medusa. The figure quickly reverted to its original state, expressing gratitude as he handed the black scroll to Medusa, declaring, Medusa, it is now in your hands. You grasped this combat technique with remarkable speed. Very well. Medusa accepted the scroll without hesitation, extending his soul's energy to examine it closely. At that moment, having witnessed the effects of the dark fluid, Queen Medusa lost interest. Redirecting her gaze towards the little medical fairy and inquiring, Dear little medical fairy, could you kindly fetch me another orange jar? Certainly, Queen Medusa, please hold on. Upon hearing the queen's request, the little medical fairy smiled and nodded, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the counter behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. This marked the 22nd jar of the day. She hoped that the treasures contained within would surpass those of the previous 21 jars. Gazing at the orange jar before her, Queen Medusa silently prayed. In the next moment, she extended her hand, performing a unique gesture characteristic of her serpent people as part of a prayer ritual. Having completed the preparations, she gradually reached out with her delicate, lotus-like hand to strike the jar. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered, splintering into fragments that radiated a dazzling light, obscuring the vision of all present and shrouding the scene within. What treasures would Her Majesty unveil this time? Observing the brilliant light emanating from the counter, curiosity sparkled in Inshir's eyes. This was the 21st orange jar opened by Queen Medusa today. The previous 20 jars had yielded impressive treasures that dazzled the beholder. Truly, Her Majesty was favored by the heavens. One could only hope that the treasures revealed this time would surpass those already unveiled. The flower serpent also clasped her hands in prayer. Meanwhile, Medusa, engrossed in the mysteries of the Black Scroll, remained oblivious to the proceedings of Queen Medusa's jar opening. After a brief interlude, under the watchful eyes of Queen Medusa and the others, the resplendent light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. Before them, upon the counter, appeared an object strikingly reminiscent of a fruit known as watermelon on the blue planet. Is this a fruit? Medusa, the queen, gazed upon the treasure with eyes brimming with curiosity. Surely, this must be a fruit? The little snake observed the item on the counter, pondering within. What is this peculiar object? The eyes of the underworld were filled with intrigue as they regarded the treasure. In the next moment, Medusa Queen wasted no time in speculation. She understood clearly that inquiring of the little healer was the swiftest means to acquire information about the treasure. Little healer, could you assist me in examining this treasure on the counter? Medusa Queen inquired of the little healer. Certainly, Medusa Queen, please hold on. The little healer smiled and nodded in response to the queen's request, quickly activating the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, her gaze sweeping over the treasure on the counter. As the little healer's eyes passed over it, information was revealed upon the counter. Energy watermelon, originating from the rainbow watermelon tree, which bears 6 varieties of watermelon. This is merely one of them. Consuming it can enhance one's cultivation. Oh, no wonder this seems so familiar. The little healer's eyes sparkled with recognition as she read the information. This type of watermelon, she could say, was something she encountered daily and could enjoy at will. Chapter 506, The Arrival of Haiba Dong. Energy watermelon, originating from the rainbow watermelon tree, which bears 6 varieties of watermelon. This is merely one of them. Consuming it can enhance one's cultivation. No wonder this seems so familiar. The little healer's eyes sparkled with recognition as she read the information. This type of watermelon, she could say, was something she encountered daily and could enjoy at will. Such a fruit, when consumed, could bolster cultivation and would not possess the resistance akin to medicinal pills, allowing one to consume it in abundance. Little healer, have you discerned the nature of this item? Medusa Queen inquired again, observing the expression on the little healer's face. Indeed, Medusa Queen. The little healer smiled and nodded. Then spoke. This is the energy watermelon, originating from the rainbow watermelon tree, which bears 6 varieties of watermelon. This is merely one of them. Consuming it can enhance one's cultivation. What? It can enhance cultivation? Medusa Queen felt a wave of delight wash over her upon hearing the little healer's explanation. She had already acquired numerous treasures with wondrous effects, including some that could contend with top-tier powerhouses, yet it was the enhancement of her cultivation that she most urgently desired. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this invaluable treasure. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this invaluable treasure. Congratulations to Her Majesty the Queen on acquiring this precious treasure. Upon hearing the words of the little healer, the assembly of serpent warriors comprehended that Queen Medusa had once again obtained an artifact capable of enhancing her cultivation. And thus they all began to offer their heartfelt congratulations. Acknowledging the accolades from her kin, Queen Medusa slightly nodded, her gaze shifting towards the watermelon upon the counter. She pondered, how much could this watermelon contribute to my cultivation after consumption? With eager anticipation, she extended her hand and grasped the watermelon, commencing to eat. How delightful it is! The moment she took her first bite, Queen Medusa was overwhelmed by the exquisite flavor of the watermelon, prompting her to devour it ravenously, leaving her still yearning for more. The remnants of the watermelon amalgamated within her, coalescing into a vast reservoir of energy, yet it remained unassimilated by her body. Realizing this predicament, Queen Medusa understood it was due to the constraints imposed by the rules of the jar shop, so she gradually made her way towards the exit. As she stepped outside the jar shop, she radiated a dazzling brilliance that obscured the vision of all present. Simultaneously, the immense energy accumulated within her surged towards her dantian. After absorbing this energy, Queen Medusa felt a significant enhancement in her cultivation. However, it was evident that a single watermelon could not elevate her from the 9th star Dou zone to the Dou zone realm. Nevertheless, this watermelon had undoubtedly spared her a year, if not several years, of arduous training, which was indeed commendable. In the next moment, without wasting any time, Queen Medusa re-entered the jar shop and addressed the little healer. Dear healer, kindly fetch me an orange jar. Of course, Your Majesty, please hold on. The little healer responded with a smile, promptly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before Queen Medusa. This marked the 23rd jar of the day, and Queen Medusa silently hoped that the artifact contained within would surpass the treasures yielded by the previous 22 jars. With her gaze fixed on the orange jar, she offered a silent prayer. Then, extending her delicate hand in a gesture befitting the Serpent Clan's unique ritual, she prepared to perform the opening. With a graceful motion, she brought her hand down upon the jar. Crack! The sound of the jar shattering resonated, and the orange jar on the counter splintered into countless fragments. Immediately, the shards transformed into a radiant luminescence, cloaking the sight of all in attendance, obscuring any view of the phenomena within. Uncertain of what treasures might emerge this time, Her Majesty the Queen gazed at the radiant light cascading from the counter. Her curiosity piqued. This marked the 23rd orange jar opened by Queen Medusa today. The previous 22 had yielded remarkable treasures, each more dazzling than the last. Truly, the Queen is favored by the heavens. One can only hope that this treasure surpasses those that came before. Meanwhile, the flower serpent clasped her hands in prayer. At that moment, Mobus had just finished examining the black scroll. Soon after, under the watchful eyes of Queen Medusa and the others, the dazzling light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing its contents. There lay a blue heart-shaped necklace, devoid of any discernible energy fluctuations, yet it exuded an oddly enchanting aura. A necklace? Queen Medusa felt a surge of curiosity. What effects might such an item possess? Mobas, observing the object, displayed a look of surprise. This necklace is quite lovely. The flower serpent's perspective on the necklace clearly differed from that of Mobas, understanding that only by consulting the little healer could she swiftly discern the treasure's effects. Queen Medusa promptly inquired, "Little healer, could you assist me in examining this treasure on the counter?" "Certainly, Your Majesty. Please hold on," the little healer replied, smiling and nodding as she prepared to utilize the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun to inspect the treasure. Suddenly, a brilliant white beam of light appeared within the jar shop. "What is this? Another esteemed guest has arrived." The little healer's actions halted as her gaze shifted to the luminous column. In the next moment, Queen Medusa and the serpent warriors also noticed this anomaly, turning their heads in astonishment toward the white light. "What is happening? Why has such a white beam appeared in the jar shop?" Queen Medusa's eyes brimmed with astonishment. She was at a loss regarding the situation. Shortly thereafter, a figure of an adult male emerged from the white beam. As the brilliance waned, the figure became discernible, a man with a head of white hair. Though his visage appeared aged, his face bore no wrinkles. "Is that the ice sovereign Hebadong?" When Queen Medusa discerned the figure emerging from the radiant column, she was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, recognizing the identity of the visitor. What sorcery is this that allows Hebadong to manifest in such a manner? Queen Medusa pondered incessantly. Furthermore, did he not fall victim to my seal years ago? How has he fully regained his strength, seemingly elevated to the realm of Dozo? Queen Medusa, how could she appear in this jar shop? After searching for you for so long, I never expected to encounter you here. Yet, why has her aura become so formidable? Is it possible that she has procured numerous treasures from this shop, thereby augmenting her power? In the next moment, Hebadong also caught sight of Queen Medusa, his eyes glinting with animosity as his mind raced with thoughts. "Mr. Hebadong, welcome." Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a cheerful voice broke the stillness. Upon hearing the voice of the little doctor, Hebadong temporarily diverted his gaze from Queen Medusa and smiled in her direction, responding, "Greetings, little doctor. I did not expect you to be so attentive to my patronage, returning so soon after just a few days. Ever since you and the jar shop changed locations, I have been unable to contain my eagerness to return. I happened to gather some gold coins and decided to come." Hebadong replied with a smile. It appears that Hebadong shares a good rapport with the little doctor. However, I wonder if he intends to engage in battle with me this time. With his cultivation having reached the Dozone level, I am uncertain if he possesses other formidable treasures. I must exercise caution. As Hebadong conversed with the little doctor as if they were old acquaintances, Queen Medusa and the other snake warriors were lost in their rapid thoughts. While engaged in dialogue with the little doctor, Hebadong was also mulling over the situation. He had sensed that Queen Medusa's current cultivation surpassed his own, likely reaching a high level of Dozone. Though he yearned to avenge past grievances, he understood the necessity of prudence. Should Queen Medusa possess other powerful means, it could spell disaster. "Do you know Queen Medusa?" the little doctor suddenly inquired. "Well, I suppose we are acquainted, though not closely," Hebadong stammered in response. "I see." The little doctor nodded, then suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, Mr. Hebadong, I almost forgot to ask what treasures Queen Medusa has unveiled." "Then, little doctor, you should attend to your duties." Hebadong quickly replied upon hearing her words. In the realm of the little healer, she returned to the counter, harnessing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun. Her gaze fell upon a blue heart-shaped necklace resting on the counter. As her eyes scanned the object, an intriguing piece of information was unveiled before her. The Heart Whisper Necklace. Crafted from an exceptionally unique material, it is imbued with a potent magic that grants the wearer the ability to hear the thoughts of their target. However, this ability can only be utilized once every 4 hours. What? Eavesdropping on thoughts? Observing the revelation of the treasure before her, the little healer felt a wave of curiosity. To hear the whispers of one's heart, such a peculiar power indeed. Could it truly allow one to glean the innermost thoughts of another? She mused silently. Meanwhile, Queen Medusa, upon noticing the expression on the little healer's face, inquired once more. "My dear little healer, have you discerned something?" "Indeed, my queen," the little healer replied, smiling as she nodded. She then elaborated. "This necklace is known as the Heart Whisper Necklace. Its material is extraordinarily rare, infused with formidable magic that allows the wearer to hear the thoughts of their target, albeit with a restriction of once every 4 hours." "What? Hearing thoughts?" Medusa exclaimed, her curiosity piqued. She had never anticipated the existence of such an extraordinary artifact. Could it genuinely enable one to perceive another's thoughts? Haidong, upon hearing the little healer's words, furrowed his brow. He had never doubted the effects of the treasures from the jar shop, but the peculiarity of this item caused him concern. What if Queen Medusa were to use it on him? Would she uncover some of his secrets? Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this magnificent treasure, echoed the voices of Makabas, Washier, and others in the jar shop, their excitement palpable as they congratulated Queen Medusa. Understanding the necklace's capabilities, Queen Medusa unhesitatingly reached out to claim the necklace from the counter, adorning her fair neck with it. Upon wearing the blue heart-shaped necklace, she immediately sensed the most extraordinary effect. Let us test it and see how it performs, she thought to herself, turning her attention to Haidong. What thoughts lay within his mind? With a flicker of intent, she invoked the magic of the Heart Whisper necklace upon him. The detestable Queen Medusa must be attempting to eavesdrop on my thoughts. Medusa, just you wait. Once I uncover your secrets, I shall seize the opportunity to deal with you. After overhearing some of Haibadong's thoughts, Queen Medusa furrowed her brow. Indeed, he was scheming against me. Just wait, Haibadong. If you seek to trouble me, we shall see if you possess the capability to do so. Mr. Haibadong, are you here to purchase a jar as well? Little Physician suddenly inquired of Haibadong. Chapter 508. The opportunity to transfer the purchase of jars? After overhearing some of Haibadong's thoughts, Queen Medusa's brow tightened. Indeed, he was contemplating how to confront me. Just wait, Haibadong. If you wish to create trouble, we shall see if you have the skill. Mr. Haibadong, are you here to purchase a jar as well? Little Physician asked unexpectedly. Yes, Little Physician, could you kindly assist me in exchanging these items for coin? Haibadong, unaware that his thoughts had been overheard by Medusa, exclaimed excitedly. That won't do. Everything must follow its proper order. You have just arrived, and you must wait in line. Queen Medusa interjected immediately upon hearing Haibadong. Moreover, upon seeing the items Haibadong presented for exchange, a hint of disdain flickered in Queen Medusa's eyes, for the items were exceedingly trivial and of little value, likely amounting to no more than 1,000,000 coins. Wait in line. Upon hearing Queen Medusa's words, Haibadong's brow furrowed in anger. Didn't you just open a jar, Queen Medusa? Little Physician remarked, somewhat astonished. Indeed, Little Physician, my kin here also wished to purchase jars, and they arrived before this fellow. Queen Medusa gestured towards Mobas and the others. Is that so? Little Physician nodded and asked, Mr. Mobas, Mr. Insure, Miss Washier, do you also wish to open jars? Yes, we too wish to open jars. Mobas paused for a second, realizing that Queen Medusa did not intend to allow Haibadong to open a jar so easily, and he quickly cooperated. We wish to buy as well. When Little Physician's gaze fell upon Insure and Washier, they chorused their agreement before she could even inquire. Very well then, Mr. Haibadong, you shall wait in line until Mr. Mobas and the others have completed their purchases, Little Physician explained to Haibadong with a smile. All right. Upon hearing Little Physician's response, Haibadong nodded helplessly, harboring a seething resentment towards Medusa's conduct. Meanwhile, Queen Medusa displayed a triumphant smile. You may proceed to make your purchase. Queen Medusa whispered softly. As you command, Your Majesty. Upon hearing the words of Queen Medusa, respectfully nodded and approached the counter, addressing the little healer. Dear healer, might I inquire if I can transfer my opportunity to open a jar? Transfer? The little healer was momentarily taken aback by his request, uncertain if such a regulation existed. If that were the case, I would be at a significant disadvantage. Reacted most strongly, for if this continued, with so many people queuing to pass their jar opening opportunities to Queen Medusa, his own chances for the day would dwindle, while she could continue opening jars endlessly. I'm not sure if such a rule exists. I will clarify with Boss Yi upon his return and get back to you. As it stands, I regret to inform you that the opportunity cannot be transferred, the little healer replied with a hint of apology. Very well, conceded with a resigned nod. Then produced some items to present to the little healer. Dear healer, could you assist me in exchanging these for credits? Certainly. The little healer smiled and nodded, promptly assessing the value of the items had brought forth. Soon, she declared, Mister, the worth of these treasures amounts to 240,000 gold coins. Excellent. Please provide me with an ordinary jar, responded. Of course, Mister. Please hold on. The little healer nodded with a smile, quickly turning to retrieve an ordinary jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before. Fortunately, the opportunity cannot be transferred, and these individuals can only purchase such inexpensive, ordinary jars. Seeing that the transfer of purchasing rights was not allowed, and that could only acquire an ordinary jar, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Having witnessed Queen Medusa open so many jars, felt a surge of excitement for his own ordinary jar. After a moment of silent supplication, he slowly extended his hand and struck the jar. With a crisp crack, the ordinary jar shattered into countless pieces, and the fragments transformed into a dazzling array of colorful light, obscuring the view of all present, preventing anyone from discerning the scene within. As the radiant light gradually dissipated, the contents became visible on the counter. There, amidst the remnants, lay a magic core the size of a grinding stone. A magic core. Upon observing the large magic core that had appeared on the counter, Mobus felt a surge of astonishment, for its level unmistakably indicated it had reached the 5th tier. Purchasing a 5th-tier magic core for a mere 100,000 gold coins was indeed a lucrative deal. Satisfied with his fortune, Mobus swiftly lifted the magic core and respectfully presented it to Queen Medusa. However, upon seeing that Mobus had merely procured a 5th-tier magic core, Hebadong's eyes revealed a hint of disdain. Such a trivial item held no allure for him. "Keep it for yourself," Medusa remarked, shaking her head, clearly unimpressed by such baubles. "Very well," Mobus replied with an awkward smile, retracting the 5th-tier magic core. Following this, Washier and Inshur each opened a common jar in succession. The treasures within these ordinary jars had long since lost their appeal to Hebadong, and thus, even with the slight delay, his demeanor remained largely unchanged. "Haha, it is now my turn to open a jar." Upon witnessing Inshur unveil something of little value, Hebadong burst into delighted laughter and promptly approached the counter, placing the previously acquired treasures before the attendant. The little medical fairy swiftly appraised the worth of these items and spoke. "Mr. Hebadong, these treasures are valued at 1,500,000 gold coins. Little medical fairy, please also appraise these 3 storage rings and the gold coins contained within them," Hebadong requested, placing the 3 rings on the counter. Upon observing Hebadong's actions, Queen Medusa furrowed her brow slightly. She had not anticipated that he would directly present 3 storage rings for valuation. The inherent worth of the rings was substantial, and the contents within them could potentially augment Hebadong's total by several million. "Mr. Hebadong, including these, the total value should amount to 9 million gold coins," the little medical fairy said with a smile. 9 million gold coins, that suffices." Hebadong nodded in satisfaction and then promptly added, "Little medical fairy, may I trouble you to fetch me an orange jar?" "Certainly, Mr. Hebadong, please hold on," the little medical fairy replied with a smile, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from behind the counter and placing it before Hebadong. Having not opened a jar for several days, a sense of excitement bubbled within him. He hoped this time would bring him good fortune and yield even more remarkable treasures. Gazing at the orange jar upon the counter, Hebadong silently offered a prayer in his heart before slowly extending his hand to gently place it upon the jar. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered, scattering into countless fragments. Immediately, the broken shards transformed into a dazzling radiance that obscured the vision of all present, rendering the scene within invisible. To their astonishment, this individual turned out to be a level 2 member, possessing the privilege to open the orange jar. Witnessing this, Queen Medusa's expression soured considerably. She hoped that whatever he unveiled would be nothing of value. As Hebadong proceeded to open the jar, Mobus began to mutter curses under his breath. Similarly, Inshur and Washier secretly wished for Hebadong's endeavor to yield nothing but worthless items. Before long, under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, the brilliant light enveloping the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. To their surprise, a golden pill emerged atop the counter, devoid of any fragrance or energy fluctuations. Peculiar. This item bore no scent or energy, suggesting it was not a medicinal pill. Hebadong's eyes reflected a hint of astonishment as he regarded the golden pill. What an oddity! What could its purpose be? Observing the item displayed, Mobus and the other serpent folk began to speculate, particularly hoping that what Hebadong had unveiled was a mere trinket. However, Hebadong chose not to waste time in conjecture. Instead, he inquired directly of the little medicine sage. "My dear little medicine sage, could you assist me in discerning the nature of this item upon the counter?" "Certainly, Mr. Hebadong. Please hold on for a moment." The little medicine sage replied with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. She then immediately employed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yuan, directing her gaze toward the treasure on the counter. As her eyes swept over the item, an inscription materialized before her. "Little Luo Golden Pill. This is a refined, albeit flawed, golden pill that can slightly enhance one's cultivation." Enhance cultivation? Although the description was brief, the little medicine sage felt a surge of envy. Treasures that could directly bolster one's cultivation were exceedingly precious. "Dear little medicine sage, have you already discerned its nature?" Hebadong inquired again, observing her expression. "Indeed, Mr. Hebadong," the little medicine sage affirmed, smiling as she continued. "This item is known as the Little Luo Golden Pill, a refined, albeit flawed, golden pill that can slightly enhance one's cultivation." Enhance cultivation. Upon hearing her explanation, Hebadong became exceedingly excited, never anticipating that, apart from divine pills, there existed similar concoctions. "Haha, it appears that fortune smiles upon me today." With a hearty laugh, the figure resembling Bo Dong reached out and seized the golden elixir from the counter, promptly swallowing it whole. As the potion descended into his belly, an immense surge of energy coalesced within him. However, this energy proved impervious to absorption by his body. Recognizing the cause of this predicament, Dong turned to the young healer and implored, "Dear Miss Healer, might you assist me in lifting the restrictions upon my form?" "Of course, it shall be my pleasure." Without hesitation, the young healer focused her thoughts and swiftly dismantled the constraints binding Dong. As these limitations dissipated, a torrent of energy surged through him, gathering fervently towards his dantian. In no time, Dong's aura swelled dramatically, ascending to the initial stage of the 8-star Dou zone. The transformation did not escape the notice of Queen Medusa, who regarded him with a flicker of intrigue in her eyes. The prowess he had gained from the elixir now threatened to rival her own. Should he acquire further treasures of such caliber, the situation could become precarious. That old fool has indeed struck a fortunate chord. The palpable pressure emanating from Dong's newfound strength weighed heavily upon Mobas and his companions. "Miss Healer, could you fetch me an orange jar?" Upon regaining her composure, Queen Medusa approached the counter, addressing the healer directly. "Certainly, Your Majesty, please hold for a moment." The healer smiled and nodded, then swiftly turned to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. "Dong, do not grow too smug. Once I unearth a treasure that elevates my cultivation to the Dou zone realm, I shall ensure you face the consequences." Queen Medusa thought darkly, her determination sharpening. In the next moment, she extended her hand and struck the jar. With a resounding crack, the jar shattered, scattering fragments across the counter. Instantly, the shards erupted into a dazzling array of light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. "May fortune smile upon me this time." Queen Medusa silently prayed, her hopes entwined with the shimmering light before her. "I earnestly wish that the treasure summoned by Her Majesty surpasses that of the icy elder." Gazing at the resplendent rays of light, the serpent, Xiao, was overwhelmed with emotion. The queen's fortuitous fate was unparalleled. How could this aging human ever compare? "Just wait. Daring to snatch our treasures shall inevitably lead to your downfall." In his heart, Mobas silently mused. The golden elixir produced by this human elder had astonishingly elevated his aura to a level not far beneath that of Her Majesty the Queen. Moreover, as a frequent patron of the treasure shop, he speculated there might be other wondrous artifacts. This posed a significant dilemma. He hoped that the Queen would unveil even more extraordinary treasures next, thereby enhancing their chances of contending with this frostbitten elder. Xiao was also secretly calculating his own strategies. "Humph, Medusa Queen, I curse that you shall draw forth nothing of value this time." As he surveyed the dazzling light from the counter, Dong was consumed with scheming thoughts. Before long, under the watchful gazes of the crowd, the radiant glow from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the items within. Thereupon, a pen emerged atop the counter, shimmering with an otherworldly luminescence, unmistakably a rare artifact. A pen? Medusa Queen felt a surge of astonishment. "Why a pen?" Observing the treasure unveiled, Mobas, Xiao, and other serpent warriors were privy to certain benefits. "Huh, Medusa Queen, your fortune is indeed remarkable. Even such an item has graced your possession. Perhaps you could learn to write like us humans." Dong jeered as he beheld the item on display. "Humph," clearly displeased by Dong's remarks. Medusa Queen lightly waved her sleeve and turned to the little medical fairy, inquiring, "My dear little medical fairy, could you assist me in examining the treasure on the counter?" "Certainly, Medusa Queen, please hold for a moment," replied the little medical fairy with a smile, promptly employing the powers bestowed upon her by Yun as her gaze swept over the item on the counter. As her eyes scanned the pen, information began to manifest above it. Miraculous paintbrush. The materials of this pen are untraceable, possessing an extraordinary power. When used for painting, it can render every color known to the world, enabling three-dimensional creations that can exist in reality. Furthermore, any artwork produced with this pen possesses a remarkable effect. However, mastery of the art is exceedingly demanding. Alas, such an astonishing treasure. The little medical fairy was taken aback by the revealed information. This item was truly extraordinary, yet she wondered just how high the artistic standards were. Otherwise, she too would desire to give it a try. "My dear little medical fairy, have you discerned its secrets already?" Medusa Queen inquired once more, observing the expression on the little medical fairy's face. "Indeed, Queen Medusa." Upon hearing the inquiry from Queen Medusa, the young healer smiled and nodded. Then spoke, "Queen Medusa, this object is a mystical brush. The materials used in its creation are beyond trace, possessing extraordinary power. When wielded, it can render every hue of the world, allowing for three-dimensional artwork. Creations can exist in tangible form. Moreover, painting with this brush imbues the depicted objects with remarkable effects. However, the artistry required to wield this brush is exceedingly demanding." "A mystical brush?" The crowd, intrigued yet puzzled by the young healer's description, remained uncertain about the true nature of the effects the artwork could manifest. This serpent folk, presenting such peculiar artifacts, seemed devoid of combat strength. What a stroke of fortune. After listening, Haiba Dong internally exhaled in relief, feeling somewhat fortunate. Queen Medusa, I can only share this much. The specific effects require your own experimentation. Furthermore, this object necessitates blood to recognize its master. Noticing the astonishment on Queen Medusa's face, the young healer continued her explanation. Blood to recognize its master. Without any hesitation, Queen Medusa extended her fair hand, pricking her fingertip to let a drop of blood fall onto the brush resting on the counter. As the blood touched the brush, a dazzling radiance erupted, and as the brilliance faded, the blood was completely absorbed by the brush. Simultaneously, Queen Medusa felt an unusual connection to the brush, accompanied by a surge of information in her mind. Ah, so that is how it is. In the end, it can bring the depicted objects to life. Queen Medusa marveled, her surprise palpable. At that moment, she refrained from conducting any experiments, as the brush demanded precision. Every stroke must be exact, distinct from the ethereal artistry of soul power. In the next instant, without wasting time, Queen Medusa addressed Mebus. You all, proceed to open the jars. At your command. Mebus responded respectfully, then moved towards the counter. The trio opened various ordinary jars, and as they did so, Queen Medusa and Haiba Dong maintained a similar demeanor, showing little interest. Before long, each of the three unearthed slightly peculiar treasures, yet none stood out, for they were merely ordinary jars, incomparable to the orange jars. It is once again my turn to open jars. Observing a trinket emerging from the realm of shadows, Haiba Dong chuckled. Walking up to the counter and addressing the young healer. Dear young healer, could you kindly fetch me an orange jar? Very well, Mr. Haibadong, please hold on. Upon hearing Haibadong's words, the young healer smiled and nodded, swiftly turning around to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Haibadong. Chapter 511. The Treasure Map. Very well, Mr. Haibadong, please hold on. Upon hearing Haibadong's words, the young healer smiled and nodded, swiftly turning around to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Haibadong. This is the second jar I have for today. I hope it proves to be superior to the first. If it could yield another elixir to enhance my cultivation, that would be splendid. Gazing at the orange jar on the counter, Haibadong silently prayed, then forcefully raised his palm and struck the jar with great vigor. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering. The jar on the counter was instantly reduced to fragments. Subsequently, the shattered pieces transformed into a dazzling light, obscuring the vision of all present, preventing anyone from discerning the scene within. That old fellow. I hope he reveals a heap of muck. Watching the radiant glow emanating from the counter, Mobus began to curse inwardly. This icy old man is truly repugnant. How could someone like him dare to oppose our queen? Just wait. One day our queen shall seal him once more. The flower serpent also harbored bitter thoughts. Thus far, the jars we have opened are all mundane, and even the number of orange jars opened by the queen has been diminished. However, Haibadong has only one day to spare, while our queen has tomorrow as well. So this approach is quite advantageous. The wise sage of the serpent clan indeed thinks broadly. Soon, under the gaze of the onlookers, the dazzling light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the item within. Before them lay an ancient parchment, adorned with intricate patterns and writings. What is this, a map? Haibadong exclaimed, taken aback by the object that had appeared on the counter. The serpent warriors felt a foreboding sense as they beheld the peculiar form of the item. For such treasures often possess unique effects. That icy old man. I hope he has unearthed a treasure map that can never be found. Queen Medusa cursed inwardly. Young healer, could you assist me in examining this treasure on the counter? Without wasting a moment, Haibadong turned to the young healer, knowing that inquiring her would be the swiftest means to ascertain the treasure's effects. Certainly, Mr. Haibadong, please hold on. Upon hearing Haibadong's words, the little medical fairy smiled and nodded, immediately invoking the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun. Her gaze swept over the treasures displayed on the counter. As her eyes traversed the items, an intriguing piece of information became apparent. Heavenly Thunder Starfire Treasure Map. The Heavenly Thunder Heartfire possessed the strength of a 3-star Dou Saint over 10 millennia ago. However, it was subsequently sealed, halting its power from advancing. This treasure map delineates the geographical features of the location where the Heavenly Thunder Heartfire is sealed, and with this map, one can suppress the power of the Heavenly Thunder Heartfire by 90%. Ah, so it is a treasure map. The little medical fairy was taken aback by the information on the counter, realizing that the power of this flame had reached the level of a 3-star Dou Saint thousands of years ago. How terrifying must its current strength be? Little medical fairy, have you discerned something? Observing the expression on her face, Haibadong inquired again. Indeed, I have. The little medical fairy replied with a smile, then continued, Mr. Haibuodong. This item is the Heavenly Thunder Starfire treasure map, the Heavenly Thunder Heartfire, which possessed the strength of a 3-star Dou Saint over 10 millennia ago. However, it was sealed, preventing its power from progressing. The map records the geographical features of the location where the Heavenly Thunder Heartfire is sealed, allowing one to suppress its power by 90%. What? A treasure map of a strange fire, and its power has reached the level of a 3-star Dou Saint? Upon hearing her description, Haibuodong's eyes widened in astonishment. A 3-star Dou Saint? How terrifying! Mo Ba Si expressed his shock, as such information was truly staggering to him. Humph, what is there to be proud of? The geographical features depicted on that treasure map must have altered over the millennia, even if they haven't. Do you really think you can locate this strange fire across such a vast continent just by relying on this map? Queen Medusa sneered at Haibuodong's elation. Indeed, the geographical features described by the map seem rather limited, and after 10 millennia, they must have changed considerably. How am I to search for it? Upon hearing Queen Medusa's mockery, Haibuodong's brows furrowed in concern. If that were the case, this treasure map would be no more than a useless piece of parchment, providing him with little advantage. Haha, the queen is wise. This treasure map is nothing but scrap paper. I wouldn't accept it even if it were given to me. Mo Ba Si laughed boisterously. At that moment, Haibuodong's gaze locked onto him, instantly imposing an overwhelming pressure. Haibuodong, do you disregard my presence? Queen Medusa's cold voice shattered the tension as she dispelled the oppressive aura directed at Mo Ba Si. Humph, a worthless being dares to mock a powerful one. If given the chance, I shall roast you alive. Haibuodong retorted fiercely. You may as well try it, and see who ends up in pieces. One must consider the master when chastising a dog. As Haibuodong insulted Mebus, Queen Medusa felt a surge of displeasure, standing defiantly against him, creating an odd atmosphere in the arena. At that moment, the little healer finally discerned that the familiarity between the two was rooted in enmity, rather than long-standing acquaintance. Ladies and gentlemen, the jar shop does not permit combat, the little healer gently remarked. With her words, both Queen Medusa and Haibuodong reluctantly suppressed their murderous intentions. Once you step out of the jar shop, I shall ensure you pay dearly. Queen Medusa declared menacingly before striding to the counter, addressing the little healer. Dear healer, could you kindly fetch me another orange jar? Certainly, Queen Medusa, please hold on. The little healer replied with a smile, quickly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelves behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. Chapter 512, The Thief's Gloves. Certainly, Queen Medusa, please hold on. The little healer echoed, smiling as she nodded, swiftly turning to fetch an orange jar from the shelves behind her, placing it on the counter before Queen Medusa. That old fellow, with his useless treasure map, I shall certainly outpace him this time. Once I ascend to the realm of the battle sovereign, he will surely regret it. Gazing at the orange jar on the counter, Queen Medusa mused inwardly. In the next moment, employing a serpent tribe's ritual, she gestured towards the orange jar on the counter, before gently extending her fair hand to tap upon its surface. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering, the jar splintered into fragments. Immediately, the shards transformed into a dazzling display of radiance, obscuring everyone's vision, rendering the inner spectacle indecipherable. I hope this time fortune favors me. Grant me the power to utterly overpower Haibuodong. As she beheld the radiant light emerging from the counter, Queen Medusa began to pray fervently. May the treasures unveiled by Her Majesty surpass even that icy old man. Witnessing the resplendent light, Washier could not help but reflect. Her Majesty's fortune is celestial. How could this human elder ever compare? Just wait. Those who dare to compete with our serpent tribe for jars shall eventually face their reckoning. Mebus silently vowed. The elderly man had unexpectedly enhanced his aura to a level nearly comparable to that of Her Majesty the Queen, thanks to the elixir he had previously procured. Moreover, as a regular patron of the antique shop, he might possess other marvelous treasures. This situation could prove troublesome. It is fervently hoped that Her Majesty will unveil even more exquisite artifacts, thereby increasing the likelihood of contending with this icy old man. Meanwhile, in the underworld, there were clandestine calculations at play. Humph, Queen Medusa, I curse you to reveal nothing but worthless trinkets this time. As he beheld the dazzling radiance emanating from the counter, Haibuodong continued to ponder. Before long, under the watchful gazes of the crowd, the brilliant light slowly dissipated, revealing the object within. To their astonishment, a pair of crimson gloves materialized upon the counter. Is this a pair of gloves? Queen Medusa's eyes gleamed with curiosity at the sight of the treasure. These gloves appeared to be extraordinary. In my estimation, they must be crafted from a material of remarkable strength, and once donned, they would undoubtedly possess formidable offensive capabilities. Observing the gloves, Mobus expressed his excitement, fervently wishing that Queen Medusa would unveil a treasure that would enhance their combat prowess. This pair of gloves must be forged from an impenetrable material, granting the wearer boundless combat abilities. The underworld shared this sentiment. A mere pair of gloves. What significance could it hold? This item is likely even more worthless than that useless treasure map I encountered earlier. Hebadong internally lamented, hoping that Queen Medusa would not unveil any valuable artifacts. Queen Medusa was acutely aware that consulting the little physician would be the swiftest way to acquire information about this treasure. Thus, she promptly addressed her, "Little physician, could you assist me in discerning the nature of the treasure upon the counter?" "Of course, Your Majesty, please wait a moment." Upon hearing Queen Medusa's request, the little physician smiled and nodded, quickly employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yun and directing her gaze towards the red gloves. As her eyes swept over the counter, a piece of information was immediately revealed. Thief's Gloves, an item from the world of teamfight tactics. Its effect allows the wearer to steal one item from an opponent with a 100 success rate. However, this can only be executed once per day on the same target. And the stolen item is highly random. It could be anything from an egg to a blade of grass. Note: success is unattainable when there is a significant disparity in power. Such a peculiar item. Whoever possesses this treasure would surely be unstoppable. Observing the details regarding the gloves, the little physician's expression became increasingly animated. "Little physician, have you discerned something?" Queen Medusa inquired, noticing the shift in her expression. "Indeed, I have." Upon hearing the words of Queen Medusa, the little healer smiled and nodded, then proceeded to elaborate. "Your Majesty, this item is known as the Thief's Gloves, originating from the realm of teamfight tactics. Its effect is rather remarkable, as it guarantees the theft of one item from the target. However, this can only be executed once per day on the same target, and the item acquired is entirely random. It could be something as trivial as an egg or a blade of grass. It is worth noting that if there is a significant disparity in strength, the theft will not succeed. To possess the Thief's Gloves means one can assuredly claim an item from the target." Upon hearing the little healer's explanation, Queen Medusa felt a surge of elation. According to her description, as long as she wielded these gloves, she could transfer a treasure from her foe to herself, all while the opponent remained blissfully unaware. Such a miraculous artifact was irresistible. Possessing it would equate to acquiring countless treasures. A guaranteed theft of one item from the target. Truly extraordinary, utterly extraordinary. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this wondrous treasure. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this wondrous treasure. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this wondrous treasure. The Serpentine warriors, including MOBAs, also discerned the formidable capabilities of the Thief's Gloves from the little healer's words. This glove would undoubtedly bestow upon Queen Medusa even more remarkable treasures. In stark contrast to the jubilant sentiments of the Serpent clan, Hebadong wore a furrowed brow. After hearing the little healer's introduction, he had been calculating the implications. If Queen Medusa were to use the gloves against him and steal one of his treasures, he would suffer a considerable loss. Initially, he had contemplated leaving the jar shop altogether, but upon further reflection, he realized that remaining might yield 4 or 5 treasures from the orange jars. Ultimately, staying would only result in the loss of a single item, making it a more prudent choice to remain. Chapter 513, The Fishing Net. After hearing the little healer's description, he continued to ponder the potential consequences of Queen Medusa employing the gloves against him. "Dear little healer, from which realm of teamfight tactics do these Thief's Gloves hail? Is their usage akin to that of equipment in the League of Legends universe?" Queen Medusa inquired tentatively. "Queen Medusa, you are indeed astute. The equipment from both realms can be donned merely by silently invoking its use in one's heart." Upon hearing the words of Queen Medusa, the little healer smiled and nodded in agreement. "So it is truly this way." Upon hearing the healer's comment, Queen Medusa became exceedingly exhilarated. In the next moment, she extended her hand and grasped the crimson gloves from the counter, silently invoking their use. As her mental command resonated, the red gloves transformed into a brilliant crimson light, merging seamlessly into Queen Medusa's being. This equipment could either manifest visibly or remain concealed at her discretion. Queen Medusa chose the latter, as a new active skill blossomed in her mind. After equipping the Thief's Gloves, Queen Medusa slowly turned to gaze at Hebadong. Under the weight of her stare, Hebadong felt an unsettling premonition welling up within him. In the next moment, he spoke loudly to the little healer. "Miss Healer, it is surely prohibited to steal within the confines of this jar shop, is it not?" "Indeed, it is not permitted," the healer replied without hesitation upon hearing Hebadong's words. "That is splendid." A look of satisfaction spread across Hebadong's face at the healer's response, for he believed that Queen Medusa would be unable to pilfer any of his treasures today. Otherwise, she would be violating the jar shop's regulations, a risk she was unlikely to take. Consider yourself fortunate. Queen Medusa, upon overhearing the dialogue between Hebadong and the healer, furrowed her brows, contemplating silently. Since the healer had explicitly stated that theft was forbidden within the shop, she would naturally refrain from such actions. Mubas, please proceed to open the jar, Queen Medusa commanded, suppressing her displeasure. Certainly, Your Majesty. Mubas replied respectfully upon hearing her directive. In the next moment, he turned to the little healer and said, Miss Healer, could you please fetch me a standard jar? Of course, Mr. Mubas, please hold on a moment. The healer responded with a smile, swiftly turning to retrieve a standard jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before Mubas. This will be my fourth jar. Once I open one more, I will have spent 500,000 gold coins and earned a VIP card. Mubas mused internally as he gazed at the ordinary jar before him. Slowly, he extended his hand toward the jar on the counter. Crack! With a sharp sound, the jar shattered into countless pieces, transforming the counter into a scene of splintered fragments. Immediately, the shattered fragments of the jar transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. Under the collective gaze of the onlookers, the resplendent light emanating from the counter swiftly dissipated, revealing the items contained within. This time, the goods presented by Mebas exhibited a slight enhancement compared to the previous two occasions. However, the fortunes of Washer and Inshur were not as favorable, as they received merely trivial trinkets devoid of value. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the jar openings by Mebas, Washer, and Inshur, Hebadong hastily approached the counter. Addressing the little medical fairy, Dear little medical fairy, could you kindly procure another orange jar for me? Certainly, Mr. Hebadong, please hold on a moment. The little medical fairy responded with a smile, promptly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before Hebadong. This is my third jar of the day. I hope it proves superior to the previous two. It would be delightful if it yielded another pill to enhance my cultivation. Hebadong mused silently, his heart filled with hope as he gazed at the orange jar on the counter. With a sudden surge of resolve, he raised his palm and struck the jar forcefully. Crack! The sharp sound of the jar shattering echoed, causing it to splinter into numerous pieces. Instantly, the shattered fragments coalesced into a radiant glow, once again obscuring the vision of all present. This old coot, I wish he would conjure a heap of mud. Mebas cursed inwardly as he beheld the dazzling light at the counter. This icy old man is truly repugnant. How does he dare oppose our queen? Just wait. One day the queen shall seal him away once more. Washer thought bitterly. At this juncture, all the jars opened by the trio had proven to be ordinary, and even the orange jar opened by the queen had been tainted by their lackluster results. However, Hebadong had only a day, having arrived via teleportation. While the queen had the luxury of another day, this strategy was not without merit, as Inshur astutely reasoned, true to his reputation as the sage of the Serpent clan. Before long, the resplendent glow at the counter gradually subsided, unveiling the items contained within. To their astonishment, a blue net appeared atop the counter. Not unfurled, but rather haphazardly piled, creating a chaotic impression. What on earth is this? Curiosity filled Hebadong's eyes as he beheld the peculiar object before him. This old fellow wouldn't he have conjured a fishing net, would he? If that is indeed the case, I wish him luck in catching a few fish. Mebas pondered swiftly, contemplating the implications of Hebadong's unexpected acquisition. Chapter 514, The Celestial Silken Net. What could this be? As Hebadong gazed curiously at the peculiar object appearing on the counter, he mused whether this old fellow had inadvertently revealed a fishing net. If that were the case, I would wish him an abundant catch. Observing the item in question, Mobas began to contemplate rapidly. A fishing net, what could its material be? I sincerely hope it is not the kind that ensnares its captor. Looking at the net atop the counter, Huashir speculated aloud. Indeed, your conjecture holds merit, Huashir. After all, this item was drawn from the orange jar and is unlikely to be straightforward. Inshur nodded in agreement. The conversation among Mobas and his companions did not escape the ears of Queen Medusa, who understood that this net must possess some extraordinary properties. Little medical fairy, could you assist me in discerning the nature of this treasure on the counter? Hebadong, aware that inquiring with the little medical fairy would yield the quickest understanding of the artifact's effects, wasted no time in posing his question. Certainly, Mr. Hebadong. Please hold on. Upon hearing his request, the little medical fairy smiled and nodded, swiftly employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun to scrutinize the treasure on the counter. As her gaze swept over it, a revelation materialized. Celestial Silken Net. This net is woven from the silken threads of the magical beast known as the Celestial Silkworm and has undergone refinement, rendering it exceptionally resilient. It can bolster fighting energy, and once unfurled, it becomes exceedingly difficult to tear apart under attacks from those below the half-saint realm. Furthermore, when infused with fighting energy, it can exhibit additional effects. Alas, this net is astonishingly powerful. It is truly remarkable. Upon reviewing the information displayed on the counter, the little medical fairy felt a surge of excitement. Little medical fairy, have you discerned its properties? Noticing the shift in her expression, Hai Buodong inquired once more. Indeed, Mr. Hai Buodong. The little medical fairy replied with a smile and proceeded to elucidate. This item is known as the Celestial Silken Net. It is woven from the silken threads of the magical beast known as the Celestial Silkworm, refined to achieve remarkable hardness, capable of augmenting fighting energy. Once deployed, it is typically resilient against assaults from those below the half-saint realm, and with the infusion of fighting energy, it can manifest additional effects. The Celestial Silken Net, capable of enhancing fighting energy to ensnare foes. Upon hearing the little medical fairy's words, Hai Buodong's eyes sparkled with delight. The net's potency was formidable. With this, he could even pose a threat to formidable fighters, a truly formidable safeguard. This fellow has unearthed such a powerful treasure. Upon hearing the little medical fairy's description, Queen Medusa could not help but furrow her brow. According to the words of the little medical fairy, this net possesses the capability to ensnare individuals, and when enhanced with fighting spirit, its potency is greatly amplified. With her current strength, should she become ensnared, escaping would be utterly impossible. At this moment, the expressions of Mobas and the other serpent warriors, including Flower Snake, turned grim. For the artifact unleashed by Hai Buodong posed an immense threat. Such treasures that can contend with powerful foes were previously wielded by Medusa. Yet that grand hall was designed solely for the taming of magical beasts, not for confrontation with humans. Little medical fairy, how should this treasure be utilized? Hai Buodong inquired with great enthusiasm. One merely needs to drop blood to recognize its master. The little medical fairy replied without hesitation. Upon hearing her words, Hai Buodong showed no reluctance. He extended his hand, pricked his fingertip, and allowed a drop of blood to fall onto the celestial silk net atop the counter. As the blood touched the net, it immediately radiated a dazzling white light. Once the blinding brilliance faded, the drop of blood was completely absorbed, and at that moment, Hai Buodong realized a multitude of connections had formed between himself and the net. I see. After refining the celestial silk net, Hai Buodong finally comprehended its function. The net appeared as a flat surface, yet when wrapped, its junctions could merge seamlessly, thus creating a semi-enclosed space where only minute openings would allow escape. In its unenhanced state, the net could obstruct physical bodies but could not prevent the escape of souls. However, when empowered with fighting spirit, energy barriers could be established at each minute opening, achieving complete closure. The strength of these energy barriers would depend on the prowess of the practitioner. Haha, this truly is a remarkable treasure. Hai Buodong exclaimed joyously. What is there to be proud of? Even if ensnared, I can simply retreat into my inner world to cultivate. I do not believe you can guard the outside forever. Upon realizing this, Queen Medusa remembered her inner realm, which spanned 3,000 miles, far exceeding the territory of the entire Jaimar Empire, and the density of energy within was superior to that of the outside world. Thus, she harbored no fear of being trapped. Having come to this conclusion, Queen Medusa wasted no time and approached the counter, addressing the little medical fairy. Little medical fairy, please fetch me another orange jar. Certainly, Queen Medusa, please hold on. The little medical fairy smiled and nodded, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. That old fellow has just unleashed the celestial silk net. I must ensure to surpass him. Once I reach the realm of the fighting sovereign, I shall make him pay. Gazing at the orange jar upon the counter, Queen Medusa pondered silently within. In the next moment, she performed a serpentine ritual, gesturing towards the orange jar. Subsequently, she slowly extended her fair hand and gently placed it atop the jar. With a crisp crack, the jar shattered into countless fragments. Immediately, the shards transformed into a dazzling light, cloaking the vision of all present, rendering the scene within obscured. May this bring me fortune. Grant me the power to effortlessly crush Hai Buodong. Medusa fervently prayed as she beheld the radiant light emerging from the counter. I hope the treasure unveiled this time surpasses that of the icy old man. Flower Snake, too, felt a wave of sentiment wash over her at the sight of the brilliant glow. Chapter 515, The Venomous Insect. May this bring me fortune. Grant me the power to effortlessly crush Hai Buodong. Medusa continued to beseech within her heart. I hope the treasure unveiled this time surpasses that of the icy old man. Flower Snake echoed her thoughts, captivated by the resplendent light. Queen's fortune is unparalleled. How could this human elder compare? Just wait. For daring to contest with our serpent kin over the jar, you shall face consequences. Mebus mused inwardly. The elder human's previous revelation of a golden elixir had remarkably elevated his aura to a level not far from that of Her Majesty. And as a regular patron of the jar shop, he might possess other wondrous treasures. This indeed posed a dilemma. May Her Majesty unveil even more extraordinary artifacts, enhancing their chances against the Icy Elder. On the other side, the underworld harbored similar contemplations. Queen Medusa, I curse you to unveil nothing but worthless trinkets. Hebadong schemed silently, fixated on the dazzling light emanating from the counter. Before long, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the radiant light gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. To their astonishment, a worm, glowing with a green hue, emerged atop the counter. This worm bore a striking resemblance to those found in gardens, albeit exuding an aura of danger. Is this truly a worm? Medusa felt a wave of surprise and disappointment wash over her. The creature's appearance was decidedly unappealing, failing to meet her expectations. How could it be a worm, and one that emanates such a bizarre aura? Even Mebus found it hard to endure. The repulsiveness of the worm was beyond comprehension. Flower Snake instinctively recoiled several paces from the counter, her expression filled with disgust. Queen Medusa, your fortune is indeed remarkable. Even such a wretched creature can be summoned, and it could be used to feed those birds that incessantly surveil the skies. Hebadong laughed heartily. Upon hearing Hebadong's blatant mockery, Queen Medusa's expression instantly turned cold. Had they not been in a shop, she might have been compelled to retaliate. However, once she regained her composure, she suppressed her disgust towards the green insect and directly inquired of the young healer. Young healer, could you assist me in examining this green insect? Certainly, no problem. The young healer responded with a smile, nodding in agreement. She then immediately utilized the abilities bestowed upon her by Yun, directing her gaze toward the green insect on the counter. As her eyes swept over it, a piece of information materialized before her. Green phantom poison insect. This insect possesses no combat prowess. However, the toxin within poses a significant threat even to Dou Qi experts. Upon entering the body, the toxin rapidly integrates with the blood, compromising critical organs until it induces cardiac and cerebral failure. Alas, how venomous! The young healer exclaimed in astonishment after reading the information. She had not anticipated that such a diminutive creature could harbor such potency. Nevertheless, despite her awareness of its toxicity, she felt no aversion, for she herself was a poison body and had cultivated various poison techniques. Young healer, have you discerned its nature? Queen Medusa continued to inquire, observing the expression on the young healer's face. Indeed, Queen Medusa, I have. The young healer affirmed with a smile, then elaborated. This insect is called the green phantom poison insect. It lacks combat capability, yet its toxin is capable of threatening Dou Qi experts. Once the toxin infiltrates the body, it swiftly merges with the blood, attacking essential organs until it leads to the failure of the heart and brain. A mere insect's venom can threaten Dou Qi experts? Queen Medusa felt a wave of shock wash over her. The potency of this toxin sent shivers down her spine. How vexatious that Queen Medusa has summoned such a toxic creature. It seems I must exercise caution. Hebadong, upon learning of the insect's potency, discreetly enveloped himself in a thin membrane of fighting spirit to prevent the toxin from infiltrating. Such a powerful toxin may prove invaluable in the future. After contemplating, Queen Medusa carefully stored the insect, placing it within her inner realm. Mebus, you may proceed. Queen Medusa commanded. At your command, my queen. Upon hearing the words of Queen Medusa, Mebus quickly regained his composure and hastened to the counter, addressing the young healer. Dear healer, could you kindly fetch me another ordinary jar? Certainly, Mr. Mebus, please hold on a moment, replied the healer with a warm smile. She swiftly turned and retrieved an ordinary jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Mebus. May it bring me good fortune. Mebus silently wished as he gazed at the jar. With determination, he extended his hand and struck the jar. Crack! The sound of shattering glass resonated as the jar splintered into countless fragments. In an instant, the broken pieces transformed into a dazzling array of light, obscuring the vision of everyone present, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. Congratulations, Mr. Mebus, for spending 500,000 gold coins in our establishment. You have achieved the first tier. Here is your VIP card, which grants you 1 monthly opportunity to be teleported to the jar shop. The healer announced as the radiant light began to dissipate, revealing the contents. Thank you, Mebus exclaimed, his heart racing with excitement as he gratefully accepted the VIP card presented by the healer. Witnessing Mebus attain the first tier, Washier and Inshur felt a flicker of desire. However, they realized they each needed to open 2 more jars to reach the same status. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the brilliant light from the counter faded, unveiling the items within. This time, the treasures Mebus uncovered appeared to be an enhancement compared to his previous attempts. However, luck was not on the side of Washier and Inshur, as they retrieved only trivial trinkets. Chapter 506, The Minor Blast Bomb. In no time, as the crowd observed, The radiant light from the counter diminished, revealing the contents within. Mebas, Washir, and Inshur had completed their jar openings, prompting Hebadong to seize the moment and hastily approach the counter. "Dear healer, could you please bring me an orange jar?" he requested eagerly. "Of course, Mr. Hebadong. Please wait a moment," the healer replied, her smile unwavering as she swiftly turned to fetch an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Hebadong. "This marks the 4th jar I have opened today, and I fervently hope it surpasses the previous 3. It would be splendid if I could once again uncover a potion that enhances my cultivation, or perhaps a treasure akin to that extraordinary silken web I encountered earlier." Gazing at the orange jar upon the counter, Hebadong silently offered a prayer before violently raising his palm and striking down upon the jar with great force. Crack! With a resounding shatter, the jar fragmented into countless pieces. Immediately, the shards transformed into a mesmerizing array of radiant light, obscuring the view of all present, rendering them unable to discern the unfolding spectacle. This old fool, I wish for him to unleash a mere puddle of mud. As he beheld the dazzling light emanating from the counter, Mo-Bayes began cursing under his breath once more. "This frosty elder is truly repugnant. How can such a person dare to oppose our queen? Just wait, for there will come a day when her majesty shall seal him once more." The thoughts of Washir were similarly filled with resentment. At present, the jars we have opened are all mundane, and even the orange jar opened by her majesty has been a disappointment. However, Hebadong has only one day here, while the queen has a full day ahead. Sacrificing a bit of time may grant us the opportunity to obtain a VIP card, allowing us access to the jar shop in the future. Such a strategy is quite commendable. Inshur pondered this with great insight, as befits the sage of the serpent tribe. Before long, under the watchful eyes of the patrons within the jar shop, the dazzling light began to gradually dissipate, revealing the contents within. There, upon the counter, lay a transparent sphere the size of a fist, within which appeared to be intricately carved three-dimensional runes, densely packed and somewhat indecipherable. "What is this? Such a peculiar sight. And I sense an air of danger." Hebadong was taken aback by the appearance of this object. A transparent sphere? This does not bode well. Mo-Bayes felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. Objects of this shape typically signify highly valuable treasures. It seems this old man has unveiled something quite extraordinary, and that is troubling. At this moment, both Washir and Inshur shared Mo-Bayes' sentiments, believing the spherical object to be a likely treasure, their expressions turning somewhat grim. Queen Medusa's gaze remained tranquil, leaving the others unable to fathom her thoughts at this juncture. On the side of Hebadong, it was abundantly clear that the swiftest way to acquire information about the treasures displayed was to consult the little medicine immortal. Thus, without wasting any time in conjecture, Hebadong directly inquired, "Little medicine immortal, could you assist me in examining the treasures on this counter?" "Of course, Mr. Hebadong. Please hold on a moment," replied the little medicine immortal with a smile, as she swiftly harnessed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun. Her gaze swept over the treasures displayed on the counter. As her eyes traversed the items, a piece of information was immediately unveiled. Micro-sensation bomb. The composition of this bomb does not consist of the gunpowder known in the Blue Star world, but rather is a unique item from the realm of fantasy. It contains an immense amount of energy and numerous runes set by powerful beings, allowing for remote detonation and control over its explosion. It can also set a minimum strength threshold for the bomb's explosive power, sufficient to annihilate all below the Dozuan realm, and it detonates instantaneously, with a coverage radius of 3 kilometers. What an astonishing bomb! The little medicine immortal's face lit up with surprise as she absorbed the information displayed before her. "Have you discerned its nature?" Hebadong inquired, observing the expression on her face. "Indeed, Mr. Hebadong," she confirmed with a nod and proceeded to elaborate. "This item is named the micro-sensation bomb, and its composition is not derived from the gunpowder of the Blue Star world, but is instead a special artifact from the fantasy realm. It harbors an immense energy, along with countless runes inscribed by formidable entities, enabling remote control of its explosion and the ability to determine a minimum strength for the bomb's lethality, which can obliterate anyone below the Dozuan level instantaneously, with a 3-kilometer blast radius. What? This device is truly terrifying." Hebadong's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with exhilaration. This old man has struck an incredible fortune, manifesting such a formidable weapon with immense destructive power. A single explosion could potentially annihilate the divine temple. In such a scenario, would our kin not face dire consequences? Upon hearing the little medicine immortal's description of this treasure, the expressions of Mo-Bayes and others shifted dramatically. The destructive capability of this item was overwhelmingly formidable. Alas, the tower previously revealed by Her Majesty the Queen possessed similar power. However, this old man is alone, while our serpent clan boasts numerous members. An area-wide bombardment would hold little significance for him. Inshur sighed inwardly. The countenance of Queen Medusa was equally frigid, as Hebadong bore a deep-seated grudge against her. Now, with the emergence of such a formidable treasure that posed a significant threat to the serpent people, the queen was profoundly concerned that her kin might face catastrophic ruin. Chapter 517. The Thoughts of Queen Medusa. Alas, the tower previously summoned by Her Majesty also possessed similar power. However, this ancient entity was solitary, while our serpent people number in multitudes. Area bombardment holds little significance against him, sighed Inshur inwardly. Indeed, even in the absence of such an artifact, Hebadong's threat to the entire serpent people was enormous. The dual towers he previously unleashed could devastate the territory of the serpent people from a great distance, functioning as a veritable war machine. Furthermore, Hebadong commanded a war fortress, wherein a single individual could represent an entire army, wielding terrifying destructive capability. Should Hebadong truly desire to annihilate the serpent people, it would be a task of great ease. Remote control, indeed. Moreover, it could be programmed. This device should operate within a set range. If I configure it to detonate upon the entry of anyone possessing a cultivation level surpassing that of Dou Qi, it would prove exceedingly convenient. On Hebadong's end, there was no surprise at the lethal potential of this treasure. Rather, he found its ease of use remarkably appealing, accompanied by an element of unexpectedness. Little medical fairy, does this item require blood to recognize its master? Hebadong inquired once more. Indeed, Mr. Hebadong, you guessed correctly, replied the little medical fairy, nodding in agreement. Upon receiving her affirmation, Hebadong did not hesitate, extending his hand to pierce his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the treasure. As Hebadong's blood touched the transparent orb, it immediately emanated a dazzling white light that obscured the vision of all present. When the brilliant light finally dissipated, the blood upon the transparent orb had been entirely absorbed, and simultaneously, Hebadong and the orb established an array of peculiar connections. So it is. Upon comprehending the operational method of this micro-explosive device, Hebadong felt a surge of satisfaction. This contraption could execute surprise attacks with remarkable precision. In the next moment, he swiftly stowed the transparent orb away. Humph. Observing the triumphant expression on Hebadong's face, Queen Medusa snorted coldly and promptly resolved to dismiss such thoughts from her mind. Previously, she had formulated her plans. Now, she possessed an inner realm spanning 3,000 miles. The energy within this sanctum was far more potent than that found in the ordinary locales of the Dou Qi continent. She had resolved to relocate the entire serpent people tribe into her inner realm, for that world was impervious even to the mightiest Dou Qi. Within it, the serpent people could not only thrive rapidly, but also remain secure. Shifting her gaze from Hebadong to the counter, she wasted no time and directly addressed the little physician. Dear little physician, could you kindly fetch me an orange jar? Certainly, Queen Medusa, please hold on. The little physician smiled and nodded in response to Queen Medusa's request. She swiftly turned, retrieving an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before Queen Medusa. This old fellow, having just unveiled that celestial silkworm web and this minor explosive, I must surpass him. Once I ascend to the Dou Qi realm, I shall make him rue the day. As she gazed at the orange jar on the counter, Queen Medusa mused inwardly. In the next moment, she performed a serpent people prayer ritual, casting gestures towards the orange jar on the counter. Slowly, she extended her fair hand and gently tapped the jar. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering glass, the jar instantly splintered into countless pieces. Immediately, the fragments transformed into a dazzling radiance that enveloped everyone's vision, obscuring the scene within. I hope this time it brings me fortune. Grant me the power to utterly crush Hebadong. Watching the radiant light emerging from the counter, Queen Medusa began to pray fervently. May the treasures unveiled by Her Majesty surpass even that ice-cold elder. Observing the brilliant glow, Huashi couldn't help but reflect. The fortune of Her Majesty is unparalleled. How could this human elder compare? Just wait. For daring to contest our serpent people for the jar, he shall meet his reckoning. Mobas thought to himself. That human elder had previously unveiled a golden elixir that elevated his aura to nearly match that of Her Majesty. Moreover, as a regular patron of the jar shop, he might possess other extraordinary treasures. This could spell trouble. I hope Her Majesty reveals even more exceptional items henceforth, for that would bolster our chances against that icy elder. Inshur was also calculating inwardly. Humph, Queen Medusa, I curse you to unveil nothing of value this time. Observing the dazzling radiance on the counter, Hebadong continually plotted in his mind. Before long, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the radiant glow on the counter gradually dissipated, unveiling the contents within. There, upon the counter, appeared a miniature mecha model. Indeed, this object bears a remarkable resemblance to the mechs found on the blue planet. with its distinctive texture and line design that aligns perfectly with the aesthetic sensibilities of that world. What could it be? As the item appeared on the counter, Queen Medusa felt an intense curiosity. It was her first encounter with such a form. This mech model, akin to the human structure yet enveloped in armor, is an intriguing artifact. Could it possibly be a statue of a person? Observing the item on the counter, a look of astonishment crossed Moba's face, as he too found himself captivated by this peculiar object. A humanoid statue clad in armor. What could this be? If it were to be magnified, it would undoubtedly exude a formidable presence. Gazing at the treasure on the counter, Washer speculated. Young medic, could you assist me in examining this treasure that has appeared on the counter? Haibuodong, aware that inquiring with the young medic was the quickest route to information, wasted no time and directly sought her assistance. Certainly, Mr. Haibuodong. Please hold on. The young medic replied with a smile, nodding in affirmation before swiftly employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze toward the treasure on the counter. Chapter 518, Combat Mech. With her gaze sweeping across, an influx of information materialized regarding the item on the counter. Mech Warrior. This object is a high-tech product from the Blue Planet, dated 2123. Its primary material is derived from the most advanced resources of 2223, boasting exceptional frost resistance and thermal durability. It operates on nuclear energy. With a lifespan of 5,000 years under normal usage, the mech is capable of flight at remarkable speeds, equipped with scanning capabilities in its eyes, which also house powerful artificial intelligence for analysis. Furthermore, its eyes can emit lasers, and its right hand can unleash powerful energy beams, complemented by a 1-meter-long alloy short blade capable of channeling immense electric currents. It is indeed a high-tech marvel from the Blue Planet. How astonishing! Upon absorbing this information, an expression of sheer amazement illuminated the young medic's face, as the capabilities of this mech were truly astounding. Young medic, have you discerned the nature of it? Noticing her expression, Haibuodong inquired once more. Yes, I have indeed come to a realization. Upon hearing Haibuodong's words, Xiao Yixin smiled and nodded, then proceeded to explain. This entity is known as the Mecha Warrior. It is a product of advanced technology from Blue Star in the year 2123. Constructed from the most sophisticated materials available in 2223. Its resistance to freezing and heat is unparalleled, and it is powered by nuclear energy. With a lifespan of 5,000 years under normal usage, the mecha possesses flight capabilities and remarkable speed, equipped with scanning abilities in its eyes, embedded with a robust artificial intelligence for analysis. Its eyes can also emit laser beams, while its right hand can discharge powerful rays, complemented by a 1-meter-long alloy blade capable of channeling strong electrical currents. What an astonishing mecha! This is truly remarkable. Upon hearing Xiao Yixin's introduction, Haibuodong felt an overwhelming excitement, eager to experience such a high-tech marvel. This old fellow has managed to procure such an extraordinary item. Meanwhile, Mobas found himself inwardly cursing Haibuodong, contemplating that if this mecha truly possessed the capabilities Xiao Yixin described, then Haibuodong would effectively have an unwaveringly loyal and formidable bodyguard, or perhaps a steward. Huashir and Inshir gazed in astonishment at the mecha displayed on the counter, marveling at the notion that this seemingly metallic entity could possess thought and intelligence, far exceeding their imagination. Queen Medusa maintained a frosty demeanor, realizing that the treasures Haibuodong unveiled today were indeed superior to those she had presented. How does one operate this contraption? After containing his elation, Haibuodong inquired of Xiao Yixin. It requires recognition of your pupil, fingerprint, and genetic information. Xiao Yixin replied with a smile. You merely need to shake hands with it. Is it truly that simple? Elated by Xiao Yixin's words, Haibuodong approached the sleek black mecha and, upon contact, it levitated and gradually expanded, soon towering at 2 meters, slightly exceeding Haibuodong's height. I always said that if this thing could grow, it would be incredibly imposing, exclaimed Huashir, captivated by the mecha's striking design, which mirrored human structure yet bore a distinct metallic aesthetic. Following Xiao Yixin's guidance, Haibuodong extended his hand towards the mecha. Handshake. The mecha emitted an electronic mechanical voice, reciprocating with an outstretched hand. As their hands clasped, the black mecha extracted Haibuodong's fingerprint and genetic information from his blood, while its eyes scanned his pupils. Authentication complete. Welcome, Master. Please issue your commands. The mecha intoned in a voice tinged with respect. Observing the scene, Haibuodong could not help but burst into laughter. This object would undoubtedly become his most loyal companion, more trusted than any human. How infuriating. Seeing the smug expression on Haibuodong's face, Queen Medusa sighed inwardly. In the next moment, she chose not to squander any time and approached the counter, addressing Little Medical Fairy. My dear Little Medical Fairy, may I trouble you to fetch me an orange jar? Certainly. Queen Medusa, please hold on. Upon hearing the queen's request, little medical fairy smiled and nodded, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. That old rascal, the mech and the minor explosive he unveiled earlier. I must surpass him. Once I reach the realm of the battle sovereign, I shall show him what I am capable of. As she gazed at the orange jar on the counter, Queen Medusa pondered silently. In the next moment, she performed a serpent folk prayer ritual, gesturing towards the orange jar on the counter. Then, she gradually extended her fair hand, gently placing it upon the jar. Crack! With the sound of the jar shattering. It immediately splintered into countless pieces. Following this, the fragments transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring everyone's vision, rendering the scene within obscured. I hope this time brings me good fortune. Grant me the power to decisively overpower Haiba Dong. As she beheld the radiant light emanating from the counter, Queen Medusa began to pray internally. May the treasure unveiled by Her Majesty surpass even that of the icy elder. In admiration of the resplendent glow, Washier reflected deeply. Her Majesty's fortune is unparalleled. How could this human elder compare? Just wait. Daring to compete with our serpent folk for the jar, you shall face the consequences. Mobas thought to himself. The human elder's previous unveiling of the golden elixir had elevated his aura to a level not far from Her Majesty. Coupled with his status as a regular at the jar shop, perhaps he possesses other extraordinary treasures. This could spell trouble. I hope Her Majesty unveils even more remarkable treasures next, thereby enhancing our confidence in dealing with this icy elder. Inshur also calculated quietly in his heart. Humph. Queen Medusa, I curse you to unveil nothing of worth this time. As the dazzling rays of light shimmered on the counter, Haiba Dong pondered deeply within his heart. Before long, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the brilliant light gradually dissipated, revealing the items within. Behold, atop the counter lay a box with an open top, its material indiscernible, seemingly filled with soil. What could this be? Gazing at the palm-sized box that had materialized, Queen Medusa's heart brimmed with curiosity. A box of soil? Mobas felt a profound astonishment as he contemplated the significance of this soil enclosed in a box. Could it possibly be meant for consumption? A peculiar thought emerged in Washier's mind. Unique creatures yield extraordinary treasures. Observing the artifact unveiled by Queen Medusa, Haiba Dong felt a sense of disdain. Meanwhile, Queen Medusa, unable to discern its value, decided to forego further speculation and directly inquired of the little medical fairy, saying, "Little medical fairy, could you help me examine this treasure on the counter?" "Certainly, Queen Medusa, please hold on." Upon hearing Queen Medusa's request, the little medical fairy smiled and nodded, swiftly employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, directing her gaze toward the orange jar on the counter. As her eyes swept over it, a message promptly materialized atop the counter. Life-giving spirit plate. This spirit plate, in its true dimensions, spans a kilometer and is capable of resizing. Within it lies an exceptionally unique spirit soil, which, when used to cultivate various spiritual herbs and trees, boasts 1,000-fold acceleration in growth. Oh, this item possesses such miraculous effects. After reading this information, the little medical fairy felt an overwhelming excitement. According to the details, a medicinal herb that typically matures in over a decade could be ready in mere days, while a spirit herb that normally takes a millennium to mature could be cultivated within a year. Moreover, this plate was not limited to a single plant. With its expansive kilometer range, the potential number of spiritual herbs and grasses it could yield was incalculable. Little medical fairy, have you discerned its nature? Queen Medusa inquired once more, noticing the astonished expression on the little medical fairy's face. Indeed, Queen Medusa, the little medical fairy responded, smiling as she explained. This is the life-giving spirit plate. Its true size spans a kilometer, capable of resizing. And within it lies an extraordinary spirit soil that accelerates the growth of spiritual herbs and trees 1,000-fold. What? 1,000-fold acceleration effect. Upon hearing the introduction from the young healer, Queen Medusa's eyes gleamed with delight. This artifact was indeed a remarkable treasure. Henceforth, the Serpent Clan would only need to seek out immature spiritual herb seedlings or seeds to amass a considerable collection of high-grade spiritual herbs in a remarkably short span of time. Congratulations to Her Majesty the Queen for acquiring this exquisite treasure. Upon learning of Queen Medusa's acquisition, the serpent warriors in the apothecary chimed in unison to extend their heartfelt congratulations, fully aware of the peculiar attributes of this extraordinary item. Nodding slightly at the accolades from her kin, Queen Medusa discreetly lifted the spiritual disc from the counter. Young healer, is it necessary to shed blood to establish a bond with this artifact and control its size? Medusa inquired, holding the spiritual disc in her hand. Indeed, Your Majesty Medusa, you are exceptionally astute. The young healer affirmed with a nod. As anticipated, with the young healer's confirmation, Queen Medusa hesitated no longer. She extended her delicate hand, pricked her fingertip, and let a drop of blood fall onto the spiritual disc. As the blood touched the surface, a dazzling black light radiated from the disc. Once the black luminescence dissipated entirely, the drop of blood was fully absorbed, establishing a peculiar connection between Queen Medusa and the spiritual disc. Mubas, proceed to open the jar. After securing the spiritual disc, Queen Medusa instructed Mubas. Very well. Mubas replied respectfully, swiftly approaching the young healer. Young healer, may I trouble you to fetch me a crimson jar? Certainly, Mr. Mubas, please hold on. The young healer smiled and nodded, promptly turning to retrieve a crimson jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Mubas. At last, I, Mubas, can finally open a crimson jar worth 500,000 gold coins. Gazing at the jar on the counter, Mubas felt a surge of excitement. This was his first crimson jar. His hands trembled slightly in anticipation as he silently offered a prayer. Gradually extending his hand, he placed it upon the jar. Crack! With a sharp sound of shattering, the crimson jar on the counter splintered into countless pieces. Immediately, the shattered fragments of the crimson jar transformed into a dazzling radiance that obscured the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the unfolding spectacle. What treasures might this crimson jar bestow upon me this time? Mubas murmured, gazing at the resplendent light emanating from the counter. Surely, it must yield something far superior to that of an ordinary jar. Upon hearing Mubas's words, the flower serpent, enviously, replied from the side, lamenting that for this round, she and Inshur could only open ordinary jars. Chapter 520, The Nine-Turned Fat Intestine. What treasures might this crimson jar bestow upon me this time? Mubas mused once again, his gaze fixed upon the radiant light at the counter. It must certainly be better than what an ordinary jar could yield. The flower serpent, enviously, responded from her position, as she and Inshur were still relegated to ordinary jars for this round. The crimson jar indeed inspires anticipation. A flicker of intrigue ignited in Inshur's murky old eyes, for this was unlike the jars opened by Queen Medusa. Jars like this crimson one were theirs by right, as Queen Medusa would not deign to claim them. On the other side, Queen Medusa and Hebadong displayed little interest in such orange jars. Only the orange ones could capture their attention. Before long, under the watchful gaze of Mubas and his companions, the dazzling radiance from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the items within. Lo and behold, a meticulously crafted plate with a transparent cover emerged, remarkably ordinary in appearance. Through the transparent lid, one could clearly see a cooked, steaming fat intestine, complete with broth, and most astonishingly, remnants clung to the inner walls of the intestine. Ugh! Upon seeing the contents of the plate, the previously expectant flower serpent gagged, while even Inshur felt a shiver down his spine. Is this meant for consumption? It appears as though it has not been cleaned at all. The broth seems more suited for washing this item, Inshur remarked in astonishment. I have no idea. Mubas frowned as he scrutinized the contents of the plate. Haha, a fat intestine adorned with excrement. Hebadong burst into laughter at Mubas's unfortunate acquisition. This scene caught the attention of Queen Medusa, who cast a disdainful glance and exclaimed, Mubas, how could you unveil such filth? This, Your Majesty, I truly do not know. Mubas responded with evident helplessness. In the next moment, Mubas nervously turned to the little medical fairy, saying, My lady, could you assist me in examining this treasure on the counter? Very well. Please hold on a moment, Mr. Mubas. Upon noticing the peculiar item on the counter, the young healer furrowed her brows in distaste. However, explaining the treasures contained within the jars was her professional duty. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly nodded in agreement. In the next instant, she swiftly harnessed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, her gaze sweeping over the platter containing the fatty intestines. As her eyes scanned the counter, information materialized before her. 9-turned fatty intestines. This delicacy is crafted from high-quality ingredients using a secret method. The broth is prepared with water used to wash the intestines, preserving their original aroma. A single bite offers an unparalleled flavor, and upon consuming these 9-turned fatty intestines, one's constitution can be altered, creating an internal storage space for an infinite amount of bodily waste. When this waste is rapidly released, it equates to a 5-fold augmentation of one's attacking power, transforming the individual into a jet-propelled warrior. The thought of an internal space dedicated to waste storage and the notion of becoming a jet-propelled warrior elicited a wave of nausea in the young healer, causing her to stifle a gag, her scalp tingling with discomfort. Have you discerned the nature of this item? Inquired, observing her reaction. Ugh. She responded, silently nodding. She swiftly retrieved a piece of white paper and inscribed the information she had just seen, handing it over to. This marked the first instance where the young healer opted to convey the treasure's details through writing rather than verbally. Exhilarated by her heightened reaction, accepted the note with enthusiasm. Soon, The information unfolded before his eyes, prompting to lean in and examine the text. 9-turn fatty intestines. This delicacy is crafted from high-quality ingredients using a secret method. The broth is prepared with water used to wash the intestines, preserving their original aroma. A single bite offers an unparalleled flavor, and upon consuming these 9-turn fatty intestines, one's constitution can be altered, creating an internal storage space for an infinite amount of bodily waste. When this waste is rapidly released, it equates to a 5-fold augmentation of one's attacking power, transforming the individual into a jet-propelled warrior. Is this truly something one would consume? Remarked, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him. Do you genuinely intend to eat this? After perusing the information, S gaze toward the 9-turn fatty intestines on the counter shifted noticeably. You fail to comprehend. This item can augment one's attack by 5-fold, enhancing power significantly. I would consume anything for strength, be it intestines or even waste, declared solemnly. An augmentation of 5-fold in attack? That indeed sounds impressive. Conceded, a sense of reluctant acceptance forming in his mind regarding his assertion. In the next moment, Medusa was determined not to waste anyone's time. He intended to quickly consume the dish before him. Only he and Insheng had seen the information on the note, leaving the others unaware of the dish's remarkable effects. With their eyes upon him, Medusa grasped the plate, lifted the lid, opened his mouth wide, and poured the dish of 9-turns pork intestines, along with its thick, savory sauce, into his mouth. Upon tasting it, he was struck by an unexpectedly potent flavor, remnants of which had evidently not been cleaned away. Resolutely, he swallowed without much chewing. In mere moments, the exquisite dish, along with its sauce, was entirely consumed. Following this, a peculiar energy radiated from the 9-turns pork intestines, as if it were about to catalyze a transformation within Medusa's very being. Having witnessed the Queen Medusa unearth treasures on numerous occasions, Medusa understood that he would likely need to step outside the jar shop to fully harness its effects. I shall step outside for a moment, he declared, licking the plate clean before cheerfully addressing Insheng and Washi beside him. As he spoke, a strong, pungent odor wafted towards Washi, inducing a wave of nausea that compelled her to cover her mouth and nose with her aura. Even so, she could not fully block the invasion of Medusa's breath. Medusa, hush. Just leave, Washi retorted angrily. Go outside, rinse your mouth, and return only when fresh. Insheng added, his expression one of disdain. What do you know? Medusa dismissed their criticisms, striding towards the exit with carefree determination. Mr. Medusa, if you intend to try the 9-turns pork intestines, please keep your distance. Do not linger at the shop's entrance while preparing to absorb its effects. The little medical immortal cautioned, her concern evident that Medusa might cause a scene at the jar shop. All right, I understand. Medusa replied obediently, turning to respond just as a gust of his breath directed towards Washi. Medusa, you scoundrel, hurry outside. Your words are as foul as refuse, Washi exclaimed in exasperation. Medusa chose to disregard the commotion, leisurely exiting the jar shop. Once outside, he felt an invigorating energy begin to permeate his being. Yet, he did not forget the words of the little healer, prompting him to quicken his pace until he had traversed 200 to 300 meters before halting. Outside the jar shop, nearly 200 serpent warriors stood guard, all bowing respectfully upon his emergence. However, as Medusa found himself amidst the crowd, a sudden and uncontrollable eruption occurred from the excretory part of his serpent tail, which he deftly directed skyward, fully aware of the force it possessed. At that moment, a projectile of indescribable nature surged into the heavens, its impact formidable enough to emit an aura comparable to that of a 1-star or even a 2-star Dou Emperor. Despite Medusa being at the pinnacle of Dou Qi, as the object ascended to an altitude of over 1,000 meters, it finally succumbed to gravity, resulting in a shower of similar projectiles descending upon Medusa and the surrounding area. The sound echoed like a hailstorm, with large, unwelcome objects raining down. Cries of anguish erupted as some of these projectiles struck the serpent soldiers, prompting them to hastily distance themselves from the incessantly erupting Medusa. The thunderous sounds of the eruption reverberated, yet just as the noise reached its peak, Medusa's expulsion abruptly ceased, as he had exhausted his reserves, requiring time to accumulate anew. In that moment, Medusa became aware of his surroundings. A series of unpleasant odors wafted toward him. Yet he had come to accept these scents as part of his own essence, remaining oblivious to their true nature. He recalled the words of Washi, promptly acquiring some water from the serpent transport team to cleanse himself of the residual filth. From a distance, Washi caught sight of this scene, her face paling and her heart tumultuous. Soon after, she and Insheng, despite their discomfort, managed to complete their 5th ordinary jar, mirroring Medusa's earlier experience. They too were rewarded with a level 1 VIP card. Thank you, little healer, they exclaimed, their excitement palpable as they expressed their gratitude. Meanwhile, Hebadong paid no heed to these events. After witnessing Inshur complete his jar, he approached the counter and addressed the little healer. Dear healer, may I trouble you for an orange jar? All right, Mr. Hebadong, please hold on. Upon hearing Hebadong's words, the little healer nodded with a smile. Swiftly turning around to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Hebadong. This is the 5th jar I have today. I hope it surpasses the previous 4. It would be splendid if I could once again unveil a pill that enhances cultivation or a treasure akin to that extraordinary silken net from earlier. Gazing at the orange jar on the counter, Hebadong silently prayed, then forcefully raised his palm and struck the jar with considerable force. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered into fragments, and in an instant, the broken pieces transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. I hope this old fellow conjures a heap of mud. Watching the brilliant glow emanating from the counter and Hebadong standing amidst it, basking in its light, Medusa, who had just returned to the jar shop, began to curse incessantly in his heart. This icy old man is truly repugnant. How can someone like him dare to oppose our queen? Just wait, one day, Her Majesty will seal him once more. Huanxir also thought bitterly. At this moment, aside from Medusa, all of us had opened ordinary jars. However, we would soon be able to open crimson jars. Nevertheless, this would inadvertently affect the quantity of orange jars opened by Her Majesty. Yet, since Hebadong had only a single day due to his arrival via teleportation, while Her Majesty still had a full day ahead, sacrificing a bit of time could grant us the opportunity to obtain VIP cards, allowing us entry into the jar shop. This strategy was quite advantageous. The thoughts of Inshij were astute, befitting the wisdom of the serpent tribe. Soon, under the collective gaze of the patrons in the jar shop, the dazzling radiance on the counter began to slowly dissipate, revealing the contents within. What emerged was a bone staff, emanating an exceedingly eerie aura that sent a chill through the hearts of those who beheld it. Chapter 522, Soul Control. Quickly, as the patrons in the jar shop continued to observe, the radiant glow on the counter finally faded, unveiling the item within. A bone staff appeared on the counter, looking exceptionally sinister, invoking a sense of cold dread in those who laid eyes upon it. As for Hebadong, he did not harbor any particular thoughts about the staff's appearance, for he had encountered a plethora of treasures in his time. This staff exudes a chilling aura. It undeniably seems like an object steeped in blood and malevolence. Medusa sighed inwardly as he regarded the staff. From the aura emanating from this bone staff, it is evident that this object is extraordinary. Could it possibly be another treasure? The flower serpent expressed some concern, remarking that under such circumstances, Hebadong's power would significantly increase. Hebadong poses a considerable threat to our serpent kin. If given the chance, he must be eliminated. Although the underworld possesses lesser strength, it has already begun plotting against Hebadong. I refuse to believe that this old fellow can continuously unveil treasures. The Queen Medusa also felt a surge of indignation. Young healer, could you assist me in examining the treasures displayed at the counter? Hebadong, aware that inquiring with the young healer would yield the quickest information about the treasure, wasted no time in guessing and directly sought her expertise. Of course, Mr. Hebadong. Please hold on. Upon hearing Hebadong's request, the young healer smiled and nodded, swiftly harnessing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, her gaze sweeping over the bone staff at the counter. As her eyes scanned the staff, information was promptly revealed. Control Soul Staff. This staff is crafted from the bones of 9,900 individuals, exhibiting exceptional hardness and possessing a formidable malevolent aura. When activated against foes, it can suppress their minds, interfering with their mental state. And it possesses a skill known as Soul Control. This skill can subdue individuals whose strength is significantly inferior or who have lost their capacity to resist, though it can only control one person at a time. This item is indeed macabre and capable of controlling others. The young healer was taken aback upon absorbing this information, as the creation process of such an object was exceedingly gruesome. Have you discerned its nature, young healer? Observing the expression on her face, Hebadong inquired once more. Indeed, Mr. Hebadong. The healer replied with a smile, articulating. This object is called the Control Soul Staff. It is fashioned from the bones of 9,900 individuals, exhibiting remarkable hardness and a potent malevolent aura. When activated against foes, it can suppress their minds, interfere with their mental state, and unleash a skill known as Soul Control. This skill can dominate those with significantly lower strength or those who have lost their ability to resist, but it can only control one individual at a time. What? It can control souls. Hebadong's face revealed evident astonishment upon hearing the young healer's description. Such a powerful treasure, if wielded correctly, could provide immense assistance. Control souls? In stark contrast to Hebadong's reaction, Queen Medusa felt a wave of dread. With Hai Buodong possessing such a soul-controlling ability, should she ever find herself defeated by him, the outcome would be dire. Thus, she fervently prayed that she might uncover even more exceptional items in the future. Haha, the offspring of the serpent people, wait until I, your grandfather, seize control over you. I shall make you all wallow in disgrace like that foolish one. From the glances exchanged among the serpent people, Hai Buodong seemed to discern their intentions and let out a raucous laugh. You old fool, do you wish for death? Hearing such words from Hai Buodong, Huaxi and Inshi erupted in fury, no longer concealing their wrath, and shouted directly at him. Disregarding the furious cries of these serpent warriors, Hai Buodong pointed towards the treasures on the counter and addressed the young healer. Miss Young Healer, does this treasure require blood to recognize its master for refinement? Indeed, Mr. Hai Buodong, you are quite astute. Without a moment's hesitation, the young healer nodded in affirmation. With her confirmation, Hai Buodong no longer hesitated. He extended his hand, pricked his fingertip, and allowed a drop of blood to fall upon the bone staff. As the blood touched the staff, it emanated a dazzling white light. And as the brilliance faded, the blood was completely absorbed by the staff. In that moment, a peculiar connection formed between Hai Buodong and the staff. So it is. Upon refining this bone staff, Hai Buodong suddenly comprehended its true might, feeling an overwhelming sense of delight. This staff not only enhances battle energy for attacks, but also possesses a soul control skill that is instantaneous, leaving no trace or hindrance. It can penetrate various seals or spatial barriers, provided his strength significantly surpasses that of the target, or if the target is gravely wounded and unable to resist, or their mind is severely compromised. However, the greatest limitation is that it can only control one individual at a time. Attempting to exert the skill on a second person will immediately release the first. Although the skill incurs no consumption, it does have a cooldown period of 10 minutes. Be content, Hai Buodong reassured himself before storing the staff away. Humph, old man, do not revel too soon. Once I unleash my treasure, you shall be the first to face annihilation. The Queen Medusa snorted coldly in her heart and approached the young healer's counter, addressing her. Miss Young Healer, could you kindly fetch me an orange jar? Certainly. One moment, please. With a smile and a nod, the young healer swiftly turned and retrieved an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before the Queen Medusa. That old fool, having just acquired the bone staff, the mech, and those minor explosive devices, all of which are formidable enhancements. I must surpass him. Once I reach the realm of the battle sovereign, I shall ensure he faces my wrath. Gazing at the orange jar upon the counter, Queen Medusa secretly mused to herself. Chapter 523, The Fire Pearl. Upon hearing Queen Medusa's words, the petite healer smiled and nodded before swiftly turning around to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before the queen. This old fellow had previously revealed a bone staff, a mech, and that subtle explosive, truly formidable treasures that enhanced his strength. I must outpace him. Once I ascend to the realm of the battle sovereign, I shall show him my true prowess. As she eyed the orange jar on the counter, Queen Medusa contemplated. In the next moment, she performed a serpent folk prayer ritual, gesturing towards the jar, and then slowly extended her fair hand to gently pat the surface of the jar. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering, the jar fragmented into numerous pieces, instantly transforming into a dazzling display of radiant light that obscured everyone's view, rendering the scene within indecipherable. I hope this time fortune favors me. May I possess the strength to utterly crush that Hai Buodong. Watching the brilliance emanating from the counter, Queen Medusa began to pray fervently. May the treasures unearthed this time surpass even that icy old man's. Observing the resplendent light, Huaxi couldn't help but reflect. The queen's luck is unparalleled. How can this human old man compare? Just wait, for daring to vie with our serpent folk for the jar, he shall face retribution. Mo-Ba-Si silently contemplated. The golden elixir the human had previously revealed had elevated his aura to a level not far from that of Her Majesty. Moreover, as a frequent patron of the jar shop, he might possess other wondrous treasures. This could pose a dilemma. I hope Her Majesty unveils even more extraordinary treasures next, as that would bolster our chances against the icy old man. As the gazes of those present in the jar shop were fixed upon the counter, the radiant light gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. Before them lay a translucent orb, encased in a thin membrane, appearing as if filled with living water. What could this be? Observing the transparent orb, Queen Medusa felt an immediate surge of curiosity. Logically, treasures shaped like orbs often possess remarkable effects. Surely the treasure unveiled by Her Majesty is extraordinary. Mo-Ba-Si thought with great delight at the sight of the artifact produced by Queen Medusa. His thoughts mirrored those of Huaxi and Inshi, all three believing that this transparent orb was indeed a valuable find. It appears to contain water. Could it be that this orb is somehow related to water? Huashir speculated inwardly. Do not be deceived. In my humble opinion, this object is merely a confection, suitable for children. Although Hai Buodong perceived the extraordinary nature of the item, he felt compelled to diminish its significance. Upon hearing his words, Queen Medusa chuckled softly, choosing to disregard him as she turned her attention to the little medical fairy. Dear little medical fairy, could you assist me in examining the treasures displayed on this counter? Certainly, Queen Medusa, please hold on for a moment. With a smile, the little medical fairy nodded and quickly harnessed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze towards the transparent orb on the counter. As her eyes fell upon it, a wealth of information emerged. Fire dispelling orb. This orb possesses the ability to repel flames, enabling the bearer to fend off fiery attacks, preventing flames from drawing near. However, should the strength of the fire surpass that of the bearer significantly, the effectiveness will be considerably diminished. What a remarkable treasure! The little medical fairy's face illuminated with astonishment upon reading the information. Have you discerned its nature? Queen Medusa inquired, observing the expression on the little medical fairy's face. Indeed, I have. The little medical fairy replied with a smile, then elaborated. Queen Medusa, this item is known as the fire dispelling orb. It possesses the ability to repel flames, allowing the bearer to fend off fiery attacks. However, if the fire's power greatly exceeds one's own, its effectiveness will be considerably reduced. The fire dispelling orb. Queen Medusa was taken aback by the little medical fairy's explanation. She had initially presumed the treasure was associated with water, only to discover it was the opposite. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this exquisite treasure. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this exquisite treasure. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this exquisite treasure. Upon learning of the orb's capabilities, Mobas, Huashir, and Inshur expressed their excitement and congratulated her. They understood well how formidable the fire-dispelling orb was, as even without the presence of beast flames or other potent fires in the Dou Qi continent, many practitioners wielded fire attributes, and their attacks often incorporated flames. Thus, in confronting such powerful adversaries, Queen Medusa would hold a significant advantage. Observing that Queen Medusa had unearthed such a practical treasure, Hai Buodong remained largely indifferent. This item was designed to dispel fire, while his own attributes were aligned with ice, rendering it of little relevance to him. What use is such an item? It holds no sway over me, he thought, reveling in his own perceived superiority. Queen Medusa appeared to have discerned the intentions of Hai Buodong. Ignoring his gaze, she swiftly retracted the fire-repelling orb from the counter and called out to the waiting Mobas. Mobas, hasten and open the jar. At your command, Your Majesty. Mobas replied respectfully upon hearing Queen Medusa's words. He promptly approached the counter and addressed the young healer. Miss Healer, could you kindly fetch me another crimson jar? Certainly, Mr. Mobas, please hold on. She smiled and nodded, swiftly turning to retrieve a crimson jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Mobas. The first crimson jar yielded a 9 transforming fatty intestine, significantly boosting my combat prowess, making me capable of contending with low-tier battle emperors. I hope this time it provides me with something equally splendid, Mobas mused as he gazed at the crimson jar on the counter. Chapter 524, The Explosive Spirit Pill. Upon hearing Mobas's request, the young healer nodded with a smile, quickly retrieving another crimson jar and placing it before him. The first crimson jar had granted me the 9 transforming fatty intestine, amplifying my strength 5-fold. Quite impressive. What treasures might this next crimson jar unveil? Flower Snake. Observing the crimson jar before Mobas, felt a surge of anticipation. With this round, I too can now open a crimson jar in the underworld, feeling quite exhilarated. The underworld was equally animated, as both he and Flower Snake had recently achieved level 1, earning their level 1 VIP cards. While Mobas prayed fervently, he performed a unique prayer ritual characteristic of the serpent people. Once completed, he slowly extended his hand and pressed it upon the crimson jar on the counter. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering, the crimson jar fragmented into countless pieces. Immediately, the shards transformed into a dazzling array of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present. May the might of the serpent people bless me, granting me a remarkable treasure this time. Mobas's excitement grew as he beheld the brilliant light emanating from the counter. Hai Buodong and Queen Medusa remained unaffected, their interest in the crimson jars as negligible as it had been before, accustomed to the orange jars. They felt no inclination toward these crimson ones. Before long, under the watchful gaze of Mebas, Huashir, Inshur, and others, the dazzling radiance emanating from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the items within. There, atop the counter, appeared a mass of grayish-green gas, roughly the size of a football, seemingly ensnared within a transparent, spherical membrane. What could this be? Observing the treasure before him, Mebas felt a surge of curiosity. Strikingly, this item bore considerable resemblance to the fire-repelling orbs recently summoned by Queen Medusa, both encased in a transparent substance. However, while Her Majesty's treasure contained a white liquid, this one housed a gas of a significantly larger volume. As Mebus contemplated the treasure, Washir couldn't help but analyze it. I have a peculiar feeling. This item is reminiscent of the sensation I experienced with the 9-turn fat intestines. Ainshir furrowed his brow and remarked, if this can yield treasures akin to the previous 9-turn fat intestines, then I would be extraordinarily fortunate. In response to Ainshir's comment, Mebus chuckled, evidently pleased with the power boost provided by the earlier 9-turn fat intestines. The next moment, Mebus eagerly turned to the little medical fairy and inquired, "Little medical fairy, could you examine this treasure for me?" "Certainly, Mr. Mebus, please hold on." The little medical fairy smiled and nodded, swiftly employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, directing her gaze towards the transparent sphere on the counter. As her eyes swept over it, information promptly materialized before her. Explosive Qi elixir. This pill is filled with a remarkable gas that, once ingested, transforms the user's constitution, enabling their body to continuously produce this gas. This gas can be compressed and stored within a unique internal structure, and when released, can be expelled through various orifices, including the mouth, nose, and ears. Naturally, the most expedient route remains the original expulsion site. These gases not only possess an exceptionally peculiar and unpleasant odor, but also exhibit toxicity, which can induce dizziness and contains lethal elements. The potency of the toxin escalates with the user's strength. To think, yet another peculiar item. The treasure summoned by Mr. Mebus is indeed extraordinary. After absorbing this information, the little medical fairy felt a wave of exasperation wash over her, and her expression soured slightly. "Little medical fairy, have you discerned something?" Mebus inquired once more. Noting her expression, "Yes, I have indeed figured it out." Upon hearing the inquiry from Mebus, the small medical fairy forced a smile and nodded, saying, "Mr. Mebus, this item is called the explosive Qi pill. Inside this pill resides a miraculous gas that, once ingested, can transform the constitution of the user, enabling their body to continuously generate this gas. Moreover, this gas can be compressed and stored within a unique structure in the body, allowing it to be expelled through various orifices such as the mouth, nose, or ears. Naturally, the most expedient route remains the traditional exit. This gas not only carries an extraordinarily peculiar and unpleasant odor, but also possesses certain toxic properties. This toxin can induce dizziness and contains deadly elements, the potency of which escalates with the enhancement of one's strength. Such lethal toxins can indeed cause disorientation. Listening to the small medical fairy's introduction, Mebus felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, having overlooked the aspect of the unpleasant odor, focusing solely on the potential enhancement of his power. "Mebus, what kind of absurd luck do you have to receive such a thing?" remarked Washir, displaying her disdain for Mebus once more. However, having previously witnessed Mebus consume the 9-turn large intestine, those from the underworld had already experienced his capacity for acceptance, and thus did not exhibit overt disdain this time. Dear medical fairy, this treasure seems remarkable. How should I utilize it?" Mebus eagerly inquired. "Well, simply inhale it. Using both mouth and nose works perfectly." The small medical fairy replied succinctly. "Direct inhalation, I comprehend." Without hesitation, Mebus leaned toward the mass of green gas enveloped in a transparent membrane, opening his mouth and nostrils wide to greedily inhale. This fool, is he consuming excrement or gas? Although Haibadong had initially wished to ignore the spectacle, the words of the small medical fairy reached his ears, and upon witnessing the scene, he erupted into laughter, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Queen Medusa observed the situation in silence, her expression icy. As Mebus inhaled with fervor, the green gas trapped within the transparent membrane surged wildly into his mouth and nose. In an instant, Mebus's entire head transformed into a vibrant green. Once Mebus consumed all the verdant gas within, the membrane ruptured, allowing him to finally inhale the fresh air from the outside. His previously green visage rapidly returned to its natural state. Strangely, the green gas he had absorbed seemed to actively burrow into a specific location near his liver, unleashing a peculiar energy that appeared to be altering his very being. A sudden, painful pressure surged to his brain, prompting Mebus to press his hand against the affected area and shout as he hastened towards the entrance of the canister shop. "Mr. Mebus, please refrain from absorbing at the entrance." The little healer quickly cautioned as she observed Mebus rushing out. Upon reaching the threshold of the shop, Mebus, in a moment of ingenuity, executed a shadow clone technique, leaving a clone several meters behind the shop. With a mere thought, he exchanged positions with his clone in the blink of an eye. In that fleeting moment of transition, Mebus's body had undergone a successful transformation. With a resounding blast, The rapidly produced gas expelled from his liver, creating a thunderous series of eruptions. What a relief. After several releases, a look of sheer ecstasy spread across Medusa's face. Upon introspection, he discovered that his body was swiftly generating two distinct substances, one a firm yet pliable mixture, and the other a buoyant green gas, each possessing its own designated storage space. My fortune is indeed extraordinary. With these two abilities, even a Duke-level warrior would pale in comparison. Medusa thought excitedly, reveling in his newfound state. However, he was also aware of an unpleasant odor emanating from him, prompting him to return to the station's serpent troops to procure water for cleansing. Once he had rid himself of the foul scent, he dried his clothing using his combat energy before employing the shadow clone technique once more to return to the entrance of the canister shop. At that moment, Washier and Inshur had just completed their first crimson canister, and judging by their expressions, it seemed their haul was quite satisfactory. Upon seeing Medusa enter, both Washier and Inshur boasted about the treasures they had unveiled. What do you call those treasures? Do they enhance your strength? Medusa replied with a dismissive expression, questioning their claims. Even if they don't enhance strength, it's still better than consuming filth. Washier shot Medusa a disdainful glance, chuckling. Even if I were to consume filth, that is my choice to make. It's none of your concern. Medusa retorted, his expression unchanging. Strength is the true path. In the jar shop, Hai Buodong showed little interest in the incessant chatter of the snake people. He was pressed for time and proceeded directly to the counter. Addressing the young healer with a request, Miss Healer, could you kindly fetch me another orange jar? Certainly, Mr. Hai Buodong. Please hold on a moment. The young healer smiled and nodded at his request, swiftly turning around to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before him. This marks my 6th jar of the day. I hope it proves to be more fortuitous than the previous 5. It would be splendid if it yielded another elixir for enhancing cultivation or perhaps another treasure akin to the miraculous silken net from earlier. Gazing at the orange jar on the counter, Hai Buodong silently offered a prayer before forcefully raising his hand and striking the jar with considerable might. Crack! With the sound of shattering glass, the jar splintered into countless fragments. Almost immediately, the shards transformed into a dazzling array of light, obscuring the view of everyone present, rendering the contents invisible. That old fellow. I wish for him to conjure a heap of mud. Watching the brilliant light emanating from the counter, Mobasi began cursing under his breath. This icy old man is truly repugnant. How can someone like him dare oppose our queen? Just wait. One day, our queen will seal him once more. The flower serpent shared similar sentiments of animosity. As it stood, the jars we had opened were all red, which adversely affected even the number of orange jars opened by the queen. However, Hai Buodong had only one day due to his teleportation, while the queen had the entirety of tomorrow left. Sacrificing a little time had already afforded us the opportunity to obtain VIP cards, which would grant us access to the jar shop. An excellent strategy indeed, thought the wise one from the snake tribe, exhibiting remarkable foresight. Soon, under the watchful gaze of the patrons in the jar shop, the radiant light gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. Before them lay a fruit the size of a football, resembling an enlarged walnut from the blue star. What could this be? Hai Buodong pondered, his curiosity piqued. Such a size seems ill-suited for consumption, he mused. It likely isn't edible. It doesn't resemble a magic core, given its uneven surface. Mobasi concurred with a nod, sharing his speculation. However, Hai Buodong wasted no time in guessing. He directly inquired of the young healer. Miss Healer, could you assist me in identifying this treasure on the counter? Chapter 526. The Intellect Fruit. It should not be considered a food, nor does it resemble a magic core, with its uneven surface. Upon hearing Moba's speculation, Washier nodded in agreement. However, Hai Buodong would not waste any time on conjecture. He directly inquired of the little medicinal fairy, saying, Dear little medicinal fairy, could you assist me in examining the treasures on this counter? Certainly, Mr. Hai Buodong, please wait a moment. The little medicinal fairy replied with a smile, promptly employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, her gaze sweeping over the treasures displayed on the counter. As her eyes scanned the items, a piece of information was revealed. Intellect Fruit. This fruit possesses remarkable power, capable of enhancing the intellect of the one who consumes it, exponentially accelerating their thought process in a brief span. Each fleeting moment allows for the consideration of numerous possibilities, maximizing strategic calculations in known fields, and significantly augmenting one's creative capabilities, such as the creation of techniques and various combat skills, enabling instantaneous responses during battle. Such a wondrous treasure exists. Upon reading the information, astonishment illuminated the little medicinal fairy's face. This was the first time she had encountered something that could enhance intellect. With such an item, it undoubtedly has the potential to cultivate a prodigy. Even one with mediocre talent could, through diligence or other means, emerge as a formidable force in the future. Dear little medicinal fairy, have you discerned its nature? Observing the surprise on her face, Hebadong inquired once more. Indeed, Mr. Hebadong, I have discerned it. The little medicinal fairy affirmed with a smile, then continued, Congratulations, this item is known as the intellect fruit. It possesses remarkable power, capable of enhancing the intellect of the one who consumes it, exponentially accelerating their thought process in a brief span, allowing for the consideration of numerous possibilities and maximizing strategic calculations in known fields, while also significantly augmenting creative capabilities, such as the creation of techniques and various combat skills, enabling instantaneous and optimal responses in battle. What? Enhancing intellect. Instantly considering numerous possibilities. Upon hearing the little medicinal fairy's words, Hebadong was filled with immense excitement. This treasure could be deemed priceless. If he were to acquire it and enhance his intellect, he would undoubtedly become a renowned figure in the Dou Qi continent. This old turtle has managed to uncover such a treasure. Although MOBAs did not fully comprehend the implications of enhanced intellect, the mere description provided by the little medicinal fairy was already terrifying. The ability to always deduce the best course of action in combat was incredibly formidable. Even a peak Do Wang, under exceptional circumstances, could potentially defeat a Do Huang. This treasure was akin to wielding a cheat. This is troubling. If such miraculous effects are indeed possible, the threat posed by that old man to our serpent clan would undoubtedly multiply several times. The flower serpent is equally concerned. Enhancing intelligence in the underworld is particularly understood. If a person reaches a certain level of cleverness, the potential they possess is immense. At this moment, Queen Medusa's expression was frigid, clearly displeased by the treasures that Hebadong had unveiled. Little medical fairy, I assume this substance is meant to be consumed directly? Hebadong inquired. Indeed, but the shell must not be ingested, replied the little medical fairy with a nod. Understood. Hebadong grinned widely upon hearing her words, then swiftly grasped the fruit the size of a football from the counter. After removing the shell, he devoured several large bites of the flesh. Since the little medical fairy had previously lifted some of Hebadong's restrictions, a peculiar energy surged into his mind upon consumption. Following the absorption of this energy, Hebadong's gaze underwent a significant transformation. In an instant, he devised several strategies to confront the serpent clan. Just wait, when I return to the desert, I shall avenge the grievances of years past, he vowed silently. Queen Medusa, while aware that Hebadong's overall strength had received a considerable boost, quickly composed herself and approached the little medical fairy. Dear little medical fairy, could you please fetch me another orange jar? She asked with a smile. Of course, Queen Medusa. Please hold on. The little medical fairy nodded with a smile, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. That old man, with the intelligence fruit, bone staff, mecha, and that subtle explosive, has indeed acquired formidable treasures. I must outpace him. Once I reach the realm of Douluo, he will see. Medusa mused as she gazed at the orange jar on the counter. In the next moment, Queen Medusa performed a serpent clan prayer ritual, gesturing towards the orange jar on the counter, before slowly extending her fair hand to gently tap the jar. With a crisp sound of shattering, the jar instantly splintered into fragments. Subsequently, the shards transformed into a dazzling glow, obscuring everyone's vision, rendering them unable to discern the scene within. May this time bring me good fortune. Grant me the power to utterly overpower Hebadong. As she beheld the radiant light emerging from the counter, Queen Medusa began to pray fervently. Her Majesty the Queen hopes that the treasures revealed this time surpass even that icy elder. Gazing at the resplendent radiance, the serpent girl could not help but reflect. The Queen's fortune is unparalleled. How could this human elder compare? Just wait. Daring to contend with our serpent clan for the treasures, your reckoning will come. MOBAS silently mused. The previous elixir unveiled by this human elder had elevated his aura to a level nearly comparable to that of Her Majesty. And considering he was a long-standing patron of the treasure shop, it was possible that other extraordinary artifacts awaited. This could spell trouble. May Her Majesty unveil even more wondrous treasures next, for that would enhance their confidence in dealing with the icy elder. The shadowy realm was also deep in contemplation. Chapter 527, Replacement of Life. Amidst the gazes of those in the treasure shop, the dazzling radiance above the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the items within. Upon the counter appeared a palm-sized humanoid wooden carving, remarkably crude, lacking intricate facial details. A wooden carving? Observing the artifact, Queen Medusa felt a surge of curiosity. A humanoid wooden figure? Instinctively, MOBAS sensed that this object was extraordinary. After all, previously, Hebadong had unveiled a formidable mech, and he hoped that this humanoid wooden carving from Queen Medusa would surpass even that warrior. This carving is exceedingly rough, The fingers are not even delineated, and the facial features are absent. The serpent girl remarked, scrutinizing the crude sculpture. The rougher it is, the more powerful it may be. If one wishes to critique craftsmanship, they should seek a carpenter. The shadowy realm retorted to the serpent girl's words. What kind of effect could an artifact so crudely made possibly possess? Observing the item revealed by Queen Medusa, the astute Hai Buodong rapidly began to speculate, though he could not ascertain anything definitive. Little medical fairy, could you please examine the treasure upon the counter for me? Queen Medusa, eschewing speculation, acknowledged that directly inquiring with the little medical fairy was the most expedient approach. Certainly. Queen Medusa, please hold on. The little medical fairy smiled and nodded in response to the queen, immediately employing the powers bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze toward the treasure on the counter. As the gaze of the young healer swept across the counter, a piece of information was revealed. Life-replacing puppet. This puppet is crafted by a powerful being. It can substitute for its master during a moment of fatal injury, thus preventing death. An item for one-time use. Oh, so this is a life-replacing puppet. The luck of Queen Medusa is quite remarkable. After perusing the information displayed on the counter, the young healer was filled with astonishment. Possessing such an item is akin to gaining an extra life, and unlike the previous resurrection armor, which requires time to revive after death, this one allows for immediate retaliation without harm to its master. Young healer, have you discerned its nature? Observing the expression on the young healer's face, Queen Medusa inquired once more. Indeed, I have. The young healer responded with a smile and continued. This item is called a life-replacing puppet. It is crafted by a powerful being, capable of substituting for its master during a life-threatening attack. An item for one-time use. What? Life-replacing? Upon hearing the young healer's explanation, Queen Medusa's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated that such an unassuming wooden sculpture could possess such extraordinary effects, allowing its master to escape death. The capability to sacrifice itself for its master is indeed astonishing. Excitement surged within Mebas upon hearing the introduction of the treasure displayed on the counter. With this item, Queen Medusa effectively gains an additional life, significantly enhancing her power. The sentiment of Flower Serpent mirrored that of Mebas. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this treasure. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this treasure. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this treasure. Once they grasped the significance of the item, the inhabitants from the underworld led the way in paying their respects to Queen Medusa, with Mebas and Flower Serpent following suit in congratulatory gestures. This item is indeed admirable. However, in the face of absolute power, what use can such fanciful things serve? Hai Buodong, who had previously witnessed the resurrection armor, displayed a relatively subdued reaction upon hearing the young healer's narrative. He believed that true strength is paramount. If one cannot overcome their adversaries, what good is a single resurrection? Unless it allows for infinite revival? Young healer, does this treasure require blood to acknowledge its master for it to be refined? After learning of the wooden sculpture's capabilities, Queen Medusa struggled to contain her delight and turned to the young healer with an inquiring gaze. Yes, indeed. Upon hearing the words of Queen Medusa, the little healer smiled and nodded in agreement. With the healer's affirmation, Queen Medusa, without a trace of hesitation, extended her delicate hand forward and pricked her fingertip, allowing a single drop of blood to fall onto the wooden sculpture on the counter. As the blood from Queen Medusa descended upon the wooden carving, a dazzling radiance erupted. And once this brilliance dissipated, the droplet was completely absorbed. Simultaneously, a peculiar connection was established between Queen Medusa and the sculpture. Thus, it was revealed. After a moment of sensing, Queen Medusa comprehended the specific effects of this artifact. It was categorized into two modes, active and passive. When Queen Medusa felt the urge to evade an impending attack, she could opt to transfer the strike onto the statue. Passively, if she were to suffer a fatal blow, the sculpture would automatically divert the damage, effectively acting as a life-saving substitute. With this life-replacing puppet, I have gained an extra life. Your schemes shall not succeed. Queen Medusa cast a glance at Hai Buodong, her heart swelling with pride. What is there to be proud of? It is merely a single opportunity for revival. I have encountered resurrection armor before. Hai Buodong retorted, maintaining a steady gaze upon Queen Medusa, his heart undisturbed. Mubas, proceed to open the jar. Queen Medusa commanded, stepping aside to allow Mubas to take action. At your command, Your Majesty. Mubas responded respectfully to Queen Medusa's directive. In the next moment, Mubas approached the spot where Queen Medusa had stood and gently addressed the little healer. Miss Healer, could you please fetch me a crimson jar? Certainly, Mr. Mubas. Please hold on. The little healer nodded with a smile, swiftly turning to retrieve a crimson jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Mubas. The first crimson jar granted me the 9 transformation sausage, significantly enhancing my combat prowess. enough to rival low-tier Dou Emperors. The second yielded that explosive spirit pill, whose toxic gas can permeate through Dou Qi barriers with immense power. I hope this third attempt will also bestow me with something equally extraordinary. Mubaz mused silently, his gaze fixed upon the crimson jar on the counter. Despite having endured indignities, Mubaz had nonetheless achieved a five-fold increase in strength. The ominous threat of poison still looms large, yet there is a sense of anticipation regarding what treasures my crimson jar might unveil. Gazing at the crimson jar before Mebus, Washier felt a surge of excitement. At this juncture, I too could open a crimson jar in the underworld, stirring a flutter of exhilaration within me. The atmosphere in the underworld was charged with anticipation. Previously, both he and Washier had ascended to the first tier, acquiring a first-tier VIP card. Having opened crimson jars and discerned the stark contrast between crimson and ordinary jars. Meanwhile, Mebus, while praying fervently, performed a unique ritual characteristic of the serpent folk. Upon completing the rite, he gradually extended his palm and struck the crimson jar atop the counter. With a crisp crack, the crimson jar shattered into countless pieces. Immediately, the fragments transformed into a dazzling display of radiant light, obscuring the view of all present. Almighty protectors of the serpent folk, grant me the fortune of acquiring a remarkable treasure. Mebus thought, his excitement intensifying at the sight of the brilliant light emerging from the counter. On the other hand, Hebadong and Queen Medusa remained indifferent, their interests unperturbed by the prospect of what lay beneath the orange jars they were so accustomed to. Soon, under the watchful gazes of Mebus, Washier, and Inshur, the resplendent light gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. To their astonishment, a steaming sausage appeared on the counter. What is this? Mebus's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he beheld the sausage. Why does this fellow always seem to unearth such culinary delights? Although the sausage was undeniably appetizing, a tinge of discomfort flickered in Washier's mind as she recalled some of Mebus's previous discoveries. At last, it seemed Mebus had turned his fortunes around. No more unsavory fare. Inshur sighed in relief upon seeing the sausage Mebus had uncovered. However, Mebus, upon observing the object on the counter, refrained from hastily devouring it. To ensure his safety, he felt it prudent to consult the little healer before proceeding with the sausage. Little healer, could you assist me in assessing the treasure on the counter? Mebus inquired earnestly. Of course, Mr. Mebus, please hold on a moment. The little healer replied with a smile, nodding before swiftly employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze towards the sausage on the counter. Sausage Martial Soul, originating from the world of Douluo continent. This auxiliary food type Martial Soul possesses 3 soul skills. The first skill, Mighty Sausage, enhances one's strength by 30%. The second skill, Healing Sausage, enables rapid recovery from injuries upon consumption. The third skill, Poison Mushroom Sausage, is an offensive technique that unleashes a powerful explosion, accompanied by the release of toxins. Currently, only these 3 soul skills have been activated. Oh, so it is a Martial Soul from Douluo continent. An auxiliary food type at that. Upon reading the information displayed at the counter, a look of astonishment spread across Xiao Yixian's face. Have you figured it out, Miss Xiao Yixian? Seeing her expression, Mebus inquired once more. Indeed, Mr. Mebus. I have discerned it. Xiao Yixian responded with a smile and continued. This sausage is indeed the sausage Martial Soul, originating from the world of Douluo continent. It boasts powerful auxiliary food type capabilities, with the first skill being Mighty Sausage, which enhances strength by 30%, the second skill being Healing Sausage, which facilitates rapid healing, and the third skill being Poison Mushroom Sausage, a formidable attack skill capable of causing explosive damage and releasing toxins. At present, only these 3 skills have been activated. The revelation of the sausage Martial Soul ignited a spark of excitement within Mebus. Each of its skills possessed remarkable enhancement properties, seemingly based on percentages. For individuals of lesser strength, the effects may be negligible. However, for those of higher ranks, such as Dozong or even the legendary Dou Sheng, the amplification effects could be extraordinarily potent. Mebus, you have truly struck gold this time. Upon hearing Xiao Yixian's description, Washier, who had previously harbored reservations, began to feel a twinge of envy towards Mebus. Haha, Mebus, if you can frequently utilize these soul skills, you will undoubtedly become a highly competent support. Inshur chimed in with excitement, though he soon recalled Mebus's 2 precious treasures and mused about their origin. Haha, how fortunate I, Mebus, am. He laughed heartily, clearly pleased with the treasures he had unveiled. Xiao Yixian's earlier exposition had not gone unnoticed by Hebadong. Even he, accustomed to opening orange jars, felt a flicker of interest in this crimson jar, as Mebus's Martial Soul possessed strong auxiliary functions, providing both strength enhancement and healing effects. Chapter 529, Elevating Status. Haha, how fortunate I, Mebus, am. He burst into laughter once more, evidently satisfied with the treasures he had acquired. Moments ago, the introduction provided by the young healer was keenly absorbed by Hebadong. This particular crimson jar piqued even the interest of someone accustomed to the orange jars, as the martial soul revealed by Medusa possessed remarkable auxiliary capabilities, enhancing strength while also offering healing effects. This individual truly had a stroke of good fortune. For such a treasure ranks among the foremost within the crimson jars, Hebadong mused silently. Queen Medusa shared a similar sentiment, though her demeanor remained notably composed, refraining from uttering a word. Young healer, since this item is a martial soul, how am I to utilize it? Medusa continued to inquire of the young healer, aware that this was not food and thus hesitant to consume it directly. Mr. Medusa, this is a sausage martial soul. Simply swallow it whole. Do not bite it. The young healer replied with a smile upon hearing Medusa's inquiry. I comprehend. Medusa nodded in understanding, casting a glance at the sausage on the counter, measuring 2 centimeters in length. Swallowing it whole posed a slight challenge, yet given that Medusa was a serpent man of considerable prowess, he had no fear of choking. In the next moment, Medusa slowly extended his hand, grasping the sausage and forcefully consuming it. Burp. After finishing the sausage, Medusa let out a hearty belch, immediately sensing that within his body, nay, within his very soul, a sausage had manifested, and his soul power seemed to be nourishing it. First soul skill, mighty sausage. With a mere thought, a sausage even larger than the previous one appeared before him in the air. Flower serpent, Ainshur, would you care to sample my sausage? Medusa generously offered the sausage to Flower Serpent. Observing the sausage presented by Medusa, Flower Serpent hesitated slightly and inquired, must it be swallowed whole to take effect? Not at all. You may bite it before consuming. The young healer quickly clarified upon hearing Flower Serpent's concerns. Understood. With the young healer's reassurance, Flower Serpent made her decision, reaching for the sausage. Ouch! Upon grasping the sausage, Flower Serpent discovered it was still warm and emitted a delightful aroma. However, this warmth posed no challenge for someone of her rank, a battle king. She swiftly began to chew and soon finished the sausage, distinctly feeling a surge of strength within her. This sausage's effect lasts only 8 minutes. Medusa reminded as he watched Flower Serpent consume the sausage at a leisurely pace. 8 minutes is ample time. The Flower Serpent expressed her satisfaction, finally no longer disdainful of Medusa. Medusa, how long will it take for you to produce a sausage? Ainshur inquired from the side. Anytime, as long as it's not overloaded. Medusa replied, promptly conjuring a robust sausage and presenting it before Ainshur. You have truly struck gold. With the realization that Medusa faced no limitations in crafting such sausages, Ainshur's appraisal soared. Do not envy. Opening jars is the true path. Medusa chuckled, relishing his newfound status thanks to the auxiliary spirit. Indeed, upon hearing Medusa's words, the Flower Serpent felt a surge of understanding. Little medical fairy, could you please fetch me a red jar? The Flower Serpent approached the counter and addressed the little medical fairy. Certainly, Miss Flower Serpent, please hold on. The little medical fairy smiled and nodded, swiftly turning to retrieve a red jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before the Flower Serpent. Soon, both the Flower Serpent and Ainshur opened their jars in succession, yet the treasures they unearthed were merely ordinary, lacking any extraordinary qualities. Now it's my turn to open a jar. After the Flower Serpent and Ainshur finished, Haibuodong promptly approached the little medical fairy, grinning as he said, Little medical fairy, may I have an orange jar, please? Of course, Mr. Haibuodong, please wait a moment. The little medical fairy acknowledged with a smile, quickly turning to fetch an orange jar from the shelf and placing it in front of Haibuodong. This will be my 7th jar today. I hope it surpasses the previous 6. It would be splendid if I could once again uncover a medicinal pill that enhances cultivation or something akin to that wondrous silken web we just saw. As he gazed at the orange jar on the counter, Haibuodong silently wished, then forcefully raised his palm, striking the jar with vigor. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering glass, the jar splintered into fragments. Immediately, the shards transformed into a dazzling glow, enveloping the sights of all present, obscuring the scene within. I hope this old fellow conjures a heap of mud. Watching the radiant light emanating from the counter, Medusa's thoughts turned to curses. This icy old man is truly repulsive. How dare he oppose our queen? Just wait. One day she shall seal him away once more. The Flower Serpent echoed similar sentiments in her heart. At present, the jars we have opened are all crimson. In truth, our endeavors in opening these jars have inadvertently hindered the number of orange jars that Her Majesty can open. However, this Hebadong has been transported here, and time is limited to just 1 day. In contrast, Her Majesty has the entirety of tomorrow at her disposal. By sacrificing a modicum of time, we could secure an opportunity to obtain VIP cards, granting us access to the jar shop. This presents a splendid opportunity for our serpent clan, and such a strategy is indeed commendable. The thoughts of Ainshur reveal a broad-mindedness, befitting the wisdom of the serpent tribe. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the formidable beings within the jar shop, the dazzling radiance upon the counter gradually dissipated, unveiling the items within. Chapter 530, The Banner of Teleportation. Before long, as the potent figures in the jar shop continued to observe, the brilliant light on the counter slowly faded, revealing the contents beneath. There, upon the counter, lay 3 obsidian banners. These banners exuded no trace of energy, appearing to be crafted from ordinary materials, devoid of any remarkable qualities. Are these 3 banners? Upon witnessing the items on the counter, Hebadong's eyes widened in astonishment, speculating that these banners might be part of a formation, as the likelihood of them being weapons was exceedingly slim. What use could this old fellow have for 3 banners? At that moment, Mebus could not help but disparage in his mind the treasures unveiled by Hebadong. Banners? What purpose does such a thing serve? Is it merely for flagging? The flower serpent scoffed internally. Haha, it seems Hebadong's luck has reached its limit. I find it hard to believe that these 3 banners hold any significant treasure. Ainshur quietly assessed the situation. On the other hand, Queen Medusa remained steadfast in her thoughts, undeterred by the seemingly unremarkable appearance of the 3 banners, unaware of their potential significance. Little medical fairy, could you assist me in discerning the treasures upon the counter? Hebadong understood that only by consulting the little medical fairy could he swiftly acquire information about the treasures that had emerged. Thus he directly inquired. Of course, Mr. Hebadong. Please hold on. Upon hearing his request, the little medical fairy smiled and nodded, promptly employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, casting her gaze towards the items on the counter. As her eyes swept over the counter, information immediately revealed itself. 33. The Flags of Transmigration. These 3 banners are crafted from exceedingly rare materials, impervious to damage for millennia, able to withstand the assaults of formidable foes, and immune to both fire and water. Not only can these flags serve as instruments of offense, but they also possess a remarkably unique function. When planted in the earth, the individual who has refined these banners can effortlessly switch positions among them across a vast expanse of tens of thousands of miles. Alas, what an extraordinary treasure this is. Upon absorbing the essence of this artifact, the young healer could not help but feel a twinge of envy towards Hebadong. Possessing such a treasure would make traversing distances effortless. The concept of a realm spanning millions of miles is staggering, likely encompassing the entirety of the Dou Qi continent. This suggests that the flags facilitate instantaneous teleportation across the continent. Young healer, have you discerned the significance of this? Hebadong inquired, observing the expression on her face. Indeed, Mr. Hebadong, I have come to realize, she replied, a smile gracing her lips. She elaborated, the flags of transmigration are composed of materials so rare that they will not deteriorate over the ages, resisting even the mightiest of attacks while remaining unaffected by the elements. When embedded in the ground, the user can traverse between them at will across an expanse of millions of miles. What? Hebadong's eyes widened in astonishment at the healer's description. The functionality of such a treasure is indeed beyond comprehension, enabling instantaneous travel across vast distances that even the most powerful beings in this world could scarcely achieve. These banners are truly the pinnacle of treasures. With this artifact in hand, countless endeavors would become remarkably convenient. Hebadong's mind raced with possibilities. To traverse millions of miles, this is no mere feat for humanity. Even the ancient emperors of fighting might have struggled to accomplish such a thing. Shared a similar astonishment. If Hebadong possessed such an artifact, where in this world could one hope to find him? If he chose to flee, no one could hope to track him down. Even encirclement would prove futile. This old fellow, with this treasure, will become elusive and difficult to contend with, exclaimed Washier, her apprehension towards Hebadong intensifying. This is truly problematic. The seemingly unremarkable flags wield such formidable power, making it difficult to fathom the challenges one would face in acquiring such a treasure. The shadows of the underworld grew increasingly pessimistic. At that moment, even the usually composed Queen Medusa found herself astonished by the extraordinary treasure unveiled by Hebadong. Ha ha ha. On this side, Hai Buodong erupted into laughter, then turned to the little medicine sage and inquired, my dear little medicine sage, do these 3 banners require blood to recognize their master? Indeed, Mr. Hai Buodong, you are quite astute. The little medicine sage smiled and nodded in affirmation. With her confirmation, Hai Buodong no longer hesitated. He extended his hand, sliced the tip of his finger, and allowed a drop of blood to fall onto the 3 black banners on the counter. As his blood touched the banners, they immediately radiated a dazzling black light. As this light dissipated, the drop of blood was completely absorbed, and in that moment, Hai Buodong realized he had formed a peculiar connection with the banners. So it is, after thoroughly refining the 3 black banners, Hai Buodong suddenly discovered their remarkable convenience. According to his understanding, these banners could remain in any location and once fixed in place, they would become invisible, evading detection. This enhanced their secrecy significantly. The speed of transmission was instantaneous, regardless of distance. Thus, if Hai Buodong had previously buried a banner, he could teleport in an instant from the banner he carried to the designated banner location during battle. However, there was a minor drawback. When using the teleportation, the banner utilized would remain in its original spot. He could not freely appear at the banner's location, but could only switch positions between the banners. Chapter 531, Transforming Weapons and Refining the Body. If Hai Buodong had previously buried a banner, he could teleport in an instant from the banner he carried to the designated banner location during battle. Yet, this mechanism had a slight flaw. When teleporting, the banner used for the transfer would remain behind, preventing him from freely manifesting at the banner's location, confining him to switching between banners. Given this extraordinary speed and range of teleportation, such a minor flaw seemed trivial. Contemplating this in his heart, Hai Buodong thought to himself, "Old fellow, do not grow complacent. Once I deal with you, all your treasures shall belong to me." Medusa, observing the smug expression on Hai Buodong's face, silently mused. In the next moment, without wasting any time, Queen Medusa approached the counter and said to the little medicine sage, "Dear little medicine sage, could you please fetch me another orange jar?" "Certainly. Queen Medusa, please hold on for a moment." The little medicine sage smiled and nodded in response, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before Queen Medusa. The old fellow, just moments ago, unveiled the black banner, the bone staff, the mech, and those many explosive devices, all of which are formidable treasures that significantly enhance one's power. This time, I must outpace him. Once I reach the realm of the dual sovereign, I shall ensure he pays for his hubris. Gazing at the orange jar on the counter, Queen Medusa mused silently. In the next moment, she performed a ritual customary to her serpent kin, casting gestures towards the orange jar. Slowly, she extended her fair hand and gently placed it upon the jar. Crack! With the crisp sound of shattering glass, the jar splintered into countless pieces. Instantly, the shards transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering the scene within indecipherable. I hope this time, fortune smiles upon me. May I possess the power to utterly crush this Hai Buodong. Watching the luminous glow emanating from the counter, Queen Medusa began to fervently pray. I wish that the treasure unveiled this time surpasses even that of the icy old man. Observing the brilliant light, Washener could not help but reflect. The Queen's luck is unparalleled. How could this human elder possibly compare? Just wait, daring to compete with our serpent kin for treasures, your reckoning will come. Mebus thought inwardly. The human elder had previously revealed a golden core that elevated his aura to nearly match that of Her Majesty. And considering he is a regular patron of the jar shop, he might possess other wondrous treasures. This could spell trouble. I sincerely hope Her Majesty reveals even more extraordinary artifacts, thereby enhancing our chances against this icy elder. The shadows of the underworld were likewise deliberating silently. Under the keen gaze of all present in the jar shop, the resplendent glow from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing its contents. There lay a scroll of pure gold, exuding a palpable aura of authority. Is this a scroll? Upon beholding the treasure on the counter, surprise flickered in Queen Medusa's eyes, for this scroll, merely by its appearance, was no ordinary item. Such overwhelming pressure emanates from it, accompanied by a sharp energy. It appears that Her Majesty has indeed unearthed an extraordinary treasure this time. Observing the artifact on the counter, Mebus silently acknowledged. This item seems extraordinary. Such authority is unseen in other scrolls. Truly, Her Majesty is a person of remarkable fortune. Gazing at the golden scroll, Washener could not help but marvel. The fact that Queen Medusa has revealed such a treasure prompts contemplation. Is it a technique or a combat skill? If it is a combat skill, that would be acceptable. However, if it is a technique, it would be nothing short of divine. Hai Buodong continuously analyzed the situation in his mind. Queen Medusa was acutely aware that the most expedient way to glean information regarding the scroll lay in consulting Little Medical Fairy. Promptly, she turned to the Little Medical Fairy and inquired, "Dear Little Medical Fairy, could you assist me in examining the treasures upon this counter?" "Certainly, Queen Medusa. Please wait a moment," replied the Little Medical Fairy with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. She swiftly activated the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze towards the golden scroll on the counter. As her eyes swept over it, a piece of information materialized before her. Weapon transformation and body refinement. This secret technique serves as both a cultivation method and a combat skill. By practicing this technique, one can continuously meld various weapons into their body, thereby enhancing their physical strength. Upon reaching mastery, the body itself becomes the finest weapon. Oh, So it is the art of weapon transformation and body refinement. No wonder the pressure emanating from this scroll is so palpable. Upon absorbing this information, a look of realization washed over the little medical fairy's face. She recalled that the cultivation method inscribed on this scroll, as mentioned by Yi Yan previously, originated from a realm of the immortal martial sovereign. The ancient figure, Gu Fei, had refined the ultimate treasures within his body, rendering his physical form extraordinarily formidable, imbued with everlasting lethality. Little medical fairy, have you discerned its essence? Queen Medusa inquired, observing the expression on the little medical fairy's face. Indeed, I have, replied the little medical fairy, smiling as she elaborated. This scroll records the art of weapon transformation and body refinement. It is both a cultivation method and a combat skill. By immersing oneself in this technique, one can meld various weapons into their body, thereby augmenting their physical strength. Ultimately, the body becomes the ultimate weapon. Weapon transformation and body refinement? Is it truly possible to integrate weapons into one's body? Queen Medusa expressed her skepticism, for such a cultivation method seemed exceedingly peculiar. Indeed, upon successful cultivation, one can integrate weapons into their being, honing their physical form. Furthermore, this technique is not merely about physical enhancement. As a combined cultivation and combat skill, it equally fosters the growth of one's combat energy. The little medical fairy responded without hesitation to Queen Medusa's inquiries. Such remarkable prowess, to meld weapons into one's flesh. Wouldn't such a body become incredibly formidable? Hai Boidong mused in astonishment. Chapter 532, The Azure Light Sphere. Haha. How astonishing it is to witness such formidable effects. Coincidentally, I possess a purple cloud sword. Once I master this, I shall first test it with the sword. Upon hearing the words of the little physician, Queen Medusa promptly made a decisive resolution in her heart. In the next moment, she swiftly seized the golden scroll from the counter and glanced at Medusa, saying, Medusa, you may continue to open the jars. As you command, Your Majesty. Medusa replied respectfully, then approached the counter to address the little physician. Dear little physician, could you kindly fetch me a crimson jar? Certainly, Mr. Medusa, please hold on for a moment. The little physician smiled and nodded, then quickly turned to retrieve a crimson jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Medusa. Mr. Medusa, it is getting late. Our establishment will soon close. After setting the jar before him, the little physician offered a gentle reminder. Oh, is it time to close? Is this the last jar for today? Medusa inquired with surprise upon hearing her words. Dear little physician, it is not particularly late. Shall we not complete this round? There are 5 of us in total, and since the other 2 have opened theirs, might the remaining 3 of us also open one together? Just as Washier and Inshur were becoming somewhat anxious, Haibadong unexpectedly made this request. What audacity this old fellow possesses. Medusa and the others were taken aback. Even though the little physician had already announced the impending closure, Haibadong dared to speak thus. However, should the little physician acquiesce, it would imply that Washier and Inshur would also have the opportunity to open an additional crimson jar. In truth, Haibadong's motivation was not for the benefit of the other 2. He spoke solely for his own advantage. Queen Medusa discerned Haibadong's intentions as well. He was opening an orange jar, while Washier and Medusa were limited to merely crimson jars. If the establishment were to close without allowing the 3 to open their jars, Haibadong would forfeit the chance to open one orange jar, which would be more advantageous for the serpent people. However, while Queen Medusa contemplated this, the little physician had already made her decision, compelling the queen to swallow her impending words. Very well, Mr. Haibadong. Let us proceed with your suggestion and complete this round of jars. The little physician nodded in agreement. Once the little physician made her decision, Medusa's attention shifted to the crimson jar upon the counter. What treasures might I unveil this time? Gazing at the crimson jar, Medusa began to pray, employing a unique ritual of the serpent people. After completing this, he slowly extended his palm and placed it upon the jar. Crack! As the crisp sound of a jar shattering echoed through the air, the crimson vessel on the counter was instantly reduced to a multitude of fragments. In the wake of this destruction, the shattered pieces of the red jar transformed into a dazzling array of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all who beheld it. I fervently hope to uncover some exquisite treasures this time. Observing the resplendent glow emanating from the counter, Medusa silently expressed his wish. Overall, Medusa was quite fortunate, as the few treasures he had previously unearthed had all contributed to enhancing his strength. Gazing at the brilliant luminescence, Washier too harbored a hopeful thought. If Medusa were to unearth treasures similar to those that had previously bolstered his power, he would gladly endure any discomfort, especially that sausage martial soul. Its auxiliary capabilities were utterly formidable. Inshur could not help but feel a surge of admiration for Medusa, as the treasures he had revealed from the crimson jars were among the finest, comparable even to those retrieved from slightly inferior orange jars. Under the watchful gazes of Medusa, Huaxir, and Inshur, the radiant light from the counter gradually began to dissipate, unveiling the items within. Before them appeared a sphere of deep azure light, exuding an air of profound mystery, accompanied by peculiar soul vibrations. What could this be? Medusa's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded the azure orb on the counter. A sphere of deep blue light. What sort of treasure might this be? Huaxir too felt a surge of curiosity regarding the newly revealed item. The strange soul vibrations emanating from it seemed extraordinary indeed. Inshur's eyes widened in anticipation, eager to uncover the secrets of the azure sphere. The intensity of the vibrations seemed to resonate more fiercely with those of greater strength. Consequently, even Hebadong and Queen Medusa, who had previously shown little interest in the crimson jars, found their gazes fixed upon the azure orb on the counter. What is this azure sphere? And why does it evoke a sense of malevolence within me? Hebadong mused quietly. At that moment, Queen Medusa shared the same sentiment, sensing the sinister aura surrounding the azure orb. Little medical fairy, could you assist me in examining the treasure on the counter? Medusa, fully aware that inquiring of the little medical fairy was the swiftest means to acquire information, directly posed his question. Of course, Mr. Medusa, please hold on. The little medical fairy smiled and nodded at Medusa's request, promptly utilizing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun to cast her gaze upon the azure sphere. As her eyes swept over the orb, a stream of information began to materialize on the counter. Passive of Soul Eater. This luminous orb originates from the world of the game League of Legends, specifically from the hero Thresh. The power contained within this orb embodies Thresh's passive ability. By refining this orb, one can acquire Thresh's passive. The passive Soul Eater allows for a soul to drop whenever a nearby individual perishes. Each collected soul enhances both physical strength and spiritual power. Chapter 533, The Pinnacle of the Crimson Jar. As the gaze of the young healer swept across the counter, a piece of information was revealed. Passive of Soul Eater. This luminous orb originates from the world of the game League of Legends, specifically from the hero Thresh. The power contained within this orb embodies Thresh's passive ability. By refining this orb, one can acquire Thresh's passive. The passive Soul Eater allows for a soul to drop whenever a nearby individual perishes. Each collected soul enhances physical strength and spiritual power by a factor of 33. Oh, such a remarkable passive. How astonishing. Each collected soul enhances one's physical and spiritual prowess. Observing the information displayed on the counter, the young healer felt a surge of astonishment. Young healer, have you discerned its nature? Noticing the expression on the young healer's face, Medusa inquired once more. Indeed, Mr. Medusa, I have realized it. Upon hearing Medusa's question, the young healer responded with a smile. This object is named Soul Eater. This luminous orb originates from the world of the game League of Legends, specifically from the hero Thresh. The power contained within this orb embodies Thresh's passive ability. By refining this orb, one can acquire Thresh's passive. The passive Soul Eater allows for a soul to drop whenever a nearby individual perishes. Each collected soul enhances both physical strength and spiritual power. What? Collecting souls can permanently enhance physical and spiritual strength? Upon hearing the young healer's explanation, Medusa's eyes widened in astonishment. The described effect seemed exceedingly potent. This is truly a treasure that grants infinite growth, akin to a means of defying fate, commented Huaxi, offering her own assessment. Medusa, a man of considerable fortune, pondered whether the previous trials he faced were, in fact, a test, and that having passed through those trials, his luck had been transformed. Haidang had been observing this jar closely. Upon hearing the young healer's introduction, he finally comprehended why he felt a sense of malevolence associated with the object. It turned out that this item relied on the sinister method of soul collection. Queen Medusa, too, found the notion of soul collection somewhat nefarious. However, she chose not to concern herself with it, for in this world, there is no absolute evil. As long as Medusa refrains from unjustly taking lives, it matters little. Haha, this item is remarkably powerful, young healer. Could you enlighten me on how to utilize it? With a hearty laugh, Mobas turned to the young healer for guidance. Simply press it into your body, she replied without hesitation upon hearing Mobas's inquiry. Without a moment's delay, Mobas extended his hand, grasping the ethereal blue orb, and pressed it directly against his chest. In an instant, the orb was absorbed into his being. What an extraordinary sensation. Upon integrating the orb, an indescribable wave of euphoria washed over Mobas, and a surge of immense confidence blossomed within him. With this newfound ability, he envisioned the possibility of maturing into a formidable master in the future. Following Mobas's absorption of the orb, Huaxir approached the young healer and requested, Young healer, could you kindly fetch me a red jar? Of course, Miss Huaxir. Please hold on for a moment. The young healer replied with a warm smile, swiftly turning to retrieve a red jar from the shelves behind her, placing it before Huaxir. What wondrous treasure might this jar contain? Gazing at the red jar on the counter, Huashir silently prayed, performing a ritual similar to that of MOBAS, and gradually extended her hand, striking the jar. With a crisp crack, the jar shattered into countless pieces, transforming into a dazzling array of light that obscured the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern what lay within. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the gathered individuals, the brilliant light began to dissipate, revealing the treasure within. On the counter lay a yellow magic core, roughly the size of a football. Alas, another magic core. Huashir sighed upon seeing the treasure before her. Then, dejected, she picked up the magic core and relinquished her position to Inshur. Inshur's jar yielded a treasure remarkably similar to Huashir's, although hers was of the earth attribute, while his was of the water attribute. Haha, it is my turn to open a jar. Upon witnessing Inshur's unremarkable prize, Hai Bo Dong laughed heartily and swiftly approached the counter, addressing the young healer. Young healer, might you procure an orange jar for me? Certainly, Mr. Hai Bo Dong. Please hold on a moment, the young healer replied, her smile unwavering as she quickly turned to fetch an orange jar from the shelves, placing it before him. This marks the 7th jar of the day for Hai Bo Dong, and he hopes it will surpass the previous 6. If he could once again procure a potion to enhance his cultivation, or perhaps a treasure akin to the extraordinary silken net from earlier, it would be even better. Gazing at the orange jar on the counter, he silently prayed and then forcefully raised his palm, striking the jar with great intensity. Crack! With a sharp sound of shattering, the jar on the counter splintered into countless pieces. Immediately, the fragments transformed into a dazzling radiance, enveloping everyone's sight, obscuring the scene within. That old fellow. I hope he conjures a pile of muck. Watching the brilliant light from the jar, Mebus began to curse repeatedly in his heart. This icy old man is truly repugnant. How could such a person dare oppose our queen? Just wait. One day, Her Majesty will seal him again. Huashir also harbored similar resentments. As it stands, all the jars we opened are red, which has inadvertently affected the number of orange jars opened by the queen. Had we known, we would not have participated in this round. Inshur, the wise one from the serpent tribe, thought broadly. Chapter 534. The Peculiar Copper Mirror. The icy old man is truly repugnant. How could such a person dare oppose our queen? Just wait. One day, Her Majesty will seal him again. Huashir also thought resentfully. Currently, all the jars we opened are red, which has affected the count of the queen's orange jars. Had we known, we would not have participated in this round. Inshur, the wise one from the serpent tribe, thought broadly. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the patrons in the jar shop, the dazzling radiance from the counter began to slowly dissipate, revealing the contents within. Upon the counter appeared a copper mirror, exuding an aura of antiquity. A mirror? Observing the treasure that had materialized, Hai Bo Dong felt a surge of curiosity. This was a type of treasure he had never encountered before. What an old fool, conjuring a mirror for women. Could he be a bit eccentric? Huh. Mebus erupted into laughter upon seeing the mirror Hai Bo Dong had unveiled. Huh. This old fellow has managed to produce a mirror, and an exceedingly unattractive one at that. This promises to be entertaining. Watching the treasure revealed by Hai Bo Dong, Huashir found it immensely amusing. What peculiar effects might this mirror possess? Could it reflect images, emit energy shocks from its surface, or perhaps offer some form of defense? Or might it harbor a mirrored space within? Gazing at the items displayed on the counter by Hai Bo Dong, the realm of shadows does not perceive them as simply as MOBAS and Huashir do. According to common reasoning, such treasures typically possess a rather unique ability. Both the Queen of Medusa and Hai Bo Dong share the sentiment of the Shadow Realm, believing that this mirror cannot merely be an ordinary mirror. Miss Little Medicine Fairy, could you assist me in examining the treasures on this counter? Hai Bo Dong understood that inquiring with the Little Medicine Fairy was the swiftest method to obtain information about the treasures. Thus, he directly posed his question to her. Certainly, Mr. Hai Bo Dong, please hold on. Upon hearing Hai Bo Dong's words, the Little Medicine Fairy smiled and nodded, immediately harnessing the ability bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze toward the mirror on the counter. As her eyes swept over it, a piece of information was instantly revealed. The mirror of illumination, crafted from an extraordinarily ancient material, possesses a hardness that even formidable beings in the tribulation stage cannot shatter. This mirror has a unique effect. It can distinguish any individual from other beings, identifying their true form, doppelganger, or incarnation, through a single strand of hair or a fragment of their soul's essence, revealing their identity. Ah, how wondrous this treasure is. Upon discovering this information, the Little Medicine Fairy was taken aback. According to the description, this mirror functions as a powerful scanner, endowed with tracking abilities. For instance, if someone has been harmed, by examining the internal energy of the injured party, it may be possible to ascertain the identity of the perpetrator. Miss Little Medicine Fairy, Have you discerned its nature? Noticing the expression on her face, Hebadong inquired once more. Indeed, I have. The little medicine fairy promptly nodded, then elaborated. Mr. Hebadong, this object is the mirror of illumination. Crafted from a remarkably ancient material, its hardness surpassing that of even the strongest in the tribulation stage. This mirror possesses the ability to differentiate between any person and other beings, determining their true form, doppelganger, or incarnation. With just a single hair or a wisp of soul energy, one can unveil the identity of another. What? Such a unique effect exists? Hebadong's face illuminated with surprise upon hearing the little medicine fairy's explanation. Although this mirror may not enhance his strength, its capabilities could prove invaluable in critical moments. What? A mere broken mirror possesses such power? Mobas and Huashir were left in disbelief upon hearing the little medicine fairy's description of the copper mirror. I have speculated countless possibilities, yet I did not guess a single one. The Shadow Realm sighed deeply after hearing the little medicine fairy's account. The visage of Queen Medusa was shrouded in an icy chill, for Hebadong, her adversary, had experienced a significant enhancement in both strength and capability, which undoubtedly posed a grave threat to her. With such a treasure in hand, traversing the continent shall be exceedingly convenient. Hebadong chuckled heartily before swiftly inquiring of the little medical fairy, My dear, does this artifact require a drop of blood for its master to refine it? Indeed, Mr. Hebadong, you are remarkably astute. The little medical fairy responded with a smile upon hearing his words. If that is truly the case, then it is splendid, he exclaimed. And without hesitation, he extended his palm, pricked his fingertip, and let a drop of blood fall upon the copper mirror resting on the counter. As Hebadong's blood touched the ancient mirror, it erupted in a dazzling golden radiance. When the golden light dissipated, his drop of blood was entirely absorbed. Simultaneously, a peculiar connection formed between Hebadong and the copper mirror. Once the refinement was successful, with a mere thought, the copper mirror soared from the counter into his grasp. Holding the mirror, he directed a beam of yellow light, visible only to him, upon Queen Medusa. Instantly, her true form materialized within the mirror, a serpent-like figure adorned with a long snake tail, possessing both the soul of a dragon and that of a vibrant, all-consuming python. Queen Medusa astonishingly possessed dual souls. Gazing at the scene revealed within the mirror, Hebadong was taken aback. Most critically, both of Queen Medusa's souls were formidable, exhibiting tremendous potential for growth. The vibrant python and the ancient dragon soul were undeniably powerful. As these images unfolded in the mirror, Queen Medusa immediately sensed Hebadong experimenting with the artifact, her expression turning frosty. Hebadong, you old fool, what are you testing? Do you wish to engage me in battle? She demanded, her eyes glinting with malice. Chapter 535, The Migration of the Serpent People. Upon witnessing the images in the mirror, Queen Medusa discerned Hebadong's intentions and felt a chill sweep over her. Hebadong, you old wretch, what are you up to? Do you wish for a confrontation? She bellowed, her countenance fierce. A fight, you say? Do you believe I fear you? However, I must inform you that I have been transported here and cannot leave this shop. In a few days, I shall arrive at your serpent clan, and you best not flee. Hebadong retorted, his resolve unwavering. Very well, let us settle this in 3 days. If you fail to appear, you shall be deemed a coward. Queen Medusa declared, her ire palpable. Agreed. 3 days it shall be, Hebadong affirmed, nodding in agreement to her challenge. Listening to the dialogue between Hebadong and Queen Medusa, the little medicine fairy offered a resigned smile. Although she was reluctant to witness their conflict, she felt powerless to intervene in their private matters concerning the jar shop. Esteemed guests, the hour is growing late. If you wish to purchase jars, please return tomorrow, she announced with a cheerful demeanor. Little medicine fairy, tomorrow morning, just like today, you must sample our serpent clan's delicacies. Queen Medusa reiterated her invitation. Very well, I shall express my gratitude to you, Queen Medusa. The little medicine fairy replied with a nod and a smile. Such sycophantic antics. Hebadong thought disdainfully as he listened to their exchange. In an instant, a beam of white light enveloped him, and upon its disappearance, he vanished completely from the jar shop. Farewell, little medicine fairy. Until tomorrow. As Hebadong disappeared, Queen Medusa found nothing particularly astonishing about it. She understood that he had merely utilized his VIP card for the teleportation. Once outside the jar shop, Queen Medusa returned to the Medusa Temple and issued several commands. Her foremost directive was for all members of the Serpent Clan to gather at the Medusa Temple, and it was to be a substantial migration. She issued this order out of concern that ordinary Serpent Clan members might be harmed should Hebadong attack. Furthermore, the Serpent Clan had long harbored plans to relocate from the desert to other regions. Now, with Queen Medusa possessing a territory spanning 3,000 miles, larger than the combined size of 2 imperial realms, rich in resources and abundant in energy, it would be most suitable for the Serpent clan to migrate there. My queen, 3 days may not be sufficient. Inshur expressed his concerns upon hearing Queen Medusa's command. Indeed, 3 days is hardly enough. Mobas concurred with Inshur's sentiment. Then I shall make the journey myself to summon all our kin to gather nearby. Queen Medusa realized that she had only 3 days until her decisive confrontation with Hebedong, and it was impossible for all Serpent clan members to assemble at the temple within that brief time frame. That very night, Queen Medusa hurriedly traversed from tribe to tribe. The first stop was the tribe managed by Mobas. All clan members, assemble here with your provisions as swiftly as possible, she commanded. Thus, throughout the night, Queen Medusa tirelessly moved from one tribe to another, proclaiming her orders. Finally, as the sun rose, she returned to the entrance of the jar shop, announcing, "All hail, Your Majesty the Queen! All hail, Your Majesty the Queen!" As Queen Medusa arrived at the entrance of the temple, the serpent folk, including Mobas, had long awaited her presence. Have the breakfast preparations for the young healer been completed? Upon her return, Queen Medusa inquired about this matter. Everything is ready, the flower serpentine replied respectfully. Just then, the door of the jar shop swung open, revealing the young healer at the threshold. Good morning, Queen Medusa, she greeted with a smile upon seeing the queen. You are the one who is early, my dear healer. Have you had breakfast yet? After speaking, Queen Medusa gestured, and those behind her understood immediately, bringing forth an array of delicacies into the jar shop. The queen, along with the young healer and Mobas, entered the establishment. My dear healer, could you please fetch me an orange jar? Before the young healer could commence her meal, Queen Medusa approached the counter and spoke with a smile. Certainly, Queen Medusa. Please hold on a moment. The young healer nodded with a smile, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before the queen. I wonder what treasure this will yield. Medusa mused to herself, contemplating the orange jar. With the impending battle against the Sea Elder in just 2 days, she hoped to enhance her powers once more. In the next moment, performing a unique prayer gesture of the serpent folk, she slowly extended her hand to tap the jar. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering, the orange jar instantly splintered into pieces. Subsequently, the fragments transformed into a dazzling light, obscuring everyone's vision, preventing them from discerning the spectacle within. The queen's fortune is unmatched. Today's luck must surpass yesterday's. Mobas silently prayed, gazing at the radiant light emerging from the counter. In 2 days, Her Majesty will confront that old sea dog. May she unveil something that significantly augments her strength. The flower serpentine, echoing Mobas's sentiments, also began her silent supplications. Your Majesty, may fortune favor you this time. That old sea dog is a formidable adversary. Before long, as the attention of all within the jar shop was riveted on the counter, the radiant light gradually dissipated, revealing the item within. There, atop the counter, lay a black circular ring, approximately half a meter in diameter, hefty and resembling a grinding stone. What is this? Observing the black circular ring that materialized upon the counter, Queen Medusa felt an overwhelming curiosity. Chapter 536, The Potent Magnetic Stone. What could this be? The more she gazed at the black ring, the more it resembled a millstone from the human realm used for grinding grain. What purpose could a millstone serve? As she contemplated the treasure displayed on the counter, Mobas expressed his intrigue. An oddity indeed. However, the orange jar had never produced any defective items. Perhaps this millstone-like object would possess other effects. Gazing at the treasures before her, the flower serpent silently pondered. This item could be incredibly heavy, and once under the queen's control, it might serve as a weapon. Alternatively, it could possess a concealed power. She immediately began to contemplate the potential effects of the treasures displayed on the counter. Queen Medusa was acutely aware that consulting the little physician was the swiftest method to obtain information about the treasures. Thus, after a brief moment of hesitation, she decisively inquired, "Little physician, could you assist me in examining the treasures on this counter?" "Of course, Queen Medusa, please hold on." Upon hearing the queen's request, the little physician smiled and nodded, promptly utilizing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, directing her gaze toward the black millstone on the counter. As her eyes swept over it, information instantly revealed itself. Potent magnetic stone. This stone is composed of a remarkably unique material that can be fractured into many pieces under the immense force of a forger, yet can be perfectly reassembled. It possesses a formidable attraction to metals. Most metals are susceptible to its influence. Any swords, daggers, or armors crafted from metal will be drawn to it, and it can be shaped into various forms, transforming into knives, guns, armor, and more, exhibiting excellent magnetic properties and hardness. Ordinary individuals cannot shatter it. Even if broken, it can instantly merge and reconstitute. What? Could it truly be such an object? Upon reading the information presented, Even the little physician was taken aback. Little physician, have you discerned its nature? Queen Medusa inquired once more, observing the little physician's reaction. Indeed, I have. Upon hearing the words of Queen Medusa, the young healer smiled and nodded, then proceeded to explain. Your Majesty, this object is known as the powerful magnetic stone. The material of this stone is exceedingly unique. Under the immense strength of its user, it can be divided into numerous pieces, yet can be perfectly reassembled. It possesses a formidable attraction to metals, affecting most metallic substances. Swords, daggers, and armors made of metal will all be drawn towards it. Moreover, it can be molded into various forms, transforming into blades, spears, armor, and other items, showcasing remarkable strength and durability that ordinary individuals cannot shatter. Even if it were to break, it can instantly recombine. What? It can absorb any metal? Queen Medusa was taken aback by the healer's words. According to her explanation, all metallic matter would face significant limitations in the presence of this stone. Enemies might struggle to even grasp their weapons, and those clad in metal armor would be drawn towards it unless they removed their armor promptly. Truly, Her Majesty is fortunate to have uncovered such a treasure. Soon, the Elder's weapons would lose their efficacy. Elated by the healer's introduction of this artifact, Medusa expressed his delight, for most weapons indeed contain metallic components. And his notion was not unfounded. Your Majesty, congratulations on acquiring such a treasure. That old human will find it impossible to wield any weapons against you. The flower serpent also recognized the stone's remarkable power and joyfully offered her congratulations. Congratulations, Your Majesty, echoed the shadowy figures in agreement with the flower serpent, their voices soft. Should I not also pledge my blood to this treasure for its refinement, dear healer? Queen Medusa inquired once more, having come to this realization. Indeed, Your Majesty. You are astute. The young healer smiled and nodded in affirmation. With the healer's encouragement, Queen Medusa no longer hesitated. She extended her hand, pricked her fingertip, and let a drop of blood fall onto the black stone upon the counter. As the drop of the queen's blood touched the stone, it emitted a dazzling black light that obscured everyone's vision. When the light finally dissipated, Queen Medusa's blood had been completely absorbed, and a multitude of connections between her and the stone emerged. Ah, how marvelous! This object can directly generate a magnetic field and can effortlessly open or close specific areas or selectively attract certain items. It is indeed quite convenient. After the refinement, Queen Medusa felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Subsequently, she did not test the stone's capabilities but swiftly stored it away and addressed Medusa and the others, saying, "You three should also proceed to open the canister." Your Majesty, absolutely not. Your Majesty, yesterday you permitted us to open numerous jars, but that was merely to restrain Habadon from opening too many. Today, let us refrain from further openings. Your Majesty, please, allow only yourself to open a jar. Very well. The three of us from MOBAs firmly declared that we shall not open any jars today, and after a moment of contemplation, Queen Medusa acquiesced to their wishes. Little physician, could you please fetch me another orange jar? Queen Medusa turned to the little physician, requesting. Certainly, Your Majesty Medusa, please hold on. The little physician smiled and nodded in response, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. This marks the second jar for today. I earnestly hope that the treasures within this one surpass those of the previous jar. Gazing at the orange jar before her, Queen Medusa silently offered a prayer. In the next moment, she extended her hand, performing a unique gesture of prayer characteristic of the serpent people, preparing herself before gently reaching forward with her delicate, lotus-like arm to strike the jar. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering, the orange jar on the counter instantly fractured into countless pieces. Immediately, the fragments of the broken jar transformed into a dazzling display of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present, leaving no one able to discern the spectacle within. What treasures will the queen unveil this time? Observing the brilliant light emanating from the counter, Mobas was filled with curiosity. This was the second orange jar opened by Queen Medusa today. The treasure from the first jar had been quite remarkable, truly a sight to behold. May the queen's fortune shine even brighter this time. With such fortune, our serpent people would indeed be on the path to greatness. The flower serpent closed her eyes, offering a prayer for Queen Medusa. Truly, the queen is favored by the heavens. May the treasures revealed today surpass those of yesterday. Inshur also clasped her hands in prayer. Before long, under the gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the resplendent light on the counter gradually began to dissipate, revealing the treasures contained within. Before them, atop the counter, appeared a miniature mech motorcycle, strikingly reminiscent of the futuristic machines depicted in the films of Blue Star. What could this be? The onlookers in the jar shop were filled with bewilderment, as they hailed from a realm far removed from Blue Star and had never encountered such a marvel. If the interloper Xiao Yan from Blue Star were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this contraption at a glance. Its design was peculiar. So small yet equipped with 2 wheels. Could it be a carriage? Observing the treasure on the counter, Medusa expressed his curiosity. In response to Medusa's musings, Flower Snake shook her head, stating, if it were a carriage, there would need to be something to pull it, and it should certainly possess 4 wheels, not merely 2. Indeed, it should have 4 wheels. Flower Snake concurred. Queen Medusa, aware that inquiring with the little doctor was the swiftest route to acquiring information about the treasure, turned directly to her. Little doctor, could you assist me in examining this treasure on the counter? Of course. Please hold on a moment, Queen Medusa. The little doctor replied with a smile, immediately utilizing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yun, directing her gaze towards the treasure. As her eyes swept over the counter, an influx of information materialized. Mech motorcycle, a pivotal product of the technological era, capable of traversing land, sea, and air with remarkable speed. It can be powered by magic cores, with different cores providing varying energy sources, resulting in significant differences in velocity. So it truly is a mech motorcycle. The little doctor's eyes sparkled with realization as the information unfolded before her. She had sensed its familiarity, and to her astonishment, it was indeed the mech motorcycle previously operated by the Xiao brothers. Little doctor, have you discerned something? Queen Medusa inquired, noting the expression of enlightenment on the little doctor's face. Yes, I have. The little doctor nodded with a smile and proceeded to elucidate. Queen Medusa, this object is known as a mech motorcycle, a vital product of the technological age, capable of traversing land, sea, and air with astonishing speed, powered by magic cores, which vary in energy output and consequently speed. A mech motorcycle? Queen Medusa's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with astonishment. Your Majesty is indeed fortunate. This mech motorcycle appears to be an extraordinary treasure, facilitating travel across land, sea, and air. How incredibly convenient. Medusa exclaimed in astonishment after the little doctor's introduction. Indeed. Flower Snake echoed Medusa's sentiments with agreement. Previously, most of our endeavors revolved around the magical cores, and now they shall finally serve a purpose. Upon hearing the words of the Flower Serpent, those from the Shadow Realm echoed in agreement. Dear little medical fairy, how might I utilize this technological marvel from Blue Star? Inquired Queen Medusa, who surmised that such an item would not require a blood oath for recognition. Fingerprint and genetic verification, responded the little medical fairy. Is that so? Upon hearing the little medical fairy's answer, Queen Medusa stepped forward to confirm her fingerprint and genetic identity, as well as her iris. With this acquisition, traveling should become considerably swifter. Medusa pondered, swiftly stowing away the authenticated mech motorcycle. Wasting no time, after securing the vehicle, she addressed the little medical fairy once more. Little medical fairy, would you kindly procure another orange canister for me? Of course, Queen Medusa, please hold on. With a smile and a nod, the little medical fairy promptly turned and retrieved an orange canister from the shelf behind her, placing it before the queen. This marked the 3rd canister of the day, and Medusa silently hoped that the treasure within would surpass those of the previous 2. Gazing at the orange canister before her, she offered a silent prayer. In the next moment, Queen Medusa extended her delicate hand, performing a serpentine ritual unique to her kind, before gently tapping the canister. Crack! With the crisp sound of shattering glass, the orange canister splintered into a myriad of pieces. Instantly, the fragments transformed into a dazzling array of light, obscuring the view of all present, rendering them unable to discern the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 538, Mirror Simulation Battle. Crack! As the canister shattered, the fragments erupted into a brilliant display of radiance, cloaking the surroundings in a mesmerizing glow. None could fathom what lay within. What treasure might the queen unveil this time? Observing the resplendent light emanating from the counter, Medusa's eyes brimmed with curiosity. This was the 3rd orange canister opened by Queen Medusa today. The first had revealed a metal-absorbing grinding disc, while the second had yielded the mech motorcycle from Blue Star Technology. Both treasures were quite remarkable, leaving a lasting impression. May the queen's fortune be ever favorable. Should that be the case, our serpent race would indeed stand on the brink of ascendance. In the presence of the Flower Serpent, she closed her eyes and offered a silent prayer for Queen Medusa. Truly, Her Majesty is a favored individual of the heavens. Today, may the treasures unveiled surpass those of yesterday. Ainshur also clasped her hands in earnest supplication. Shortly thereafter, under the watchful gazes of Queen Medusa and the others, the dazzling radiance emanating from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the items within. Upon the counter appeared a miniature structure, entirely sealed and devoid of windows. Is this a micro-building? Observing the treasure before her, Queen Medusa felt an overwhelming curiosity. This item could not merely be the size it appeared, but was likely constrained by the confines of the jar store, thus temporarily diminished. Once again, Her Majesty had summoned such a treasure. The previous palace capable of taming magical beasts was a true gem, able to subdue even 9th-tier magical creatures that inadvertently wandered into the 9th-level beast taming chamber. Its might was unparalleled, and she could only wonder what extraordinary functions this building might possess. As she gazed at the treasure on the counter, Mebus silently acknowledged Queen Medusa's remarkable fortune. This structure could undoubtedly be enlarged, though its fully sealed design was somewhat peculiar. Contemplating the item on the counter, the flower serpent mused on the myriad wonders a building could hold. With keen interest, Inshur began to deliberate on the treasure's potential. Queen Medusa understood that consulting Little Physician would be the swiftest means to acquire information about the treasure, so she promptly inquired, "Little Physician, could you assist me in examining the item on the counter?" "Of course, Queen Medusa, please wait a moment." Little Physician responded with a smile. Swiftly harnessing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, her gaze swept over the treasure on the counter. As her eyes moved, an array of information was unveiled. Mirror Warrior Palace. This palace is constructed from ancient, mysterious materials, rendering it incredibly sturdy. Only the grand entrance can be opened, and its interior spans 20,000 square meters, containing 10,000 training rooms. Within these chambers, one can initiate mirror simulations for combat. Once activated, the individual enters a distinct, confined space to engage in battle with a mirror image that replicates their attributes with complete accuracy. In some training rooms, 2 mirror images may be summoned, while the highest tier of mirror training rooms can unleash 9 identical mirror images to besiege the participant. Time within the mirror simulation space is suspended, yet it may only be activated once per day. Combat is the sole activity permitted. Healing through potions is not allowed, and whether victorious or defeated, one will be ejected from the mirror space immediately. The sensations of death therein are utterly realistic, and upon demise, divine energy is expended, currently at 100%. Oh, what an astonishing treasure this is. Observing this information, even the young healer was taken aback, never having imagined that this modest palace could possess such formidable capabilities. Should an organization or faction seize control of it, the majority of its members could be trained into exceptional combat experts, continually surpassing their own limits. "Young healer, have you discerned the truth?" Queen Medusa inquired, noting the expression on the healer's face. "Indeed, I have," the young healer responded, smiling and nodding before quickly elaborating. "Queen Medusa, this artifact is known as the Hall of the Mirror War God. Crafted from ancient, enigmatic materials, the palace is incredibly resilient. Only the main door can be opened, and it encompasses a space of 20,000 square meters, containing 1,000 training chambers. Each chamber can initiate a mirror simulation battle, wherein one's body enters a separate, confined space to engage in combat with a mirror image that possesses 100% of their attributes. Some training chambers may even generate 2 mirror images, while the most advanced chambers can summon up to 9 identical mirror images to besiege the individual. Time within the mirror simulation space is frozen, but it can only be activated once daily. Inside, one can only engage in battle, with no opportunity for cultivation or medicinal recovery. Victory or defeat results in immediate withdrawal from the mirror's space, and the sensations of death within are utterly authentic, depleting the energy of the divine palace. Currently, the palace's energy is at 100%. "What? Mirror battles?" Queen Medusa exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment at the young healer's explanation. According to her words, this palace would become an unparalleled training ground, not only conducive to cultivation, but also offering an unprecedented enhancement to personal combat capabilities. Just imagine, if an individual possesses the ability to conquer one or multiple mirror images identical to their own strength, how greatly would their combat prowess exceed that of their current realm? Queen Medusa mused to herself. This palace is astonishingly remarkable. If this is indeed the case, it is not merely a personal treasure, but an artifact capable of elevating the strength of the entire clan. Our elite serpent folk will have the opportunity to train within this divine palace, leading to immense advancements for our kind. Upon hearing the young healer's introduction, Mebus comprehended the palace's extraordinary potential. At this moment, both Washir and Inshur shared Mebus's excitement, for this was a matter of paramount significance to the prosperity of their entire race. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this treasure. Our serpent folk shall forge a glorious future." "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this treasure. Our serpent folk shall forge a glorious future." "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this treasure. Our serpent folk shall forge a glorious future." Chapter 539, The Zombie Potion. At this moment, both Washir and Inshur mirrored Mebus's exhilaration, as this event pertained to the flourishing of their entire clan. "Congratulations to Her Majesty the Queen on acquiring this treasure. We, the serpent folk, shall forge a magnificent future." In unison, MOBAs and the others extended their heartfelt congratulations to Queen Medusa. Upon hearing their accolades, Queen Medusa inclined her head slightly and then turned to the young healer, inquiring, "Dear healer, how should one utilize such a precious artifact? It requires a drop of blood for attunement and refinement." The young healer responded without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa exhibited no reluctance. She extended her hand, pricked her fingertip, and let a droplet of blood fall onto the miniature palace resting upon the counter. As her blood touched the palace, it immediately radiated a dazzling light. Once the brilliance faded, the droplet of blood was entirely absorbed, and a myriad of extraordinary connections blossomed between Queen Medusa and the palace. How fascinating! After refining the palace, Queen Medusa quickly grasped a wealth of information regarding it. The palace possessed an energy that could replenish itself under normal circumstances. However, as the number of powerful beings within the training chamber increased, its absorption and consumption would surely become disproportionate, necessitating the use of other means to replenish the palace's energy. Fortunately, at present, our serpent folk do not have many powerful individuals. Even my own training within will not cause any overload, Queen Medusa contemplated. Following the refinement, without much deliberation, Queen Medusa activated her inner realm and drew the palace into it. Within her inner realm, even a mountain could be swiftly maneuvered with her will. Once the palace was absorbed, it expanded exponentially, transforming into a colossal structure. Queen Medusa skillfully controlled the energies within her inner realm, ensuring the palace was securely placed at its center. Henceforth, this palace would become one of the most significant edifices of the serpent folk. After securing the palace, Queen Medusa wasted no time and addressed the young healer again. "Dear healer, could you please fetch me another orange jar?" "Of course, Your Majesty. Please hold on a moment." The young healer responded with a smile, promptly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before Queen Medusa. "This marks the 4th jar of the day. I fervently hope that the treasure revealed from this one surpasses the previous 3. Queen Medusa silently prayed as she gazed at the orange jar before her. In the next moment, Queen Medusa extended her hand, performing a unique prayer gesture characteristic of the serpent folk, before gently reaching forward with her slender, lotus-like arm to strike the jar. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered into countless fragments upon impact. Immediately, the broken pieces of the orange jar transformed into a dazzling display of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present, leaving them unable to discern the spectacle within. What marvel would the queen unveil this time? As the resplendent light emanated from the counter, Mebas gazed with curiosity. For this was the 4th orange jar that Queen Medusa had opened that day. The first jar had yielded a grinding stone capable of absorbing metal. The second had revealed a mech motorcycle born of Blue Star technology. And the third had produced a mirrored simulation battle palace that could enhance the strength of their entire clan. All these treasures were quite remarkable, leaving one in awe. May the queen's fortune shine even brighter this time. Thus, Washir closed her eyes, offering a silent prayer for Queen Medusa. Truly, the queen is favored by the heavens. May today's treasure surpass yesterday's. Inshur also clasped his hands in prayer. Before long, under the watchful eyes of Queen Medusa and the others, the brilliant light from the counter gradually dissipated, unveiling the contents within. A transparent box emerged, containing slender cylindrical objects with needle tips at one end. If any Blue Star inhabitant were present, they would instantly recognize these as the syringes commonly used in hospitals. What is this peculiar item? Queen Medusa mused, her curiosity piqued. Such strange contraptions had never graced her sight before. Mebas, too, felt a surge of intrigue upon seeing the item on the counter. The design suggested it was capable of expelling the liquid within the cylinder through the needle at the front. Observing the syringes in the box, Washir speculated. This must be something extraordinary within the liquid, though its specific effects remain a mystery. Inshur echoed her sentiment, contemplating the enigma before them. Queen Medusa understood that the fastest way to acquire information about this treasure was to consult the little medical fairy. In the next moment, she directly inquired, "Little medical fairy, could you assist me in examining the treasure on the counter?" "Of course, Queen Medusa, please hold on a moment," replied the little medical fairy with a smile, nodding her head before swiftly employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yun, directing her gaze toward the treasure on the counter. As the gaze of the young healer swept across the counter, a piece of information was revealed. Zombie virus serum. This serum, when injected into the body of a living person or one who has recently deceased, can transform them into a zombie. Low-level zombies lack intelligence. Driven solely by their instinct to kill, they indiscriminately attack living beings. The attacks of these zombies are imbued with the zombie virus, capable of rapid infection. If not promptly eradicated, individuals will also succumb to transformation into zombies. It must be noted that the virus within zombies varies in potency. Lower-grade viruses can only infect ordinary individuals and those of lesser strength, whereas only formidable or mutated viruses can affect the powerful. Chapter 540. 3 Leaves. The revelation of the zombie virus serum astonished the young healer. Despite her own formidable toxins, they do not possess the infectious nature of this zombie virus. Once a single individual becomes infected, the virus can proliferate endlessly. It is conceivable that a mere drop of toxin could lead to widespread infection across an entire city, converting its populace into zombies. Young healer, have you discerned its nature? Queen Medusa inquired, observing the expression on the young healer's face. Indeed, Queen Medusa, I have realized its implications. The young healer replied with a smile, nodding in affirmation. This substance is known as the zombie virus serum. It is capable of transforming living or recently deceased bodies into low-level zombies. The lower-grade virus can only infect ordinary individuals and those of lesser strength, while only potent or mutated viruses can affect the strong. What? The zombie virus. Capable of infinite infection, transforming individuals into zombies, and even evolving? Queen Medusa's astonishment was palpable upon hearing the young healer's words. This revelation was truly terrifying. The notion of infectious substances was unheard of in the Dou Qi continent, where plagues were virtually non-existent. The inhabitants relied on their innate Dou Qi and the remedies crafted by alchemists to dispel many ailments. This substance is even more fearsome than my toxins and excrement. If one were to inadvertently come into contact with it, it could precipitate a catastrophic crisis. Expressed his profound horror at the implications of the young healer's revelation. Such substances must not be wielded lightly. Listening to the little physician's introduction, the expression on Hua Shirer's face reflected her concern. Regardless of the nature of any object, there exists no absolute dichotomy of good and evil. Even toxic substances can serve a noble purpose if applied correctly. The perspectives of the underworld diverged from those of Mobas and Hua Shirer. Queen Medusa's mind raced with thoughts, yet ultimately, she concurred with the notions expressed by the underworld, acknowledging that everything possesses duality. Even poison, at times, may prove to be a savior. Having resolved her internal conflict, Queen Medusa swiftly concealed the box upon the counter, for such elixirs should not be disseminated lightly. After all, she is not a malevolent being. Once the box was secured, she wasted no time and addressed the little physician. Dear little physician, could you please fetch me another orange jar? Of course, Your Majesty Medusa, please hold on. Upon hearing the queen's request, the little physician nodded with a smile, quickly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. This marked the 5th jar of the day. She hoped that the treasure contained within would surpass the previous 4. Gazing at the orange jar before her, Queen Medusa whispered a silent prayer. In the next moment, she extended her hand, performing a gesture unique to her serpent kin as part of a ritual of supplication. Having completed her preparations, she gently reached forward with her delicate, lotus-like hand, poised to strike the jar. With a crisp crack, the jar shattered into myriad pieces, and the fragments transformed into a dazzling display of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. What treasure would Her Majesty unveil this time? Watching the resplendent light emerge from the counter, Mobas's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This marked the 4th orange jar opened by Queen Medusa today. The first jar yielded a grinding stone capable of absorbing metals. The second revealed a mech motorcycle from the Blue Star technology. The third summoned a palace capable of enhancing the entire clan's strength, and the 4th produced a zombie serum. Each treasure was remarkable, leaving observers in awe. May fortune favor Her Majesty this time. Such luck would herald the rise of our serpent kin. Hua Shirer closed her eyes, offering a silent prayer for Queen Medusa. Truly, the queen is favored by the heavens. Today, may the treasure revealed surpass that of yesterday. The underworld also clasped their hands in prayer. After a brief moment, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the dazzling radiance from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the treasures within. There, atop the counter, lay a transparent crystal box, within which floated 3 delicate green leaves. Just a glance at these leaves instilled a sense of tranquility and delight. 3 leaves? Observing the contents of the transparent box, Queen Medusa felt an overwhelming curiosity. It was her first encounter with such a peculiar treasure. How intriguing that Her Majesty had unveiled 3 leaves this time. What mysteries might these leaves hold? As they gazed at the transparent box on the counter, both Mobas and the flower serpent were equally intrigued. The leaves could potentially possess transformative properties, akin to the legendary beans that could summon soldiers. Alternatively, these leaves might be consumable, offering enhancements to one's strength or possessing healing properties. As the representatives of the serpent clan pondered over the treasure, the wise Ainshur could not help but speculate. Queen Medusa, too, was filled with conjectures about the 3 leaves. Yet she recognized that consulting the little physician would be the swiftest way to uncover the truth about the treasure. In the next moment, Queen Medusa turned to the little physician and inquired, "Dear little physician, could you assist me in examining the treasure on this counter?" "Of course, Queen Medusa. Please hold on for a moment," replied the little physician, smiling and nodding. She immediately invoked the powers bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze toward the treasures on the counter. As her eyes swept over the items, a piece of information promptly emerged. Understanding tea. This tea leaf grows upon the immortal herb's enlightenment tree. When brewed and consumed, it grants a certain probability of entering a state of sudden comprehension. In the realm of the enlightenment tree, it is said that one may achieve enlightenment and transform into an immortal in a single moment of realization. Oh, so this treasure can induce enlightenment. Queen Medusa's fortune is indeed remarkable. After perusing the information displayed on the counter, the little physician felt a tinge of envy. She too longed to experience such tea. "Dear little physician, have you discerned its nature?" Queen Medusa inquired, observing the expression on the little physician's face. "Yes, indeed, Queen Medusa. I have come to understand." Upon hearing Queen Medusa's inquiry, the young healer swiftly responded with a smile, nodding gently. "This item is known as enlightenment tea. The leaves flourish upon the immortal elixir enlightenment tree. When brewed and consumed, a single leaf offers a chance to attain a state of profound understanding. In the realm of the enlightenment tree, it is said that one may achieve sudden enlightenment and ascend to immortality." The concept of enlightenment and immortality astonished Queen Medusa, for such terms were entirely foreign to the continent of Dou Qi. The notion of immortal was beyond their comprehension, and she pondered the significance of such a lofty state compared to that of a Dou saint or Dou emperor. Listening to the young healer's words, Medusa contemplated deeply. Confusion etched across his face. "I believe this represents the pinnacle of cultivation from another world, akin to the Dou emperor realm that has not been seen in our world for millennia," he remarked thoughtfully. "Dear healer, could you enlighten me on what immortal truly signifies?" Queen Medusa inquired, her curiosity piqued. "I am uncertain myself," the young healer admitted, shaking her head. "I have only heard the proprietor, Yi, mention that immortals transcend the realm of mortals, and the path to immortality is elusive." "Very well," Queen Medusa conceded, realizing the healer's knowledge was limited. Nevertheless, she grasped one essential truth. Consuming the brew derived from these leaves could lead one to a mysterious state in which substantial progress could be achieved. Naturally, as they were in the midst of opening a jar, Queen Medusa refrained from tasting the tea, her sole focus on hastily unsealing the precious container. In the next moment, she swiftly stowed the treasure away and presented a spatial ring to the young healer, requesting an exchange for gold coins. "Dear healer, might you assist me with this?" Queen Medusa requested. Prompted by her words, the young healer harnessed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi, casting her gaze upon the spatial ring. After a brief calculation, she exclaimed, "Queen Medusa, this ring, along with its contents, is valued at 9 million gold coins. Thank you, dear healer. This amount aligns closely with my expectations. Could you please fetch me another orange jar?" Queen Medusa nodded appreciatively. "Certainly, Queen Medusa. Please hold on for a moment," the young healer replied with a smile, promptly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before the queen. This marked the 6th jar of the day, and Queen Medusa silently hoped that the treasures within would surpass those of the previous 5 jars. In the next moment, Queen Medusa extended her hand, performing a unique prayer ritual characteristic of the serpent folk, gesturing towards the jar. Having completed this, Queen Medusa slowly reached forward with her delicate hand, resembling a lotus stem, and struck the jar. With a crisp crack, the orange jar on the counter shattered into countless pieces. Immediately, the fragments of the broken jar transformed into a dazzling array of light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering the scene within indecipherable. One could only wonder what treasures Queen Medusa would unveil this time. As the radiant light emanated from the counter, Medusa's eyes glimmered with curiosity. This marked the 6th orange jar that Queen Medusa had opened today. The first jar yielded a metal-absorbing grinding stone. The second revealed a mech motorcycle from Blue Star Technology. The third produced a simulation battle palace capable of enhancing the strength of the entire clan. The fourth contained a zombie potion, and the 5th, enlightening tea leaves, known for their mysterious effects of sudden comprehension. Each of these treasures had proven to be remarkable, leaving all in awe. May fortune smile upon her majesty once more. If so, the serpent folk would truly have hope for ascendance. Hua closed her eyes, offering a silent prayer for Queen Medusa. Indeed, the queen is favored by the heavens. It is hoped that the treasures revealed today surpass those of yesterday. Inshur also clasped his hands in prayer. Moments later, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the dazzling light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. There lay a fruit, pockmarked and still clinging to some earth. What could this be? Queen Medusa felt an immediate surge of curiosity at the sight of the treasure. Chapter 542. The Earth-Swallowing Beast, an extremely dangerous species. In due course, the brilliant light faded, unveiling the item within the counter. The fruit, uneven and dirt-streaked, raised questions in the minds of those present. It appeared to resemble a medicinal herb growing from the soil. Mebus speculated aloud, yet, as a mere herb, it seems somewhat beneath the prestige of the orange jar. In response to Mebus's remark, Huasher chimed in, perhaps it is not simply an herb. Some high-end medicinal materials can surpass even the efficacy of premium elixirs. Ainshur shook his head, contemplating the possibilities. Queen Medusa was acutely aware that inquiring with the little medical sage would be the swiftest means to acquire information regarding the treasures. Thus, after a brief pause, she promptly directed her question to the little medical sage. Dear little medical sage, could you assist me in examining the treasures on the counter? Certainly, Queen Medusa. Please hold on. The little medical sage responded with a smile and nodded, quickly activating the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun. Her gaze sweeping over the treasures displayed on the counter. As her eyes traversed the items, information about one of them was immediately revealed. Earth-swallowing beast. At its inception, this creature resembles a plant and is easily mistaken for one, making it susceptible to being dug up and consumed by humans. Once it reaches its juvenile stage, it can move like an animal and harbors a space within it that can store and consume the Earth's soil. The earth-swallowing beast can rapidly increase in size from its juvenile stage, potentially growing to a staggering height within just a month. Typically, when humans discover such a beast, they will promptly attempt to hunt it down, for an adult earth-swallowing beast has likely consumed a small asteroid. Allowing it to mature unchecked would profoundly impact the human habitat. Ah, how peculiar that this creature is indeed an animal. The little medical sage exclaimed, utterly astonished after absorbing this information. Dear little medical sage, have you discerned the truth? Queen Medusa inquired, observing the expression on the little medical sage's face. Indeed, I have. The little medical sage affirmed with a smile and swiftly elucidated. This entity is known as the earth-swallowing beast. Initially, it resembles a plant and can be mistakenly consumed by humans. Upon reaching its juvenile phase, it becomes capable of movement akin to that of animals, and within it lies a space that can store and consume soil. Its size can expand dramatically, potentially reaching unimaginable heights within a month. Typically, upon discovering such a beast, humans will initiate hunting, as an adult earth-swallowing beast has likely devoured a small asteroid. Permitting its growth would severely threaten human existence. What? An earth-swallowing beast can grow to colossal proportions within a month. Upon hearing the little medical sage's description, Queen Medusa's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never encountered a creature of such immense size, not even among the 9th-tier magical beasts. How utterly strange. This creature is not a plant, yet it can walk once it reaches its juvenile phase. How odd. The little medical sage's explanation also left Mo Ba feeling baffled. A colossal beast of such magnitude must be terrifying. A single stomp could obliterate an entire city, whispered Huashier to herself. Indeed, such colossal beasts, whether in strength or defense, must possess a terrifying degree of power. Upon hearing the words of the flower serpent, Ainshur nodded in agreement. Miss Little Medicine, I am curious about what you meant by that planet you mentioned. After a moment of astonishment, Queen Medusa voiced her perplexity. A planet, you say? I recall Boss Yi mentioning that our Dou Qi continent is a flat land, while in certain star systems, the places where people reside are actually spherical, referred to as planets. Typically, these planets are no smaller than several 100,000 zhong in size, with larger ones reaching tens of millions or even billions of zhong. Reflecting on Yi Yun's words, Little Medicine began to articulate her thoughts. What? Several 100,000 zhong, millions of zhong? Does this mean that the swallowing earth beast could grow to such proportions? Queen Medusa responded incredulously to Little Medicine's explanation. It is truly unimaginable. If that were the case, would it not mean that if left unchecked, the entire Dou Qi continent could potentially be consumed by the swallowing earth beast? Mobas exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. If that were the case, countless lives would surely perish in the jaws of this beast. Flower Serpent expressed her concerns, as the loss of their habitat would make survival impossible for ordinary people. At that moment, even Ainshur furrowed his brow in contemplation. Queen Medusa, you need not worry. The swallowing earth beast is under your command and will obey you completely. As long as you command it to halt, it will do so immediately. Little Medicine reassured her. Is that so? Then that is a relief. Queen Medusa sighed slightly. For if the swallowing earth beast were to act without restraint, it would bring catastrophic consequences to the Dou Qi continent. Let us leave it at that for now. I will activate it only if necessary. Queen Medusa resolved internally, and then she promptly stored the currently plant-like swallowing earth beast within the system space. Next, without wasting any time, Queen Medusa turned to Little Medicine and requested, "Miss Little Medicine, could you please fetch me another orange jar?" "Certainly, Queen Medusa, please hold on." Smiling, Little Medicine nodded and swiftly turned to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. This marked the 7th jar of the day, and she silently hoped that the treasure contained within would surpass the previous 6. Gazing at the orange jar before her, Queen Medusa offered a silent prayer. Chapter 543, The Method of Crafting Clones. "All right, Queen Medusa, please wait a moment," Little Medicine reiterated with a smile, turning quickly to grab another orange jar from the shelf and placing it before her once more. "This is the 7th jar of the day, and I fervently hope that the treasure it reveals surpasses the offerings of the previous 5 jars. Gazing at the orange jar before her, Queen Medusa silently uttered a prayer. In the next moment, she extended her hand, performing a gesture unique to the serpent folk in a ritual of supplication towards the jar. Having completed her preparations, she gently reached out with her delicate, lotus-like hand and brought it down upon the jar. With a crisp crack, the orange jar shattered into a myriad of pieces, immediately transforming into a dazzling array of radiant light that obscured the sight of all present, leaving them unable to discern the spectacle within. What treasures would Her Majesty unveil this time? As the resplendent light emanated from the counter, Medusa's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This marked the 7th orange jar that Queen Medusa had opened today. The first had revealed a grinding stone capable of absorbing metals, the second, a mech motorcycle of Blue Star technology, the third, a mirrored simulation battle palace that enhanced the strength of the entire tribe, the fourth, a potion for the undead, the fifth, enlightenment tea, imbued with mysterious insights, and the sixth, a fearsome growth beast known as the Earth Swallower. Each treasure had been remarkable, capturing the attention of all. One could only hope that Her Majesty's fortune would be even more favorable this time. On the side, the flower serpent closed her eyes, offering a silent prayer for Queen Medusa. Truly, the queen was favored by the heavens, and today, the treasures revealed must surpass those of yesterday. Inshur also clasped her hands in prayer. Before long, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the dazzling light from the counter gradually dissipated, unveiling the item within. To their surprise, a black scroll appeared atop the counter. A scroll. Upon seeing this, Queen Medusa's curiosity waned. Such an object was rather common in the continent of combat. What secrets could this scroll hold? Would it contain martial arts techniques, combat skills, or perhaps mystical arts from another realm? Medusa contemplated the item displayed on the counter. Given that it was a product of the jar shop, even if it were a combat skill scroll, it must at least be of intermediate earth-grade quality. As she gazed at the item, the flower serpent felt a surge of anticipation. Queen Medusa understood that the quickest way to acquire information about the treasure was to consult Little Physician. Thus, she directly inquired, "Little Physician, could you assist me in examining the treasure on the counter?" "Of course, Queen Medusa. Please hold on." Upon hearing the words of Queen Medusa, the little healer smiled and nodded, immediately employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yun, her gaze sweeping over the treasures on the counter. As her eyes traversed the items, a piece of information was unveiled. Fragmented version of the 9 transformations clone technique. This technique allows the creation of 9 clones. However, this scroll is a fragmented version, containing only the method to forge a single clone. The clone, upon its successful creation, possesses strength equal to that of the original. Subsequently, it will cultivate and grow independently, possessing its own thoughts, with everything revolving around the original. Furthermore, should it perish, it will not affect the original body. And in the unfortunate event of the original's demise, the clone will transform back into the original. Ah, how extraordinary to have such a peculiar method of cloning. After perusing the information, the little healer was filled with astonishment. "Have you discerned it, little healer?" Observing the expression on her face, Queen Medusa inquired once more. "Indeed, Queen Medusa, I have realized it." The little healer smiled and nodded in response, then elaborated. "This item is known as the fragmented 9 transformations clone technique. It can create 9 clones, but this scroll only contains the method for creating a single clone. Upon its successful creation, the clone possesses strength equivalent to that of the original, and thereafter, it cultivates and grows independently, endowed with its own thoughts, always prioritizing the original. Moreover, its demise will not impact the original body. Should the original unfortunately perish, the clone will revert back into it. The cloning technique, with no repercussions upon death, is akin to gaining an additional life. How marvelous!" Upon hearing the little healer's description, Queen Medusa was equally astonished. In the next moment, she swiftly grasped the black scroll and began to examine it. Though the scroll detailed a rather unique method, the materials required for creating the clone were rather intricate. Not only did one need to forge a physical body, but a portion of the soul must also be extracted from the original. Without a precious item capable of restoring soul energy, dividing the soul's strength would significantly diminish the original's power, rendering the effort futile. Having comprehended the function of this item, Queen Medusa wasted no time and directly addressed the little healer. "Little healer, could you please fetch me an orange jar?" "Of course, Queen Medusa, please hold on." The little healer responded with a smile, promptly turning around to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. "This marks the 8th jar of the day. I hope the treasure contained within surpasses that of the previous 7. Queen Medusa silently prayed as she gazed at the orange jar before her. In the next moment, Queen Medusa extended her hand, performing a unique prayer ritual characteristic of the serpent folk. With a gesture towards the jar, she prepared herself, then slowly reached out her delicate hand, reminiscent of a lotus stem, and struck the jar. Crack! With the crisp sound of shattering, the orange jar on the counter fragmented into countless pieces. Immediately, the shards of the broken jar transformed into a dazzling radiance, veiling the vision of all present, obscuring any glimpse of the scene within. Chapter 544, The Soul Essence of the Earth. Crack! As the jar shattered, the orange vessel on the counter splintered into fragments. Subsequently, the pieces morphed into a brilliant display of light, obscuring the sight of everyone, rendering them unable to discern what lay within. What wondrous item might Her Majesty the Queen unveil this time? Observing the radiant light emerging from the counter, Medusa's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This was the 8th orange jar opened by Queen Medusa today. The first jar had yielded a metallic siphoning grinding stone. The second, a mech motorcycle from Blue Star Technology. The third, a mirror simulation battle palace that enhanced the strength of the entire clan. The fourth, a zombie serum. The fifth, a mystic tea with enlightening properties. The sixth, the terrifyingly growing earth-swallowing beast. And the seventh, a secret technique for crafting perfect duplicates. Each treasure was remarkable, captivating all who beheld them. Let us hope that Her Majesty's fortune shines even brighter this time. If so, our serpent folk may truly rise to greatness. Washier closed her eyes, silently praying for Queen Medusa. Truly, the Queen is favored by the heavens. May the treasures she unveils today surpass those of yesterday. Inshur clasped his hands in prayer as well. Before long, under the gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the dazzling radiance on the counter began to dissipate, revealing the item within. There lay a white block, measuring half in length and as wide as an arm. What could this be? Upon seeing the treasure on the counter, Queen Medusa felt an intense curiosity swell within her. She could sense a unique aura emanating from this white substance, which also seemed to gather the energies of heaven and earth around it. The object resembled a piece of jade. Yet such a large jade piece is typically regarded as mere ornamental trinkets. How could it possibly align with the style of the orange jar? Observing the treasure on the counter, Mobas mused in astonishment. Could this jade possess some hidden significance? Washier couldn't help but speculate. This jade, undoubtedly, could not be an ordinary object. Upon its surface, there lies a comforting force, the heart of the underworld mused. Queen Medusa, fully aware that the swiftest means to procure information regarding the treasure was to consult the little healer, promptly turned to her with a sense of astonishment and inquired, "Little healer, could you assist me in examining the treasures displayed upon this counter?" "Certainly, Queen Medusa, please hold on," replied the little healer, smiling and nodding. She swiftly employed the abilities granted to her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze toward the treasures on the counter. As her eyes scanned the objects, a revelation unfolded before her. The Earth Core Jade Mother, a miraculous stone forged through countless ages of the Earth's power, was revealed. Due to the unique stability and weightiness of this Earth power, the Earth Core Jade Mother is an invaluable treasure for cultivators. When utilized in cultivation or alchemy, it serves as a formidable seat that significantly mitigates the tumultuous energies within, thereby reducing the likelihood of falling into chaos. Furthermore, it contains the Earth Core Soul Essence, an exceedingly rare treasure of heaven and earth, which possesses an irresistible allure for alchemists, as it has the capacity to temper the soul. The term tempering the soul refers to the process of refining and purifying, indicating that this Earth Core Soul Essence can cleanse the soul of its superficialities. Oh, I never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary jade would be such a treasure. Upon absorbing the revealed information, surprise illuminated the little healer's face. Both the Earth Core Jade Mother and the Earth Core Soul Essence are priceless artifacts. "Little healer, have you discerned its value?" Queen Medusa inquired, observing the expression that adorned the healer's visage. "Indeed, I have," the little healer responded, regaining her composure and smiling as she elaborated. "This item is known as the Earth Core Jade Mother, a miraculous stone formed through the accumulation of the Earth's power over countless epochs. Its unique stability and weight make it invaluable for cultivation. It serves as a formidable seat that significantly mitigates chaotic energies within, thus minimizing the risk of losing one's path. Additionally, it contains the Earth Core Soul Essence, an exceedingly rare treasure that captivates alchemists due to its ability to temper the soul, purifying it of superficialities. What? The Earth Core Jade Mother, aiding cultivation? The Earth Core Soul Essence, cleansing the soul of its superficialities? Upon hearing the little healer's exposition, Queen Medusa was taken aback, never anticipating that this piece of jade could hold such profound significance. Her Majesty the Queen is indeed a person of great fortune. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Her Majesty for acquiring this extraordinary treasure. Upon hearing the introduction of this precious item from the little healer, the three of them, including Medusa, simultaneously offered their congratulations to Queen Medusa, acknowledging their kind words with a slight nod. Queen Medusa then turned her gaze towards the heart of the earth jade on the counter. This item can serve as a foundation, while the essence within it can be extracted to enhance one's spiritual power. After a moment of contemplation, Queen Medusa swiftly collected the treasures from the counter and addressed the little healer. Dear healer, could you kindly fetch me another orange jar? Certainly, Your Majesty. Please hold on for a moment, replied the little healer with a smile, before swiftly turning around to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. This was the 9th jar of the day, and she hoped that the treasure contained within would surpass the previous 8. Gazing at the orange jar before her, Queen Medusa offered a silent prayer. In the next moment, she extended her hand, performing a unique gesture of prayer characteristic of her serpent kin towards the jar. Having completed this ritual, she gently reached forward with her delicate, lotus-like hand to strike the jar. With a crisp crack, the orange jar shattered, scattering into numerous pieces. Instantly, the fragments transformed into a dazzling display of light, obscuring the vision of all present and rendering the contents within invisible. What kind of treasure would Her Majesty unveil this time? Observing the radiant light emanating from the counter, Medusa's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This was the 9th orange jar opened by Queen Medusa today. The first jar had revealed a grinding stone capable of attracting metals. The second had unveiled a mech motorcycle from Blue Star Technology. The third had produced a mirrored simulation combat palace that could bolster the strength of the entire clan. The fourth jar had yielded a zombie potion, and the fifth had contained enlightenment tea, known for its mysterious ability to foster sudden insights. The sixth item is the terrifyingly formidable earth-swallowing beast. The seventh item is the secret technique capable of crafting perfect clones. And the eighth item has unveiled the heart of the Earth Mother and the soul essence of the earth. These treasures are indeed remarkable, captivating the eyes of all. It is my fervent hope that Her Majesty the Queen enjoys even greater fortune this time. If so, our serpent clan shall truly have the prospect of rising to prominence. Dou Qi closed her eyes, silently praying for Queen Medusa. Truly, the Queen is favored by the heavens. Today, may the treasures be even more splendid than those of yesterday. Inshur also clasped her hands in prayer. Before long, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the dazzling light emanating from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the items within. On the counter appeared a jade vial. A jade vial? Upon seeing this, Queen Medusa was instantly filled with curiosity. Could it be that Her Majesty has unearthed a potion? Observing the treasure on the counter, OPMC could not help but speculate. The potion from the orange jar must be at least of the 7th tier. Dou Qi harbored similar thoughts, believing the vial contained a potion. Queen Medusa understood that to swiftly obtain information about the treasure, she must consult the little medical sage. Thus, after her initial surprise, she quickly gathered herself and inquired of the little medical sage. Dear little medical sage, could you take a look at the treasure on the counter for me? Of course. Queen Medusa, please hold on. The little medical sage smiled and nodded in response, then swiftly utilized the abilities granted to her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze toward the treasure on the counter. As her eyes scanned the vial, a message was immediately revealed. 8th tier healing potion. This healing potion can be consumed in advance, transforming into a peculiar force stored within the human body. When one encounters a significant injury, particularly in moments of peril, there exists a chance to activate this medicinal power. Not only does it heal wounds, but it also enhances the individual's potential and cultivation prowess. Such a remarkable potion exists. Upon reading this information, the little medical sage was also somewhat taken aback. Dear little medical sage, have you discerned its nature? Queen Medusa inquired, observing the expression on the little medical sage's face. Yes, indeed, Queen Medusa, I have discerned it. The little medical sage replied with a smile. Nodding her head, she then elaborated, Queen Medusa, this item is an 8th tier healing potion. It can be consumed in advance, transforming into a peculiar force stored within the human body. When one faces a significant injury, especially in dire situations, there is an opportunity to activate this medicinal power, which not only heals, but also enhances one's potential and cultivation prowess. To the astonishment of the Queen Medusa, the elixir could be consumed in advance, activating its effects only when one was gravely injured. Upon hearing the little healer's introduction, a wave of delight washed over her. It is well known that sometimes the wounded may succumb to unconsciousness, rendering them incapable of taking the elixir. Thus, the ability to ingest it beforehand proved to be exceedingly convenient. Suppressing her excitement, Queen Medusa swiftly stored away the elixir and promptly addressed the little healer. "Dear healer, could you kindly procure another orange jar for me?" "Of course, Queen Medusa. Please hold on a moment." The little healer replied with a smile, nodding in affirmation. She then turned briskly and retrieved an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. This marked the 10th jar of the day, and she hoped fervently that the treasure within would surpass the previous 9. Gazing at the orange jar, Queen Medusa silently offered a prayer. In the next moment, she extended her hand and performed a unique gesture akin to a ritual of her serpent folk, preparing herself before gently striking the jar with her delicate, lotus-like hand. With a crisp crack, the jar shattered, scattering its fragments across the counter. Instantly, the shards transformed into a dazzling display of radiant light, obscuring the view of all present, leaving no one able to discern the spectacle within. What marvel would the queen unveil this time? Observing the brilliant light emanating from the counter, Medusa was filled with curiosity. This was indeed the 10th orange jar opened by Queen Medusa today. The first jar had yielded a 9th-tier grinding stone capable of attracting metal, while the second had produced an 8th-tier healing elixir that could be consumed in advance. These treasures were quite remarkable, leaving all in awe. May the queen's fortune shine even brighter this time. If so, our serpent folk shall truly have hope for ascendance. The flower serpent closed her eyes, silently praying for Queen Medusa. Surely, the heavens favor our queen. I hope the treasures revealed today surpass those of yesterday. She fervently hoped, joining in prayer with others. Before long, under the attentive gaze of Queen Medusa and the rest, the mesmerizing light from the counter gradually dissipated, unveiling the treasures concealed within. Before them, a miniature toy vehicle appeared atop the counter, precisely an armored car. What could this be? As Queen Medusa gazed at the diminutive armored vehicle, curiosity sparkled in her eyes. It possessed 4 wheels, reminiscent of the previous mechanized motorcycle, leading to the speculation that it might belong to the same category of treasures. Observing the vehicle's wheels, Medusa mused that it should indeed be capable of propulsion. Washier shared the same thoughts, recalling the earlier mechanized motorcycle. If this contraption could truly move, it could likely accommodate 7 or 8 individuals within its confines. Aincher squinted as he spoke slowly. Queen Medusa, fully aware that only by consulting the little physician could she acquire information about the treasure promptly, did not hesitate to inquire. "Little physician, could you assist me in examining the treasure on the counter?" "Of course, Queen Medusa, please wait a moment," responded the little physician with a smile. Promptly employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yun, her gaze sweeping across the treasure displayed. As her eyes scanned the counter, information was immediately revealed. Armored vehicle, capable of traversing land and sea, a product of Blue Star technology. The armor is exceedingly thick, crafted from the latest alloy materials. The engine's speed can be supported by a magical core, with no upper limit on velocity. It accommodates 7 seats, along with an additional space equipped with various artificial intelligence devices, featuring 1 main cannon, 8 secondary cannons, and comprehensive scanning surveillance. Yet another creation of Blue Star technology. Its defensive and offensive capabilities are formidable. Alas, it can only travel on land and sea, not soar through the skies. The little physician felt a surge of curiosity as she absorbed the information. "Little physician, have you discerned its nature?" Queen Medusa inquired again, observing the expression on the little physician's face. "Indeed, I have," the little physician replied, nodding with a smile before elaborating. "Queen Medusa, this item is known as the armored vehicle, capable of traversing land and sea, a product of Blue Star technology. Its armor is remarkably thick, made from the latest alloy materials, with an engine speed supported by a magical core, possessing no upper limit. It has 7 seats in a designated area fitted with various artificial intelligence devices, along with 1 main cannon, 8 secondary cannons, and all-encompassing surveillance." Upon hearing the little physician's introduction, Queen Medusa's eyes brightened. According to her description, this armored vehicle would provide self-defense even to one lacking in cultivation. Remarkable. This device surpasses the mechanized motorcycle by leaps and bounds, boasting such formidable defense and comprehensive monitoring capabilities. It is akin to a mobile fortress. Medusa expressed his astonishment after listening to the little physician's detailed account. This remarkable contraption can accommodate such a multitude of individuals while ensuring their safety. It is truly an epitome of convenience. Flower Snake, too, is utterly astonished. Little medical fairy, how does one operate this device? Inquired Queen Medusa with great curiosity. Well, it is akin to a mech motorcycle, being a technological marvel that necessitates the authentication of fingerprints, iris scans, and genetic verification. Replied Little Medical Fairy without hesitation upon hearing Queen Medusa's inquiry. I see. With no hesitation after Little Medical Fairy's explanation, Queen Medusa extended her hand and grasped the item from the counter. Following the fingerprint verification, the armored vehicle's artificial intelligence commenced an automated scan of Queen Medusa's iris and recorded her genetic data. Master, the armored vehicle emitted in a mechanical voice. Haha, this artificial intelligence is truly impressive. Queen Medusa felt an even greater delight upon realizing that the armored vehicle could converse with her. Master, I require magical cores or similar items to initiate operation. My energy levels are insufficient. Please provide sustenance. The mechanical voice chimed again. Haha. Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa cast a knowing glance at Flower Snake, who promptly understood her intent and handed her several high-quality magical cores. Queen Medusa accepted the magical cores and deposited them into the armored vehicle's energy reservoir. After feeding the magical cores, she swiftly secured this treasure. In her eagerness to open the jar, Queen Medusa addressed Little Medical Fairy once more, saying, Little Medical Fairy, could you please fetch me an orange jar? Certainly, Queen Medusa. Please hold on. Little Medical Fairy responded with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement before quickly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before Queen Medusa. This marks the 11th jar of the day. I hope the treasures within surpass those of the previous 10 jars. As she gazed at the orange jar, Queen Medusa silently offered a prayer. In the next moment, she extended her hand, performing a unique gesture characteristic of her serpent kin as part of a ceremonial invocation. Having completed this, Queen Medusa slowly reached forward with her delicate, lotus-like hand to strike the jar. With a crisp crack, the orange jar shattered into countless pieces, and the fragments transformed into a dazzling display of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering the scene within indecipherable. Chapter 547, The 36 Transformations of Tiangang. With the sound of the jar as shattering, the orange jar on the counter was instantly reduced to mere shards. Immediately following, the shattered fragments of the orange jar transformed into a dazzling display of radiance, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the scene within. One could only wonder what marvels Her Majesty the Queen would unveil this time. As the brilliant light emanated from the counter, a sense of curiosity filled Medusa's eyes. This marked the 11th orange jar opened by Queen Medusa today. The first jar had revealed a grinding stone capable of absorbing metal. The second had unveiled a mechanized motorcycle of Blue Star technology. The third had produced an arena for simulated combat that could enhance the strength of entire clans. The fourth had yielded a zombie serum. And the fifth had offered enlightenment-inducing tea leaves. The sixth had brought forth the terrifyingly adaptive Earth Eater, while the final item revealed an armored vehicle that combined intelligence, defense, and offense. All these treasures were indeed remarkable, captivating the beholder. One could only hope that Her Majesty's fortune would be even greater this time. On the side of the flower serpent, eyes were closed in silent prayer for Queen Medusa. Truly, she was favored by the heavens. Today, may the treasures exceed those of yesterday. Inshur also clasped his hands in prayer. Before long, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the radiant light from the counter began to slowly dissipate, revealing the object within. There lay a somewhat dull metallic sheet, inscribed with intricate runes. What is this? The sight of the treasure left Queen Medusa utterly astonished. A piece of iron? It appears to bear inscriptions, though I cannot decipher them. Medusa shook his head as he regarded the object on the counter. The inscriptions might well document certain arcane knowledge or secrets, speculated the flower serpent. How curious. What could the inscriptions on the metallic sheet convey? Pondered Inshur thoughtfully. Queen Medusa was acutely aware that only by consulting the Little Medical Fairy could she swiftly obtain information about the treasure. Thus, in the next moment, she unhesitatingly addressed the Little Medical Fairy. Dear Little Medical Fairy, could you assist me in examining the jar on the counter? Of course, Queen Medusa, please hold on, replied the Little Medical Fairy with a smile, nodding in agreement. She swiftly employed the powers bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze towards the treasure on the counter. As her eyes swept over the object, a stream of information was immediately revealed. The incomplete version of the golden page of the 36 transformations of Tiangang, though lacking the extraordinary prowess of its complete counterpart, still possesses 3 transformations, the effects of which are imperceptible to ordinary individuals, unless their soul power vastly exceeds that of the wielder, or they possess special abilities such as the Eye of Insight or True Guardianship. Ah, what a fearsome secret technique this is. Despite its incomplete nature, it remains formidable. Upon absorbing this information, the little healer felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. Such a versatile means of transformation was something she had never possessed. Dear young healer, have you discerned its nature? Queen Medusa inquired, observing the expression on the young healer's face. Indeed, I have. The little healer replied with a smile, nodding her head before elaborating. This artifact is the incomplete golden page of the 36 transformations of Tiangang. While it may not possess the full capabilities of its complete version, it still allows for 3 transformations, the resulting items of which remain unseen by the untrained eye unless they possess significantly greater soul power than the user or employ other means, such as the Eye of Insight or True Guardianship. 36 transformations? Upon hearing the healer's explanation, Queen Medusa's eyes widened in astonishment, for the implications were profound. The ability to change at will was indeed an extraordinary skill. Imagine, in battle, transforming into a tiny mosquito or a stone to conceal oneself. How utterly unexpected that would be. It is truly remarkable that Her Majesty has uncovered such a terrifying secret technique. Congratulations are in order. The excitement was palpable among the serpent warriors as they expressed their jubilations. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this treasure. In unison, the serpent warriors voiced their well wishes. Acknowledging their congratulatory remarks with a slight nod, Queen Medusa swiftly retrieved the golden page from the counter. To expedite the opening of the jar, dear healer, could you please fetch me an orange jar? Certainly, Your Majesty, please hold on. The little healer smiled and quickly turned, retrieving an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before Queen Medusa. This marked the 12th jar of the day. She hoped that the treasures contained within would surpass those of the previous 11 jars. As she gazed upon the orange jar, Queen Medusa silently offered a prayer. In the next moment, she extended her hand, performing a unique serpent ritual, crafting a gesture towards the jar. Once prepared, she gently reached forward with her delicate, lotus-like hand to strike the jar. Crack! With the sound of shattering glass, the orange jar on the counter splintered into countless pieces. Immediately, the shattered fragments of the orange jar transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring the vision of all present, leaving no one able to discern the spectacle within. One could only wonder what kind of treasure Her Majesty the Queen would unveil this time. As the resplendent light emanated from the counter, Medusa's eyes brimmed with curiosity. This marked the 11th orange jar opened by Queen Medusa today. The first jar had revealed a grinding stone capable of absorbing metals. The second had unveiled a mech motorcycle from Blue Star Technology, and the third had produced an illusionary combat palace that enhanced the strength of the entire clan. The last had yielded a secret technique of transformation. These treasures were indeed remarkable, leaving one in awe. Chapter 548, The Fiery Cloak. Gazing at the brilliant light emerging from the counter, Medusa's curiosity intensified. He hoped for a stroke of good fortune from Her Majesty this time. If so, the Serpent Clan would truly have a chance to rise. On the other side, Dou Qi closed her eyes and silently prayed for Queen Medusa. Truly, the Queen was favored by the heavens. May the treasures unveiled today surpass those of yesterday. Inshur also joined in prayer with clasped hands. Before long, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the brilliant light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. There lay a cloak, its material indiscernible, wreathed in eerie green flames. A cloak? Queen Medusa's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she sensed the intense heat emanating from it, far more potent than ordinary fire. This cloak was exceedingly peculiar, ignited with flames. How could one wear it without being scorched? Medusa pondered this perplexity. Who would dare don such an article? Unless the flames could be refined? But even so, who would dare approach while enveloped in such heat? Merely standing nearby was already intensely scorching. Dou Qi also found herself astonished by the extraordinary treasure. Indeed, if this equipment bore flames, they must surely be capable of refinement, and instantaneously at that. Upon hearing Dou Qi's words, Inshur nodded in agreement. Queen Medusa was acutely aware that the quickest way to obtain information about the treasures was to consult the little medical fairy. Without hesitation, she directly inquired, "Little medical fairy, could you assist me in examining the treasures on the counter?" "Certainly, Queen Medusa, please hold on." The little medical fairy replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. She immediately employed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze towards the treasures displayed on the counter. As her eyes swept over the items, a piece of information was instantly revealed. Flame Cloak. Originating from the world of Warcraft, this equipment enhances physical abilities and armor and possesses a halo skill. Once activated, this skill inflicts between 1% to 10% life damage per second to all targets marked as enemies within a kilometer radius. For instance, targets weaker than the wearer suffer 10% damage per second, while stronger foes incur 9% damage per second or less. with a minimum damage of 1% per second. Such terrifying power. If enemies within a kilometer radius are subjected to 10% damage per second, does that not imply they can only survive for about 10 seconds? After absorbing the information displayed on the counter, the little medical fairy was utterly astonished. Little medical fairy, have you discerned something? Observing the expression on the little medical fairy's face, Queen Medusa inquired once more. Indeed, Queen Medusa, I have. The little medical fairy responded with a smile and continued, this item is called the Flame Cloak, originating from the world of Warcraft. It enhances physical attributes and armor, and possesses a halo skill that, once activated, deals between 1% to 10% life damage per second to all enemies marked within a kilometer range. For targets weaker than the wearer, it inflicts 10% damage per second. For those stronger, it inflicts 9% or less, with a minimum of 1%. What? Upon hearing the little medical fairy's explanation, Queen Medusa's eyes widened in disbelief. This is utterly inconceivable. Such a cloak wields immense power. Which enemy would dare approach within a kilometer? Mokba expressed his excitement with an animated demeanor. Indeed, if their strength is inferior to Her Majesty's, they are doomed to perish within 10 seconds in that kilometer range. How terrifying. With this cloak, the odds of Queen Medusa triumphing over Hebadong have at least increased by 50%. That old fellow is doomed, Ainshur thought to herself, reflecting on the little medical fairy's account. Little medical fairy, does this item truly benefit individuals of any realm? Queen Medusa felt a lingering uncertainty. Despite her unwavering faith in the products of the jar shop, the description of this treasure seemed extraordinarily miraculous. The description of this treasure is undoubtedly accurate, she mused. For even those of Emperor Dou's strength must endure at least 1% of life damage. Upon hearing Queen Medusa's words, Little Medicine Fairy nodded in agreement. Indeed, such a formidable item would instill trepidation even in the mightiest of Dou Zun and Dou Sheng. Queen Medusa's heart surged with excitement, prompting her to swiftly inquire. Little Medicine Fairy, does this item require a drop of blood to recognize its master? Not at all. Little Medicine Fairy replied, shaking her head gently. This item is akin to the equipment found in the League of Legends game world. Simply utter the command to use it in your mind. Ah, I see. Queen Medusa nodded, and without hesitation, she reached out to grasp the fiery cloak, whispering her intent to use it. As her inner voice echoed, the fiery cloak seamlessly enveloped her, the ethereal flames swirling around her upper body, enhancing her enigmatic allure. Although the cloak radiated a searing heat, it did not inflict harm directly. Only those marked as foes by the wearer would suffer damage. Chapter 549, The Shadow Cloak. As Queen Medusa donned the cloak, the flames danced mystically around her, further amplifying her aura of mystery. Despite the intense heat emanating from the cloak, it posed no immediate threat, as even ordinary flames would not inflict harm. Only enemies designated by the wearer would experience damage. This aura-like ability was indeed remarkable. With this fiery cloak, I shall witness how that old man Hebadong dares to challenge me. Queen Medusa thought to herself. She then turned to Little Medicine Fairy and requested, Little Medicine Fairy, could you please fetch me an orange jar? Certainly, Queen Medusa. Please hold on. Little Medicine Fairy replied with a smile, promptly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before Queen Medusa. This marks the 13th jar of the day. I hope the treasure within surpasses those of the previous 12. Queen Medusa silently prayed as she gazed at the orange jar. In the next moment, she extended her hand, performing a gesture characteristic of her serpentine kin, preparing to make contact with the jar. Crack! With the sharp sound of a jar shattering, the vibrant orange vessel on the counter instantly splintered into countless fragments. Subsequently, these shards transformed into a dazzling array of light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering the scene within indecipherable. I wonder what kind of jar Her Majesty the Queen will unveil this time, mused Mebus, his eyes alight with curiosity. This marked the 11th orange jar opened by Queen Medusa today. The first had revealed a grinding stone capable of absorbing metals. The second, a mech motorcycle from Blue Star Technologies. The third, a mirrored simulation palace that enhanced the strength of an entire clan. And the last unveiled a fiery cloak that elevated their trump card to a new echelon. Each treasure sparked awe and wonder. May Her Majesty's luck be even more fortuitous this time. If so, our serpent clan may truly rise to prominence. Flower Serpent closed her eyes, silently praying for Queen Medusa. Indeed, the Queen is favored by the heavens. Today, I hope for treasures even more splendid than those of yesterday. Ainshur joined in, hands clasped in prayer. Before long, under the gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the radiant light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. A cloak, delicate and sheer, materialized atop the counter. Is this a cloak? Queen Medusa inquired, her curiosity piqued. The gossamer fabric resembled the decorative garments of women from the human realm, lacking any remarkable qualities. What use could such a cloak possibly have? Mebus wondered aloud, contemplating its potential compared to armor, noting its evident lack of defensive capabilities. So thin. It's surely isn't meant for protection. Perhaps it possesses some unique function. After all, it emerged from an orange jar. It cannot simply be an ordinary ornament. Flower Serpent reasoned, reflecting on the insights of the little healer. Indeed, Flower Serpent is correct. Inshur concurred, nodding in agreement with her analysis. Queen Medusa understood that to swiftly uncover the treasure's secrets, she must consult the little healer. Thus, without hesitation, she addressed her, "Little healer, could you assist me in examining the treasure upon the counter?" "Of course, Queen Medusa. Please hold on a moment." Upon hearing the words of Queen Medusa, the young healer smiled and nodded, promptly employing the abilities granted to her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze towards the orange jar upon the counter. As her eyes swept across the counter, a message was revealed. Shadow Cloak. Originating from the realm of Warcraft, this equipment appears delicate, yet possesses remarkable durability and flexibility. Its effect grants the user the power of invisibility at night, allowing for stealthy movement. However, this invisibility is rendered ineffective upon attacking, using skills, utilizing items, or being seen by entities with anti-invisibility abilities or special powers, requiring a 5-second cooldown for reactivation. It seems akin to an invisibility cloak. The young healer expressed her surprise, as she had indeed heard of such an item. "Dear healer, have you discerned its nature?" Queen Medusa inquired, observing the expression on the healer's face. "Yes, I have indeed." The healer replied with a smile, elaborating, "Your Majesty, this item is named the Shadow Cloak. Originating from the realm of Warcraft, this equipment appears delicate, yet possesses remarkable durability and flexibility. Its effect grants the user the power of invisibility at night, allowing for stealthy movement. However, this invisibility is rendered ineffective upon attacking, using skills, utilizing items, or being seen by entities with anti-invisibility abilities or special powers, requiring a 5-second cooldown for reactivation." "What? Invisibility?" Queen Medusa exclaimed, astonished. With such an ability to become invisible at night, many endeavors would become considerably more manageable. To possess such a power of invisibility, Your Majesty is truly fortunate. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this precious treasure. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this precious treasure. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this precious treasure. Makabas and the others, upon hearing the effects of the equipment from the healer, immediately joined in unison to offer their congratulations. Hearing the praises from Makabas, Washir, and Inshur, Queen Medusa nodded slightly. Without wasting any time, she turned to the young healer and requested, "Dear healer, could you please fetch me another orange jar?" "Certainly, Your Majesty. Please hold on a moment." Upon hearing the words of Queen Medusa, the young healer smiled and nodded, swiftly turning around to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before the queen. This marked the 14th jar of the day, and she fervently hoped that the treasures contained within would surpass those of the previous 13. Gazing at the orange jar before her, Queen Medusa silently offered a prayer. In the next moment, she extended her hand, performing a gesture characteristic of the serpent folk's unique ritual, and, having completed this, she gently reached forward with her delicate, lotus-like arm to strike the jar. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered into countless pieces, and in an instant, the fragments transformed into a dazzling glow that enveloped the vision of all present, obscuring their sight of the unfolding spectacle. What marvels would the queen unveil this time? As the resplendent light radiated from the counter, Mebus's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This was the 14th orange jar opened by Queen Medusa today. The first jar had yielded a grinding stone capable of attracting metals. The second revealed a mecha motorcycle from Blue Star Technology. The third produced a simulation battle palace that could enhance the strength of their entire race. The fourth unveiled a powerful fiery cloak that significantly elevated their combat prowess. And the last jar had granted a mystical shadow cloak with remarkable invisibility. Each treasure had been extraordinary, leaving all in awe. May the queen's fortune shine even brighter this time. With this thought, the flower serpent closed her eyes, offering a silent prayer for Queen Medusa's success. Truly, the queen was favored by the heavens. Today, may her treasures surpass those of yesterday. The Shadow Realm also clasped its hands in prayer. Before long, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the radiant light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the item within. There, atop the counter, stood a black statue, crafted from a peculiar type of dark stone. The statue depicted a monstrous creature with wings, its visage fierce and exuding an eerie aura. What could this be? Queen Medusa was taken aback by the appearance of the statue. A statue? What special effects could it possess? Observing the treasure before her, Medusa began to ponder deeply. Previously, Queen Medusa had unveiled an altar that allowed her to absorb faith and the power of incense. What could this grotesque statue possibly do? Medusa had not the slightest inkling. This object exudes an overwhelming aura of darkness, reminiscent of something that has emerged from a tomb. Observing the treasures displayed on the counter, Dou Qi furrowed her brow and remarked, "No, no, no. Even if it were something from a grave, it would not possess such a heavy aura." Upon hearing Dou Qi's words, Inshur shook his head in disagreement. Queen Medusa, not wasting time on speculation, understood that consulting Xiao Yixian would be the most expedient way to acquire information about the treasures. Thus, without hesitation, Queen Medusa inquired, "Xiao Yixian, could you please examine the orange jar on the counter?" "Certainly, Queen Medusa, please hold on," replied Xiao Yixian with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. She swiftly activated the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, directing her gaze toward the treasures on the counter. As her eyes swept over the items, a piece of information was revealed. Obsidian statue, originating from the world of Warcraft, it is a restorative unit of the undead. The material of this statue is exceptionally hard, impervious to conventional means of destruction, and while it can move, its motion is slow. The statue possesses 2 active skills for restoring health and mana. If transported to another world, it will automatically adapt, and its effective range is limited to 3 meters, within which the restorative effects remain consistent. Oh, who would have thought that the realm of the undead would harbor such a remarkable treasure capable of restoring health and energy? Upon reviewing the information on the counter, Queen Medusa was taken aback with astonishment. "Xiao Yixian, have you discerned its nature?" Queen Medusa inquired again, observing Xiao Yixian's expression. "Indeed, Queen Medusa, I have discerned it." Xiao Yixian responded with a smile, then elaborated. "This item is named the Obsidian Statue. Originating from the world of Warcraft, it is a restorative unit of the undead. Its material is extraordinarily tough, impervious to typical destruction, and it is capable of movement, albeit slowly. The statue has 2 active skills to restore health and mana, and if it enters another realm, it will automatically adapt. Its effective range is limited to 3 meters, with consistent restorative effects within that distance. The Obsidian Statue, hailing from the undead, restores both life and energy." Upon hearing Xiao Yixian's description, a look of delight spread across Queen Medusa's face. She had initially feared that such a heavily tainted object would be malevolent, yet it turned out to be a sacred relic of restoration. "Can it directly restore health and power? How splendid!" exclaimed Mobas, equally exhilarated by the prospect. According to Xiao Yixian's account, this treasure surpassed the efficacy of most medicinal pills. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this extraordinary treasure. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this extraordinary treasure. Congratulations to Her Majesty the Queen on acquiring this treasure." In unison, Medusa, Dou Qi, and a multitude of serpent people expressed their heartfelt congratulations. "Indeed, this artifact will significantly enhance the strength of our serpent race." Hearing these accolades, Queen Medusa felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Chapter 551, The Mirror Doppelganger. Congratulations to Her Majesty the Queen on acquiring this treasure. Congratulations to Her Majesty the Queen on acquiring this treasure. Congratulations to Her Majesty the Queen on acquiring this treasure. In unison, Medusa, Dou Qi, and a multitude of serpent people expressed their heartfelt congratulations. "Indeed, this artifact will significantly enhance the strength of our serpent race." Hearing these accolades, Queen Medusa felt a profound sense of satisfaction. "Dear little apothecary, how should this item be utilized?" Queen Medusa inquired. "This item possesses life. You are its master." Little apothecary replied upon hearing Queen Medusa's words. "Is that so?" Upon hearing little apothecary's response, Queen Medusa comprehended immediately. Just moments ago, she had indeed sensed a vitality emanating from the statue. Observing this, Queen Medusa felt immense satisfaction. She seized the moment, promptly stowing the obsidian statue into her system space, and addressed little apothecary. "Kindly fetch me an orange jar." "Of course, Your Majesty, please hold on." Hearing Queen Medusa's request, little apothecary smiled and nodded, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. "This marks the 15th jar of the day. I hope the treasure within surpasses the previous 14. Queen Medusa silently wished as she gazed upon the orange jar. In the next moment, she extended her hand, performing a unique prayer gesture characteristic of the serpent people towards the jar. Having completed this, Queen Medusa slowly reached out her delicate hand, akin to a lotus stem, and gently tapped the jar. Crack! With the crisp sound of shattering, the orange jar on the counter disintegrated into countless pieces. Immediately, the shattered fragments transformed into a dazzling brilliance, obscuring the vision of all present. rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. I wonder what sort of treasure Her Majesty will unveil this time. As the dazzling radiance emerged from the counter, a sense of curiosity filled Medusa's eyes. This marked the 14th orange canister opened today by Queen Medusa. The first canister had revealed a grinding stone capable of attracting metals, while the second unveiled a mechanized motorcycle, a marvel of blue star technology. The third canister yielded the 12th iteration of a mirrored simulation combat palace, enhancing the strength of the entire clan. The fourth produced a formidable flame cloak, significantly elevating their trump cards. The 13th canister presented a shadow cloak with extraordinary invisibility properties, and finally, the last revealed an obsidian statue, renowned for its remarkable restorative abilities, deemed one of the clan's treasured heirlooms. Each of these treasures was captivating and impressive. May Her Majesty the Queen's fortune be even greater this time. If so, our serpent clan may truly rise to prominence. Huashir closed her eyes, silently praying for Queen Medusa's success. Indeed, the Queen is favored by the heavens. I hope today we shall uncover treasures even more splendid than yesterday. Inshur also joined in prayer, hands clasped together. Before long, under the gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the brilliant light from the counter began to gradually dissipate, revealing the item within. A sword, suspended above the counter, shimmered in hues of blue and green, appearing almost ethereal, lacking a physical form. What is this? Queen Medusa felt an immediate sense of intrigue upon seeing the item. A sword without a tangible form. Could it be a treasure for pure energy attacks? Mobus pondered aloud, captivated by the sight. This is rather peculiar. A sword of pure energy. Might it contain some form of memory? Huashir speculated loudly. Indeed, Huashir, I share your thoughts. Perhaps it harbors some recorded information. Inshur nodded in agreement. Queen Medusa understood that to swiftly acquire information about the treasure, she must consult the little healer. Without hesitation, she addressed her, Little healer, could you assist me in examining the treasure on the counter? Of course, Queen Medusa, please hold on. The little healer smiled and nodded, then swiftly employed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, directing her gaze towards the treasure on the counter. As her eyes swept over it, a stream of information began to reveal itself. Skill book, mirror clone, originating from Warcraft's Blade Master. Once activated, this skill can create 3 identical mirror clones of oneself. The strength of the clones increases with the skill level. At level 1, they possess 30% of the user's strength. At level 2, 60%. At level 3, 80%. And at maximum level, 100%. Without any special items or means, the enemy cannot distinguish between the clones and the original through conventional methods. The clones exist for 3 minutes. Wow, how incredibly powerful. Upon reading this information, a look of astonishment spread across the face of the Little Medicine Immortal. Little Medicine Immortal, have you already discerned it? Noticing the expression on her face, Queen Medusa inquired once more. Indeed, Queen Medusa, I have figured it out. Little Medicine Immortal smiled and nodded in affirmation, then elaborated, Queen Medusa, this is a skill book, Mirror Clone, from Warcraft's Blade Master. Once activated, it can create 3 identical mirror clones of oneself, with their strength scaling with the skill level. At level 1, 30%. At level 2, 60%. At level 3, 80%. And at maximum level, 100%. Without any special items or means, the enemy cannot distinguish between the clones and the original through conventional methods. The clones exist for 3 minutes. What? A skill that can create 3 indistinguishable mirror clones, each possessing remarkable combat capabilities? This is truly astonishing. Upon hearing Little Medicine Immortal's introduction, Queen Medusa was filled with curiosity. The description of this skill book was indeed overwhelming. 3 clones, and the enemy cannot discern them? The unexpected outcomes that would arise from this are boundless. Exclaimed in admiration. How fortunate is Her Majesty to have acquired such a skill. Huashir felt immense joy in her heart. Chapter 552. The Remarkable Effects. Upon hearing Little Medicine Immortal's explanation, Queen Medusa was once again intrigued. The description of this skill book was simply extraordinary. 3 clones, indistinguishable to the enemy. What unforeseen effects could that entail? Could not help but express his awe. Her Majesty's fortune is indeed remarkable to have unlocked such a skill. Huashir felt elated as well. With this skill, wouldn't the enemy be left utterly bewildered? Inshur felt equally exhilarated. Little Medicine Immortal, how can I learn this skill? Queen Medusa, trying to contain her excitement, quickly asked. It's quite simple. Just pierce this sword into your forehead. Little Medicine Immortal replied without hesitation upon hearing Queen Medusa's question. I see. Upon hearing the words of the little medical fairy, Queen Medusa exhibited no hesitation. She extended her hand and grasped the sword that hovered above the counter, then pressed the tip directly against her brow. The blade did not pierce her skin, but seamlessly vanished into her forehead. As the energy sword completely disappeared, a surge of information flooded Queen Medusa's mind. With a mere thought, 3 identical duplicates of herself, each mirroring her appearance, stature, and attire, materialized within the jar shop. Astonishingly, 3 queens had appeared in an instant. Witnessing this display of power, Mobas, Huashir, and Inshur felt an exhilarating thrill. After experimenting with the Sword Saint's cloning technique, Queen Medusa was immensely pleased. This duplication, lacking any extraordinary abilities, would elude immediate detection. However, a true powerhouse could discern hints of strength from the clone's capabilities, providing ample time to execute various plans. Currently, the queen had only manifested the first tier of her duplicates, each possessing merely 30% of her original power. Once she could access the second tier, the clone's strength would escalate to 60%. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring such a treasure. They chorused in unison. Hearing their accolades, Queen Medusa nodded slightly. Then, with another flicker of her mind, the 3 duplicates vanished as if they had never existed. While still exhilarated by the recent treasures, Queen Medusa understood that opening jars was of utmost importance. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned to the little medical fairy and requested, "Dear little medical fairy, could you please retrieve another orange jar for me?" "Of course, Queen Medusa, please hold on," replied the little medical fairy with a smile. She swiftly turned and fetched an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before the queen. This marked the 16th jar of the day, and Queen Medusa silently hoped that the treasures within would surpass those from the previous 15 jars. As she gazed at the orange jar before her, a silent prayer formed in her heart. Then, Queen Medusa extended her hand, performing a gesture characteristic of her serpentine kin in a ritual of supplication. Once prepared, she slowly reached out with her delicate, lotus-like hand and struck the jar. With a crisp crack, the orange jar shattered, scattering into fragments across the counter. Immediately, the shattered fragments of the orange jar transformed into a dazzling aurora, obscuring the vision of all present, leaving no one able to discern the scenes within. One could only wonder what sort of jar Her Majesty the Queen would unveil this time. As the resplendent light emerged from the counter, a glimmer of curiosity ignited in Medusa's eyes. This marked the 16th orange jar opened by Queen Medusa today. The first jar had revealed a grinding stone capable of attracting metal, the second had yielded a mech motorcycle from Blue Star technology, and the third had produced a mirror simulation battle palace that enhanced the strength of the entire tribe. The 12th jar had unveiled a formidable flame cloak, elevating their hidden card to a new level. The 13th had granted a shadow cloak with remarkable invisibility, while the 15th revealed an obsidian statue with extraordinary restorative powers, serving as a treasured artifact of the serpent people. Finally, the last jar had unveiled the skill of the Sword Saint, the art of duplication. Each of these treasures was truly remarkable and eye-catching. It was hoped that Her Majesty's fortune would be even greater this time, as such luck would herald the rise of the serpent people. On the other side, Huashir closed her eyes, silently praying for Queen Medusa. Surely, the heavens favored her, and she hoped the treasures unveiled today would surpass those of yesterday. Inshur also joined in prayer, hands clasped together. Before long, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the brilliant light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the item within. There, atop the counter, lay a gray hat that appeared rather unremarkable. A hat? Queen Medusa couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the sight. For this gray hat was utterly incongruous with the aesthetics of the continent of Aura. It was the first time she had seen such a treasure emerge from a jar. What could its effects possibly be? Medusa felt an overwhelming curiosity as he gazed at the hat. Was its design not rather unattractive? Did it really require Her Majesty to wear such an unappealing hat? This thought troubled Huashir as she considered the gray hat, expressing her disdain. It was quite perplexing. This type of treasure was truly unprecedented. Perhaps wearing this hat might yield some unforeseen effects? Inshur, on the other hand, decided to abandon any speculation. Queen Medusa understood that only by consulting the little physician could she swiftly acquire information about the treasure. Without hesitation, she turned to the little physician and requested, "Dear little physician, could you please examine the treasure on the counter for me?" Chapter 553, The Stone Hat. It was indeed difficult to guess. This type of treasure was a first encounter, and perhaps wearing this hat might have some impact on the body after all. In the realm of the underworld, the conjecture was promptly abandoned. Queen Medusa, fully aware that only by consulting the little medical fairy could she swiftly obtain information regarding the treasures, did not hesitate to address her. "Little medical fairy, I beseech you to examine the treasures displayed upon this counter." "Certainly, Queen Medusa, please hold on for a moment." In response to the queen's request, the little medical fairy nodded with a smile. With an expeditious motion, she harnessed the powers bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze toward the gray hat upon the counter. As her eyes swept the counter, a revelation emerged. Stone hat. originating from the world of Douluo comics. This hat is crafted from a unique material that possesses an extraordinary effect, enabling the wearer to transform into a stone, evading the notice of all. Even those employing supernatural abilities or various concealment devices would find it exceedingly difficult to discern. Oh, what an intriguing item. The little medical fairy expressed her curiosity after observing the information revealed on the counter. Little medical fairy, have you discerned its nature? In light of the expression on the little medical fairy's face, Queen Medusa inquired once more. Indeed, I have. The little medical fairy replied with a smile. Subsequently elucidating, Queen Medusa, this item is known as the stone hat, originating from the world of Douluo comics. It is made from a special material that enables the wearer to transform into a stone, remaining unnoticed by anyone, even those utilizing divine powers or concealment tools. Oh, so its effect is to render the wearer inconspicuous as a stone. Queen Medusa was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the little medical fairy's description. A stone hat that turns one into stone. What a peculiar ability. Remarked, intrigued by the little medical fairy's account. According to the little medical fairy's description, transforming into stone does not seem particularly potent. Did not your majesty previously unveil the 36 transformations? It feels rather redundant. Huashir analyzed upon hearing the explanation. Huashir, you were not paying close attention. The stone produced by this hat should be even more challenging to detect than the transformations of the 36. Inshir countered her assertion. Little medical fairy, do you know how this item should be utilized? Queen Medusa, having regained her composure, inquired. Anyone can use it. Simply place it upon your head to activate its effect. Without hesitation, the little medical fairy responded. I see. Upon hearing the little medical fairy's answer, Queen Medusa nodded slightly and then reached out to grasp the gray hat, placing it upon her head. In the next moment, Queen Medusa vanished without a trace, leaving behind a solitary pebble in the very spot where she had stood. Even on the immaculate floor of the shop, it appeared remarkably inconspicuous, devoid of any detectable aura. This object exhibits remarkable efficacy. At that instant, the previously disdainful flower snake began to alter its perspective. Indeed, such an illusionary creation would undoubtedly catch an adversary off guard when faced with formidable foes. Upon hearing the flower snake's assessment, Medusa nodded in agreement. Nonsense. Her Majesty the Queen possesses extraordinary fortune. How could she possibly be pursued by formidable enemies? Moreover, with such an abundance of treasures, even a saint-level combatant would find it challenging to contend with her, Inshir retorted. Soon after, Queen Medusa resumed her original form and approached the counter. Addressing the little healer once more, Dear healer, could you please procure another orange jar for me? Of course, Your Majesty Medusa. Please hold on a moment. The little healer smiled and nodded in response, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelves behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. This marked the 17th jar of the day. May the treasures contained within surpass those of the previous 16. Gazing at the orange jar before her, Queen Medusa silently offered her prayers. In the next moment, she extended her hand, performing a unique gesture characteristic of the serpent race in a ritualistic manner. Having completed the necessary preparations, she slowly reached out with her delicate, lotus-like hand to strike the jar. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering. The orange jar on the counter splintered into countless pieces. Immediately, the fragments transformed into a dazzling array of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. What kind of treasure will Her Majesty unveil this time? Observing the brilliant light emanating from the counter, Medusa's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This marked the 17th orange jar Queen Medusa had opened today. The first jar had yielded a metal-absorbing grinding disc. The second revealed a mech motorcycle from Blue Star Technology. The third produced a simulation palace capable of enhancing the strength of the entire clan. The fourth unveiled a highly powerful flame cloak, instantly elevating her hidden cards. The fifth jar revealed an astonishing shadow cloak with remarkable invisibility. The sixth yielded an obsidian statue with formidable recuperative abilities, a true treasure for the serpent race. The seventh jar unveiled the skill of the Sword Saint, cloning technique. And the eighth jar produced that impressive stone hat. Each of these treasures dazzled and astonished all who beheld them. May Her Majesty the Queen be graced with fortune this time. Should that be the case, our serpent clan shall indeed rise to prominence. The flower serpent, with eyes closed, silently offered a prayer for Queen Medusa. Truly, Her Majesty is a favored one of the heavens. Today, we hope for treasures even more splendid than yesterday's. Inshir also clasped his hands in prayer. Before long, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the dazzling radiance above the counter began to gently dissipate, revealing the items within. Chapter 554, Overcoming All Language Barriers. Her Majesty is indeed favored by the heavens. Today, may the treasure be better than yesterday's. Inshur fervently prayed. Moments later, the brilliance faded, unveiling a delicate iron box on the counter, roughly the size of a baby's palm. What is this, an iron box? Queen Medusa inquired, her curiosity piqued by the treasure that had appeared. An iron box of such size, what could possibly be contained within? Similarly intrigued, Medusa pondered the possibilities. Medusa, doesn't this resemble the gum box from the Celestial Emperor, albeit with significantly different inscriptions? Flower's serpent began to analyze the revealed treasure. Such small boxes typically contain solid items. Inshur interjected. Queen Medusa, understanding that inquiring with Little Medicine Fairy would yield the quickest insights about the treasure, promptly addressed her. Little Medicine Fairy, could you assist me in examining the treasure on the counter? Of course, Your Majesty. Please hold on. Little Medicine Fairy replied with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. She swiftly harnessed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, directing her gaze toward the small iron box on the counter. As her sight fell upon it, information materialized before them. Dialogue candy. This iron box contains 12 pieces of dialogue candy. Each time one consumes a piece, while silently focusing on the intended communication partner, one can overcome all language barriers and engage in conversation. Oh, what a delightful item. Does this mean that consuming this allows one to converse with any creature, even plants? Upon reading the information revealed on the counter, Little Medicine Fairy felt a surge of curiosity, her heart igniting with a desire to experiment. Little Medicine Fairy, have you discerned its secrets? Upon observing the expression on the face of the little healer, Queen Medusa inquired once more, is everything all right, dear healer? Indeed, Queen Medusa. I have discerned its essence. The little healer responded with a smile, nodding her head before elaborating. This object is known as the dialogue candy. Enclosed within this iron box are 12 pieces of dialogue candy. By consuming a single piece and silently invoking the name of the person with whom one wishes to converse, one can transcend all linguistic barriers and communicate effortlessly. Transcend all linguistic barriers? Queen Medusa's delight was palpable upon hearing the little healer's introduction. Such a delightful discovery was a first for her. To overcome all language obstacles, this item is truly a treasure. Such remarkable power, I dare say, even the mightiest of Empyrean emperors could not possess. The excitement was mirrored in the expression of Medusa. Haha, how amusing it would be to converse with plants. The flower snake chimed in, finding great amusement in the little healer's words. Perhaps there exist extraordinary entities in this world, and if we could communicate with them, the outcomes would be astonishing. Inshur analyzed thoughtfully. After careful contemplation and observing the little healer's expression, Queen Medusa smiled and said, Dear little healer, as this is not an item for enhancing strength, why not allow me to gift you 2 pieces? That might not be appropriate. The little healer protested, though her face betrayed her delight at the gesture. In the next moment, Queen Medusa opened the box and placed 2 pieces into the little healer's hands. Then I shall express my gratitude to the queen. The little healer said, her voice filled with appreciation. You're most welcome. Queen Medusa replied, waving her hand with a smile. Before distributing 3 pieces to Medusa, the flower snake, and Inshur, each receiving 1. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous gift. Medusa and the others expressed their joy. Grateful for the dialogue candy, Queen Medusa nodded slightly, then secured the iron box within her inner realm. Without wasting a moment, she addressed the little healer. Might I trouble you for another orange jar? Certainly, Queen Medusa, please hold on for a moment. The little healer responded, her smile unwavering as she swiftly turned and retrieved an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. This is the 18th jar of the day. I hope the treasures contained within surpass those of the previous 17. Queen Medusa silently prayed as she gazed at the orange jar before her. In the next moment, Queen Medusa extended her hand, performing a unique prayer ritual characteristic of the serpent folk, gesturing towards the jar. Having completed this, she slowly reached forward with her delicate hands, akin to lotus roots, and struck the jar. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered, scattering into fragments upon the counter. Immediately, the broken pieces of the vibrant orange jar transformed into a dazzling array of light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering the scene within indecipherable. I wonder what kind of treasure Her Majesty will unveil this time. Medusa mused, his eyes shimmering with curiosity. This marked the 18th orange jar opened by Queen Medusa that day. The first jar had revealed a grinding stone capable of absorbing metals. The second had unveiled the 13th mech motorcycle from Blue Star Technology, followed by a magical shadow cloak with remarkable invisibility. A robust obsidian statue that served as a treasured artifact of the serpent folk. The 15th jar had produced the swordmaster's skill of doppelganger, and the 16th had revealed a rather impressive stone hat. The final jar had yielded a delightful candy that enabled communication with any species. Each of these treasures had been extraordinary, captivating all who beheld them. Chapter 555, Sensory Emitter, Sensory Monitor. As he gazed at the resplendent light emanating from the counter, Mebius felt a surge of anticipation. He hoped for even greater fortune from Her Majesty this time. If so, the rise of our serpent folk would truly be within reach. The flower serpent closed her eyes, silently praying for Queen Medusa. Truly, she is favored by the heavens. May today's treasure surpass that of yesterday. Inshur clasped his hands in prayer as well. Before long, under the watchful eyes of Queen Medusa and the others, the radiant light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. There, atop the counter, lay a pair of watches, unmistakably resembling those from the Blue Star world. Notably, neither watch displayed the time. Instead, each bore an arrow, one protruding outward, the other indented. What could this be? Queen Medusa pondered, her curiosity piqued by the appearance of the watches. This object might very well be worn on the wrist, but why are there two? As the treasures appeared on the counter, Mebius couldn't help but speculate. Could this be a new style of bracelet emerging from the human world? It seems rather novel, yet I still find traditional bracelets more aesthetically pleasing. Observing the items on the counter, Washir began to analyze. Washir, I dare wager that this is certainly not a bracelet. Inshur asserted with unwavering conviction. Then what do you think it is? Washir challenged. I do not know, but it is definitely not a bracelet. Inshur insisted further. Queen Medusa, fully aware that the fastest way to acquire information about the treasures was to consult the little physician, did not hesitate to address her. Little physician, could you kindly take a look at the orange jar on the counter? Of course, Queen Medusa, please wait a moment. Upon hearing the queen's request, the little physician smiled and nodded, immediately employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yun, her gaze sweeping over the treasures on the counter. As her eyes scanned the items, a piece of information was revealed. Feeling emitter, feeling monitor. This is a peculiar item from the world of the Douluo comics. The individual wearing the feeling emitter can transmit all the information they see, hear, smell, and sense, while the individual adorned with the feeling monitor can receive this information. Wow, there exists such a remarkable item. After reading the information on the counter, the little physician felt an overwhelming joy. Little physician, have you discerned what it is? Observing the expression on the little physician's face, Queen Medusa inquired once more. Indeed, Queen Medusa, I have figured it out. The little physician replied with a smile and continued. This is the feeling emitter and feeling monitor, a peculiar item from the Douluo comic world. The wearer of the feeling emitter can transmit all the information they see, hear, smell, and sense, while the one adorned with the feeling monitor can receive this information. What? Upon hearing the little physician's explanation, Queen Medusa was taken aback. She had not anticipated that these two devices could facilitate such extraordinary remote communication. This was far superior to any messaging talisman. The messaging talisman merely transmits a wave, offering no substantial information, relying solely on conjecture. Whereas this device could visually and audibly convey information, truly marvelous. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this treasure. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this treasure. Following the little physician's revelation, Mebius and the others began to extend their heartfelt congratulations. Upon hearing the congratulations from several individuals, Queen Medusa slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, she swiftly gathered the treasures from the counter and addressed the young healer, saying, Might you fetch me an orange jar, dear healer? Certainly, Queen Medusa. Please hold on for a moment. The young healer smiled and nodded in response. She quickly turned and retrieved an orange jar from the shelves behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. This is the 19th jar of the day. I hope the treasure within surpasses the 18 that preceded it. Queen Medusa silently prayed as she gazed at the orange jar before her. In the next moment, she extended her hand, performing a unique prayer gesture characteristic of the serpent people, before gently tapping the jar with her delicate, lotus-like hand. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered, scattering its fragments across the counter. Instantly, the broken pieces transformed into a dazzling array of light, obscuring the view of all present, leaving them unable to discern the spectacle within. What marvels might the queen unveil this time? Observing the radiant light emanating from the counter, Mebius was filled with curiosity. This was the 19th orange jar opened by Queen Medusa today. The first jar had yielded a grinding stone capable of absorbing metals. The second revealed a mech motorcycle from Blue Star technology. The third produced a shadow cloak with remarkable invisibility properties. The fourth unveiled an obsidian statue with exceptional regenerative abilities, serving as a treasured artifact of the serpent people. The fifth jar granted the skill of duplication. The sixth revealed a rather impressive stone hat. The seventh produced a dialogue candy enabling communication with any species, and the eighth yielded a remarkable device for long-distance information transmission. All these treasures were splendid, each more awe-inspiring than the last. As Mebius pondered, he hoped for the queen's fortune to shine brightly once more. If Lady Medusa's luck were to be favorable this time, the serpent people might truly rise to greatness. Meanwhile, Washier closed her eyes, silently praying for the queen's success, believing that she was indeed favored by the heavens. Today, may the treasures exceed those of yesterday. In the realm of shadows, hands were clasped together in prayer. Before long, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and her companions, the dazzling light emanating from the counter gradually dissipated, unveiling the items within. There, atop the counter, lay a gray box, which bore a striking resemblance to a commonplace trash receptacle from the Blue Star world, albeit with a rather small opening and several bins that obscured the view of its contents. A box? Queen Medusa found herself filled with curiosity at the sight of this object, unable to discern its purpose. What wonders could lie within this peculiar box, with its convoluted opening? Observing the item with keen interest, Medusa was nearly tempted to reach out and pry it open. Do not act recklessly. You cannot meddle with something whose nature is unknown. Beware of the queen's wrath. Flower Snake swiftly admonished him, halting his impulsive movement. Surely, it must contain some treasure. The denizens of the Shadow Realm were convinced of the box's value. Queen Medusa understood that her companions would never accurately guess the true nature of the object. Thus, she resolved that consulting Little Physician was the swiftest means to obtain information about the treasure. Without hesitation, she turned to Little Physician and inquired, "Little Physician, could you assist me in examining this treasure on the counter?" "Certainly, Queen Medusa. Please wait a moment." Little Physician replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. She immediately employed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, casting her gaze upon the treasure displayed on the counter. As her eyes swept over the object, an inscription materialized before them. Decomposition barrel. This barrel possesses an immense storage capacity when items are placed inside. It can decompose them into their fundamental materials and store each distinct material separately, allowing the owner to retrieve the contents at will. It is of this nature. Upon reading the revealed information, curiosity lit up Little Physician's face. Such an item was indeed fascinating. "Have you discerned its nature, Little Physician?" Queen Medusa inquired once more, noticing the expression on Little Physician's face. "Yes, indeed, Queen Medusa, I have figured it out." Little Physician affirmed with a smile and continued. "This object is called the decomposition barrel. It possesses an immense storage capacity when items are placed inside. It can decompose them into their fundamental materials and store each distinct material separately, allowing the owner to retrieve the contents at will. The decomposition barrel automatically breaks down placed items into their raw materials." Upon hearing the words of the little medical fairy, Queen Medusa found herself filled with curiosity. The efficacy of this object was neither insignificant nor overly grand. Some of the most formidable beings could effortlessly decompose various items. Yet certain peculiar objects required time, even from the mightiest. However, this single barrel could achieve such a feat instantaneously, which was nothing short of miraculous. If utilized for mining, one could swiftly clear an entire field. In the future, all constructions could be crafted from metal alone. As Little Medical Fairy elaborated, Medusa silently acknowledged the possibilities. Indeed, this item could also reclaim all broken armor, yielding the purest raw materials such as metals, leathers, and wires. Upon hearing Medusa's thoughts, Washier nodded in agreement and subsequently shared her perspective. Truly, this was a remarkable item. In the shadowy realm, no examples were provided, yet heads nodded in unison. Upon learning of its capabilities, Queen Medusa chose not to stow it away, but instead addressed Medusa. "Medusa, the responsibility of material decomposition shall henceforth be entrusted to you." "At your command, Your Majesty," Medusa replied with utmost respect. With this task, he would be responsible for the logistics concerning iron mines, metal ores, and other materials. A position of no small significance. Medusa was determined to diligently fulfill this duty. Following the bestowal of the item, Queen Medusa wasted no time and turned to the little medical fairy once more. "My dear little medical fairy, could you kindly retrieve another orange jar for me?" "Certainly, Your Majesty. Please hold on." The little medical fairy responded with a smile, swiftly turning to the shelf behind her. She retrieved an orange jar and placed it before Queen Medusa. This marked the 20th jar of the day, and the queen hoped that the treasure contained within would surpass the previous 19. Gazing at the orange jar, she silently prayed. In the next moment, Queen Medusa extended her hand, performing a gesture reminiscent of a prayer unique to the serpent folk. Having completed this ritual, she delicately reached forth with her jade-like arm, striking the jar. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered, scattering its fragments across the counter. Instantly, the shards transformed into a dazzling display of light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering the scene within indecipherable. "May Her Majesty's fortune be even greater this time. If so, our serpent tribe shall indeed rise to prominence." Washier closed her eyes, offering a silent prayer for Queen Medusa. Chapter 557. The Dark Soul 2, the Fire Curse. The shattered fragments of the orange jar transformed into a dazzling glow, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering the scene within indecipherable. May Her Majesty, the Queen of Hope, be favored with better fortune this time. If so, our serpent folk shall truly have a hopeful rise. Dou Qi closed her eyes, silently praying for Queen Medusa. What sort of jar will Her Majesty unveil this time? As she beheld the radiant light emanating from the counter, Medusa was filled with curiosity. This marked the 20th orange jar opened by Queen Medusa today. The first had revealed a grinding stone capable of absorbing metal, the second, a mech motorcycle from the Blue Star technology, the 13th unveiled a shadow cloak with remarkable invisibility, the 14th, an obsidian statue with exceptional restorative properties. A treasured artifact of the serpent folk, the 15th showcased the skill of the sword saint, the art of duplication, the 16th revealed a rather impressive stone hat, and finally, the last opened a decomposition barrel capable of breaking down items. Each treasure was splendid and eye-catching. Truly, Her Majesty is favored by the heavens. Today, we hope for treasures even more splendid than yesterday. The inhabitants of the underworld also clasped their hands in prayer. After a brief moment, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the radiant light at the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the items within. There, atop the counter, lay a red glove. A glove? The curiosity sparkled in Queen Medusa's eyes as she regarded the item. Could this be some kind of equipment? Medusa began to speculate about the treasure displayed before them, convinced it might indeed be an item of gear. This notion was echoed by both Dou Qi and the denizens of the underworld, who wholeheartedly agreed with Medusa's perspective. Queen Medusa wasted no time in conjecture. She knew all too well that inquiring with the little medical fairy would yield the fastest access to the treasure's information. Thus, without hesitation, she addressed the little medical fairy. Dear little medical fairy, could you assist me in discerning the information regarding this item on the counter? Of course, Your Majesty. Please hold on. The little medical fairy replied with a smile and a nod, promptly employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze towards the treasure on the counter. As her eyes swept over the item, an inscription emerged. Cursed fire gloves, originating from the world of Dark Souls 2. Donning these gloves enables the release of cursed fire techniques. The greater the faith, the more potent the cursed fire skills unleashed. Ah, cursed fire techniques. The little medical fairy exclaimed, astonishment coloring her features. Have you discerned the nature of this item, little medical fairy? Observing the expression on the face of the little medicine immortal, Queen Medusa inquired once more. Indeed, I have discerned it. In response to Queen Medusa's words, the little medicine immortal smiled and nodded, saying, Your Majesty, this item is the cursed fire glove, originating from the realm of Dark Souls 2. When donned, it enables the user to unleash the art of cursed fire. The stronger the faith, the more potent the cursed fire skills will be. Cursed fire is unleashed through the power of faith. Upon hearing the little medicine immortal's introduction, Queen Medusa felt an immense sense of delight. Just days prior, she had unearthed a faith altar capable of absorbing faith power. And now she had discovered an item that utilized faith power and was imbued with secret arts. Truly a remarkable revelation. Congratulations to Your Majesty on acquiring this treasured artifact. Congratulations to Your Majesty on acquiring this treasured artifact. Congratulations to Your Majesty on acquiring this treasured artifact. Medusa, Flower Serpent, and the Shadow Realm Trio, upon hearing the little medicine immortal's words, instinctively recalled the earlier faith altar and simultaneously offered their congratulations to Queen Medusa, acknowledging their well wishes with a slight nod. Queen Medusa then turned to the little medicine immortal and asked, My dear little medicine immortal, how should I employ this item? Anyone can use it, but only the first user can master the cursed arts. The little medicine immortal replied without hesitation. Ah, I see. Queen Medusa nodded, relieved, and swiftly stowed the gloves away before continuing. Little medicine immortal, please fetch me an orange jar. Certainly, Your Majesty, please hold on. The little medicine immortal responded with a smile, promptly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before Queen Medusa. This marked the 21st jar of the day, and she hoped that the treasure within would surpass those found in the previous 20 jars. Gazing at the orange jar before her, Queen Medusa offered a silent prayer. In the next moment, she extended her hand, performing a gesture typical of the serpent folk's prayer ritual, and prepared to strike the jar with her delicate, lotus-like hand. Crack! With the crisp sound of the jar shattering, the orange fragments scattered across the counter, transforming into a dazzling display of radiant light, obscuring the view of all present. May Her Majesty's fortune be even greater this time. If so, our serpent clan shall truly rise. Flower Serpent closed her eyes, silently praying for Queen Medusa. What kind of treasure would the queen unveil this time? As he gazed upon the dazzling rays emanating from the counter, a sense of curiosity filled Medusa's eyes. This marked the 21st orange jar unveiled by Queen Medusa today. The first jar had yielded a grinding disc capable of attracting metal, while the second revealed the 13th iteration of the mech motorcycle crafted by Blue Star Technology. Subsequent openings produced a cloak of shadows with remarkable invisibility, an obsidian statue of formidable restoration abilities, serving as a treasured artifact of the serpent folk, and finally, a decomposition barrel capable of breaking down items. The last revelation was the astonishing enchanted gloves, each treasure illuminating the surroundings with its brilliance. In chapter 558, as beads of sweat formed, one could only wonder what the queen would unveil this time. Observing the radiant light from the counter, Medusa's curiosity deepened. The previous treasures had been remarkable. One could only hope that today's offerings would surpass those of yesterday. On the other side, the denizens of the underworld clasped their hands in fervent prayer. Moments later, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the dazzling light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the item within. Suspended above the counter was a golden parchment resembling a treasure map. What is this? Queen Medusa pondered. Her curiosity piqued. The item bore an uncanny resemblance to a treasure map, or perhaps some arcane secret. Medusa couldn't help but speculate, drawing parallels to the 36 transformative golden pages previously encountered. Was it inscribed with some mystical art? The flower serpent also found herself lost in conjecture, silently wishing for the queen to acquire yet another powerful secret technique. Queen Medusa understood that consulting the little medicine immortal would be the swiftest means to ascertain the nature of this treasure. Without hesitation, she addressed her, little medicine immortal. Could you assist me in discerning the contents of this item on the counter? Certainly, Your Majesty. Please hold on. The little medicine immortal replied with a smile. Nodding in agreement, she immediately invoked the powers bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze toward the treasure on the counter. As her eyes swept over it, a stream of information was unveiled before them. The spell flame absorption technique originates from the world of Dark Souls 2. Upon its activation, this skill can instantaneously triple one's resistance to fire. This is merely the basic effect. Those with higher faith can experience even greater enhancements. The duration of this skill is 3 minutes, during which fire resistance is amplified to the extent that one can utterly disregard fire damage. Oh, yet another marvel from the realm of Dark Souls. Observing this information, the expression on Xiao Yixian's face became one of intrigue. Xiao Yixian, have you discerned something? Medusa Queen inquired, noticing the look on her face. Indeed, I have. Xiao Yixian replied with a smile, and continued, Medusa Queen. This item documents the flame absorption technique originating from Dark Souls 2. Once activated, it can instantly triple one's fire resistance. This is the fundamental effect. Those with greater faith will receive even more substantial boosts. The skill lasts for 3 minutes, during which fire resistance is heightened to the point of rendering fire damage negligible. What? Triple fire resistance. Upon hearing Xiao Yixian's explanation, Medusa Queen's eyes widened in astonishment. Your Majesty is indeed fortunate. To have fire resistance increased threefold or more is simply extraordinary. Medusa exclaimed in surprise. It is well known that in the continent of Dou Qi, many possess fire-infused energy. And with the presence of exotic flames, enhancing fire resistance would confer immense advantages. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this treasure. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this treasure. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring this treasure. In the next moment, Medusa, Washour, and Inshur offered their congratulations to Medusa Queen almost in unison. Indeed, Medusa Queen acknowledged their words with a slight nod, and then quickly turned to Xiao Yixian, asking, Xiao Yixian, how can I learn this skill? Well, there are 2 methods displayed. One is to click the right mouse button, and the other is to swallow the item. However, I am not familiar with what a mouse is. Medusa Queen, if you wish to learn, you must resort to swallowing it. Xiao Yixian explained earnestly. Is that so? Medusa Queen paused for a moment upon hearing her words, then made a swift decision. Her hand shot out to grasp the treasure from the counter, and she swallowed it whole. In the next instant, a surge of information flooded Medusa Queen's mind. She had completely mastered the skill of flame absorption. After mastering the skill of profuse sweating, Queen Medusa activated her ability, and instantly, thick white mist began to emanate from her exquisite form. This was the hallmark of her activated skill, and due to the formidable power of her faith, her fire resistance was augmented 6-fold. Having tried the skill of intense perspiration, Queen Medusa wasted no time, for she noted the waning daylight. Aware that the jar shop would soon close, she had to hasten her efforts to open jars. Dear little healer, could you please fetch me another orange jar? Queen Medusa inquired with great urgency. Certainly, Your Majesty. Please hold on. The little healer responded with a smile, nodding her head before swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Queen Medusa. This marked the 22nd jar of the day. She silently hoped that the treasures contained within would surpass those of the previous 21 jars. Gazing at the orange jar before her, Queen Medusa offered a silent prayer. In the next moment, she extended her hand, performing a unique gesture emblematic of her serpent folk's prayer ritual towards the jar. With these preparations complete, she slowly reached out with her delicate, lotus-like arm to strike the jar. With a crisp crack, the orange jar shattered, scattering into countless fragments upon the counter. Immediately, the shards transformed into a dazzling array of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. May Her Majesty's fortune be even greater this time, thought the serpent kin, closing their eyes in silent prayer for Queen Medusa. As they awaited the outcome, curiosity lingered in the air. What kind of jar would the queen unveil this time? As the dazzling rays of light emerged from the counter, a sense of curiosity enveloped Medusa. This marked the 22nd orange jar opened by Queen Medusa today. The first jar had yielded a grinding stone capable of attracting metal. The second unveiled the 13th iteration of the mech motorcycle produced by Blue Star Technology, while the third revealed the wondrous shadow cloak with remarkable invisibility. The 14th jar released an obsidian statue, renowned for its incredible restorative properties, a true treasure of the serpent folk. The 15th jar granted the skill of duplicity from the Sword Saint, and the 16th revealed a rather impressive stone hat. Finally, the last jar bestowed a spell of flame that could continuously enhance fire resistance, causing one to sweat profusely. All these treasures were undeniably splendid, capturing one's admiration. Truly, Her Majesty the Queen is favored by the heavens. One could only hope that the treasures unveiled today surpass those of yesterday, especially since this marks the final day of the jar shop's stay here. The realm of shadows also joined in prayer with clasped hands. Before long, under the gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the resplendent light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the items within. There, atop the counter, appeared an object adorned with 3 pointed protrusions, resembling a golden crown. Is this a crown? A flicker of surprise crossed Queen Medusa's eyes as she scrutinized the item closely. Wasn't this the kind of artifact donned by kings or nobles in the human realm? What special function could such an item possess? Medusa felt an overwhelming curiosity, his mind racing with analysis. A crown, typically worn by human monarchs, perhaps when adorned, it could offer protection, conjuring a shield in times of peril. Washier voiced her conjecture. Yet, it could also be that within this crown lies concealed information or perhaps some arcane technique. The realm of shadows pondered over the treasure displayed on the counter. Although Queen Medusa was intrigued, she did not squander time on idle speculation. She understood that inquiring with the little healer would be the swiftest means of acquiring information about the treasure. Thus, without hesitation, she addressed the little healer. Young healer, could you assist me in examining the treasure upon the counter? Certainly, Queen Medusa. Please hold for a moment. The little healer smiled and nodded at the queen's request, swiftly employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun. As her gaze swept over the treasure on the counter, information promptly revealed itself. The battle song of Shiraya, an equipment hailing from the realm of League of Legends, when adorned, amplifies various attributes of the wearer and possesses an active skill known as Inspire. Upon activation, this skill grants nearby allies within a kilometer a rapidly diminishing speed boost of 50%, while also enhancing their next attack by 20%. Oh, it has been quite some time since I last encountered equipment from the League of Legends universe. Truly, Queen Medusa is fortunate. Upon observing the information displayed at the counter, the young healer felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. Young healer, have you discerned the truth? Queen Medusa inquired, noticing the expression on her face. Indeed, I have. The healer replied with a smile, promptly elaborating. Queen Medusa, this item is called the Battle Song of Shiraya. It is equipment from the League of Legends universe, which, when equipped, amplifies various attributes and possesses an active skill called Inspire. When activated, it bestows a diminishing speed boost of 50% to nearby allies, along with enhancing their next attack by 20%. What? An activated skill that grants all nearby allies a 50% speed boost that diminishes over time? That is truly remarkable. Queen Medusa exclaimed, her astonishment palpable, for the effects of this Inspire skill are incredibly potent for any team. It seems as though this skill was crafted specifically for Her Majesty, leading her soldiers into battle, exclaimed Medusa, filled with excitement upon hearing the healer's introduction. Indeed, it is a splendid treasure. Both Flower Serpent and Inshur nodded in agreement, equally thrilled. In the next moment, Queen Medusa, without needing to consult the healer further, demonstrated her understanding of how to wield the equipment from the League of Legends universe. She reached out, touching the crown and silently invoking its use, whereupon the equipment transformed into a golden light and melded into her being. Having donned the equipment, Queen Medusa promptly addressed the young healer. kind healer. Could you please fetch me another orange jar? Of course, Queen Medusa, please hold on. The healer replied with a smile, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before the queen. Queen Medusa, our shop will soon close. I can only sell one more jar. The healer reminded her as she presented it. Understood. Queen Medusa nodded in response. This is the 23rd jar of the day. With hope, Queen Medusa silently prays that the treasures contained within it surpass those of the previous 22. Gazing at the orange jar before her, she extends her hand, performing a unique prayer ritual characteristic of her serpent kin, forming a gesture towards the jar. Having completed her preparations, Queen Medusa gently reaches out with her delicate, lotus-like hand to strike the jar. With a crisp crack, the jar shatters, immediately scattering into a myriad of fragments. Chapter 560, Ionic Sparks. As the orange jar disintegrates, its shards transform into a dazzling display of brilliance, obscuring the view of all present, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. May Her Majesty, the Queen, be favored with even greater fortune this time. If so, our serpent kin shall truly rise. Flower Snake, with eyes closed, offers a silent prayer for Queen Medusa. I wonder what kind of jar will be revealed this time. In awe of the radiant light emanating from the counter, MOBAS is filled with curiosity. This is the second orange jar opened by Queen Medusa today. The first yielded a grinding stone that absorbed metal, while the second produced a mech motorcycle from Blue Star technology. The third revealed a shadow cloak with miraculous invisibility. The fourth, an obsidian statue known for its remarkable regenerative powers, a treasured artifact among the serpent kin. The fifth unveiled the skill of the Sword Saint, the art of cloning, and the sixth brought forth a rather impressive stone hat. Finally, she opened an item from the League of Legends universe that enhances the speed of nearby allies. All these treasures have been astounding, leaving everyone in awe. Her Majesty is truly blessed by the heavens. Today, we hope for treasures even more splendid than yesterday's, especially since this is the last day for the jar shop to remain here. In the realm of shadows, prayers are offered with hands clasped together. Before long, under the attentive gazes of Queen Medusa and the others, the dazzling light from the counter gradually dissipates, revealing the contents within. There, hovering majestically, is a bow adorned in a mesmerizing blend of blue, white, and purple hues. A bow. As Queen Medusa gazed upon the items displayed at the counter, she was filled with astonishment. Judging by the appearance of this piece of equipment, she could surmise that the treasure unveiled was an actively offensive weapon. This bow looks incredibly splendid. Its lethality must be formidable. If Your Majesty were to possess such a weapon, her strength would surely increase significantly, remarked Mobaz with a hint of excitement as he beheld the bow on the counter. Indeed, Mobaz, your taste has finally aligned with mine. This bow is truly exquisite, nodded Flower Snake in agreement upon hearing Mobaz's appraisal. But where are the arrows? Pondered Inshur thoughtfully. Queen Medusa was acutely aware that until the information about the treasure was acquired, all speculations remained mere conjectures. A bow did not necessarily equate to an offensive weapon. Thus, at that moment, she turned to Little Medical Fairy and inquired, Little Medical Fairy, could you assist me in examining the treasure on the counter? Certainly, Queen Medusa. Please hold on, replied Little Medical Fairy with a smile. After hearing the Queen's request, she quickly employed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun and cast her gaze over the treasure on the counter. As her eyes scanned the items, a piece of information promptly revealed itself. Ion Spark. This equipment originates from the world of League of Legends. Effect. Enhances one's defensive capabilities. After enduring 3 attacks from an enemy, it unleashes a surge of energy. The energy blast is effective against enemies within a kilometer radius, affecting a maximum of 4 foes, inflicting 10% damage to each. Wow. To think that equipment from the League of Legends world has appeared consecutively. Queen Medusa's luck is indeed remarkable, exclaimed Little Medical Fairy, visibly astonished by the information displayed. Little Medical Fairy, have you discerned its nature? Queen Medusa asked, observing the expression on her face. Yes, I have indeed. Little Medical Fairy replied with a smile and proceeded to elaborate. Queen Medusa, this item is named Ion Spark. It originates from the League of Legends game world, enhancing one's defensive prowess. After withstanding 3 enemy attacks, it releases a wave of energy effective against enemies within a kilometer radius, impacting up to 4 adversaries, each receiving 10% damage. What? It inflicts indiscriminate percentage damage to enemies. Queen Medusa exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise upon hearing Little Medical Fairy's explanation. So this bow is not meant for shooting arrows, but rather serves as a defensive passive counterattack equipment? How peculiar. Upon hearing the introduction from the Little Medical Fairy, MOBAS was taken aback. Haha, it seems one cannot wholly trust what their eyes perceive. A bow, indeed, serves as a means of defense. The wares from the jar shop are forever enigmatic, chuckled the Flower Serpent. I had a feeling. A bow without arrows must surely serve another purpose. At this moment, Insher proudly interjected, being the first to voice his skepticism. The devastating power of the ion spark was evident to all in a prolonged confrontation. Queen Medusa would gain a significant advantage. For every 3 attacks endured, she could unleash an energy wave within a kilometer, diminishing the enemy's vitality by 10%, truly terrifying. Upon grasping the capabilities of the ion spark, Queen Medusa felt a surge of excitement. This item, combined with her previous flame cloak, constituted a lethal weapon against her foes. However, against those whose strength paled in comparison to hers, its effectiveness would be limited. The percentage damage was primarily effective against formidable adversaries or beings with exceptional vitality. Furthermore, being well-versed in the equipment mechanics of the League of Legends universe, Queen Medusa refrained from inquiring about the usage from the little medical fairy. Swiftly, she extended her hand, reaching for the floating, tricolored bow. As soon as her fingers brushed against the bow, she silently commanded use, and in an instant, the tricolored bow transformed into a radiant stream of light, merging into her being. Chapter 561, Twin Shadows. The equipment within the League of Legends realm could be donned without revealing its form, effectively granting oneself a powerful secret technique that required no energy activation, save for a cooldown period. With this, I look forward to witnessing the true measure of High Buodong come dawn. Having donned the ion spark, Queen Medusa felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. However, she was acutely aware that the little medical fairy had mentioned they would close after selling one more jar. Thus, despite her reluctance, she had no choice but to procure this final jar. Little medical fairy, could you kindly fetch me one more orange jar? Queen Medusa lamented. Certainly. Queen Medusa, please hold on. The little medical fairy smiled and nodded in acknowledgement of her request, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before Queen Medusa. Queen Medusa, our establishment is about to close. This is the last jar of the day. Once this jar is opened, we shall immediately cease operations, the little healer reminded. Upon hearing her words, Queen Medusa nodded in acknowledgement. This marked the 24th jar of the day, and she fervently hoped that the treasure within would surpass the previous 23. Gazing at the orange jar before her, Queen Medusa offered a silent prayer. In the next moment, she extended her hand, performing a unique gesture of supplication peculiar to the serpentine race, before gently reaching forward with her delicate, lotus-like arm to strike the jar. With a crisp crack, the orange jar shattered, scattering its fragments across the counter. Immediately, the shards transformed into a dazzling array of light, obscuring the view of all present and rendering the contents invisible. May Her Majesty's fortune shine brightly this time. If so, our Serpentine clan truly holds the promise of ascendance, thought Washir, as she closed her eyes in prayer for Queen Medusa. What marvels will our queen unveil this time? As the radiant light emanated from the counter, Medusa's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This was the 24th orange jar opened by Queen Medusa today. The first jar had yielded a grinding stone capable of absorbing metals. The second revealed a 13th generation mech motorcycle from Blue Star Technology. The third produced a shadow cloak with remarkable invisibility properties. The fourth unveiled an obsidian statue with extraordinary restorative capabilities, serving as a treasure of the Serpentine clan. The 15th jar granted the skill of the Sword Saint. The 16th unveiled a rather impressive stone hat. The 22nd jar revealed equipment from the League of Legends universe that could accelerate nearby allies. And the last opened a striking ion spark that countered damage. Each treasure was indeed astonishing. Truly, Her Majesty is favored by the heavens. Today, we hope for treasures even greater than yesterday's, especially since this is the final jar of our stay here. The inhabitants of the underworld also clasped their hands in prayer. Before long, under the watchful gaze of Queen Medusa and the others, the brilliant light from the counter began to dissipate, revealing the item within. To their astonishment, there lay a doll with a ghostly visage, its texture reminiscent of paper. What is this? Queen Medusa felt a surge of surprise and curiosity at the sight of the peculiar treasure, reminiscent of the life replacement doll she had previously opened. As Mubayes gazed upon the treasures displayed at the counter, he silently mused that, although this item bore a ghostly visage, it was not particularly frightening. In fact, he found it somewhat endearing. Meanwhile, Huashir, evaluating the appearance of the treasure, speculated that it might possess unique effects. Similarly, those in the shadowy realm, like Mubayes, recalled the previous life-replacing doll and began to analyze and conjecture in their minds. Queen Medusa, well aware that inquiring with the little medicine immortal was the swiftest way to glean information about the treasure, did not hesitate to address her. Little medicine immortal, could you assist me in examining the treasures upon this counter? Certainly, Queen Medusa. Please hold on a moment. Upon hearing Queen Medusa's request, the little medicine immortal smiled and nodded, swiftly activating the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, her gaze sweeping over the treasures on the counter. As her eyes traversed the items, information promptly revealed itself. Twin Shadow, an artifact from the world of League of Legends. This equipment enhances health, mana, and mana regeneration. In the context of the Dou Qi continent, it fortifies physical endurance, total Dou Qi, and Dou Qi recovery speed. Furthermore, the artifact features an active skill that, when activated, releases 2 specters that automatically track individuals harboring ill intent towards the wearer, even if they remain unnoticed by the wearer themselves. The cooldown period is 5 minutes. While the specters can be perceived, they cannot be attacked. Upon locating their target, the specters will enter the individual's body, reducing their speed by 90% for 3 seconds. Ah, what a remarkably peculiar piece of equipment. The Little Medicine Immortal felt a surge of curiosity upon reviewing this information. Little Medicine Immortal, have you discerned its nature? Queen Medusa inquired once more, observing the expression on the Little Medicine Immortal's face. Indeed, I have. The Little Medicine Immortal replied with a smile, then continued, Queen Medusa, this item originates from the world of League of Legends once again. Chapter 562, The Jar Shop Relocates. Little Medicine Immortal, have you discerned its nature? Queen Medusa inquired once more, observing the expression on the Little Medicine Immortal's face. Indeed, I have. The Little Medicine Immortal affirmed with a smile, then elaborated, Queen Medusa, this item originates from the world of League of Legends once again. The equipment known as Twin Shadows, originating from the realm of League of Legends, possesses the remarkable ability to enhance health, mana, and mana regeneration. When translated to the continent of Dou Qi, it signifies an augmentation of physical resilience, a boost in total Dou Qi, as well as an increase in Dou Qi regeneration speed. Furthermore, this piece of equipment is equipped with an active skill that, when activated, unleashes 2 specters that autonomously track any malevolent individuals within 100 miles who remain unnoticed by the wearer. The cooldown period for this ability is 5 minutes. While these specters can be perceived, they are impervious to attack, and upon locating their target, they infiltrate the individual's body, reducing their speed by 90% for a duration of 3 seconds, explained the Little Medical Fairy. What? It can automatically track hostile enemies within 100 miles? Upon hearing the Little Medical Fairy's description, Queen Medusa's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with delight. This is simply extraordinary. Automatic tracking and the ability to decelerate foes. Most critically, those specters cannot be harmed. Expressed his astonishment as well. In such a case, should one be followed or wish to explore an unfamiliar territory, these specters will prove to be immensely useful. Flower Snake nodded in agreement. With such an item, no one will be able to closely stalk Her Majesty the Queen. Not even the invisible ones would stand a chance. Moreover, this could aid in identifying those with ulterior motives among the inner tribes. Inshur swiftly analyzed the situation. Congratulations to Her Majesty the Queen on acquiring this treasure. Congratulations to Her Majesty the Queen on acquiring this treasure. Congratulations to Her Majesty the Queen on acquiring this treasure. In the next moment, Flower Snake and Inshur promptly bowed, extending their congratulations to Queen Medusa. Acknowledging their words, Queen Medusa nodded slightly and swiftly reached for the treasure on the counter, simultaneously whispering in her heart, use. As her mental command resonated, the treasure transformed into a beam of black light and entered her body. The equipment from the League of Legends world is truly convenient. It occupies no physical space yet bestows its effects directly upon the user. As the black light coursed through her, Queen Medusa felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Queen Medusa, Miss Flower Snake, Mr. Inshur, it is getting late, and this establishment will be closing for the day. Additionally, we shall be relocating to another venue tomorrow. Should you wish to open more jars, you may use your VIP card to teleport to the jar shop. The Little Medical Fairy said with a smile. Goodbye. Until we meet again, Little Medical Fairy. Until we meet again. Despite their reluctance, Queen Medusa and her companions had no choice but to bid farewell upon hearing the Little Medical Fairy's words. After bidding farewell, Queen Medusa directly departed the jar shop with Mobas and the others. Presently, under the command of Queen Medusa, the Serpent Tribe is diligently gathering at their respective tribal centers. The Queen's plan is to commence their journey at noon tomorrow, to welcome the gathered clansmen and facilitate their development within her inner realm. Furthermore, her decisive battle with Hebadong is scheduled for the morning after tomorrow. Hence tomorrow, she bears a significant responsibility to traverse all tribes and usher numerous clansmen into her inner world. That evening, Queen Medusa was swiftly testing the treasures that had recently emerged from the jars. Meanwhile, after closing the shop, the little medical sage found that Yiyun had yet to return. She prepared dinner for herself, dined alone, and retired early for the night. At the break of dawn the following day, the jar shop vanished from the desert and reappeared in a forest. Although this forest was plagued by many magical beasts, The vicinity of the jar shop remained remarkably tranquil. "Boss Yi, you're back." The little medical sage, upon rising, was delighted to find Yi Yun within the estate. After hastily preparing breakfast, she eagerly said to him, "Boss Yi, you must stay in the estate tonight. I have so many jars piled up that I still haven't tea opened." All right. Knowing the little medical sage was particularly eager for him to use the lucky hammer to assist in opening the jars, Yi Yun readily agreed with a nod. Soon after, the little medical sage finished her breakfast and exited the estate space to prepare for opening the shop. As the door swung open, she discovered they were in a forest devoid of magical beasts nearby, yet she sensed many lurking in the distance. "Where's this? If we are here, will there be no customers all day?" she murmured, frowning at her surroundings. At that moment, Yi Yun quietly appeared beside her, and after a moment of careful observation, he softly spoke, "This is the Blackhorn region. We are situated in a forest behind the inner courtyard of Canaan Academy." The Blackhorn region? Upon hearing the name, the little medical sage was taken aback. The Blackhorn region, due to its unique terrain, is nearly the most chaotic area on the continent. Countless fleeing powerhouses from various nations have found refuge here, establishing the most savage of rules. Additionally, this place gathers various races from across the continent, aside from humans, resembling a miniature version of the continent itself. In the Blackhorn region, no laws prevail. Only a singular principle exists, the law of the jungle, which signifies survival of the fittest. The weak have no rights to exist here. This is an exceptionally pure territory, as long as one desires. Even the brazen act of assaulting a woman in the street will go unchallenged. Of course, this is predicated on the necessity of choosing one's target wisely. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Within the Black Corner domain, women may, at times, prove to be more formidable than men. And the sole reason for this is their survival in such a harsh environment. Furthermore, the Black Corner domain could also be regarded as a nexus of intelligence on the continent, with countless pieces of information circulating daily, both flowing outwards and being drawn in from the outside world. To speak plainly, if one seeks notoriety and wishes to make a name across the continent, the Black Corner domain offers the swiftest path, provided one possesses sufficient strength and resources. Otherwise, while fame may elude one, life itself could be forfeited. As a notorious realm on the continent, the Black Corner domain lives up to its reputation, witnessing the demise of powerful individuals daily, while new ones continuously arrive from afar. This region is replete with death, yet also brimming with challenges and temptations. Here, the high-level techniques, combat skills, and various divine weapons, armors, medicinal cauldrons, herbs, and superior elixirs that are seldom seen elsewhere dazzle the senses. It is even said that in the auction halls of the Black Corner domain, Earth-grade techniques have appeared on 2 occasions. Naturally, acquiring such treasures requires a price, which may be monetary or could involve other forms of compensation. In any case, in the Black Corner domain, one should never expect a windfall to fall from the heavens. A penchant for chaos and an inclination towards darkness seem to be inherent traits of humanity. Thus, despite the omnipresent aura of danger enveloping this region, countless individuals continue to pour in, driven either by the desire for swift renown across the continent or the pursuit of superior techniques, combat skills, elixirs, or unparalleled wealth within this tumultuous domain. Regardless, the influx of these individuals perpetually revitalizes the Black Corner domain, perhaps as a consequence of the law of opposites. At the heart of the Black Corner domain lies the renowned Canaan Academy of martial prowess. However, beyond a certain boundary surrounding Canaan Academy, peace prevails. Anyone who brings the chaotic spirit of the Black Corner domain into this vicinity will find themselves the next day as a lifeless body hanging from a tree at the border between Canaan Academy and the Black Corner domain. Over the years, there has seemingly never been an exception to this grim fate. It is said that on the tree known as the Tree of the Dead, the corpses of 2 battle kings and 1 battle emperor were once hung. Behind the Canaan Academy lies an expansive and formidable forest, teeming with numerous magical beasts, where 6th-tier magical creatures are not uncommon, and whispers suggest the presence of hidden 7th-tier beasts within. Presently, the location refreshed by the shop is situated in the very heart of this forest, rife with powerful magical creatures. Typically, only the elders and students of the Inner Academy venture here to gather spiritual herbs or hunt magical beasts. Before long, the morning slipped away, and the little healer awaited in solitude, having seen not a single customer. Unperturbed by this situation, she regarded the absence of patrons as a personal respite. Canaan Academy stands as a magnificent institution, crowned by a vast spatial barrier overhead, though occasionally, some students are permitted to venture outside. Within this esteemed academy resides the renowned Celestial Flame Training Tower, where students possessing fire energy can enter the training chambers to hone their skills. Fire energy is of paramount importance within the Inner Academy, which explains the remarkable progress students experience upon their admission to the inner sanctum. Deep beneath the ground lies the Celestial Flame Training Tower, where training yields extraordinary results. Particularly the deeper one descends within the tower, the swifter the cultivation becomes, albeit at exorbitant costs. To gain entry to the Celestial Flame Training Tower, one must utilize the fire energy from their fire crystal card as payment, measured in days. A newly admitted student's fire crystal card typically allows for 5 days of training within the tower, after which they must procure their own fire energy. However, on the first day of each month, the Inner Academy provides each student with a week's worth of fire energy as a form of living allowance. Within the Inner Academy, there exist myriad ways to acquire fire energy, such as sweeping the tower or copying scrolls, although the amounts obtained through these means are often minimal. Consequently, more capable students may resort to hunting magical beasts, exchanging magical cores for fire energy, or challenging others to duels. If the opponent consents, they may compete within the Academy's arena, with the victor claiming the fire energy deducted from the loser's reserves. In summary, while there are numerous methods to obtain fire energy, all are predicated on the possession of sufficient strength. Otherwise, one risks not only failing to earn fire energy, but also incurring significant losses. There exists another means to acquire fire energy, which is to ascend the strong list within the Inner Academy. As the name suggests, this is a ranking that measures one's prowess and is regarded as the most prestigious list in the Inner Academy. The list comprises 50 slots. If one can secure a position, they are rewarded with a monthly stipend issued by the Academy, with the amount being commensurate to their rank. Higher positions yield greater rewards. This method of gaining energy is the most gratifying, for as long as one's name graces the list, they can devote their days to cultivating within the Heavenly Flame Refining Tower without the worry of depleting their fire energy. Thus, all students of the Inner Academy strive tirelessly toward the strong list, with competition so fierce it leaves one speechless. Many find themselves on the list one day, only to be challenged and overtaken by rivals the very next. At this moment, a silver-haired, tall woman emerged from the towering peak, currently ranked high on the strong list of Canaan Academy. Since my fire energy for this month has been exhausted, why not venture to the back mountain and see if I can discover some valuable items or engage in combat with magical beasts? The silver-haired maiden mused, her gaze fixed on the horizon. Her name was Han Yu, a low-tier grand fighter hailing from the northern region of Zhongzhou, and she bore the weight of a cultivator's pressure upon her shoulders. Having resolved to train in the back mountain, Han Yu promptly sought the assistance of an elder to complete the necessary formalities before heading toward the rear. Each time she ascended the back mountain, she meticulously charted her traversed paths on a map to avoid potential dangers. Thus, it did not take long before she arrived at the central area of the back mountain. Suddenly, she was taken aback to find a house in this remote location. As she approached, she noticed a sign above the door reading Store of Jars from All Realms. A store run by humans here? Curiosity piqued, Han Yu stepped forward, slowly making her way to the entrance of the jar store. "Welcome," exclaimed the petite healer, setting aside her watermelon with a sweet smile upon noticing a visitor. "What do we sell here?" As Han Yu spoke, her gaze swept across the interior of the jar shop. She observed that the shop was exceedingly sparse, featuring only a counter and a shelf, upon which rested 3 types of earthen jars. There was not even a single superfluous chair in sight. "What do you sell here?" Han Yu inquired directly. "Jars. A common jar costs 100,000 gold coins. The red jar is 500,000, and the orange jar is 1,000,000 gold coins each." The young healer responded with forthrightness. "What? Such earthen jars are worth 1,000,000 gold coins?" Han Yu exclaimed, taken aback by the healer's words. At that moment, she suddenly realized that she could not ascertain the healer's cultivation level. In this remote mountain region, teeming with magical beasts, how could a young girl dare to operate a shop without considerable strength? A myriad of questions burdened Han Yu, leading her to understand that both the jar shop and the girl before her were not to be underestimated. "Little girl, I have no gold coins here, so it seems I cannot purchase your jars," Han Yu candidly expressed, recognizing that in the Canaan Academy, gold coins held little significance. It was the essence of fire that truly mattered. "That's not an issue. Everything of value can be exchanged for gold coins." The young healer quickly clarified upon hearing Han Yu's words. "Is that so?" With the healer's explanation, Han Yu hesitated, sensing an air of mystery surrounding the jar shop. Curiosity piqued, she resolved to explore further. In the next moment, Han Yu retrieved several spirit herbs from her spatial ring and placed them upon the counter. "Could you tell me how many gold coins these spirit herbs can be exchanged for?" she asked. "Certainly." The young healer nodded with a smile, then swiftly employed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun to examine the treasures on the counter. "Miss Han Yu, these items can be exchanged for 120,000 gold coins. Then let us proceed with the exchange." Han Yu agreed. As the healer's valuation aligned closely with her own estimation, I would like one of the common jars priced at 100,000 gold coins. She continued. Very well. Miss Hanyu, please hold on for a moment. The young healer responded with a smile, promptly turning to retrieve a common jar from the shelf behind her. Placing it before Hanyu. Smash it, and the treasure will be within, the healer advised. Heeding her counsel, Hanyu fixed her gaze intently upon the jar on the counter. Following the healer's suggestion, she slowly extended her hand and struck the jar. With a crisp cracking sound, the ordinary jar shattered into countless fragments. Immediately, the shattered fragments of the ordinary jar transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them incapable of discerning the scene within. What is this? Observing the brilliant light emanating from the counter, Hanyu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Do not fret. Once this brilliance dissipates, the treasure will be revealed. The little medical sage elucidated. Before long, under the attentive gaze of both the little medical sage and Hanyu, the resplendent light gradually faded, unveiling the items concealed within. On the counter lay a metallic object, over 2 meters in length and somewhat weighty, adorned with a hollow cylindrical rod and a peculiar mirror. What could this be? Hanyu felt an overwhelming sense of intrigue as she regarded the metallic item. Her eyes wide with astonishment. 100,000 gold coins, and you've sold me a hunk of scrap metal? Hanyu cast a shadowed glance at the little medical sage. Ah, Miss Hanyu, rest assured that our establishment never deals in scrap metal. The little medical sage replied with a smile, before employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun to scrutinize the item on the counter. Ordinary sniper rifle, equipped with a scope, loaded with 10 rounds. Effective range between 1,000 to 1,500 meters. The further the distance, the weaker the impact. Within 800 meters. A successful hit delivers an attack equivalent to that of a 1-star Dou Wang level expert. Ah, so it is this type of firearm. No wonder it seems somewhat familiar. The little medical sage mused internally, then turned to Hanyu to explain. Dear customer, the item you have unveiled is called the ordinary sniper rifle, equipped with a scope, loaded with 10 rounds, effective range between 1,000 to 1,500 meters. The further the distance, the weaker the impact. Within 800 meters. A successful hit delivers an attack equivalent to that of a 1-star Dou Wang level expert. Are you implying that this item can unleash 10 attacks comparable to that of a Dou Wang expert? Hanyu inquired skeptically, her tone laced with disdain. A piece of scrap metal could unleash such formidable power. It is utterly laughable. If it possesses such capabilities, you shall find out by testing it. The little medical sage remained unfazed by Hanyu's skepticism. Having transitioned from customer to shopkeeper herself, she understood the psychological journey that many customers undergo and thus explained patiently. Very well, I shall place my trust in you for the moment. Seeing the little medical sage's calm demeanor and amiable attitude, Hanyu decided to give her the benefit of the doubt. In the next instant, Hanyu grasped the sniper rifle and stepped outside the jar shop, aiming at a nearby cliff to take her shot. Boom. As Hanyu pulled the trigger, a thunderous sound erupted from the rifle, and a bullet sped towards the cliffside. Chapter 565. Hanyu's astonishment. Very well, I shall place my trust in you for the moment. The demeanor of the young healer was exceptionally pleasant, and she exhibited a remarkable calmness. This prompted Hanyu to place her trust in the healer. In the next moment, Hanyu seized a sniper rifle and stepped out of the canister shop, aiming at a cliff in the distance before firing. With a resounding bang, the sniper rifle discharged, sending a bullet hurtling towards the cliff. The impact was profound. A small bullet managed to create a significant dent in the thick cliff face, which was hundreds of meters away. How could such power be unleashed? The cliff, more resilient than hardened armor, had been struck with such force from afar. Hanyu was taken aback by the astonishing might of the projectile. If this ordinary item from a simple canister could rival the strength of a battle king, what could be expected from the more advanced red and orange canisters? After a moment of contemplation, Hanyu swiftly stored the sniper rifle in her spatial ring. Shopkeeper, I would like to exchange these items for gold coins and request an orange canister, Hanyu said, placing a scroll and some medicinal pills on the counter before the healer. I apologize, Miss Hanyu, but the orange canister is only available to Tier 2 customers. Our store policy states that one must spend 500,000 gold coins to achieve Tier 1 status and receive a Tier 1 VIP card, which allows for the purchase of red canisters. Additionally, there is a monthly opportunity for one to be transported to the canister shop. To reach Tier 2 status and obtain a Tier 2 VIP card, one must spend 2.5 million gold coins, which permits the purchase of orange canisters and grants 2 monthly transport opportunities to the shop. Moreover, I am not the owner. I am merely an assistant recruited by Boss Yi, the healer quickly explained. I see. And who is the owner? Hanyu inquired with curiosity. Miss Hanyu, Boss Yi is a being from the upper realm, the healer elucidated, sharing the origins of Yiyun. A being from the upper realm. Hanyu was astounded by the healer's explanation. No wonder treasures appeared from within the canisters. Could it be that fortune had smiled upon her? After a moment of reflection, Han Yu felt a surge of excitement, perceiving this as a fortuitous opportunity. Young healer, could you please assist me in acquiring a regular canister? She requested eagerly. Certainly. Miss Han Yu, please hold on a moment. The healer smiled and nodded in response to Han Yu's words, swiftly turning to retrieve a regular canister from the shelf behind her and placing it before Han Yu. What is the mechanism by which treasures manifest from this canister? With a sense of curiosity, Han Yu slowly extended her hand and placed it upon the canister. With a crisp crack, the first ordinary canister on the counter shattered into countless pieces. Immediately thereafter, the shattered fragments of the Bodhi vase transformed into a dazzling radiance. Obscuring the vision of all present, no one could discern the scene within. Curiously, the re-emergence of this radiant glow piqued Han Yu's interest, for with her current prowess, she was utterly unable to perceive what lay within the luminescence. In light of this, Han Yu, filled with curiosity, extended her hand, yearning to delve into the resplendent light. Miss Han Yu, the appearance of this radiance signifies the process of a treasure coalescing. Should you make contact with it now, the treasure within shall vanish. Observing Han Yu's actions, the little medical fairy hastily interjected. Upon hearing her words, Han Yu was taken aback, swiftly retracting her outstretched hand. Moments later, under the attentive gazes of the little medical fairy and Han Yu, the mesmerizing glow atop the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the items within. Thereupon a thumb-sized, perfectly round pill emerged upon the counter, exuding a fragrant essence intermittently. A pill? What sort of pill is this? It appears to possess a rich concentration of energy. Han Yu thought, her curiosity igniting at the sight of the item atop the counter. Young lady, do enlighten me about this pill. What is its name? What rank does it hold? And what are its effects? Without hesitation, Han Yu inquired directly of the little medical fairy. Certainly, Miss Han Yu, please hold on a moment. With a smile and a nod at Han Yu's request, the little medical fairy immediately harnessed the ability bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze toward the pill on the counter. As her eyes swept over the counter, a stream of information was unveiled. Dou Wang Sheng Xing Dan, a 5th grade pill. Its effect allows those at the Dou Wang cultivation stage to elevate by 1 star. With good fortune, they may even surpass 2 stars consecutively. For those at the pinnacle of Dou Wang, while it does not facilitate an immediate breakthrough to Dou Huang, it brings them ever closer to that realm. Within 6 months, barring unforeseen circumstances, they shall be able to reach the Dou Huang stage. Ah, so it is a pill for enhancing cultivation. Upon perusing this information, a look of realization dawned upon the little medical fairy's countenance. In the next moment, she addressed Han Yu directly. Miss Han Yu, this pill is known as Dou Wang Sheng Xing Dan, a 5th grade pill that allows individuals at the Dou Wang cultivation stage to elevate by 1 to 2 stars. Han Yu was left utterly astounded by the little medical fairy's elucidation. The elixir possesses such remarkable effects. Could it possibly be classified as a 6th-tier potion? Han Yu inquired, her astonishment palpable. It should indeed be the case. In response to Han Yu's words, the little medicinal fairy smiled and nodded affirmatively. If this elixir truly holds such power, my cultivation will ascend rapidly once I reach the rank of Dou Wang. Han Yu thought, elated. She swiftly collected the potions from the counter and continued addressing the little medicinal fairy. Dear fairy, could you kindly fetch me another ordinary jar? Certainly, Miss Han Yu. Please hold on. The little medicinal fairy smiled and nodded, then quickly turned around to retrieve an ordinary jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Han Yu. Chapter 566. Han Yu advances to level 2. If this elixir genuinely possesses such prowess, my cultivation will indeed soar swiftly once I attain the rank of Dou Wang. Han Yu mused joyfully, then hastily gathered the potions from the counter once more. She addressed the little medicinal fairy again. Dear fairy, could you please get me another ordinary jar? Of course, Miss Han Yu, just a moment. The little medicinal fairy replied with a smile, turning quickly to fetch yet another ordinary jar, placing it in front of Han Yu. This jar shop appears to be a serendipitous opportunity for me, Han Yu reflected. This is merely the most affordable ordinary jar. I can only imagine what treasures the exquisite orange jar might yield. Gazing at the ordinary jar on the counter, Han Yu's thoughts began to wander. But soon her focus returned to the jar before her. She understood clearly that to unlock the orange jar, she must first open 5 ordinary jars, along with 4 red jars, accumulating a total expenditure of 2.5 million to advance to level 2. I wonder what treasures this ordinary jar will bestow upon me. Han Yu silently prayed, then slowly extended her palm to strike the jar. Crack! With a resounding shatter, the jar on the counter splintered into countless pieces. Instantly, the shards transformed into a dazzling display of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. Moments later, The resplendent light began to dissipate under Han Yu's gaze. Before her lay a yellow magic core, roughly the size of a watermelon. A magic core. Judging by the fluctuations of its energy, it likely reached the 5th tier. Han Yu felt a surge of astonishment as she beheld the treasure unveiled on the counter. A 5th-tier magic core could be valued at 70 to 80,000 gold coins, or even more. Who would have thought that a jar worth merely 10,000 gold coins could yield such a remarkable treasure? Miss Han Yu, congratulations. You have unveiled the magic core of the Earth Bear, and it has reached the 5th tier. The little medicinal fairy exclaimed with joy. Ah, fortune smiles upon us. Dear little medicine fairy, might I trouble you for another ordinary jar? Upon hearing the words of the little medicine fairy, Han Yu smiled and nodded, swiftly extending her hand to collect the magic core from the counter. Very well, Miss Han Yu, please hold on for a moment. The little medicine fairy responded with a smile, promptly turning around to retrieve an ordinary jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Han Yu. This marks my 4th ordinary jar. I wonder what treasures it might unveil. Gazing upon the Bodhi ordinary jar, Han Yu silently offered a prayer before quickly reaching out to tap the jar. With a crisp crack, the jar shattered into countless fragments, and in an instant, the broken pieces transformed into a dazzling array of radiant light, obscuring the view of all present, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. Before long, the mesmerizing light began to dissipate under Han Yu's gaze. This time, the treasure she unveiled was yet another 5th-tier magic core, this one possessing a water attribute. Its alchemical value surpassing that of the previous Earth attribute core. Not bad. Han Yu felt no discontent with this outcome. After all, the value of this magic core far exceeded the 100,000 gold coins spent on the jar. In the ensuing moments, Han Yu swiftly opened her 5th ordinary jar. Miss Han Yu, congratulations on reaching a total expenditure of 500,000. You are now upgraded to level 1, and here is your VIP card. The little medicine fairy smiled as she handed Han Yu a level 1 VIP card following the opening of the 5th jar. A VIP card. Han Yu's heart surged with excitement at the sight of the card being offered. Possessing this level 1 VIP card meant she could now open the crimson jars priced at 500,000 gold coins each, along with the privilege of teleporting to the jar shop once a month. Thank you. Han Yu smiled as she accepted the level 1 VIP card and then inquired, Dear little medicine fairy, am I now permitted to open a crimson jar? Indeed. The little medicine fairy affirmed with a smile. Satisfied with this response, Han Yu swiftly addressed the little medicine fairy once more. Then, could you kindly fetch me a crimson jar? Of course, Miss Han Yu, please hold on. The little medicine fairy nodded with a smile, quickly turning to retrieve a crimson jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Han Yu. This is my very first crimson jar. I wonder what kind of treasure it shall bring me. As Han Yu gazed at the crimson jar on the counter, anticipation bubbled within her. In the next moment, Han Yu performed a gesture of prayer, swiftly extending her palm to strike the jar. With a crisp crack, the red jar shattered into countless pieces. Immediately, the fragments transformed into a dazzling aura, enveloping the vision of everyone present, rendering the scene within invisible. Could it be that the red jar is about to unveil some magical core? Han Yu mused silently as she beheld the radiant light. Before long, under Han Yu's watchful gaze, the brilliant light gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. There, atop the counter, appeared a jade vial. A jade vial? Upon seeing the object materialize, Han Yu let out a sigh of relief. She had previously opened 3 ordinary jars that yielded magical cores. This jade vial likely contained a medicinal elixir. As Han Yu speculated about the contents of the vial, she chose to exercise caution and sought the guidance of the little healer. Little healer, could you assist me in examining this treasure on the counter? Han Yu inquired. Certainly, Miss Han Yu, please hold on. The little healer responded promptly. She then activated the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze towards the white jade vial. Instantly, information materialized before her. Chapter 567. Han Yu continues to open the red jars. Little healer, could you assist me in examining this treasure on the counter? Han Yu inquired once more. Certainly. Miss Han Yu, please hold on. The little healer replied swiftly. She activated her abilities and focused on the white jade vial, whereupon information appeared before her. The 3-pattern Qingling pill. An ordinary 3-pattern Qingling pill can aid combat masters in breaking through the confines of their rank to ascend to Great Combat Master. If a Great Combat Master consumes it, there exists a slight probability of enhancing the user's rank by 1 star, without any adverse effects from the elixir. The 3-pattern Qingling pill is categorized into 3 grades, each grade forming a distinct pattern on the pill's surface. Should 3 patterns be successfully formed, it signifies the highest grade of the 3-pattern Qingling pill. This pill is to be used with caution by those beneath the Great Combat Master rank. For a Great Combat Master consuming this pill, there is a chance to temporarily elevate their strength by 3 stars, albeit with a certain probability of adverse effects. which may result in a reduction of strength by 1 to 2 stars, though without endangering one's life. To elevate the 3-pattern Qingling pill to its highest grade, 3 distinct flames are required, and the transitions between these flames must achieve a state of utmost mastery. Otherwise, the failure rate is exceedingly high. Caution is advised for those who do not meet the necessary conditions. In the realm of great fighters, one possesses but a singular opportunity to consume the triple-pattern Qingling pill. Should one attempt to partake again, the body's resistance to the medicine would render the effort futile, a mere waste of endeavor. However, upon ascending to the rank of a spirit fighter in the future, one may indulge in its benefits anew. Yet, even in success, the enhancement would be limited to a mere 2-star levels, with the risk of failure exponentially increased. So it is this particular elixir. Upon reading the detailed description of the triple-pattern Qingling pill, a look of enlightenment dawned upon the eyes of the young healer. Young healer, have you discerned its significance? Han Yu inquired, observing the expression on her face. Indeed, Miss Han, the young healer replied with a smile, nodding in affirmation. She continued, the ordinary triple-pattern Qingling pill can assist a fighter in breaking through the confines of the great fighter realm. If consumed by a great fighter, it offers a slight chance to elevate the user's level by 1 star, without the risk of adverse effects. The triple-pattern Qingling pill exists in 3 tiers, each tier manifesting as a distinct ring of patterns upon the pill. The highest grade is denoted by the formation of 3 rings, and this particular pill should be approached with caution by those beneath the great fighter rank. When consumed by a great fighter, it presents a chance to temporarily elevate one's prowess by 3 stars, albeit with a corresponding risk of adverse effects, potentially diminishing one's strength by 1 to 2 stars. However, it poses no threat to life. This pill here is the finest among the triple-pattern Qingling pills. What? A single pill can enable a great fighter to achieve a 3-star breakthrough in succession. Han Yu exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Her immediate reaction was one of incredulity. It seemed too extraordinary to be true. If you wish to ascertain its efficacy, merely try it, the young healer said with a smile, and with that, she waved her hand, lifting the restrictions placed upon Han Yu. Very well, Han Yu replied with a nod, her expression brightening. She swiftly opened the jade vial, poured the pill into her palm, and without hesitation, swallowed it. As the pill entered her body, a surge of immense energy erupted forth. In a short span of time, Han Yu's aura rapidly ascended, transitioning from a 3-star great fighter to the realm of a 6-star great fighter. Incredible! It truly has elevated me by 3 stars. As she felt the transformation within her, Han Yu's heart soared with joy, reflecting, what a bargain. 500,000 gold coins for an instant elevation of 3 stars. What a tremendous value. It seems today is indeed my moment of fortune. No, I must seize this opportunity with both hands. Regaining her composure, Han Yu gazed fervently at the shelves behind the young healer and quickly exclaimed, Young healer, could you kindly retrieve another red jar for me? Of course, Miss Han, please hold on a moment. Upon hearing Han Yu's words, the little medic fairy smiled and nodded, swiftly turning around to retrieve a crimson jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Han Yu. The first crimson jar had yielded a potion that instantaneously elevated her rank by 3 stars. She couldn't help but wonder what treasures this second jar would unveil. Gazing at the jar on the counter, anticipation welled up within Han Yu. In the next moment, she extended her hand and struck the jar with a swift motion. With a crisp crack, the crimson jar shattered into countless pieces, and the fragments transformed into a dazzling display of radiance, obscuring the vision of everyone present, rendering the interior scene invisible. After a brief moment, as Han Yu's gaze remained fixed, the resplendent light gradually dissipated, revealing the object within. What emerged upon the counter was a shuttle-shaped entity, entirely silver gray, elongated with pointed ends and a slightly thicker midsection. Measuring 81 centimeters in length and 27 centimeters at its widest point, it possessed a sleek profile adorned with intricate patterns. What could this be? Han Yu felt a profound astonishment as she beheld the object before her. The little medic fairy, observing the item on the counter, found it somewhat familiar. Therefore, she employed the ability bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze toward the treasure. As her eyes swept over it, information promptly surfaced. Dun Tian Su, originating from the world of swallowing the starry sky, this is a flying artifact known for its extraordinary speed. Its principle lies in its ability to generate a protective shield composed of patterns when activated. During rapid flight, the formidable winds created will interact with this shield, forming waves of energy. The multitude of patterns coalesces into a visible, streamlined energy shield surrounding the user, entirely constructed from these energy waves. Indeed, it is this artifact. After absorbing this information, the little medic fairy silently marveled and then introduced it to Han Yu. Miss Han Yu, this item is known as the Dun Tian Su. which forms a visibly streamlined energy shield, entirely composed of energy waves. What? It can generate a protective shield and facilitate flight. Such power is typically wielded only by formidable warriors. Upon hearing the little medic fairy's explanation, Han Yu was utterly astonished. Moreover, there exists a realm of wonder. For typically, as velocity increases during flight, so too does air resistance. Yet, upon stepping onto this remarkable device known as the Escape Sky Shuttle, the generated air currents astonishingly coalesce into a flawless, streamlined shield, diminishing resistance to an astonishing degree. This phenomenon elucidates the shuttle's capacity for rapid flight. Miss Han Yu, you are indeed fortunate to have acquired this extraordinary vessel. Observing Han Yu's astonished countenance, the young healer smiled and offered her congratulations. Fortune has little to do with it. I owe it all to the grace of the young healer. Han Yu humbly replied. But how should I utilize this marvel? She inquired. Her curiosity piqued by the Escape Sky Shuttle. Simply shed a drop of blood to recognize its master. The young healer responded with a knowing smile. Ah, I see. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Yu extended her hand, pricking her fingertip to allow a droplet of blood to fall onto the shuttle. The moment her blood touched the device, it emitted a dazzling black light. Once the radiance subsided, Han Yu discovered that the blood had been completely absorbed, creating a newfound connection between her and the shuttle. In the next instant, with a mere thought, the shuttle soared beneath her feet. Whoosh! Under Han Yu's command, the Escape Sky Shuttle whisked her from the entrance of the jar shop into the air, hovering several meters outside. Haha, this shuttle is astonishingly swift, rivaling even the might of those at the King of Combat level. Thrilled by the shuttle's power, Han Yu felt a surge of satisfaction. Soon, under her guidance, the shuttle returned her to the interior of the jar shop. Young healer, might I trouble you for another crimson jar? Han Yu asked with a smile. Fully aware that despite the shuttle's prowess, now was not the time for testing its shield's capabilities. She needed to seize the moment and procure additional jars to unveil more treasures. Certainly, Miss Han Yu, please hold on. The young healer nodded with a smile before swiftly turning to retrieve a crimson jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Han Yu. The first crimson jar yielded a potion that instantly elevated 3 ranks, and the second provided this wondrous shuttle capable of flight and defense. One wonders what treasures await from this third crimson jar? With anticipation swelling within her, Han Yu reached out and swiftly struck the jar. Crack! With the sharp sound of shattering glass, the crimson jar on the counter splintered into countless fragments. Immediately, the shattered fragments of the crimson jar transformed into a dazzling display of light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the scene within. After a brief moment, under Han Yu's attentive gaze, the resplendent glow on the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the objects contained within. There, atop the counter, lay a blue magic core, roughly the size of a grinding disc. This was yet another magic core, but its aura seemed significantly more potent than the previous one. Its rank likely reached the 6th or even the 7th tier. Observing the grinding disc-sized magic core, Han Yu began to ponder its significance. Young Miss Medic, could you assist me in assessing the quality of this magic core? Han Yu inquired without wasting time speculating on its attributes. Certainly, Miss Han Yu. Please hold on for a moment. Upon hearing Han Yu's request, the young Miss Medic nodded with a smile and swiftly utilized the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze towards the treasure on the counter. As her eyes swept over it, an immediate revelation of information emerged. 7th tier magic core. This magic core has reached the initial stage of the 7th tier and is of the water attribute. So, it is a 7th tier magic core. The astonishment was evident on the young Miss Medic's face as she absorbed this information. Have you discerned its nature? Han Yu asked, noticing her expression. Yes, indeed, I have. The young Miss Medic affirmed with a smile, then elaborated. This is a 7th tier magic core of the water attribute. A 7th tier magic core, no wonder it exudes such a formidable aura. Upon hearing her explanation, Han Yu's heart surged with elation. A 7th tier magic core corresponds to the crystalline remnants left by a magical beast of the strength comparable to a human Dou Zone, possessing immense value. This single core could potentially command several million or even tens of millions of gold coins, often being sought after yet rarely available. Understanding the significance of this core, Han Yu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. With this item, she could easily procure another 10 to 20 opportunities to open jars. Haha, Han Yu laughed heartily, swiftly securing the magic core from the counter. To avoid any delay, she addressed the young Miss Medic once more. Young Miss Medic, could you please retrieve another crimson jar for me? Of course, Miss Han Yu, please wait a moment. The young Miss Medic replied with a smile, promptly turning around to fetch another crimson jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Han Yu. The first crimson jar previously yielded a potion capable of instantly elevating 3-star levels. The second jar granted me a flying device, complete with a protective shield. The third jar revealed a highly valuable 7th-tier water attribute magic core. I wonder what treasures the fourth crimson jar might bestow upon me. Gazing at the crimson jar on the counter, Han Yu felt a surge of anticipation within her. Chapter 569, Level 2. The first crimson jar previously yielded a potion capable of instantly elevating 3-star levels. The second jar granted me a flying device, complete with a protective shield. The third jar revealed a highly valuable 7th-tier water attribute magic core. I wonder what treasures the fourth crimson jar might bestow upon me. Gazing at the crimson jar on the counter, Han Yu felt a surge of anticipation within her. In the next moment, Han Yu swiftly extended her hand and struck the jar. Crack! With the sharp sound of shattering glass, the crimson jar instantly splintered into numerous pieces. Immediately, the fragments of the shattered jar transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring the view of all onlookers, preventing anyone from discerning the spectacle within. Before long, under Han Yu's watchful gaze, the brilliant light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the item within. There, atop the counter, appeared a folding fan adorned with a picturesque landscape design. Is this a fan? Observing the treasure that had manifested, Han Yu felt an overwhelming curiosity. As a woman, possessing such a beautifully crafted object brought her immense joy. In the next moment, Han Yu turned to the little medical fairy and inquired, "Dear little medical fairy, could you assist me in discerning the effects of this item?" "Certainly, Miss Han Yu, please hold on," replied the little medical fairy with a smile, nodding in agreement. She swiftly summoned the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze towards the folding fan on the counter. As the little medical fairy's sight fell upon the fan, information promptly materialized on the counter. Cloud Sea Fan. This fan is a replica of the legendary Cloud Sea's folding fan. Once unfurled, it can create illusions, enveloping an area up to 100 miles. The smaller the area of effect, the stronger the illusion. Activation requires the consumption of fighting energy. Indeed, it is an item capable of inducing illusions, yet regrettably, it remains merely a crafted version. After reviewing the item's description, a hint of disappointment flickered across the little medical fairy's face. "Dear little medical fairy, have you discerned its nature?" Han Yu inquired, noticing the expression on her face. "Yes, Miss Han Yu." Upon hearing Han Yu's words, the little medical fairy quickly responded, smiling and nodding as she elucidated, "Miss Han Yu, this item is the fan of the Cloud Sea. It is a replica of the folding fan wielded by the formidable being of the Cloud Sea. Once unfurled, it can create illusions that can span a radius of up to 100 miles. The smaller the area of effect, the more potent the illusion. However, activating it requires the consumption of energy. 100 miles of illusion." Hearing the little medical fairy's explanation, Han Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with incredulity. While merely conjuring illusions might not be considered an extraordinary treasure, the prospect of a 100-mile radius was indeed terrifying. Such a vast illusion could ensnare a person, leaving them lost within its confines for a lifetime. This artifact is immensely powerful. Han Yu silently mused, contemplating how possessing such a treasure would enable her, with her current cultivation as a great dosher, to contend with those formidable Douhuang. "Little medical fairy, how might I acquire mastery over this treasure?" Han Yu inquired with curiosity. "This item requires a blood oath to recognize its master," the little medical fairy replied with a smile and a nod. "I see." Without a moment's hesitation, Han Yu extended her hand, pricked her fingertip, and allowed a drop of blood to fall upon the fan. As her blood touched the fan, a brilliant light emanated forth. Once the white glow subsided, the blood was completely absorbed by the fan. Simultaneously, Han Yu felt a peculiar connection blossoming between herself and the fan on the counter. Haha, with such a rare treasure, my safety in this Black Corner region will be greatly enhanced. Han Yu exclaimed joyfully, lifting the fan to examine it closely. At that moment, the little medical fairy gracefully handed her a more prestigious card, saying, "Miss Han Yu, congratulations on spending over 2.5 million in our store. You have been upgraded to level 2. Here is your level 2 VIP card. Please keep it safe." A level 2 VIP card. Glancing at the card presented by the little medical fairy, Han Yu felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. Achieving level 2 meant she could now purchase the most luxurious orange jars, each valued at 1 million gold coins. "Thank you, little medical fairy." Han Yu smiled as she accepted the VIP card, then inquired, "So now I can buy an orange jar, correct?" "Indeed," the little medical fairy affirmed with a nod. Receiving the little medical fairy's confirmation, Han Yu promptly requested, "Little medical fairy, could you please fetch me an orange jar?" "Certainly, Miss Han Yu, please hold on." The little medical fairy nodded with a smile, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Han Yu. "The crimson and ordinary jars had bestowed upon me splendid treasures. Surely, this orange jar will not disappoint." Gazing at the orange jar before her, Han Yu let out a silent sigh, then swiftly performed a gesture of prayer before gently extending her palm to strike the jar's surface. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered into pieces, scattering across the counter. Immediately, the fragments of the orange jar transformed into a dazzling array of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering the scene within invisible. Before long, under Han Yu's watchful gaze, the resplendent light began to dissipate, revealing the objects within. There, on the counter, appeared a transparent glass jar filled with small, green objects resembling fingernails. What is this? A jar containing something akin to beans. As she contemplated the transparent jar, Han Yu's mind was abuzz with speculation. What effects might this item possess? Surely, these beans are meant for consumption. After pondering for a moment, Han Yu concluded that her conjectures were futile. The quickest way to acquire information about the treasure was to consult the little physician. Thus, she addressed her directly. Little physician, could you please examine this treasure for me? Of course, Miss Han Yu, please hold on. Upon hearing Han Yu's request, the little physician smiled and nodded. Swiftly utilizing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, her gaze sweeping over the jar on the counter. As her eyes scanned the jar, information promptly revealed itself. Celestial beans. These celestial beans possess extraordinarily unique effects, enabling the summoning of bean soldiers. Each bean, when cast, generates a mirror image with 80% of its original strength. Lasting for a day, the total number of celestial beans is 300, and they can all be thrown simultaneously. Ah, indeed, it is the summoning of bean soldiers. Each celestial bean can embody 80% of its strength. How fortunate for Miss Han Yu to have drawn such an item on her first attempt. After reviewing the disclosed introduction, the little physician's face illuminated with realization. The last time this item was summoned, it had been by Queen Medusa. Little physician, have you discerned its nature? Observing the expression on the face of the little healer, Han Yu inquired once more. Indeed, Miss Han Yu, I have discerned that. Upon hearing her words, the little healer smiled and nodded, then proceeded to elucidate. This item is known as the Immortal Bean. It possesses an exceedingly extraordinary effect, capable of summoning soldiers from beans. Each bean, when cast, conjures an image that wields 80% of its original strength. The duration of each image is 1 day, and there are a total of 300 beans, which can all be deployed simultaneously. What? Summoning soldiers from beans? This is simply astounding. The little healer's explanation left Han Yu wide-eyed with disbelief. Is it truly as miraculous as you say, dear healer? How is it to be utilized? Han Yu collected her thoughts and asked again. The items from the jar shop are never counterfeit. As for the method of use, it is particularly simple. Whoever touches a bean will have that bean transform into their image, fighting on their behalf or performing other tasks. The little healer responded earnestly to Han Yu's inquiry. Is that so? Upon hearing the healer's words, Han Yu felt compelled to try it out. She slowly extended her hand to open the transparent jar, then grasped a bean. And with a mere thought, the bean instantly transformed into a beam of light and flew out, materializing beside her as a figure that mirrored her appearance and attire perfectly. Haha, this item is indeed remarkably powerful. Witnessing the transformation of the immortal bean, Han Yu became exhilarated. With these immortal beans, her arsenal had significantly strengthened. If she were to deploy all the beans at once, she would summon numerous allies with 80% of their original strength, making her formidable even against foes several ranks above her. Dear healer, could you please fetch me another orange jar? Han Yu requested once more. Miss Han Yu, your quota is insufficient. Please recharge first. The little healer smiled and shook her head in response to Han Yu's request. Oh, right. I need to recharge first. Han Yu quickly realized her oversight and began rummaging through her spatial ring. Dear healer, please assess how much gold these items can yield. After a thorough search, she laid out all her valuables from the ring. Very well, please hold on. The little healer nodded with a smile upon seeing the items Han Yu had brought forth, then swiftly employed the ability bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, casting her gaze over the treasures on the counter. Miss Han Yu, these items are valued at approximately 2,900,000 gold coins, plus the remaining 100,000 gold coins, totaling 3 million gold coins. The little healer concluded after her assessment. Upon hearing the results calculated by the little healer, Han Yu expressed no objections. Noticing Han Yu's agreement with the proposed quantity, the little healer promptly waved her hand, clearing the counter of all items. She swiftly turned around and retrieved an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Han Yu. This is my second orange jar. The first one granted me the miraculous beans that can summon soldiers from mere beans. I wonder what treasures this second jar will bestow upon me. With a glimmer of anticipation in her heart, Han Yu gazed at the items on the counter. In the next moment, after performing a gesture of prayer, Han Yu slowly extended her hand and placed it upon the jar. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered, scattering into countless fragments. Immediately, the shards transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring everyone's view of the scene within. After a brief moment, under Han Yu's watchful gaze, the resplendent light gradually dissipated, revealing the contents inside. To her astonishment, a ring adorned with a green gemstone materialized on the counter. A ring? Could this be a storage ring? Han Yu felt a surge of curiosity as she contemplated the treasure before her. While it appeared to be a storage ring, she understood that it might possess other unique effects, as the treasures from this peculiar shop defied conventional expectations. However, Han Yu was acutely aware that inquiring with the little healer would be the swiftest way to glean information about the treasure. Thus, without hesitation, she addressed the little healer. "Dear little healer, could you assist me in examining the treasure on the counter?" "Of course, Miss Han Yu. Please hold on." The little healer smiled and nodded in response, swiftly employing the abilities granted to her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze toward the green ring on the counter. As her eyes scanned the ring, information promptly materialized on the counter. Chapter 571, The Treasure Viewing Ring. "Indeed, Miss Han Yu, please wait a moment," the little healer affirmed, her smile unwavering as she diligently utilized her powers, which revealed the following information. Treasure Viewing Ring. This ring originates from a remastered legendary game. Wearing this ring allows one to glimpse 20% of the specific information regarding the treasures possessed by a chosen individual. However, should one attempt to view the same individual a second time, the probability of seeing the same type of treasure diminishes significantly, with a cooldown period of 1 day for repeated inquiries on the same person. Ah, what an intriguing artifact. Observing the information before her, a curious expression emerged on the face of the young healer. "My dear young healer, have you discerned something?" Han Yu inquired once more, noting the change in her companion's demeanor. "Indeed, Miss Han Yu, I have," replied the young healer with a smile and proceeded to elucidate. This item is known as the Treasure Viewing Ring, originating from a revamped legendary game. This ring allows the wearer to glimpse 20% of the specific details regarding the treasures possessed by a chosen individual. However, should one attempt to use it on the same person a second time, the likelihood of seeing the same type of treasure diminishes significantly, and there exists a cooldown period of 1 day for repeated use on the same individual. The Treasure Viewing Ring unveils the specifics of others' treasures. Upon hearing this introduction, Han Yu felt little excitement. To her, the ability to scrutinize another's treasures paled in comparison to discerning their cultivation, combat skills, or techniques. She believed that this shop was her singular opportunity, unaware that many others had already accessed this chance before her. Notably, figures like Xiao Yin, Yun Yun, Medusa, Hai Bo Dong, and Yao Yi had uncovered numerous treasures, each harboring their own secrets. If the efficacy of the treasure viewing ring were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among those eager to exchange for it. "Miss Han Yu, you appear somewhat unperturbed," remarked the young healer with a smile. "Indeed." Han Yu nodded, expressing that in the land of Dou Qi, treasures were seldom regarded with great interest, as formidable weapons and armor were deemed more practical than abstract cultivation levels. "You shall soon comprehend the true power of this item," the young healer teased with a knowing smile. In the next moment, Han Yu began to inquire about the method of utilizing the ring. The young healer responded promptly. "To claim this ring, one must simply drop a drop of blood to recognize its master." "Drop of blood to recognize its master, you say?" With renewed determination, Han Yu extended her hand, pricked her fingertip, and allowed a droplet of blood to fall upon the ring resting on the counter. As the blood touched the ring, it radiated a brilliant light, and as the verdant glow faded, the blood was fully absorbed. In that instant, Han Yu sensed a peculiar bond forming between herself and the ring. However, she did not place much significance on the ring at that moment. Swiftly, she stowed it away and turned to the young healer, stating, "Kindly fetch me another orange jar, if you please." "Of course, Miss Han Yu, please hold on," replied the young healer with a smile, before swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Han Yu. "This is my third orange jar. The first orange jar granted me the magical beans that could summon an army with a mere sprinkle. The second orange jar revealed the treasure-seeking ring, allowing me to glimpse the riches of others. I wonder what treasures this third orange jar will bestow upon me." Gazing at the treasures on the counter, Han Yu felt a surge of anticipation within her heart. In the next moment, after performing a prayer, Han Yu slowly extended her hand and placed it upon the jar. Crack! With the crisp sound of the jar shattering, the orange jar on the counter instantly splintered into pieces. Immediately, the fragments of the broken jar transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering the scene within invisible to everyone. Before long, under Han Yu's watchful gaze, the brilliant light began to dissipate, revealing the item within. To her surprise, a white hat appeared atop the counter. What could this be? Observing the white hat, Han Yu felt a surge of curiosity. However, She understood that only by consulting the little healer could she swiftly acquire information about the treasure. Without hesitation, she addressed her, "Little healer, could you please take a look at the treasure on the counter for me?" "Of course, Miss Hanyu, please wait a moment." Upon hearing Hanyu's request, the little healer smiled and nodded. She swiftly employed the abilities granted to her by Yi Yun and cast her gaze upon the gray hat on the counter. As her eyes swept over it, information materialized before them on the counter. Stone hat, originating from the world of Douluo. This hat is crafted from a special material and possesses a remarkable effect, allowing the wearer to transform into a stone, evading the notice of all. Even those employing divine powers or other concealment tools would find it challenging to detect. Ah, it truly is the stone hat. A look of realization washed over the little healer's face as she read the information displayed. "Little healer, have you already figured it out?" Hanyu inquired, observing the expression on her face. "Indeed, I have." The little healer replied with a smile, then elaborated, "Miss Hanyu, this item is known as the stone hat, originating from the world of Douluo. It is made from a special material that enables the wearer to transform into an inconspicuous stone, evading detection even from those using divine powers or various concealment tools. Oh, the effect is to transform the wearer into an unnoticeable stone." Hanyu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the little healer's explanation. The stone hat, which transforms its wearer into an inconspicuous stone, proves to be remarkably advantageous for ambushes or evading pursuers. Chapter 572, The Interference Crystal. Oh, the effect is indeed to turn the wearer into a seemingly ordinary stone. Upon hearing the introduction from the little medicine fairy, Hanyu momentarily froze in surprise. The stone hat, capable of rendering one into stone, is immensely useful for ambushing or escaping. Once she regained her composure, a jubilant expression illuminated Hanyu's face, for, according to the little medicine fairy's description, even the most formidable of foes would be unable to detect the stone form unless they possessed extraordinary means. Thus, Hanyu's sense of security was greatly enhanced. "Little medicine fairy, does this treasure require refining?" Hanyu inquired as she came to her senses. "No. Anyone who wears it will instantly acquire its power," replied the little medicine fairy, shaking her head. "Is that so?" Without hesitation, Hanyu reached out to don the stone hat. In the next moment, she seemed to vanish from her spot entirely. Fortunately, the little medicine fairy, aware of the artifact's effects, glanced down to see a stone that closely resembled the color and texture of the shop's floor. Upon realizing she had transformed into a stone yet retained her previous senses, Hanyu was filled with exhilaration. She removed the stone hat and reverted to her human form, then excitedly addressed the little medicine fairy. "Could you please fetch me another orange jar?" "Certainly, Miss Hanyu, please wait a moment." The little medicine fairy smiled and nodded, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Hanyu. "This is my fourth orange jar. The first one yielded the magical beans that could summon soldiers, the second revealed the treasure-seeking ring, and the third granted me the stone hat. I wonder what delightful treasure this fourth jar will bestow upon me." As she gazed at the treasures on the counter, anticipation swelled within Hanyu. In the next moment, after performing a gesture of prayer, Hanyu slowly extended her palm and placed it upon the jar. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering, the orange jar splintered into numerous pieces. Immediately, the fragments transformed into a dazzling display of radiant light, obscuring the vision of all present, leaving no one able to discern the scene within. Before long, under Hanyu's watchful gaze, the brilliant light began to dissipate, revealing the item contained within. Before them, on the counter, lay a diamond-shaped purple crystal, roughly the size of an adult's calf. How remarkably beautiful this gem is. Observing the treasure that had emerged on the counter, Hanyu was instantly filled with exhilaration. However, after her initial excitement, she refrained from speculating about the crystal's effects, for she understood that inquiring with the little medicine immortal would be the most expedient way to uncover the treasure's secrets. Thus, without hesitation, she turned to the little medicine immortal and asked, "Miss Little Medicine Immortal, could you assist me in examining this treasure?" "Of course, Miss Hanyu, please wait a moment." The little medicine immortal replied with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. She then swiftly harnessed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun and directed her gaze toward the diamond crystal on the counter. As her sight fell upon it, a piece of information promptly materialized. Interference crystal, originating from the world of League of Legends. This equipment grants enhancements to health, armor, and health regeneration speed. Furthermore, it possesses a unique active effect called interference. Once activated, it renders all structures within a 10-kilometer radius incapable of attacking for 10 seconds, with a cooldown period of 360 seconds. Ah, what an extraordinary item with such a unique effect. Upon reading the information displayed, a look of astonishment flickered in the Little Medicine Immortal's eyes. "Miss Little Medicine Immortal, have you discerned its nature?" Hanyu inquired, noticing the expression on her face. Indeed. Miss Hanyu, I have. The little medicine immortal responded with a smile, quickly elaborating. This item is known as the Interference Crystal. It hails from the realm of League of Legends and provides enhancements to health, armor, and health regeneration speed. Additionally, it features a unique active effect called Interference, which, when utilized, disables the attacking capabilities of nearby structures within a 10-kilometer radius for a duration of 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 360 seconds. The Interference Crystal temporarily disables the attacking capabilities of structures for 10 seconds? What utility does that serve? Hanyu queried, her reaction subdued, as her worldview had yet to encompass any structures that could autonomously attack. Were she aware of the extraordinary buildings conjured by Hai Buodong and the Medusa Queen, she would grasp the immense and wondrous potential of this treasure. Miss Hanyu, once you encounter those structures capable of launching attacks, you will come to appreciate the remarkable effect of this item. The Little Medicine Immortal replied with a smile. In the next moment, Hanyu inquired, Miss Little Medicine Immortal, how should I utilize this item? Is it through bloodletting to bind it to me? Miss Hanyu, this item does not require blood to establish a bond. Upon hearing Hanyu's inquiry, the Little Medicine Fairy shook her head and replied, all equipment from the League of Legends universe merely requires one to touch it and silently utter the phrase use. And furthermore, the equipment from this realm does not occupy any physical space on your body. It exists in a wondrous equipment bar to exert its effects. Such marvel, Hanyu exclaimed, filled with astonishment at the Little Medicine Fairy's explanation of the equipment from the League of Legends world. This kind of gear directly enhances physical attributes without any encumbrance, making it exceedingly practical. In the next moment, following the Little Medicine Fairy's guidance, Hanyu extended her hand to touch the purple crystal, subsequently whispering the word use in her heart. As soon as Hanyu's internal utterance faded, the purple crystal instantly transformed into a beam of violet light, seamlessly entering her body. Incredible. It is truly remarkable. The convenience of utilizing this equipment is unparalleled. There is no need to physically wield it. Its effects are directly bestowed upon me. Hanyu expressed her satisfaction, realizing that donning such equipment meant an immediate enhancement of her strength while still being able to wield other weapons in battle. Once she grasped the implications, Hanyu's heart swelled with excitement. She promptly addressed the Little Medicine Fairy, saying, Dear Little Medicine Fairy, could you please fetch me another orange jar? Certainly, Miss Hanyu. Please hold on a moment. The Little Medicine Fairy smiled and nodded, swiftly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Hanyu. This is my 5th orange jar. The first one yielded a magical beam that could summon soldiers. The second granted me a ring that allows me to glimpse others' treasures. The third produced a hat that transforms the wearer into stone, and the fourth provided a crystal that enhances life force, martial energy, and disrupts building attacks. I wonder what treasures this 5th orange jar will unveil for me. Hanyu mused, her heart brimming with anticipation as she gazed at the treasures on the counter. In the next moment, after performing a gesture of prayer, Hanyu slowly extended her palm to strike the jar. With a crisp crack, the orange jar shattered into countless pieces before her eyes. Immediately, the shattered fragments of the orange jar transformed into a dazzling aura, enveloping the gazes of all present, obscuring their vision of the scene within. Moments later, under Hanyu's watchful gaze, the radiant glow atop the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the objects concealed within. There, upon the counter, appeared a badge adorned with 2 swords, exuding an air of solemnity. A badge? Observing the metallic emblem before her, curiosity flickered in Hanyu's eyes. As a disciple of Canaan Academy, she too bore the exclusive badge of her institution. What extraordinary effects might this badge possess? Hanyu pondered briefly, but soon realized that inquiring with the Little Medical Fairy would be the swiftest way to obtain information about the treasure. Thus, without hesitation, she addressed the Little Medical Fairy. Miss Little Medical Fairy, could you assist me in examining the treasure on this counter? Of course, Miss Hanyu, please hold on, responded the Little Medical Fairy with a smile, nodding in agreement. She swiftly activated the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze towards the treasure on the counter. As her eyes scanned the items, information promptly emerged. Guardian's Oath Badge, originating from the League of Legends universe. Equipping this badge grants vitality and health bonuses, as well as the ability to bind to an ally. This binding effect can only be changed once within a day. When bound to an ally, if either party sustains damage, the Guardian's Oath will activate, creating a shield for both individuals that possesses strength tenfold that of their own defensive capabilities. Additionally, both will receive a 300 increase in movement speed towards each other for a duration of 30 seconds. This skill may only be activated once per day. Oh, such a protective treasure exists. The Little Medical Fairy exclaimed, astonished by the information revealed. Have you discerned its nature? Hanyu inquired. noting the expression of surprise on the little medical fairy's face. Indeed, Miss Hanyu, I have. The little medical fairy affirmed with a smile. Then elaborated. This item is known as the Guardian's Oath Badge, originating from the League of Legends universe. Equipping this badge grants vitality and health bonuses, as well as the ability to bind to an ally. This binding effect can only be changed once within a day, upon binding to an ally. If either party sustains damage, the Guardian's Oath will activate, summoning a shield for both individuals that possesses strength tenfold that of their own defensive capabilities. Furthermore, both will experience a 300 increase in movement speed towards each other, which escalates to 1000 while in motion, lasting for 30 seconds. This skill, too, may only be activated once per day. The Guardian's Oath Badge possesses such remarkable capabilities that it can transcend vast distances to safeguard another individual. Upon hearing the introduction from the little medic, Hanyu felt a surge of delight in her heart. This Guardian Badge can cover immeasurable distances. As soon as one party encounters danger, the other party can instantly be informed and rush to their aid at tenfold speed, exhibiting exceedingly effective results. Furthermore, the defensive shield that grants tenfold protection is also remarkably impressive. However, with a mere 30 seconds to reach the location, one's own strength will determine whether it is feasible. Once she regained her composure, Hanyu swiftly grasped the badge. Recalling the method of using equipment from the world of League of Legends, she silently chanted the word use in her mind, and the next moment, the badge transformed into a stream of light and entered her body, binding to an ally. This could later be linked to her sister, Han Shui. As she contemplated the badge's function, her thoughts drifted to her sister, who was currently in the northern region of Zhongzhou. Calming herself, Hanyu continued speaking to the little medic. Miss Little Medic, could you please fetch me another orange jar? Miss Hanyu, I regret to inform you that your quota has been exhausted. Please recharge your quota to make a purchase, the little medic replied with a gentle smile, shaking her head. Indeed, her previous quota had been entirely consumed. Hanyu nodded thoughtfully. Presently, besides the treasures she had just acquired, she possessed only a few essential items, and that spatial ring. If she were to utilize the spatial ring to recharge her quota, what would she use to store her treasures? As these thoughts occupied her mind, Hanyu's brows began to furrow. Miss Hanyu, is your quota insufficient? If it is, you can return home to retrieve more. The jar shop remains in each location for 3 days, which means that I and the jar shop will still be here tomorrow and the day after, the little medic said cheerfully. Very well. It appears that I have no other option, Hanyu replied with resignation, nodding in acknowledgement. At present, she possessed numerous treasures, among which the value of several magic cores was exceedingly high. If she could transport them to Canaan Academy, she could sell them for a substantial fortune. Miss Little Medic, then I shall bid you farewell for now, Hanyu said with a smile, offering a polite gesture to the little medic. Miss Hanyu, if you have some friends, I hope you can recommend me. Little medical sage suddenly thought of something and replied with a smile. That is certainly possible. Should I encounter them, I will certainly mention it. Upon hearing little medical sage's words, Hanyu hesitated for a moment, then promptly spoke. However, while her lips uttered these words, her heart was resolute. The matter regarding the jar shop must not be divulged to anyone upon her return. This opportunity was uniquely hers, and if it were to come to the knowledge of others, it might attract the covetous eyes of formidable beings, leading to an array of unnecessary troubles. After bidding farewell to little medical sage, Hanyu prepared to retrace her original path back to the Canaan Academy. With the flying treasure, the sky shuttle, at her disposal, her travel speed could, if fully exerted, surpass her previous pace by several times. Yet, to avoid drawing attention, she chose to walk as she approached Canaan Academy, ultimately arriving just before dusk. Upon reaching the academy, Hanyu directly took a 5th-tier magic core to a trading market. This magic core had initially cost her a mere 100,000 gold coins when she acquired it from an ordinary jar. Now, upon presenting it at the trading market, its value had soared to 120,000 gold coins. Hanyu, to think you could obtain a 5th-tier magic core from a venture into the magical Beast Mountains. Your luck is indeed remarkable. A mentor from Canaan Academy approached her while she was setting up her stall, astonished. Ah, teacher, it is merely luck. I discovered a cave and found a collection of magic cores inside, so I took them all, Hanyu explained with a smile. Though her explanation might seem fabricated, the elder from Canaan Academy did not press further, for everyone has their own opportunities, and even the elders had no authority to interfere in such matters. Hanyu, I will take this magic core, but I must ask, why sell gold coins instead of fire energy? There is nothing in the academy that can be purchased with gold. The elder inquired, somewhat perplexed. Well, I have enough fire energy each month, and I save the gold coins for future use after graduation, Hanyu replied. The elder was even more skeptical of Hanyu's excuse, yet the next moment, he still produced gold coins and purchased the magic core. After the elder departed, Hanyu retrieved another 5th-tier magic core and continued her sales. Within the Canaan Academy, only fire energy was in circulation, and most students hailed from affluent backgrounds. Upon learning that they could exchange gold coins for magical cores here, many were eager to oblige. Ultimately, after a bidding war among 7 or 8 individuals, Han Yu's second 5th-tier magic core was sold for an impressive 150,000 gold coins. In the present day, the value of a magic core barely fetches the price of 3 orange jars, which is utterly insufficient. Must I truly consider parting with that 7th-tier magic core? Han Yu contemplated the gold coins in her possession, feeling a sense of hesitation. The 7th-tier magic core is exceedingly extraordinary. Even the Grand Elder of the Academy might be roused by its presence. Nevertheless, perhaps it is worth the gamble. If I can procure a dozen or so orange jars in return, what does it matter if I am met with suspicion? After a moment of reflection, Han Yu finally resolved to act. Her first destination was the Fire Elder of the Inner Academy, a venerable figure in the alchemist division whose skills in alchemy had ascended to the 5th-tier high rank. Han Yu, my dear, what brings you to seek me? The Fire Elder inquired with a smile, his red hair framing a face full of warmth. Esteemed Elder, I have come to present something of great value for your consideration. Han Yu boldly declared, cutting straight to the chase. Something valuable, you say? Let us have a look, the Fire Elder responded, his curiosity piqued. Please, close the door first. Lest others catch a glimpse, Han Yu whispered conspiratorially. Very well. With a wave of his hand, the Fire Elder sealed the doors and windows, casting a spell to obscure their presence. Is it now permissible to unveil what you possess? The Fire Elder asked, his intrigue growing. Indeed. With newfound determination, Han Yu produced the 7th-tier magic core from the Crimson Jar. This is a 7th-tier magic core? The Fire Elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Astonishment etched across his features. Wherever did you acquire such a remarkable item? He queried. It was discovered in a cave on the back mountain, Elder. Now, will you purchase it or not? Han Yu stated plainly, refraining from elaborating further. I shall buy it, but what do you seek in exchange? The Fire Elder probed. I seek gold coins or other treasures, converted to gold at market value. Approximately 20 million gold coins would suffice. Han Yu replied, her voice steady. 20 million gold coins. The Fire Elder's confusion deepened upon hearing her words. A 7th-tier magic core is, in essence, a rarity with little to no market value. It cannot be acquired with mere gold. Even in exchange for other items, Han Yu would incur a significant loss. 20 million gold coins would hardly suffice to procure a 7th-tier magic core. If a trade were indeed to occur, the Fire Elder would undoubtedly profit immensely. Chapter 575, The Battle in the Desert. A 7th-tier magic core is essentially a rare commodity, virtually priceless and unattainable with mere gold. Even if one were to propose a trade, it would be an immense loss for Han Yu, as 2 million gold coins would not suffice to procure a 7th-tier magic core. Should a trade be initiated, Elder Hua would undoubtedly reap substantial profits. Han Yu, are you certain you only require something valued at 2 million in the market? Elder Hua inquired once more. Indeed. Han Yu nodded affirmatively. Very well. Let me see what I can find. With Han Yu's confirmation, Elder Hua immediately dismissed other concerns and began searching through his room and spatial ring. Soon, he presented a collection of bottles, jars, and scrolls before Han Yu. These items are likely worth over 2 million gold coins in the market. Take them. Elder Hua declared with great pride. As a seasoned alchemist, his collection was indeed considerable. Thank you, Elder Hua. This 7th-tier magic core is yours. Without hesitation, Han Yu handed over the magic core and swiftly gathered the treasures Elder Hua had provided, hastily departing as if fearing the elder might reconsider. Observing Han Yu's anxious demeanor, Elder Hua briefly entertained the notion that she had offered him a counterfeit and quickly inspected the 7th-tier magic core he had received. It's not fake. This energy fluctuation can only be produced by a 7th-tier magic core. Elder Hua mused after his examination. Meanwhile, Han Yu had already distanced herself, leaving the alchemy department behind. That evening, she had no intention of visiting the jar shop again, fearing that others might suspect her and follow her. Instead, she resolved to engage in her regular training for the night, planning to set out the next morning. In the northwestern continent, within the Tagar Desert, Queen Medusa was bustling among the various serpent folk tribes as night approached, gathering the assembled serpent folk and resources into her inner realm. Now that the 8 tribes had gathered, I can focus entirely on tomorrow's battle, she mused in the sky. In the following hours, Queen Medusa continued to sweep across the desert, searching for any potential stragglers. Before long, the night passed, and as the sun rose on the following day, a figure appeared in the sky above the desert, each hand bearing a small tower. This figure was Haiba Dong, who, at that moment, was holding the Frost Tower and the explosive Flame Tower, riding upon the celestial shuttle, accompanied by 2 pinnacle 6th-tier magical beasts, exuding an imposing presence. Shortly after Haiba Dong's arrival, His gaze fell upon a woman clad in a flowing red veil. None other than Queen Medusa. Queen Medusa, today I, Haiba Dong, shall demonstrate my might. Come at me. I intend to make you, who dared to challenge my authority, wish for life and death. Upon their first encounter, neither party indulged in trivialities. They were poised for combat. On Haiba Dong's side, he swiftly summoned the Twin Towers, the Blazing Tower and the Frost Tower, which rapidly transformed into two colossal structures. Meanwhile, Queen Medusa displayed equal fervor, promptly unveiling her own level 4 Blazing Tower, which surpassed Haiba Dong's in both level and imposing stature, seemingly overshadowing him with an aura of dominance. The Serpent Folk also possessed a Blazing Tower, appearing even more formidable. Observing the level 4 Blazing Tower that Queen Medusa had produced, Haiba Dong furrowed his brow, well aware of the tower's devastating potential. The level 3 version was already formidable, and a level 4 would pose a significant threat. As predicted, both he and Queen Medusa simultaneously commanded their Blazing Towers to unleash bombardments. However, Medusa's energy cannon effortlessly shattered the energy spheres projected by her tower. The explosive might of the level 4 Blazing Tower was indeed tremendous, with an extensive range. In an instant, Haiba Dong activated the Black God set, enveloping his form in a shroud of darkness. Sensing further insecurity, he retrieved the illusion sphere, whose outer shell even an emperor-level powerhouse could not breach. It was inconceivable that Queen Medusa could penetrate it, especially since the illusion sphere adapted seamlessly to its surroundings, rendering Haiba Dong virtually invisible to her. What kind of stealth artifact or technique has this old fellow employed? Though experienced, Queen Medusa was unfazed by Haiba Dong's sudden disappearance. Her gaze remained fixed on the sky where he had previously stood. She sensed an unseen force that shielded the energy from her Blazing Tower, leaving that area untouched while the surrounding space blazed with intense heat. Let me see how I can draw you out, Queen Medusa mused, as she began to search for her own artifacts to counter the concealed Haiba Dong. Thus, a breathtaking battle erupted in the desolate expanse of the desert. Meanwhile, at Canaan Academy, within the inner courtyard, Han Yu concluded a day of training and prepared to revisit the jar shop. Exercising caution, she wandered aimlessly within the academy for an hour before concluding that she was not being followed, which allowed her to leave the academy with ease and head towards the back mountain. After several more hours, Han Yu deliberately took a circuitous route before finally arriving at the jar shop. Miss Han Yu, you have arrived, greeted the little medicine fairy warmly upon her entrance. Dear little medicine fairy, could you kindly deposit these items into my account? Han Yu promptly presented all the items she had acquired the previous day. Certainly. Upon encountering the multitude of items brought by Han Yu, the little medicine fairy was filled with immense joy. In the next moment, she swiftly employed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze towards the treasures presented by Han Yu. Before long, the little medicine fairy calculated the worth and exclaimed to Han Yu, Miss Han Yu, these items are valued at 26 million gold coins. 26 million. Was that not sufficient to open 26 orange jars? How exhilarating. Upon hearing the little medicine fairy's words, Han Yu became exceedingly animated. Let us proceed with the recharge, Han Yu affirmed. With her confirmation, the little medicine fairy hesitated no longer and promptly collected all the items. Chapter 576, The Wealthy Han Yu. 26 million. How thrilling it is to think that it is enough to open 26 orange jars. Han Yu's excitement was palpable. Let us recharge, she reiterated. With Han Yu's affirmation, the little medicine fairy swiftly began to gather the items. Dear little medicine fairy, might I trouble you to fetch me an orange jar? As the little medicine fairy collected the treasures and the VIP card reflected an additional 26 million in credit, Han Yu smiled eagerly. Certainly, Miss Han Yu. Please hold on for a moment. The little medicine fairy nodded with a smile, then quickly turned to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Han Yu. This is the first orange jar of the day. May it bring me good fortune. The jars from yesterday were truly treasures. Gazing at the jar upon the counter, Han Yu found herself silently praying. After completing her ritual, she slowly extended her hand to tap the jar. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered into countless pieces. Immediately, the fragments transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the scene within. Before long, under Han Yu's attentive gaze, the brilliant light gradually dissipated, revealing the contents inside. There, upon the counter, lay a cloak, its material indiscernible, yet emanating an eerie green flame. A cloak? This cloak is quite peculiar, as it is shrouded in flames. How is one to wear it without being scorched? Observing the treasure that had appeared on the counter, curiosity filled Han Yu's eyes. She could feel the intense heat radiating from the cloak, far surpassing that of ordinary fire. After a brief moment, Han Yu shook her head once more, pondering to herself, surely not. If this trench coat were capable of burning someone, who would dare to wear it? It must be that the flames can be refined. If that is the case, then there is nothing to worry about. However, donning such an attire would surely deter anyone from approaching, as merely getting close is already exceedingly scorching. Ultimately, Han Yu understood that the quickest way to obtain information about the treasure was to consult Xiao Yixian, so she hesitated not, and directly inquired, Miss Xiao Yixian, could you assist me in examining the treasures on the counter? Of course, Miss Han Yu, please hold on. Upon hearing Han Yu's words, Xiao Yixian smiled and nodded, swiftly utilizing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze toward the treasures on the counter. As Xiao Yixian's eyes scanned the items, an instant revelation of information emerged. Flame trench coat, originating from the world of the game Warcraft. This equipment enhances physical capabilities and armor and possesses a halo skill. Once activated, this halo skill inflicts life damage to all enemies marked within a 1 kilometer radius, dealing between 1% to 10% damage per second. For instance, if the enemy is weaker than the wearer, they will suffer 10% damage per second. If stronger, they will incur 9% damage per second or lower, with a minimum damage of 1% per second. Ah, indeed, it is this flame trench coat. Such terrifying power. Enemies weaker than the wearer could survive no longer than 10 seconds within a kilometer. After perusing the information displayed on the counter, a look of realization spread across Xiao Yixian's face. Miss Xiao Yixian, have you already discerned its nature? Observing the expression on Xiao Yixian's face, Han Yu promptly asked again. Yes, indeed. Miss Han Yu, I have figured it out. Xiao Yixian affirmed with a smile, then elaborated. Miss Han Yu, this item is called the Flame Trench Coat, originating from the world of Warcraft. It enhances physical capabilities and armor and possesses a halo skill. Once activated, it inflicts life damage to all enemies marked within a 1 kilometer radius, dealing between 1% to 10% damage per second. For instance, if the enemy is weaker than the wearer, they will suffer 10% damage per second. If stronger, they will incur 9% damage per second or lower, with a minimum damage of 1% per second. What? Upon hearing Xiao Yixian's introduction, Han Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. This is simply astonishing. Such a trench coat with such formidable power. Who among the enemies would dare approach within a kilometer? If their strength is inferior to mine, they would surely perish within 10 seconds. This is truly terrifying. Dear Miss Xiao Yixian, is it truly the case that this item is beneficial for individuals of any realm? Han Yu expressed her lingering uncertainty. While she held a firm belief in the products of the jar shop, the description of this treasure seemed overwhelmingly extraordinary. Miss Han Yu, the description of this treasure is indeed accurate. At the very least, those with the strength of a Dou Qi must endure a minimum of 1% life damage. In response to Han Yu's skepticism, Xiao Yixian swiftly nodded affirmatively. Such terrifying potential. Even Dou Zun and Dou Sheng practitioners would regard this with caution. Han Yu felt a surge of excitement within her and quickly inquired, Miss Xiao Yixian, does this item require a blood oath for its master? Not at all. Hearing Han Yu's question, Xiao Yixian gently shook her head and explained, this item functions similarly to the equipment in the world of League of Legends. One merely needs to silently utter the command to use it in their heart. Ah, I see. Upon receiving Xiao Yixian's reply, Han Yu nodded decisively and without hesitation reached out to grasp the flame cloak, subsequently murmuring the command to activate it in her heart. As she uttered her silent incantation, the flame cloak automatically enveloped her. An ethereal flame enveloped Han Yu's upper body, enhancing her aura of mystery. Although the cloak radiated an intense heat, it would not inflict harm unless the wearer designated someone as an enemy. This truly is a remarkable treasure. It seems I must be careful not to hastily mark adversaries in the future. After comprehending the effects of the flame cloak, Han Yu mused inwardly. Chapter 577, Lightning Strike. The ethereal flames enveloped Han Yu's upper body, further augmenting her enigmatic presence. This truly was a valuable artifact. It appeared that she must be prudent in marking enemies, for the power of this item was immense, and indiscriminate marking could lead to catastrophic consequences. Next, with a thought, Han Yu concealed the mystical green flames and continued speaking to Xiao Yixian. Miss Xiao Yixian, could you kindly fetch me another orange jar? Certainly, Miss Han Yu. Please hold on. Hearing Han Yu's request, Xiao Yixian smiled and nodded, then swiftly turned to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Han Yu. This was the second orange jar of the day. She hoped it would bring her good fortune. The first jar had yielded the flame cloak, which was indeed a treasure. Gazing at the jars on the counter, Han Yu couldn't help but invoke a silent prayer. After completing her ritual, she slowly extended her hand and tapped the jar. Crack! With the sharp sound of a jar shattering, the orange vessel on the counter was instantly reduced to countless fragments. Following this, the shards of the broken jar transformed into a dazzling radiance, obscuring the vision of all present. rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. After a brief moment, under Han Yu's gaze, the brilliant light began to gradually dissipate, revealing the objects hidden within. On the counter, a crimson claw emerged, exuding an overwhelming pressure that caused Han Yu to feel a pang of trepidation. What is this? Why does it resemble the claw of some creature? Han Yu pondered in confusion. In the next instant, realizing that consulting the little medical fairy was the quickest way to uncover the treasure's secret, Han Yu unhesitatingly addressed her. Little medical fairy, could you assist me in examining the treasure on this counter? Of course, Miss Han Yu, please hold on. Upon hearing Han Yu's request, the little medical fairy nodded with a smile, quickly employing the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, her gaze sweeping over the crimson claw. Dragon's Claw, an item from the world of League of Legends. When equipped, it significantly enhances energy attacks, rendering physical assaults ineffective. This effect is passive and always in effect. Ah, indeed it is the Dragon's Claw, a wondrous artifact from the League of Legends universe. A look of astonishment spread across the little medical fairy's face as she absorbed this information. Little medical fairy, have you discerned its nature? Han Yu inquired, noticing the expression of surprise on her companion's face. Yes, I have. The little medical fairy affirmed with a smile, then elaborated, Miss Han Yu. This item is the Dragon's Claw, an artifact from the League of Legends world, which greatly amplifies energy attacks, making physical attacks ineffective. This effect is passive and perpetually active. What? The Dragon's Claw. Upon hearing the little medical fairy's description of its capabilities, an expression of profound astonishment crossed Han Yu's features. So it is a Dragon's Claw. Imbued with such miraculous properties, from the realm of League of Legends, she mused. With determination, Han Yu extended her hand to grasp the Dragon's Claw, silently invoking its use. In an instant, the claw transformed into a red beam and surged into Han Yu's body. Haha, with this treasure, even the energy attacks of formidable Dou Huang warriors will be diminished to the point of inflicting minimal harm upon me. Reveling in the power of the Dragon's Claw, Han Yu felt a surge of joy. In the time that followed, Han Yu remained industrious, eager to expend the entirety of her 26 million gold coins as swiftly as possible. In the next moment, Han Yu addressed the little medicine fairy once more. Dear little medicine fairy, could you kindly retrieve another orange jar for me? Certainly, Miss Han Yu. Please hold on for a moment. Upon hearing Han Yu's request, the little medicine fairy smiled and nodded, swiftly turning around to fetch an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it gently before Han Yu. This marked the third orange jar of the day. She hoped it would bring her good fortune. The first jar had yielded a fiery cloak, while the second had produced the Dragon's Claw, capable of defending against energy attacks. Truly treasures indeed. Gazing at the jars upon the counter, Han Yu couldn't help but offer a silent prayer. After completing her ritual, she slowly extended her hand and tapped the jar. With a crisp crack, the orange jar shattered into a myriad of pieces. Instantly, the fragments transformed into a dazzling radiance, enveloping the vision of all present, obscuring the scene within. Before long, under Han Yu's watchful gaze, the resplendent light gradually dissipated, revealing the contents within. There, upon the counter, lay a silver scroll, emanating an aura of thunder. A scroll? Han Yu's eyes widened in astonishment upon beholding the silver scroll on the counter. At long last, she had encountered a familiar treasure. She mused inwardly, uncertain whether this scroll contained a martial arts technique or a combat skill. However, she understood that the quickest route to deciphering the treasure's nature lay in consulting the little medicine fairy. Thus, without hesitation, she turned to her and said, Dear little medicine fairy, could you assist me in examining this treasure on the counter? Of course, Miss Han Yu. Please wait a moment. The little medicine fairy smiled and nodded at Han Yu's request, then swiftly invoked the powers bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze towards the treasure on the counter. As her eyes swept over it, information promptly materialized before them. Lightning strike, thunder technique. This technique allows for the release of a formidable lightning attack, which will unerringly strike the first target. Furthermore, should there be additional enemies in proximity to the initial target after the lightning inflicts damage, it will ricochet, with each subsequent target suffering a reduction of 1% in power. Chapter 578. The sound of a horn attracts more people. As the little medicine fairy's gaze lingered, information was revealed upon the counter. Lightning strike, a secret technique of thunder magic, capable of unleashing a formidable lightning assault. The lightning is guaranteed to hit the first target, and after inflicting damage, if there are additional foes within a 50-meter radius of that target, it will bounce to them. Each subsequent bounce reduces the power by 1%. Such a bouncing skill is truly terrifying. Upon reading the information displayed at the counter, the young healer was filled with astonishment. Have you discerned it, Miss Healer? Observing the expression on her face, Han Yu inquired again. Indeed, I have. The healer replied with a smile, nodding in affirmation. She elaborated. This scroll contains the lightning strike technique. It is a powerful thunder magic that guarantees a hit on the first target, and after dealing damage. It can bounce to other enemies within a 50-meter radius, with each bounce diminishing its power by 1%. What? Lightning strike? Han Yu's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing the healer's explanation. According to her, this technique theoretically allows for infinite bounces, as each hit retains 99% of its power. Such a skill is immensely beneficial against groups, especially when confronting armies. A single strike would illuminate the surroundings with lightning, striking all nearby foes. That's truly remarkable. Han Yu couldn't help but praise again. In the next moment, she promptly retrieved the silver scroll from the counter and, seizing the opportunity, addressed the young healer once more. Miss Healer, could you please fetch me another orange jar? Certainly. Miss Han Yu, please hold on. The healer smiled and nodded, then swiftly turned to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Han Yu. This is the fourth orange jar of the day. May it bring me luck. The first jar yielded a fiery cloak, the second produced the dragon's claw, capable of resisting energy attacks, and the third revealed the immensely powerful lightning strike technique. They are all treasures. Gazing at the jars on the counter, Han Yu silently prayed. After completing her ritual, she slowly extended her hand and tapped the jar. Crack! With a crisp sound, the orange jar shattered into countless pieces. Immediately, the shattered fragments of the orange jar transformed into a dazzling aura, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them incapable of discerning the wonders within. Moments later, under Han Yu's gaze, the radiant light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the treasures concealed within. Upon the counter appeared a black horn, resembling that of some mythical beast, adorned with inexplicable and exotic patterns. Is this a horn? Han Yu's curiosity surged as she beheld the artifact before her. It was her first encounter with such a peculiar treasure. At this moment, she refrained from conjecturing, for she understood that consulting the little medical sage would be the swiftest means to acquire information about the treasure. Without hesitation, she addressed her, little medical sage. Could you assist me in examining this item? Certainly. Miss Han Yu, please hold on. The little medical sage replied with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. She swiftly employed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun and directed her gaze towards the black horn on the counter. As her eyes scanned the object, a piece of information materialized upon the counter. Corner of Destruction, originating from the world of Warcraft. This horn is an ancient relic. The bearer can enhance the speed of all allies within a 10-kilometer radius by 10% and, during combat, recover 0.1 of health per second. The bearer themselves also benefits from these effects, which are doubled. Wow, there exists such an extraordinary aura-type treasure. The little medical sage exclaimed, her eyes alight with astonishment as she absorbed the revealed information. Little medical sage, have you discerned its significance? Han Yu inquired again, noticing the look of surprise on the little medical sage's face. Indeed, I have. The little medical sage confirmed with a smile, then elaborated, Miss Han Yu. This object is known as the Corner of Destruction. It originates from Warcraft, an ancient relic. The bearer can enhance the speed of all allies within a 10-kilometer radius by 10% and, during combat, recover 0.1 of health per second. The bearer themselves also enjoys these benefits, with effects that are doubled. What? Han Yu's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing the little medical sage's description. According to her, the Corner of Destruction could significantly amplify the strength of their team, greatly enhancing both their movement speed and health recovery capabilities. Most notably, within 1,000 seconds of battle, all allies within range could potentially restore themselves to full health. This item is simply astonishing. Han Yu marveled inwardly, since it is an item from a game world. It should be usable by merely concentrating on it. Contemplating deeply, Han Yu slowly approached the counter, extending her hand to caress the black horn. Activate. As her inner voice resonated, the black horn transformed into a dazzling beam of black light that entered Han Yu's body. Boom. With a single thought from Han Yu, a resounding blast of the horn echoed around her, penetrating a radius of 10 kilometers. Some magical beasts, upon hearing this sound, fled in terror, while nearby humans, too, were drawn to the distinctive call. What is that sound? A tall young man wielding a silver spear gazed curiously towards the direction of the potion shop, and then took gentle steps towards it. Chapter 579. The Powerful Anti-Magic Staff. Boom. With another thought from Han Yu, the horn's sound reverberated anew, sending waves of sound across the 10-kilometer expanse, causing magical beasts to scatter in fright, while inquisitive humans nearby also recognized the unique sound. What is that noise? The tall youth with the silver spear looked towards the potion shop with a puzzled expression, then approached cautiously. In another direction, a small girl in white attire with violet hair, less than 10 meters tall, also heard the horn's call, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. What a magnificent sound! After testing the effects of the destruction horn, Han Yu felt an overwhelming satisfaction. Without wasting a moment, she turned to the little healer and said, "Dear healer, could you please fetch me another orange jar?" "Of course, Miss Hanyu, please hold on." The little healer smiled, nodded, and swiftly turned, retrieving an orange jar from the shelf behind her and placing it before Hanyu. This was the 5th orange jar of the day. May it bring me good fortune. The first jar yielded a fiery cloak, the second a dragon's claw that deflected energy attacks, the third produced a powerful lightning barrage technique, and the fourth unveiled the destruction horn, enhancing speed and life recovery. Truly treasures. Gazing at the jars on the counter, Hanyu couldn't help but offer a silent prayer. After completing her ritual, she slowly extended her hand and placed it upon the jar. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering, the orange jar splintered into countless pieces. Immediately, the fragments transformed into a radiant display of light, obscuring everyone's vision, rendering the scene within utterly invisible. Before long, under the gaze of Hanyu, the dazzling radiance from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the items within. Upon the counter lay a blue scepter, adorned with a sculpted dragon's head. A mere staff? Hanyu felt a surge of curiosity as she regarded this treasure. She could hardly fathom what extraordinary effects such a scepter could possess. However, she was acutely aware that only by consulting the little medicine immortal could she swiftly obtain information about the artifact. Thus, without hesitation, she turned to her and inquired, "Little medicine immortal, could you assist me in examining the treasure on the counter?" "Of course, Miss Hanyu, please hold on." The little medicine immortal smiled and nodded in response to Hanyu's request, then swiftly employed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yiyun, casting her gaze over the treasure on the counter. As her eyes swept across, information about the item was promptly revealed. Silent Scepter, originating from the world of Warcraft. Crafted from exceedingly rare materials and inscribed with runes by ancient powerful beings, it is exceptionally difficult to destroy. This scepter can be used for offense, enhancing fighting energy, and it possesses an innate skill, Silence. Once activated, within a radius of 100 miles, no one can wield energy. All must rely solely on physical strength. The effect lasts for 1 hour, with a cooldown period of 1 day. It actually possesses a magic-canceling effect. The little medicine immortal was taken aback upon reading the revealed information. "Have you discerned its nature?" Hanyu, observing the expression on the little medicine immortal's face, probed further. "Indeed, I have." The little medicine immortal affirmed with a smile, then elaborated, "Miss Hanyu, this item is called the Silent Scepter, originating from the world of Warcraft. Crafted from exceedingly rare materials and inscribed with runes by ancient powerful beings, it is exceptionally difficult to destroy. This scepter can be used for offense, enhancing fighting energy, and it possesses an innate skill, Silence. Once activated, within a radius of 100 miles, no one can wield energy. All must rely solely on physical strength. The effect lasts for 1 hour, with a cooldown period of 1 day." "What?" Hanyu's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing the little medicine immortal's description. According to her account, the effects of this scepter were indeed astonishingly formidable. Magic cancellation is an immensely powerful tactic. Generally speaking, the higher one's cultivation, the greater the corresponding physical strength. However, the enhancement is not particularly pronounced. In terms of physical prowess, magical beasts often surpass humans by a significant margin. It could be said that a Dou Huang strongman, unable to utilize their fighting energy, would find it somewhat challenging to engage in close combat with a third-tier magical beast. Those formidable Dou Sheng experts, when devoid of fighting energy, would only be able to match ordinary 6th-tier magical beasts in combat. Certainly, those who have honed their physical prowess cannot be analyzed through such means. However, such individuals are exceedingly rare. Cultivating one's fighting spirit is undoubtedly more effective than merely refining the body. No one would squander their time focusing solely on physical enhancement. Once this realization dawned on her, Hanyu swiftly grasped the staff and began to recite the incantation. As she chanted in her mind, the staff transformed into a beam of blue light that entered her being. Indeed, these treasures are remarkably extraordinary. In the future, I might be able to forge my physical strength. Thus, within the realm of my staff, my advantages would be substantial. No, if I were to have a magical beast companion, wouldn't he that enhance the effects even further? An important thought suddenly struck Hanyu. In the next moment, she set aside these musings and addressed the little medical fairy, saying, "Dear little medical fairy, could you kindly fetch me another orange jar?" "Certainly, Miss Hanyu. Please hold on a moment." The little medical fairy nodded with a smile, then swiftly turned and retrieved an orange jar from the shelf behind her, placing it before Hanyu. "This marks the 6th orange jar of the day. I hope it brings me good fortune." The first jar yielded a blazing flame cloak. The second revealed the claw of a dragon capable of defending against energy attacks. The third produced a powerful lightning strike secret technique. And finally, I unveiled this magic restraining staff. Truly, these are all treasures. Gazing at the jars on the counter, Han Yu found herself silently praying. After completing her prayer ritual, she slowly extended her hand and tapped the jar. With a crisp sound of shattering, the orange jar on the counter instantly splintered into countless pieces. Immediately, the fragments transformed into a dazzling display of light, obscuring everyone's vision and rendering the scene within invisible. Moments later, under Han Yu's watchful gaze, the brilliant light began to dissipate, revealing the contents within. Before her lay a white clock, seemingly crafted entirely from bone, exuding an eerie aura, a creation fashioned from bone. As Han Yu gazed upon the treasures displayed at the counter, a slight furrow formed on her brow, for the ominous aura emanating from these artifacts was exceedingly potent. These items are rather unsettling, all crafted from bone. Could they not be deemed malevolent? Han Yu pondered. However, she understood that the most expedient way to acquire information about the treasures was to consult the little healer. Without hesitation, she turned to her and inquired, "Dear little healer, could you assist me in examining the treasures on this counter?" "Of course, Miss Han Yu." The little healer responded with a smile and promptly harnessed the abilities bestowed upon her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze toward the artifacts. As her eyes swept over the items, a piece of information materialized before them. Plague Bone Bell. Originating from the world of Warcraft, this bell possesses a formidable legacy. Stained with countless drops of blood, when wielded, the bearer and allied forces within a 10-mile radius can convert 10% of the damage inflicted upon enemies into life restoration. The benefits conferred upon the bearer are double those of ordinary allies. "Ah, what a remarkable vampiric aura skill," the little healer exclaimed, her astonishment palpable as she absorbed the revealed information. "Have you discerned its nature, little healer?" Han Yu probed, observing the expression on her friend's face. "Indeed, Miss Han Yu. I have." The little healer nodded with a smile and elaborated. "This artifact, known as the Plague Bone Bell, hails from the Warcraft universe. Steeped in a rich and dark history and stained with countless bloodshed. When wielded, it allows the bearer and allies within a 10-mile radius to convert 10% of damage dealt to foes into life restoration, with the bearer receiving double the benefit compared to ordinary allies. Is there truly such a miraculous method to convert damage into life restoration?" Han Yu's surprise grew as she absorbed the little healer's explanation. According to her, this aura skill would wield immense influence on the battlefield, providing allies with a 10% vampiric effect, thus bestowing formidable sustainability. It appears that the Han family is poised for a resurgence. With the realization of the Plague Bone Bell's formidable power, Han Yu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Although the bell bore traces of sinister capabilities, Han Yu had always believed that weapons themselves were not inherently evil. Rather, it was the wielder's intent that defined their nature. Sometimes, a sword in the hands of a malevolent individual could transform into an instrument of slaughter, while cruel methods, if employed against adversaries or those truly wicked, could indeed serve a righteous purpose. In the next moment, Han Yu, well-versed in the intricacies of these game worlds, swiftly stowed away the Plague Bone Bell and seized the opportunity to address the Little Medicine Immortal. "Dear Little Medicine Immortal, could you please fetch me another orange jar?" "Certainly. Miss Han Yu, please hold on." Upon hearing Han Yu's request, the Little Medicine Immortal smiled and nodded, quickly turning to retrieve an orange jar from the shelf behind her. Placing it before Han Yu, this marked the 7th orange jar of the day. She hoped it would bring her good fortune. The first jar had yielded a flame cloak. The second had produced the dragon claw capable of withstanding energy attacks. The third had unveiled the formidable lightning strike secret technique. The fifth had revealed the staff of anti-magic. And finally, she had unearthed the somewhat sinister Plague Bone Bell. Truly, these were treasures. Gazing at the jars on the counter, Han Yu could not help but offer a silent prayer. After completing her ritual, she slowly extended her hand and tapped the jar. With a crisp crack, the orange jar shattered into countless pieces. Immediately, the fragments transformed into a dazzling display of light, obscuring the vision of all present, rendering them unable to discern the spectacle within. After a brief moment, under Han Yu's watchful gaze, the brilliant light from the counter gradually dissipated, revealing the contents inside. There lay a white bone tooth, resembling the fang of a ferocious beast, sharp and menacing. A single tooth? Observing the item that had manifested on the counter, Han Yu felt a surge of curiosity. This was the second bone-related treasure she had consecutively unearthed. She vividly recalled the power of the Plague Bone Bell, which not only siphoned life but also enhanced her army, transforming them into formidable bloodsuckers. At this moment, Han Yu understood that the quickest way to acquire information about this treasure was to consult the Little Medicine Immortal. Without hesitation, she said, "Little Medicine Immortal, could you assist me in examining this bone tooth on the counter?" "Of course, Miss Han Yu. Please hold on." The Little Medicine Immortal responded with a smile, nodding in agreement before swiftly employing the abilities granted to her by Yi Yun, directing her gaze towards the bone tooth on the counter.